Welcome to the world of creepy tales. Each creepy tale world has its own rules to follow, please obey every correct rule within it. Each country selects a chosen one to participate in the creepy tale world. Currently, there are 197 chosen ones. You represent Dragon Country, and will participate in the upcoming creepy tale world. The current creepy tale world is K Hospital, difficulty level 3, easy. You are now a patient. Please stay in the hospital for 5 days. Leave the hospital between 7:30 a.m. and 8 a.m. on the 5th day. Information surged into Yifeng's mind like the sea. This is a world controlled by creepy tale rules. Each country selects one person to become the chosen one, entering the creepy tale world to pass challenges. As long as the chosen one fails in the corresponding creepy tale world, the creepy tale will descend upon their country, selecting some people to pass the challenge. Anyone who fails in the creepy tale has only one outcome, death. If the chosen one successfully passes, the creepy tale will not descend upon their country, and the country will gain luck. Each chosen one has their own live streaming room, where everything is broadcasted except for private moments like going to the bathroom. At the same time, high-level officials from each country provide hint cards. Each time a chosen one enters a creepy tale world, they get one chance for a hint. Feng was very unlucky. Just moments ago, he was lying in bed reading a horror novel, and the next second, he was transported to a parallel world, becoming the so-called chosen one. Could it be that I got so absorbed in the novel that I fell asleep and dreamed this? Feng pinched his arm, and the pain spread throughout his body. Is this real? I entered the creepy tale world? Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm the uneasy emotions in his heart, comforting himself. He was playing the role of a patient, so this should be a hospital room. Feng leaned against the hospital bed. After all, he had read hundreds of horror and mystery novels. He quickly calmed down. The creepy tale world must have its own rules. The first set of rules should be the easiest to find, and they were probably in the most obvious spot in the hospital room. At the same time, Dragon Country's live streaming room had 1 billion online viewers, all watching Yifeng's every move. This is terrible. How can our chosen one be a teenager? He looks like he should still be in high school. We can only hope for a smooth pass. If the creepy tale descends upon us, we're done for. Everyone, turn up the volume. I hear footsteps. W? At that moment, footsteps could be heard outside the hospital room. The sound of footsteps colliding with the ground was neither fast nor slow, like the sound of high heels. Tap, tap, tap. Thud, thud, thud. Hello, I'm your personal nurse. A gentle female voice came from outside the door. Please open the door, patient. Yifeng's first reaction was that he absolutely could not open this door. Horror novel openings often have people open doors, and the terror outside would kill them. Yifeng lay in the bed, not responding. As long as I don't open the door, it can't hurt me. Thud, thud, thud. The knocking continued, faster and louder. Patient, please open the door. I'm your personal nurse. According to the doctor's instructions, you need to take your medicine now. The nurse started kicking the door, and the door lock seemed to loosen. Thud. 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 Open the door. Thud. 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 The knocking continued for 5 minutes. Yifeng continued lying on the bed, ignoring the noise outside, and the entire hospital room suddenly became quiet. A pair of pitch-black eyes suddenly peeked through the gap under the door, seeing no feet on the floor. Looks like the patient is resting. I'll go get the spare key to open the door. Tap, tap, tap. The high-heeled footsteps grew fainter until they disappeared. The viewers in Dragon Country's live streaming room finally breathed a sigh of relief. Calm in the face of danger. This expert is amazing. You scared me. I thought he was going to open the door. If he opened it, it would have been over. Easy to say now. But our chosen one seems pretty good, at least he hasn't shown any panic, unlike the chosen one from Kangaroo Country, who got eliminated right away. Damn. It's already over so quickly, let's go take a look. Just as everyone breathed a sigh of relief, thinking there wouldn't be any more incidents for the time being. A knock on the door sounded again from outside. Hello, I am your personal doctor, please open the door. Yifeng remained lying on the bed, ignoring the noises from outside. It seems like he's asleep, then I'll open the door. The person outside said. As long as the door isn't opened, the horror outside can never come in. Knock, knock, knock. Please open the door, I am your personal doctor, the doctor instructed me to give you your medication on time. Just when Yifeng and the audience from Dragon Country thought they could skip opening the door and everything would be fine. Creak. The hospital door opened, and a female nurse in a pink nurse uniform walked in, wearing flat shoes, looking just like any nurse in a normal hospital. The nurse exuded a faint fragrance of jasmine flowers. A work ID badge was worn on her chest, with the following information: Zhang Lihua, female, 28 years old, nurse from K Hospital. Zhang Lihua smiled at Yi Feng. You're awake, patient. I am your personal nurse, Zhang Lihua, responsible for the patients in room 404. You are the patient Yi Feng from room 404? Yi Feng nodded and replied. I am Yi Feng. Zhang Lihua took a light red pill from the pocket on her chest, the pill still warm to the touch. The doctor instructed me, you need to take this pill. When the pill was about to be placed in Yi Feng's hand, Zhang Lihua pulled her hand back, tapped her forehead, and apologized. Sorry, I forgot the room doesn't have water for you to drink. I'll go get a cup of water, please wait a moment. The light red pill was returned to her chest pocket. Bang! The door closed as Zhang Lihua left. First, find the first group of rules. Yi Feng scanned the surroundings. The room had 2 hospital beds. Between the beds were 2 nightstands, and on the nightstand next to Yi Feng's bed were a wallet and a mechanical watch. The other nightstand had lots of packaged food and 2 bottles of cola. On the wall were 2 windows, each facing one of the hospital beds. On the opposite side of Yi Feng's bed was a sofa, perfectly positioned where no light from the windows could reach. Not far from the other end of the sofa was the bathroom door. The whole layout wasn't much different from a normal double-bed hospital room. After observing, Yi Feng found a white paper note on the floor, one that hadn't been there before, and picked it up. The rules appeared on the white note. Here are the first set of rules. Please find other rules around the hospital to increase your chances of passing. 1. You can trust the doctors and nurses in the hospital, but make sure they wear an ID badge. If a nurse with an ID badge asks you a question, answer it no matter what. If you encounter a doctor or nurse without an ID badge, make sure to ignore them. 2. When a doctor comes for a checkup, please remain silent. Don't speak, because making noise will make the doctor very angry. 3. The hospital's free activity time is from 8 a.m. to 10 p.m., and you can move around in unrestricted areas. Please be careful of the time. The unrestricted areas are only your hospital floor and the 6th floor cafeteria. 4. Non-free time is from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next morning. Stay in your own room and lock both your room door and bathroom door. If you hear knocking on the door, shout loudly to let the people outside know the room is not empty. 5. Your room is a private one, and there will be no other patients. If you see another patient in your room, tell a doctor or nurse, and they will take care of it. 6. When the nurse brings you medication, make sure she sees you swallow the medicine. The light yellow pill will take effect within 5 minutes. Chapter 2, Taking the Pill. 7. A hospital values cleanliness very much. If you smell something unpleasant, contact any employee wearing an ID badge, and they will handle it properly. 8. Before midnight every night, make sure to open the curtains. You might see something interesting. But remember, never bathe in the moonlight. The food in the hospital room is not for you to eat. Please go to the cafeteria to buy food during mealtimes, 8 to 9 o'clock, 12 to 1300 hours, 1730 to 1830. Patients have a dedicated window with delicious food, good quality, and affordable prices. All the medicines in the hospital are not for curing diseases, please take them carefully. Without the doctor's permission, do not leave the hospital. You are not from the original human world, you are not supposed to be in danger, you have become the chosen one and gained extra help. When you enter any world of weird tales and obtain the first set of rules, the rules written in blood may be partially or entirely incorrect. After the 2 texts appeared in Yi Feng's mind, the rules on the white paper turned blood red, and the rule content began to be analyzed. Yi Feng had already answered the questions from the nurse with a badge, so there were no surprises. Doctors and nurses without badges should be ignored. When the doctor comes for rounds, no talking is allowed, and the active hours are from 8 to 10 o'clock at night. You can only move on the 4th and 6th floors. You must enter the cafeteria during meal times. The mechanical watch shows it is 11:31 now, there are still 30 minutes until the cafeteria opens. The medicine delivered by the nurse must be taken, but the 10th rule says the medicines in the hospital are problematic. Yi Feng committed the completely correct rules to memory, ensuring no mistakes at all. Rules 4, 5, and 7 are partially or entirely wrong. Yi Feng carefully analyzed rules 4, 5, and 7, looking for contradictions with the other rules. The first thing that could be confirmed was the free time. The time to leave the ward was from 8 to 10 o'clock at night, which matched the non-free time in Rule 4. The point of error was the locked door? Or loud noise? Or maybe both were wrong? Yi Feng shook his head, these needed to be verified to know for sure. Rule 5 was self-contradictory. How could a single room have other patients? If there are other patients, it can't be a single room. As for Rule 7, it had no connection with the other rules, so it was hard to judge where the problem was. If unsure, don't touch it for now. The nurse will return to give me medicine soon, I must take it in front of her. After a moment of analysis, Yi Feng's mind became clear, and the first thing to face was taking the medicine. The Dragon Country livestream became lively, with viewers praising him. This is so calm, he figured out the problem so quickly? Wait. How did the big shot figure out that rules 4, 5, and 7 were wrong? Rule 5 is self-contradictory, but how did he know 4 and 7 are wrong without practice? Kangaroo Country viewers, of course, it came from the butt. You guys in Dragon Country will soon face the weird tales, just like us. Put. Management, hurry up and block that person from upstairs. Better than you guys becoming boxes on the ground. Kangaroo Country, just wait for the weird tales to come. Guys, stop arguing, the nurse is back. Nurse Zhang Lihua carried a water cup and walked to Yi Feng's bed. She placed the water cup on the bedside table next to the bed, took out a light yellow pill from her pocket, and placed it beside the cup. If your condition worsens, it will be troublesome. Please take the medicine now. Zhang Lihua suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's hands and shook her head. Wait before taking the medicine. Let me introduce something to you. This is the emergency button. If there is any problem, press it. I, as your exclusive nurse, will serve you 24 hours. Do you understand? Yi Feng answered. Okay, if I encounter any problems, I will press this button. Yeah, right. Zhang Lihua patted the bedside table and smiled. Remember to take the medicine later. The doctor has other things for me to do, I'm leaving now. Zhang Lihua turned around and left. The viewers in Dragon Country's livestream were tense. The rules clearly stated that the medicine must be taken in front of the nurse. Not good, the nurse is leaving. Big shot, hurry and take the medicine. If you don't, it will be too late. If you don't take it now, it will be the end. Kangaroo Country viewers, ha ha ha. Let's all experience the weird tales at K Hospital together. Yi Feng called out to Zhang Lihua. Nurse Shang, please wait. Zhang Lihua continued walking forward, and just as she reached the door of the ward, Yi Feng pressed the red emergency button. Zhang Lihua stopped walking, turned around, and smiled brightly at Yi Feng. Is there something I can help you with? Yi Feng quickly took the light-colored pill, put it in his mouth, drank some water, and handed the cup to Zhang Lihua. Could you take the cup with you? There's no trash can in the hospital room. Zhang Lihua picked up the cup and smiled. Be sure to watch the canteen's opening hours, don't miss it and get hungry. Zhang Lihua left the hospital room, casually closing the door behind her. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream breathed a sigh of relief, at least they followed the rules at a crucial moment. Everyone, the chosen one from Sakura Country is gone. That's a good thing. How did they die? Let's go. Let's watch the replay. The livestream had a replay function, and viewers could select the time period they wanted to rewatch. Many viewers from Dragon Country rewound the Sakura Country stream to the moment when Zhang Lihua brought in the medication. The chosen one, Nichikawa Space, stared at Zhang Lihua and nodded in satisfaction. Yoshi, the nurse here is so beautiful. Zhang Lihua maintained her smile, placing the light yellow pill and the cup on the bedside table. Please take your medication. If you need help, press the red button. Zhang Lihua turned and left, while Nichikawa Space looked at the nurse's graceful figure and licked his tongue. Please wait a moment. Zhang Lihua continued walking, seemingly not hearing Nichikawa Space's words. Nichikawa Space immediately pressed the red button on the headboard. Zhang Lihua turned around and smiled. Is there something you need help with? Sakura viewers, that scared me. I thought Nichikawa Space forgot to take his medicine. Sakura viewers, hurry up and swallow the pill in front of the nurse. Sakura viewers, this nurse's figure is so stunning, it really makes one drool. Nichikawa Space waved at Zhang Lihua, a very lewd smile on his face. Can you come a little closer? Zhang Lihua walked up to the bedside and asked. Is there something you need help with? Nichikawa Space extended his right hand, reaching toward the soft part of his body. Just before contact, Zhang Lihua grabbed Nichikawa Space's right hand, her tone turning a bit cold. What are you trying to do? Nichikawa Space laughed lewdly. Stop pretending, it must be a friend's prank. This is that kind of place, you're cosplaying, right? Anyway, you've paid, so of course, you want to. Zhang Lihua asked in confusion. You want? Nichikawa Space replied, of course, I can't let my friend's money go to waste. Many Sakura viewers rubbed their eyes and thought, could this be some kind of website stunt? This is too intense. The next moment. All Sakura viewers got their answer. Chapter 3, The Moment is Fleeting. Finally, it begins. Zhang Lihua's skin began oozing green liquid, and a 1-meter-long claw appeared in her hand, smashing it toward Nichikawa Space. Nichikawa Space was hit by the claw, and seeing the situation, cursed. I'm the patient. You dare do this to me? Nichikawa Space then remembered this was the world of haunted tales, not that kind of place. Zhang Lihua's body was covered in a layer of green scales as she licked her tongue. You're already beyond help, incurably ill. According to the rules of K Hospital, you can only have euthanasia. Nichikawa Space immediately resisted, but as soon as he raised his hand, the claw broke both his arms and legs. Nichikawa Space screamed in pain. I'm not sick. I'm not sick. You misunderstood. I'm not sick at all. The claw was now pressing on Nichikawa Space's neck, and Zhang Lihua's eyes turned completely white. You've lost both arms and legs, there's no saving you. You can only have euthanasia. Nichikawa Space's head and body separated, his head rolling beneath the nurse's feet, and the Sakura Country livestream went black instantly. Sakura Country's chosen one is dead. Haunted Tale World from K Hospital arrives in Sakura Country, 1% of the population immediately enters K Hospital Haunted Tale, minimum 5 million people. Baka. Foolish idiot, the Haunted Tale is coming to our country. Damn Nichikawa Space. He's going to kill us. Sakura viewers cursed the gluttonous Nichikawa Space, and some of the Sakura people felt a darkness before their eyes and appeared in the hospital room. Ah. I choose the K Hospital Eerie Tale. I am doomed. Will I also end up like Japan's space disaster? Most people in Sakura Country are anxious, praying that they won't be the chosen target of the Eerie Tale. Leaders from other countries quickly focus on their own chosen ones. The leaders of Asan Country saw their chosen one fantasizing and quickly used a prompt card. The card's content was directly transmitted into their mind. Do not do anything to anyone in the hospital, remember to take the light yellow medicine in front of the nurse. Maximum 30 characters. After seeing the prompt, the chosen one from Asan picked up the medicine and swallowed it whole, constantly reminding himself not to make any moves. As long as he completes this eerie tale, he will be a hero of Asan Country, and endless wealth will come. The nurse smiled at Asan and left the ward. Asan let out a sigh of relief, feeling hungry. He looked around and, seeing no one, went to the bedside table of the next bed and swiped a few packs of dry bread. In Dragon Country's live stream. After Zhang Lihua left the ward, Yifeng kept gagging while rushing into the bathroom. The bathroom had a sitting toilet, a semi-transparent mirror, a wash basin, and toiletries. As he passed the mirror, he vaguely saw a double image of Yifeng in the reflection. Gag! 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 A wave of nausea erupted from his heart. The light yellow medicine would only take effect in 5 minutes. The hospital's medicine was not for curing illness, it definitely wasn't a good thing. As long as he managed to expel the medicine within 5 minutes, nothing would happen. Gag! Yifeng managed to expel the yellow bile from his stomach, along with the light yellow medicine, and stopped gagging. Yifeng flushed the toilet, and the light yellow medicine was washed away. He raised his head, walked to the wash basin, and washed his face with clean water. Suddenly, 5 characters appeared in the semi-transparent mirror. Congratulations, you have found the second set of rules. Please follow these rules in the bathroom. 1. Do not appear in the bathroom during non-free time, and be sure to lock the bathroom door. 2. The toiletries in the bathroom are not for your use, do not touch them, or the consequences will be your responsibility. 3. The water in the bathroom is not for drinking. 4. Do not stare at the mirror for more than 60 seconds, or something interesting might appear. Upon seeing Rule 4, Yifeng couldn't help but continue staring at the mirror. The mirror seemed to have a strange power, pulling him in. Gradually, Yifeng in the mirror split into 2. One was real, the other was fake. Clap. Clap. Yifeng shook his head and kept slapping his forehead. The strange force disappeared, and he instantly woke up. He almost violated Rule 4 of the bathroom. During the day, it's fine to go in for convenience, don't use the toiletries inside, don't drink the water, and don't stare at the mirror. Yifeng made a mental note of the bathroom rules. Unless absolutely necessary, under no circumstances should he go into the bathroom. Things like showering, washing face, and brushing teeth must not be done in the bathroom. The dazed feeling earlier left Yifeng with lingering fear. He almost got sucked in. Yifeng staggered back to the bed, leaning against the wall and taking deep breaths. In Asan's live stream, the viewers wiped their sweat for their country's chosen one. Just now, Asan's chosen one stared at a certain part. Without the prompt card, he would have been doomed. At this moment, after eating the dry bread from the bedside table, Asan's chosen one felt a bit of stomach pain and thirst. He walked into the bathroom. Seeing a cup and toothbrush for washing up, he quickly filled the cup with water. Glug, glug, glug. Ah, so refreshing. Ice cold, but it lacks a bit of the taste of Mother River, the elements are incomplete. Then, Asan sat on the toilet, with the mirror facing him. Asan didn't forget to fix his hair, keeping the hairstyle he thought made him look handsome. Gradually, In the mirror, Asan's image began to split into two. Asan thought it was because the mirror quality was poor, so he didn't pay much attention. Continue grooming hair. The mirror's reflection and the body separated, and the reflection mimicked the body's actions, grooming its hair. A person just returning from a Dragon Kingdom livestream saw this and started cursing in the livestream. Idiot. Don't look at the mirror. Shithead. Don't drink the water in there. We're doomed. Why hasn't his mirror shown the rules? The chosen one from A3 finished grooming his hair, lowered his head, and stopped looking at the mirror. However, a strange scene occurred. The reflection in the mirror did not lower its head along with the body, but instead started smiling at the mirror. The reflection's appearance began to change, its eyes turned pale, and Feng slowly grew. Both hands slowly reached toward the body's neck. A pair of hands exactly like the reflection appeared behind A3. The A3 livestream immediately went black. A3's chosen one died. The K Hospital mystery arrives in A3's country, 1% of the population immediately enters the K Hospital mystery, minimum 5 million people, but... Stupid fool. We're doomed. I hope his family only has daughters. Oh my god. Please protect me. Don't let me be chosen by the K Hospital mystery. I'm willing to give up all my wealth. A3's viewers started cursing, while some prayed fervently. Most of the high-ranking officials from other countries, after watching the operations of the chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom and A3's country, acted quickly. While their own chosen ones hadn't yet encountered the nurse bringing medicine, they immediately used the prompt cards. At least ensuring their own chosen ones would make it through the beginning. Take the pill in front of the nurse, immediately go to the bathroom after the nurse leaves and scrape it off, don't look at the mirror for more than 60 seconds, maximum of 30 words, Other high-ranking officials also used the simplest words to express the most important content. The chosen ones with prompts followed the instructions and narrowly escaped danger. A few chosen ones from rare countries escaped without any prompts, and these countries sent people to the Dragon Kingdom livestream to get first-hand information. Dragon Kingdom livestream. After Yi Feng's breathing became smooth, his gaze stayed on the nightstand connected to his hospital bed. On the nightstand were a wallet and a mechanical watch. 20 more minutes, let me first take a look at what's on the nightstand. Yi Feng glanced at the mechanical watch on the nightstand and said. The rule only said not to eat food in the hospital room, but didn't say not to take the wallet. Yi Feng picked up the wallet and slowly opened it. Inside the wallet was an information card, a $100 bill, and a piece of paper stuffed in the wallet's crease, with dense writing on it. When you read this letter, it means I have died. The K hospital where you are can't cure the living. A long time ago, someone came to this hospital and within half a month, they all mysteriously disappeared. The relevant departments came to investigate but didn't find any clues, and the hospital had surveillance records. All the patients who stayed in the hospital had discharged surveillance videos, all of which showed them disappearing from their own homes. They couldn't find anything wrong, and after half a month, they withdrew from K Hospital. But I always believed they disappeared in K Hospital, because my sister disappeared after entering K Hospital. I happened to be studying medicine, so I quit my job at a clinic in another city and came to work at K Hospital. At first, I was responsible for the respiratory department, treating patients with colds, and the department was located on the first floor. K Hospital was highly guarded, and the first floor had ordinary departments, which didn't require hospitalization. Above the second floor, patients needing hospitalization, as well as doctors and nurses specifically responsible for inpatient care, could go up. To become a doctor responsible for hospitalized patients, one had to work at K Hospital for more than 5 years and undergo strict vetting. But I didn't have the time to wait. Since my sister entered K Hospital, there has been no news from her, and it's been a month since her disappearance. I knew my sister might be in grave danger, but I still decided to go up to K Hospital and see for myself. At least I must get justice for my younger sister. I took advantage of K Hospital's holiday, and went up through the safety passage, where there were no cameras. When I arrived at the second floor, the brand new iron chain locked the door, but it was not locked tightly. Through the crack I could see inside. The whole floor was pitch dark, so dark I could not even see my fingers, only hearing gia, the sound of sawing something. The third floor door had rusty iron chains locking it dead. I could not enter at all, not even a crack could be seen. The corridor lights on the fourth floor were not on, but 4 or 5 rooms had lights inside. Through the weak light, I seemed to see at the end of the corridor a doctor was sawing a person's thigh. I panicked, did not dare to go in, and continued walking upward. The 5th and 6th floors were still locked, but through the cracks I could see the 6th floor should be the cafeteria for inpatients and staff. On the ground even dropped eyeballs of deep-sea fish. I swallowed my saliva, and kept going up. Because every time I worked night shift, when passing by the elevator sometimes showed going to the 7th floor. From the outside, the 7th floor should be the mezzanine between the top of K Hospital. I arrived at the 7th floor, the door was not locked, I walked in. The corridor of the 7th floor lit up with lights, the ground was full of blood. I did not know if it was human blood, or the food blood from the 6th floor cafeteria. The 7th floor was very quiet, even my own heartbeat could be heard. When I passed by the first window in the corridor, I suddenly saw. Outside the window was a blood-red world. Hanging there were many people in patient clothes, biting red pills. Rather than saying they were people, it was more like corpses pieced together into monsters. Each pill was as big as a fist. On the pill dripping blood, blending into the outside blood-red world together. I completely panicked, wanted to immediately leave K hospital, to report this to the related department. But behind me from the safety passage came the sound of footsteps. I could only run toward another safety passage to escape K hospital. Sadly, I failed. The doors from the 1st floor to the 3rd floor of the other safety passage were locked, only the 7th floor and 4th floor were open. Taking this little time, I wrote down these words in room 404 on the 4th floor. If a patient comes here and sees this letter, please leave here. Remember the safety passage, do not go near the elevator. I remembered. You must remember. Never go to the 7th floor of the hospital. Those things in the corridor are the cameras. Damn it. No wonder after going up to the 7th floor, there were human footsteps in the safety passage. Everything in this counter is mine, you can take it all, I should not be able to live on. If. The letter was not finished, the paper folded uneven, the words slanting and messy. It could be seen that at that time this doctor was writing very anxiously. Yi Feng put the letter back into the wallet, glanced at the ID card, same name but different ID number. Later go to the cafeteria to see the situation, best to buy food and water all at once. The hospital cafeteria was on the 6th floor, it only opened at 12 noon, from now still 10 minutes away. Continuing to search the drawers, inside there was a scalpel, 6 physical novels. Use a scalpel to fight against these strange talks? Yi Feng suddenly had this thought, then immediately shook his head, denying this thought. If this scalpel was really useful, that doctor would have already used it to deal with them, instead of leaving behind the letter. The scalpel could not deal with those people, but at least could deal with other chosen ones who came along. Yi Feng pulled 100 yuan out from the wallet, put it into the pants pocket in front of his chest, clamped the sharp edge of the scalpel onto the wallet, then put it into the pants pocket. The mechanical watch was put into another pants pocket. Tick tick tick. The mechanical watch jumped second by second, showing the time running normally minute by minute. Leisure time can only be passed by reading novels, luckily they are all horror novels, I always loved reading them. Yi Feng casually picked up one physical book and opened it to read, the other physical books he put back into the bedside cabinet. When it was exactly 12 o'clock, he left the ward on time, heading to the 6th floor cafeteria to buy food. In the Dragon Kingdom live stream room, viewers were all giving a thumbs up. Brother Feng is really awesome. After reading the letter, I still want to read horror novels. After reading the letter, I'm too scared to stay alone in my room, I have to have my girlfriend stay with me. Hey, the person upstairs is going too far. So Brother Feng is into this kind of thing, now I can relax. No wonder Brother Feng was so calm earlier and analyzed the problematic rules, turns out he's a longtime horror novel fan. Originally, the Dragon Kingdom viewers didn't have high expectations for Yi Feng, but after his actions, their views changed. Especially after he mentioned that he loves reading horror novels, they all completely relaxed. At least he was calmer in the face of danger than others, and calmness always gives a chance at survival. In addition to the Dragon Kingdom viewers, other countries sent viewers who spoke the Dragon Kingdom language to watch the livestream. Some even paid a high price to send people who spoke minor languages of the Dragon Kingdom to do translations. But at the same time, these countries also sent some people into the Dragon Kingdom livestream room to insult Yi Feng. Sakura viewers, I suspect this whole thing is a scheme by Yi Feng. Asan viewers, despicable villain. It must be your Dragon Kingdom's conspiracy. Otherwise, why are only your Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones still so calm? What are you barking about? Our Brother Feng is used to big scenes, unlike your Nippon space, brainless parasites. And that Asan, if you don't seriously look at the rules, whose fault is that? Next time, why don't you send normal people? But that might be hard for you. The Dragon Kingdom's viewers didn't back down, immediately insulting these scheming viewers and driving them away. In room 404. It's time to go buy some food. Yi Feng stood up and opened the door of the hospital room. Outside the room was a hallway nearly 100 meters long, with many nurses passing by, pushing hospital beds covered with white sheets. Beneath the sheets, it seemed there were people lying under them. Chapter 5, half a second. A hospital bed covered with a white sheet passed in front of Yi Feng. 2 nurses were pushing the hospital bed, one of them cheerfully said. A lot of critically ill patients came today, many of them are beyond saving. The other nurse glanced at Yi Feng. Stop talking, there are mild cases here too, if they hear it, they'll start overthinking. We're just talking nonsense, don't mind us. Yifeng noticed that these two nurses didn't have their work badges on and ignored them. The first rule was to ignore nurses without badges. One hospital bed after another passed by, without exception, all the beds were covered with white sheets. Faintly, Yifeng could see some severed limbs and blood underneath the white sheets, the smell of blood overpowering the disinfectant smell in the hallway. 1, 2, 3. Yifeng stood behind the door of the hospital room, expressionless, counting the hospital beds that passed by. A total of 87 beds. That means at least 87 chosen ones were eliminated just now. Not just these, there were also those chosen ones who had already been taken away earlier. At least half of the chosen ones had failed. The last hospital bed passed, and Yifeng looked toward the direction the nurses were heading, which was to the left side, facing away from the hospital room. At the end of the hallway, there was an elevator about 10 meters away from room 404. Next to the elevator, there was a faintly visible safety door, and Yifeng would need to reach room 401 to clearly see the full view of the safety door. On the other side of the hallway, at least 100 meters away, there was also a faintly visible safety door. This should be the safety passage that the doctor mentioned in the letter. The doctor had said not to take the safety passage near the elevator, only the one on the other side could be used. Yifeng quickly walked toward the entrance of the safety passage farthest from room 404. 405, 406, 407, 444. Room 444 was at the end of the hallway, where the entrance to the safety passage was. Yifeng pushed the safety passage door, and a clanging sound came from outside. This won't open? Yifeng furrowed his brows, and he could only go to the other safety passage or the elevator. Suddenly, a sound like a pig being slaughtered came from room 444, accompanied by some words that Yifeng didn't understand. Yifeng ignored it. Continue walking. When reaching room 440. A nurse covered in blood walked out of room 444, wiped her forehead, and said helplessly, "Another patient we cannot save, you guys go move him." "Okay. We'll go move him right now." Yifeng heard 3 people behind him, but only one nurse had just walked out of room 444. Yifeng wasn't sure if the nurse who had come out was wearing a badge. He couldn't turn around to confirm and could only force himself to keep walking. Click. When Yifeng passed room 408, a hospital bed covered with a white sheet was being opened, walking behind Yifeng. The nurse behind him shouted, "Patient, your things fell. Patient, your things fell. Patient. Gee, why won't you listen to me? Your things have fallen." Yifeng quickened his pace, almost running, rushing to the elevator. The security door next to the elevator was locked with an iron chain. He could only take the elevator to the 6th floor to the K hospital cafeteria. Yifeng entered the elevator, pressed the button for the 6th floor, and saw only 2 nurses pushing hospital beds in front and behind him. They didn't have badges on their chests. "The elevator is still empty, please wait a moment." One of the nurses shouted to Yifeng, quickening her pace. These nurses without badges should absolutely not be allowed into the elevator. Absolutely not. Yifeng quickly pressed the close button, urging the elevator to close. Why wouldn't the elevator respond? He pressed the close button dozens of times, but it still wouldn't close. "Please wait a moment." The nurse without a badge screamed, and the body under the white sheet trembled to the right. Just as the hospital bed passed room 414, the elevator finally responded, the elevator doors slowly closing. Until room 404, the elevator door completely closed. The 2 nurses without badges still couldn't get into the elevator. Phew. Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream also sighed in relief. "I was scared just now, I thought those 2 nurses would make it into the elevator." Only half an hour passed, and already 127 chosen ones from 127 countries have failed. Our Feng bro holding on for half an hour is impressive. Sakura viewers, I guess your chosen ones won't make it out of this elevator. Kimchi viewers, your chosen ones don't seem strong. Our chosen one Li Pumin can stay calm, and he just left the hospital room. Not good. Everyone, look quickly. In the elevator. Yifeng slowly let out a breath, thinking about what might happen in the cafeteria. A pair of white hands appeared from the crack in the elevator door, gently pushing the elevator door open. "Why are you in such a hurry to leave here? We were just a second away from having to wait for the next ride, lucky we ran fast." The nurse complained to Yifeng. "Do you know it takes a lot of time to go up to the 7th floor?" Yifeng stared at the elevator floor number without saying a word. At this moment, it displayed 4th floor, and the elevator began to move. The viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream looked as pale as death, like their parents had just died. Those 2 nurses without badges still got in. Feng bro won't be in trouble, right? Kimchi viewers, ha ha ha. Your Feng bro is done for, K Hospital's ghost story is coming to your Dragon Kingdom. Sakura viewers, now I feel much more at ease. Indian viewers, come on, let's all accept the K hospital ghost story. I believe Feng bro will be fine. So what if two nurses entered the elevator? What could go wrong? All the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom stared at the live stream, while the high-ups in Dragon Kingdom prepared the alert cards, ready to send any warning to Yifeng at the first sign of trouble. The two nurses began chatting happily. There are so many patients today, I wonder if we have enough hands. We should be fine, maybe just an overtime shift at lunch. K Hospital is pretty generous with overtime pay. Speaking of overtime, it's already noon. After we finish moving this body, how about we go to the cafeteria for some meat? K Hospital has gotten a lot of goods today, it's definitely going to be delicious. The nurse sniffed the air, smiled and said, I already smell the scent of fresh meat, probably colleagues have already gone to the canteen to eat a lot. Another nurse wiped the saliva at the corner of her mouth, licked her tongue, and said, I want to lose weight, but I still must order a portion of hot pot snowflake beef, the taste of fat and lean mixed is too perfect. Hey! Later you also taste, especially the doctor's line, the food there is the most delicious, my boyfriend is a doctor, I get a free ride. You give me 50 yuan, I let my boyfriend take one more portion of hot pot snowflake beef for you, how about it? The nurse was obviously speaking toward Yifeng. Yifeng continued to stare at the floor display number, as if there never existed other people in the elevator. It showed 5th floor, one more floor above was the canteen of K Hospital. Suddenly, a cold hand slowly approached from behind Yifeng. Chapter 6 Always keep calm. Yifeng felt behind him something like an ice block moving closer to his neck. Now absolutely cannot have any reaction. As long as not violating the rules inside K Hospital Ghost Talk, nothing will happen. At least now nothing will happen. In the elevator there is only me, in the elevator there is only me, in the elevator there is only me. Jia, the hand is not long enough to reach the elevator button, trouble this young man patient help press the 7th floor. The nurse spoke in a gentle tone. Yifeng shook his head, still staring at the floor number. Forget it, I still do it myself. The nurse said unhappily, stretched her hand to press the elevator button, another nurse explained. Don't take it to heart with the patient, maybe his ear is sick, cannot hear our words, didn't you see after he came into the elevator, always staring at the numbers? We as nurses must have more understanding toward patients. Just when the nurse pressed the number 7, at the same time, the elevator stopped, slowly opened, giving out a cold voice. 6th floor arrived. Yifeng did not turn his head, left the elevator. At the moment the elevator closed, the eyes of the two nurses turned white, the corners of their mouths slightly curled upward. The white cloth on the hospital bed trolley disappeared, lying on the bed was a corpse, clearly the chosen one of Sakura country. Rather than saying chosen one, better to say a patched together corpse, the head and neck simply sewn, white thick thread could still be seen. Strangely, this corpse was biting something in its mouth, fresh blood flowed out from the corner of the mouth. Audience in Dragon Country live broadcast room truly let out a breath of relief. Lucky brother Feng did not pay attention to those two nurses, those two clearly were not human. I just saw, inside the white eyes, some worms were wriggling. Upstairs if you cannot talk then don't, I am eating steamed shrimp with egg white. Audience from Kimchi Country, are you kidding, your chosen one is so calm, are ghost talks yours? Don't speak nonsense, if you want to apply heritage you take it, we don't want this unlucky thing. In Kimchi Country live broadcast room, at this time all audience held their breath. At this time Kimchi chosen one Li Pumin, desperately pressing the elevator close door button, his mouth cursing non-stop. AXEBA. Really? This broken elevator why cannot close door? Quick close door. Just as the elevator door was about to close, a hand held the crack between the elevator doors, the elevator door slowly opened. Still those two nurses, unhappily said. Do you know how long it takes to wait for one elevator? Already told you to wait a bit, did you not hear? Li Pumin saw the two nurses were both female, shorter than him by one head, immediately became angry. I say, what do you mean by this? Could it be I take elevator still must wait for you? Who do you think you are? I hurry to go up is not okay? Li Pumin could not help scolding, cursed 3 times before realizing this is Ghost Talk World K Hospital, the nurses in front of him did not wear work cards. Li Pumin no longer spoke, stared at the floor number display. When the number reached 5, Li Pumin felt his neck extremely cold, could not help lowering his head. Duh! The elevator's 7th floor button was pressed. Li Pumin saw a set of rules appear on the floor in front of him. Congratulations! You have discovered the elevator usage rules of K Hospital. 1. Patients in the elevator can speak loudly, this is their right, no one can take it away. 2. The elevator only contains patients, there will be no other people. If you see others, please ignore them. 3. There is no 7th floor in K Hospital, and the elevator cannot reach the 7th floor. If you see the 7th floor button lit, please press another floor button in advance. The elevator floor buttons only have one destination, and later pressed floor buttons will overwrite the previous ones. 5. It is always safe inside the elevator. Li Pumin saw the fourth rule, his face turned pale, he raised his head and quickly pressed the button for the 6th floor. But the elevator had already passed the 6th floor and couldn't stop at it. Who are you trying to scare? It's safe in the elevator, as long as I stay inside, nothing will happen. Li Pumin laughed loudly. Ding's 7th floor has arrived. A creepy voice sounded. The elevator suddenly vanished, and Li Pumin appeared at the entrance of the 7th floor. The live broadcast in the Kimchi country immediately went black. Kimchi country viewers, crap. If you take the ghost stories seriously, will you die? Ha ha ha. It's likely that the one who discovered the elevator rules will die. It's just a matter of letting him die more clearly. Look at how mean the upstairs are. Li Pumin is right, the elevator is safe, the key is that the elevator is gone. 2333. Dragon Country viewers, in order to let the Kimchi Country viewers understand, even specially translated into Kimchi language, Kimchi Country viewers were furious, wanting to punch through the internet. Kimchi Country chosen one dies. K Hospital Ghost Story arrives in Kimchi Country, 1% of the population immediately enters K Hospital Ghost Story, minimum 5 million people. 5 million lucky Kimchi Country citizens are now enjoying the wonderful K Hospital Ghost Story. In Dragon Country's live broadcast room, Feng had already arrived at the elevator entrance on the 6th floor of K Hospital. The dining hall is about 20 to 30 meters from the elevator entrance. On the way, he passed by the storage room for meat, and the cooked food room where meals are prepared. Fully cooked food is sent to the dining hall, where it is stir-fried and refined for doctors, nurses, and hospitalized patients to eat. Feng passed by the storage room for meat, and the door to the storage room was open. A strong smell of blood came out, like freshly slaughtered pig meat that hadn't been bled yet. Feng felt curious in his mind and wanted to go into the storage room to take a look. Bright red blood was flowing out of the storage room, and some mysterious force attracted Feng. Feng shook his head and dismissed this curiosity, constantly reminding himself. I came to the 6th floor to solve the problem of food and clothing, not to do anything else. Other things, the less I touch, the fewer mistakes I make, the higher my chances of success. Feng muttered to himself, the curiosity still remained in his heart, but his body was under his control, heading toward the dining hall. The dining hall of K Hospital is not exactly high-end, but at least it is clean and tidy, with not even a single fly to be seen. The ceiling has central air conditioning, without any dust or spider webs, and the tables are spotless. The floor tiles are cleaned so well that there isn't a trace of dust, and you can clearly see the bottom of the tables through the floor tiles. The dining hall is divided into 3 windows. At window 1, there are 12 doctors standing in line, waiting for the ant inside the window to stir-fry and refine the cooked food. From a distance, there are trays of roast meat and meat hot pots. The doctors are standing in line looking at their phones, with no sign of urging. Next door is window 2, and the line is full of nurses. Both windows have a red bell beside them. Compared to window 1, the food at window 2 is noticeably simpler, usually stir-fried celery with meat slices, cured meat stir-fried with Dutch beans, a mix of meat and vegetables. The ant inside the window is cooking fiercely on high heat. The nurses are standing in line, chatting and laughing. Today there are a lot more patients, we'll be busy for a while. It's fine to be busy, the key is that the food in the dining hall must be tasty, or we won't have the strength to work. It's a physical job. Just now, in order to save a critically ill patient, I used up a lot of strength, but unfortunately, I still failed. No wonder, your hands are covered in blood. Do your best, K Hospital will not treat us unfairly. Window 3 is noticeably quieter, with no one there, it should be the window for patients. Feng walked past 5 long benches and arrived at window 3, only to find there was no one in the window. Chapter 7, The Red Bell or the Light Yellow Bell. Please. Feng immediately shut his mouth. This is the K Hospital in the world of strange tales, who knows if there will be additional rules in the cafeteria. Looking around window 3, the food corresponding to window 3 is extremely scarce. There is only a simple table, with 2 blue plastic barrels on it. One barrel is filled with packaged bread, enough to store for 10 days or even 8 days. The other barrel contains a half barrel of fresh bread, which might go bad if eaten the next day. Under the table, there are bottles of drinking water, 500 milliliters, 1 liter, 2 liters, and 5 liters. Feng lowered his head, and a set of rules appeared above the window. Congratulations, you have discovered the cafeteria rules of K Hospital. 1. Window 1 and window 2 are only for hospital staff, please purchase food at window 3. 2. You can choose to dine in or take the food back to your room. 3. Please do not shout loudly in the cafeteria, as it will disturb the doctors or nurses who are eating. If there is no staff at window 3, please press the red bell, and the staff will appear. Next to the rules, there is a red bell and a light yellow bell, while the other 2 windows only have a red bell. Yi Feng furrowed his brow and thought deeply. The rules are not necessarily all true. The fourth rule immediately seemed suspicious. Why can't you press the light yellow bell, and why must you press the red bell? Moreover, Windows 1 and 2 only have red bells, no light yellow bell. Could it be possible that the red bell is for K hospital staff, and the light yellow bell is for patients? Thump, thump, thump. Yi Feng's heart raced fast. If he pressed the wrong bell, it might be the end. If the reasoning is correct, patients should press the light yellow bell. He could only try it. 5 days without food is fine, but never without water. Only the water at the cafeteria window 3 can be drunk. Ding, ding. Yi Feng pressed the light yellow bell twice. The doctors and nurses were chatting, seemingly not hearing the bell. Finally, a patient is coming to eat. The cafeteria ant appeared in front of Yi Feng, smiling and asking. Young patient, here are the prices for food and bread. K Hospital has regulations that patients can only eat these foods. Yi Feng glanced at the prices. The ordinary caterpillar bread is only 2.5 yuan, the more expensive square bread costs 6 yuan, both are packaged bread that can be stored for 5 to 6 days. The cheapest fresh bread is the pineapple bun for 1.5 yuan, and the most expensive is the beef hamburger for 14 yuan. 500 milliliters of water costs 2 yuan, 1 liter of water is 3 yuan, and 5 liters of water costs 6 yuan. Yi Feng quickly calculated the suitable food in his mind. After a while, 3 nurses lined up behind Yi Feng, chatting. We have to work the night shift these days. Let's buy some bread for a midnight snack. Yeah, quite a few patients came in these days. It's been busy. Stop talking. Later, I'll buy 10 or more breads and store them. The cafeteria ant saw there were more customers behind Yi Feng and asked. Young man, why don't you step aside and calculate first? Let the nurses behind you buy their bread first. Yi Feng shook his head and pointed to the caterpillar bread. I want 10 caterpillar breads, 5 square breads, 2 bottles of 500 milliliter water, 3 bottles of 5 liter water, 2 sausage buns, and 1 meat floss pizza. That'll be 100 yuan. Yi Feng quickly calculated in his head, the sausage buns are 2.5 yuan each, the meat floss pizza is 6 yuan, and the total is exactly 100 yuan. Yi Feng took out 100 yuan from the pocket of his chest and placed it on window 3. The cafeteria ant took the 100 yuan and gave a thumbs up, praising him. Young man, your calculation ability is great. Exactly 100 yuan. Then, the cafeteria ant took out the bread and water Yi Feng had ordered from the barrels. The cafeteria ant saw that Yi Feng was alone and kindly gave him a few big plastic bags. Young man, I've packed the bread in one bag and the water in another, don't worry, the cafeteria bags are very strong, they won't break. Auntie, let me give you a few more clean bags. Yi Feng took the 2 big bags of food and water in advance and smiled at the cafeteria ant. Thank you. Yi Feng turned around to leave. At this moment, one of the nurses behind him, Zhang Lihua, who was still wearing her ID badge, smiled at Yi Feng. The patient in room 404, are you here to buy food? Would you like to sit with us and eat? Yi Feng shook his head, rejecting Nurse Zhang's kindness. I'm here to buy food, but I have other things to do, so I'll go back to the ward and eat. Zhang Lihua kept smiling, not upset by Yi Feng's refusal, and continued. All right then, I won't disturb you. The other 2 nurses became curious and asked Zhang Lihua. This handsome patient, are you in charge of him? Zhang Lihua nodded, yes, he's the patient in room 404. His condition is not severe, he should be able to leave the hospital soon. Besides him, there's also a blonde boy, he's also not very sick, the other patients are beyond help. You're lucky, at least you get to take care of a handsome guy. Unlike us, we take care of middle-aged men, none of them are young. Oh, so now we're choosing patients to take care of, huh? Tisk, I'm just joking, don't scratch my itchy spot, Lihua. Yi Feng, holding the food, walked past a doctor who was eating. The doctor was chewing on a long leg of meat, like a pig's leg. But normal pig legs aren't a meter long. The aroma wafted, it was like the world's most delicious food, if you didn't eat it, you'd regret it. Yi Feng stopped, telling himself that he absolutely could not touch what the doctor was eating. But the impulse was controlling his body, he wanted to reach out and grab a piece of meat to taste. The doctor who was chewing stopped, looked up at Yi Feng, and asked. Want to try some? Your condition is not severe, eating a few bites of roast meat should be fine. And these are freshly slaughtered pork, the flavor is really strong. Yi Feng was about to reply, but then he noticed that the doctor wasn't wearing an ID badge. An impulse surged to answer the doctor. Yi Feng blinked and turned his gaze away from the doctor, walking toward the elevator. The door of the security passage next to the elevator was still locked, and the elevator just happened to start from the 4th floor, going up. Yi Feng pressed the button, and the elevator slowly opened. A blonde boy walked out of the elevator, muttering OMG, OMG, OMG. As he passed by Yi Feng. Inside the elevator stood two nurses, with a hospital bed still covered in a white cloth, the body hidden underneath. The two nurses smiled at the blonde boy's back as the elevator door slowly closed. 3 seconds later, the elevator door slowly opened again, and the nurses and the hospital bed were gone. Feng walked in and pressed the 4th floor button, the elevator door slowly closing. As the elevator door closed, the lights in the cafeteria flickered, accompanied by noisy sounds. 6th floor, arrived. The elevator emitted a cold sound, and Feng quickly left. Chapter 8, No Hope, sent to the 7th floor. Finally back to the ward. Feng locked the door to room 404, placed the food on the ground, and lay down on the couch, breathing heavily. It had only taken less than 10 minutes to go to the cafeteria to buy food and water, but to Feng, it felt as if he had spent an entire day. The viewers of Dragon Country's live broadcast were really sweating for Feng. Just now, if Feng had taken one wrong step, he might not have ended up in room 404. Wiping sweat for Feng. Brother Feng is invincible. Kimchi viewers, not fair. Why can the chosen one from Dragon Country get food so easily? Sakura viewers, Kimchi, you're wrong. When it comes to unfairness, your Kimchi country is number 1, you're just a step away from applying for heritage. Kimchi viewers, what are you saying? Dragon Country viewers quietly watched Feng's next actions. Drink some water first. Feng twisted open the bottle cap and gulped down half of the 500 milliliters water. I bought 3 5-liter bottles of water, that's 15 liters in total, enough for 5 days of drinking, with some left over. I bought 2 extra 500 milliliters bottles of water, one to drink and the other to avoid contaminating the 5-liter bottles. The other one is for convenience, trying not to go to the bathroom if possible. Feng was a little hungry, so he casually grabbed 2 sausage buns and began eating them quickly, almost choking and continuously patting his chest. After finishing the 2 sausage buns, his hunger disappeared. He randomly took a horror novel from the bedside table and opened the first page. The Forbidden Child. I've never heard of this book, but I'll use this one to pass the time. Feng had to spend 5 days in the hospital room. He could leave K Hospital at 7:30 or 8 a.m. on the 5th day. Spending time in the hospital room wasn't a big deal, reading horror novels was the best way to kill time. Chapter 1, Knocking on the Door Every Night, Asking for Food. Feng was drawn into the story of the novel. Viewers in the Dragon Kingdom livestream. Brother Feng is really bold, in a world of creepy tales, and still has the mind to read a horror novel. The difficulty of K Hospital is like a piece of cake for Brother Feng. Brother Feng, can you spread the novel out so we can see the interesting parts inside? So boring, can something happen? I hope something happens upstairs. +1. Everyone, Brother Feng is fine for now, the chosen one from the fallen nation is still in the cafeteria, eating beef meatballs. Damn. Is it that lavish? I'm going to take a look. I'll go take a look too. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream quickly dropped by a third, all heading to the Fallen Nation livestream to watch. The chosen one from the Fallen Nation, Campbell Mac, approached window number 3 and saw the rules beneath the window. To call the cafeteria staff, you need to press the red bell, should be no mistake. Mac followed the rules and pressed the red bell. Viewers from the Fallen Nation immediately started swearing. Fallen Nation viewer, oh my god. What is he doing? Didn't he see that windows 1 and 2 have red bells? He should press the light yellow bell. Fallen Nation viewer, oh shit. We're done for. Fallen Nation viewer, quick, press the yellow bell. Suddenly, the cafeteria lady appeared at window number 3, wearing an apron stained with blood, smiling at Mac. Here are 2 menus, please have a look and choose what food you'd like for lunch today. Mac glanced at the bread menu, not very interested. Bread is too plain, it's dry and hard to eat that much bread. Do you sell water here? The cafeteria lady shook her head and shrugged, saying, I'm in the cafeteria, not a convenience store, we don't sell water. Mac thought for a moment, realizing that eating dry bread wasn't a good solution, and looked at the other menu. Steak 38 yuan per serving. Beef meatball hot soup 35 yuan per serving, 12 beef meatballs with rice or tomato pasta. Roast pig leg 88 yuan per piece. Mac, while looking at the menu, said, the cafeteria at K Hospital is really luxurious, but the prices are a bit high. I'll have a beef meatball hot soup, with pasta. There's meat and soup, solving both my hunger and thirst. Just as Mac was feeling pleased with himself, the viewers from the Fallen Nation started cursing. Fallen Nation viewer, crazy. Crazy. Our chosen one is finished. Fallen Nation viewer, our hint cards haven't been used yet, hurry and let the higher-ups use them. Make that idiot Mac buy bread. Fallen Nation viewer, the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one only has bread on the menu, and can buy water to drink. Mac must have fallen into their trap. The higher-ups from the Fallen Nation responded, we used the hint when taking the medicine, now we can only pray that Mac survives this creepy tale. Mac took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to the cafeteria lady. The cafeteria lady returned 65 yuan in change and left through the back door. From time to time, there was the sound of meat being chopped. Soon after, the cafeteria lady returned to window number 3 and brought up a beef meatball hot soup. This is freshly made beef meatball hot soup, with tomato pasta. Eat it while it's hot. Mike held the food, selecting a place without doctors and nurses, and sat down. The steaming hot beef meatballs and soup became the most exquisite food in Mike's eyes. Mike took a sip of the hot soup and sighed. I didn't expect that after entering the ghost story world, I could still enjoy such delicious hot soup. I'm full of confidence about clearing K Hospital. Mike ate the meat and the tomato pasta heartily, the negative emotions from earlier vanished into thin air. Slurp. As he ate, Mike praised loudly. What delicious food! So tasty! His loud voice attracted the doctors and nurses wearing badges, all looking towards Mike. Mike took another bite of the meatball, exclaiming, This is so delicious! I want to bring the recipe to the country of no fall and open a shop to share this food with my people. They will surely fall in love with this taste. Ha ha ha! Even doctors and nurses without badges turned to look. A doctor wearing a badge shook his head. This patient is beyond saving, send him to the 7th floor. A surgical knife gently grazed Mike's neck, and Mike's head slowly rested on the table as blood flowed into the beef meatball soup. The color of the soup did not change. 2 nurses pushed in a stretcher and lifted Mike onto it. The screen of the No Fall live stream immediately went black. Chosen one of the No Fall Nation dies. K Hospital Ghost Story descends upon the No Fall Nation. 1% of the population immediately enters K Hospital Ghost Story, minimum number 5 million. Foolish people, the horror world is about to descend. The people of the No Fall Nation prayed earnestly, hoping that the K Hospital Ghost Story would not descend upon them. The audience from Dragon Nation, out for a stroll, returned to their own live stream. Feng is really amazing. The red bell is a problem, only the light yellow bell is safe to press. Now only 9 chosen ones from different countries are still alive. I don't know about the other chosen ones, but our Feng will definitely be fine. In room 404. Yifeng finished reading the first chapter of Forbidden Child and said with satisfaction, The first chapter of the novel is pretty good, I will keep reading. Unknowingly, Yifeng spent the afternoon reading horror novels. Until 6:30 in the evening. Yifeng ate a piece of meat floss pizza, feeling it wasn't enough, and added a caterpillar bread. Knock knock knock. After a moment, a weak voice came from outside the door. Are you there? I am the chosen one from the Lighthouse Nation. Chapter 9, Requests from Other Chosen Ones. Yifeng glanced at the mechanical watch. The time showed 6:43, it wasn't yet 10 p.m., so there shouldn't be any accidents. Yifeng remained quiet, placing the horror novel Forbidden Child back on the bedside table. The chosen one outside heard no response and continued. I'm the chosen one from the Lighthouse Nation, called Jesse. Which country's chosen one are you? I need your help, please open the door. Yifeng wasn't sure if the person outside was truly a chosen one, even if they were, he didn't want to deal with someone from the Lighthouse Nation. From Jesse's tone, it was clear he was rude. Knock knock knock. Open the door quickly, I know you are inside. If you don't help me, the Lighthouse Nation will definitely not spare your country. Jesse almost yelled. Jesse hadn't eaten anything all afternoon, and based on the hints from the higher-ups of the Lighthouse Nation, he hadn't drunk any water from the bathroom. Now, feeling both thirsty and hungry, he was shouting with all his strength. On the 4th floor, there were only 4 rooms with locked doors, the other 2 chosen ones were like him, having missed lunch at the cafeteria. When he went to the cafeteria at 6 in the afternoon. The cafeteria lady informed the patients that all the food was gone, and due to supplier issues, there would be no food for patients for half a month, they could only choose food from windows 1 and 2. Jesse followed the cafeteria rules and had no choice but to return to his room. Jesse now held on to the last straw of hope, which was the chosen one in room 404. As long as he had food. Survival is not a problem. Knock, knock, knock. Come out quickly. Jesse Barb shouted loudly. Yifeng's face darkened, the chosen one outside clearly wanted to set him up. The food purchased for $100 is only enough for one person, splitting it into 2 is absolutely not enough, and even if it were, he wouldn't share. Yifeng felt very displeased with the actions of the chosen one outside. If you ask for help, you should have the right attitude to ask for help. This doesn't look like asking for help? Yifeng muttered quietly, completely ignoring the lighthouse chosen one outside. Aren't you afraid my country will target your family? Jesse Barb didn't believe there was any place daring enough to disrespect them, the lighthouse. Knock, knock, knock. In the Dragon Kingdom's livestream room, the audience began cursing Jesse Barb. What's this dog barking about? Helping you is our responsibility, not helping is expected. Who do you think you are? Brother Feng, please don't open the door. Don't give him food, that stuff looks disgusting. Brother Feng, if you open the door, I might turn to a hater. The Lighthouse audience specially came to the Dragon Kingdom livestream to curse with the Dragon Kingdom audience. Lighthouse audience, we should work together to get past the K Hospital ghost story. Lighthouse audience, we mustn't be so selfish, we should learn to share. Should we share your whole family? Easy for you to say, you want to starve our brother Feng? Sorry. Our brother Feng is invincible, no need to cooperate. Kimchi audience, exactly, let's help the Lighthouse Chosen One, what's wrong with that? We need to cooperate well. The Lighthouse higher-ups even contacted the Dragon Kingdom higher-ups, hoping they would give the Chosen One a hint to split the food with Jessie Barb. As long as this request was agreed upon, it would bring many benefits to the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom higher-ups ignored the Lighthouse higher-ups' request, believing it related to the fate of the nation and could not afford any negligence. The Lighthouse higher-ups were enraged and began to take a series of sanctions. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream room, Yi Feng leaned on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. No matter if the rules mentioned it, turning on the light at this time was very unwise, he could only rely on willpower to endure through the night. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside continued incessantly. Yi Feng's previously calm heart grew restless as he expressed his discontent. I have no food here, you should leave. Hearing the voice from room 404, Jessie Barb was delighted. Let me enter the ward to confirm. Once I confirm there's none, I will immediately leave and guarantee I won't disturb you. Jessie Barb didn't believe the Chosen One in room 404, as long as there was someone inside, there was hope. Yi Feng directly rejected Jessie Barb's request. You have already disturbed me. The rules clearly state there is only one patient in the ward. If you come in, that makes two, violating the rules, neither of us will survive. Get lost. Yi Feng had seen the outcomes of those with a savior mentality in horror novels. There wasn't a good outcome for any of them. If there were, this horror novel would be anything but scary. Jessie Barb continued knocking, threatening. I know you have food, open the door quickly, or I'll knock all night, we'll perish together. If I can't live, you can't expect to live either. Jessie Barb's face was fierce. He didn't want to die and needed food and water, now was his only chance. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed behind Jessie Barb. Who was making such a noise in the hallway? Disturbing the rest of the other patients. Zhang Lihua walked towards Jessie Barb, scolding him. Seeing it was a nurse wearing a work badge, Jessie Barb hurriedly explained. I'm Jessie Barb, a friend of the patient in room 404, I need to see him about something. In Zhang Lihua's chest pocket, a surgical knife was faintly visible, glinting red in the moonlight. Do you know the name of the patient in room 404? Jessie Barb shook his head and replied, I don't know. Zhang Lihua's expression turned cold. Since you are one of the patients I care for, I won't tell the doctor about your actions, hurry back to your own room. If this continues, I will inform the doctor and have him reassess your condition. If your condition worsens, the only option will be euthanasia. Jessie Barb understood Zhang Lihua's words. He glared fiercely at room 404, unwillingly returning to his own ward. The audience in Long Nation's live stream room immediately flooded the screen with comments. 6,666. Dominant. Do the Chosen Ones from the Lighthouse still dare to bother Brother Feng? 23,333. Come on. Some fears are terrifying, but some people are really not human at all. The high-ranking officials of Long Nation saw this scene and completely relaxed, putting down the hint card in their hands. On the contrary, the audience in the Lighthouse livestream room looked ashen. It's one thing to lose the source of food, but it's hard to survive 3 days without drinking water. Lighthouse audience, the Long Nation people are so selfish. Lighthouse audience, in the future, I absolutely won't do business with Long Nation people. Without the disturbance from the Chosen Ones of the Lighthouse, room 404 returned to its previous tranquility. Both windows were closed, and the entire room was pitch black. Without light, the time on the mechanical watch was invisible. The rules say that if the curtains are opened after midnight, there won't be any mistake. Yi Feng opened the curtains on his bed, and with the faint moonlight, he could see the mechanical watch showing 7:28. A few drops of black liquid appeared on the blanket of the bed, looking like a character from a certain angle. Yi Feng didn't care about this, locking the door to the ward and the bathroom, then continued to lie on the sofa. Gradually, the fatigue of the day crept in, and his eyelids became heavier, slipping into a dream. Thump, thump, thump. Chapter 10, Intermittent Knocking. Thump, thump, thump. As the knocking sound came in bursts, Yi Feng groggily woke up from his sleep. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes, it was still night. Could it be that the Chosen Ones from the Lighthouse were still unwilling to give up, wanting to perish together? Yi Feng wanted to curse, but he held back his inner impulse and checked the time on the mechanical watch through the faint moonlight. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The mechanical watch eternally turned the time, with the hour hand on 12 and the minute hand on 23, showing 12:23. Now it was already past the free movement time, and the chosen ones from the lighthouse had no right to disturb him. Which means, was the one knocking a chosen one? Feng kept quiet, even stifling his breathing, afraid of being heard from outside. Thump, thump, thump. Hello, I am your exclusive nurse. I just received the doctor's orders to conduct a physical examination on you again. Please open the door. The voice was very cold, like a 1,000-year-old ice block in a cellar. It was the non-free time, not opening the door was absolutely not a mistake. As for causing a loud disturbance, Feng chose to stay silent. As long as the nurse outside didn't know there was a patient inside, they should stop knocking. Just like when Feng had just arrived at K Hospital. Feng remained silent, the nurse outside had no way to deal with him, so she had to unlock the door with a key herself. The nurse outside continued to knock, her tone becoming gentler. I am your exclusive nurse. Please open the door. Feng lay on the sofa, trying to lean further into it, not letting the moonlight shine on him. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking lasted about 5 minutes before finally stopping. Just when Feng thought the nurse outside had left, a pair of white eyes peeked in from the crack at the bottom of the door. Feng vaguely saw a pair of white eyes scanning the entire ward. The nurse outside began to question. The curtains in room 404 are not closed. K Hospital rules state that empty beds must have their curtains opened at night to let the moonlight in. Click, click, click. The sound of high heels echoed, gradually fading away. The nurse outside finally left, and Feng breathed a sigh of relief, just about to drink some water to rehydrate. A pair of black eyes appeared in the crack of the door, peering at every move in the ward. This lasted nearly 10 minutes. Feng's heart thumped vigorously as he caught sight of those black eyes. Staying quiet, he stared at those black eyes from the corner. Then, a cold voice rang out. Looks like there are no seriously ill patients in room 404. The sound of flat shoes echoed, gradually fading away. Feng couldn't help but wonder, were there 2 nurses outside the ward just now? Did one of the white-eyed nurses leave to reduce the chosen one's guard in the ward? But you couldn't see anything in the ward through the gap in the door, you could only see the floor. As long as there were no shoes on the floor, it was confirmed that there were no patients inside? However, the nurse outside just said that if the bed was empty, the curtain should be opened, yet the curtains opposite the bed had always been closed. Feng immediately sensed something was wrong and continued to lean on the sofa. Hoo. The ward clearly had the windows closed, yet the curtains still began to blow. A woman in a pink nurse uniform appeared outside the window, her white eyes fixed on the bed. The nurse held a white wrench, continuously tapping on the window, attempting to find the patient inside from the outside. Feng looked at the nurse's appearance and his face froze in shock. The nurse outside was Feng's exclusive nurse, Zhang Lihua. The difference was that Zhang Lihua's eyes were now white, her eyeballs unnoticeable, and she wasn't wearing a name tag on her chest. Was this what was meant by interesting things in the rules? Feng watched Zhang Lihua's every move. Zhang Lihua continued tapping outside for half an hour, and after confirming that there were no patients in the ward, she left from the right side. Who did she finally leave? Feng sighed in relief, knowing that if Zhang Lihua came in now, there would be no chance of survival. Feng touched the scalpel in his pocket and shook his head. In the strange talk world, fighting with them? It's better to pick a grave location first. As soon as he finished speaking, a pair of pale eyes appeared at the window's edge. Feng couldn't help but want to scream, but he quickly covered his mouth, forcing himself to stay silent. Wow. Zhang Lihua outside shook her head and left Feng's line of sight. Had she really left this time? Half an hour later, there was no knocking, and the white eyes outside had disappeared. Feng finally felt completely at ease, and gradually, his eyelids began to grow heavy, unable to resist sleep any longer. The audience in the Long Country livestream finally relaxed their tense hearts. Is that nurse Zhang Lihua outside? It looks a bit like her, but she isn't wearing a name tag, hard to say. It was a close call, and it's already 1 a.m., looks like there won't be any accidents tonight. Lighthouse audience, selfish and greedy Long Country people. Our brother Feng is fine, but seems like the chosen one from Romantic Country is in trouble, he's hiding in bed. Let's go. Let's take a look. Energized Long Country people, even at 1 a.m., had 400 million viewers online, now dividing 100 million viewers to the Romantic Country livestream. The chosen one from Romantic Country is named Martingale, an ordinary worker, currently hiding under the covers, shivering. Knock knock knock. I am your exclusive nurse, please open the door, the doctor has new pills for you to take. Martingale covered his head with the blanket, constantly reassuring himself. As long as I can't see them, they can't see me either. Stay quiet, stay quiet. Jer received a warning from the higher-ups during the day that he must not make any noise at night, especially when hearing knocking, absolutely no speaking. Now, starving and tired, as soon as he fell asleep, he heard the knocking, so he could only cover himself with the blanket, pretending he hadn't heard anything. Knock, knock, knock. Dear Jer, I know you are inside, let me in. Black eyes peek through the gap at the bottom of the door, emitting strange laughter. There are shoes on the floor, dear Jer is being naughty, playing hide and seek with the nurse sister. But it's okay, as your exclusive nurse, I have ways to get you to take the medicine the doctor instructed. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of high-heeled shoes gradually faded away, until it disappeared. Jer let out a sigh of relief, but his muscles were still trembling involuntarily. That was close, thankfully, he didn't speak. The audience in the Romantic Country livestream went wild. Romantic audience, look behind. 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 Romantic audience, we're doomed. Our Romantic Country is about to be finished. Bullet screen protects the eyes. Bullet screen protects the eyes. Bullet screen protects the eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Jell heard a strange sound behind him. Was it a crow pecking at the window? It should be, otherwise, at this late hour, all the other birds are asleep. Jell kept comforting himself that there was definitely nothing strange behind him. Bang! Jell was startled, rolling and crawling to look behind, and instantly screamed. Ah! Chapter 11. No patients have ever recovered. Ah! Who are you? Jell raised his hands, timidly asking. The window opened automatically, and a nurse jumped to the ground, smiling as she said. I am your dedicated nurse, the doctor instructed me to give you new pills to swallow. The nurse took out a deep red pill from her chest pocket, placed it on the counter, and smiled at Jell. Jell saw the pill and breathed a sigh of relief. At least it wouldn't kill him immediately, there was still room for a comeback. I'll swallow the pill right now. Jell picked up the deep red pill and swallowed it whole. After seeing Jell take the deep red pill, the nurse smiled and left the ward, saying, You took it, I wish your illness improves. Jell saw the nurse leave the ward and rushed to the bathroom. The light yellow pill will only take effect in 5 minutes, it's still time to choke. Wait. Jell remembered that the pill he just swallowed was deep red, not light yellow, the colors are different. Put. Jell spat out a mouthful of blood, and drops of faint blood began to ooze from his skin. What's happening to me? My skin feels so hot. Please save me. Save me. Jell fell to the ground, looking at the ward door. The ward door opened, and the nurse slowly walked in, covered in blood, as if she had just saved a patient who had bled. Help me. Please save me. Jell grabbed the nurse's foot, pleading. The nurse shook her head, coldly saying, What a pity, after the doctor's medication treatment, you still cannot avoid the result of being untreatable, you can only be euthanized. At some point, a huge pair of pliers appeared in the nurse's hand, smashing towards Jell's face. Thump! Blood splattered, and at this moment, the Romantic Country's livestream went black. Romantic audience, OMG. This is bad. We are also going to experience the K Hospital ghost tale. The chosen one of Romantic Country dies. The K Hospital ghost tale descends upon the Romantic Country, and 1% of the people immediately enter the K Hospital ghost tale, minimum of 5 million people. Slept until the bright morning. Clap, clap, clap. Yifeng, wake up, I am your dedicated nurse Zhang Lihua. Yifeng, wake up. Zhang Lihua kept patting Yifeng's face, reminding him it was now morning. It is already 8 in the morning, wake up. Yifeng felt the warm and soft hand patting his face. Possibly due to his restless night, he struggled to open his eyes. Nurse Shang, what are you doing? It's still early? Yifeng realized that he was in the ghost tale world of K Hospital, not the normal world, and immediately sat up to ask. Is there something wrong? Zhang Lihua smiled and said. The doctor will come for rounds at 9 o'clock, if you feel uncomfortable, you can tell the doctor then. Please stay in the ward from 9 to 10 and do not leave, understood? Yifeng nodded and replied. I understand. Zhang Lihua looked around warily but kept smiling. I wish you a speedy recovery and hope you are the first patient to leave K Hospital cured. Before Yifeng could analyze what her words meant, Zhang Lihua turned and left ward 404. The first patient to leave cured? No patient has ever left here alive before? Yifeng remembered the letter in his wallet. He opened the wallet only to find that the letter was long gone. The doctor of the wallet's owner also said similar things. No patient hospitalized in K Hospital has ever left alive. But why did this Zhang Lihua say that last sentence to Yifeng? It was clearly unrelated to the doctor's rounds. Is she hinting at something to me? But she is a part of the world of horror stories, how could she possibly give me this hint? Yifeng listened, confused and unclear about Zhang Lihua's words. Is it only 7:59? Yifeng casually glanced at his watch, it wasn't yet 8, still considered non-free time. Yifeng felt puzzled, but he chose to wait for Zhang Lihua to continue speaking strangely before asking further. Yi Feng vaguely sensed the key point but felt it was very elusive. In Ward 410, a few rooms away. The chosen one from the lighthouse country, Jessie, curled up in bed, trembling slightly. Last night Jessie closed the curtains, blocking the moonlight from shining on the bed. The nurses outside saw that there was no moonlight in the room through the door's bottom gap, knowing that there was a patient inside, and they knocked from midnight until 7. Jessie endured the sound of knocking for 7 hours, feeling both tired and hungry, nearing the breaking point. Jessie patient, I am your dedicated nurse Zhang Lihua, please uncover the blanket. Your doctor will arrive here for rounds in 3 minutes. If there's anything else to communicate with the doctor, make sure to clarify, understood? Zhang Lihua asked. Jessie pulled back the blanket and saw that Zhang Lihua had a name badge, nodding vigorously. I understand. Soon, a doctor walked in, wearing a name badge with the information, Zhang Liren, male, 30 years old, K hospital doctor. Seeing the doctor with a badge added to Jessie's nervousness from the night, and he instantly felt a wave of relief. Do you have any uncomfortable places? Dr. Zhang pat Jessie's arm, causing him to suddenly feel immense pain in the neighboring area, like fire burning his skin. Jessie couldn't help but exclaim. It hurts. My arm hurts. Dr. Zhang then patted Jessie's knee joint and inquired. Does it hurt here too? Jessie continued to nod vigorously, responding, It hurts. Dr. Zhang pinched his chin, frowning in thought. Almost all over your body hurts, your condition has worsened, you need to take a pill. Jessie looked at the light red pill on the bedside table and without a second thought swallowed it in front of Zhang Lihua. I have taken the medicine. Zhang Lihua confirmed Jessie swallowed the pill and spoke to Dr. Zhang. Currently, only the patient in room 404 on the 4th floor needs to be checked, Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang put away his notebook, left room 410, and Zhang Lihua followed him out. After seeing the doctor and nurse leave, Jessie rushed to the bathroom. Suddenly, a burning sensation arose from his stomach, and blood oozed from his mouth, nose, ears, and eyes. The live stream from the Lighthouse Country instantly went black. Lighthouse Country chosen one dies. K Hospital's horror story descends upon Lighthouse Country, 1% of the population immediately enters K Hospital horror, minimum number of 5 million. The high-ups of the Dragon Country, upon discovering this event, immediately sent Yi Feng a hint card. Do not answer the doctor's questions, light red pills manifest in 30 seconds, dark red in 5 seconds, you're the last chosen one. This sentence suddenly appeared in Yi Feng's mind, and his expression darkened. The doctor will come for round soon, and the high-ups of Dragon Country sent this hint, which must mean they saw the situation in other livestreams before sending it. Yi Feng deduced several effective clues from the hint. No matter what the doctor asks, don't answer, this has been mentioned in the rules. The pills have different colors, besides the light yellow pill, Yi Feng had also seen the light red pill before. The manifestation likely refers to the time limit for choking, the darker the color, the shorter the onset time. If I'm the only chosen one left, it means that anyone I encounter next won't be a chosen one. After deciphering the hint, a knock at the door sounded. Is Yi Feng patient here? I'm your attending physician Zhang Liren, I came to check on your condition. Chapter 12, If it hurts, please speak up. Yi Feng remained quiet, staring intently at the door of the ward. Knock knock. Yi Feng patient, I am about to open the door. The doctor opened the door and walked over with a smile to Yi Feng's bed. Yi Feng lay in the bed. Ignoring the doctor who came in, Yu Guangzhong observed the doctor who entered. 1.70 m tall and thin, wearing large frame glasses, delicate features, dressed in all white, with a work badge on his chest. The badge read, Zhang Liren, male, 30 years old, doctor at K Hospital. However, Yi Feng suddenly saw that the badge hid another name, and faintly saw a character for Yi. Dr. Zhang Liren picked up a writing board, making movements to write, and asked. How have you been feeling during these days in the hospital? Do you feel any discomfort in your body? Dr. Zhang Liren smiled and inquired of Yi Feng. Yi Feng lowered his head, pretending not to hear the doctor's words, the blanket draped over his legs occasionally giving off a faint smell of blood, as if it had previously wrapped around blood. Nurse Zhang Lihua walked over to Dr. Zhang and smiled, addressing the doctor. Dr. Zhang, Yi Feng's condition is currently the best in K Hospital, and he is expected to be discharged soon. Dr. Zhang was surprised and exclaimed, patting Yi Feng on the head, a sharp pain pierced into his mind. Yi Feng couldn't help but raise his head, frowning at Dr. Zhang, thinking, Dr. Zhang must be doing this on purpose. Dr. Zhang explained with a smile. I am checking your condition. If you feel pain, speak up, if not, then stay quiet. Yi Feng continued to lower his head, no longer looking at Dr. Zhang. Dr. Zhang patted Yi Feng's arm. In an instant, it felt like dozens of fire ants were crawling on his arm, unhesitatingly biting into the skin with a mix of pain and itch. Yi Feng tightened his mouth, his teeth clenched tightly, daring not to make any sound. Clap, clap, clap. Dr. Zhang continuously slapped Yi Feng's arm for a full 5 minutes. The arm felt as if it had been bitten by hundreds of fire ants. There was only pain, no other sensation. Dr. Zhang asked. Does your arm hurt? Yi Feng could hear the doctor's question but did not respond. Dr. Zhang nodded in satisfaction. It seems your condition is not as serious as I thought. Let me see your lower body. Dr. Zhang patted Yi Feng's calf. A burning sensation surged from his legs, as if they were placed in a furnace. Pain. Yi Feng bit down on his teeth, even as blood oozed out. He remained silent, absolutely not answering the doctor's questions. Dr. Zhang slapped Yi Feng in several places, noticing he did not cry out, and wrote on the board, pleased. Yi Feng, you are the fastest recovering patient I have ever seen. Your illness has been mostly resolved. I will come back the day after tomorrow to recheck and decide on your discharge. Dr. Zhang took a look at Yi Feng and left Ward 404. Huff. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Dr. Zhang had finally left the ward, and the pain throughout his body caused Yi Feng to lose consciousness for a moment. Until Yi Feng woke up, Zhang Lihua handed him a warm towel. You finally woke up. Do you feel any discomfort? Yi Feng shook his head with difficulty, answering Nurse Zhang's question. No, I was just too sleepy earlier and couldn't help but doze off. As soon as he said this, Yi Feng immediately noticed the contradiction. No one suddenly falls asleep from just being sleepy. Everyone could tell he was lying. Zhang Lihua nodded with a smile. Well, if you're sleepy, then sleep a bit more. Dr. Zhang has instructed me to come back the day after tomorrow for a recheck, just to be safe, and we'll have you take medicine. Don't blame Dr. Zhang for neglecting you. A lot of patients have come to the hospital recently, all arranged on the 5th floor, and their conditions are quite serious. They cannot leave the ward. You wouldn't blame Dr. Zhang, would you? Yi Feng shook his head vigorously, wishing that Dr. Zhang would forever stay away from his ward. The pain from the slaps was vivid in his memory. If he came in again, Yi Feng might not be able to endure it. I wouldn't blame Dr. Zhang. With greater ability comes greater responsibility, plus my condition is much better, and the doctor should help those who are seriously ill. Zhang Lihua's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a satisfied smile. Thank you for your understanding. I still need to check on other patients in different rooms. If you have any problems, remember to press the red button on the bedside. By the way, it's best to sleep well at night. After leaving these words, Zhang Lihua left room 404. Yi Feng frowned again. Nurse Zhang Lihua said another strange thing. What does it mean that it's best to sleep well at night? Is she giving me a hint from the world of bizarre tales? Yi Feng's first instinct was that Zhang Lihua was hinting to him to sleep well at night. What does sleeping well mean? Yi Feng pondered as he searched for answers in the horror novels he had read. And what does it mean to be the first patient to leave K Hospital cured? It always gives off a thought-provoking feeling. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream scratched their heads, many noticing Zhang Lihua's last sentence. Is Zhang Lihua hinting at Brother Feng? It shouldn't be. Things from the world of bizarre tales can't give hints so easily. Could it be a trap? Lighthouse viewer, humph. Your nation's chosen one won't last until the 5th morning. A 3 viewer, that's not right. I hope the Dragon Country's chosen one can hold on a little longer and only fails at the very last moment, so the second world of bizarre tales can come a bit slower. The two above are getting more vicious. Don't compare with them. Think about what Zhang Lihua's words might mean. In room 404. Yi Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, and he suddenly understood the meaning of Zhang Lihua's words. The main thing about sleeping is to close your eyes, which means don't open your eyes at night. Understanding Zhang Lihua's hint, Yi Feng began to struggle again. Is this hint correct, or is it a trap? This is the world of bizarre tales. You can't fully trust the words of people inside. Perhaps her hint is a trap itself. Yi Feng thought for a while. He had read enough horror novels, and usually terrifying scenes did not faze him. Tonight, he would confirm whether Zhang Lihua's hint was true or a trap. Dragon Country viewers in the livestream, wow. Brother Feng found the hint so quickly. But would Zhang Lihua be so kind to help Brother Feng? Who knows? Could she be trying to trick Brother Feng? Scared.jpg. Who knows? It all depends on how Brother Feng chooses tonight, to sleep or to stay awake. At this moment, Yi Feng checked the mechanical watch in his pocket. The watch showed the time as 6:17 p.m., and he didn't expect to sleep so long until evening. Hunger gradually struck him. Yi Feng devoured 2 wormy buns, a bag of square bread, and drank a lot of water. Finally full. Let's see whether her hint is real or fake. Yi Feng lay on the sofa, waiting for the arrival of deep night. As soon as he closed his eyes, his body recalled the pain from earlier in the day. Coupled with the 8 hours of sleep he had during the day, Yi Feng simply couldn't fall asleep and stared blankly at the ceiling. He didn't know when. A weak female voice echoed from the ward. Please, help me. I don't want to die here. Chapter 13. Another patient. Please, help me. The weak voice lingered in Yifeng's ears, like the sound of bells ringing outside at midnight, making him unable to resist checking the source of the sound. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and was stunned to see a woman lying on the bed next to him. The curtain of the adjacent bed was open, and with the faint moonlight, he clearly saw that the patient on the bed was Zhang Lihua. Now Yifeng was completely confused. Zhang Lihua should be a nurse. How did she become a patient? Yifeng silently watched Zhang Lihua on the bed, observing her next move. Zhang Lihua raised her weak right hand and reached out toward Yifeng. Please, can you save me, brother? Seeing Yifeng remain silent, Zhang Lihua crawled toward him, her upper body collapsing to the ground as she continued to crawl forward, reaching the sofa, holding Yifeng's hand. Can you? I saw you open your eyes, not sleeping. Yifeng looked at the pale lips and slightly cold hands, and quietly asked. You look very unwell, you must be seriously ill. Should I save you? The Zhang Lihua in front of him was different from the nurse Zhang Lihua he saw during the day. And Yifeng considered himself not capable of saving anything from the world of eerie tales. Zhang Lihua shook her head. No one can save me, but my brother can still be saved. He just came to the hospital a few days ago. He was discovered by something terrifying last week, and is still hiding somewhere. Zhang Lihua coughed out a mouthful of blood, looking sincerely at Yifeng, hoping he could save her brother. Yifeng flatly refused Zhang Lihua's request. I refuse. In the world of eerie tales, having a compassionate heart only leads to death, and Yifeng did not want to rush to his end. Zhang Lihua looked at Yifeng in confusion for a moment, then sighed. I know what you're worried about. I don't ask you to help me, how about we cooperate? As long as you take my brother away alive from here in the future. The condition put forward by Zhang Lihua plunged Yifeng into deep thought. Taking someone out of K hospital in the future sounded absurd, quite different from the horror novels Yifeng had read before. And this was a world controlled by eerie tales. Could the people inside really collaborate with the chosen ones? Yifeng shook his head, denying this thought. Zhang Lihua noticed Yifeng's doubts and explained. Actually, I am also the nurse Zhang Lihua from the day, that's another me. The eerie difficulty of K hospital is simple, right? In the simple difficulty K hospital, there are loopholes in my restrictions. I only have 5 minutes to control my body. Time is running out. If you agree to my request, I can offer you help. Zhang Lihua's lips lost their color, as white as paper. I don't have much time left. Do you want to cooperate with me? Yifeng recalled the wallet on the counter and tentatively asked. Is he also called Yifeng? Zhang Lihua, yes, but in K hospital, he is not called Yifeng. My real name isn't Zhang Lihua either. After careful consideration, Yifeng felt that agreeing to Zhang Lihua's request would bring more benefits than refusing. Refusing Zhang Lihua might bring greater trouble. Would offending Zhang Lihua lead to being trapped when he became a nurse? Okay, I agree to cooperate with you. What is your brother's name in K hospital? Just as Zhang Lihua was about to speak the name, she turned into a pool of blood, seeping into the ground and disappearing. At the same time, the curtains in Zhang Lihua's hospital bed suddenly closed. Was the time for controlling her body over? Yifeng frowned, feeling that the seemingly simple K hospital eerie tale was perhaps not so simple on the surface. Zhang Lihua's words held deeper meaning. Yifeng glanced at his watch. The mechanical watch showed 9:43 p.m. It wasn't yet non-free time. It was still best to close his eyes and try to sleep as much as possible. Dragon Kingdom livestream audience, so boring, I thought something else would happen. People upstairs, why don't you change your nationality and experience K hospital's eerie tales in another country? Like the neighboring Sakura country? Sakura audience, first of all, we haven't provoked you, right? Oh no. Everyone, look. Another patient has appeared on the hospital bed. The live stream in the Dragon Kingdom instantly fell silent. In room 404. A decaying man suddenly opened his eyes. This man had a huge scar across his face. His skin was dark and lacking moisture, like a dried corpse that had been in a coffin for months. He looked at his shriveled hands, exhaling murky gas from his mouth, making strange sounds. Wu fu zhu du. Yifeng could not sleep at all. Upon hearing the strange sound, his body involuntarily opened its eyes, looking toward the source of the noise. The man's shriveled face happened to be looking towards the sofa. Their eyes met, and the man smiled, reaching out to Yifeng. Hello? I am also a patient in Ward 404. My name is Yifeng. What is your name? Yifeng looked at the withered man, wanting very much to tell him his name. But this withered man was wearing a patient outfit, and his facial features were different from the photo on his ID. Yifeng wanted to take out his ID to confirm if this man in the hospital bed was really Zhang Lihua's brother. His wallet was empty, except for the surgical knife he had tucked away. He had no impression of the photo on the ID. Yifeng did not respond to the patient in the bed and closed his eyes. Woo woo woo. A gust of cold wind blew in, and the withered man's face appeared in front of Feng again, asking once more. What is my name? If you don't tell me, I'll kill you. The withered man pulled out a surgical knife from his pocket that looked exactly like the one Feng had, pressing the knife coldly against Feng's face, and smiled. I'm asking you a question. Hurry up and answer me, or I will kill you. Feng felt the coldness of the surgical knife but still endured it, keeping his eyes tightly shut, refusing to look at the withered man. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the viewers saw a different scene. A shadow that resembled a human squatted in front of Feng, the sharp surgical knife aimed at Feng's eyes, seemingly waiting for him to open his eyes. Red liquid continuously seeped from the shadow, dripping onto the ground. The area around the hospital room was surrounded by a sea of red fire. If Feng wanted to escape, he would fall into the flames. The hearts of the viewers in the Dragon Kingdom were now racing. Feng knew he couldn't escape. Once he left the sofa, he would die. What's wrong? What is this ghostly thing? Brother Feng, whatever you do, don't open your eyes. The surgical knife is already aimed at your eyes. The viewers from the lighthouse, ha ha ha. Great. The Dragon Kingdom should experience the horror of K Hospital just like us. Allowing the cold surgical knife to rest on his face. Feng continued to keep his eyes closed. Now he could only gamble. If Zhang Lihua needed something from him, the additional hints given would definitely be real. The withered man let out a cold laugh. The surgical knife slowly traced down from Feng's face. Chapter 14, The Cunning Shadow. This is the last time I'm asking you, what is your name? The withered man rasped, his voice crashing against Feng's mind, trying to force him to answer. Feng gasped for breath, signaling himself to absolutely not answer this withered man. He must not open his eyes. Opening his eyes now would lead to no good. After the cold surgical knife moved across Feng's body, the withered man let out a regretful sound. Looks like I can't know your name, what a pity. Tap tap tap. The sound of leather shoes echoed from Feng's sofa, gradually fading away. Has this withered man finally left? Feng took a deep breath, wanting to open his eyes to check the surroundings, but he sensed that the withered man wouldn't just let him go. Why was he so insistent on knowing his name? No, wait. The rules state that there won't be other patients in the ward. That might be incorrect. But he remembered what the nurse outside said last night. The curtains being open means no patients in the bed. Now that the curtains are closed, could this withered man really be the patient of room 404? But most importantly, if the withered man was really leaving, why were there no sounds of doors opening and closing? Feng kept his eyes shut, unable to reason it out, wanting to confirm again, feeling an impulsive urge to open his eyes. After an unknown amount of time, the hoarse voice sounded again. Looks like he's asleep. I'll have the chance to ask him later. It's already midnight, the nurse said to go to the duty room so the doctor can check my condition. With the faint moonlight, Feng felt the withered man pass by his bed, heading toward the room door. Click. The sound of the door opening echoed, followed by a loud bang as the door closed. Accompanied by the sound of leather shoes, gradually fading away. Did that dry man really leave? Feng still dared not open his eyes, even though the tension was making him uncomfortable. He didn't dare to relieve himself. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream wiped the sweat off Feng's brow. The shadowy figure opened the hospital room door, and a shadow split off from the 404th room. Another shadow remained behind the door, watching Feng's every move, the scalpel flickering with silver light within the shadow. The shadow did not move for the moment, surely it was still shackled. Brother Feng, don't open your eyes. The shadow is staring at you by the door. Zhang Lihua's advice was right, it's dark so we should sleep. It really seems to be coming for a collaboration. Brother Feng, I know you're feeling terrible, but you have to hold on. Opening your eyes now could be the end. Oh no, the shadow is moving again. In the 404th hospital room, the dry man observed Feng for a while, yet Feng still didn't open his eyes, shook his head, and sighed. What a cautious young man, it's already 12 o'clock, I'll ask you again next time. Once again, the sound of door opening and closing echoed, along with the sound of leather shoes walking away. The dry man still did not leave. The mechanical watch ticked away seconds, ticking and talking past. At this moment, the time displayed was 11:48. Until the hour and minute hands of the mechanical watch pointed to 12 o'clock, a knock sounded on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Hello, I am your personal nurse. The doctor instructed me to take you to the duty room for a re-examination. The dry man opened the door, revealing two nurses in white uniforms outside, their eyes pitch black, looking into the room. Confirming no one was in the hospital bed, they took the dry man out of the 404th room. Bang! The hospital door locked automatically. The audience in the livestream truly breathed a sigh of relief. Now in room 404, there was nothing unusual, it should be fine. Except for occasionally, a nurse floating by outside, scanning Feng's bed. We finally made it. Scared me so much my heart almost jumped out. If I were in K hospital, I'd be dead even with a strategy. Our brother Feng is very steady, just like a horror veteran. What about friends from other countries? Don't ask, their countries are currently conducting strange tale training to increase the chances of clearing next time. And what about us? I received a notice from above, we are gathering a large number of horror novel writers and veterans to train us together. I think that's unnecessary. Just in case. Yifeng still kept his eyes closed, uncertain if the dry man had really left or was hidden somewhere in the ward. Gradually, he fell into a dream. Until he woke up at noon the next day. Yifeng rubbed his eyes, a strange feeling flooding his heart. He aimed for the water bottle to relieve himself, and saw a trace of blood. Yifeng looked at the light red liquid, unfazed. Health is more important than life. He ate some bread and took out the horror novel Forbidden Child that he hadn't finished reading from the cabinet. I just finished the first 2 volumes, there are still 3 volumes left. I don't even know if I'll have the chance to read them tomorrow since I leave K Hospital the day after tomorrow. The things in K Hospital shouldn't be taken away. Forget it, I'll finish it this afternoon, or I'll regret it. Yifeng half lay on the sofa, continuing to read the horror novel to pass the time. Before long, a noisy sound echoed in the corridor. K Hospital is a savior. I had been in another hospital for half a year, my condition didn't improve. I've been here for half a month and I'm already healed. Me too, my legs were supposed to be amputated, and after coming to K Hospital, I got better. I heard that the success rate of treatment at K Hospital is about 99%. I planned to come and try, and I didn't expect it to be true. I want to give Dr. Zhang a banner of thanks. The conversations outside attracted Yifeng. Are they really patients talking? Yifeng shook his head, quickly dismissing that thought. As an elected patient, he was the only one alive, the others couldn't be considered patients. Nurse Zhang said that a new batch of patients arrived at K Hospital yesterday, all arranged on the 5th floor, and judging by the voices outside, they should have been living in K Hospital for some time. They cannot be patients from the 5th floor. After some analysis, Yifeng decided not to open the door to avoid seeing the patients outside and causing unnecessary problems. The audience in the Longhua live streaming room saw the situation in the corridor at this moment. Outside, they were indeed patients, and they were each the chosen ones from their respective countries. Each of them wore brand new hospital gowns, and there were signs of mending on them to some extent. Some had stitches on their limbs, while others had signs of mending on their necks. At the front of the patients, Dr. Zhang, who was not wearing a name tag, was lifting a green writing board and shouting, "All patients please follow me to take the elevator to the 7th floor." The patients walked with stiff steps toward the elevator. The noisy sounds gradually faded away. Yifeng continued to read a horror novel, and nothing unusual happened that night, allowing him to survive until noon on the 4th day at K Hospital. A knock on the door sounded. Knock knock knock. "Hello, patient, I am your exclusive nurse Zhang Lihua. As instructed by the doctor, I have brought you some pills." Knock knock knock. "I am opening the door now." Chapter 15, The Elusive Hint. Creak. The door of room 404 slowly opened. Zhang Lihua entered with a broad smile on her face, but her smile hinted at something stiff, and there was a trace of black liquid on her name tag that could be smelled as blood from 5 or 6 meters away. "Yifeng, you really are resting in bed." Zhang Lihua approached Yifeng and said with a smile. Yifeng looked at Zhang Lihua, who had a different smile than usual, and his heart trembled. Is this the same Zhang Lihua he had seen before? Yifeng was unsure, but since the other person was a nurse with a name tag, he had to follow the rules and answer any questions. Zhang Lihua took out a deep yellow pill and placed it on the bedside table next to Yifeng, asking, "Did you sleep comfortably last night?" Yifeng nodded. "Comfortable. Except for that dried-up man, which made it difficult for Yifeng to be at ease, everything else was fine." Zhang Lihua's smile diminished slightly, and she took out a withered yellow apple from somewhere and placed it next to the pills, continuing. "This was given to me by a patient from the 5th floor ward, but I don't like apples, so Yifeng, since you probably haven't eaten fruit in K Hospital, this fruit is for you." The apple on the bedside table was not much different from an ordinary apple outside, with a mix of green and red colors, clearly looking refreshing. Yifeng didn't know the meaning behind Zhang Lihua's actions, but he nodded to show he accepted the apple. "Thank you for your kindness, Nurse Zhang, I'll eat it later." Zhang Lihua was unconcerned, picked up a surgical knife, cut a small piece off the apple, and shoved it into Yifeng's mouth. A tremendous force restrained Yifeng's entire body, preventing him from resisting, so he had to eat the piece of apple that Zhang Lihua gave him. Zhang Lihua asked, "Is the apple good?" The apple was not only crisp but also brought a sweet flavor that made Yifeng unable to resist biting and swallowing it. Yifeng answered, "Delicious." Zhang Lihua held the bitten apple, smiling as she looked at it. "Our K Hospital has excellent medical skills, even a bitten apple can be made to grow back its original flesh. Do you understand?" The bite on the apple in Zhang Lihua's hand slowly started to grow back into flesh, then skin, making it look no different from an ordinary apple. Yi Feng could not understand the meaning behind Zhang Lihua's words, but it was deeply etched in his heart. Can the apple's original flesh grow back? Zhang Lihua put the apple back into her pocket and turned to leave. Yi Feng thought for a few seconds, seeing Zhang Lihua about to leave room 404, and quickly pressed the red button. Zhang Lihua turned around with a smile and asked, "Is there anything else?" Yi Feng immediately picked up the 500-milliliter water bottle from the floor and brought the deep yellow pills to his mouth. Gurgle, gurgle. The pill swallowed into the stomach. "It's okay, I accidentally pressed the wrong button," Yi Feng replied. Zhang Lihua nodded and added a sentence. Dr. Zhang just personally took the patients who recovered from the 4th floor out of K Hospital, personally seeing them off. It may take until the afternoon to do the final check. Nurse Zhan walked out of the ward and casually locked the ward door. Yi Feng hurriedly rushed to the bathroom, digging at his throat over and over into the toilet. The color of this pill was darker than the first one. According to the tips given by the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom, the yellow takes effect slower than the red, and the light color is less effective than the dark. The deep yellow pill should take effect in between 30 seconds to 5 minutes. Gag. Gag gag. The pill was stuck in his throat, and after digging for 2.5 minutes, he finally dislodged the deep yellow pill into the toilet. Once the pill met water, it began to dissolve shortly after. It probably takes about 3 minutes to take effect. Yi Feng roughly calculated the time and deduced when the deep yellow pill would start working. Yi Feng also poured out the liquid in the convenient bottle and washed his hands at the sink. A strange scene occurred. The rules of the previous bathroom appeared on the mirror, with the first 4 rules already showing. The 5th rule appeared in blood red letters. 5. Remember what the nurse with the work badge just said, it will help you greatly in leaving K Hospital. After 5 seconds, the 5th rule disappeared without a trace. Is this a hint? Did Zhang Lihua's words contain a crucial hint to get through? Yi Feng didn't quite understand. Zhang Lihua had only mentioned the apple and said nothing else. What exactly was she trying to hint at? Yi Feng walked out of the bathroom holding the water bottle, half lying on the sofa, pondering the meaning of Zhang Lihua's words. The most obvious strange point was the phrase saying K Hospital had excellent medical skills. Nurse Zhang had clearly said earlier that Yi Feng would be the first patient to leave alive. Now saying the medical skills were excellent, what does this really mean? In the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room, hidden truths began to unfold. The shriveled man from last night lay on the hospital bed, his upper body in white, and his lower body in black. Green liquid smeared on his skin, merging with the wounds. At first glance, it looked like it was releasing the smell of garbage. Outside room 404. At this moment, Zhang Lihua was not wearing her work badge, her eyes rolled back, holding a huge pair of pliers, wandering outside the hallway. The pliers were still stained with the blood of the previous chosen one. What is happening now? That nurse said strange things and is now wandering outside. It's hard not to think this is entrapment. Will Brother Feng go to ask that nurse for answers? Are you stupid? Do you dare to open the door now to ask? Not daring. Inside room 404, a strange smell interrupted Yi Feng's thoughts. A faint stench was emanating from the next bed where the shriveled man had lain, coming from that spot. The rules mentioned that if you smell a bad odor, you should tell the nurse or doctor. Yi Feng frowned but still refused to take action. The bad smell might be from the deep yellow pill I took, or from that apple, causing my sense of smell to go haywire. There is no foul smell here, it's just my imagination. As time passed, the smell grew stronger, finally resembling that of a sewer. Yi Feng still held back and randomly picked up a short horror story to read. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, it was 5 in the afternoon. Knock, knock, knock. Is patient Yi Feng in? I am your dedicated Dr. Zhang Liren. I need to do the final check on you, is it convenient for me to come in now? A hoarse voice sounded outside, seeming to change. Yi Feng returned to the hospital bed, hurriedly putting the horror novel back in the drawer, pretending to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Looks like you are asleep. Then I'll be excused, I need to check on the patients on the 5th floor later. Creak. The ward door slowly opened again. This time, a chilling wind swept over Yi Feng's whole body. Shiver, shiver, shiver. Yi Feng could not help but shiver and opened his eyes to look. A doctor with rolling white eyeballs stood before Yi Feng, holding a stethoscope. All his hair had fallen out, and a strange symbol was drawn on his bald head. Yi Feng covered his mouth, trying not to make a sound. This bizarre doctor still had the name tag Zhang Liren written on his chest. Chapter 16 Doctor's Permission. What's wrong? Are you very cold? Dr. Sang's tone of inquiry sounded no different from an ordinary doctor's. Yi Feng thought, suddenly dropped dozens of degrees, how could I not be cold? Yi Feng did not answer Dr. Zhang and continued to lie in bed. After a moment, Dr. Zhang picked up the stethoscope and placed it on Yi Feng's forehead, closing his white eyes. Your temperature is normal, it seems your condition has improved greatly. Let me check your heart again. Yi Feng saw the stethoscope placed on the area of his heart. Thump, thump, thump. The strong heartbeat was transmitted through the stethoscope to Dr. Zhang. However, the viewers in the Dragon Country livestream saw this. Eyes closed, Zhang Liren had a black thing coiling around his neck. The black thing formed spikes that pierced through the skin covering Yi Feng's heart, revealing the bright red heart to the audience. Thump, thump, thump. The strong beating of the heart sent blood surging out with each contraction, spreading throughout the body. As long as Yi Feng made any movement now, the spikes would pierce through his heart. After about 10 seconds, Dr. Zhang withdrew the stethoscope, satisfied. Your condition is completely healed. The special vehicle to pick you up will arrive tomorrow morning between 7:30 and 8. If you miss this time, you'll have to wait another 5 days. By then, the special vehicle should arrive around noon. Dr. Zhang patted Yi Feng's arm again. This time there was no painful sensation. He spat out a mouthful of stale blood onto the bed, and the surrounding stench disappeared as well. Tomorrow morning at 7:30, you can leave K Hospital, understood? Yi Feng still did not respond to Dr. Zhang's question. Dr. Zhang packed the stethoscope and hurried out of room 404. Yi Feng clenched his fists. He had gained the doctor's permission and could leave K Hospital early tomorrow. But the specified time was from 7:30 to 8, which just happened to be non-free time, and he could not leave room 404. If he missed it, he'd have to wait until noon 6 days later. Who knew what would happen by then? It's best to leave K Hospital tomorrow morning. Yi Feng made up his mind and began to pack his things. His wallet had disappeared from his pocket, leaving only a mechanical watch and a scalpel, both of which he took with him. There were only 3 caterpillar breads and 1 square loaf of bread left, which he also took. Dragon Country audience, there's only one last night. After tonight, Feng will have successfully completed the mission. It's been a narrow escape, and now it's the final night. Do you think the next horror story world will appear immediately? At least let Feng have a few days of rest, right? When Feng completes the mission, our high-level officials will release teaching videos, all compiled by various horror masters, and will be top secret, only for Dragon Country people to watch. Such good news exists. I think there's no need to study. With Feng around, he'll probably manage all the way through. The Dragon Country audience began discussing how many days off Yi Feng would have after completing the mission. The other countries selected to become part of the K Hospital horror story, even with Yi Feng's previous demonstrations, still had 90% eliminated. Most of them were in the 3rd day at K Hospital. Half of the eliminations were because they arrived late to the K Hospital cafeteria, couldn't buy any other food, and by the 3rd noon couldn't hold back anymore, going to the cafeteria for one last lunch. Yi Feng looked at the horror novels in the cabinet, wanting to take it away, but the pockets couldn't hold the book, and there was no backpack, so I had to give up. After getting ready, I decided to take a small nap and wake up in the early morning. Knock, knock, knock. In the deep of night, Yi Feng heard a knock on the door, rubbed his eyes, and woke up on the sofa. It was already past 10, a time that was not free to open the door. Yi Feng remained silent, listening to the sounds outside next. Knock, knock, knock. I am your exclusive nurse, please open the door immediately. The doctor has extra instructions for you to go to the department for a re-examination. Knock, knock, knock. Another trick like this? Yi Feng was already used to it, half closing his eyes, ignoring the knocking sound outside. Soon, he noticed a nurse's figure floating by the window, revealed under the dim moonlight. Are they coming in together? Yi Feng stayed still, occasionally glancing toward the door of the ward. Knock, knock, knock. With a series of knocks, Yi Feng felt the cold air coming from the crack of the door. A calm male voice sounded. I am your exclusive doctor, please open the door. Now even the doctor came out? Upon hearing this, Yi Feng's body felt a bit out of control, wanting to stand up and open the door for the doctor outside. No. Absolutely cannot open the door. From years of reading horror novels, opening the door now is definitely not a good thing. At worst, opening the door could mean death. Yi Feng kept reminding himself that he must not let the voice outside affect him. Step, step, step. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in room 404, getting closer and closer to Yi Feng. Still cannot? Yi Feng frowned, reducing his breathing to the minimum. Even until the last moment, he cannot loosen up. Step, step, step. When the footsteps were at their loudest, they suddenly became distant. The footsteps reached the ward and slowly opened the door. Creak. Through the faint light, Yi Feng confirmed that there was no one outside the door at all. Yi Feng remained still, waiting for the ward door to close. In the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast room, it was clear that outside the door stood the dry man from the night before, without a name tag, Zhang Lihua and Dr. Zhang. All of them were rolling their eyes, looking at Yi Feng's hospital bed. Zhang Lihua started moving his mouth to Dr. Zhang, seeming to communicate something, only muffled sounds heard in the livestream. After 10 seconds, the dry man slowly locked the door of room 404 and left. Bang! With the sound of the door closing, Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief, carefully pondering the two strange nights. Could the knocking sound late at night be heard by the patient in the next bed, and not for himself? Feng thought no more. Anyway, there were less than 8 hours left until he could leave K Hospital. As long as he endured, there was no need to delve deeper, just preserving his life instead. Feng lay on the sofa, staying awake until exactly 7 in the morning, that is, the morning of the 5th day of the eerie tales of K Hospital. Through the weak moonlight outside the window, he discovered it was still dark at 7 in the morning. Feng drank half a bottle of 500 milliliters of water, ate a square piece of bread, stuffed 2 caterpillar breads into his pockets for backup, fastened a mechanical watch on his wrist, and held a scalpel in his right hand. Creak! Feng pushed open the door of room 404. The corridor outside was pitch black, only able to see the distance between the two neighboring wards. The elevator displayed a red light, currently on the 7th floor. At the moment Feng stepped out of the ward, the elevator's number showed 7 going down. Normal people would choose the staircase next to the elevator, the closest distance, convenient to go down. But Feng remembered the contents of that letter. He needed to head to the farthest safety exit from the elevator to leave K Hospital. Feng started running, charging toward the safety door near room 444. Chapter 17, Non-Free Time at K Hospital. In the corridor of the 4th floor of K Hospital, every ward door was open, and he noticed the emptiness inside with a glance. Until passing by room 444. The ward door is locked, and inside there are sounds of metal falling onto the tiles. Feng hurriedly walked to the security door and found it had been locked, pushing it hard wouldn't budge it. The 4th floor has arrived, a cold voice came from behind. The elevator's destination was the 4th floor, and running back would definitely be too late. He had to get through this door to reach the 4th floor. In his urgency, Feng discovered that the security door was only locked from the inside. Twisting the lock from the other side would naturally open the door. Click! Feng twisted the lock, rushed to the outside of the security door, and through a tiny crack, he saw and used the dim yellow light from the elevator. A figure emerged from the elevator, holding a 1-meter-long pair of pliers, advancing towards Feng at a speed of 3 meters per second. The pliers clanged against the tiled floor, making a clattering noise. It was clear that this was not someone to mess with. As Feng went down, the security door below creaked, and some metal was knocking against the handle, creating loud banging sounds. Something was coming up from downstairs. Feng furrowed his brows tightly. According to the letter, that doctor came up from this security corridor. The door on the 2nd floor was open, while the door on the 3rd floor was locked. He could only rush to the 2nd floor, but no matter how fast he ran, he would surely run into whatever terrifying thing was downstairs, even if it was only on the 1st floor. Now he could only go up. At the very least, there was still a chance to escape. Feng understood that in horror novels, getting caught by something terrifying almost always meant death. It was just about the method of dying. Feng ran up, stopping on the 5th floor, waiting for the terrifying situation downstairs. Clatter clatter. Bang bang bang. 2 different knocking sounds were chaotic, merging together to give a chilling feeling. Thump thump. Feng covered his heart, adjusting his breath and lowering the sound he made to a minimum. Bang bang bang. The terror downstairs sounded like some iron chain being cut, the sound of the chain falling to the ground. Creak. A door on some floor slowly opened, then with a bang, it closed again. Feng was sure that the terror downstairs did not come from the 4th floor door. It could only be the 2nd or 3rd floor. Should he escape down? While the terrifying creature from the 4th floor hadn't arrived at the security corridor yet. Feng frowned, pondering whether to wait or go. 5 seconds later, a woman dressed in a white nurse's uniform pushed open the security door on the 4th floor, slowly walking down with a huge pair of pliers. The moment Feng saw the 4th floor security door open, he immediately hid. The white-eyed nurse dragged the pliers, clattering slowly as she walked down. Soon they heard a creak as the white-eyed nurse entered a certain floor. Feng was relieved for his earlier contemplation. Had he rushed down, he would have run into the white-eyed nurse. Now was the best time to leave. Feng took off his shoes and quickly ran downstairs without making a sound. As he passed the 3rd floor, he heard a series of incomprehensible conversations, as if discussing something. Feng continued to run down, and the 2nd floor emitted a caw-caw-caw sound of something being sawed, just as described in the letter about that doctor. Finally, he reached the 1st floor. Feng pushed the security door hard, making a thumping sound. Outside, there was a heavy chain sealing it shut. Even with a chainsaw, it would take a while to cut through. He could only run up, hoping for luck. The 2nd or 3rd floor might be safe. After thinking, Feng chose the 2nd floor, praying it would be safe. Creak. The entire 2nd floor emitted a cawing sound, not loud but just enough to cover normal conversation. At that moment, as Feng stepped onto the 2nd floor, the security door on the 3rd floor slowly opened, and out came the white-eyed nurse and doctor. The nurse went up with the pliers, while the doctor went down with a scalpel. The doctor murmured, it seems the healed patients didn't make it to the third floor. Feng glanced at his watch, it was already 7:25, with only 5 minutes left before leaving K Hospital. Time was running out, he had to leave K Hospital before 8. Feng tiptoed toward the elevator, beside which was another safety exit of K Hospital. He could only give it a try. From Ward 343 to Ward 301, the sound of something being sawed echoed from each room. He absolutely could not hide inside, not even to open a door. As Feng passed by Ward 301, he vaguely saw a pale corpse inside. There were cutting marks on the right leg, only halfway through. The one wielding the cutter was blocked by a door, making it impossible to see. Without thinking too much, Feng arrived at the safety door next to the elevator. The safety door here was locked with an iron chain, making it impossible to open. He couldn't go down the back safety passage anymore. Who knows where the two terrors had gone? The only choice left was the elevator in front of him. But in horror stories, the elevator often symbolizes terror. Entering it meant high chances of death. If he didn't take the elevator, waiting for those terrors to arrive would mean dead ends. Besides, the elevator was conveniently on the second floor, he didn't even need to wait for it. Feng hurriedly pressed the elevator button, and the elevator opened slowly. Second floor has arrived. The cold voice drowned out the gnawing sounds, not reaching the distant safety passage. The elevator began to close slowly. Viewers in Longwa's live chat were now sweating coldly. No way, doctors and nurses can always find where Brother Feng is hiding. I suspect K Hospital is filled with cameras. Upstairs, that doesn't make sense. If there are cameras everywhere, why do they always arrive just a step late? We can't say there's a delay in the cameras. Not good. The doctors and nurses are running toward the second floor. At the moment the elevator closed, the rolling-eyed doctors and nurses forcefully pushed open the safety door on the second floor. Mixed sounds erupted from the second-floor wards, seemingly blaming the rude actions outside for interrupting their sawing. A nurse peeked at the floor tiles with pliers, and the noisy sounds from the ward disappeared. The nurse let out a strange sound, pointing in the direction of the elevator. The door of Ward 343 slowly opened, and then the nurse and doctor hurried toward the elevator. The elevator descended slowly. Feng breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had made the right gamble and could only take the elevator to the first floor. But this way, his location was completely exposed. Feng looked up and saw a camera in the corner of the elevator, its red light blinking, indicating it was operational. The elevator stopped on the first floor, with dim lights flickering inside, and the darkness seemed filled with patients, with only Feng standing in the light. First floor has arrived. Taking advantage of the flickering lights in the elevator, Feng stepped out boldly. The elevator closed slowly, and the lights inside went out instantly. In the darkness, a batch of patients gazed blankly ahead as the elevator continued downward. Feng checked his mechanical watch. It was already 7:27, only 3 minutes left before the time to leave K Hospital. Feng hurriedly searched for the main entrance of K Hospital. Chapter 18, A Lost Opportunity? The elevator exit on the first floor was in the corner of K Hospital. The lower the floor in K Hospital, the worse the lighting. Feng could only see things 2 meters away. In a dark world, every 2 steps he took, he bumped into something. Bang! Feng bumped into something cold, flat, and long, following this cold object. At the end was something soft and squishy. Feng looked closely and found it was a nurse with rolled back eyes. How could she be here? Feng's heart tightened. The nurse in front of him looked somewhat like Zhang Lihua, but not completely. The current Zhang Lihua was not the original Zhang Lihua. Run! Feng's first reaction was to escape the attack range of the rolling-eyed nurse's pliers. Boom! A pair of pincers suddenly appeared where Feng had left, slamming violently onto the ground, the pincers covered in blood, glowing faintly with the red light from the elevator's unique floor display. Flashing brightly with vivid red. The nurse with rolling eyes walked towards Feng, the corner of her mouth curling upwards, reaching the height of her eye corner. The nurse had no teeth, and as her mouth curled up, a foul odor spread, resembling the stench of teeth that hadn't been brushed for 10 years. I must run. No matter what's in front of me. Feng ran in the opposite direction, but not far before he reached the end, the safety door next to the elevator. Not good. I ran the wrong way. Feng ran left and right, but there were only 2 walls, less than a meter apart. The nurse with rolling eyes slowly walked toward Feng. Is this where I fail? There must be a way to escape. What's the way? Feng only had a mechanical watch, a surgical knife, and a caterpillar bread left in his pocket. The mechanical watch could only be seen with the faintest light, it had no ability to emit light, and it wasn't the way to break free. That leaves only one thing, the surgical knife. Fight the nurse with the surgical knife head-on? Feng thought this method was absolutely impossible, but it was the only choice left. Gripping the surgical knife, he charged at the nurse with rolling eyes. The surgical knife aimed at the nurse's head. However, Just as the surgical knife struck the nurse's head, the pincers slammed into Yifeng's shoulder at the same time. His left shoulder instantly lost all sensation. Taking advantage of the moment the pincers hit the ground, Yifeng ignored the pain in his arm and dashed to the side, away from the nurse with rolling eyes. Yifeng mocked himself. Sure enough, the surgical knife isn't for dealing with the nurse with rolling eyes. If I had been a second slower, the pincers would have aimed for my head. In the dark, Yifeng saw the nurse with rolling eyes, continuing to approach him. Yifeng could only continue walking briskly, praying that the first floor only had this one nurse with rolling eyes, with nothing else lurking. First floor has arrived. The cold voice rang out again. The elevator slowly opened, and the dim yellow light flickered. Every time it went dark, the voices of a dozen nurses or doctors could be heard. They all held huge pincers, just like the nurse with rolling eyes, and walked out from the elevator. Thud, thud, thud. Yifeng's heart beat violently, his limbs trembling a little, and he kept silently reminding himself. I have to hold on, I have to hold on, I have to hold on. At this moment, the situation wasn't something that could be overcome just by reading a lot of horror novels, it was on the edge of physical and psychological collapse. The inner reminders clashed with the current reality, desperately trying to make him imagine it as an illusion, but the pain from his arm kept reminding Yifeng. This isn't an illusion, it's real. Failure means death. Even if death occurs in the world of horror stories, it's definitely not a good thing. How can I leave K Hospital? Yifeng held his breath, his mind rapidly analyzing all possibilities. Having never been to the first floor of K Hospital, combined with the darkness here, there was no way to start analyzing. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of the mechanical watch working seemed to attract the surrounding horror. Could it be the ticking mechanical watch that's revealing my location to the horror, preparing to give me a pinch? Yifeng glanced at the watch's time, there were only 30 seconds left until 7:30. He quickly took off the watch and threw it behind him, silently counting the seconds in his mind. 1, 2, 3. His body continued to walk quickly, and he would not turn back until he reached the end. Bang! The mechanical watch hit the ground, and all the horrors holding pincers moved towards the watch. Yifeng glanced back, and the terrifying nurse behind him had finally disappeared, she must have gone towards the mechanical watch. He continued to walk, silently counting again. 27, 28, 29, 30. When he reached 30, the outside of K Hospital changed from night to day. The faint sunlight illuminated the surroundings, finally giving him some visibility. The entrance to K Hospital was only 50 meters ahead. There was an off-road vehicle at the entrance. The door was wide open, waiting for patients healed at K Hospital. Yifeng put the scalpel back in his pocket and rushed to the entrance of K Hospital. Even though his legs didn't quite cooperate, he sprinted with all his strength. Breaking through invisible walls, he ran to the entrance of K Hospital like the wind. The entrance to K Hospital was a glass automatic door, which sensed his approach and opened slowly. Other terrors also had a view, slowly advancing towards Yifeng like they were in a trance. As the automatic door opened enough for one person, Yifeng stepped half a foot out of K Hospital. Just as he was about to take another step, a cold hand grabbed his heel, firmly anchoring him to the ground. Yifeng was caught off guard and fell to the ground, the sharp end of the scalpel piercing through his pocket, sticking out halfway. Behind him, a doctor with rolling eyes grabbed Yifeng's left foot, slowly pulling him back into K Hospital. His calf had already sunk into K Hospital, leaving only his thigh, trunk, and head visible. Yifeng pulled out the scalpel with his right hand, recalling the nurse Zhang-Lihua's reminder, his mind racing with possibilities. The scalpel couldn't deal with the terror behind him, could it deal with himself instead? The doctor behind him wasn't blocking the way, there should be limitations, he couldn't leave K Hospital. As long as his torso was pulled into K Hospital, his organs would spill out, and he wouldn't be able to get into the vehicle. Was the scalpel to deal with himself? Life over my feet, I would choose my life. Yifeng gritted his teeth hard and cut downwards at his calf with the scalpel. In the moment the scalpel cut, it felt like slicing into seawater, offering no resistance. With two calves severed, blood gushed out from the wounds. If I'm guessing right, none of you can leave K Hospital, I've won. The doctor with rolling eyes grabbed Yifeng's white foot, showing a fierce gaze, stood up, and picked up the scalpel. The live stream room in Dragon Country was in chaos. Let's see if this terror can leave K Hospital. Brother Feng will never fail. This time it will work for sure. Brother Feng is too ruthless, he doesn't even spare himself. My heart is pounding so fast, I dare not continue watching. I just want to see if a horror story will descend soon. The high-ranking officials of Dragon Country were sweating profusely, surviving meant safety for everyone in Dragon Country. They had to leave smoothly. All Dragon Country residents were glued to the livestream, as long as the terror behind didn't step outside K Hospital, Yifeng could survive, representing victory for Dragon Country. Failure. Then the horror story of K Hospital would descend upon Dragon Country. Just as everyone in Dragon Country was tense, the doctor took the first step toward the doorway. Chapter 19, Rated A, Next Stop Horror Story. Feng threw down the scalpel with his right hand and crawled towards the SUV, suddenly looking back to see the terrifying doctor was still not giving up on him. Taking the first step toward the entrance of K Hospital. Was he about to fail? Feng still wouldn't give up, continuing to crawl towards the SUV. As long as the terrifying doctor didn't catch him, he still had a chance at victory. Boom! Just as the terrifying doctor reached the entrance of K Hospital, a wave of terrifying power fell upon the doctor, and he immediately knelt on the ground, trembling, unable to take a single step away from K Hospital. He'd guessed right. Gaining permission to leave K Hospital, while the horror inside couldn't leave at all. This meant that the moment his body stepped outside K Hospital, Feng had already won more than half. Now he just needed to crawl into the SUV, and passing the horror story of K Hospital would be a success. 1, 2, 3. Feng struggled to crawl towards the SUV. Other nurses on the first floor saw the commotion at the door and rushed over, wanting to stay in K Hospital, letting recovered patients remain there forever. But when they reached the doorway, an invisible force blocked their path, preventing them from moving forward. Continuing to crawl into the SUV, with each movement, the wound at the severed spot worsened. Until he reached the door of the SUV, a pale hand grabbed Feng's right arm and gave a chilling voice. You have successfully left K Hospital on the 5th day between 7:30 and 8. And arrive at the entrance of the Abyss train, come in. Feng raised his head. In front of him was a humanoid thing about 1 meter and 3 in height, its shape illuminated by sunlight. Under the blazing sun, Feng couldn't help but turn his head and saw a scene in K Hospital. Inside, a nurse with a few similarities to Zhang Lihua rolled her eyes and said a sentence to Feng. Feng tried to decipher the meaning of her mouth movement. Please remember our cooperation. After saying this, the nurse smiled for a moment, a smile that definitely could not be imitated by horror. It must be Zhang Lihua's heartfelt smile. Soon, she screamed angrily at Feng and rushed toward the entrance of K Hospital. Feng remembered Zhang Lihua's smile. He guessed that only the terrifying doctor had stopped him just now, which should be thanks to Zhang Lihua. If there was one more terrifying presence, Feng simply wouldn't have time to sever his own calf. Feng also formed the shape of his mouth towards Zhang Lihua. I won't forget our cooperation. In the next second, a powerful force lifted Feng, and everything went black as he lost consciousness, passing out. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, several lines of large text popped up. The chosen one of Dragon Country successfully passed the horror tale, K Hospital, difficulty mode 3. This horror tale will not descend upon Dragon Country. As the only successful challenger, Feng brings enormous fortune to Dragon Country. The probability of favorable weather increases by 3%, maximum 100%, desert area decreases by 1%, oil appearance probability increases by 1%. The audience in Dragon Country looked at these so-called fortunes, feeling a bit confused. Will this horrifying thing really bring them good luck? Soon, various meteorological stations sent good news. The once severe weather in a certain area suddenly improved, and the predicted flood zone was reduced by half. The audience in Dragon Country saw this news and believed in the fortune rewards in the live room. Brother Feng is amazing. This counts as a perfect pass. To be honest, if Zhang Lihua had also stopped Brother Feng, the result might not have been so good. Everyone, this is only difficulty 3, a simple difficulty horror tale. The higher difficulties will probably be much harder. Should we go look at some study materials, horror world type? Are you kidding? With Brother Feng around, what is there to be afraid of? I'm saying just in case, we should strengthen our inner strength. At least when watching the live broadcast and admiring Brother Feng's heroic posture, we won't be startled. True, that scene just now scared me to death. All the high-level officials of Dragon Country breathed a sigh of relief, and the leader raised his head to look at everyone. Immediately investigate Feng's identity. He is risking his life for our country, for us in Dragon Country. Regardless of whether the next outcome is failure or success, we must settle his immediate family's affairs, as long as we confirm their identities without any issues. His parents will be arranged to a direct nursing home, his wife will be employed in a direct department, and his children will be enrolled in a directly affiliated school in the capital, providing them with a house in the capital. We can't do much for Feng, but at least we must give preferential treatment to his family. The high-ranking officials stood up and saluted the huge screen respectfully. This time, no one in Dragon Country was injured in the horror tale, all thanks to Feng passing through the horror of K Hospital. The leader continued to speak. In addition, we need to strengthen everyone's training in learning about horror, just in case. Yes. Feng suddenly opened his eyes. Before him was a little girl wearing a black hat, with long, shiny black hair and a fair little face. The little girl's eyes were like red rubies, staring coldly at Feng. You finally woke up. You are the only successful challenger of K Hospital Horror Tale, difficulty 3. The place where you are is called the Abyss Train. Before the train reaches the next horror tale world, you can enjoy all the services on the train. There are 7 days left until we reach the next horror tale world. The chosen ones who clear the stage will receive corresponding ratings. For the simple difficulty, the ratings from low to high are D, C, B, F4 levels. The ordinary difficulty has an additional S rating, and the difficulty is based on the S rating. There are also SS and SSS levels. Based on your performance in K Hospital, your rating is level A. As the only person who has passed, you can ask me 3 questions that the chosen ones can ask, and decide on the items you'll carry to the next haunted world. The available items are a mechanical watch, rations, and a flashlight, which lasts for 10 hours. The above items ignore any restrictions within the ordinary difficulty haunted worlds. Yi Feng thought for a moment and directly chose the mechanical watch. I choose the mechanical watch. The mechanical watch allowed Yi Feng to know the exact time to leave the hospital room. Without it, he couldn't determine time in the dark. The little girl handed Yi Feng a mechanical watch. Please keep the mechanical watch with you. It can only be used in the next haunted world, and whether you succeed or fail, you will lose the right to use this watch. Yi Feng took the mechanical watch, casually placed it in his pocket, and asked, "How many haunted worlds must I pass to return to my original world?" The little girl replied, "Currently unknown, a definite number will give you the answer." Yi Feng continued to ask, "As long as I clear the levels, I can heal no matter how many injuries I have?" Yi Feng then realized that the pain in his left arm was gone and he could feel his legs again. The little girl answered, "Yes, as long as you are a passer, everything can be healed to full recovery." Yi Feng finally asked, "Are all the haunted worlds created by ourselves?" The little girl stared into Yi Feng's eyes. He felt as if he had sunk into a bottomless swamp, desperate cries muffled beneath the surface. After 5 minutes, the little girl shook her head. "This question barely qualifies as one that a chosen one can ask. My answer is not everything." Yi Feng sighed in relief and smiled. "Thank you for your answer." The little girl walked to the suite door, opened it, and said, "This place is absolutely safe. The outside cannot see anything happening inside the train. Also, my codename is Z. Call my codename for any functions the train does not have, and I will appear before you instantly." Bang! Z closed the door. Yi Feng gazed at the bright lights. The suite had only one window. The window was sealed shut, unable to open, and looking outside was complete darkness, with nothing visible. Yi Feng slapped his face and used a pen and paper to analyze his strengths and weaknesses in the K Hospital haunted story. Leisure time was filled with the train's functions, playing the latest or unreleased games, or listening to and reading horror novels and watching horror movies. It was all-inclusive. There was no service the train couldn't provide based on your imagination. Yi Feng maintained his best state at all times. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed on the train. Z knocked on the door outside, coldly saying, "The next haunted world is about to arrive. Please, chosen one, come to the train door to wait for the station." Yi Feng, with the mechanical watch in his pocket, stepped out of the suite, and as soon as he stepped out, everything went dark. When his vision returned, he found himself in a dim room. The room was filled with more than 30 standing iron cabinets, and one cabinet was labeled with Yi Feng's name. In the corner of the cabinet lay 2 or 3 dusty reels. Yi Feng was sitting on a long bench, wearing a work badge, dressed in a light red t-shirt and black trousers, and he checked his pocket. The mechanical watch was still there. There were also more than 20 people sitting next to him. Most were wearing work badges while a few did not wear them. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, a knocking sound came from outside the door. Chapter 20, The Dripping Toolbox. Yi Feng heard the knocking but remained seated in his place. Yi Feng concluded in the Abyss train that at the beginning of entering a haunted world, one should not act rashly. In ordinary difficulty, there was more than a 90% chance it would work. The others also sat on their benches, not leaving their positions. Those with work badges occasionally shot unfriendly glances at Yi Feng, as if harboring a grudge against him. Yi Feng frowned. The people wearing work badges each have their own unique characteristics, making it easy to identify which continent or country's chosen one they are from. As for those without work badges, they are all black-haired, brown-eyed, and fair-skinned, making it hard to tell which country they are from. Could it be that those without work badges are characters from a world of strange tales? Yi Feng calmly analyzed. Although it is still unknown what the outside world is like, one can roughly confirm from this room. This place should be related to movies. It could be a cinema, a film studio, or a post-production company. And needing to change clothes is very likely to be in a cinema or studio. One can only wait for the door to open to know exactly what kind of strange tale world this is. Suddenly, the dissatisfied voice of a chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms came from next door. What a coincidence, this time we encounter the chosen one from the dragon country in this strange tale world. Hearing this, Yi Feng looked at the speaker, who was wearing a work badge and showed some hostility towards Yi Feng. From the Abyss train, he learned that starting from this strange tale world, chosen ones from different countries can understand each other's languages. Clearly, the chosen one from the land of cherry blossoms is not very friendly towards Yi Feng. A golden-haired chosen one from the lighthouse country nodded in agreement and said quietly, "If it were not for the selfish chosen one from the dragon country, our lighthouse country would surely succeed." Humph. In this strange tale world, don't think I'll help him. If he encounters danger, I'll definitely applaud from the side. Many chosen ones were whispering. We have trained harder than the last batch of chosen ones, and this time we will surely succeed, while brushing the dragon country off. The chosen one from the dragon country. I bet there won't be any chosen one here who will help him. When the opportunity arises, we'll make the chosen one from the dragon country look bad. The chosen ones present regarded Feng as an enemy to varying degrees, believing that Feng was selfish and did not help their country's chosen ones last time. This led to the strange tale of K Hospital descending upon their country. Feng remained silent and observed the speakers, all of whom were wearing work badges, meaning those with work badges are chosen ones. Those without work badges were silent, they should be the people of this world. As for the discontent of the other countries towards Feng, he did not care at all. In the strange tale world, the cost of failure is death. There is no need to indulge in a bit of vain moral superiority to help chosen ones whose fates are unknown, to avoid falling into endless failures himself. The dragon country's live broadcast room erupted. Is there something wrong? Our brother Feng didn't set any traps for them last time, so now they want to play dirty against brother Feng? In the strange tale world, it's all about one's own ability to succeed. Do they think it's a game where everyone helps each other with overflowing compassion? Everyone, stop scolding. Haven't you seen brother Feng has been silent? He must be thinking of ways to counter them. Humph. At least brother Feng is a man who has passed a strange tale before, not afraid of these nobodies. The high-ranking officials of the dragon country also protested against the high-ranking officials of these other countries, but they were disregarded, claiming that once they entered the strange tale world, they had no right to interfere. The high-ranking officials of the dragon country ordered a video to be made, so that the audience in the dragon country would know about this, which aroused discontent among the people. They all hoped Feng could deal with these chosen ones in the strange tale world. In reality, the chosen ones targeting Feng were all learning from Feng's K Hospital passing video, so one could say Feng was their teacher. Listening to the conversation of the chosen ones, a slight smile appeared at the corner of Feng's mouth. As long as there is an opportunity, he doesn't mind sending the others into the claws of this strange tale world. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking sound rang again, and a hoarse male voice came from outside. Open the door, I am your manager. I have to assign you the work tasks for the next few days. No one wearing a work badge stood up, their expressions blank as they walked to the door and opened it. Did you not hear me knocking for so long? A middle-aged man wearing a black t-shirt with the words Happy Cinema printed on it and jeans appeared, carrying a black wooden box. The wooden box was large enough to hold a basketball. Drip, drip, drip. Black liquid dripped from the box onto the ground. The middle-aged man and the person without a work badge paid no attention to the black liquid on the floor. Some selected ones went pale when they noticed something was off about the middle-aged man's toolbox, warning themselves never to touch it. Feng calmly looked at the box. A manager carrying a strange box must hold some secret. But it was still unclear what that mystery was, better not provoke it to avoid triggering an unstoppable horror. The middle-aged man pointed at Feng and the selected ones, dissatisfied. The Happy Cinema will open in 10 minutes, quickly change into your work uniforms, after you're dressed, gather outside. I need to assign the work tasks. With that, the middle-aged man left the changing room. The person without a work badge took less than 10 seconds to change into their work uniform and left the area. Feng found his clothes and changed immediately. During this time, he noticed other selected ones hurriedly changing, and in a corner of the live broadcast room, he put his mechanical watch into the pocket of his uniform, put on his work badge, and followed the other selected ones, being the 10th to leave the changing room. Some selected ones stayed behind in the changing room, worried that going out now would lead to danger. The middle-aged man outside was getting a bit impatient waiting. What are you guys dawdling for? I'll give you 2 minutes. If you don't come out dressed in your work uniforms, consider yourselves fired. At this command, the selected ones in the changing room jumped in fright and had no choice but to obediently leave the changing room. The middle-aged man's gaze swept over the 20 or so people in front of him, his voice hoarse. You will work part-time at Happy Cinema for the next 3 days. You are Team A, responsible for the morning shift today, which is from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. As the middle-aged man continued speaking, a set of rules appeared in his mind. The current haunted world is Happy Cinema, difficulty level 4, normal. You are now a part-time employee, please complete your work tasks at Happy Cinema under the manager's arrangement. You can leave Happy Cinema at noon on the 4th day. Successfully leaving Happy Cinema counts as clearing the level. The middle-aged man's hoarse voice continued. Now I will arrange the work content for you. You are responsible for the morning shift today, the evening shift tomorrow, and the night shift the day after. I have mentioned the morning shift time already, so I won't repeat it. The evening shift is from 2 p.m. to 10 p.m., and the night shift is from 10 p.m. to 8 a.m. the next day. The pay for each shift is 100 yuan. I hope you all remember your work times. I don't like tardiness, understood? The middle-aged man stared at each worker, as if trying to see through their innermost thoughts. Yi Feng and the others replied in unison. Understood. The middle-aged man nodded in satisfaction and continued. Next is the arrangement of specific tasks for the morning shift. Yi Feng, Tongpara, and Kikuwara will be responsible for ticket sales. After the middle-aged man detailed each person's work role, he patted the wooden box tightly strapped to his waist and explained. This is my toolbox. If you find any malfunctioning equipment in the cinema, you can call the front desk at extension 444, and I will handle it immediately. Also, you can call me Manager Yang. The cinema staff present all chimed in. Hello, Manager Yang. Alright, you all go to your respective posts, there are 5 minutes until work starts. All the selected ones hurriedly left, following Manager Yang's instructions. Yi Feng arrived at the cinema's ticket window. On the way, Yi Feng paid attention and remembered the rooms he passed by. The changing room was located at the back of the cinema, down a long corridor after a turn, first the restroom, then theaters 20 to 11, with odd numbers on the left and even numbers on the right. At the end of theater 11, it became a crossroad. The theaters numbered 11 to 20 were above, while theaters 1 to 10 should be below. The left side led to the ticket check area, and the right side was pitch dark, with nothing visible inside. Next to the ticket check area was the employee cafeteria, locked up with a sign hanging on it that read, Staff Cafeteria, no entry for unauthorized personnel, open hours, 7:50 to 8:30 a.m., 12 to 2:10 p.m., 6 to 12 p.m. Then he arrived at the cinema lobby, where the ticket and food counters were inside the lobby, right next to each other. The entrance to the cinema was at the far left end of the ticket window. Not far from the ticket counter were several sets of tables and chairs, likely for customers to wait. Happy Cinema had a modern style, with the lighting atmosphere mainly dark. Yi Feng deeply etched the route he passed into his mind, he must not remember it wrong. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his chest and discovered a note tucked inside his work ID, pulling it out to read. Here are the first set of rules, other rules are in some corner of Happy Cinema. 1. The cinema operates 24 hours a day, and each employee's shift is arranged by the manager with a worker badge. All employees must follow the manager's scheduling. 2. When customers enter the cinema, please observe their clothing. If they are wearing casual clothes, let them in directly. If they are wearing white clothes, check if they have purchased tickets in advance. If they are wearing red clothes, immediately drive that customer away. 3. Regardless of which movie customers want to watch, just accept their money and hand them a blank movie ticket. Never direct customers to the theater. Never direct customers to the theater. Never direct customers to the theater. 4. When customers come to the counter to buy food and drinks, please accept any paper money they hand you, place it in the cash drawer, and hand the selected food and drinks to the customer. But remember, do not accept paper money from customers in red clothing. Whatever red-clothed customers want, just hand it to them directly. 5. Employees must change shifts in the changing room, handing the work ID to the next shift's employee. 6. Please do not be late, otherwise, the manager will be very angry. 7. The movies played in the cinema are purely fictional. If you see characters from the movie walk out of the theater, please choose to ignore it. 8. During the movie, regardless of what happens in the theater, employees should not enter, as this will make the customers inside unhappy. 9. No customers are allowed to enter theater number 4. If a customer does enter, please call the manager, he will handle it. 10. Employees' expenses in the cinema will be paid at employee prices. After each shift, they will receive corresponding compensation. 11. Employees can rest in the staff dormitory on the second floor. Each dormitory is a 4-person room, please do not disturb others. 12. This cinema is an adult cinema, those under 18 cannot enter. If a child is encountered, please ignore any requests they make and immediately inform the manager. 13. In case of danger, go to the staff cafeteria, this place is absolutely safe. There are a total of 13 rules, more than the first set of rules from the K Hospital ghost stories. After reading, in the next moment, the 2nd, 5th, 7th, 9th, 11th, and 12th rules appeared in red letters. Yi Feng frowned. Except for the 2nd and 12th rules, the other incorrect rules were easy to identify. The 2nd rule was to deal with customers in different outfits, responding differently based only on observing the situation of a few employees at the entrance. As for the 12th rule, it was unclear whether the error was in the first half or the second half, requiring further analysis based on future encounters. Thus, the content of the first set of rules was fully analyzed. Yi Feng is currently in charge of the ticket booth, and there shouldn't be any issues. The chosen ones from the same group, Tongpara and Kikawa Taiko, kept scratching their heads, their hands covered with hair. Damn it, so many rules right from the start, there must be something wrong in there. Tongpara expressed his dissatisfaction. But how are we supposed to tell what's real and what's fake? Kikowa Taiko frowned. He had seen the instructional videos. Some of the rules given by the World of Strange Tales were false, and if they followed the rules blindly, they would definitely die. They noticed Yi Feng's calm expression, exchanged glances, nodded, and smiled at Yi Feng. We're very sorry about what happened in the changing room. If we don't do this, it will upset the chosen ones from other countries. Yi Feng did not respond to Kikowa Taiko and Tong Para, maintaining his calm demeanor. Kikowa Taiko shook his head, bowed to Yi Feng, and said apologetically, "Please guide us, Yi Feng from Hongdo Ni Private Marseille." Tong Para also made a gesture of apology. As the strange tales began, Yi Feng initially did not want to pay attention to the other chosen ones, but since they eagerly asked him to guide them, he reluctantly agreed. "I can see your sincerity, I accept your apology, and I will give you a hint." Kikowa Taiko did not expect that the chosen one from Long Country would be so easy to deceive, accepting his apology so easily. As long as he confirmed safety later, he would take out the chosen one from Long Country. Kikowa Taiko smirked, burying a murderous intent in his heart. Yi Feng wasn't blind, he could see Kikowa Taiko's inner thoughts at a glance, and a cold smile crept into his heart. A dog cannot change its habit of eating shit. The audience in the Long Country livestream began to complain. Brother Feng is confused, believing the tricks of Sakura Country. Isn't he afraid of being stabbed? I'm going to switch from a fan to a hater. Brother Feng, tell me, is this true? Sakura Country audience, ha ha ha. It must be our Kikowa-kun's sincerity that touched Yi Feng. Yi Feng will always be our friend. Just then, a woman wearing a casual t-shirt and shorts entered, approached the ticket booth, and handed Kikowa Taiko a brown banknote with the number 100 written on it. Give me a ticket for the movie Eyes of the Deep Mountain. Yi Feng nodded. Kikowa Taiko hurriedly handed the casual t-shirt woman a movie ticket. The casual t-shirt woman glanced at the movie ticket. Hall 18. I'm not quite sure where it is, and the movie is about to start. I'm afraid of the dark, can you show me the way? Seeing that he was in no danger, Kikowa Taiko felt that Yi Feng wasn't tricking him, and continued to look at Yi Feng, requesting him for a hint. Yi Feng smiled, a smile hiding a killer's intent, and said to Kikowa Taiko, "Please take her there." Kikowa Taiko was puzzled, the rules clearly stated not to take guests to the cinema hall. Yi Feng began to explain. Because. Chapter 22, Sending to Blood Loss. As Yi Feng said because, the two immediately fell silent, their faces showing unwilling expressions. Kikowa Taiko became more certain that Yi Feng wasn't deceiving him. The reason must be related to personal understanding, a secret. Please give me a hint, Yi Feng. As long as I get through this level, I will follow your orders in the future. Kikowa Taiko said this, but in his heart, he was thinking about how to use Yi Feng to the end, and then trick him to death. They absolutely cannot let the chosen one from Long Country have it easy. They cannot let Long Country have it easy. The audience in the Long Country livestream stared closely at Yi Feng, praying he wouldn't reveal the reason. Brother Feng, what's wrong? How could you believe in such tricks from Sakura Country? It's only a craftsman-level god, do not trust too deeply. It's over. It's over. Brother Feng is cooperating with the Sakura chosen ones, it seems like he's going to be doomed. Everyone, we must trust Brother Feng, there must be a reason for him to do this. Some rational fans firmly believed that Yi Feng wouldn't help for no reason and continued to watch the live broadcast content closely. Yi Feng sighed, feeling helpless. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. The reason is that the third rule, never guide guests to the cinema hall, is repeated 3 times in the rules. Would the World of Strange Tales be so kind to remind us? Yi Feng's voice was very low, afraid that other chosen ones would hear. Kikowa Taiko read the third rule and nodded slightly. Indeed, it's like this. This is to make us believe, repeated explanation? Yi Feng nodded, no longer explaining too much. Kikowa Taiko smiled, her grin as bright as summer sunflowers. Thank you for the hint, Yi Feng. The t-shirt casual girl seemed a bit impatient and urged. Can you take the lower path? Kikowa Taiko respectfully said to the t-shirt casual girl. I will take you to Theater 18, please follow me. Kikowa Taiko gestured invitingly, leading the t-shirt casual girl away from there. The Dragon Country audience felt reluctant and decided to go to the Sakura Country livestream to see if Feng really helps Kikowa Taiko. As Kikowa Taiko passed through the ticket gate, the staff without a work badge looked at the t-shirt casual girl's ticket and immediately let them through. Arriving at the corner, the t-shirt casual girl gasped, tightly hugging Kikowa Taiko, whispering, I'm sorry, I'm afraid of the dark. It's too scary with such darkness at the corner. Kikowa Taiko's heart raced, thinking, after being single for so many years, relying on skills to get by, I didn't expect the first time I held a girl's hand would be in a horror world. Kikowa Taiko patted the t-shirt casual girl's hand, reassuringly said, Please don't worry, I will definitely take you to Theater 18. However, at the moment the t-shirt casual girl hugged Kikowa Taiko's arm, the live stream image changed. The t-shirt casual girl's skin turned pale, her eyes rolled back, hair quickly fell out, and there was an orange lump on the back of her head. The Dragon Country audience immediately understood Yi Feng's intention and burst into laughter. 23,333. It seems Feng is still very clear-headed. Collaborating with Sakura Country is undoubtedly looking for death. The Sakura audience erupted in outrage and began to curse. Sakura audience, despicable dragon people. You want to trick our chosen ones, aren't you afraid our country will sanction you? The person above is too heavy-handed. Our Feng also has moments of failure, perhaps he misunderstood. Exactly, even a horse stumbles. Your chosen ones can't think for themselves, are they pig brains? Sakura audience, you. The high-ranking officials of Sakura were too busy to pressure the Dragon Country and hurriedly used the hint card. Do not trust Yi Feng. The woman next to you is not human. Go back to the ticket booth immediately. Kikowa Taiko received the hint in his mind, glanced at the girl hugging him. It should be the higher-ups trying to sow discord between me and Yi Feng-san. Yi Feng-san still has use for me now, and besides, the one next to me is a beauty, there must be no mistake. Kikowa Taiko ignored the high-ranking official's hint, letting the woman beside him hug him, leisurely arriving at Theater 18. Kikowa Taiko pointed at the theater door, smiling and said, Miss, we have arrived at Theater 18, please go in. The rules mentioned that when the theater starts showing, they cannot enter the theater, only stand outside the door. The t-shirt woman shook her head, speaking timidly. I'm still scared, why don't you help me open the door, and I'll go in myself. Kikowa Taiko thought for a moment, it didn't matter much, since he wasn't going inside the theater anyway, nothing would happen. Creak. The theater door slowly opened, and eerie laughter echoed from inside, it should be the movie playing already. Please go in. The t-shirt woman stepped half a foot into Theater 18, grabbed Kikowa Taiko's hand, and smiled. I'm still afraid of the dark, let's go into the theater together, just lead me to my seat. The t-shirt girl looked at Kikowa Taiko with a pitiful expression, blinking her captivating eyes, making Kikowa Taiko's heart race. This is the feeling of love? Kikowa Taiko had a momentary illusion that this wasn't the horror world, but a normal date to watch a movie with a girl, unlucky because it was a horror film, and the girl got scared. Just right, the boy could show off in front of the girl. Kikowa Taiko shook his head vigorously, feeling dizzy and a bit heavy, but still held on to the rule's contents. Refused the request of the t-shirt girl. The cinema has a rule that staff cannot enter screening rooms during work hours, I'm very sorry. However, Kikowa Taiko could not break free from the t-shirt girl's grip and looked at her with confusion. What do you mean? The t-shirt girl still maintained her smile and explained. I'm really scared, please lead the way. An irresistible force grabbed Kikowa Taiko, pulling her constantly toward Hall 18. The screen of Sakura Country's live broadcast went black in an instant. Chosen one of Sakura Country dead. The story of Happiness Cinema has descended upon Sakura Country, 1% of the people immediately enter Happiness Cinema, minimum number 5 million. Sakura viewers, despicable people from Dragon Country. Wait for our punishment. It's a misunderstanding. It's Feng's mistake. Please don't misunderstand. I'm sorry. I bow at 90 degrees to apologize to you. 1% of the people of Sakura Country immediately enter the tale of Happiness Cinema, having watched less than 10 minutes of the horror world, they had no idea what to do next. More than 500 people had just passed through K Hospital, among them, more than 300 were chosen again to enter the Happiness Cinema, cursing Yi Feng and the foolish Kikowa Taiko in their hearts. Dragon Country viewers felt a sense of relief upon seeing this scene. Many people messaged outside saying it was Feng's mistake, please don't think negatively, Feng sincerely wants to cooperate with everyone to fight against the horror world, it was just an accident. Half an hour had passed since Kikowa Taiko left the ticket window. Tongpara looked at Yi Feng with confusion, asking. Why hasn't he returned after leading the way for so long? Is he in danger? Saying this, Tongpara began to doubt Yi Feng. Yi Feng looked calmly at Tongpara, making it hard for him to see what Yi Feng was thinking inside. His mind raced, contemplating an explanation. At this moment, a set of rules appeared beneath the ticket machine. Yi Feng quickly scanned the rules and said helplessly. I think Kikowa Taiko must have violated one of these rules, he should be dead. Yi Feng pointed at the rules for Tongpara to see. Ticketing work rules. 1. To avoid the ticketing area being unattended, at least one person must be at the post, if others need to leave, please return within 3 minutes. 2. If there are no staff at the food stand, please have the ticketing staff also work at the food stand. 3. Please keep a smile while receiving guests. 4. Do not have physical contact with guests at the ticketing area, the manager would be very angry if they saw it. Yi Feng pointed at the additional 4 rules at the ticketing area, letting Tongpara read. Tongpara still looked puzzled at Yi Feng. Having studied theory for only 10 days, his understanding of the theoretical knowledge was barely enough, let alone practical experience, he couldn't comprehend what Yi Feng was saying at all. Yi Feng's tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. You're so stupid, I suddenly don't want to cooperate with you anymore. Hearing this, Tong Para's face turned pale, grabbing Yi Feng's arm, shaking his head. Please don't abandon me. Please, Yi Feng, explain in detail. Yi Feng sighed, saying helplessly. Have you forgotten what Sakura country is famous for? It must be that they had physical contact with the guests, don't you think? Tong Para looked at Yi Feng in shock. He had also seen the specialties of Sakura country and understood the nature of the Sakura people well. Are you saying? Yi Feng nodded, no longer explaining, the reason was already clear. Tong Para shrugged helplessly, at a time like this, still unable to control oneself. Viewers from Dragon Country laughed out loud. They didn't expect Feng to be such a smooth talker. I said it, Feng didn't scam anyone, it was the Sakura chosen one who fell into their own trap. Damn. Keep smearing our Feng, be careful we spit you to death. Now that there was a reason, the viewers from Dragon Country wouldn't be polite to the viewers from Sakura Country. Sakura viewers, damn it, it turns out Kikowa Taiko caused the death of 5 million of us from Sakura Country. Sakura viewers, I suggest that Kikowa Taiko's direct family members also receive the appropriate punishment. The public opinion in Sakura Country is divided into two factions. One believes that Yi Feng secretly used tricks, while the other believes that Kikowa Taiko brought doom upon herself. There were very few guests in the Happy Cinema. It took an hour of work for 4 or 5 casually dressed people to come in and buy tickets. Yi Feng gave a hint to Tong Para, and each time did not violate the rules, peacefully lasting for 3 hours. Tong Para had long attributed the death of the Sakura chosen one to her own mistakes, and it had nothing to do with Yi Feng, continuing to choose Yi Feng. Besides observing the situation at the cinema entrance, Yi Feng was also watching Tong Para. Seeing that the other party trusted him enough, he smiled in the dead corner of the live broadcast room. Tap tap tap. Before long, a woman dressed in a bright red long dress walked to the ticket counter, her complexion pale yet rosy, resembling a well-maintained woman in her 30s. The red dress tightly hugged her body, perfectly showcasing her curves. What should be sunken was sunken, what should be protruding was protruding, leaving many with imaginative thoughts. I need a ticket for the terrifying mountain village. The woman in red handed Tong Para a coin marked with 10, and Tong Para accepted it. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room. Sakura audience, what a beautiful woman, I really want to Omega. Sakura audience, I can't handle it anymore, logging off for 3 minutes. Please behave, viewers from Sakura Country, we are in the world of strange tales. Please calm down, Sakura audience. The woman in red pouted and whispered to Tong Para. I'm afraid of the dark, can you take me to Auditorium 19? Tong Para remembered Yi Feng's words, if a guest requests assistance, he must provide it. Just as Tong Para was about to move, Yi Feng grabbed his arm and shook his head. Absolutely do not go. This time Yi Feng changed his mind. Using this rule to trick the chosen one, Tong Para's country's high ranks would definitely give a warning in advance, and then the other party wouldn't fall for it. Tong Para was confused. Obviously, it was letting the Sakura chosen one lead. Why not let him do so? Yi Feng softly explained. 3 repeated hints may not be significant. After all, you can only leave your station for 3 minutes. If you encounter another issue along the way, wouldn't that exceed the time? I think this hint is just meant to confuse us. Believe it or not, if you die, don't blame me. Tong Para thought for a moment, and ultimately chose to believe Yi Feng, rejecting the extremely picky-looking woman in the red dress. I'm sorry, dear guest, the cinema has regulations, you cannot leave your workstation for too long, please understand. The woman in red tried to grab Tong Para's arm, but Tong Para stepped back, dodging her hand, dissatisfied. Please respect the rules of the cinema. The color in the red woman's eyes faded, she pouted and complained. Such a handsome guy is really a pity, I even wanted to add your number. The woman in red walked to the ticket inspection area and gradually disappeared from Yi Feng and Tong Para's sight. Seeing that he was safe, Tong Para expressed his gratitude to Yi Feng. Thank you for your reminder, Yi Feng, otherwise, I might have been like her and left my workstation for over 3 minutes. Yi Feng smiled and replied. We are both chosen ones, helping each other is what we should do. In our Dragon Country, we have an old saying, when going out, rely on friends, helping you is what I should do. Yi Feng looked sincerely at Tong Para, his eyes showing no false emotion. In that instant, Tong Para's heart warmed, considering whether to trick Yi Feng when this was over, or truly become friends and continue advancing together in the world of strange tales. Thank you for your trust, from now on, you are my friend. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the audience was no longer as irritable as before, and there were far fewer comments, mostly from the Elephant Country audience. Elephant audience, thank you for the trust of you chosen ones. Elephant audience, we in Elephant Country will forever be friends with Dragon Country. The Dragon Country audience saw these comments, maintaining their smiles. As long as Feng wasn't foolish, he would never collaborate with anyone else. The high-ranking officials of the Elephant Nation smiled with satisfaction from the live broadcast room. It seems that the Dragon Nation needs to get along well, allowing their chosen ones to pay more attention to our chosen ones in the Elephant Nation. The high-ranking officials of the Elephant Nation put away their hint cards, gradually believing that Kikoa took the fall, allowing the world of strange tales to take advantage. In the lobby of the Happy Cinema, Yi Feng's face returned to its usual calm, occasionally glancing towards the cinema entrance. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Time passed by, second by second. It was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and since the woman in the red dress, no customers had come to the ticket counter. Tongpara's workstation was right next to the food counter. Until 1:30, a faint voice came from the food counter. "Excuse me, I would like a large box of popcorn and a big cup of soda, please get them for me." Yi Feng and Tongpara looked over. A girl wearing an orange t-shirt asked Tongpara. Yi Feng's lips curled slightly upwards, instantly regaining his calm, pointing to the second rule at the ticket counter, signaling Tongpara to agree to the girl's request. "Okay, please wait a moment." Tongpara went to the food counter, checking how to use the popcorn machine, realizing the method had already taken more than 2 minutes. A large box of popcorn was placed on the counter, then the soda was poured into the big cup and handed to the girl in the t-shirt. "Here is the popcorn and big cup of soda you wanted." The t-shirt girl dropped a coin and took the popcorn and big cup of soda, turning to leave. Strangely, she did not head towards the theater but walked towards the cinema's main entrance. Just then, Manager Yang from the cinema walked over. "Hello, Manager Yang." Yi Feng greeted the manager. After all, the rules did not clearly state whether it was allowed to greet, so it didn't violate the rules. According to the customs of the Dragon Nation, it's better to be polite. Manager Yang smiled kindly at Yi Feng, then turned to Tongpara, his face immediately darkening as he questioned. "Why did you leave your post for more than 3 minutes?" Tongpara was momentarily speechless. Didn't the rules clearly state that if there were no staff at the food counter, those at the ticket counter could serve as well? Tongpara grasped the last straw, softly asking Yi Feng. "What should I do now?" Yi Feng frowned, pretending to think hard. Bang! "I'm asking you a question? What are you daydreaming about? I will deduct your pay for this shift." "Quickly explain why." Yi Feng rubbed his chin and said seriously. "To be honest, didn't the rules say that we could share duties?" Tongpara nodded vigorously, saying earnestly. "A moment ago a customer needed popcorn and soda, I got them for her, and she paid." Manager Yang frowned slightly, asking with disbelief. "Did you see a customer at the food counter buying food?" Tongpara nodded. Manager Yang slapped Tongpara, scolding. "The nearest show is at 3:05, how could there be a customer coming so early to buy food?" "I just came in from the cinema, there was indeed a customer, speak." "Did you steal food from here?" Tongpara panicked, quickly shaking his head, pulling out the coin given by the t-shirt girl. However, the original coin had turned into a piece of white paper, clearly not money. Manager Yang's face darkened. "Not only did you steal food, but you also lied to me. Come. Go to the manager's office, I'm going to fire you." Manager Yang grabbed Tongpara's arm, trying to drag him away from here. Tongpara wanted to explain something, but an overpowering force came from Manager Yang's hand. Tongpara sought help from Yi Feng, but Yi Feng shook his head, indicating that he could do nothing now. Manager Yang pulled Tongpara through the ticket-checking area, where only one person with a work badge was present, who looked curiously at Tongpara's situation. Tongpara wanted to grab this person, but Manager Yang acted first, restraining both of Tongpara's hands with one hand. Until the crossroads. Manager Yang pointed towards the dim direction and said gloomily. "Inside is my office, I am going to fire you. Sign your name and you can leave." Everyone in Elephant Country thought there was still hope for Tongpara, but as soon as Tongpara stepped into the dark corridor, his head and neck separated. The head slowly fell to the ground. The Elephant Live broadcast room instantly went black. The chosen one of Elephant Country is dead. The horror tale of Happiness Cinema has descended upon Elephant Country. 1% of the people immediately entered the horror tale of Happiness Cinema, minimum number 5 million. The audience in Elephant Country was completely confused. Clearly, they were following the rules. How could this happen? Even the high-ranking officials of Elephant Country were bewildered. Everything was fine, and then suddenly, the person disappeared. Where did the problem occur? Audience from Elephant, the chosen one from Dragon Country probably passed the K-Hospital horror tale by luck, right? Audience from Elephant, I can't be mistaken. Yes, yes, yes. Our brother Feng is just an ordinary person, don't believe his words. I'm begging you, don't deify our brother Feng. That's right. Our brother Feng really relies on luck, not strength. The counterattack from the audience of Dragon Country left the audience of Elephant Country speechless. Only Yi Feng knew that the third rule of the first set of rules was absolutely correct. The Cherry Blossom chosen one died under this rule. Moreover, the first and second rules at the ticket booth contradicted each other. The food station couldn't guarantee returning to the ticket booth position within 3 minutes. Yi Feng was even more convinced that the first rule of the ticket booth was correct and the second was wrong. When the girl in the red dress came, Yi Feng did not intend to trap Tong Para, mainly because it was live streaming here. He could only wait for another chance to trap Tong Para. Even with a hint, Tong Para couldn't reverse the situation of death. Yi Feng did not want any unfavorable factors to appear in the horror tale world he found himself in. In the changing room, Yi Feng noted to target his chosen one. Before long, the people of Elephant Country understood that the 4 rules of the ticket booth were not entirely correct. The second rule was definitely wrong. Ticket booth employees cannot concurrently work at the food station. The outcome proved the same. Yi Feng waited at the ticket booth for more than 20 minutes and still did not see Tong Para's figure, probably indicating he was dead. At this time, Yi Feng was the only one left at the ticket booth, occasionally glancing at the entrance of the cinema, estimating that there shouldn't be any guests coming in this shift. There were 3 minutes left until closing time. A childish voice rang in Yi Feng's ear. "Excuse me, big brother, I want to buy a ticket for Hall 4, the time is 2:30 in the afternoon." Yi Feng was just about to say that the next movie showing was at 3 in the afternoon, then he closed his mouth and began to ponder. Was Manager Yang's statement definitely correct? People in the horror tale world wouldn't kindly offer correct information, maybe there was a trick. Yi Feng shook his head. At least, the 12th rule was contradictory, and now there was a little boy appearing. Ignoring the little boy was wrong, or contacting the manager was wrong. Contacting Manager Yang meant dialing 444. At this moment, a reminder from the high-ranking officials of Dragon Country flashed through Yi Feng's mind. Do not dial the 444 number. Also, the chosen one in the cinema you are in no longer believes you. Contacting the manager was wrong. What about ignoring the little boy? Should he ignore him or not? Yi Feng observed the little boy's clothes, wearing a checkered shirt and ordinary mid-length pants. According to the second rule of the first set, this counted as a guest dressed in casual clothing, and he should give him a ticket. Absolutely no mistake. He must give him a movie ticket. Yi Feng smiled and said to the little boy, "Here is your movie ticket, please take it." The little boy took the movie ticket, looked at Yi Feng a few times, and curiously asked, "Big brother, aren't you afraid of me?" Yi Feng shook his head. Just an ordinary little child, what was there to be afraid of? You are a guest, why should I be afraid of you? However, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, the little boy was not a little boy at all but a faceless, pale humanoid creature. Saliva kept dropping from the whole body to the ground. This made many people uncomfortable, but only the livestream room of the Dragon Country witnessed this scene. The other chosen ones either died or were in other job positions. The chosen one who had just managed to see the little boy, believing in the contents of the rules, dialed the number 444. As a result, the little boy was killed instantly, and that cinema immediately turned into a sea of blood. The 10 chosen ones in the happy cinema died in an instant. Brother Feng, hold on. There are only about 30 chosen ones left alive. The little boy smiled, placing a white coin on the table and said, "Thank you, big brother, for your trust. I believe we will see each other again soon. Goodbye." The little boy walked toward the ticket checking area. Strangely, no one stopped him to check his movie ticket, moving into Yi Feng's blind spot. Just 3 seconds after the little boy left, Manager Yang came out from the ticket booth and approached Yi Feng, asking, "Did you see a little boy just now?" Manager Yang was still carrying a black wooden box on his back. "No." Yi Feng shook his head, answering sincerely. Yi Feng responded to the little boy's request, giving him the movie ticket, and there was nothing wrong yet. The only explanation was that he couldn't tell Manager Yang about the little boy's matter. The happy cinema was decorated in a modern style but had no cameras. Yi Feng thought as long as he acted sincere, he would never reveal a flaw. Manager Yang stared into Yi Feng's eyes for 2 minutes before finally sighing in relief. "It's good that you didn't meet the little boy. Although this place is called the Happy Cinema, it shows horror films, which are not suitable for children, so we can't let children in. Remember, if you encounter a child, contact me immediately." Yi Feng nodded in response. "I understand." What a lie. If I contact you, I would probably be dead. Yi Feng thought again. There were staff members watching at the entrance. If it was truly not allowed, someone would definitely stop the child from coming in. But strangely, Yi Feng had been watching the entrance, and not a single child had come in. Manager Yang received Yi Feng's affirmative answer, smiled, and patted Yi Feng on the shoulder, saying, "Among the part-time workers, you have the best attitude. This shift's payment is 150 yuan, 100 yuan is the basic salary, and 50 yuan is commission." Manager Yang handed Yi Feng 2 coins and stuffed them into his pants pocket before walking toward the cinema entrance. At this moment, there was still one employee wearing a work badge at the cinema entrance. Yi Feng glanced at his watch in the dead angle of the livestream, confirming it was 2 in the afternoon, and walked into the changing room. Inside the changing room, there were 4 people wearing work badges, along with the chosen one at the entrance. Only 6 chosen ones survived from the first shift. Among them were chosen ones from Kimchi, Lighthouse, and Maple Leaf countries, who had the most hostility towards Yifeng. The other two chosen ones were hostile to Yifeng but dared not show it. Yifeng changed into a set of ordinary clothes, placing the mechanical watch into his pants pocket in the blind spot of vision. The chosen one from Lighthouse country, Henry, complained. "I'm lucky there was a hint just now, otherwise, I would have died." The theoretical knowledge is far too different from the actual horror world. The chosen one from Maple Leaf country, Chelsea, added. "Indeed, my hints have also run out, I can only rely on myself now." "Damn it. It was said to be normal difficulty, but I find it pretty much difficult." Yifeng listened to the conversation among the chosen ones. The only thing he could confirm was that they all received hints from their respective higher-ups. As long as they weren't stupid, they would never believe Yifeng's words from now on. Yifeng coldly laughed in his heart. Just right. Creak. The changing room door opened, and more than 20 people without work badges walked in, reaching out their hands toward the chosen ones, saying, "We are the next night shift, please hand over your work badges to us, we need to continue working." Yifeng ignored their demands and sat back in his original position. These people are clearly lying, there are only 6 work passes present, and they are not enough for everyone. Moreover, besides the chosen ones, no one else at the morning shift has a work pass around their necks. One person grabbed a chosen one and said viciously, "Hand over your work pass right now. If not, I will call Manager Yang." The threatened chosen one trembled, his mind went blank for a moment, and confusedly handed over his work pass. Seeing this tactic worked, the second person approached Yifeng, saying fiercely, "Hand over your work pass to me immediately." Yifeng stood up, calmly facing the person before him. "Why should I give my work pass to you?" "No." Yifeng's decisive tone immediately drained the person's confidence, who could only turn to other chosen ones to demand their work passes. With Yifeng's refusal, all the chosen ones behind him rejected the demands for work passes. The opposing side grew angry and shouted, "What do you mean? Are you going to go against the rules of happiness cinema? Do you believe I will beat you to death?" This shout attracted Manager Yang, who pushed open the door and said displeased, "What time is it? Why aren't you all going to your workstations immediately?" With Manager Yang's appearance, everyone from the opposing side immediately wilted and left the changing room, heading to their workstations. The chosen one who lost his work pass walked up to Manager Yang, complaining, "Manager Yang, they took my work pass, please help me get it back." This chosen one did not know the use of the work pass, but seeing Yifeng's resolute refusal, he believed it must be very important. Manager Yang looked coldly at this chosen one. "They cannot take your work pass unless you hand it over to them, that is your freedom, and you have no right to regret it." The chosen one shivered inside, more certain that the work pass had great value, and felt a deep hatred towards Yifeng. Knowing clearly that he should not hand over the work pass, the Dragon Country chosen ones did not warn him. It was obvious that they wanted him to die. Such people are too selfish and too malicious. No wonder the chosen ones from the lighthouse and pickled vegetables despise him, there must be a reason. "Please, I can't lose my work pass." This chosen one glared at Yifeng with malice, pitifully clutching Manager Yang's arm, about to let his snot flow down. Just then, his hand accidentally brushed against a wooden box. Manager Yang swung a fist and sent this chosen one flying, saying coldly, "I do not wish to repeat myself, you all need to leave the changing room immediately, and until the next shift, you may move freely in the cinema." Manager Yang turned and left, and Yifeng hurried out of the changing room, only to find that Manager Yang had already disappeared. Yifeng walked to the intersection and turned right, arriving at the staff cafeteria. At this moment, the cafeteria door was half open, revealing a lot of food inside. Yifeng walked into the staff cafeteria. In the changing room, the 5 chosen ones exchanged glances. The chosen one from the Lighthouse Nation, Henry, slammed the bench and cursed. "Damn Dragon Country chosen one, if he hadn't asked for a pass second, he probably wouldn't have reminded us at all. He wants to use the rules of the world of horror stories to kill us." The chosen one who lost his work pass felt incredibly wronged, wishing he could tear the Dragon Country chosen one apart and turn him into meat sauce. "Am I going to die?" Henry patted this chosen one on the shoulder, reassuring him. "We'll help you, when we see Yifeng, we'll take his work pass and give it to you. Anyway, he is our enemy, and there is no need to be courteous with an enemy." Other chosen ones chimed in, saying, "I got a hint that Yifeng is very likely to kill 2 chosen ones, he is our enemy and must be eliminated first." This chosen one looked sincerely at Henry and thanked him, saying, "Thank you for your help, let's go find Yifeng and take his work pass." These chosen ones left the changing room and started searching for Yifeng. The viewers in the Long Country livestream began to curse. A bunch of worthless trash. They blame others for being worse than themselves. Are you all ganging up on Brother Feng? What kind of nonsense is that? Lighthouse viewers, selfish people deserve to be punished accordingly. Cherry Blossom viewers, what the person above said is right. This is an act of justice. Brother Feng is just an ordinary person, do you have the face to target him like this? Maple Leaf viewers, we must punish selfish people. In the Happiness Cinema, the 5 chosen ones arrived at the employee cafeteria, pushed open the door, and saw Yi Feng selecting food. Chapter 26, the cafeteria is absolutely safe. Yi Feng entered the cafeteria. Inside, there was a wall clock ticking away. There was also a hot water machine, dishwashing station, trash cans, a few stack beds, and various vending machines. The vending machines offered snacks like chips, jelly, and pop rocks, priced from 0.1 to 5 yuan, at least half the price outside. There were also instant food options, like instant pots, cup noodles, and instant mixed noodles, priced between 2.5 and 10 yuan. And there were piles of drinks, priced from 1 to 8 yuan. Yi Feng approached one of the vending machines, planning to buy food when a set of rules appeared. Cafeteria usage rules. 1. Please insert coins to purchase the items you need, do not damage the vending machine to steal its contents. 2. No unauthorized persons can enter the cafeteria, only cinema employees are allowed inside. 3. Fighting is prohibited in the cafeteria, otherwise, you will lose the right to use it. 4. The cafeteria must always remain clean, if you see something dirty, please contact the cleaner outside for help. 5. The clock in the cafeteria is accurate. Yi Feng ignored the cafeteria's 5th rule, he had a mechanical watch on him and didn't need to look at the clock in this strange world. As for the 4th rule, it was contradictory, as long as he didn't touch anything, this rule wouldn't be triggered. The first 3 rules, if followed according to the content, wouldn't cause any major issues. Yi Feng stood in front of the instant food vending machine, just about to insert a 50 yuan coin, when the cafeteria door burst open. A chosen one who lost his work ID rushed in and started cursing at Yi Feng. Despicable person. You know we can't turn in our IDs. Why didn't you remind me? The one who lost his ID was Adolf from the Romance Nation, who barely got through the morning shift but unexpectedly stumbled during the handover. Other chosen ones echoed. We are all chosen ones, we should help each other. What you did is truly selfish. Yi Feng put away his coin, turned around, blocking the rules of the vending machine behind him, and calmly stared at the crowd. Yi Feng's calmness only further enraged Adolf, it was obvious he did it on purpose to not remind him. Lighthouse chosen one Henry said unhappily. Yi Feng, what benefit do you get from doing this? How about this, return your work ID to Adolf, since you clearly caused this problem for him. Consider it a compensation for Adolf, and we won't continue to blame you. Yi Feng sneered inwardly, Henry's statement reflected the Lighthouse's characteristic stupidity. He was the one who foolishly submitted his work ID, what did that have to do with Yi Feng? It's not like Yi Feng forced Adolf to turn in his ID. Why should all the blame fall on Yi Feng? Yi Feng's expression remained calm as he said. Why should I? Adolf couldn't hold back anymore, he couldn't stand Yi Feng's calm face, clearly it was his fault for not reminding him, and now he wanted to snatch away Yi Feng's work ID. Adolf swung his fist towards Yi Feng's face. Adolf practiced boxing for a few years, confidently believing he could knock out Yi Feng with one punch and take his work badge. Just as his fist was about to slam down in front of Yi Feng, Manager Yang suddenly appeared behind Adolf, shouting loudly. What are you doing? Get out of here. You have no right to use the staff cafeteria. Manager Yang kicked Adolf outside the staff cafeteria and dusted off the soles of his shoes. At that moment, Manager Yang didn't carry the black wooden box, walked up to Yi Feng, and quietly apologized. I'm very sorry, I didn't expect to hire such a rude employee. Here's 50 yuan as compensation, deducted from Adolf's next work pay. Yi Feng took the 50 yuan and smiled in response. It's no problem, you didn't want to hire someone like this either. I won't take it to heart. Manager Yang coldly glanced at the other employees. Even though you all made a fuss just now, you didn't take action, so you're lucky. Take care. The other chosen ones in the cafeteria watched Manager Yang's disappearing back and swallowed hard. Fortunately, they didn't act just now, letting the foolish Adolf be the scapegoat, otherwise, they would lose their chance to use the cafeteria as well. Adolf saw the staff cafeteria vanish before his eyes, replaced by a solid wall, and he growled fiercely. I will definitely get my revenge next shift. After saying this, he turned and left. The audience from Longwood burst into laughter, finally understanding that Yi Feng's calmness was to provoke Adolf. Letting Adolf take action violated rule number 3. Many Longwood viewers, upon careful consideration, felt the terror of Yi Feng, he didn't even have to act himself to use the rules. The audience from Romantic Nation gritted their teeth in anger. If it weren't for the Longwood chosen ones, their chosen one would be safe right now. It was all the fault of the selfish Longwood chosen ones. Yi Feng picked up the coins sent over by Manager Yang and put them into the instant food vending machine, selecting a steaming bowl of beef hot pot and a bottle of warm milk from the adjacent machine. The hot pot alone had 2 pounds of beef, paired with white rice, topped with spicy sauce. Yi Feng took a bite and began to eat heartily. The other chosen ones smelled the spicy aroma, and their taste buds exploded with excitement. Lighthouse Henry confirmed that Yi Feng was using the vending machine without any issues and waved to the other chosen ones. Come on, let's all get food. When Henry approached the vending machine, he saw a set of rules and instantly understood why Yi Feng was so calm earlier. It turned out fighting was not allowed in the cafeteria. What a devious Longwa chosen one. Henry didn't say much. He spent 10 yuan to buy food and water and began to eat. The other chosen ones also exchanged their points for food, eating heartily. Even through the live stream, the delicious smell could be sensed, prompting viewers to start preparing lavish meals. After Yi Feng was full, he tossed the trash into the bin, lay back on the folding bed to rest, and casually said, "To avoid you saying I'm selfish, let me tell you something I discovered." Before the other chosen ones could ask, Yi Feng continued to speak. "It's absolutely safe in the cafeteria, except during working hours. Staying here is the safest. Of course, you can choose not to believe me, you already view me as an enemy." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he closed his eyes, planning to rest a little after his meal. The other chosen ones also lay on the folding beds, pondering whether Yi Feng's words were true or false. The chosen ones at the scene exchanged glances, wondering, could the Longwa chosen one be so kind to remind them? Or was the cafeteria really not absolutely safe? The audience in Longwa's livestream was also puzzled about why Feng kindly reminded them that the cafeteria was absolutely safe. Could it be that the cafeteria wasn't completely safe? But would these chosen ones believe Feng Ji's words? The Longwei audience couldn't understand the meaning behind Yi Feng's statement, and as time passed, it was already 8 in the evening. Yi Feng rubbed his eyes, waking up unexpectedly after such a long sleep. He glanced at the mechanical watch in the blind spot. Confirming that the time on the cafeteria clock is accurate, he continues to exchange food. The next shift is scheduled for tomorrow at 2 p.m., and nothing strange has happened yet, so staying in the cafeteria is the safest choice. Just as Yi Feng considers how to pass the time next, a knock sounds from outside the door. Creak. The door opens, and Manager Yang walks in with a tablet in hand, still not carrying the black wooden box, smiling as he enters. Chapter 27, Doubt on Yi Feng's Reminder. You are still here. Manager Yang smiles as he steps inside and speaks. Hello, Manager Yang. Yi Feng replies. The other chosen ones in the cafeteria suddenly wake up and greet Manager Yang, mimicking Yi Feng. Hello, Manager Yang. Manager Yang nods, places the tablet on one of the few chairs, and explains. You probably won't be going home these days, and staying in the cinema can be boring. I brought this tablet for you so you can watch movies. It can help pass the time without spending any money. Then, Manager Yang randomly opens a popular and exciting movie from the real world. Lighthouse Henry exclaims in surprise. This is a really popular movie recently. If it weren't for the strange stories, I would have gone to see it with my friends. I didn't expect there would be something to watch here. Manager Yang beams with pride. This is the happy cinema, what movie doesn't it have? However, this place mainly features horror films, other types can only be watched on the tablet. After explaining the basic operations of the tablet, Manager Yang leaves the cafeteria. Yi Feng feels bored and decides to watch a movie to pass the time. The only advantage of watching movies here is that foreign films are automatically translated into the dragon language, no need for subtitles. After finishing the first movie, Lighthouse Henry insists on choosing the second one to watch. The other chosen ones dare not compete. Yi Feng thinks watching any movie is fine for passing time and expresses indifference. Until the second movie ends, the clock in the cafeteria shows 11:30 p.m. Yi Feng buys a self-heating pot from the vending machine for a late-night snack and approaches the door, reminding the 4 chosen ones in the cafeteria. Don't blame me for not reminding you, it is absolutely safe in the cafeteria. Staying in the cafeteria during non-working hours is the safest. After saying this, Yi Feng glances at the clock showing 11:54 p.m., leaving the employee time. He leaves the 4 chosen ones in the cafeteria. Lighthouse Henry frowns. Will the Dragon Country chosen ones genuinely remind us? I find it unlikely. Maple Leaf Chelsea agrees, saying, indeed. Pickled Vegetable Li Puxiu also nods vigorously, supporting Henry's viewpoint. The remaining chosen one has no opinion and follows Henry's suggestion. And after Yi Feng said that, he left the cafeteria, doesn't that imply it's very unsafe in the cafeteria after midnight? Lighthouse Henry immediately thinks of the key point. I believe Yi Feng is trying to deceive us. Pickled Vegetable Li Puxiu furrows his brow, puzzled. But what if the Dragon Country chosen one knows we don't trust him, yet he still says this? Don't forget, Yi Feng is very clever. Lighthouse and Maple Leaf's chosen ones ponder this, and Li Puxiu continues. He might have guessed we wouldn't believe him, so he stated the correct rules to keep us away from that very truth. In the first set of rules, it does indeed mention that it is absolutely safe in the cafeteria. However, Lighthouse Henry still feels Yi Feng might be lying and suggests. I think we should stand just outside the cafeteria door. As long as Yi Feng comes back and enters, we will follow him in. No matter whether Feng lied or not, we won't have any problems. Henry's suggestion quickly gained approval from the other 3 chosen ones, who gave him thumbs up. Henry is indeed thoughtful, we will wait outside. At this moment, Feng walks into the men's restroom to take care of personal hygiene. The temperature in the restroom seems to be much colder than outside. Sitting on the toilet brings a chill to his body. After Feng finishes coming to the sink, he lowered his head. Suddenly, a pale little boy appeared in the mirror, with paper white hands slowly reaching towards Feng's head. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom livestream instantly held their breath. Brother Feng wouldn't be that careless, right? Brother Feng, run. There's something in the mirror. The lighthouse audience deserve it. Letting you trick other chosen ones. Just as the little hand touched Feng's head, the pale little boy shook his head, and the little hand slowly retracted. Feng finished washing his hands, raised his head to look. The mirror showed no anomalies. His hair was a bit messy, but Feng didn't pay much attention. In the world of strange tales, surviving was enough, nothing else mattered. Feng glanced at his watch in the blind spot. It was 11:58, and he quickly returned to the staff cafeteria, where he saw 3 chosen ones waiting outside. Feng ignored them and walked into the staff cafeteria, taking advantage of not feeling sleepy to open his tablet and pass time. Lighthouse Henry exchanged glances with the other 2 chosen ones, entered the cafeteria, and questioned Feng. Did you see the chosen one from Maple Leaf Country just now? He went to the restroom. Feng continued watching a movie, ignoring Henry. Seeing Feng disregard him, Henry felt embarrassed, and his voice became a bit harsher as he interrogated. I'm asking you a question? Feng glanced sideways at Henry, looked at the wall clock, feeling a little disappointed. Only one chosen one. I didn't see him. I swear, after leaving the cafeteria, I didn't see the chosen one from Maple Leaf Country. Feng held up 3 fingers, firmly stating. There was no need to lie about this, it would do him no good. Henry studied Feng's expression carefully and, finding no clues, snorted. Then he signaled the other chosen ones, bought some late-night snacks from the vending machine, ate, and soon fell into a deep sleep on the folding bed. After finishing a movie, Feng yawned repeatedly, turned off the lights, and lay on the bed, quickly falling asleep. The cafeteria was pitch dark. As everyone slept soundly, the tablet automatically turned on, playing movies from the Happy Cinema. In the live stream, what viewers saw was static on the tablet, unable to make out any content inside. Outside the cafeteria, Chosen One Chelsea was returning from the restroom but couldn't push open the cafeteria door, nor could she see other chosen ones, frowning in confusion. What's going on? We agreed to wait at the door, did they all leave? Could it be that Feng is lying? This place isn't safe at all, did they run into danger and leave? Chelsea pondered and found only this explanation made sense. Chelsea had no choice but to head to the cinema lobby, just in time to see Adolf, who had lost his work badge earlier. At this moment, Adolf was holding a coin worth 30, and seeing Chelsea's distressed look, he ran over. Thank goodness, finally seeing our chosen ones. What are the plans for tonight? Adolf quickly inquired. Chelsea looked up at the 2nd floor of the cinema, separated by transparent glass walls, revealing many rooms, likely for staff to rest. Thinking the lighthouse chosen ones had gone upstairs to rest, she suggested. How about we go upstairs to rest tonight? We can share a room, and it will be safer. Adolf had no other choice but to follow Chelsea. I'll follow your lead, let's hurry up. By the way, do you have any food? I've been hungry all day. Chelsea took out a packaged piece of bread from her pocket and handed it to Adolf. This is all that's left, hurry up and eat. Adolf took big bites, discussing what happened from this afternoon until night. After the chosen ones lost their work badges, they were not allowed to stay on the cinema's 1st floor for more than 30 minutes during non-working hours. Adolf spent 70 coins to watch 4 movies, with intervals of 30 minutes in between. He rested in the lobby seats while waiting for the movies to start, and just now, when he planned to buy another ticket, he saw Chelsea. After listening to Adolf's account, Chelsea asked curiously. Didn't you see Henry and the others? Adolf shook his head in response. I didn't see it, maybe I dozed off and didn't pay attention. Chelsea felt a bit confused after hearing this. It wasn't time to work yet, so they couldn't go to the changing room. The screening room was off limits, and they couldn't enter that dark corridor. Where did Henry and the others go? It was only 12:10 a.m., and Adolf should have been awake for a long time. It didn't make sense. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Cold wind blew in from outside the cinema. Chelsea looked out and saw a few figures in red and white staring at her and Adolf. Chelsea realized it wasn't safe to stay on the 1st floor any longer, so she forced herself to say, let's go up to the 2nd floor to rest. The 2 of them climbed the old wooden spiral staircase, counting as they went. 44 steps later, they reached the 2nd floor. A few meters ahead was a sign that read, Cinema Employee Dormitory, please do not enter without official staff permission. Chapter 28, we can only go to the second floor to rest. The sign says non-cinema people cannot enter. The chosen one from Maple Leaf Country, Chelsea, pointed at the sign on the ground. The chosen one from Romantic Country, Adolf, shook his head in confusion. Doesn't the sign say it provides rest for all of us but requires a payment of $20 each night? The two chosen ones saw different messages on the sign and knew there was a problem with the rooms on the second floor. But a few red figures floated outside the cinema, making the two chosen ones feel even more uneasy. Their instincts told them that staying on the first floor of the cinema would not end well. Let's just go in. Paying $20 for a night is pretty cheap. Adolf only had a pitiful $30 left. If he rented a room alone, he definitely wouldn't last until tomorrow's work time. Chelsea felt that having a companion by her side would make it easier to face any strange situations. She wouldn't be alone. Taking a step forward, Chelsea said softly, "Let's share a room and split the cost." A smile finally appeared on Adolf's face as he quickly followed Chelsea's lead. The second floor of the cinema was a dormitory. The closest to the staircase was a guardroom with no one inside, a makeshift bed, and a set of tables and chairs that looked like they were at least 20 years old. On the bed was a thin pillow and a wrinkled blanket, with a fan resting on top. The tables and chairs were left with traces of black stains, giving off a faint fishy smell. The dim light in the guardroom swayed, making it seem like there was a strong wind, even though there was no breeze on the second floor. Chelsea noticed the situation in the guardroom and swallowed hard. It was clear the second floor might not be safe either. But they had to enter and take a chance. Adolf tightly grabbed Chelsea's arm and said timidly, "Let's pick one of the rooms to rest." Chelsea pulled her gaze away from the guardroom and nodded, thinking, as long as they made it to the next morning, maybe the cafeteria would reappear, and they could go in and see where Henry and the others were. As for Adolf, he could just pray for another chance. However, in the live streams from Romantic Country and Maple Leaf Country, the guardroom looked quite different. An old, withered man sat on the bed, lightly fanning himself with a hand fan, his white eyes staring at Chelsea and Adolf. He said, "This is not a place you can enter." Viewers from both countries watched the old man in horror. White things the size of grains of rice squirmed in the pores of the old man's skin. The audience couldn't help but vomit up their dinner. The higher-ups of both countries immediately got on the phone, discovering that the other side used their hint card chance and shouted, "Chelsea, that fool! Can't he just deal with personal issues? Just grab something to put in the cafeteria. Adolf, that idiot! Believing in the people from ghost stories so easily, looking for death." At this time, Chelsea followed the weak light of the corridor, checking each room. Some room doors were locked and couldn't be opened. Some doors of the rooms are not locked, but light seeps through the cracks at the bottom, making one afraid to open them. Other doors have keys inserted in the keyholes, and there is no one inside. Walking from one end of the corridor to the other, there is a window at the end, but all one can see is darkness, with no buildings in sight. Which room should we choose to rest in? I think the room with the key in the lock can be a good option, Halsey suggested. Having the key allows us to lock the door securely, so we don't have to worry about anything coming in from outside. Adolf was hesitant to make a decision and could only agree with Halsey's idea. "I think you're right, then let's just pick a room. How about room 233? Halsey glanced at the rooms, noticing that room 233 was in the middle of the corridor, where they could run left or right in case of an accident. "Good choice, we'll stay in room 233 tonight." The two of them went to room 233, took the key and put it in their pocket, turned on the light, and the soft light illuminated the whole room. There were 2 single beds, a shower room, and a wardrobe, a basic standard room. "Not bad, we'll rest here tonight. Do you need to wash off?" Halsey asked with a smile while sitting on the soft single bed. Adolf shook his head, lying on the other single bed. "I think Henry and the others should be resting in some room. The rooms with lights on must have one of theirs." Adolf remembered seeing light seeping from the cracks in 10 rooms earlier. If they opened the wrong one, they might see something they shouldn't. Halsey, feeling sleepy, didn't care about the smell of sweat, locked the room door, turned off the light, and whispered, "Let's hurry and rest, remember to wake me up around 8. Adolf replied with a smile, "My biological clock is very accurate, I'll wake up right on time at 8. Soon. The sounds of snoring filled Halsey and Adolf's room, and the room number shifted from 233 to 214. The door opened quietly. On the first floor of the cinema, 2 staff members without name tags yawned, one of them looked dissatisfied. The guests outside are too restless, always wanting to break the rules and watch movies. The other agreed. Tonight is indeed too restless, shall we go back to room 214 to get a stick? Good idea, having a stick can scare off those guys in red. The 2 staff greeted manager Yang and rushed to the second floor of the cinema, where they heard the noisy sounds of snoring. All the lights on the second floor of the cinema instantly went out, and the 2 people disappeared into the darkness. The live broadcast rooms of Romance Country and Maple Leaf Country were pitch black, unable to see the current situation, only the sounds of 2 snores could be heard, confirming that the 2 chosen ones were still alive. Dragon Country audience, your chosen ones have such big hearts, they can sleep through this. Romance audience, even when entering the weird tale world, one must pay attention to balancing work and rest. Dragon Country audience, right, you are all correct. After listening to 2 hours of snoring, the audiences from both countries finally relaxed. Nothing unexpected had happened so far. Maybe that sign was just to fool people. The second floor of the cinema was the safest. Just then, the snoring sound in the Romance Country's live broadcast room vanished. Romance audience was surprised. Romance audience, oh no! Our live broadcast room really went dark. At the same time, Halsey sensed that something was off and suddenly woke up. A person in work clothes crushed Adolf's neck with one hand, and his head rolled to the ground. Who are you? The shadow did not answer his question. In the next second, Halsey's head was separated from his neck, his head rolling to the ground. The live broadcast room of Maple Leaf Country instantly went dark. At the moment the 2 chosen ones died, the lights on the second floor of the cinema returned to normal. 2 staff were searching for their sticks in room 214. The chosen ones from Romance and Maple Leaf Country have died. The horror of happy cinema has descended upon Romance and Maple Leaf Country. 1% of the population immediately enters the horror of happy cinema, minimum population, 5 million. These 2 foolish guys. Unlucky. I am chosen to enter the world of creepy tales. God, please bless me. For a moment, people from the Romantic Kingdom and the Maple Leaf Kingdom prayed that creepy tales wouldn't come upon them. Yawning, Feng suddenly woke up from his dream. Suddenly lifting his head, the clock on the wall showed the time was 11:32. The tablet on the chair was blacked out, probably due to running out of battery. Feng took a data cable from the tablet and started charging it. The other chosen ones all woke up, their hearts tightened as they looked at the clock, then sighed in relief, discovering Feng was charging the tablet. Henry looked confused. Last night it still had 60% battery, how could it be dead? Chapter 29, late. I don't know. Feng said calmly, but he knew deep down that the tablet must have used all its power while they were sleeping. As for what software the tablet had opened, Feng was unclear and did not want to look just in case. Lighthouse Henry stared into Feng's eyes, frowning. I think you know something, but it doesn't matter, the cafeteria is absolutely safe. Henry confirmed that Rule 13 was correct, the staff cafeteria was absolutely safe. Feng's corner of the mouth slightly tilted up, smiling as he replied. Whether the cafeteria is safe? I'm not so sure right now. Henry felt like his fists were hitting a 10-meter thick sponge, entirely lacking strength to push back, so he stopped talking to Feng. Pushing open the cafeteria door, he didn't see Charles, and his expression darkened. Charles should be dead. The pickle chosen one, Li Puxiu, immediately blamed Feng. Feng? If you hadn't gone out at night making us suspicious, Charles wouldn't have died. Damn guy. Li Puxiu looked at Feng with a provocative gaze, as if someone were backing him up, completely unafraid of Feng. Feng felt a strong impulse to punch this person, taking 2 deep breaths to suppress the anger in his heart. He smiled and said, I have weak kidneys, I need to go to the bathroom, is that wrong? This is already too much on my head, I must say, your bodies are truly strong, to hold it for so long. Shoo. 3 chosen ones immediately sensed something and hurriedly ran to the restroom. Only Feng remained in the staff cafeteria. While he went to buy food at the self-service machine, he blocked the live stream view with his body and took a glance at the watch in his pocket. Sure enough, there was a problem. Feng chose a light-flavored beef rice bowl and a bottle of mineral water, leaning against the dishwashing rack, taking big bites. The rice bowl was piled high with beef, at least a pound, drenched in sauce. Every grain of rice was filled with the fragrant flavor of beef. Other chosen ones returned after their convenience, seeing Feng eating the rice bowl, their mouths watered uncontrollably. They all bought a box of beef rice and a bottle of cola. After solving the hunger problem, the tablet automatically turned on and played a classic movie from the real world. Feng sat on the folding bed watching, and the other chosen ones imitated, staring at the tablet. Halfway through the movie, Feng held his stomach and hurriedly left the staff cafeteria. Henry scoffed. The bodies of Dragon Kingdom folks are just so weak, a little ice water and they're in pain. Pickle Li Puxiu echoed. Don't mind him, it's only 1:15 p.m., we still have half an hour to watch. Feng arrived at the bathroom, took 3 minutes to address personal issues, and returned to the staff cafeteria. Another 5 minutes passed and Feng was holding his stomach as he left the staff cafeteria. This repeated several times. Until finally, Henry and Li Puxiu grew impatient, expressing their dissatisfaction. You walking around affects my movie watching, why don't you just stay in the bathroom, weak Dragon Kingdom person? Feng furrowed his brow and glanced at Henry, hurrying away. Yi Feng sat in the toilet, and for some reason, the live stream was severely blurred, making it impossible to see what Yi Feng was doing. What is Brother Feng doing? Could it be kidney issues? I see Brother Feng's face is really red. Dragon Kingdom audience, Hulhu Orange upstairs, watch your words. Maybe his stomach isn't good, but don't forget the time. A lot of viewers came to the Dragon Kingdom's livestream, including Lighthouse. The audience of Pickles and Wraps. The audience of Dragon Country set the rules in various chat groups. Even if they could guess what Yi Feng would do next, they absolutely could not show it on the bullet screen. After all, the chosen ones from these three countries had bad intentions toward Yi Feng, they were enemies. No matter whether the opponent's hint cards were used up, they must not speak. Unless their live broadcast room screens were all blacked out. Yi Feng squatted on the toilet for a while, stood up, and went to the changing room to change clothes. In the staff cafeteria, Henry and Li Puxiu felt a bit uncomfortable and asked the rap chosen one. Do you want to go to the restroom together? The rap chosen one, engrossed in a movie, shook his head. 3 more minutes, I don't want to miss the best part. As Henry and Li Puxiu passed by, they saw the changing room door slam shut, there was no one inside the restroom. Henry suddenly understood. Oh no! Yi Feng must have entered the changing room, let's hurry to the changing room after we are done. Li Puxiu nodded, deciding not to go back to tell the rap chosen one, saving their own lives was most important. The rap audience in the Lighthouse's live broadcast room instantly exploded. Rap audience, so selfish, go back and tell our chosen one. Rap audience, aren't we allies? Rap audience, disguised as Dragon Country audience? Rap audience, disguised as Dragon Country audience. Henry is the most selfish one. The rap audience began to denounce the Lighthouse audience. Bang, the changing room door opened, and inside sat 8 staff members without name tags and Yi Feng. Henry and Li Puxiu quickly changed into work uniforms and sat on the bench waiting for the time to come. The rap chosen one rubbed his eyes and saw the wall clock in the cafeteria showing 1:55 p.m. Let's go to the changing room 5 minutes early. Henry and Li Puxiu are too slow, I'll go to the restroom to call them so they won't be late. The rap chosen one arrived at the restroom, finding it empty, and suddenly sensed something was wrong, quickly walking towards the changing room. Stop! A hoarse voice came from behind the rap chosen one, stopping him. Manager Yang walked in front of the rap chosen one and raised his right hand, revealing a watch in the rap chosen one's sight. What time is it now? The rap chosen one replied. 2 o'clock in 2 minutes. Instantly, cold sweat dripped down the rap chosen one's face. The rules state that being late is not allowed, or Manager Yang will be very angry. Manager Yang, I didn't mean to be late, please forgive me. The rap live broadcast room instantly exploded. The rules clearly stated that being late was not allowed, otherwise, Manager Yang would get angry. Rap audience, this is bad, our chosen one is in trouble. Rap audience, disguised it's all because of Henry and Li Puxiu's selfishness, they claim to be friends but only care about themselves at crucial moments. Rap audience, disguised so ruthless, if they had gone to the restroom earlier and gone back to remind our chosen one, it wouldn't have come to this. The rap audience's emotions surged as they secretly discussed that in the next bizarre world, they must not let the Lighthouse and Pickle chosen ones have an easy time. The rap chosen one knelt on the ground, tugging at Manager Yang's pants leg, pleading with a cry. Please forgive me, I can't lose this part-time job. The rap chosen one's family was already under tight surveillance. If he failed, his family would also suffer the consequences. Previously, he chose Henry's team from the Lighthouse, thinking there were more people and they were stronger, much better than Yi Feng being alone, but it turned out to be useless. Manager Yang coldly glanced at the rap chosen one, his icy right hand reaching for his shoulder. Chapter 30, Short on Staff. The rap chosen one closed his eyes, waiting for death to come. The audience in the rap live broadcast room stared, praying for Manager Yang to spare their chosen one. Manager Yang's cold hand rested on the rap chosen one's shoulder, chillingly saying, I hate it when others cry and whine in front of me. Manager Yang slapped the rap chosen one's hand away. 2 minutes late, deduct 50. From your pay in this shift. The chosen one of the rolled pancake sighed in relief. It was just a fine, not a loss of life, so it wasn't a big deal. At worst, he could buy a little less food from the vending machine. At least his life was saved. Manager Yang saw that the rolled pancake chosen one wasn't saying anything and asked with a smile in his voice. Do you have any objections to the punishment? The rolled pancake chosen one shook his head vigorously, tearfully bowing deeply to Manager Yang. Thank you, Manager Yang. I have no objections to the punishment. Manager Yang's face instantly darkened, and he pushed open the door to the changing room, dissatisfied. Aren't you going to hurry in and change into your work uniform? The rolled pancake chosen one quickly walked in, saw Lighthouse Henry and Pickle Li Puxiu, and grimaced. These two guys sold him out at a critical moment, he no longer trusted them. As for Yi Feng, the rolled pancake chosen one didn't dare to trust him because he had previously stated he would target Yi Feng. If he had known it would turn out like this, he might as well team up with the Dragon Kingdom's chosen one. Henry and Lipuccio confidently nodded at the rolled pancake chosen one, not taking it to heart. Hope you don't mind, we found out Feng sneaked into the changing room and followed him. We meant to tell you but didn't realize time was up and couldn't notify you. Henry habitually pushed the blame onto Feng. Feng calmly looked at the rolled pancake chosen one, who had intentions of joining him. Feng turned his head away, refusing to look at him, indicating his rejection. If you stand in the wrong line, you have to bear the consequences, and Feng didn't need teammates. The rolled pancake chosen one side and sat on the bench after changing into his work uniform. Squeak. Manager Yang pushed the door open, carrying a black wooden box, counted the people, and frowned. Why are there only 12 people? It's too few. The cinema's night shift is the busiest, 12 employees are definitely not enough. I arranged for 12 employees from the previous shift to stay on. Is that a problem? Employees without work IDs answered in unison. No problem. The remaining 4 chosen ones, including Feng, opposed but it was useless, and they echoed. No problem. Manager Yang arranged for the previous shift's 12 employees to come in, with Feng and the rolled pancake chosen one along with 2 employees from the previous shift forming one group. You are cleaning group 1, responsible for cleaning anywhere except for the first floor cinema and screening rooms. Of course, my office area is also excluded. Manager Yang assigned the tasks, while Henry and Lipuccio along with another person were at the food counter, responsible for serving popcorn, grilled sausages, soft drinks, and more. The last movie starts at 3 in the afternoon, hurry to your workstations and greet the guests with a smile. Under Manager Yang's urging, Feng and the rolled pancake chosen one quickly went to the cleaning room, which had a lot of cleaning supplies. The rolled pancake chosen one whispered. Dragon Kingdom's chosen one Feng, I apologize for my previous behavior. Can I cooperate with you now? First, let me introduce myself, my name is Otto. Feng ignored the chosen one Otto, picked up the floor mop and cloth, filled the mop bucket with clean water, and left the place. Otto clenched his teeth and followed Feng's actions, carrying the mop and bucket out. The other 2 employees exchanged glances, their mouths slightly curling upward. Following Manager Yang's arrangement, the first area to clean was around the cinema entrance tiles. Earlier, a guest had accidentally spilled soda at the entrance, and the soda had stuck to the floor, affecting the experience of other guests. Feng soaked the mop in special cleaning water, dragging it forcefully over the floor where the soda was spilled. What was originally a puddle of black liquid dried up, but as he dragged it, black marks oozed out bright red liquid. Is it an illusion? Feng rubbed his eyes, what was on the floor was not black dirt. It was clearly bright red liquid, and his mop was stained with red liquid too. A faint bloody smell wafted into his nose, making Feng feel unwell all over. This is... Feng had a terrifying thought, the guest soda was not the ordinary soda of the cinema. Feng ignored all of this, continuing to mop the floor, removing the blood from the ground. Odor followed Feng's movements, constantly mopping away the black dirt in his area. Odor was startled when he saw the bright red blood, exclaiming, "Ah," which attracted the attention of several employees. Is that blood? Odor asked Feng in fear. Feng did not answer, continuing to mop the blood on the floor, the blood only increasing, making it impossible to finish. Manager Yang hurried over, asking Odor, his black wooden box on his back particularly noticeable. Why are you making a fuss? I asked you to clean, not to scare away customers. Odor pointed at the red liquid on the floor, saying haltingly. The stuff on the floor isn't soda, it's blood. It's blood. Manager Yang frowned, pointing to the liquid on the floor, asking Odor in return. You see blood? Odor nodded vigorously, looking at Feng with pleading eyes. Feng, you say too, is it blood on the floor? In the Long Kingdom live broadcast room, the audience began to complain about the chosen one of Odor. Is this guy out of his mind? Does he want to die and drag our Feng down with him? What time is it, and he's so panicked seeing blood? I really don't know how he managed to finish the first shift intact. The chosen one of the burrito is really bad, doesn't he know to stay calm? The Long Kingdom audience saw Odor's face pale immediately when he mentioned blood, with surrounding employees staring at Odor, knowing something bad was about to happen. Manager Yang smiled, asking Feng. Did you also see the blood on the floor? Feng remembered Manager Yang said it was soda, not blood, shook his head and replied. I didn't see it, I saw soda, it really sticks to the shoes. As he spoke, Feng stepped on the red liquid, indicating how it stuck to his shoes. Odor was stunned, immediately realizing he had misspoken, echoing Feng's claim. Yes, yes. It's soda, I misread it, Manager Yang. I misread it. Manager Yang patted Odor on the shoulder, smiling as he said. As a part-time worker in the cinema, you can't even tell soda from blood, I seriously doubt your ability to clean the cinema. Come with me, I will represent the cinema to fire you, sign in my office. Odor grabbed the handle of the cinema door, refusing Manager Yang's dismissal. No. I still want to work here part-time, please manager, spare me, I saw soda, I was wrong. Manager Yang shook his head, smiling as he said. You just confirmed it was blood, let's go, you are not qualified to continue working in the cinema. Manager Yang grabbed Odor's hand, and Odor suddenly felt weak all over, collapsing to the ground. Like dragging a corpse, Manager Yang pulled Odor toward the ticketing area. Chapter 31, Theater 4. Poor Odor, he must have been schemed against by Yi Feng. Lighthouse Henry did not forget to place the blame on Yi Feng, with Kimchi Li Fu Xiu agreeing. Damn chosen one of Long Kingdom, doesn't know how many people he has harmed. There must be quite a few people swearing at him in the ghost storytelling world now. Yi Feng heard the chosen ones complaining from afar in the food area, maintaining a calm demeanor as he mopped the blood on the floor. As Manager Yang disappeared, the blood on the ground gradually decreased until it was all mopped into the bucket. Yi Feng picked up the mop bucket, returning to the cleaning room to change the water, continuing to clean the hall. Suddenly, a man in casual clothes walked past Yi Feng, subtly revealing a white sweat-proof vest underneath. Is there a guest with this kind of outfit? Is it a white shirt or casual wear? Yi Feng frowned, thinking about how to deal with guests based on what kind of clothing. If the next shift is food area or ticketing area, it would be hard to distinguish with such a guest. Yi Feng kept an eye out, cleaning while observing the clothing of incoming guests. The employees standing at the door had different reactions to these guests. Is there still some hidden rule? Yi Feng's mind raced quickly, analyzing all possibilities. In the live broadcast room of the wrap-up, Manager Yang dragged Otto into a dark corridor, walking for what felt like an eternity, until he reached the end and pushed open a door, which was also pitch black inside. In the air, more than a dozen black shadows swayed, seemingly headless. The audience tried to take a closer look, but instantly the screen went black, losing the image. The chosen one of wrap-up country is dead. The haunted cinema of happiness descends upon wrap-up country. 1% of the population immediately enters the haunted cinema of happiness, minimum number 5 million. The audience of wrap-up cursed the foolish Otto, while many Dragon Country viewers returned to their own live broadcast rooms, horrified by the swaying black shadows they had just seen. Did you all see that swaying black shadow in the wrap-up live broadcast? I couldn't see clearly, it felt a bit like a person. Manager Yang is very dangerous. I hope Fongo has less contact with him. However, Manager Yang has restrictions, at least he can't kill it well right now. The viewers from Dragon Country began to discuss, hoping Yi Feng would successfully clear the level, while wishing that Lighthouse Henry and Pickled Li Puxio would die in the haunted tale. After spending half an hour cleaning the cinema lobby, only the ticket office and food section remained. Yi Feng took a cloth and wiped down the ticket office. The staff in charge looked pale, staring intently at the door. When he arrived at the food section, he needed to wipe down the popcorn machine to make its surface less greasy. Lighthouse Henry was dissatisfied with Yi Feng's earlier actions and spoke up. Dragon Country is truly selfish. If they had just reminded Wante, it wouldn't have turned out this way. Wante should be dead by now. The audience of wrap-up watched their relatives being forced into the haunted cinema of happiness, having already lost their sanity. Upon hearing this from the live broadcast, many wrap-up people began to curse Dragon Country for being selfish. Several wrap-up businessmen cut off commercial ties with Dragon Country. The high-ranking officials of Dragon Country immediately released a statement on the external network. Our chosen one has never harmed anyone. It is your chosen one who seeks to harm Yi Feng, attempting to bring the haunted tale to Dragon Country. We strongly condemn and protest against such behavior. After seeing this statement, the wrap-up people regained some sanity. They initially chose to target Yi Feng, so they shouldn't blame him for not helping. However, a majority of the wrap-up people still harbored hatred towards Dragon Country. In the haunted cinema, at the food section, Yi Feng continued to wipe the popcorn machine, saying, "Do you think of me as one of your own? Since you don't, why should I help you? As a fellow chosen one, I give you a friendly reminder, be careful with the guest's clothing, it's also a warning for you." After wiping the popcorn machine clean, Yi Feng smiled and left. Lighthouse Henry watched Yi Feng's back, pondering Yi Feng's earlier words. Be careful with the guest's clothing, could it be that there's something wrong with their clothes? Pickled Li Puxio scoffed. Don't believe what the Dragon Country chosen one says, he must be trying to trick us, confusing our thoughts so that we fail. In Li Puxio's eyes, Yi Feng was not only selfish but also malicious, wanting not only to clear the level but also for other chosen ones to die. Henry shook his head, disagreeing with Li Puxio's claims. Not necessarily, last time he said the cafeteria was absolutely safe, and it indeed was safe. Charles died precisely because he wasn't in the cafeteria. Li Puxio laughed and was about to agree. A woman in a casual t-shirt and black skirt arrived at the food section, her delicate face shaded by dark sunglasses. The Dragon Country viewers were slightly dissatisfied with Yi Feng's reminder. Dragon Country viewer, discontented orange-white is Feng the need to remind them? He is really giving them an advantage. Dragon Country viewer, discontented orange, you don't understand this, do you? Dragon Country viewer, discontented orange, oh? So you understand Feng Gu very well, huh? Dragon Country viewer, normal Feng Gu is too kind, everyone is against him, yet he still reminds others. Lighthouse viewer, realizing the mistake, do they wish to make amends? It's late. The kimchi audience, what does the chosen one of the Guanlong Kingdom have to do with us? Yi Feng walked near the corridor of Hall 1, starting to mop the floor. The results will come soon, hopefully just as I imagined. Yi Feng gave Henry and the others hints with his own intentions, and soon he would be able to confirm his guesses. The corridor of the screening hall was very dim, making it hard to see the color of the liquid left on the floor, occasionally flickering, as if someone was coming in and out of the hall. The walls were painted with special paint, making it hard to get them dirty. The floor wasn't too dirty, but there were a few scattered muddy footprints, and the mop had to be used with force to clean it. In the moment the corridor light flickered, Yi Feng vaguely saw someone passing by, heading towards the manager's office. The dark time was too short, Yi Feng couldn't confirm if it was just his eyes playing tricks or if he really saw someone. But he had to stay calm now, not like the chosen one of the burrito who panicked. Yi Feng arrived at the entrance of Hall 4, continuing to mop the floor. The floor near here was particularly dirty, covered with something that looked like blood or mud, staining several areas of the floor. Cleaning was much harder than the ticket booth work, this was too strenuous. Yi Feng wiped away a bead of sweat from his forehead, putting in effort to clean the mess on the ground. At that moment, Manager Yang passed by and saw Yi Feng working hard, saying with satisfaction, "You are the most diligent part-time worker I have ever seen, but I'm sorry, due to the incident with Ott, your workload has increased. I will reward you with extra pay for this shift, so do a good job. By the way, Hall 4 is also too dirty, should we change the water bucket and clean again?" Manager Yang smiled at Yi Feng. Yi Feng ignored Manager Yang's praise, pondering over the last sentence, which sounded a bit like a question about Ott. Could it be that, in addition to the basics, Hall 4 cannot let Manager Yang know about it? Half a minute passed. Seeing Yi Feng did not respond, Manager Yang asked again. Yi Feng replied. "What Hall 4? This is near Hall 3, isn't it?" Manager Yang laughed in agreement. Right. I misread it, you continue working, I won't disturb you." Manager Yang hurriedly left. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, the rules only said to notify the manager if he saw a guest, but did not say he couldn't tell Manager Yang that he could see Hall 4. That was close. Almost fell into the trap. A chilling wind suddenly blew out from the gap of Hall 4, making Yi Feng shiver. Creak. The door of Hall 4 slowly opened. Chapter 32, The Little Boy's Request. Creak. Yi Feng suddenly raised his head, seeing the door of Hall 4 slowly open, unclear if a movie was playing inside or if it was empty. Yi Feng continued to keep his head down, mopping the floor, comforting himself. It must be my illusion, Hall 4 should be locked. Big brother, is that you? A childish voice rang in Yi Feng's ear, this voice sounded familiar, like the child's voice from yesterday who came to buy a ticket. Yi Feng kept mopping, and the little boy walked in front of him, squatting down to look up at Yi Feng. Big brother. It really is you. I see you again. The little boy hugged Yi Feng's thigh, shouting in surprise. Yi Feng saw the little boy covered in blood, the only thing he could confirm was that he was the same boy who came to buy a ticket yesterday. The little boy's action startled Yi Feng, he looked around, strangely no staff seemed to notice the unusual situation here. Even the chosen ones, Henry and Li Puxiu, did not seem to hear the little boy's cries. Yi Feng smelled the metallic scent of blood, maintaining his calmness as he replied. I'm glad to see you again, what happened to you? Upon hearing this, the little boy's tears streamed down his face as he dragged out a headless female corpse from the screening hall, pitifully speaking to Yi Feng. This is my mom, she will be back here the day after tomorrow, but her head is missing, and I want to find her head. But I... The little boy became wronged, his small hands tightly clenched into fists, not continuing to speak. Yi Feng quickly recalled the experience with the little boy from yesterday. Smiling, he asked. But what's wrong with you? The little boy hugged Yi Feng's thigh and started to cry. But I can't leave theater number 4 for long, because I promised my mom to wait for her here. Big brother. The little boy tugged at Yi Feng's pants and said tentatively. Yi Feng kept smiling and patted the boy's head, comforting him. Just say what you want to say, there's nothing embarrassing about it. Big brother will help you. With Yi Feng's response, the little boy seemed to gain confidence, looking up at Yi Feng with pleading eyes. I want to ask Big brother to find my mom's head. I want to see a complete mom, I think mom will be happy too. If mom's head is missing, she must be very sad. Yi Feng looked at the headless corpse behind the little boy, fresh blood still dripping from the neck, as if it had just died. Is my request making Big Brother uncomfortable? Finding Mom's head is a bit scary, and other friends won't play with me because of this. Yi Feng remembered Rule 12, the little boy's request. It would be best to agree. It was specifically listed in the rules. If the chosen one ignores it, could it mean the boy's request is key? Yi Feng wasn't sure yet, but agreeing to the boy's request seemed to bring more benefits than harm. Yi Feng nodded, as if agreeing to the little boy's request. I will help you find your mother's head. Is there a photo of your mom? The little boy shook his head. Mom's photos are at home, but I forgot the way back. Yi Feng frowned. Even if he found a head, it might not be the boy's mother's head. How could he be sure? The little boy noticed Yi Feng's dilemma and hurriedly explained. If you find it, you can bring it into theater number 4, I can confirm. But you have to remember, only cinema staff are allowed to enter theater number 4, and you can't walk out from theater number 4. You can find enough heads and bring them in. Bring a pile of heads into theater number 4? Yi Feng's body trembled involuntarily, just hearing it felt spine-chilling. Is my request too difficult? The little boy asked cautiously. Yi Feng patted the little boy's head and picked up the mop to continue cleaning. Not difficult. You go back, I still have to work. After I'm done, I'll help you find your mother's head. The little boy extended his pinky finger. Let's make a pinky promise, and don't tell others about this. I don't want anyone else to know. Yi Feng extended his pinky and hooked it with the little boy's. Hearing Yi Feng's affirmative answer, the little boy dragged the headless corpse towards theater number 4. The door of theater number 4 slowly closed. Bang! The audience in the Dragon Country livestream room felt their hearts racing after watching this scene. Brother Feng talked to such a scary thing for so long, he really is Brother Feng. I felt scared just watching it. I don't know how Brother Feng kept his cool. Brother Feng is amazing. I'm really afraid this scary thing will do something to Brother Feng. That would be horrible. Who knows, just a slight mistake in Yi Feng's answer could lead to disaster. What the audience in the livestream saw was a thing that looked like a pale child without facial features stood in front of Yi Feng. And Yi Feng was surrounded by a dim space, seemingly isolated from the happy cinema. Ropes hung all around, as if someone was preparing to hang themselves nearby. There were a few bodies on the ground with indistinguishable features, bugs slowly crawling over them, moving towards the severed necks. Blood dripped from above Yi Feng's head. As the blood touched Yi Feng, it turned into black hands that climbed all over Yi Feng's body. This thing made a series of eerie chuckling sounds that no one in the livestream could understand, only hearing Yi Feng's vague replies. If he answered wrong even once, these black hands could easily penetrate Yi Feng's skin and take his life. Lighthouse audience, my god. You chosen ones can stay so calm? Pickled vegetable audience, they must be acting. But not bad, just a bit worse than our servant brother in the talent show. Troubling Orange, you're mistaken, our brother Feng is very timid. If it weren't for luck, he would have been finished at K Hospital long ago. Troubling Orange, don't you remember how fearful brother Feng was of the dark? He held in his pee all night in the K Hospital ward. He bled when he finally let it out. Lighthouse audience, seems like that was the case. Yi Feng continues to mop the floor, ignoring whether it is soda stains or blood, he mops without a care. He dragged on until he reached the intersection, just in time to bump into Manager Yang, who still carried a small black wooden box on his back. You got here so fast, very clean. Manager Yang peered outside, satisfied with Yi Feng's cleaning. Keep it up, if you keep this up, you'll earn more extra pay this shift. After saying this, Manager Yang asked another question. I just heard a child crying, did you hear it? Please answer me seriously, Happy Cinema doesn't allow children inside. If I found out you heard it, I'll punish the staff. If we find the child, I'll give you a generous extra reward. Manager Yang looked at Yi Feng earnestly, and Yi Feng felt a heaviness in his head, as if someone was controlling his mind. The little boy. Yi Feng patted his head, the heavy feeling eased by half, and he spoke with difficulty. Crying? I didn't hear it, could it be that Manager Yang misheard? Manager Yang supported Yi Feng, showing concern. What's wrong with you? Do you have a headache? How about I take you to my office for a proper rest? Chapter 33, Concern from Coworkers. The lights at the cinema intersection flickered. In the dim light, Manager Yang's face seemed covered in blood. Only in the dark moments could it be vaguely seen. Yi Feng continued to pat his head, rejecting Manager Yang's kindness. Thank you, Manager Yang, but there are only 3 of us left in our team, the workload has increased, I can't make the other 2 colleagues tire because of me. I can still keep working. Manager Yang received Yi Feng's clear rejection and patted Yi Feng on the shoulder. Then you just keep working hard, if you need a break, you can come to my office. Yi Feng nodded and continued to mop the floor, while Manager Yang walked away quickly. Yi Feng thought to himself, you said cleaning does not include your office, now you invite me to your office shortly after I agreed to the little boy's request. There's nothing strange about Manager Yang's office, it must be haunted. But what puzzled Feng was that other employees without name tags were working, yet only he was cleaning in his team. The other two employees were nowhere to be found. Feng mopped the entire first floor of the cinema, while keeping an eye out to see which corner hid the little boy's mother's head. Until around 6 in the afternoon. Feng, sweating profusely, reached the cleaning room and poured a bucket of dirty water into the sink. The dirty water vanished down the sinkhole. Cleaning the cinema is really tiring, more tiring than playing badminton all afternoon. Feng pounded his shoulders, waves of soreness flooded over him. Right now, he really wanted to lie on a soft mattress, with the outside air blowing in at -3 degrees Celsius, covered with a thick quilt. And someone would bring steaming beef balls to his mouth automatically. Just thinking about the foldable bed in the staff cafeteria made the soreness more pronounced. According to Manager Yang's instructions, he just needed to clean everything once and wipe everything down to finish the job. The remaining time could be spent in the changing room, waiting until off-duty time. Feng thought about it. Manager Yang's recent actions might have raised suspicions about him, so he decided to wait in the changing room during work hours. After work, he would then go around the first floor of the cinema to look. Feng thought the little boy's head was most likely in Manager Yang's office. But currently, Feng knows of two chosen ones that Manager Yang called to the office, and they never appeared again. Manager Yang's office should be a forbidden area. Once you go in, you'll die. Is it possible that her head won't show up until a specific time? Feng's head began to hurt again. He clenched his temples tightly, trying to ease the pain. Bang, bang, bang. Two employees from the cleaning team walked in, patted Feng on the shoulder, and asked with concern. What's wrong? Is your head hurting a lot? Why don't you come to my employee dormitory to rest a bit? It's on the second floor of the cinema. Feng had never seen a second floor in the cinema and really wanted to refuse the invitation. But the thought of lying on a soft bed and getting a good rest filled his mind. Feng kept reminding himself that this was a world of strange tales. As long as he was alive, he didn't need to worry about anything else. As long as he was alive, as long as he was alive, as long as he was alive. The pain in Feng's head eased somewhat as he raised his head and forced out a stiff smile. Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not used to resting in other people's rooms. The two employees didn't seem to give up and continued to invite him. It's really uncomfortable for a part-time employee to rest in the staff cafeteria. Why don't you come upstairs with me? There are delicious dishes being cooked on the second floor, all at employee prices. Last night, I had a meal of braised pork. It was tender and juicy, and the skin was crunchy. Simply top-notch. Feng clenched his fists and struck his head a few times, trying to push the pain down to a minimum. Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it. Feng clearly refused the two employees, put the mop down, and walked to the changing room, waiting for the end of his shift. The two employees exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and spat out a single word. Cut. Most viewers in the Dragon Country livestream were confused. Manager Yang seemed particularly concerned about Feng and even invited him to rest in the office. These two employees without badges inviting Feng to the second floor to rest raised serious questions. The chosen one who went to the office ended up dead. Maple Leaf and the romantic chosen one also went upstairs to rest, and they too met the same fate. Some attentive viewers immediately reacted, nervously tapping out texts in the group called Maple Brothers Smart Wolf Team. Could it be, they want our Maple Brother dead? Did Maple Brother trigger some special event that made the world of strange tales want to kill him? The most likely possibility is that he agreed to the little boy's request. It could also be that he interacted too much with the little boy, leading to a cognitive error. I've watched quite a few live streams of chosen ones in K Hospital. Many failed because they interacted with the wrong things, causing cognitive errors. Thankfully, our Maple Brother has held on. It seems that the Happy Cinema may target him now. In the live stream, let's continue to deceive the viewers from other countries, making them think Maple Brother relies purely on luck. I get it. Let people from other countries think that Feng clears the levels entirely based on his strength. That way, it's easy to target him while others miss the chance to act. There's a saying, seeing others succeed hurts more than failing oneself. The audience from the Dragon Country started posting misleading comments in the live stream. Inside the Happy Cinema changing room, Feng was holding his head, and as time passed, the pain gradually faded. By 9 o'clock at night, the headache completely disappeared. 3 hours of persistent pain left him feeling utterly drained. Finally, my head doesn't hurt anymore. Feng sighed in relief. His brain could function normally again, and everything became clearer to him. What he regretted the most was wanting to check on the two chosen ones at the food station, hoping to find out if they were still alive. At the food station stood two employees. One was Henry, and the other was an employee without a badge. Henry, who had been somewhat confident, now trembled at the knees, murmuring to himself. Please, don't let me encounter any customers again. The guests are too scary. At that moment, a young woman dressed in a red dress came up to Henry, pointing at the popcorn. I want a large popcorn. Henry was stunned and let out an ah as he fell to the ground. It was still an employee from next door who helped Henry up and reminded him. A guest is here to buy popcorn. The employee also spoke to the woman in the red dress. A large popcorn is 28 yuan. The woman took out a 50 yuan bill and placed it in front of Henry, smiling as she said, 50 yuan, I want to buy a large popcorn. Many viewers from the Dragon Country, seeing that Feng was fine, checked the Lighthouse and Pickled Vegetable livestreams, discovering that Pickled Vegetable's stream had long blacked out, while seeing Lighthouse Henry looking absent-minded. Surely something had happened. The Dragon Country viewers adjusted the Lighthouse livestream back several hours. Just as Feng was reminding Henry and Li Puxiu. A young girl dressed in a t-shirt and casual clothes came to the food area, took off her sunglasses, and smiled at Li Puxiu. I need a large popcorn. Chapter 34, The Crafty Customer. Li Puxiu saw the girl in the casual t-shirt. She had the looks and the figure, and she smiled. A large popcorn. I will get it for you right now. Li Puxiu worked on the popcorn machine. Meanwhile, Lighthouse Henry glanced disdainfully at Li Puxiu, thinking, seeing a beauty makes you drop your guard, what a fool. But as long as this casual girl was paying, Li Puxiu would just give her the popcorn and collect the money, nothing would go wrong. Henry stared at a certain part of this customer's body. It was truly too attractive, everything one could want was there. No wonder Li Puxiu, that fool, would let his guard down. Li Puxiu filled a large box of popcorn, the popcorn stacked at an angle, showing that Li Puxiu had intentionally given extra. The t-shirt girl took the popcorn and thanked him with a smile. Thank you, this large popcorn is more than usual, it should last through 2 movies. Henry intentionally glanced at the employee in his group. At this moment, he kept smiling at the t-shirt girl, not caring much about Li Puxiu giving too much popcorn. It seemed the amount wouldn't break the cinema's rules. The t-shirt girl turned to leave. Li Puxiu remembered the cinema rules and shouted at the t-shirt girl. Beautiful lady. The t-shirt girl seemed to not hear Li Puxiu and continued walking forward. Li Puxiu shouted louder. Miss. Please pay for the popcorn. Li Puxiu remembered the 4th rule, other than the guests in red, all other guests needed to pay. The t-shirt girl turned back, looking puzzled at Li Puxiu and asked. Are you talking to me? The t-shirt girl pointed at her smooth face, which was better than most girls' skin in reality. Li Puxiu nodded, extending his right hand, signaling the t-shirt girl to pay. Yes, you need to pay for the large popcorn. Henry glanced at the t-shirt girl, noticing nothing unusual. He had encountered customers before who took food without paying, but as long as they paid, it would be fine. This time, it was handled the same way. Viewers from the Dragon Country watching the replay saw nothing out of the ordinary. According to cinema rules, this situation did need payment. But after 5 minutes, the chosen one from Pickled Vegetable disappeared. There must have been something else happening in those 5 minutes. Everyone look at that t-shirt girl. How much is the large popcorn? At that moment, the t-shirt girl smiled slightly, that deadly smile rivaling the beauty of the contemporary nation's women. Li Puxiu's eyes widened. There were not many in Pickled Vegetable Country more beautiful than the t-shirt girl before him, at least the most beautiful woman Li Puxiu had ever seen. Henry patted Li Puxiu's shoulder, whispering. Someone is talking to you, don't be dazed. Li Puxiu came back to his senses after a few seconds and embarrassedly said. What were you just saying? The t-shirt girl repeated her previous words. How much is the large popcorn? How much is the large popcorn? Li Puxiu had never seen the prices in the food area before. Before, the customers paid whatever they wanted to pay. Asking about the price of a large popcorn was truly confusing. Generally, it wasn't the customers telling them how much, their employees just charged whatever. Li Puxiu stammered, unsure how to respond to the t-shirt girl's question. This. Henry's brow began to furrow. This was not in the script he had prepared. The t-shirt girl continued to ask. How much exactly? The t-shirt girl took a bite of popcorn, and Henry vaguely saw that she was wearing a red undershirt. Henry squinted and looked hard. Under the black t-shirt, she wore red clothing. This is bad. Henry remembered what Feng had just said, be careful of the customer's clothing. Could it be that this customer was actually to be charged as a red-clothed customer? Henry wanted to tell Li Puxiu not to take the money from the girl in front of him, but an invisible force held him back. Henry turned his head and found his fellow employee holding his shoulders, not allowing Henry to move. The colleague smiled at Henry, shook his head, as if threatening him or reminding him. Li Puxiu couldn't say anything, he couldn't figure out how much popcorn should cost. The t-shirt girl pulled out a 50 yuan bill and placed it on the table. Forget it, I'm not short on cash, 50 yuan should be enough. Li Puxiu quickly took the 50 yuan, smiling as he said. That's enough, definitely enough. The t-shirt girl didn't seem to want to leave and stood still, smiling at Li Puxiu. Suddenly, whether intentionally or not, a large handful of popcorn spilled on the floor as she bent down to pick it up. Li Puxiu walked to the food counter, intending to help pick up the popcorn, but when he looked down, he saw the red undershirt peeking out from the t-shirt. This is wrong. This customer is a red-clothed customer. Li Puxiu panicked and stepped back, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. The rules clearly stated that money from red-clothed customers could not be accepted. But now, Li Puxiu had already accepted the t-shirt girl's money. Realizing this, Li Puxiu hurriedly offered the 50 yuan back to the t-shirt girl, stammering. Sorry, I misjudged, you don't need to pay. But the 50 yuan stuck to Li Puxiu's hand, he couldn't give it back to the t-shirt girl. The t-shirt girl seemed to notice Li Puxiu, realizing she was wearing red, standing up with a smile. Did you finally notice? Li Puxiu looked at the t-shirt girl's smile, now there was only crying left for him. This customer was too cunning. She actually wore red clothing under her casual t-shirt. The chosen one of the dragon country also said, be careful of the customer's clothing. Could it be referring to this customer? The t-shirt girl continued to smile and said, You've already taken my money, you can't back out now. Suddenly, the area around the food counter dimmed, and he couldn't see 5 meters ahead, even his fellow employees disappeared. The t-shirt girl's head rolled to the ground, and her long right hand held a thick hemp rope, the other end of the rope wrapped around Li Puxiu's neck. Li Puxiu gripped the rope tightly, trying to break free. But the rope had a strange power, firmly constricting around Li Puxiu's neck, slowly pulling him up. At first, Li Puxiu could still stand on tiptoe to ease the pressure from the rope on his neck. Gradually, his legs left the ground, and his entire body dangled in the air, held by the rope. Li Puxiu kept waving his legs, using all his strength to escape from this terrifying rope. But the rope tightened more and more, gradually taking away his right to breathe. Gee, still thinking of escaping? I said you can't back out. The thing standing in front of Li Puxiu spoke sweetly, but in Li Puxiu and Henry's eyes, it was the most terrifying sound. It is indeed a bit uncomfortable with your legs off the ground, let me make it easier for you. Li Puxiu's legs fell back to the ground, just when the two thought they were safe, a terrible event was about to happen. Chapter 35, Help? Refusal. Huff, huff, huff. Li Puxiu gasped for breath. The heart was still racing, remembering how close it had come to death just moments ago. As Li Puxiu continued to plead for mercy before the thing in front of him, the rope slowly pulled upwards. This time, Li Puxiu's legs were stuck to the ground, not hanging in the air. But the rope kept pulling up, rubbing against his neck, quickly turning his face red. It hurts. It hurts. It hurts. Li Puxiu shouted hurt 3 times in a row, but the rope still kept pulling higher. Until his neck stretched out by 10 centimeters, Li Puxiu's eyes rolled back, his cries for resistance gone. Puff. Li Puxiu's head suddenly ripped off, rolling onto the ground, blood gushing from the severed neck, his body collapsing. The head rolled in front of Henry. Henry let out a loud ah, in fear as he looked at the thing standing before him. The standing thing seemed to look at Henry, slowly disappearing. The food area returned to normal. At the same time, Li Puxiu and the t-shirt girl vanished without a trace. Henry collapsed on the ground, sweat pouring down his face. Facing terror for the first time made him understand how frightening it truly was, having once mocked Ji Feng in the Dragon Kingdom's live broadcast. Now it seemed Ji Feng's reaction was much better than his own. Behind him, employees without work permits saw a deep yellow liquid flowing from Henry's pants and reminded him. Do you want to go to the bathroom to deal with that? Henry braced himself against the counter and struggled to stand up, his legs trembling severely, rejecting the other employee's good intention. No need, I want to stay on duty. A strange smell filled Henry's nose, but he couldn't wash away the image from moments ago. Yi Feng. Why was he so kind to remind us? If Li Puxiu had remembered Yi Feng's warning, perhaps he could have survived. The audience from the Dragon Kingdom felt lingering fear as they recalled Yi Feng's words to Henry and Li Puxiu around 2 o'clock. Truly, our brother Feng even predicted that terror could disguise itself. Brother Feng's vigilance is so high. No wonder they dared to read horror novels in K Hospital. I got chills just reading one paragraph of the book called Forbidden Child. Illusory Orange, just a lucky break. Do you think the horror world is opened by Brother Feng? Illusory Orange just exploded luck, don't take it seriously. Many viewers from other countries saw Illusory Orange's remarks, and fueled by their own pride, believed their country's chosen ones were definitely stronger than those from the Dragon Kingdom. Under the influence of vanity, they chose to believe Illusory Orange's words. They thought Brother Feng's warnings were just luck, impossible to accurately analyze the terror's next moves. Unknowingly, Happy Cinema had reached 10 o'clock at night, time for the night shift to end. Henry, feeling limp, crawled into the changing room, the strange smell around him noticeable from afar. Yi Feng watched Henry's movements, not seeing Li Puxiu anywhere, and asked tentatively. Where did the chosen one from pickled vegetable country go? Hearing this, Henry's legs lost strength again, dropping to his knees, flashing images of the death he had witnessed in his mind. Li Puxiu is already dead. Yi Feng, your warning was right. If he had listened to you back then, perhaps he wouldn't have died. Henry's eyes were bloodshot, having seen Li Puxiu's death. He had persisted on duty for 7 hours, pushing his body to the limit. Yi Feng felt a smile inside. His guesses were correct. The mix of red clothes and casual t-shirt counted among the red-clothed guests. The chosen one from Lighthouse Country must have seen how Li Puxiu died with his own eyes. Seeing in person and watching through a live stream were two completely different things. If Yi Feng hadn't read hundreds of horror novels, he would have wet his pants in K hospital long ago. How did he die? Henry shook his head vigorously, not wanting to recall the horrifying images. Was it really that terrifying? Yi Feng saw Henry transformed, no longer arrogant, unable to understand. Yi Feng chose not to pursue the question further. Once I didn't know if Henry was pretending or really scared, also, I wasn't sure if he would tell the truth. Other employees without work permits entered the changing room. Manager Yang followed them into the changing room, smiling as he spoke. I want to especially praise this part-time worker, who did the work of 2 people. This 180 yuan is your pay for this shift. Be sure to keep it well, it might help you a lot. Then, Manager Yang walked up to Henry, asking about a strange smell, covering his nose, and throwing 100 yuan into Henry's hand. This is your pay, hurry and clean your pants, that strange smell will make customers unhappy. Manager Yang praised the other employees and left the changing room. The other employees left the changing room. Henry pocketed the 100 yuan payment and suddenly grabbed Yi Feng's right arm, pleading. Yi Feng. I foolishly targeted you before, but now I realize I was wrong. Can we cooperate? As long as you are willing to work with me, I think the Lighthouse Country will give you Dragon Country and your family a handsome reward. Henry felt like he had grasped the last straw. He truly couldn't forget that terrifying thing and was afraid it would come after him. The Lighthouse audience immediately expressed that as long as Yi Feng cooperated with them, he would become their friend. The senior officials from the Lighthouse Country publicly stated that as long as Yi Feng worked with Henry, they promised enormous benefits in the future. After the senior officials of Dragon Country saw this, they were a bit tempted. However, since the Lighthouse Country was well liked by the people, they quickly issued a statement saying, the opportunity for the prompt card has already been used up, whether to cooperate depends on Yi Feng's own will, and we have no right to interfere. The high-ranking officials of the lighthouse were so angry they gritted their teeth and continuously issued statements hoping Yi Feng could take care of Henry. In the changing room, Yi Feng calmly replied, I'm not used to working with others, especially not with people from Dragon Country. Before, Henry had united other chosen ones to target Yi Feng, and Yi Feng hadn't counted that against them. Now that he knew how powerful Yi Feng was, he wanted to cooperate? His face was as thick as 5 layers of foundation, impenetrable. Yi Feng shook off Henry's hand and left the changing room, heading towards the staff canteen. Henry glared at Yi Feng's back, thinking that if you want me dead, I will pull you down with me. The self-service machines in the staff canteen were still piled high with food and drinks. Yi Feng collected 180 yuan plus the remaining 128 yuan from the previous shift, totaling 308 yuan. Yi Feng ordered 2 self-heating pots and a bottle of soda, completing today's dinner and late-night snack, while planning his next steps. After eating enough, he would go out to search for clues. Perhaps the boy's mother's head would appear at night. With only 1.5 hours left, whether he found it or not, he had to return to the staff canteen to rest. As soon as Yi Feng left the canteen, Henry, the chosen one from the lighthouse, with bloodshot eyes, walked towards him. Yi Feng ignored Henry and entered the changing room from the farthest end of the corridor, finding it empty at the moment. The yellowed light flickered, and faintly, eerie movie sound effects could be heard. But next door to the changing room was not a theater. Chapter 36, The Person Drifting Outside. Ha ha ha. The eerie voice came from the wall next door. Yi Feng clearly remembered that the wall next door was very long, and there was no room at all. Where did the laughter come from? An impulse rushed through him. He wanted to press his ear against the wall to listen carefully to that laughter. Yi Feng shook his head vigorously. He was here to search for the boy's mother's head. Less contact with other matters, and make fewer mistakes. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his emotions, looking at the 20 or so lockers that were plastered with numbered labels. Should he open them to take a look? Perhaps the head was hidden inside. When Yi Feng was cleaning before, he had checked the items without needing to flip through them. Perhaps the head was hiding among the clothes in the locker. But that's not right. The previous shift had arrived at the changing room first, yet did not see any head hidden in those lockers? Even if 12 were not employees from the previous shift. In the workplace, I once saw open cabinets. All the cabinets were opened, and there was nothing hidden inside. In the changing room, only a corner held some film rolls, although a bit cramped, there might be something hidden there. Yi Feng walked to the corner and opened each film roll. One of the film rolls had 4 words written, Forbidden Boy. The promotional paper showed a faceless, pale child, seemingly smiling. Yi Feng was startled, and the film roll fell to the ground. Searching through the corner, he found something resembling a basketball, but it had lost its covering, leaving only the dark, rough skin. There was nothing in the changing room. Yi Feng glanced around and confirmed nothing was overlooked before leaving the changing room. Just as he stepped out the door, a cabinet moved, releasing a sinister laugh from inside. Then the cabinet door opened, and someone fell out, crashing heavily to the ground. This person was covered in marks from ropes. If Yi Feng had stayed, he would have recognized this person as a fellow employee who worked with him on cleaning duty. With nothing in the changing room, the next target was the restroom and cleaning room. The cleaning room was filled with cleaning supplies, there was no way to hide anything there. The restroom also had nothing to hide, so he quickly dismissed these two places. As for the dark corridor leading to Manager Yang's office, Yi Feng gave up immediately. That area was definitely dangerous, going there would be like handing himself over. Yi Feng surveyed the screening rooms, every room was closed, some covered up, showing only blackness through the cracks. Some were locked, and he had no idea if a movie was playing or if they were idle. There are still 2 days until the happy cinema ends, so taking risks now is dangerous. Yi Feng suppressed the urge to push open the screening room door. Ahead was the cinema lobby. Looking around the lobby, the most likely place to hide something was the popcorn machine at the food counter. Yi Feng approached the food counter and knocked on the popcorn machine. Bang bang bang. A hollow sound came from inside, nothing was hidden there. One of the employees looked at Yi Feng, puzzled, and asked, "What are you doing? Do you want to eat popcorn? Part-time employees can sell to you at employee prices." As the employee was about to prepare a portion of popcorn for Yi Feng, he declined, saying, "I don't want popcorn, thank you." The employee didn't insist and continued to stand there, staring blankly ahead. Bang bang bang. Outside, a series of knocks sounded, for employees stood at the door holding sticks, constantly driving away the people outside. Rather than people, they were more like humanoid shapes. "It's not time yet, back off a bit. Anyone who dares to cross the line will never see a movie again." One employee holding a stick shouted. "Hey! Your hand just crossed the line, this is your first warning. And you, don't even think about sneaking in." The people outside made strange sounds, hard to describe. Yi Feng listened for a few seconds, feeling his head very heavy, as if a 10-pound stone was pressing down on it. No! He couldn't stay here too long. He needed to return to the employee cafeteria immediately and think about the next shift. Yi Feng glanced at the mechanical watch time and the blind spot of the live broadcast. It was already 11:30. In another 30 minutes, he wouldn't be able to get into the employee cafeteria tonight. Bang! Suddenly, one of the people outside hit the glass door hard, catching Yi Feng's attention. This person had a delicate face, wearing a white dress, looking about 30 years old. Noticing Yi Feng's gaze, this person smiled at him, pointing in the direction of the ticket counter. Bang! The employee with the stick banged on the glass door to stop this person, displeased, saying, "The door is almost broken from you banging on it. You aren't allowed in the cinema tonight. If you keep this up, you won't be allowed in for half a month." This person felt disappointed. Quickly retreat, until disappearing into the darkness. What was she pointing to the ticket booth for? Yi Feng would never think this was a coincidence, and doing this would punish her. It must be for some purpose. Is it to indicate the direction of something? But this direction, besides the cinema and Manager Yang's office, has been searched already. Even the trash bins were checked, no items were found. There are not many places left, but they are all dangerous. It's not the right time for risk. Forget it, I'll go back to the cafeteria first, rest well, and regain my strength. Yi Feng pinched his shoulder, feeling waves of soreness, then pushed open the cafeteria door and walked inside. The viewers from Dragon Country were watching the live broadcast at the cinema entrance. Outside, there was nothing special except the pitch-black darkness. Even the 4 staff members guarding the door were listlessly watching the door, nothing special about them. Instead, there was an indescribable weirdness. Viewer, why did Feng suddenly laugh? There's obviously nothing outside the door. Who you orange, is it possible that Feng got infected, and his mind is creating illusions? Who you orange, oh no. It's only the 2nd day, we still need to last until noon on the 4th day. Who you orange, I hope Feng Ge's luck continues. Viewer G, now only 34 chosen ones are still alive. After tonight, there will probably be even fewer. At least it's better than the K Hospital ghost story. In K Hospital ghost story, by this time, only 4 or 5 people are still alive. Compared to the regular comments, many international viewers believe more in Who You Orange's dialogue. Their country's happy cinema ghost story failed, and they all hoped Dragon Country would fail too. In the happy cinema, Yi Feng walked into the staff cafeteria and saw Henry, the lighthouse keeper, curled up in a corner, muttering continuously. Didn't see it, didn't see it, didn't see it. Feng ignored Henry, walked to the self-service machine, bought a spicy meatball hot pot, and began eating it. Meanwhile, the tablet on the chair automatically turned on, playing a happy movie. Feng looked at the movie, and the meatballs he was eating almost shot out of his mouth as he laughed a few times. Henry glared at Feng with resentment, clenched his fists, and left the staff cafeteria. Chapter 37, The Child in the Mirror. Feng looked up at the cafeteria clock. The time showed 11:50. The mechanical watch showed the time as 11:58. Henry had just left the staff cafeteria, and it seemed like his chances were slim. Feng lay on the fold-out bed, hands behind his head, forming a natural pillow. At 12 o'clock, the cafeteria lights automatically went out, and Feng unknowingly fell asleep. The tablet on the chair began playing this cinema's movie, occasionally flashing actors' eerie smiles. It felt like not a movie, but a live performance. Feng was already fast asleep, unaware of the situation with the tablet. Before Feng entered the cafeteria, Henry had already seen the bizarre movie on the tablet. The actors' smiles were so chilling. After Feng entered the cafeteria, the images on the tablet suddenly disappeared, and Henry saw his enemy returning. He mustered his courage and hurried to the restroom to wash his face. But Henry saw the time was exactly 11 o'clock. Lighthouse viewers saw this and cursed Henry. Lighthouse viewers, this fool, it's almost 12 o'clock, and he dares to go to the restroom? Doesn't he fear the terrifying thing appearing? They had witnessed a chosen one die when going to the restroom at this time. Lighthouse viewers, maybe Henry's senses are impaired. Dragon Country chosen ones are so selfish, they don't even warn him. Lighthouse viewers, disguised, maybe Dragon Country's chosen ones also have impaired senses, but they just don't dare to come out at this time. Lighthouse viewers, disguised, perhaps seeing something at the cinema entrance made Dragon Country's chosen ones afraid and run back to the cafeteria. Disguised as Lighthouse viewers, the Dragon Country viewers, successfully deceiving the true Lighthouse Country audience. Everyone thinks that Feng also has a problem with perception. The difference is Feng is now scared and doesn't dare to leave the canteen. At this moment, Henry quickly walked to the bathroom, cursing non-stop. Damn Feng, his selfishness has killed many chosen ones, and now he wants to harm me too. He must know that staying in the canteen during that time would see terrifying scenes, so he sneaked out. What a damn guy. Henry washed his face, instantly feeling much clearer, then smelled the strange odor coming from his pants and thought about it. It is now 11 o'clock at night. If he guessed correctly, the canteen would close at midnight, which means there is another hour for cleaning. Henry began to wash his pants, cleaning the smell off with clear water. I don't start work until 10 tomorrow night. I have a whole day, enough to let the pants dry. Henry continued to wash his pants. Creak. Suddenly, a squat toilet door slowly opened, a chilly wind blowing in. Henry was startled, thinking something terrifying had appeared, stopping his hands, and stiffly turning his neck to look behind him. Whoosh. The cold wind blew in. There was nothing unusual in the back toilet, clean and tidy, probably cleaned by the chosen ones from the luminary country. Henry mocked himself. I'm too sensitive. It's only 11 o'clock at night, there shouldn't be anything terrifying. Henry continued to wash his pants, ignoring the cold wind from behind. However, in the Lighthouse live broadcast room, a faceless child clearly walked out from the open door, just like the child in the 4-number screening room. The faceless child slowly walked towards Henry, with each step leaving a black footprint on the ground. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cold wind continued to attack, scaring Henry again, turning his head but still finding nothing. Behind him was empty. Damn it, is this time frame not safe anymore? Henry began to realize that the bathroom was not safe. Just as he planned to leave, the bathroom door slammed shut with a bang. Henry banged on the door hard, shouting, "Open the door! Open the door! Open the door!" But in the Happy Cinema's bathroom, Henry disappeared without a trace. Seeing no reaction outside, Henry began to pound the door with his fists. The door felt like a steel plate, resisting every hit and kick without breaking. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The cold wind kept blowing in. Henry looked toward the source of the wind, still seeing nothing. However, in the reflection of the mirror, a pale-faced little boy was slowly walking towards Henry. Is the source of the cold wind this? Henry shouted. Who are you? I don't even know you. Don't come over. The pale little boy seemed not to hear Henry's shouts, slowly approaching to Henry's feet. Suddenly, a group of images appeared in Henry's mind. During the first shift, responsible for cleaning, he had been to the 4-number screening room where a little boy wanted to ask Henry for help. Henry not only refused the little boy's request but also kicked him twice, cursing, "What bad luck, encountering an ugly child." The pale little boy before him couldn't possibly be the child from the 4-number screening room. A bad omen flooded Henry's mind. Thud. Henry knelt down, terrified, saying, I promise you, I will fulfill your request. Please don't kill me. The pale little boy shook his head, his small hands slowly raised, clutching Henry's neck. Henry felt the warmth from the small hands, still begging the boy for mercy. In the next moment, the pale little boy exerted force, pushing Henry's neck deep down. Until finally, like popping a pimple, the head was squeezed down. The head rolled and fell at the feet of the pale little boy, shaking its head, uttering a chilling sound. "Mommy's head isn't like this, gee." The pale little boy jumped onto the wash basin and dove into the mirror. The light in the happy cinema bathroom flickered once. A headless corpse collapsed beside the doorway. Manager Yang carried a black wooden box, gazing at the headless body, and let out a yawn. "Another headless corpse has appeared. This is really upsetting. If this continues, the cinema's secrets will be exposed." Manager Yang dragged the headless corpse towards the office, leaving pools of black liquid where the blood trailed. Lighthouse Nation chosen one death. Haunted cinema tales have descended upon Lighthouse Nation. 1% of the population immediately enters the haunted cinema, minimum number 5 million. The Lighthouse livestream was filled with curses directed at Henry. "Lighthouse audience, foolish thing. You've put us face to face with the haunted world. Lighthouse audience, not good, it's about to descend into the haunted cinema in 10 seconds. Lighthouse audience, we're done for." The Long Nation audience glanced at the remaining broadcast. Only 16 live streams were left, with at least 10 making it through the night safely. Except for Feng, almost all the chosen ones survived by cooperating. This was much better than during the haunted incidents at K Hospital. Feng slept soundly until dawn, opened his eyes to scan the cafeteria, and confirmed that Henry was nowhere to be found, ensuring Henry was dead. "This cinema has only me left as the chosen one." Feng stretched lazily, bought a pack of instant buns, and after eating two, both fullness and sleepiness hit him at once, and he fell asleep again. By the time he woke up again, it was already nighttime. Chapter 38, Cleaning the Screening Room. Feng quickly turned on the lights and checked the wall clock. It was already 9:30 at night, and in half an hour, it would be the last shift working time. Feng glanced at his watch. It showed 9:50, and he had no time to eat dinner. Feng left the cafeteria and went into the changing room. More than 20 employees without work badges sat on the benches in the changing room, all with pale faces. The temperature inside the changing room was at least 10 degrees lower than outside. Feng changed into a work uniform, found an empty spot, and waited for Manager Yang to come and assign tasks. Before long, Manager Yang hurried in, glanced at the employees, and voiced his discontent. "There's only one part-time employee left. Thank you for picking up an extra shift, just follow the original duties." The employees without work badges stood up and replied in unison. "Understood, Manager Yang, we will start working now." Only Manager Yang and Feng remained in the changing room. Manager Yang shifted his attitude towards Feng 180 degrees, smiling he said. "All the staff responsible for cleaning the screening room have disappeared. You will take over cleaning the screening room this shift, is there any problem?" Feng was taken aback. The screening room was uncertain when it would play a film or be empty. Besides Manager Yang's office, it was the most dangerous place. Seeing that Feng hesitated and did not immediately agree, Manager Yang patted Feng's shoulder and made a promise. "I will never treat you unfairly. If you agree to clean the screening room, you will earn 300 yuan, and if you do well, there will be extra. If you refuse, you'll only be assigned to watch the door, which offers only 50 yuan. I won't push you, it's your choice." Feng remembered the horrors he saw at the door last night. Standing guard at the entrance might just make him a terrifying snack. Feng gritted his teeth and responded to Manager Yang. "I choose to clean the screening room. I won't make it hard for Manager Yang." Feng's answer put a smile on Manager Yang's face, who patted Feng on the other shoulder. "Kid, I have faith in you. As long as you work hard, you might just be promoted next shift." After Manager Yang outlined some safety tips for cleaning the screening room, he left the changing room. Feng secretly cursed. "No need for that. Once this shift is over, I will leave the cinema." Feng went to the cleaning room. The employees responsible for cleaning outside the screening room had already taken some tools and started cleaning up the cinema's mess. Feng picked up a stack of garbage bags, a metal grabbing tool, rags, and a dustpan, and just as he was about to leave, a set of rules appeared behind the door. Employee cleaning cinema rules. 1. When the cinema doors are locked, the movie inside has finished, and the guests have already left. As long as you knock 3 times, the cinema door will open automatically, allowing you to go in and clean. 2. If you see someone else inside the cinema, please maintain a talking state. Anything can be said until you leave the cinema. 3. After the movie ends, there will only be food-related trash. No other debris will appear. If you see any other trash, simply ignore it. 4. Inside the cinema, do not believe anything anyone says, including cinema staff and Manager Yang. You cannot trust them. Feng looked at these 4 rules, which were basically similar to what Manager Yang had told him. Which of these rules could be wrong? Feng analyzed briefly and found each rule could be either right or wrong. It was hard to tell for now. Let's try cleaning one cinema first. If something unexpected happens, there is still a way to save it. Feng grabbed the cleaning tools. Right now, only the door to Cinema 6 was locked. Yi Feng knocked 3 times on the door. Creak. The door to Cinema 6 slowly opened, and inside was pitch black. Besides the cold air blowing from the air conditioning, no other appliances were on. Looks like the first rule is correct? Yi Feng scanned the surroundings. With the weak light from the corridor, he could see the cinema was very clean, without any trash at all. It seems Cinema 6 is very clean, no need for cleaning at all. However, in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, a woman in a red dress was pulling the door of Cinema 6, urging Yi Feng to enter. The seats in the cinema were filled with people, some of them dressed casually, looking much like themselves. Others wore white clothes, giving an uncanny feeling of not belonging to humanity. A few scattered individuals were dressed in bright red, with white eyes. They looked like trouble. Many audience members in the cinema turned to look at Yi Feng, their mouths curving into a strange arc. Feng, go, run. This cinema is open. You're done. Get ready for the creepypasta to arrive fear.jpg. Lighthouse audience, it's been pretty good already, at least you can hold on till now. Half of you in Dragon Country should survive. Kimchi audience, your chosen one is lucky enough to last this long. Cherry Blossom audience, you should thank Yi Feng, he's let you experience the world of creepypasta. Other countries' audiences were chiming in with sarcastic comments, not many were helpful. Yi Feng felt the cold wind blowing and headed to the air conditioning switch. At this moment, the air conditioning was not on. Not good. The first rule is wrong. Yi Feng realized that the cinema had not started screening yet, but the cold air was blowing. Could it imply that there was something inside, besides the air conditioning, that could release cold air? And it was something Yi Feng currently couldn't see with his naked eyes. Thinking of this, Yi Feng rushed to the cinema door. In the next moment, the door to Cinema 6 slammed shut, black liquid flowing from the gap at the door. A moment too late could lead to an accident. It seems locked cinemas cannot be entered. Now there are only the slightly ajar and closed cinemas left. Yi Feng had no choice, his hint card had already been used, and he could only rely on himself to deduce which cinemas were safe to clean through practice. Walking to Cinema 7 and Cinema 8, the door to Cinema 7 was slightly ajar, while the door to Cinema 8 was closed. Yi Feng thought for a moment and decided to choose the slightly ajar cinema first. Perhaps the audience in the cinema had already left, which was why the door was partially open, allowing him to go in and clean. Yi Feng approached with the cleaning work and entered Cinema 7. It was unusually quiet inside, with faint sounds of a movie playing next door. Soda bottles and popcorn were scattered all over the floor. The soda bottle had Happy Cinema written on it, probably soda from the food counter. Yi Feng used his tongs to pick up the soda bottle and put it into the trash bag. He picked up another water bottle and tossed it into the bag. Half-drunk soda was heavy in his hands, the liquid spilled in the garbage bag. This theater was such a mess, cleaning it would probably take half an hour. Yi Feng stood upright, looking at every seat that had trash present. In the Dragon Country livestream, however, the audience saw a completely different scene. All the people in the theater stood up, intending to leave, but as soon as Yi Feng arrived, they all sat back down. One guest, still clutching an unfinished soda, had Yi Feng take the soda bottle away and throw it in the garbage bag. Thud, thud, thud. As Yi Feng was about to pick up the next soda bottle, a black object rolled down from the top of the theater. From afar, it wasn't clear what the object was. It rolled down rhythmically as if someone had kicked it down on purpose. Thud, thud, thud. Chapter 39: The Rolling Object. Thud, thud, thud. What exactly was that black spherical object above? Was it just more trash in the theater? Yi Feng remembered the theater rules. Only popcorn and soda could be considered trash, everything else must be ignored. He lowered his head, continuing to clean the trash on the seats while ignoring the spherical object above. As he reached the inside seats and started cleaning, the black spherical object seemed to have some special force, rolling down to Yi Feng's feet. Yi Feng happened to see the spherical object, forcing himself to calm the unease in his heart and looked closely. It was a deflated basketball, pitch black, and when he touched it with his foot, it felt a little soft and icy cold. It turned out to just be a deflated basketball. What a scare that gave me. Yi Feng continued to clean up, collecting all the popcorn and soda into the garbage bag. Oddly enough, the soda was neatly placed in the right side groove of the seat, while the popcorn was in the left side groove. Not a single soda or popcorn had fallen on the floor. It really didn't look like a theater where people had left. Yi Feng stepped over the black sphere and continued to clean up the garbage. In the Dragon Country livestream, all the viewers from Dragon Country were sweating profusely. At this moment in the number 7 theater, it was far from empty. Half of the guests remained seated. The giant movie screen flickered with white snowflakes, occasionally filling the room with eerie laughter. The guests, dressed in casual clothes, were watching the movie screen. A few guests were getting angry because Yi Feng blocked their view and wanted to hit him, but their fists passed right through him. The collected sodas and popcorn were still on the seats while the guests kept yelling at Yi Feng, demanding he return the sodas and popcorn to their places. But Yi Feng seemed not to hear, throwing the food into the garbage bag. And what was rolling on the ground was not a black sphere, but Henry's head. His eyes were wide open, his mouth and face twisted into a strange arc, as if an iron had pressed down on his whole face. Some guests had already stood up in anger, heading towards the theater exit. Brother Feng, stop cleaning, there are still guests here. Is it possible that Brother Feng can't see the guests in the theater? Is this the end? Lighthouse viewers, it's deserved. Who told your chosen ones to be so selfish? Pickle viewers, your chosen one's luck has run out, feel the horror of the ghost story. Some Dragon Country viewers trembled, repeatedly recalling the traps of the happy cinema, hoping to find a way out. The higher-ups in Dragon Country created small cards featuring the ghost stories of happy cinema and Yifeng's current record, sending them to every citizen of Dragon Country. Ah! I received the prompt note, it looks like this time we're really doomed. Just a little bit more, how infuriating. Brother Feng, hang in there. Don't make a judgment until the last minute. The higher-ups are only making worst-case scenarios. International viewers sneered and jeered, eagerly awaiting the failure of Dragon Country's chosen ones. Sakura viewers, holding on for this long is already very impressive. Maple Leaf viewers, it's incredible, only 10 chosen ones are still alive. This is the strongest chosen one I have ever seen. In Cinema Hall number 7. Yifeng finished cleaning the row of garbage in the middle, stood up straight, cold sweat all over his head. He didn't know why, even though the cinema hall was very hot, there was an inexplicable chill. This chill came from the heart and penetrated throughout his body. Manager Yang walked in from the back door of the cinema hall, saw Yifeng cleaning up the garbage, a look of surprise flashed across his face, but he quickly regained his composure and smiled at Yifeng. Are you cleaning the garbage here? Yifeng felt a little confused when he saw Manager Yang enter the hall. At this moment, Manager Yang was dressed casually, not wearing a work uniform, nor carrying the black wooden box, with a smile on his face. Yifeng was puzzled about Manager Yang's arrival, but still kept a smile and replied. Yes, I saw that the guests in this cinema hall had already left, so I came in to clean up the garbage. I must say, the quality of the guests in the cinema is very high, the food and drinks are all placed in the slots on the seats, making it very convenient to clean. Yifeng felt uncertain, he wanted to find out whether the guests really left or just blocked the exits, using these two sentences to probe Manager Yang. A momentary joy flashed across Manager Yang's face, he patted Yifeng's shoulder and said with satisfaction. Very good, you are the hardest working part-time employee I have ever seen, you deserve to get a full-time employee's salary for this shift. Manager Yang hit it well, but Yifeng still caught a glimpse of that strange smile, and continued to speak. This is what I should do, hall number 7 had just locked the door, so I came in to clean. Manager Yang kept smiling and gave Yifeng a thumbs up. Not lazy at all, unlike those part-time employees before, who complained of tiredness within half an hour, and even hid in the bathroom to slack off, it's outrageous. Yifeng nodded vigorously, echoing Manager Yang's words. I came to work part-time, of course I should work hard, they're really out of line, how could they just quit in the middle? Manager Yang, then I will continue to clean in the cinema. Manager Yang nodded, signaling Yifeng to continue cleaning up the garbage in the hall. Then keep working well, don't be lazy, you're the only one cleaning the hall, it's quite hard. Manager Yang was about to leave when he saw a black spherical object at the end of the row of seats in the middle, walked over to pick it up, and smiled while stroking the spherical object. Finally, there is one that is complete. Manager Yang hugged the spherical object and walked out of hall number 7, his footsteps making a common rhythm on the ground. Tap tap tap. Until Manager Yang's footsteps disappeared. Yifeng picked up the garbage bag and quickly walked towards the exit of the cinema. From the conversation just now, he confirmed two things, hall number 7 was definitely not safe and he had to leave this place. After just a couple of steps, he saw a few guests suddenly appear in the seats, constantly complaining. This is terrible. Can't I finish my soda before they take it away? I haven't finished drinking. Anyway, it's almost over, forget it, that employee also wants to rest early, he is still cleaning now. Can't these things see me now? Yifeng immediately confirmed that rule number 2 of the hall was also wrong. Yifeng tightly closed his mouth and quickly walked towards the exit of the cinema. In hall number 7, more and more guests appeared from their seats, but since Manager Yang came in, that annoying employee had disappeared, not even making a sound. With nowhere to vent his anger, he could only keep pounding the ground. As soon as Yifeng left hall number 7, the door slowly closed, and eerie laughter echoed inside the hall. That was close. This means that rule 1 and rule 2 of the hall are wrong, and rule 4 is correct. Thanks to Yifeng's quick reaction, if he had been a moment late, even if he didn't speak, he wouldn't have been able to escape hall number 7. Fortunately, in the hall, even if he broke the rules, there was still a glimmer of hope, but not much. Yifeng, feeling a lingering fear, arrived at the door of hall number 8. At this moment, the door was still closed and not locked. Gently opening the door, a faint smell of blood wafted out. This is the screening room that needs to be cleaned. Yifeng walked into the theater and started cleaning the trash in the middle row. Chapter 40, The black liquid became a sea of blood. Hall 8 was clearly messier than halls 6 and 7. Soda bottles and popcorn littered the floor, and several seats were stained with black soda. Seeing the messy hall, Feng let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that the hall with the door closed but not locked was indeed the one that needed cleaning. Feng wiped the dirt off the seats with a rag. Surprisingly, clear water easily removed the black liquid. He gathered over 50 soda bottles, 20 popcorn boxes, and 4 seats stained with soda. Feng was sweating, and he let out a breath of relief. Cleaning of Hall 8 is done, moving on to the next hall. What made Feng somewhat dissatisfied was that there was no sign of the head of the little boy's mother in Hall 8, so he could only continue searching in other halls. The entire cinema had 19 screening rooms. There had to be one that contained the head of the little boy's mother. Just as Feng exited Hall 8, he saw black liquid seeping out from Halls 7 and 6. He paid it no mind and looked for the next hall. He found the door to Hall 5 was closed but not locked. Opening it, he discovered the situation inside was worse than Hall 8. Feng spent half an hour cleaning it up. Aside from regular trash, there was nothing else. Exiting Hall 5, the black liquid seeping out from Halls 6 and 7 had increased in volume, gradually spreading closer to the doorway of Hall 5. Feng frowned. Could it be that what happened earlier violated the proper rules of the screening room? Yet the black liquid bubbled up, looking just like ordinary soda, with nothing unusual. But for now, it was better not to touch the black liquid, and he continued towards the main hall. Halls 3 and 2 were locked, so he skipped them and arrived at Hall 1, which also had its door closed. Feng opened the door, and the smell of blood inside was even stronger than that of Hall 5. He couldn't help but cover his mouth with one hand while using the other to clean the hall. Wiping down each seat, he also checked every corner of the hall for any sign of a head. Disappointingly, Hall 1 still held no sign of that head. Before leaving Hall 1, Feng thought back to the black liquid. Could it be blood? Feng shook his head. If that were the case, wouldn't it be curtains for him? Blood had never been a good thing in the world of horror stories. Feng became cautious and glanced at the time on his watch in his pocket. It was now 11:20 at night. This meant that the staff cafeteria would be open. The staff cafeteria was absolutely safe. Feng pushed open the door to Hall 1, and the black liquid began to spread toward the entrance of Hall 1. In the next moment, it turned a vivid red. A strong smell of blood wafted from the liquid, which thickened visibly and advanced towards Feng. Bubbles kept rising from the liquid with a sizzling sound. Feng realized something was wrong and quickly headed towards the main hall. However, the main hall was also a sea of blood, advancing in Feng's direction. And the staff standing in the sea of blood seemed unaffected, pale-faced as they attended to customers. It seemed that only Feng could see the blood sea. The blood sea enclosed Feng from both front and back. Each bubble that surfaced was a deadly melody. Feng hurried past the ticket booth and rushed to the staff ticket counter, where an employee nodded at him and greeted him. The sea of blood connected before and after, spreading across the entire cinema floor. The only safe place was the cafeteria. Feng sat on a folding bed, sweating coldly, thinking about when he could go out and when the sea of blood outside would fade away. The wall clock in the cafeteria showed 11:45, while the mechanical watch read 11:25, a difference of 20 minutes. Feng waited in the cafeteria, only planning to go out when it was close to 12. Knock knock knock. The wall clock showed 11:55. Manager Yang knocked on the door outside, his voice darker, expressing his dissatisfaction as he said, Feng, what are you doing in the cafeteria? Come out to clean the screening rooms, or I will dock your pay. Cleaning rooms 13 and 14 is a priority. Those 2 rooms have a movie screening soon, the rest can be cleaned by 6 tomorrow. Knock knock knock. I'm talking to you. Hurry up and come out. Feng looked at the mechanical watch. It was now 11:35, not yet time for the cafeteria to close. Feng pretended to be in pain, speaking in a hoarse voice. I'm sorry, Manager Yang, but I'm not feeling well and need to rest for a bit. I'll definitely go clean rooms 13 and 14 when I'm better. Please don't worry, Manager Yang. Manager Yang continued to knock, banging the door with frustration in his tone. So you're saying you won't come out now? Alright, then I'll dock you $50. If rooms 13 and 14 aren't cleaned before the movie starts, don't even think about your pay for this shift. Feng still didn't leave the staff cafeteria. Instead, he felt more certain that staying in the staff cafeteria was safe, the only safe place. Manager Yang had previously brought a tablet into the cafeteria, now he was just knocking and threatening with words. The only explanation was that Manager Yang was now restricted and couldn't enter, while the chosen one would not have a good outcome if they opened the door now. Feng felt firm and replied to Manager Yang. I'm really sorry, but I truly feel unwell right now. I will definitely come out to clean the screening rooms later. Outside the door, Manager Yang no longer seemed like a normal person, holding a black nail that would pierce through the forehead of anyone who stepped outside. For sharp fangs grew chaotically on his face, with stitches visible on his neck, smiling eerily at the staff cafeteria. The dim lights in the corridor flickered, and each time it grew dark, countless headless corpses could be seen hanging from ropes, slightly swaying. The headless corpses made horrific pleading sounds. Careful observers would notice that some of these headless bodies were among the chosen ones who had come down this time. The knocking continued. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Come out now, and I'll give you an extra reward. Just come out. Didn't you say you would work hard? How come you're sick now? Are you just slacking off? That won't do. The knocking became louder, eventually changing to kicking the door. Feng refused to leave the cafeteria. It was the only place safe to be. The mechanical watch showed 11:55, and the kicking finally stopped, along with the sound of shoes walking away. Did they finally leave? 5 minutes more, not missing this little time. Feng waited until the last 3 seconds, then opened the door of the cafeteria. The blood in the corridor had vanished without a trace, and the stench of blood disappeared. It seemed he had avoided the sea of blood. Feng stepped out of the cafeteria, the door to the cafeteria vanished, and for the next 8 hours, he could only rely on himself. Feng carried his tools and arrived at screening room 13, where the cool air was still on, likely just vacated not long ago. He started cleaning from this screening room. At the same time, in the neighboring theater, the surviving chosen ones were hiding in the staff cafeteria, where Manager Yang was still knocking on the door. Chapter 41, The Opening is the Answer. In the neighboring cinema, Manager Yang was knocking on the door. Dear Lucy, I am your Manager Yang. Hiding in the cafeteria to slack off is quite unwise, you know. Come out and continue working, or else I will have to deduct your wages. Manager Yang smiled while saying this outside the door. Inside the cafeteria, a girl named Lucy was the chosen one of the Unfallen Nation, who loved adventures, especially abandoned castles. Not believing in the first rule of the theater, it seemed illogical. With guests gone, how could she still be locked inside? And in a normal theater, the closed doors were supposed to show movies. Wouldn't the half-closed theater be the only exception? So she started cleaning the half-closed theater. Until she saw a strange black object and realized there was trouble, she hurriedly escaped to the staff cafeteria. Confident Lucy didn't expect to encounter a problem during her last shift, believing she wouldn't make a mistake with the first rule of cleaning the theater, yet she still made a mistake. Knock, knock, knock. Dear Lucy, what happened to you? Lucy leaned against the door, glanced at the wall clock, and whispered. During the night shift, the wall clock was about 5 minutes late, and the early morning shift was about 10 minutes. Calculating this way, it should be about 10 to 11 minutes late now. As long as I open the door at 12:10, it will be completely fine. As long as I leave the cafeteria on time and continue cleaning the theater, everything will be alright. Lucy stayed in the cafeteria. No matter how noisy it was outside, she acted as if she hadn't heard anything, sitting on a folding bed. Until the clock showed 12, Manager Yang's knocking sound finally disappeared. Lucy still stayed in the cafeteria, confidently murmuring. This must be a trap. Going out now would certainly lead to death. Tick-tock. With the wall clock seconds incessantly ticking, no sounds were heard outside, quiet as if the cinema had closed for the night. At 11:30, Lucy cautiously opened the door to peek outside. The outside lights were dim and flickering, and Manager Yang was gone. Feeling bolder, Lucy stepped out of the cafeteria. The door closed behind her. Lucy instinctively looked to the right. The staff in the hall were working, just like usual. All clear, I can continue working. Just as Lucy turned around, Manager Yang appeared in front of her, smiling. Dear Lucy, slacking off for no reason is very unwise, wouldn't you agree? Lucy was startled, looking at Manager Yang, who was the same as always, expressing her dissatisfaction. You scared me to death. I'll go clean the theater right now. Lucy hurriedly walked toward theater number 13 when a cold hand grabbed her shoulder, and a gentle voice came from behind. Your unwise actions have made me very angry, and have also upset the guests in the theater. Come with me to the office. Let me give you a good education. Lucy forcefully moved forward, wanting to shake off Manager Yang's comfortable grip, but no matter how hard she tried, she remained in place. Manager Yang smiled, pulling Lucy along like a lifeless object to the office. As soon as he opened the door, the live broadcast room of the Unfallen Nation instantly went black. Chosen one of the Unfallen Nation has died. The horror of the happy cinema has descended on the Unfallen Nation. 1% of the people immediately enter the happy cinema horror, lower limit 5 million. At this moment, some chosen ones stayed in the cafeteria, too scared to go outside, fearing horror awaited them. Feng had finished cleaning theater number 13. According to Manager Yang, only theaters 13 and 14 needed to be used during the early morning shift. The other theaters only needed to be cleaned before 6 o'clock. The situation in theater number 14 was somewhat better, with no black spherical objects, nor any suddenly appearing guests. However, when Feng finished cleaning the last seat, a black liquid oozed from the backrest of that seat. At first, Feng thought it was soda spilled there, so he used a cloth to wipe it, and after a while, he finally cleaned it up. When Feng planned to continue cleaning the next theater, a bloody smell suddenly came from his hands. Feng lowered his head and looked. The rag now had no trace of soda, but blood, fresh blood. Feng quickly threw the rag into the bucket and hurried out of Hall 14. Suppressing the fear that had just subsided, he continued to clean the other theaters, recalling in his mind why the black liquid had turned into blood. Why couldn't blood be disguised by other substances? Feng remembered the black wooden box that Manager Yang had carried. The first time he saw it, black liquid had dripped out of the box. Until 6 in the morning, Feng had cleaned all the theaters and returned to the dressing room. The only regret was that there was no head of the little boy's mother in the theater. The only place left unchecked was Manager Yang's office. Could it be in Manager Yang's office? Feng took a step forward, then immediately pulled it back. The office was extremely dangerous. No one chosen by fate could ever walk out alive from there. But other than Manager Yang's office, where else could a head be hidden? Feng connected the black liquid to the event. Drip, drip. Feng heard the sound of water dripping outside, or rather, the sound of blood dripping. Suddenly, a memory resurfaced in his mind of the first time he saw Manager Yang carrying the black wooden box, with black liquid dripping from it, which was said to be a toolbox for repairing cinema equipment. But Feng had never seen Manager Yang repair any equipment, let alone open the toolbox. In Happy Cinema, the black liquid likely represented blood. Moreover, Manager Yang had said something very important, and thinking back, this phrase gave Feng a 90% certainty. In fact, the little boy's request was something Feng had already encountered when he first arrived at Happy Cinema. Once the workday was over, Manager Yang would appear to pay him his wages. This might be the only opportunity, and risking it might fulfill the little boy's request. Not risking it would be like breaking a promise to the little boy. Feng thought for a long time and could only watch to see if Manager Yang would come out carrying the black wooden box. Before he knew it, it was 8 o'clock. The employees returned to the dressing room, changed out of their work uniforms, chatting and laughing. Some even tried to strike up a conversation with Feng. You're Feng, right? I'm Zhang San, been working here for 10 years, I'm quite the senior. Manager Yang really likes you, I bet you'll be made permanent soon. Don't look at our job as boring, in reality, it's easy, the money's good, a monthly salary plus commission starts at 10,000. Feng smiled but said nothing, not too eager to talk to the employees. The employees didn't feel any discomfort at Feng's indifference and continued chatting. How about this, once you become permanent, I'll treat you to a nice meal on the second floor, what do you think? Yeah, once you become permanent, you'll be a full employee, then you'll have your own room. Creak. At this moment, Manager Yan walked into the dressing room, still carrying the black wooden box, and approached Feng. Feng, what happened last night really angered me, but luckily, you managed to clean Hall 13 and 14 on time. This is your pay for the shift. Feng took the 3 coins, 2 100s and 150. Manager Yang's face was furious, and he spread his hand out to Feng. But because you didn't follow instructions, the cinema has decided not to keep you. You must turn in your work permit and leave immediately. Chapter 42, Run, the cafeteria will kill you. Feng kept his composure and stared at Manager Yang. The work permit absolutely could not be handed over. If Manager Yang wanted it, he would have taken it by force already, he wouldn't waste time talking. The only explanation was that Manager Yang was in a hurry, trying to make Feng break the correct rules. The more Manager Yang insisted, the less Feng was willing to comply. At this moment, Feng's entire attention was focused on the black wooden box that Manager Yang was carrying. Drip, drip. The box once again dripped the black liquid drop by drop. Different was that when the black liquid dripped onto the ground, it turned into bright red. The bloody smell gradually filled the nostrils. Absolutely wrong. This wooden box must be what the little boy wanted, and it's the only place to hide. Manager Yang saw Feng not responding, and he punched the neighboring wardrobe door, immediately leaving a deep fist mark. Don't toast me and then drink the punishment wine, hurry up and hand in your work permit, get out of Happiness Cinema. Just as Manager Yang withdrew his fist, Feng saw the straps of the wooden box slipping down his arm and hitting the ground. Without thinking, he dashed forward to grab the strap of the box that was still oozing black liquid. After confirming he had a grip on the box's strap, Feng rushed out of the changing room. Manager Yang's face turned icy at that moment, muttering incomprehensible words. Outside, the employees melted like snowballs meeting fierce fire, turning into streams of blood that seeped into Manager Yang's body through the floor cracks. Manager Yang's body shrank by half, his head had sunk into his neck, and his eyes were crawling with 2 arms, countless white eyes shaking incessantly. From a distance, he looked like a ball-shaped object. Manager Yang let out a sharp scream, his body breaking through the changing room door, rushing toward Feng. Feng kept running, but strangely no matter how fast he ran, he still hadn't reached the corner. Bang! Hearing the sound of the door crashing behind him, his heart tightened. The manager Yang behind had already transformed into a monster, with only the manager badge on his chest confirming his identity. It must be that taking his little wooden box unlocked the block of this horror world on him, allowing him to be uncontrollable in happiness cinema. If the manager Yang behind him catches him, there is only one outcome. Feng quickly thought about why he hadn't reached the corner yet after running for so long. Was it that taking the wooden box triggered all the horror in this world, deliberately giving me no chance to survive? Or is there an additional trap in the wooden box that I haven't discovered? Or... Feng thought of many possibilities. The first thing he had to do was deal with the black wooden box, which he had just taken over, still unsure if it would have traps. Feng looked down and just saw the liquid dripping from the box merging with the blood on the floor, flowing toward Manager Yang. Not good. It must be the fresh blood dripping from the box. Feng hugged the wooden box tightly, the blood seeping from it landing on his clothes, no longer dripping onto the floor. 1 step, 2 steps. 3 seconds later. Feng dashed to the corner, and the corridor ahead flickered slowly, a bit slower than usual. Feng paid no mind to it and continued to rush out. When passing by the restroom, a cold wind blew out, and as the cold wind hit Feng, it suddenly stopped. Feng continued running forward, but his speed obviously slowed down. What was originally a less than 20-meter corridor took half a minute to run through without finishing. Where was the problem this time? Feng looked around. The walls beside him were just walls, nothing special. At that moment, Manager Yang also arrived at the restroom's location, seemingly less than 3 meters away from Feng. Just as Manager Yang was about to grab Feng's thigh, a cold wind blew out from the restroom, instantly freezing Manager Yang. Feng felt a huge relief instantly and quickly ran toward the Skull Crossroad, immediately heading toward theaters 1 to 10 instead of the employee cafeteria. The employee cafeteria was absolutely safe, but it was already past 8:10, and the cafeteria doors wouldn't open. Moreover, the passing time was noon at 12 o'clock, entering the cafeteria wasn't very secure. Now that the greatest extent of unlocking at Happiness Cinema had been triggered, it was very likely that entering the cafeteria now would mean never getting out again. The only safest choice now was to enter theater number 4. Handing the things to the little boy, there might still be a glimmer of hope. Feng had just passed through the doorway of theater 10. Manager Yang's frozen ice instantly shattered. He walked coldly to the bathroom, speaking a language only he could understand in front of the mirror. I've searched for you for so long, turns out this is one of your hiding spots. All that's missing is the last living corpse, can you give it to me? How about we team up? Manager Yang spoke of cooperation, but his hands showed no sign of it, tightly clenching his fists, waiting for the terror to appear in the mirror. But the bathroom mirror was still just a mirror, showing no signs of any problems inside. Manager Yang waited 3 seconds on the mirror, but still received no response, and smashed the mirror with a punch before slowly leaving the bathroom. At this moment, Feng had rushed to the doorway of Theater 8, with Theater 4 just separated by Theater 6. Suddenly, the entire corridor fell into darkness, vaguely revealing countless headless corpses hanging, swaying in front and behind Feng. The feet of the corpses reached right up to Feng's chest, emitting a stench from 3 years of not washing. Feng slowed down his pace, trying his best to avoid letting these corpses touch him, dodging every opportunity for contact. Manager Yang had already arrived in front of Theater 9, a hemp rope appeared in his hand, the other end was a noose, muttering incomprehensible words towards Feng while slowly swinging it forward. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom live streaming room watched in confusion. In the bright corridor, Theater 4 was just ahead. Why was Feng Ji's pace so slow? And Manager Yang looked very normal, except for the hemp rope in his hand. He seemed just like an ordinary person in the real world. Was it really that terrifying? The audience saw Feng rush out of the changing room, yet feared the approaching Manager Yang. He seemed just like an ordinary person. Non-Dragon Kingdom viewers, your chosen one seems a bit foolish, running away from the staff cafeteria, which is the safest place. Non-Dragon Kingdom viewers, our chosen one is much smarter, directly hiding in the staff cafeteria, able to safely leave the Happy Cinema at noon. Don't pretend to understand if you don't. Our Feng would not know the cafeteria is safe. There must be some reason why he can't go there. Exactly. How about a bet? If we win, you are pigs. Non-Dragon Kingdom viewers, what if you lose? Then we've never lost. In the corridor of Happy Cinema, Feng noticed a small figure behind him. The feet of the corpses couldn't reach him as it walked straight toward him. More certain of his guess, he realized he couldn't let these corpses touch him. Seeing that dodging the corpses was too troublesome, Feng immediately squatted down and quickly moved toward Theater 4. Chapter 43, The Last Moment of Life and Death. Feng had arrived at the doorway of Theater 6, only 5 meters away from Theater 4. The small thing yelled at Feng, emitting a piercing sound. Feng's body was intact, and he continued to move forward, coldly laughing inside. Does the horror from the ghost stories become angry when it feels powerless? However, the next second, The corpses hanging on ropes fell one after another, slowly closing in on Yifeng, surrounding him within a meter. Blocking all paths, was Theater 4 the road to death? Yifeng blinked, dismissing this thought, thinking, hurry, move your body, Theater 4 is right ahead. Even if I catch these headless corpses, entering Theater 4 would give me a way out. The piercing sound continued to echo from the small creature, as the headless corpses squeezed in, lifting the hemp rope to throw it at Yifeng, as if saying, when you hesitate, you have already failed. Please stay forever in happy cinema, and become one of them. At the moment the hemp rope was thrown, the door of Theater 4 slowly opened, a cold wind blowing out, making the surrounding headless corpses involuntarily part to the sides. At the same time, it restored Yifeng's ability to move. Yifeng tightened all the muscles in his body and continued to walk towards the door of screening room number 4. The hemp rope loosened, and a small creature walked up to Yifeng with quick steps, still mumbling words that only it understood. So you've been hiding here all alone, but there's no chance to stay here any longer. Along with the last person, let's become part of the cinema. The shrill voice had a strangely captivating power, drawing Yifeng to look back. But at that moment, Yifeng's eyes were focused only on screening room number 4. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, his legs felt heavier, and by the time he reached the door of screening room number 4, Yifeng almost crawled inside. A pair of pale hands suddenly appeared, grabbing Yifeng's shoulders, and with a whoosh, pulled him into screening room number 4, the door slamming shut behind him. Bang! Yifeng vanished into the happy cinema. The small creature, realizing its target had disappeared, bared its teeth for a moment before the happy cinema returned to its original appearance. The small creature transformed back into Manager Yang, icily staring at the wall where the door to screening room number 4 had been and ordering workers to paint it black. After they finished, Manager Yang coldly said, keep working, don't even think about slacking off. It cost me a lot to keep you alive, and if you don't work hard to earn money, you'll never leave this cinema for the rest of your lives. Do one more, and you can leave early. What a pity, keep an eye on the guests outside. The nearby employees, with pale faces, looked at the door expressionlessly and trembled constantly upon hearing Manager Yang's words. A boy in a casual t-shirt walked in, sucking on a lollipop, and at the ticket counter, he dropped a coin, received a movie ticket, and smiled. I've heard this cinema specializes in horror films. I really want to see the famous movie Forbidden Boy inside. As he spoke, the boy in the casual t-shirt looked at the ticket printed with Forbidden Boy and walked into screening room number 19. The coin he dropped transformed into an IOU that read, to watch Forbidden Boy, a payment of 1.5 million is required, currently owed 1,499,950 yuan. After watching the movie, starting today, work in Happy Cinema to repay the debt until it is fully paid. Yifeng entered screening room number 4, and a strong smell of blood struck him. However, the intense odor quickly dissipated, making Yifeng feel less uncomfortable. In front of him stood a faceless little boy, with pale skin and hair completely gone, revealing a large hole in his head. Cold little hands tightened around Yifeng's neck, ready to snap it with just a little more force. Have you found my mommy's things? The cold grip tightened even more. If Yifeng said one wrong word, there would be no way out. Gasping for air, Yifeng trembled and used his last bit of strength to lift a black wooden box, saying it I. Don't move yet, you are not a spectator. The features of the little boy's face appeared blurry, not much different from an ordinary little boy, with watery eyes, just wanting to quickly open the wooden box. Blood dripped from his fingertips onto the ground, bright red when leaving his skin, and still bright red when falling on the ground. His tender little hands had already bled, fingerprints all wiped away, and when the combination turned to 549, the wooden box opened automatically. Inside, something covered in hair appeared in front of Yifeng. The little boy gently hugged this thing, murmuring, I've finally found Mom's head, thank you, big brother. The little boy continuously thanked Yifeng, his hands gripping tightly onto the hairy thing, blood staining his entire outfit. This outfit looked very new, probably something he didn't usually want to wear. However, right now, the little boy's face and heart were filled with smiles. Yifeng felt that the little boy's thanks were sincere, and he smiled in return. Since I promised your request, I will naturally fulfill it, because we made a pact. Yifeng extended his pinky finger, the little boy paused, held on tightly with his left hand, and extended his right pinky to hook with Yifeng. Thank you, big brother. Since big brother helped me, I must also help big brother this time. The next movie starts at 10:05, I bought an extra ticket, I knew big brother wouldn't go back on his word. Later, big brother will watch the movie with us, and must not leave the seat in the middle. Once the movie is over, we should be able to leave here. The little boy pulled Yifeng's hand, holding his mother's head, and went to the front row, where only 3 seats were empty. The other seats were marked with out-of-order signs, unable to be used. In the seat to the right, sat a headless female corpse. Chapter 44, The Forbidden Boy Premieres, Part 1. Mom, you're here. The little boy carefully placed the hairy thing on the headless corpse, where the severed edges began to merge together. A woman in her 30s appeared in the seat. She had a scar on her face, rough hands, and her lips were parched and cracked, twisting her neck stiffly as she smiled at the little boy. The little boy immediately hugged the woman, excitedly whispering, "Great! My mom is finally back, big brother, look. My mom is the most beautiful in the world." The woman smiled and nodded, but when she turned her gaze to Feng, her brow furrowed, as if feeling a knife cutting through her body. The little boy noticed his mother's oddness and quickly explained, "Thanks to big brother this time, otherwise I wouldn't be able to see you, mom." Hearing this, the woman's gaze towards Feng softened a lot, controlling her mouth to say awkwardly, "Thank you, young man." Feng nodded in return, not wanting to have too much contact with this woman. The woman ignored Feng, stroking the boy's little head, speaking in a loving tone. "Our Jai Jai is also the cutest child in the world." The little boy felt delighted, clinging to the woman's arm. Soon, a ticket collector appeared expressionless in front of the little boy. "3 people, need 3 tickets, 1 additional ticket costs 300. The little boy took out 3 movie tickets and handed them to the collector. After checking the tickets, the collector turned and left. At this moment, the screening room was very quiet, seemingly only the 3 of them in the front row existed. The movie was about to start, titled The Forbidden Boy. A baby named Jia was born into a wealthy family. His ancestors were all rich from aristocratic families. No need to say they lived luxurious lives, but at least did not worry about food and clothing. But good times did not last long. Jia was born sickly, often getting high fevers whenever it rained. Since Jia was born, strange things happened in the Ying family, starting with the sudden death of the previous head of the family, followed by several major business failures. A younger generation is suddenly meeting strange deaths. The head of the Ren family, who is also Jia's uncle, begins to suspect it is Jia's mother's scheme and orders people to secretly clean up the door. Jia's mother immediately senses something is wrong and takes Jia to escape the Ying family, fleeing to a small town over 100 kilometers away. They live like this for 6 years. When Jia was 6 years old, he watched the children in the town happily go to school and cast envious glances while at the laundry shop. Jia's mother noticed her son's little thoughts and stroked his small head. "My dear Jia is also a school age, tomorrow, mommy will take you to apply at school." Jia was first happy, then shook his head. Jia doesn't like studying, Jia wants to stay by mommy's side forever. Jia naturally wanted to go to school, to study and play happily with other children his age. But his mother came here, to avoid exposing their identities. She had used the little money they grabbed during their escape to create fake identity information, and both mother and son changed their names. The Ying family had long issued a bounty, and wanted posters with his mother's likeness were plastered all over the town within 100 miles. For this reason, Jia's mother did not hesitate to ruin her own appearance and began working as a long-term worker in a small laundry. Her income was barely enough to cover their daily expenses and there was no extra money for schooling expenses. Although Jia was young, he understood all these reasons. Seeing her son's determined expression that he didn't want to go to school, Jia's mother sighed. "Just like your father. Alright, I have my own ways to pay the school fees, don't think too much about it. Once you're in school, you must study hard. Do you understand?" Jia hugged his mother and smiled, saying, "Mommy, don't worry. I will study well. But we must keep a low profile and not cause trouble for you." The next day, Jia's mother took her son to a school that didn't require them to go outside, paid the tuition, and let Jia attend class 1-4. Jia was unusually quiet today because he noticed something precious was missing from his mother. Jia secretly determined to study hard to repay his mother. Jia displayed incredible learning abilities at school and started studying calculus in the 3rd grade, shocking many teachers. All the teachers believed such a genius should be sent to the most prestigious school in the city for education. Jia's mother directly rejected the teachers' and principal's suggestions. "Sorry, my son is still young, let him continue to study in the 3rd grade. She even requested the teachers and principal not to reveal her son's situation. On that day, the teachers and principal sensed Jia's mother's fear and terror. Jia also realized something was wrong and echoed his mother's words, wanting to continue studying here. They had no choice but to agree, allowing Jia to stay and study while keeping this matter secret. Jia's personality did not match his age, and his classmates almost never played with him. Moreover, his excellent grades attracted jealousy from many classmates, who secretly gave him nicknames. Once, a classmate deliberately wrote his exam paper with his own name, submitting the paper filled with insults under Jia's name. Many teachers were furious. How could such a talented student learn such despicable tricks? They punished Jia in front of the whole class. Jia knew who did it but did not resist because his mother had said to keep a low profile and never cause trouble. Besides, the classmate who harmed him was a regular customer at the laundry, likely wearing clothes from his family or their acquaintances. Offending him would only put his mother's job at risk. Seeing Jia's calm expression, the teacher decided to speak to Jia's mother. After listening to these words, the mother immediately denied the teacher's claim. Teacher, I believe Jia would never do such a thing. If you don't believe it, please show me the exam paper. Also, how could a student with such poor grades suddenly get full marks? The teacher was stunned, seeing such a talented student going astray. His anger flared up, losing his usual calm. He didn't expect a malicious student to appear in the class, and soon he pinpointed the troublemaking classmate. The teacher knew about Jia's family situation. He had just scolded him in class and felt deeply sorry, quickly taking out the chicken eggs, mutton, and beef he had just bought to give to Jia. These were quite expensive in the town, especially the mutton and beef, which the teacher had bought with half a month's salary. Jia's mother wanted to refuse, but the teacher said, "If you don't accept it, it means you don't forgive me." Jia's mother couldn't argue anymore, so she had to reluctantly accept it. Before leaving, the teacher also apologized to Jia. The next morning, the teacher stood on the podium self-criticizing while naming the malicious classmate, who received half an hour of severe beating from their elders that night. All the classmates thought it was Jia who reported them, and every day after school, there were always classmates throwing leaves, frogs, and stones at Jia. Jia didn't mind, because he still had a caring teacher in class and a loving mother at home. Tonight, Mom agreed to making Jia a hearty stew of mutton. When Jia returned home, the house was filled with a rich smell of meat, and Jia ran into the house. On the dining table was a pot of mixed dishes of meat and vegetables, the fragrant odor of meat mingling with the aroma of vegetables, making Jia's appetite soar. He shouted, "Mom! I'm back!" Strangely, Jia's mother did not appear. There was only one set of chopsticks and a bowl left on the table. Jia ran out to ask the neighbors if his mother had gone to help somewhere, but the answers he got were all no. Jia panicked. He had never thought his mother would suddenly disappear, and he cried loudly when he returned home. After half an hour, Jia's mother came back, rubbing her red hands and gently touching Jia's head. "Why is my little Jia crying? Did someone bully you at school?" Hearing his mother's voice, Jia looked up in surprise, hugged his mother's neck, and said with a crying tone, "Mom is finally back." Jia's mother realized it was her fault, apologized to her son, and took out 2 movie tickets, softly saying, "It's all Mom's fault. I just heard that a happy cinema opened in the next town and went to buy 2 tickets. Jia hasn't seen a movie growing up, and now with your grades ranking first in the entire year, I want to take you to see a movie. It's tomorrow night at 9 o'clock, we'll go after dinner." Jia jumped up in joy. He had heard classmates say movies at the cinema were great, and he could finally go see one, especially with his mom. The next morning, Jia happily went to school while his mother went to work at the laundry. Unfortunately, Jia's family found his mother and took her back to see the head of the family. The head was Jia's uncle, who first questioned her about Jia's whereabouts. Jia's mother said Jia had died of a fever while on the run. Of course, the head did not believe her. Nevertheless, he decided to execute Jia's mother first. Since her brother married this woman, he had died within 6 months, and after Jia was born, other family members had inexplicably died one after another. It was definitely Jia's mother's conspiracy. Jia's mother had her neck chopped off, her body hanging beside the headless bodies of other family members, serving as a means to suppress her. Her head was wrapped up in a black box by the head, preventing the body from being I went to ask the neighbor for the time, and it was already 10 o'clock at night. At this moment, Jia was panicking, searching everywhere for his mom. The housemaster didn't believe Jia's mom, so he sent people to the town, just in time to see Jia looking for his mom, and approached to ask, "Little brother, are you looking for your mom? Are you called Jia?" Jia looked at the big brother who asked him in surprise. Only he and his mom knew the name Jia, and he didn't expect anyone else to know it. Because he was a relative, Jia let down his guard and nodded vigorously. "Yes, yes. My original name is Jia." A few big men immediately put Jia into a sack and brought him to the Ying family. The housemaster saw Jia and immediately wanted to execute him, throwing the body at his mother's feet. Jia looked at his mom with powerless eyes, feeling so unwilling. Clearly, they had made plans to go to the movies together, so why were these people going to kill him and his mom? Was it because he hadn't done well enough? Did he deserve punishment? The headless corpse seemed to sense her son. Her body trembled continuously, starting to break free from the rope hanging on her. Mom looked so painful. All those who bullied Mom must die. A pale little boy without facial features walked out of Jia's body, approached the servants, stretched out a 3-meter-long little hand, and snapped their necks. The Ying family master resolved his long-standing worry and happily took his family to book the new cinema to watch a movie. They chose a time of 12:30 at night, showing a cheerful movie. The Ying family, neatly heading to watch the cheerful movie, was celebrating that the Ying family would forever have good luck from now on. The originally cheerful movie turned into a horror film. In the movie, a group of people accidentally entered an abandoned old house, leading to all of them being killed by the faceless child. The housemaster sensed something was wrong and hurriedly looked for the cinema manager, but the theater door was locked, and they couldn't escape at all. After the faceless child killed the group of people, he walked out of the screen and started a massacre among the people in the theater. In the end, the cinema disappeared in a great fire. At this point, Feng noticed that the Engia inside resembled the little boy beside him, and Manager Yang also bore some resemblance to the housemaster inside. Something's wrong. Feng tried hard to recall the movie ticket Engia's mother had handed to her son. It was exactly theater number 4, the first row, which was also called Happy Cinema. Could it be that they were? Feng's neck stiffly turned around, only to find that the little boy and his mother had disappeared. He was alone in the first row. The movie was still playing. Several short stories were interwoven in between. After an unknown number of years, a mother and son who resembled Engia happily walked into Happy Cinema. Feng thought this was to avoid leaving any regrets for the audience. The mother smiled and said, "Finally, I can fulfill the promise I made with my son years ago." The son nodded with a smile. Then the scene shifted, and the mother became a headless corpse, while the son turned into a faceless child. The movie ended. The whole movie was quite different from the Forbidden Boy novel scene in K Hospital. In the novel, the faceless boy emerged as evil from the beginning, without explaining his experiences before becoming faceless. Moreover, the novel didn't mention the faceless boy's mother either. Feng shook his head. The adaptation into a movie made the horror content somewhat lacking. It would have been better to just read the novel. The Dragon Nation live broadcast room followed Feng's perspective, seeing the same movie. The difference was, from the beginning to the end, Engia was always the faceless boy, and Engia's mother was always a headless corpse. Every day, they had to go kill those who once bullied them. Even the teachers who misunderstood the faceless boy also ended up as headless corpses hanging at the gate. Thank you, Brother Feng, for letting us see these scenes again. It's almost 12 o'clock, it should be time to leave the cinema now. But now there's no way to leave. A viewer from a certain country, you have no show left. We chose to stay in the cafeteria, and when the time was up, we immediately left. Don't mind the ones upstairs, I think the faceless boy in the movie is very similar to the faceless child in the restroom. Could they be the same one? The audience from Longwood began discussing. In the 4th cinema hall. The screen displayed the ending credits. Thank you for watching. A loud applause came from behind. It was unknown when, but except for the first row, the cinema was already filled with guests. As the applause faded, the lights in the cinema were turned on. Feng turned his head to look and found that he was the only one left in the cinema. Woo woo. Meanwhile, the sound of a train came from the power screen. Chapter 46, Passing the S rating. Come up, you have passed the creepy story of the Happy Cinema. The train door slowly opened, and a pale little hand reached out from the movie screen. Feng held the icy little hand and stepped into the train inside the movie screen. Inside the train, the cold-faced Z pulled Feng and sat down in the closest seat. Z said coldly, "During the creepy story of the Happy Cinema, you were not harmed, and the initial rating is set to grade C. Complete the little boy's request to activate the rating ceiling of grade S. You have 539 yuan remaining in the Happy Cinema, and for every additional 100 yuan, your rating will rise 1 level. This time, you received a rating of S. You are the first chosen one to pass this creepy story and currently the only chosen one to gain an S rating. You may ask me 2 questions that only the chosen ones can know." Z waved his hand casually, pouring Feng a cup of green tea to wash away the fatigue in the cinema. Feng drank the tea and expressed his question. Is the creepy story world connected? Feng wanted to know if the Forbidden Boy in the cinema was a cursed modification of the Forbidden Boy novel from K Hospital or if the creepy story world was like that from the beginning. Z thought for a moment, took a small sip of tea, and quietly answered. In the lower-tier creepy story worlds, there is no connection. The Happy Cinema you just experienced is a lower-tier creepy story and absolutely will not be related to other creepy story worlds. Are there low tiers, mid tiers, and high tiers in the creepy story world? Feng was about to ask this question when Z stood up, stepped on the long bench, bent down, and placed his little finger on Feng's lips. Z shook his head. You don't have the right to know this question at the moment, so please ask another. Feng thought for a moment, wondering if the little boy and his mother suddenly disappeared together in a happy life? The Forbidden Boy in the cinema might not be possible, but at least it looked quite warm in the early stage, suitable for families of all ages to watch. Feng shook his head and dismissed this question. It wasn't worth wasting a chance on. Can I know which creepy story world the next stop will arrive at? Z shook his head, looking out at the pitch-black screen, and helplessly said. This is decided by the train. I cannot answer this question. Please ask the next one. If there are no other questions, you can choose to use this questioning opportunity to increase the available items to carry into the next creepy story world. Feng had nothing to ask, so he decided to increase the choice of items to carry into the next creepy story. Z continued. For the next creepy story, you can choose to carry 3 compressed biscuits, a flashlight, adjustable brightness, a hint symbol, indicates dangerous places, triggers once, an invisibility symbol, hides once, lasts 10 seconds, and poison, only useful against the chosen ones. Food should never be the top priority, poison to deal with chosen ones? It's good enough if they can protect themselves. In the happy cinema, a bunch of chosen ones wanted to target Feng but couldn't even keep themselves safe. However, Feng wouldn't be careless. If he encountered a fearsome expert, they could indeed spare the effort to target Feng. Using poison could be considered, but it wasn't the top priority. The flashlight had no special effect, so he ignored it. The hint symbol and invisibility symbol should be chosen first. The invisibility symbol can conceal the perception of the creepy story world. The effect of the prompt symbol can't compare to the ability that Feng possesses by himself. In terms of benefits, the invisibility talisman is better. I choose the invisibility talisman. Z took out a black piece of paper from her skirt and handed it to Feng. This is the invisibility talisman, tear it apart to use it, and please keep it in your pocket at all times. Feng put away the invisibility talisman, and with Z leading the way, they arrived at the room number 202. Considering you passed through the haunted world twice, this room will be your fixed room from now on. Go in and rest. Z opened the door, and the layout was exactly the same as the last room. Feng walked into the room and began to rest. After Feng boarded the train, the Dragon Kingdom livestream instantly went black, showing several lines of big words. The chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom successfully passed the haunted tale, Happy Cinema, difficulty level 4. This haunted tale will not descend upon the Dragon Kingdom. The chosen one Feng, being the only passer currently, brings great fortune to the Dragon Kingdom. The chance of favorable weather increases by 2%, maximum 100%, desert area decreases by 0.7%, oil appearance probability increases by 1%, disease incidence decreases by 5%. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom cheered and celebrated. Brother Feng was right again this time. This time, it even reduced the chance of disease. Amazing. Some people still think staying in the cafeteria is the safest. Are they being silly? Ha ha ha. Let's go look at the other live streams. Only 3 live streams still operated. Nervously stepping out of the cafeteria, a note emerged in their pockets. The exit is in Theater 4, but you missed the time. Please continue your part-time job, and the door to Theater 4 will open automatically at noon 12 days later. The 3 surviving chosen ones had one last chance. In these few days, the people of the Dragon Kingdom celebrated madly again and spontaneously organized to form a fan group for Brother Feng. From the elderly to the little ones, males and females all have fans of Feng. This action made many foreigners envious, wishing their chosen ones could be like Feng. Not asking for high ratings every time, at least successfully passing through is enough. To this end, foreign higher-ups increased the training of their citizens, hoping to raise the success rate. In the blink of an eye, 7 days passed, and Z gently knocked on room 202's door. The next stop, Haunted World, is about to arrive. Please get ready and wait at the train door. Feng stepped out of the room, and after a moment of darkness, when his vision returned, he found himself sitting on a sofa, his right foot wrapped in gauze. A wave of pain surged, his leg must have been injured. The television in front of him was on, playing a cheerful animated show. Suddenly, the animation changed to a host. We interrupt this program for breaking news. An unexpected traffic accident occurred in Yuhua City. A black sedan lost control and fell from the bridge into a river 50 meters deep. The car has now been recovered. According to nearby surveillance footage, there were 3 people in the sedan, all females, ages approximately 57 to 63, 30 to 33, and 6 to 7 years old respectively. Search operations are currently underway. If relatives of the 3 women shown in the footage see this news, please call our hotline and contact our station. Citizens with clues are also requested to call our hotline to speed up the search, increasing the chances of survival. After watching this news report, Feng felt it was quite strange. It looked like news, but also seemed not quite like news. Perhaps the first thing he saw when arriving in this haunted world was an important hint. Feng firmly etched this news in his mind, including the appearances of the 3 women in the report. Just then, a piece of information appeared in Feng's mind. Chapter 47, The Unclosed Computer. The haunted world you are currently in is Gentle Wife, difficulty level 2, easy. You are now the husband in the household. Please live in the house for 7 days. Successfully leaving this home is the pass. Seeing that the difficulty is only 2 for this easy haunted world, a smile unconsciously appeared on Feng's face. The difficulty is even simpler than K Hospital, just calmly pass 7 days at home and he can clear it. What a good thing. Feng quickly calmed his emotions. The simpler the ghost story, the more you need to pay attention. Often, one misstep will leave you with no chance to correct it. The chosen ones from other countries originally looked grey-faced, but when they saw that the ghost story world had only a difficulty level of 2, satisfied smiles appeared on their faces. Among them were a few lucky ones who passed through K Hospital and the Happiness Cinema continuously after the ghost story world arrived, originally thinking they would die here. Upon hearing the difficulty was only 2, they immediately perked up. They all believed there was still a chance to survive. The Dragon Country livestream drew quite a few spectators' cheers. Cherry Blossom viewer, I'm really sorry this time, your chosen one can't harm anyone else. Lighthouse viewer, ha ha ha. Our chosen one is David, a horror novelist, this time it's secured. Lighthouse viewer, I hope to see your chosen one in the next ghost story world, our David will take revenge for us. The Dragon Country viewers silently chose to mute the stream, they didn't like hearing the voice of clowns chiming in. While foreign viewers were arguing in the Dragon Country livestream, Feng began to take action. Feng looked around, he was currently in the living room, and in front of the sofa, there was a television and a coffee table. The coffee table was piled with snacks, a wallet, a large mobile phone, and a note. The note had a passage written on it, and Feng picked it up to start reading. Dear, today I'm going to the hot springs with mom and our daughter, and I'll be back the day after tomorrow, don't complain that I didn't invite you. Who asked you to dislike hot springs and love sleeping in? But don't worry, I'll bring you back a souvenir. Your lovely wife. After finishing the passage, Feng fell into thought. The news report that just interrupted mentioned 3 women, whose ages corresponded exactly to his mother, wife, and daughter. Could it be that the 3 women in the news looked like my mother, wife, and daughter? Feng tried hard to recall the images from the news, but he could only remember the content being discussed. The pictures of the people were very blurry, and he had forgotten them. Feng shook his head. Besides that, the letter also mentioned returning the day after tomorrow, along with a souvenir. There was nothing more. The information given was neither too much nor too little. It seemed useless, but maybe it would be useful at some point. Feng turned over the notes back. A set of rules was written on the backside. The following are the rules of the gentle wife. This ghost story world is too simple and has only this one set of rules. 1. There are only 4 people in your family, including you, your mother, wife, and daughter. No one else is your family. 2. Your family loves you and will never lie to you. You can completely trust your family. 3. Your family had an accident while out. Everyone has died and will never return. 4. Please do not casually answer phone calls. If a call comes in from a contact listed as your family, please turn off your phone immediately. 5. Please do not turn on the television at home, as the television sound will disturb the neighbors. If you feel bored, you can choose to open your laptop, it has games you like to play. 6. If a stray cat knocks on the door, remember to let it in and feed it regularly. 7. You are not allowed to leave the house. If you are hungry, you can eat the snacks at home. You can also order takeout via phone, but you must ensure the other party is the delicious pig knuckle rice downstairs, and the staff all know you. 8. Those who know you will choose to knock on the door rather than ring the doorbell, as your doorbell is broken. If you hear the doorbell ring, please remain quiet at home, do not make any noise, and do not approach the peephole. 9. Your family will return on the 3rd day after they went out, please open the door to welcome them with the warmest smile. 10. If you do not hear any strange sounds at night. If you do hear any, please do not open your eyes, they will not discover you. 11. Your wife is used to sleeping together with you. The heavy snoring will be heard, and when you hear the sound of snoring, please do not complain about your wife. If you see other people in your home, it must be your eyes playing tricks on you, please choose to ignore them. Do not let their actions affect your behavior, and do not let them discover that you have noticed their existence. Suddenly, the 3rd, 5th, 10th, and 11th rules turned into red letters, some errors, or all errors. Feng carefully read the rules in red letters. The 3rd rule is also in red letters. An accident happened to your family while they were out, and everyone died, they will never come back. Could it be that not everyone died, or will they come back? The 3rd rule clearly knows it is incorrect, but the places where it is wrong are ambiguous, even when connected to other correct rules, it cannot be distinguished. The 5th rule is easier to distinguish. The TV is still on, and nothing is wrong. It must be the second half that has a problem. Absolutely do not open the laptop. The contradiction in the 10th rule can also be easily seen. As for the 11th rule, the sound of snoring is very strange, always feeling a bit off. Just as Feng was about to recite the correct rules, a scream came from not far away. It came from a laptop. The laptop was on the balcony, the brightness was set very low, and it was impossible to see the screen inside at all. The sound shook Feng's ears, and he quickly ran to the balcony, closing the laptop. Only then did the screaming sound disappear. Clearly there is a problem. Could it be that someone thinks the computer is fine? Although Feng could not see the screen clearly, he was very certain that the computer should not be opened. Unfortunately, he was still slow in action, and the neighbor next door began to curse maliciously. Knock, knock, knock. The wall next door was knocked on, and they shouted towards the wall. What the hell is going on? It's early in the morning, and you're still bothering people. I know you broke your leg and can stay home all day, but we can't, we still have to go out to work. It's finally the weekend, trying to sleep for a bit, and you woke me up. Feng remained silent, pretending there was no one at home. After the neighbor cursed a few times and found that no one was cursing back from next door, the anger subsided significantly, and they stopped cursing. Seeing no strange things happening, Feng sat back down on the sofa, continued watching TV, and when his stomach rumbled, he opened the potato chips on the coffee table to eat. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The viewership in the Dragon Kingdom live room was drooling. I found an interesting thing: Brother Feng has never lacked snacks since starting at the Happy Cinema. I suspect Brother Feng is doing a food broadcast, and I have evidence. Everyone, there are still people falling for such simple difficulty right in the Kangaroo Country live room. Now the most exciting part. Damn. Down and out already, I need to go see. Many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom immediately switched to the Kangaroo Country live room. At this moment, the chosen one in Kangaroo Country turned off the TV, brought the laptop from the balcony inside, and complained in his heart. The volume is too loud. Where is the volume button? The chosen one from Kangaroo was frantically searching for the computer's volume button, but the computer had no buttons, and the screen brightness was too low to find the volume control panel. The neighbor next door continued to curse. Are you looking for trouble or what? Are you seeking death? The cursing continued for over 10 minutes, and the chosen one in Kangaroo was flustered for over 10 minutes. Finally, the neighbor next door quieted down, and the Kangaroo slumped on the sofa, cursing in his heart. Isn't it said that the difficulty is only 2, a simple ghost story? Why is it so difficult from the start? This rule can't be a lie, right? The chosen one from Kangaroo thought that since the difficulty was 2, it shouldn't be hard. Instead, he was stumped right off the bat. Fortunately, the neighbor next door finally stopped yelling, allowing me to breathe a sigh of relief, as I opened a bag of chips on the coffee table, munching away. Just as the chosen one and the audience relaxed, the neighbor next door began banging on the door, repeatedly pressing the doorbell and cursing. It's so noisy inside, open the door quickly. Hearing the knocking, the Kangaroo chosen one, with an injured right leg, hopped towards the door. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. Thud, thud, thud. The Kangaroo chosen one, feeling annoyed by the knocking sound, lost the ability to think, and forcefully opened the door, complaining. I know I disturbed you, but could you speak to me politely? The moment the Kangaroo chosen one pushed open the door, what stood outside was no longer a human. The Kangaroo chosen one immediately fell to the ground, eyes wide open, as if seeing the most terrifying thing in the world. In the Kangaroo live broadcast room, only a shadow flashed by, making it impossible to see what it was. Kangaroo audience, is it another instant death? Kangaroo audience, oh my. Why are the chosen ones we have arranged so weak? Dropped to the ground, Kangaroo is impressive. This is only difficulty level 2, and they are gone right at the start? Even the seats of the high-ranking officials in Kangaroo Country were still warm, and they didn't have time to give hints before their chosen one vanished. Kangaroo Country chosen one dead. Gentle Wife horror story arrives in Kangaroo Country. 1% of the population immediately enters the Gentle Wife horror story, minimum limit 5 million. People in Kangaroo Country immediately went crazy. Just a few minutes into the game, they couldn't even see a few prompts. No matter how low the difficulty, the chance of clearing it was still not that high. Dragon Country audience, after watching the Kangaroo chosen one's outstanding performance, switched back to the Dragon Country live broadcast room. At this time, Feng was leisurely sitting on the sofa, watching an entertainment movie on TV, occasionally letting out a chuckle. Feng originally planned to rummage around his house to see if there were any useful clues. However, with his right leg bandaged, every hop brought a tearing pain to his leg, so it was better to avoid moving as much as possible. Eating the spicy potato sticks on the coffee table and sipping on the icy soda, he let out a contented sigh. Everything is normal except for my broken right leg. Feng glanced around. The longer he stayed, the lower the difficulty of the horror story. It wouldn't start with a top-level challenge. It was better to sit on the sofa, rest, keep his mind clear, and analyze the correct rules. The rules stated that the chosen one only had 3 family members, the mother, wife, and daughter. Others, like father or son, were definitely not Feng's family. It also specified the time for family members to return home, that they would be back on the 3rd day after going out. But this horror story was about the gentle wife, likely meaning he would spend the most time with his wife. What worried Feng the most was the 6th rule: a stray cat showed up, which shouldn't just appear out of nowhere. After thinking for a moment, Feng decided it was better to wait for the stray cat to appear. Now wasn't the time to wear out his brain. Feng continued to sit idly on the sofa, eating potato sticks and chips when hungry, drinking soda when thirsty, and passed the entire afternoon like this. Until night fell. A cold wind blew from the balcony, making Feng feel the urgent need to go to the bathroom, especially since the lights in the living room were off, leaving it pitch black. Feng stumbled around to find the light switch, turning on the living room light and leaning against the wall towards the bathroom. The bathroom was integrated, allowing for both a shower and a bath. Feng turned on the bathroom light and saw a pair of crutches placed beside the sink. After finishing his business, he leaned on the crutches and slowly made his way back to the sofa. With the crutches, moving around was much easier, at least he wouldn't experience pain in his right leg from hopping. With this crutch, it's much more convenient to move around. Yifeng gently patted his right leg, it hurt sharply, indicating that the original owner of this body must have been seriously injured. He then picked up the wallet on the coffee table to check. Inside the wallet were a few $100 bills and some $50 bills. A piece of identity information named Gu Buxiao, along with a sweet photo of a man and a woman. In the photo, the man is the character Yifeng is currently playing, just seen in the bathroom mirror, looking exactly like the person in the picture. The woman should be Gu Buxiao's wife, who is now Yifeng's wife. She has a well-defined face, beautiful long hair, and a slightly petite but curvy figure. She resembles the style of a Jiangnan beauty. The memory of a news report from earlier that day flashes in Yifeng's mind, showing a woman in her 30s, matching the woman in the photo. It can't be wrong. If it were someone else pretending to be his wife, he could simply ignore it. Yifeng puts away his wallet, he already has seen the layout of the entire home while in the bathroom. There are a total of 4 rooms, taking the living room on the left as an example. Above the right end is the master bedroom, which is the largest space, faintly having an attached bathroom. A little to the right, above that are 2 rooms with beds, likely the mother and daughter's rooms. The room on the far right should be a storage room, filled with a heap of clutter. Below is the dining room, with a tall refrigerator, occasionally vibrating with sounds, probably filled with a lot of food. Walking further right leads to a large bathroom, next to which is the kitchen, and outside the kitchen is a balcony. The whole house is about 200 square meters, quite spacious. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A cold wind continues to blow from the balcony. Yifeng leans on his cane, shuts the balcony door, and draws the curtains. The cold wind is gone from the living room. The television keeps playing now a martial arts movie, a classic from the 1980s, just at the exciting part when a large cell phone on the coffee table vibrates. Beep beep beep. Someone must be calling. Yifeng picks up the phone to see who is calling. The contact name reads, "Dear wife." Yifeng recalls the rules and promptly turns off the phone, continuing to watch television. Meanwhile, some chosen ones have not yet reacted, like the chosen one from the pickled vegetable country. They only know they are deeply engrossed in the show when a call interrupts them, so they reluctantly hang up the phone. Soon, the phone rings again. Chapter 49, the phone rings. Ah, damn it. Which idiot is calling me, driving me crazy? The chosen one from the pickled vegetable country, captivated by the television, has long forgotten most of the rules. Upon hearing the ringtone, he starts cursing. The chosen one grabs the phone to check, seeing the name "Dear Wife," quickly answers, and complains. Ah, damn it. Don't call unless there's something urgent. Hanging up now. The chosen one quickly hangs up the phone and returns to watching television. Viewers from the pickled vegetable livestream watch their chosen one behave like this, sitting dumbfounded. Pickled vegetable viewers, don't be stupid. Hurry up and turn it off. Pickled vegetable viewers, can you last a little longer? This difficulty is only level 2. Disguised, oh no. It's ending so soon, we don't know how to survive after this. Disguised, hurry and give him a hint to turn it off. Even if the chosen one fails, the longer they last, the more people from their country can watch and learn hints, increasing chances of survival. Having only lived a few hours now, the success rate would be very low. The higher-ups from the pickled vegetable country begin writing hints on cards, urging the chosen one to turn it off immediately. The phone rings again. Beep, beep, beep. The chosen one from the pickled vegetable country directly answers the call and curses. Really? Don't interrupt me during the most exciting part. If there's something, just hurry up and say it. A gentle female voice comes through the phone. Dear, I am your wife. The chosen one from the pickled vegetable country remembers that this is a creepy tale called Gentle Wife, and his tone softens a bit as he inquires. Dear, how are you doing? The gentle female voice continues to sound, as if the chosen one is being pampered. I'm not doing well, there's water plants all around me. So cold, so icy. How about this? You stay with me for a while, maybe I won't be so cold. The pickled cabbage chosen one heard the gentle voice, his heart almost melting, and he swallowed. All right. I can stay with you, where are you? Bang bang bang. Tick tick. Suddenly, drops of water began falling from the ceiling, spreading over the pickled cabbage chosen one's feet. The pickled cabbage chosen one immediately recoiled his feet, growing displeased. Why is this room leaking water? This is so low class. The pickled cabbage chosen one asked again into his phone, where should I accompany you? Suddenly, a smug laugh came from the phone. Of course, under the water. I'll bring you down now, don't struggle, the more you struggle, the worse it will feel. A pale hand appeared from the floor, grabbing the pickled cabbage chosen one's left foot and slowly dragging him into the floor. The pickled cabbage chosen one screamed. Let me go. Let me go. This is bad. The pickled cabbage chosen one finally remembered that it was a call from a family member saved in his phone and tried to shut it off immediately, his hands trembling as he fumbled to turn it off. Unfortunately, once the pickled cabbage chosen one answered that call, everything was too late. Soon, a waterlogged corpse appeared in the pickled cabbage livestream. It seemed to have been dragged into the water while alive, making a desperate upward-reaching motion. Pickled Cabbage Nation chosen one death. The Gentle Wife's strange tale descends on Pickled Cabbage Nation. 1% of the population immediately enters the Gentle Wife's strange tale, minimum 5 million people. Pickled Cabbage people immediately cursed their nation's chosen one. Dragon Country viewers stared at their own chosen one, thinking, though the difficulty is low, we must still remain attentive, never missing a detail. Otherwise, the outcome will be the same as the Pickled Cabbage chosen ones. Feng was still in the living room watching TV. If it's not mentioned in the rules, that doesn't mean it's safe. The location listed was the living room, so he might as well stay in the living room for the night. Anyway, Feng was the only one at home now. He could sleep wherever he wanted. Clang. A sound of metal clashing came from the master bedroom, covering the sound of the TV. Feng continued sitting on the sofa, still watching TV. Now that it was dark, no matter what was in the master bedroom, it was best to avoid any contact. No matter what sounds he heard next, Feng stayed focused on the TV, seemingly unaffected by the noise. In truth, Feng's mind was calculating what could be in the master bedroom. Would going in trigger something terrifying? The safest move was to stay in the living room. At some point, the curtains on the balcony were slightly drawn open, and a small dark shadow rushed across the balcony. Feng noticed this anomaly and looked towards the balcony. Other than a few lights from opposite units, there was nothing else worth looking at. Feng assumed the curtains were closed properly and continued watching TV. Behind the curtains, a dark shadow flashed past. Careful Dragon Country viewers also noticed the movement and began to express their opinions. Did you see that shadow? Standard procedure in the Strange Tale world, don't cue it. Is it trying to get Feng to go over and check? Going over might mean disaster. Guys, this is just a difficulty 2 Strange Tale, it shouldn't end so quickly, right? Exactly, dying on the first day is a bit too weak. Pickled Cabbage viewers felt insulted and immediately started criticizing. Pickled Cabbage viewer, what are you barking about? Kangaroo viewers, don't mind them, they might just end up dead tonight. Ah yes. 2 people who died and are complaining about a curious.jpg. Don't argue with dogs, if a dog bites you, would you bite back? No. I'd slaughter the dog. Enough of this, let's open a story thread while Feng hasn't encountered anything too exciting yet. Yay! First floor, maybe there's a wife lying in the master bedroom. If Feng goes back to the bedroom to sleep now, he might wake up in the middle of the night and see a gentle wife too. On the second floor, Feng heard his wife calling him softly in the middle of the night, as if controlled, he walked toward the master bedroom, habitually lying down on the bed. On the third floor, just as dawn was breaking, Feng suddenly woke up, surprised to find himself in the master bedroom, because the bed was soaked with water, and his body was gradually sinking into the bed. The audience in Long Country was so immersed in their made-up horror stories that they forgot to take a break. Feng watched television until 1 a.m., before falling asleep on the sofa. Hoo. A cold wind blew through the curtains on the balcony. Even though the balcony door was locked tight, the wind still managed to enter. The living room light seemed to have a sensor, detecting that the owner was asleep, automatically turning off, and the television volume lowered to the quietest sound. A pair of pitch-black eyes peered in through the balcony door, scanned the situation in the house, then turned and vanished without a trace. He woke up to the bright sunlight of the day. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock at home rang. Feng rubbed his eyes and casually turned off the alarm. It's already 9 in the morning, hope today will also go by easily. At that moment, the television interrupted with a news bulletin. Now we interrupt for a news report. Yesterday morning, a woman fell off a pedestrian bridge with 2 people. We have currently found one of the women's wallets, which contains her identification information. Chapter 50, Ordering Takeout, Poor Signal. One of the missing people is named Li Wanjun, born in 1990. If anyone has information about the missing person, please call our hotline to speed up the search. After the host finished the news, the television continued playing a comedy film, still the favorite of Feng, Home with Joy. It was noon by now. The snacks on the coffee table were all eaten, and his stomach began to growl, so he had to open his phone. On the phone were only family contacts and a note for the Pig Feet restaurant downstairs. Feng dialed the takeout number for the Pig Feet restaurant. B. The sound on the other end was garbled, making it impossible to understand what was being said, occasionally interrupted by the sound of something being chopped. Yeah. The sound of a pig struggling bravely seemed to have knocked the surrounding knives to the ground. Feng hurriedly hung up the phone. What's going on? How could the Pig Feet restaurant's takeout call have the sound of chopping a pig? They surely wouldn't kill the pig fresh to make pig feet, right? Feng could avoid making another call, but this meant he would have to spend the next 7 days hungry. Being hungry can keep you alive, but it's the stupidest way to live. Later on, Feng redialed the Pig Feet takeout number. This time, the chopping sound was finally gone, but there were still occasional metallic clinks in the background. A hoarse voice inquired from the other end. Is this Gubu Xiao, the customer? Sa. Gubu Xiao was the name Feng used in this world of strange tales, and he nodded with a smile in reply. Yes, I need to order a. Sa. The sound on the phone interrupted again, making it impossible to continue listening. Feng had no choice but to hang up and wait a moment before calling back. This time the takeout call was much clearer, and he could clearly hear a middle-aged man's voice on the other end, cheerfully saying, Gubu Xiao? What a rare guest. Ever since you married your lovely wife, you rarely order takeout from us. Is it the old set meal? Do you need anything else? The takeout man was very enthusiastic, as if he was an old friend he hadn't seen in years. Feng wanted to know what the old set included, but worried it might trigger some bad event. He simply agreed to the old set meal, glancing at the soda on the coffee table which was almost finished. In addition to the old set meal, please get me a 2-liter bottle of water, plus some potato chips and fries, and make sure it adds up to 100 yuan. He had 700 yuan bills in his wallet, though. There are still more than 30-50 yuan coins, enough for Feng's spending for these 7 days. Moreover, the rules state that only the items on the coffee table can be eaten, or food ordered from downstairs. Nothing else is allowed, including drinks. To be safe, he asked the delivery man to bring drinks as well. The delivery man laughed and said, I know you're in a caste and can't go up and down the stairs easily. All right. For these few days, I won't charge you for the delivery fee. Just take care of your health and support my pig trotter's shop. Do. After speaking, the delivery man turned off his phone and began preparing food for Gubu Xiao. Feng continued to lie on the sofa, watching a comedy, chuckling from time to time. The audience in the Long Country livestream was filled with envy, their faces full of envy. Isn't this too wonderful? With just one phone call, food is delivered to the home, and they can even help bring other things. This isn't a creepy tale, it's like a vacation. I suspect Brother Feng is on vacation, there's no danger at all. The old movies are better, I've watched this one no less than 3 times, and I still want to see it again. Don't be fooled by Brother Feng seeming like he's on vacation. Many other live streams next door are still facing normal fear, and it seems the chosen one from the Unfallen Nation has fallen into trouble. What? There's such a good thing? I want to see what's going on. I need to help Brother Feng avoid danger. Hundreds of thousands of viewers went to the Unfallen Nation live stream, while the other billions of viewers in Long Country continued to stay in their own home live streams, accompanying Feng to watch 90s comedy movies. At this moment, in the Unfallen Nation livestream, the audience's hearts were getting more and more mysterious. The Unfallen Chosen One was just thirsty and, out of habit, took a few sips of clean water at the sink. Not drinking was fine, but once he did, he felt something was wrong. Once a clean and tidy home suddenly turned shabby and in disarray, the food on the coffee table was covered with cockroaches, and the television occasionally flickered with snow. The strangest thing was that his colorful home turned into a black and white view. The Unfallen Chosen One shook his head, looking at the black and white TV from the 90s, his head buzzing. Damn it, what's happening to me? Right. I can order takeout from downstairs, the money in my wallet should be for ordering takeout. The Unfallen Chosen One dialed the downstairs delivery phone, and a gentle female voice answered. Hello, this is the Pig Trotter's Rice Delivery Store. What type of Pig Trotter's rice do you want to order? The Unfallen Chosen One furrowed his brow in surprise. Pig Trotter's rice? Does your store only serve pig trotters? The gentle female voice replied, Our place is called Pig Trotter's Rice Store, of course we only serve pig trotters with rice. The Unfallen Chosen One hated eating pig trotters the most, they are pig's feet, which sounds dirty, and he immediately refused. Forget it, I won't eat that. Can you help me bring something else up? I can give you extra pay. The Unfallen Chosen One remembered rule number 7, it was normal to order takeout from downstairs and ask her to bring something else as well. At most, he would just give a little more for the reward. The gentle female voice replied, Okay, please provide your location, which floor and door number, and what do you want me to bring up? The Unfallen Chosen One thought for a moment and chose the lightest food. I need 10 buckets of instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, a big bag of chips, and I will give you an extra 100 yuan tip. Also, my place is. The Unfallen Chosen One hurriedly looked for the identification information on his wallet, reading it out dryly. It's on the 4th floor, unit 444. Just deliver it here. The gentle female voice replied, Okay, please wait a moment. Just after the Unfallen Chosen One put down the phone, there was a knock on the door at the same time the doorbell rang. "Hello, sir, your takeout has arrived, please come to the door to collect it, the total is 231 yuan. The gentle voice sounded from outside. The unfallen chosen one had no doubt. He opened the door, but did not see the delivery person, only 2 large bags of food and water placed at his doorstep. The unfallen chosen one was a bit puzzled. "But still, I took the things back home." Just as I was closing the door, I heard a gentle voice. "You took the things, but you didn't give me any money?" I, the chosen one, smiled awkwardly. "Sorry, I forgot." The gentle voice disappeared, replaced in an instant by a creepy laugh. It's too late. Chapter 51, Immediate Delivery. In the live streaming room, the audience saw this. The chosen one opened the door for no reason, and outside there was nothing, entering with an invisible bag. Then he struggled non-stop, as if someone was choking him, eventually collapsing to the ground with a pale face. The chosen one of the unyielding country is dead. The ghost story of the gentle wife descends upon the unyielding country. 1% of the population immediately enters the gentle wife ghost story, minimum entry 5 million. Instantly, the audience of the unyielding was bewildered. The chosen one just disappeared after a series of strange actions? Isn't that too strange? But they had no place to reason. Once the chosen one died, 5 million people had to enter this terrifying ghost story world. The Dragon Kingdom audience returned to their own live streaming rooms, suddenly feeling that even the simple difficulty was not so easy to pass. At least the chosen one of the unyielding country opened the door inexplicably and then died inexplicably, which was a bit uncomfortable. The simpler the difficulty, the more alert you have to be. You say this difficulty is only 2, I definitely don't believe that. How is difficulty 2 assessed? So far, there has been no standard for difficulty rating, it might just be to confuse the chosen one. Not good, the doorbell at Feng Ge's house is ringing too. Yi Feng was just watching the most exciting part when knocking and ringing from the door outside began. The gentle woman's voice sounded. "Hello, I am from the Pig Trotter Rice Restaurant downstairs. Your takeaway has arrived, please open the door to receive your food." Yi Feng frowned. The rules clearly stated that the employees of the Pig Trotter Rice Restaurant downstairs knew Gu Buxiao, based on the phone call just now. The takeaway uncle should have directly called Yi Feng's name while knocking on the door. So polite, as if it was the first order of business for him. The strangest thing was that from the moment he ordered food, it was less than 3 minutes. How could a normal takeaway arrive so quickly? Something was wrong. Yi Feng quickly turned off the TV, sat quietly on the sofa without moving. Outside, the doorbell rang again, the sound echoing. "Hello, guest, please open the door. I still need to collect your takeaway fee, it's difficult for me if you don't open the door." After analyzing, Yi Feng firmly refused to open the door and absolutely avoided going near the door to look. Because the person outside was ringing the doorbell and didn't know that Yi Feng's doorbell had long been broken. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. After half a minute of continuous doorbell ringing, an evil woman's voice came from outside. "What bad luck, running into a cautious guy. I will take these foods away, you can slowly starve." With that said, she didn't forget to kick the door twice to vent her anger. Bang bang. As the footsteps faded away, Yi Feng remained silent and still. Who knew if the person outside truly left? Yi Feng's phone vibrated, it was a call from the Pig Trotter Rice Restaurant downstairs. Yi Feng casually hung up the phone and called back. On the other end of the line was a warm-hearted middle-aged uncle. "Gu Buxiao, the chips you asked for are all sold out. How about selling only the fries instead?" It turned out he called about this matter. Yi Feng didn't care much about snacks but casually agreed to the uncle's suggestion. "Fries are fine, but I want them super crispy, and spicy is best." The uncle laughed and said, "I still don't know your taste? You always need to add 2 spoons of chili to eat pig trotter rice, don't worry, I will choose spicy fries for you." After a few pleasantries, Yi Feng inquired about what happened earlier. "By the way, uncle, did your restaurant hire any female employees?" The voice sounded really gentle. "You found a treasure in your restaurant." A puzzled voice came from the other end of the phone. "A female employee? Did you hear wrong? Our restaurant is full of strong men, there are no female employees." And, beep beep beep. The other party didn't know what to do, and the phone had already been hung up. Yi Feng felt that things were not simple and decided to call back to ask about the female employee. A cold voice came from the phone. "The number you dialed is not in the service area. Please beep after the tone, and leave a message. The message will be forwarded to the phone owner. Beep, please leave a message." Yi Feng hurriedly turned off his phone and could only wait for the real delivery to arrive. The viewers in the live broadcast room let out a sigh of relief. They had specially looked through the peephole at everyone's door and noticed a dark object flashing at the peephole. The woman outside hadn't left at all, she was waiting for the people inside to look through the peephole. The difficulty level 2 horror is too sly. Exactly. Our chosen one disappeared in a blur, and my parents were both chosen to go to a world of strange tales. That's just because your chosen one didn't think. The rules clearly say you can eat the food on the coffee table or order delivery from downstairs. Why did he go drink tap water? Drinking tap water is still salvageable. Who told him to open the door? You guys. Just speaking the truth, any somewhat capable chosen one would never make such a small mistake. I suggest the countries that often fall to the ground should train earlier. You guys have no hope. Many chosen ones from their own country had just died and had planned to check out the Dragon Country live broadcast room, but upon seeing these taunts, they began friendly exchanges with the Dragon Country viewers. Unfortunately, with the level of Dragon Country viewers, it was already a mercy that the other side could keep their mother safe. The live broadcast room was buzzing, while Feng's home was very quiet. Half an hour passed. A knock on the door sounded. It was the voice of the big uncle. Knock knock knock. Gu bu meow, it's me. I brought you 2 spicy pig's feet rice sets, 2 large bags of fries, and 2 big bottles of soda. Please open the door and take it. This time, there should be no mistakes. Feng leaned on his cane and slowly walked to the door. The uncle outside seemed to be talking and laughter echoed into the room, leaving only the last sentence. Okay then, I'm leaving first, bye. Feng slowly opened the door, but the pig's feet rice uncle had vanished without a trace, and at the door were 2 boxes of pig's feet rice. Besides the pig's feet rice, there were also 2 bowls of old hen soup and a portion of crispy fish skin. Is this the old set? Feng took his wallet and said to the corridor. Uncle, you haven't collected your money yet? In the corridor, there was no sign of the uncle, only Feng was left, along with a large pile of food and drinking water at the door. There was also a small black object leaning against a snack bag, wriggling. Meow. The small black object flipped over its body and called out to Feng, walking with tiny footsteps and affectionately nudging against his feet. It turned out to be a little kitten. Feng picked up the little kitten in his arms and couldn't help but look in a certain direction, uncontrollably saying, "Let me see if it's male or female." Meow. The little black cat waved its claws and accidentally scratched Feng's arm. Feng winced in pain, releasing his hand, and the little black cat swiftly ran to the sofa, leaping up. Feng remembered the rule, to treat the little black cat well. He could only laboriously lock the door and place the food on the coffee table. Chapter 52, The Unexpected Little Black Cat. Meow meow meow. The little black cat looked at Feng, nodding its little head at the coffee table, as if reminding Feng to put the food there. He placed the 2 boxes of spicy pig's feet rice on the coffee table. Feng immediately opened the packaging and took a bite of the spicy pig's feet meat. Mmm. It's been a long time since I had pig's feet rice, and the rich collagen flooded into Feng's mouth, along with the spicy aroma. Feng couldn't help but chew a few more bites. So delicious. Meow. The little black cat touched the other unopened box of pig's feet rice. The little black cat showed that he also wanted a bite. Feng asked the little black cat, "Do you want to eat too?" After all, there were 2 portions of pig trotter rice. 1 portion was enough to fill him up, and this kind of meal doesn't taste good if left for too long, only hot and fresh is delicious. The little black cat meowed, nodding his little head, indicating that Feng should open the packaging, wanting to eat. He opened the other portion of pig trotter rice. The little black cat lowered his head, eating bit by bit, occasionally meowing to indicate that the pig trotter rice was too spicy, but still kept eating. Feng kindly took off the lid of the old hen soup, gently stroking the little black cat's head. If you're thirsty, drink some chicken soup, the fish skin is also delicious. Feng completely didn't regard the little black cat as just a cat, but as his friend. The pair, 1 person and 1 cat, munched together. The little black cat seemed not too interested in the fish skin, not eating a single piece, leaving all for Feng to finish. Burp. Feng let out a satisfied burp, cleaned up the trash, put it in a bag, and sat back on the sofa to continue watching the TV series. Now it was still playing a comedy from the 1990s. The little black cat meowed twice, jumped onto the sofa, rubbing against Feng's arm and thigh. Feng seemed to understand what the little black cat meant and smiled, asking, "Do you want to sit on my lap to watch TV?" The little black cat meowed and nodded. Then Feng picked up the little black cat and placed it on his lap, starting to watch the movie. Warm hands continuously stroked the little black cat's head, making the little black cat meow comfortably. Feng's feeling was touching a fluffy, warm, soft thing. It felt great. Meow. The little black cat raised its little paw toward the fries. Feng held the little black cat down and smiled, asking, "Do you want to eat fries?" The little black cat meowed and licked Feng's arm with its tongue. Feng opened a bag and fed the little black cat some fries. The little black cat started munching away happily. The viewers in Longwa's livestream were all puzzled. Brother Feng is too nice, and this little black cat's personality is so gentle. One viewer looked at his own cat next to him, still hissing angrily, and casually gave his cat a couple of smacks, pointing to the little black cat in the livestream. Look at how well-behaved and gentle other people's cats are, and look at you, all you do is eat or scratch me. You won't even let me touch you. Are you still my cat? The cat that got hit stared blankly at its owner, meowing non-stop. Did this owner turn against the heavens? Why not go find another owner? Anyway, this owner doesn't appreciate meow anymore. Brother Feng is on vacation in the world of strange tales? This cat is so cute, I want to give it a rubface_red.jpg. Watching this makes me want to raise such a gentle cat. W. My cat saw this and ran away overnight, saying it's all fake. Compared to Yi Feng and the little black cat swarm scene, many chosen ones were living less fortunate lives. The cherry blossom chosen one saw that food had arrived, looked around, and found that the delivery person was gone, laughing and saying, "Nice, this meal is free, with 2 portions of delicious pork rice, it's really great." When the cherry blossom chosen one saw the little black cat, he quickly sneezed, kicking the little black cat. "Baka! Didn't you know I'm allergic to cats? Go away!" The little black cat got kicked, lowered its head, and pitifully moved closer to the cherry blossom chosen one, trying to get him to take him in. The cherry blossom audience, after watching Yi Feng's experience, all hoped the cherry blossom chosen one would take in the little black cat. The little black cat was just too cute. The chosen ones from Longwa had taken in the little black cat, it must have its use. The cherry blossom chosen one sneezed twice, and kicked the little black cat again. This time the little black cat rolled and crawled, getting kicked several meters away, rolling to someone's doorstep. The cherry blossom chosen one didn't forget to curse at the little black cat. "You unwanted thing, stop bothering me." Bang! The cherry blossom chosen one forcefully locked his door, sitting down on the sofa. He said with a smile, "The takeaway shop downstairs is foolish, they sent me 2 meals and didn't ask for money." The chosen one of Sakura was devouring lunch, watching a nostalgic show from the 90s, laughing from time to time. Today he received many benefits, and he felt especially good. This world of strange tales is really nice, I can watch nostalgic shows and eat hot meals, much better than the real world. Sakura's higher-up couldn't help but consume a precious hint card. Bring the little black cat outside home and treat it well. The chosen one of Sakura saw this hint and started cursing. "Don't you know I'm allergic to cats? If I have to treat the cat outside well, I'll just be allergic all the time." The chosen one of Sakura had suffered unfair treatment in the real world for many years due to being illiterate and having illnesses, doing the hardest work every day, barely making ends meet. An orphan since childhood, he lived under a bridge. It was hard-earned to finally live the life he wanted, and now he had to break it for a cat? The chosen one of Sakura was unwilling in his heart. But this hint was to keep the chosen one from danger, so the chosen one of Sakura had no choice but to reluctantly accept and pushed open the door. The little black cat outside had already disappeared without a trace, the hallway extended for dozens of meters, and he couldn't see the end. "Looks like the cat has run away, it's not my business, the cat ran away by itself." The chosen one of Sakura shrugged, since the cat was gone, everything was fine, and others couldn't blame him. The audience of Sakura instantly became nervous. Other chosen ones were treating the little black cat well, and so far there had been no accidents, but their chosen one was not treating the little black cat well. This was the prelude to disaster. Suddenly, the neighbor's door swung open, and a hand threw the little black cat out into the hallway, tossing it outside. A tragic cat cry came through. The chosen one of Sakura saw it was a bit scary and hurriedly closed his door. But before the door closed, a dry hand blocked it, and a hoarse voice came from outside. "Your cat bothered me, I've sent the cat away, now it's your turn." The chosen one of Sakura pushed hard against the door, quickly denying. "That's not my cat, you saw it wrong, I have other matters, it's not convenient for me to host you." The dry hand opened the door, firmly grabbing the chosen one of Sakura by the neck, smiling as it said, "Now it's your turn, annoying thing." The live stream showed that the chosen one of Sakura was painfully pulling at his neck with both hands, his face turning red. Gradually, he collapsed to the floor. Chapter 53, Who Paid for the Takeaway? Yi Feng stroked the little black cat, watching a childhood movie. For a moment, he forgot that this was the world of strange tales, rather it felt like the warmth of reality. Cuddling the cat, half reclining on the sofa, watching TV shows, he called for his favorite takeaway when hungry. Years ago, Yi Feng's dream was just like this, unexpectedly realized in the world of strange tales. If only it could stay like this forever. It was unclear whether it was the exciting part of the TV show or if the little black cat understood Yi Feng's words. The little black cat rubbed its small head against Yi Feng's chest, softly meowing a few times, as if agreeing with what Yi Feng said. If only it could stay like this forever, how wonderful it would be. Many viewers from the Dragon Kingdom, raising cats, saw this scene, their hands showing new and old scratches, looking unfriendly at their own cats, who felt the murderous intent and immediately scurried away. Brother Feng, stop showing off, I know your cat is very obedient. Indeed, only my brother Feng is different, other chosen ones are getting all nervous. Everyone, don't rush, do you think the little black cat is here just as a decoration? Who knows, the little black cat might be dangerous, brother Feng just hasn't triggered the conditions yet. A tiny number of viewers from the Dragon Kingdom looked fierce out of jealousy. Yi Feng's stomach made a noise, and he casually fed the little black cat a shrimp-flavored French fry, inquiringly asking, "Are you hungry? I'm going to order takeout now?" The little black cat meowed several times in a row, signaling that it was hungry too. Downstairs, the pig trotter rice only had pig trotter, so I had to ask the uncle to buy some food that cats love from a nearby store. Then let's order 2 takeout meals and add some snacks. There was still 2,500 yuan in my wallet, spending a bit more is definitely not wrong, especially for my little black cat. Yi Feng felt more and more that he had to protect the little black cat, not letting it suffer. The little black cat lay on Yi Feng's lap sleeping, waiting for food to arrive. Yi Feng hurriedly dialed the pig trotter rice takeout phone number. On the other end of the phone, Uncle's voice came. "Hello? Is it Gubu Xiao? What do you want to eat tonight, same old combo? Should I buy something else for you?" Yi Feng patted the little black cat and smiled saying, "Let's stick to the old combo. Is there a store nearby that sells shrimp sticks or cooked shrimp? Dried fish is also fine." Uncle fought for a moment and fell silent for a while before replying. "The store next door sells river and seafood. Didn't you just take your whole family there for dinner a few days ago and pack 2 pounds of shrimp for me to eat?" Yi Feng learned from the uncle that he should be quite familiar with him, or else he wouldn't have packed 2 pounds of shrimp for others. Yi Feng chuckled dryly and then said, "Please help me buy 2 pounds of cooked shrimp, 1 steamed osmanthus fish, and the old combo." Yi Feng pointed to the lighter dishes, hoping the little black cat would like them. After Uncle recorded the order, he laughed and said, "Are you secretly enjoying a world for 2 with your wife, while your daughter has your mom send you away? This is totally a portion for 2 adults. Do you want me to get you some adult items?" Yi Feng's mouth stiffened. This uncle was too familiar, asking something so private. Besides, he was the only one at home. What would he do with those things? "No need, just buy what I said." "All right, buy 1 more pound of shrimp." Uncle gave a thumbs up and grinned. "Young people are great, the more you eat, the harder you work." Yi Feng said with a black face, "The extra pound is for you, since you don't want running errands fees, this pound of shrimp can be your payment." After speaking, line end. Yi Feng hurriedly hung up the phone, also knowing that besides family, Uncle downstairs was likely a familiar person to Gubu Xiao. He could help bring things upstairs. After a while, the doorbell and knocking sounds came at the same time. A young man stood outside, wearing a t-shirt with pig trotter rice written on it, holding a bag of bloody raw meat. He was knocking on the door while pressing the doorbell, urging the people inside to quickly take the things. Bang, bang, bang. "Your takeout is here, hurry up and open the door to take it," a total of 328 yuan. Upon hearing the doorbell, Yi Feng immediately became alert. The doorbell at home was broken, so the doorbell sound must be from someone else's house. Yi Feng remained quiet, covering the little black cat's mouth to keep it from making a sound. The little black cat blinked its gemstone-like black eyes, lying on Yi Feng's lap completely still. The noisy sounds continued for several minutes until the impatient neighbor next door opened the door and scolded. "What time is it? Why are you still making noise? How come you're covered in blood? Get lost." With the sound of footsteps, the urging voice outside disappeared. The neighbor next door muttered, "What bad luck, encountering these things all the time. The neighbors must owe money and let debt collectors come knocking. Otherwise, how could the person be covered in blood, looking so fierce? It's a bit scary." Bang! The neighbor slammed the door, and outside returned to calm. Just now, apart from the doorbell, there were no other issues. If I had carelessly looked through the peephole, there would have been irreparable consequences. Though simple, this difficulty was a deadly blow to careless chosen ones. Yi Feng turned the TV back to its original volume. Continue watching TV with the little black cat. Not knowing how long it had been, there was a sound at the door again. Knock, knock, knock. "Gubu Xiao, open the door, your takeout is here. The shrimp and fish are very fresh today, hurry and eat it hot." Knock, knock, knock. Yi Feng stealthily placed the little black cat on the sofa, leaned on his cane, and hurried to open the door, only to see a man with blood all over his head, smiling at him. The smile was filled with sinister and cunning vibes, looking like a bad person. The man patted Yi Feng's shoulder and said with a grin, "This is the takeout you wanted, but since your leg is broken, isn't it tough to eat shrimp? The man looked at Yi Feng's right leg wrapped in bandages, speaking with concern. Yi Feng didn't care at all. After all, once he passed the level and returned to the train, all his pain would be healed. Yi Feng accepted the takeout and smiled while asking, "How much is it in total with the lunch?" The man scratched the back of his head in confusion and said, "Lunch? Didn't you already pay? This meal is a total of 329 yuan. Yi Feng paid 350 yuan and planned to save the change for next time. After accepting the money, the man chatted with Yi Feng for a bit before hurrying back to the shop to prepare for the night's business. Yi Feng casually locked the door again, feeling puzzled inside. Who paid for lunch? The takeout downstairs wouldn't do charity for me, right? Yi Feng thought it might be the little black cat, but it was just a cat. How could it have money, let alone pay for his lunch? For a while, he couldn't figure out the answer. Yi Feng placed the food on the coffee table, and the little black cat kept meowing, its paws tapping the takeout bag, showing it was hungry. Let's eat. A person and a cat munching happily on the takeout from downstairs. Chapter 54, The Knocking Claiming to be Son. Yi Feng and the little black cat finished dinner early. The extra dishes, steamed shrimp and osmanthus fish, were loved by both Yi Feng and the little black cat. They both cleared everything the man had brought. Yi Feng contentedly burped, half lying on the sofa. Due to his leg wrapped in bandages, he decided not to go to the bathroom tonight. The little black cat naturally lay on Yi Feng's lap and fell asleep. Not knowing how long it had been, a person and a cat were already deeply asleep. The lights and TV in the living room turned off automatically, and a faint moonlight shone in. From the light hanging in the living room, a transparent liquid appeared, dripping onto the floor. The floor seemed to have weak absorption, as the water did not seep into the cracks but kept accumulating. Drip, drip, drip. The liquid continued to fall onto the floor. The curtains on the balcony were gently lifted by someone, blowing with a chilly wind. Yi Feng couldn't help but wake up for a moment, noticing the lights had gone out, and hugged the little black cat, using it as a warm hand warmer, continuing to sleep. After Yi Feng fell deeply asleep, the little black cat's pupils stood tall, watching the surroundings warily. The cold wind continued to blow on the balcony, and after the little black cat glanced at it, the balcony returned to calm. A night passed. Over 30 chosen ones were lost, around 100 who survived were trembling and barely living. Many chosen ones were engulfed in fear. Only Yi Feng, as if in his own home, hugged the little black cat, leisurely watching a TV drama. Yi Feng's thigh went numb as he patted the little black cat's head. Little black cat, did you eat too much? You feel a lot heavier than yesterday, my leg is all numb. Yi Feng couldn't help but pat the little black cat's backside, and the little black cat immediately stood up, hastily meowing at Yi Feng. It seemed to be saying, I'm not fat. It's your thigh that's useless. Yi Feng felt the little black cat's anger, so he could only laugh awkwardly and pat the cat's head. It's my fault, all my fault. The little black cat finally fell silent, continuing to lie on Yi Feng's lap, watching a 90s drama. Just as the person and the cat were engrossed in watching. Knock, knock, knock. Dad, we're back. Open the door, we locked it. A tender voice sounded from outside the door, accompanied by knocking. Yi Feng suddenly sat up straight. The rules state that family members go out on the third day and return, which means Yi Feng's first day in the strange tale world is also the day his family left. The knocking continues outside, it shouldn't be a problem, right? But the little black cat in his arms suddenly stood up, bared its teeth at the door, and clung to Yi Feng's clothes with its claws, not wanting him to go open the door. Yi Feng whispered. Isn't it my family outside? The little black cat meowed and bit at Yi Feng's clothes, preventing him from leaving the sofa. Yi Feng had no choice but to continue sitting on the sofa. The sound outside kept on ringing. Knock, knock, knock. Dad, it's your son. Open the door quickly, why is it locked? Click, click, click. The door had been double locked last night, and normally it could only be opened from the inside. The doorknob kept twisting but just wouldn't open. Yi Feng gave up on the idea of opening the door because the one standing outside wasn't Gu Buxiao's family at all. True family consists only of his mother, wife, and daughter, there was definitely no son. The son outside must be an imposter. The person outside claiming to be the son was twisting the doorknob with all his might, and the door seemed like it might open, yet it remained shut. After half an hour, the person outside kept kicking the door, speaking in a smiling tone. Hurry and open the door. I'm your son, are you going to keep your family outside? Open the door. Yi Feng casually turned off the television, leaving only the sounds of his and the little black cat's breathing and heartbeat in the house, no other sounds. Until noon at 12 o'clock, the commotion outside finally disappeared. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The viewers in Dragon Country commented that Feng was still as steady as ever, and that this low-difficulty scenario in the strange tale world was too easy to find flaws in. However, there were still chosen ones who fell for the trap. The chosen one from Elephant Country heard the knocking sound and instantly felt alert, moving to the door to look through the peephole. Suddenly, the person outside also looked through the peephole, a strange smile creeping on their lips as they let out a bizarre laugh. "My dear daddy, I know you are looking at me through the peephole. Hurry and open the door, I've been waiting for you for a long time." The chosen one from Elephant Country understood at once that this was a trap. Opening the door would mean death. He stepped back, but his body involuntarily unlocked the door. The little black cat, which had been on the sofa, disappeared after tugging at his clothes. Click, click, click. The chosen one from Elephant Country suddenly panicked, cursing under his breath. Damn the rules, didn't it say knocking would be safe? The person outside is definitely not human. What can I do to stop the horror outside? The chosen one from Elephant Country positioned himself against the door, but it was all in vain. The door had already been unlocked. The person outside took out a key and inserted it into the keyhole. Click. The door slowly opened, a gentle voice emerging. "Dear Daddy, I'm back. Why don't you welcome me?" The live audience saw nothing outside. The chosen one from Elephant Country floated in midair, the marks around his neck growing ever more severe. He struggled to free himself from the binding around his neck, but the invisible rope left no room for resistance. The audience could only helplessly watch their chosen one die, immediately bursting into curses. Unfair. Why did they die without seeing anything? There was clearly knocking, how did they still die? Disguised our chosen ones are too foolish. Didn't they see the rule say that only mother, wife, and daughter are family? Indeed, it seems like the first rule is correct. Many high-ranking officials from various countries saw that their chosen one showed signs of opening the door and hurriedly wrote reminders for them. The person outside is not your family, never open the door, trust the black cat in your hand. Many chosen ones received this prompt and restrained their urge to rush to the door, quietly sitting on the sofa. There were still over 100 chosen ones alive, watching TV and waiting for their takeout to arrive. Feng looked at the clock, it was noon again, time to order takeout, he politely asked the little black cat. Same old combo? Before the little black cat could respond, he dialed the downstairs takeout shop. Uncle Pig's trough rice greeted Feng warmly. Gubu Xiao, you are really punctual. Same old combo? The neighboring shop just got some fresh goods, a shrimp weighs half a gene, want to give it a try? And it's very affordable, only about $70 a gene. The little black cat heard about the big shrimp, licked its tongue, looking eager to eat. Feng agreed. Bring me 4 big shrimps, no fish skin, I'm afraid I can't finish it. Feng calculated the money in his wallet, and this expense could last until the 7th day. Uncle Pig's trough rice replied with a smile. Alright, it will be delivered in 30 minutes. Chapter 55 Family returns, the little black cat goes crazy. Feng continued watching TV as usual, the little black cat accompanied him, occasionally mewing. Bang bang bang. It had been half an hour since he contacted Uncle Pig's trough rice. Without a doubt, Feng believed his takeout had arrived, he leaned on his cane and slowly walked to the door. Hearing the knocking, the little black cat's black fur bristled, it jumped to the ground and stared fiercely at the door, letting out a low growl. In a swift leap, it landed on Feng's shoulder, biting his collar, signaling Feng not to open the door. Feng noticed the little black cat's behavior, stopped walking, and cautiously looked at the door. Could the people outside really be my family? Feng frowned, there had been others claiming to be his son who passed through, so there likely wouldn't be careless chosen ones. It wasn't really worthwhile to test the knock of another fake family. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. A gentle female voice sounded from outside. Honey, open the door, we're back. It's so hot outside, honey, why are you locking yourself in? Click, click. The door lock turned but wouldn't budge. Bang bang bang. Is it my wife? Feng patted the little black cat and smiled. Little black cat, it's my wife outside, I need to open the door for her, you be good. The little black cat still bit Feng's collar, unwilling to let him open the door. But the wife outside hadn't broken any rules. According to the rules, Feng should open the door and greet her with a smile. Feng smiled back at his wife outside. Coming, my right leg is broken, I'm a bit slow. With Feng's response, the knocking stopped, and the little black cat jumped to the ground, raising its long tail, slowly walking to the edge of the doorway. Unlatching the door. Outside stood a woman who looked to be only 25 or 26, holding a 6-year-old girl, with an elderly woman in her 60s standing behind. Upon seeing Feng, the woman opened her arms and hugged him tightly, smiling and saying, Dear husband, how have you been these days? Did you miss me? As she spoke, the woman planted a deep kiss on Feng's neck. Feng had to play the role of a good husband, so he didn't resist, letting the woman hug him. Until the daughter behind covered her eyes and complained. Children shouldn't see these things, shouldn't see these. Only then did the woman let go, smiling at Yi Feng with a face full of red. 3 days without seeing you, I missed you a bit, I forgot little darling was still watching. The elderly woman chimed in, are you two going to flirt at the door forever? Mom, the woman said shyly. Meow. Suddenly, the little black cat on the ground leaped fiercely, its claws swiping at the woman's hand, its fur on end. The woman painfully pulled back her hand and then noticed the little black cat on the floor, curiously asking, Honey, when did you buy a cat, and this cat seems to have a bad temper? The woman turned her back and made a nasty face at the little black cat, which slowly backed away, not daring to act against her. Yi Feng noticed the cat's behavior and worried that his wife would drive the little black cat out of the house. He let the cat jump onto his shoulder and gently stroked its head with his left hand. This cat accidentally came into our home, and seeing how cute it is, I decided to adopt it. The woman took a serious look at the little black cat, then grabbed her luggage and walked into the master bedroom. The daughter curiously looked at the little black cat on Yi Feng's shoulder and couldn't help but pet its head. What a cute little black cat, it feels so warm to touch. The little black cat meowed, closed its eyes, and affectionately touched the daughter's finger, its fur softening. The mother, carrying a bag of clothes, passed by Yi Feng, looked at the little black cat on his shoulder, and smiled saying, This cat looks quite nice, if you want to raise it, make sure to take care of it and don't abandon it, remember that. The mother glanced at the little black cat, then returned to her bedroom and locked the door. Yi Feng took his daughter inside, her hand warm, and locked the front door. Are you hungry? I ordered takeout from downstairs, if you're hungry, I can ask the pig trotter rice uncle to add another portion. The daughter looked up in confusion and said to Yi Feng, Dad, the pig trotter rice uncle downstairs is my uncle, you should call him cousin instead. So the pig trotter rice uncle has this relationship with Gu Buxiao? No wonder he packed 2 pounds of shrimp for him. What? Did Dad forget? Yi Feng ruffled his daughter's hair and said with a smile. How could I forget? I just said it casually, the cousin wouldn't mind. Alright, since you're not hungry, hurry and take a nap, otherwise, the neighbor next door will get angry and eat you. The last sentence was a thought from Yi Feng's heart. But the next sentence slipped out, completely out of Yi Feng's control. Why did he say something like that? Yi Feng shook his head, he had no control over that statement earlier, his mind blank, but now he regained control of his body. The daughter stared blankly at Yi Feng. Dad, did you lose your memory when you fell? Both neighbors moved away, Uncle An on the right moved away 6 months ago, and Aunt May on the left moved away last week. When Aunt May moved, she even invited our family to a meal to thank us for our help. Dad, you didn't forget that, did you? Yi Feng listened to his daughter's words, recalling the first day he arrived here when he heard a man's cursing from the neighbor. That was the neighbor living to the left of the house. Both neighbors had already moved away, which meant. Yi Feng touched the warmth on his daughter's hand, as if she were human and not dressed up as something scary. Because one of the rules states that one can trust real family, Yi Feng needed to make sure that the daughter in front of him was really family. Just as he was about to ask his daughter again, a voice came from the master bedroom. Tian, hurry back to your room and take a nap, didn't you just say you were tired? Oh, I know, Mom. The daughter had to sulkily return to her room and lock the door. In the living room, only Yi Feng was left, returning to the sofa and turning down the TV volume to the lowest, deep in thought. Now he had to confirm if his daughter was really family? But at the moment there was no special way to identify the daughter's identity. Rule number 9 stated to greet family with a smile. Combining that with rule number 3, at least one of the mother, wife, and daughter was not really family. If the daughter was not a real family member, then everything she just said was false information. However, right now, there is a way to verify. Yi Feng dialed the phone of Uncle Zhu Jiaofan. Chapter 56, Choose 1. Knock, knock, knock. Before long, the knocking sound rang again. Gu Buxiao, your takeout has arrived. Yi Feng leaned on his crutch and quickly opened the door. Earlier, when he contacted Uncle Zhu Jiaofan, he had encountered a key issue, and suddenly there was no signal on his phone. Coming, hold on. Yi Feng opened the door, and Uncle Zhu Jiaofan handed the takeout to him with a smile. A total of 219 yuan. Yi Feng took out the money and handed it to Uncle Zhu Jiaofan, puzzled, and said, The signal was bad earlier, I have a question to ask you. Uncle Zhu Jiaofan scratched his head, curiously looking at Yi Feng. You, a high achiever, also have things you don't understand and ask me? Yi Feng needed to first confirm whether his daughter was really his family. He smiled and said, Cousin, you've helped me quite a bit these past few days, right? Uncle Zhu Jiaofan looked at Yi Feng with confusion, as if he felt Yi Feng said something wrong. The latter half of the sentence was absolutely correct. Indeed, he had helped Uncle Zhu Jiaofan a lot these past few days, only the earlier cousin title was suspicious. Could it be that my daughter is not really my family? Yi Feng furrowed his brows, trying hard to recall what his daughter said earlier. After 5 seconds, Uncle Zhu Jiaofan patted Yifeng's shoulder forcefully and laughed. You brat, aren't you always complaining I'm 20 years older than you, and you don't like calling me cousin? Today you're calling me cousin. Uncle Zhu Jiaofan put his arm around Yifeng's neck, smiling with satisfaction. It seems my daughter is indeed my family. Then I can ask my daughter other questions. The rules clearly state that family members all love Yifeng and would never lie to him. Yifeng patted his almost KO'd arm, smiling as he said. It's not like I'm seeing how busy you've been these past few days. You've worked hard. Uncle Zhu Jiaofan waved his hand, indicating he was not tired. Something like that happened. It's best to help if you can. Alright, I have things to do, I'll be going now. After a few casual words, Uncle Zhu Jiaofan dropped hints about the questions his daughter had asked. For example, the neighbor on the left, at that time, the neighbor invited Yifeng, Gubu Xiao, and his family to eat at Uncle Zhu Jiaofan's place, and that was validated. After sending Uncle Zhu Jiaofan off, Yifeng locked the door, placed the food on the coffee table, and began to eat heartily with the little black cat. The little black cat occasionally bristled towards the master bedroom, seeming to sense an enemy inside. Yifeng quietly pointed to the master bedroom. Is it dangerous? The little black cat nodded, biting Yifeng's clothing corner, indicating for Yifeng not to enter the master bedroom now. Yifeng understood the little black cat's good intentions, but to avoid suspicion, he still needed to sleep with his wife at night. After filling his stomach, the little black cat jumped onto Yifeng's shoulder. Yifeng went to his daughter's bedroom, knocked on the door, and quietly said, Tian, are you asleep? It was already past 2 in the afternoon, an hour and a half since his daughter went into her room. His daughter made a sleepy sound from inside the bedroom. Just woke up, Dad, do you need something? His daughter opened the bedroom door, rubbed her eyes, and looked at Yifeng with curiosity. Yifeng entered his daughter's room, confirmed that his wife and mother were not around, gently closed the door, crouched down, and asked in his daughter's ear. Where did you go the day before yesterday? A hint of helplessness flashed in his daughter's eyes. She smiled and said, Mom took me and Grandma to the hot springs, but I fell asleep halfway and ended up confused at the hot springs. But the hot spring water was very cold, and I don't want to go to the hot springs anymore. His daughter sneezed in grievance. Yifeng took out a tissue to wipe her nose. Yifeng needed to confirm which of his wife and mother was not family, and still needed to ask his daughter questions. So, when you were at the hot springs, who was beside you? His daughter thought for a moment. There seemed to be one person beside her at the hot springs. Is it my mother or my grandmother that I can't remember clearly? I can't remember clearly, but there was indeed someone by my side at that time. Whether it was my mom or grandma, I just don't know. I was so sleepy then. Yifeng asked the last question. Recently, who has had a bigger change in personality, mom or grandma? The daughter shook her head, saying that neither mom nor grandma had changed lately. They still felt like the same mom and grandma as before. Yifeng patted his daughter's head and smiled. If you have a cold, just keep resting, don't catch a chill. The daughter continued to lie in bed and gradually fell asleep. Yifeng walked out of the bedroom, his face becoming serious. According to his daughter's words, one of his wife or mother was not a real family member, while the other was a true family member. It was hard to distinguish between them. But it seemed from the actions of the little black cat that the possibility of his wife not being a family member was much higher. Yet, currently, he couldn't be entirely sure, not even about whether his daughter was truly his family. Yifeng thought, what if Uncle Zhu Jiaofan is scheming with his daughter? He was worried that his inquiries would reveal too much, all under the premise that his daughter was indeed his family. What else could determine if someone is family? The contents of the rules? It didn't clearly state who the true family members were. That's right. The note left by his wife on the back of the rules. Since real family members wouldn't lie, the note left by his wife could determine if she was real or fake. Just as Yifeng turned to walk toward the master bedroom, his wife stepped out of the master bedroom. At that moment, his wife was wearing a white nightgown, dressed as if there were no other people in the house, smiling as she walked toward Yifeng. Honey, it's been 3 days since we last met, I'm a bit tired. How about we take a nap together now? I soaked in the hot spring for 2 days, my skin feels so soft now. Want to give it a try? Anyway, Sweetie and Grandma are resting, so no need to worry. His wife glanced at the locked door of the daughter and mother's room, wrapping her arms around Yifeng, the softness of a young couple brushing against his arm. It felt like touching warm silicone skin. Yifeng felt an inexplicable impulse, but reason kept telling him that if he went along with it now, something bad might happen. At that moment, the little black cat was biting at Yifeng's heel, seemingly warning him not to follow her right now. Yifeng patted a certain part of his wife's body, smooth and elastic. You go rest, ahem. I've not been feeling well lately, so I can't do any intense activities. His wife pouted a bit, like a newlywed bride. Being sick won't hurt anything, if you sweat a bit, maybe you'll feel better. Yi Feng hastily mentioned an example of someone else, and his wife had no choice but to pout, reluctantly following Yi Feng to sit on the sofa. The gentle body emitted a faint scent of shampoo, almost making Yi Feng lose control again on the sofa. Meow. The furious cry of the little black cat made Yi Feng shiver, instantly calming down. This cat really can't sit still. Can't we just watch TV quietly? His wife pinched the little black cat, which bit her hand lightly and hid behind Yi Feng. Forget about that, since my husband isn't interested, let's just watch TV together. His wife's words were filled with jealousy. Could she not compete with the TV show? Chapter 57, The Note Left by My Wife. Ha ha ha. This show is so funny, honey, did you see this, ha ha ha. His wife laughed heartily, holding onto Yi Feng's arm, her laughter causing ripples of joy. Yi Feng responded with a smile. It's all comedy from the 90s, the old shows are the best. His wife took a sip of water, glancing at the wall clock. It's already past 9 at night, I have to work tomorrow morning and pick up our daughter for tutoring. Let's watch for another half hour. Unknowingly, Yi Feng and his wife had watched TV for 6 hours. Whenever Yi Feng felt he was about to lose control, the little black cat would serve as a reminder. Yi Feng still remembered the content written on the back of the rules, spreading his hands towards his wife with a smile. Wife, where is the souvenir from the hot spring? His wife looked at Yi Feng with confusion, as if she didn't know about it, but soon began to laugh, poking Yi Feng's lips with her finger and kissing his cheek. This is the souvenir from the hot spring, alright, it's getting late, you should go back to your room and sleep early. I promise, I will only sleep, and nothing else. His wife raised 3 fingers, her cheeks very rosy. A woman's words, a liar's ghost. The little black cat bit Yi Feng's arm hard, helping him stay awake. Yi Feng coughed twice and declined his wife's kind offer. I'm still sick, I'll wait until I'm better to sleep together. His wife lowered her head, the back of her hand feeling Yi Feng's forehead. In that moment as she bent down, she saw everything that should be seen. After all, they were an old married couple with a 6-year-old child. Yi Feng remained calm, as if it wasn't very new to him. Even though Yi Feng, who had seen many computer screens, found it not easy to hold on when it came to practice. He nearly couldn't stop his nosebleed. Fortunately, no fever, I'll get a blanket, you should sleep on the sofa tonight, rest well, and you should feel better tomorrow. His wife brought a blanket and covered Yi Feng, yawning as she returned to the master bedroom. As she turned her back to Yi Feng, she cast a cold glance at their daughter's room before going back to her own bedroom. Yi Feng watched his wife's figure, the still rhythmic tremor, and sighed in relief, finally not having to touch this soft and tender being. He took a sip of the iced cola brought by the uncle with the pig trotters, calming down. But from their last conversation, he learned that his wife, in front of him, wasn't prepared or didn't even know about the souvenir. And the rules stated that family wouldn't lie. If she were the real wife, she would definitely have brought back a souvenir. It seemed that the wife in front of him was not the real wife, and what she said couldn't be fully trusted. Meow. The little black cat meowed at Yi Feng, as if performing Yi Feng's calm behavior. Yi Feng wanted to remain calm, but this was the world of strange tales. Without using his mind to control his body, there could only be one outcome. Many viewers from Long Country took their last sip of green tea, slowly letting out a breath, giving Yi Feng a thumbs up. Brother Feng is really amazing, staying with such a pale woman for so long while still showing affectionate husbandly gestures. Especially the look towards their daughter when returning to the master bedroom, it seemed like he was going to stab someone. Looks like the wife heard the conversation between their daughter and Brother Feng. I think putting a burlap sack over the head isn't a bad idea, after all, the figure is too fiery and attractive. Upstairs, are you a cherry blossom friend visiting Long Country? Hurry up and say you are. This cherry blossom friend, please remain calm, didn't you see that other chosen ones disappeared after vigorous activities? I'm coming soon, I'm going up first. During the time from afternoon to evening, the chosen ones went from originally 114 alive to 51, with 4 chosen ones currently in intense activity, probably doomed as well. The failed chosen ones had already received warnings from their country's higher-ups, but rationality was quickly going offline. And the surviving chosen ones, half of them were rational beings, while the other half were originally women who had descended into Gu Buzhao's body. The wife held no attraction for them. The higher-ups of Long Country stored away the warning cards, praising. Yi Feng is good, as a man, to remain so calm is very difficult. How's the investigation on his family? The higher-ups of Long Country had to protect Yi Feng's family well. Not to mention, if other countries found Yi Feng's family and used them as leverage in the large strange tale world, it would be very disadvantageous for Long Country. Whether they wanted to or not, they had to settle Yi Feng's family down. There are nearly 600 people across Long Country with the same name, over 30 that match the conditions. Now investigating recent missing persons, it turns out that Yi Feng from Z City fully matches the conditions. He has been fatherless and motherless since childhood, without any family, but his academic performance is outstanding, always ranking among the top in the city, and he has already been admitted to a mountain university. Currently, we are keeping him a secret, sending someone similar to him to attend the mountain university. The high-ranking officials of Long Country nodded in satisfaction. Without family, there are fewer worries. That's good, it makes completing this strange tale easier. After he comes out, he must be offered the highest treatment. The high-ranking officials of Long Country conducted a careful analysis of Yifeng's real identity, and after getting the answer they desired and felt reassured about, they left the conference room one after another. Only the on-duty higher-ups remained, just in case. At this time, Yifeng was still in the living room, watching TV with the little black cat. To avoid the lie about catching a cold being exposed, he had no choice but to turn off the TV, hug the little black cat, and lie on the sofa, quickly falling into a deep sleep. Perhaps it was the furry feeling of the little black cat that made Yifeng feel at ease, and he soon fell asleep. Tick-tock, tick-tock. It was unclear whether it was the sound of the clock moving or the sound of the faucet leaking water because it was not tightly turned. The little black cat suddenly opened its eyes, with a hint of fierceness in its dark pupils, looking around. At this time, the wife was walking in slippers to the kitchen to pour herself a glass of water. Glug glug. As the sound of drinking water continued, the tick-tock sound gradually lessened until it disappeared completely. The wife walked out of the kitchen, her right hand behind her back, as if hiding something sharp. Slowly, she walked to the sofa in the living room. Her eyes fixed on Yifeng's sleeping face, the slowly moving sharp knife shimmered softly with a silvery light in the area where no moonlight could reach in the living room. Just as she was about to make her move, the little black cat next to Yifeng started to squirm. The wife hurriedly concealed the knife, made a slight sound, and returned to the kitchen, producing a sound of metal clashing. Tick-tock. The sound of the faucet not being turned off echoed again. The wife stepped out of the kitchen, glanced at Yifeng on the sofa, yawned, and went back to the master bedroom. That night, Yifeng slept deeply. Until a warm liquid continuously touched his face, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes, realizing it was the little black cat constantly licking his face. Looking at the sunlight coming through the balcony, he touched the little black cat's head. "Good morning, little kitten." The wife, dressed in her energetic work outfit, came out of the master bedroom and kissed Yifeng on the cheek. "Dear, your breakfast is ready, it's on the dining table." "Is Sweet ready?" "We need to leave in 10 minutes. A voice from the room said, "Almost done, Mom, wait a minute." Chapter 58, Coincidentally Going Out. Yifeng rubbed his eyes, he slept deeply last night, and now his mind was still a bit hazy as he replied to his wife. "Good morning, wife." The little black cat meowed, continuously licking Yifeng's arm, and the slight stinging sensation gradually made Yifeng more alert. Taking advantage of their daughter still changing clothes in the room, the wife sat next to Yifeng with a smile. "Honey, I have to work overtime tonight and won't be back until tomorrow night." As she spoke, the wife planted a strawberry kiss on Yifeng's neck, making the little black cat immediately ruffle its fur, glaring at her. The softness belonging to the wife touched every nerve on Yifeng's arm. If this were reality, he would not hesitate at all. But this is the world of strange tales, he must not act impulsively. Yifeng endured the instinctive urge of a man, boldly pinching his wife's face and smiling as he said, "All right, tonight I'll take good care of myself. You can go work with peace of mind." The wife smiled mischievously and planted another strawberry kiss on Yifeng's face, provoking the little black cat to extend its claws as if to scratch her. The wife held the little black cat by the nape, letting it struggle but unable to attack her. "You should be better by tomorrow night, don't sleep on the sofa again, or I will be angry." After saying this, the wife knocked on their daughter's door. "Is Sweet ready? If you don't come out soon, you'll be late." The daughter poked her head halfway out of the room, grinning as she glanced at Yifeng and his wife. "I'm just afraid of interrupting mommy and daddy's intimacy. I've already changed into my clothes. Look at this cute outfit." The daughter walked out of the room, spinning around in the open space, her dress fluttering as she moved, her hair tied in a big braid, looking extremely adorable. The wife poked the daughter's little face, feeling a bit shy and blushing. "You little rascal, you know what intimacy is?" The daughter wanted to say something else, but the wife interrupted her, speaking to Yifeng. "Honey, Sweet, and I will head out now. Also, Sweet won't be back until tomorrow night. Just in time for the sexy pajamas I ordered to arrive tomorrow, see you then." The wife made a flying kiss gesture towards Yifeng. For some reason, Yifeng felt cold sweat on his forehead and didn't respond to his wife's words. The wife smiled with satisfaction, taking the daughter's hand as they left 444's door. When they closed the door and stepped out of room 444, the wife led the daughter forward, crossing the railing in the corridor, continuing to walk as if there were invisible steps. From the peephole's view, the wife and daughter were now floating in midair. Yifeng cuddled the little black cat in his arms, realizing that there wouldn't be any extra incidents today, they would only happen when his wife returned tomorrow. As long as the daughter was his family. Yifeng turned on the TV, watching interesting 90s dramas. It was a bit strange. The TV was all about popular 90s shows, but fortunately, there were many channels available, otherwise, he would have to watch those brainwashing and repetitive dramas, like The Northern Journey. The little black cat remained gentle, lying on Yifeng's lap, keeping him company as he watched TV. Hours passed, and it was noon time to order takeout. What puzzled Yifeng was that there hadn't been any sound from his mother's room until now. Her shoes were still on the shoe rack, indicating she should be in the room. Normally, a person would make some noise, right? Should he check his mother's room? The moment this thought crossed Yifeng's mind, he quickly dismissed it. This was undoubtedly flirting with danger. Being able to relax and watch TV, he surely wouldn't want to risk checking on his mother's condition. Tap. The door to his mother's room opened, and a 60-year-old woman dressed up extravagantly stepped out, carrying a suitcase and wearing sunglasses. What do you think? How do I look? Though his mother was over 60, one could still guess her youthful beauty by her features. Yifeng gave a thumbs up and quickly praised her. You look beautiful, Mom. These words came from the heart. In fact, she looked about 45 at most, with barely any wrinkles on her face. I'm a bit jealous. You used to say Mommy was the most beautiful, but now that you're married, you've changed your tune, his mother said. Just as Yifeng was thinking about how to respond to his mother, she smiled proudly, picking up her suitcase and striding towards the front door. Not joking with you, I'm going on a trip with my old friends for a few days and won't be back. You two take the chance to be affectionate. Ideally, give sweet some siblings in 10 months. His mother left the house. Yifeng remained on the sofa, realizing that there was no one else in the house today. He just felt that things were not quite simple. It made sense for his wife to work overtime. In his previous world, he worked endless nights for less than 5,000, volunteering for unpaid overtime. It was understandable for his wife to say she would work late and wouldn't be home. As for where the daughter was going, his wife hadn't mentioned it. In this world, it was currently August 3rd, during summer vacation. The summer camp duration was too short, and tutoring classes wouldn't typically keep her out late. It felt a bit odd. What puzzled Yifeng the most was his mother. Clearly, his mother's room was completely silent, yet she was aware of what his wife was doing tomorrow night and had dressed up for a trip. An ordinary old man went to soak in hot springs for 3 days. He should be tired and definitely wouldn't travel again the next day. It's reasonable to say that his mother is in good health. But there was always something odd. It felt like his wife, daughter, and mother were all intentionally absent from home today. Especially his mother, who seemed reluctant to stay at home. Yifeng thought for a while and found it seemed reasonable but still unusual. Upon reflection, he didn't see any problems. He decided not to think about it anymore. Yifeng felt a bit dazed. Perhaps the low difficulty of the bizarre world, rated at 2, didn't require much thought. Gulp. The little black cat made a sound as its stomach growled. Looking at the clock, it was already 12:30. He quickly called the pork knuckles rice uncle. Old set meal, and please add a osmanthus fish, and 2 pounds of shrimp. Steam the shrimp with garlic. The pork knuckles rice uncle laughed heartily on the phone. You've really spent a lot these days. Does your sister-in-law like shrimp and osmanthus fish that much? You can't be eating it every day. Are you planning for a second child? Yifeng's face darkened. Does it look like I know what my wife loves to eat? He held back his emotions and smiled as he responded. You don't need to worry about that. Just buy an extra pound of shrimp as your lunch addition. Consider it my treat. So, his wife really loved these 2 dishes. Alright then, 3 portions of pork knuckle meat rolls, coming right up. There are so many customers at noon, can't chat, see you later. The pork knuckles rice uncle hung up the phone, busy greeting customers while arranging for Yifeng's takeout. Yifeng rubbed the little black cat's head, waiting for the delivery from the pork knuckles rice uncle. Knock, knock, knock. Soon, there was a knock on the door. The pork knuckles rice uncle shouted. Old set meal, 1 2-pound osmanthus fish and 2 pounds of shrimp have arrived. Forget about that, I just saw your sister-in-law. Can you really finish 2 portions by yourself? The little black cat, hearing the sound outside, leapt under the sofa and hid. Knock, knock, knock. Yifeng leaned on his cane and quickly walked over, smiling as he opened the door. Coming, don't rush me, my legs aren't great. Chapter 59, Strange Quarreling Voices. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking outside the door rang again. Yifeng opened the door. The pork knuckles rice uncle held 2 portions of pork knuckles rice, a portion of fish skin, a whole osmanthus fish, and 6 shrimp, standing at the door without coming in. Yifeng took the takeout and handed the pork knuckles rice uncle 300 yuan, smiling and saying, Today's shrimp is bigger than yesterday's, each one weighs at least 3 taels. Yifeng looked at the large size of the shrimp, having eaten some on the Abyss train, but the shrimp on the train wasn't as firm as the ones here. The pork knuckles rice uncle took the money, glanced quickly inside the house, and after noticing no one else was around, quietly inquired. Are you really eating 2 portions? Is someone hiding at home? I just saw your sister-in-law get into her boss's car. Yifeng recalled his wife mentioning a sexy nightdress and thought of a certain movie. He frowned and asked. Is her boss male or female? The pork knuckles rice uncle then let out a sigh of relief, cheerfully draping his arm over Yi Feng's shoulder and said, "Look at you, so tense. There's no secret. Your sister-in-law's boss is a woman, and she's very beautiful, just a bit less than your sister-in-law. All the employees in my shop agree." The pork knuckles rice uncle gave Yi Feng a bit of face. Yi Feng's expression improved slightly. It's not a big deal if she's getting into a female boss's car, but this is just a bizarre world, there's no need to worry, right? The pork knuckles rice uncle thought it was a compliment for his sister-in-law's looks, which somehow boosted the confidence of the sister-in-law with a strange sense of dignity from men. "Alright, I have things to do. Your large shrimp will probably take until 3 to eat. Once your leg is better, go out and have some fun." The uncle's phone rang, and the staff downstairs urged him to hurry down and help. Yi Feng locked the door and set the takeout on the coffee table. There were also 6 or 7 bags of fries on the table. He needed to ask the uncle to restock those in the afternoon. He moved the fries aside to make some space on the table, 1 portion each for him and the cat of the pork knuckle rice. The little black cat lowered its head, enjoying the osmanthus fish and making happy meowing sounds. But when it came to the lobster, the little black cat looked at Yi Feng with pitiful eyes, poking the shrimp shell with its paw. Yi Feng quickly peeled the shrimp shell for the little black cat, letting it devour the shrimp meat heartily. "You really love these 2 kinds of food." After Yi Feng was full, the only thing left to do was to stroke the little black cat's head, watching the cat eat. The little black cat showed no resistance at all. Instead, it enjoyed Yi Feng's touch on its head. Soon, the food was gone, and Yi Feng held the little black cat, half reclining on the sofa, listening to the faint sound of the television, as drowsiness gradually came over him. Both the man and the cat's eyelids grew heavy, and they fell asleep slowly. The audience in Dragon Country, seeing this scene, all felt their stomachs rumble. Among the 49 remaining chosen ones, only Feng was the one who ate the most contentedly. Lying on the sofa like a salted fish after filling up, along with his hot wife who had a gentle personality, was a dream goal for many viewers. Feng was so happy, the chosen one from the lighthouse next door almost met his end just now. Isn't that lighthouse guy supposed to be a horror novelist? How could he also face disaster? Department uniforms are David's weak point. He almost got caught. Their higher-ups used cards to remind him, which made him calm down. Just by itself, a 6. Seeing that Yi Feng was not in danger, the Dragon Country audience took the opportunity to buy sunflower seeds and watermelon, munching while watching the 90s soap opera in the live broadcast. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, a loud bang on the wall woke Yi Feng and the little black cat. What happened? Yi Feng knocked on his groggy head, unsure if he had eaten lunch or watched the TV show. He still felt hazy, as if he hadn't slept for 3 days and nights. The little black cat stared intensely at the wall behind the television, cautiously extending its paw. The area behind the wall should be the master bedroom. Although Yi Feng had never been in the master bedroom, from outside the door, he could see that it was at least 8 meters long, which should reach behind the television. In other words, this loud noise came from the master bedroom? Yi Feng remembered when he first arrived in this world, the sound of his laptop had upset the neighbors behind the wall. Should he go to the master bedroom to find out? Yi Feng shook his head. It didn't seem wise to go to the master bedroom without any clues. Bang! A loud sound erupted, the wall shook, and the television fell to the ground, making a sizzling noise. A man's angry voice came from behind the wall. "Why did you lie to me?" Bang! The sound of breaking items resonated, shaking the entire living room as if a great battle was about to begin. The little black cat in Yi Feng's arms trembled, curling up and continuously meowing. Wah wah wah! Along with the crashing sounds, a woman's crying voice echoed, pleading through her tears. "Please don't be angry. As long as I forget about this, it can be as if it never happened. Or, you could also pretend it never happened. Okay?" Yi Feng could imagine the woman speaking with tear-streaked cheeks, clearly having made a grave mistake, which caused the man to be so enraged that he couldn't control his emotions. Yi Feng thought of the reasons a woman might make a man angry. There were only a few possibilities. Perhaps this was an important hint about the strange talk world. The man also started to cry, punching the wall, leaving visible fist marks. The ceiling in the living room shook, causing dust to fall onto Yi Feng and the little black cat, leaving them covered in grime. Not good. You promised you'd never lie to me, and I swear I've never lied to you, but what about you? You actually lied to me? The man slumped to the ground, repeatedly hitting the floor as the coffee table trembled. The woman cried for a while, then took a deep breath, her heavy breathing audible through the wall. How about, we just do this? Tomorrow we go to the certification bureau to handle the paperwork. I shouldn't hold you back. The woman said firmly. After a moment of silence, the woman seemed to become flustered, her voice no longer so certain. What do you want? Let go, that is. The man sighed, continuously kissing her, slowly saying. I'm not afraid of being a burden, I'm angry that you didn't tell me sooner. I don't mind this, we can face it together. There must be hope. The woman occasionally emitted soft sounds, shyly responding to the man's actions. But... woo woo woo. Feng could tell that the man was bullying the woman, and it was quite serious. 10 minutes passed. The woman let out a cough, finally regaining her calm, and after a while, the man patted her on the back. In my eyes, there is no but. I still have some connections, nothing will happen, remember, if there are issues in the future, don't hide them from me, because we are husband and wife. Feng initially thought it was a hint, but he felt lost, not knowing what was being expressed at all. What exactly had the woman hidden from the man? There was no clear answer. And if it was a hint, then wouldn't those 10 minutes be unnecessary? Not only Feng, but even the audience from Longwa found it confusing, with many viewers sharing their speculations. I think the woman cheated on the man, but he chose to forgive her. It shouldn't be that simple, right? Didn't the man say he still has some connections? With those connections, to deal with the person who cheated? Maybe this is infatuation. I think it's unlikely, no man would forgive something like this. Then what about the one upstairs? What's going on? Just keep watching and you'll know, it's definitely not about cheating. The noise from the back wall behind the TV grew quieter until it finally vanished. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang in Yifeng's ear. Do you regret it? Yifeng heard the soft voice, like his wife's voice but with a bit more tenderness. Looking around, besides the little black cat in his arms, there was nothing else alive. Yet that phrase, do you regret it, swirled in his mind, lingering for a long time. What exactly was regretted? Yifeng silently noted down this phrase, perhaps it was the key to the strange world. Gar. The little black cat and Yifeng couldn't help but feel hungry. Yifeng quickly arranged the TV, and aside from the occasional crackling sound, everything was fine. The earlier strange argument seemed to have never happened. However, the bumps at the corner of the TV showed that the argument had indeed taken place. What exactly was regretted? Meow. The little black cat gently bit Yifeng's arm, signaling it was time to order takeout. Yifeng dialed the number of the uncle with the pig trotter rice and ordered 2 takeout meals, continuing to watch TV. Today, the living room felt a bit strange. Usually, after 6 in the evening, the lights would automatically turn on. This time, however, Yifeng had to turn the living room lights on himself. As soon as the lights turned on, the originally bright lighting dimmed, and through the curtain covering the balcony, the living room seemed to glow a dim red. This change quickly disappeared, returning to its original brightness. Yifeng frowned, this was not a good omen. Tonight, the uncle's business seemed to be poor. It took less than 10 minutes for the takeout to arrive. When he opened the door, the pig trotter rice uncle brought an extra serving of pig intestines. You love eating pig intestines the most, but your sister-in-law can't stand the smell. She should be out, right? I'm giving you a portion of pig intestines. Remember to eat it, don't waste my kindness. Just brush your teeth afterward. Before Yifeng could react, the uncle, fearing Yifeng would refuse, shoved tonight's takeout into his hands and quickly left. By the time Yifeng regrouped, the uncle had already vanished. What a warm-hearted guy, bringing me an extra serving of pig intestines. Yifeng locked the door, placed the takeout on the coffee table, and sat down on the sofa. When in the real world, Yifeng. I love adding raw pig intestines and fish slices to my congee. After the pig intestines are cooked in the congee, dipping them in chili soy sauce makes the taste exceptional. Yifeng opened the package, finding a small green chili stuffed inside half a pound of pig intestines, and biting into it unleashed a wave of sourness and spiciness, along with the chewiness of the intestines, filling his mouth. The little black cat seemed to dislike the pig intestines. From the beginning to the end of the meal, it didn't touch them at all. Burp. Yifeng contentedly let out a burp and placed the package into a plastic bag, knowing that after a night, the garbage would disappear on its own. Is the little black cat sleepy? For some reason. After finishing his meal, Yifeng felt sleepiness wash over him. He tried to open his eyes, but his body would not listen, lying on the sofa as he slowly drifted into a dream. The little black cat opened its mouth, yawned, and curled up in Yifeng's arms, falling into a deep sleep. The living room occasionally flickered with dim red light, the television showed static, and as time passed, the brightness of the light gradually diminished until it disappeared. The whole living room became dark. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of dripping water echoed from the kitchen throughout the living room. In a Dragon Country livestream, viewers occasionally heard sounds of arguments from the living room. The content was very vague, making it hard to discern exactly what was being said. Something's not right. The noise in the living room is so loud, how can Brother Feng still be sleeping so soundly? Did you hear the dripping sound? It was dripping like last night. That wife had a knife, almost taking down Brother Feng. Do you think it'll happen again tonight? No way, Brother Feng hasn't broken any rules. But Brother Feng is so deep in sleep, he wouldn't even know if terror came. Could it be that the uncle who gave him pig trotter rice sent the intestines, making Brother Feng sleep by 6 o'clock? Oh no! Everyone, quickly look at the livestream. At that moment, a woman whose face was hard to see slowly pushed open the door to Unit 444 and glanced at Ji Feng. The viewers from Dragon Country thought this faceless woman, dressed in an energetic business outfit, was smiling at Ji Feng. After a while, the dripping sound disappeared, and the woman walked into the kitchen. A cacophony of sounds followed, like metals clashing. When the woman came out of the kitchen, she held a knife. The blade was covered with liquid, but in the darkness, it was hard to tell whether it was blood or water, dripping onto the floor. The woman's steps became stiff, each step producing a thud sound. Her energetic business outfit looked as if it had been soaked and then dried, all wrinkled. The audience in the livestream watched with their hearts pounding. This time, the little black cat did not wake up. So, could this terror descend upon Brother Feng? Oh my! Brother Feng, hurry and wake up, terror is coming to kill you. Don't sleep, get up quick. Oh no, the neighboring livestream turned black as well, just like Brother Feng, fast asleep, letting the terror strike a deadly blow. Cheating! The chosen one is asleep while being attacked. The woman, whose face was not clearly visible, had already walked to the sofa, her shadow illuminated by the dim light coming through the balcony. This woman bore some resemblance to the wife. Her face was incredibly pale, as if frozen for 3 days at a temperature of -30 degrees. The corners of her mouth slightly curled upwards, the knife in her hand reflecting a silvery light. Ji Feng had already woken up at the sound of the door, but his body remained uncontrollably asleep. It felt like being pressed down by a ghost. Hearing the growing closer thudding sound of footsteps, he sensed something was approaching. His heart raced violently. His body was unable to move, like fish meat on a terrifying chopping board, while his mind recalled everything that had happened, hoping to find a way to escape. The woman slowly raised the knife, the light reflecting off it shone into Yi Feng's eyes. Yi Feng's body bag. The knife slipped from his hand and fell to the ground, stabbing the woman's right foot. The woman's foot seemed to be made of paper. One poke made it burst, releasing a clear liquid. Her whole body was like skin wrapped around water, and the transparent liquid quickly flowed out until it formed a puddle that seeped into the floor, disappearing without a trace. At the moment the knife fell, it turned into a pool of liquid, sinking into the floor along with it. Is it quiet now? Yi Feng furrowed his brows tightly, trying to open his eyes to see if the terror had gone, but he still failed. In his arms, there was nothing but a warm, furry lump. Did it work? He didn't know how much time had passed, but Yi Feng felt he was still alive, and his tense heart relaxed. He didn't know exactly what had happened, but the only thing he could be sure of was that it was safe now. Gradually, he fell back into a dream. The viewers in the live room felt a chill. The horror almost got a hold of them, but for some reason, it was restricted. I'm a bit dazed, but thankfully we got through a disaster. I've noticed that those who didn't eat takeout stayed awake. Horror didn't show up at all. Only those who ate the pig trotter takeout were sound asleep, and horror appeared. I suspect the pig trotter takeout is a trap. We shouldn't eat it. But some chosen ones who ate takeout are still alive. How to explain that? Just now, horror only got 7 chosen ones. Oh no. All the awake chosen ones are doomed. If only we knew the reason, we could only blame the world of strange tales itself. The viewers from Dragon Country passionately analyzed the recent events, and by daytime, the excitement had dissipated, and the barrage in the live room had decreased by half. Yi Feng woke up from his dreams. Apart from a puddle of black filth on the floor, everything seemed normal. Today is the 5th day, just 2 more days. Knock knock knock. At that moment, a strange man's voice came from outside. Is anyone home? Here's a package for Li Wanjun, please open the door to receive the package. Knock knock knock. The person outside was knocking on the door, not ringing the bell. According to the rules, the delivery person outside should know Gu Buxiao, the character Yi Feng was currently playing. Should he open the door? Yi Feng pondered that the rules only said the person knocking knew him, but it didn't say he had to open the door. They weren't family, nor was it food he ordered, so he could probably not open the door and pretend no one was home. Yi Feng made up his mind, as long as nothing unexpected happened, it was better not to open the door. Knock knock knock. Knock knock knock. Hurry up and come out to sign for the package. I still have other packages to deliver, don't waste my time. The delivery person outside was getting rude and almost kicked the door down. Just when Yi Feng thought that not opening the door would be just fine, angry curses came from the neighbor next door. Shut up. Can't you let anyone rest? If you keep making noise, I'll kill you. Yi Feng's face sank immediately. The delivery outside had to be accepted because if he didn't, the delivery person's rage would invite retaliation from the neighbor next door. Yi Feng shouted towards the door. Sorry, my right leg is broken, I'm moving slowly, please wait a moment. His polite answer seemed to embarrass the delivery person outside, and the rude knocking stopped. The delivery person spoke gently. No rush, take your time. Yi Feng leaned on a crutch and opened the door. A delivery person in a yellow work uniform stood outside, holding a very thin package, looking at Yi Feng struggling with the crutch. From the view at the doorway, it seemed the Unit 444 was a bit messy. He guessed that this male host's mobility issues led to his earlier rude behavior and felt ashamed. I'm very sorry about my previous behavior, you have mobility issues, Yi Feng pat the delivery person's shoulder, perhaps because he hadn't eaten or drunk water that morning, his voice was hoarse. It's okay, you have your job. Give me the package, and you can deliver the next one. The delivery person felt even more guilty. He didn't expect the man from Unit 444 to be so weak, having just angrily knocked on the door moments ago. If it were a normal day, the delivery person would simply hand the package to Yi Feng and mumble a few apologies before leaving in a hurry. But this package was very special, and the delivery person could not operate this way. I'm really sorry, but the recipient has special instructions. Her signature is required, or it will be considered undeliverable. Is Li Wanjun home? The delivery person spoke in the gentlest tone to Yi Feng, not wanting to hurt this sick man any further. Yi Feng shook his head. His wife had told him she wouldn't be back until tonight. She'll be back tonight. What about you come back later to deliver it? The delivery person grew a bit anxious. The package clearly indicated it must be successfully delivered on the first attempt, by any means necessary. He kept twirling his hair, pondering how to complete the delivery. The package must be successfully delivered now, but Unit 444 only had the male owner. The recipient was not home at all. The delivery person quickly called the delivery station. Supervisor. The special package recipient in Unit 444 is not home. Can I come back to deliver it tonight? An angry and wild voice came from the phone. Yi Feng could hear the yelling even 2 meters away. Are you trying to get yourself killed? The special package requires successful delivery on the first attempt. If you fail, someone at the delivery station will deal with you. The delivery supervisor lowered his voice. The signature doesn't always have to be from the recipient. They can confirm over the phone and have a family member sign. As a delivery person, you must learn to be flexible, otherwise, you'll be dealt with before you get promoted to supervisor. After hearing the supervisor's tips, the delivery person suddenly understood. Yi Feng also understood the supervisor's meaning. It was like a family member receiving on behalf of the recipient, plus a phone confirmation condition. Knock knock knock. The neighbor from Unit 443 on the left knocked hard on the door, shouting angrily. Are you guys annoying? If you speak any louder, I'm coming out to kill you. Yi Feng had no doubt that the non-existent neighbor next door would come out to kill him. He just saw the delivery person staying calm and asking softly. Did you hear the neighbor's complaints? We should speak a bit quieter from now on, so we don't disturb their rest. The delivery person frowned. Both of the neighboring unit doors were open, and there was no one inside, no such neighbor at all. How could that provoke a neighbor's complaints? The delivery person didn't quite understand the male owner's words in Unit 444, but still respected the customer's statement and smiled in response. Okay, I'll try to keep my voice down. Can you call Li Wanjun now? As long as the phone confirms the signature, plus a family member's signature, that will be fine. The recipient's phone number is hidden in the package. Please call Li Wanjun. If Yi Feng refused the delivery person's request, the delivery person would make a fuss at the door due to the delivery failure, which would bring out the neighbors to handle it. After weighing the pros and cons, Yi Feng had to agree to the delivery person's request. Leaning on his cane, he slowly walked to the coffee table, picked up his phone, and walked toward the door. The delivery person watched Yi Feng's actions, feeling even more ashamed of his earlier rudeness, patiently waiting for Yi Feng without daring to urge him at all. Arriving at the door, Yi Feng found the noted phone numbers in his mobile were not only for the downstairs uncle selling pork knuckles but also included his wife and mother. There's no rush. If Li Wanjun is busy right now, I can wait here a bit, as long as it's successfully delivered before noon. Whether the package was heavy or the delivery person was weak, his hand trembled as he held the package. Yi Feng was organizing his words, thinking about how to best tell his wife while suddenly, the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room erupted with chaos again. Brother Feng, don't make the call. A chosen one just called your wife's phone, and it didn't take long for them to die. Making a phone call is a trap. Hold on, don't let the non-existent neighbor affect you. But the neighbor next door has indeed shown up and eliminated quite a few chosen ones. Fortunately, our Dragon Country chosen ones are not upstairs, otherwise, we wouldn't even know if we died a few times. Wouldn't the neighbor next door just appear and not lock the door, hiding at home? Many chosen ones have lured the neighbor and stayed at home, getting along just fine. Damn. I actually didn't notice this point. So, does Brother Feng just need to ignore the courier and lock the door to succeed? The higher-ups in Dragon Country are already ready to send a hint card, planning to give Yi Feng a prompt, but they were still a step too slow. Yi Feng thought for less than 3 seconds before immediately dialing the phone number marked as his wife's. A series of unclear numbers popped up on the phone, and a cold female voice came from it. Beep beep beep. Sorry. Chapter 62, Disconnected Number. Sorry, the number you dialed is disconnected. Beep beep beep. The number marked as his wife's is disconnected? Feng looked at the courier, whose face was filled with hope. If the other party knew it was a disconnected number, it might trigger something. The courier asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Is she busy right now?" "It's not urgent, it's only 9:30, I can wait." Suddenly, the phone rang, the number marked as his wife's calling in. Feng was about to press the answer button when he remembered Rule 4, he must not answer this call and must immediately turn off his phone. He quickly pressed the power button, and 3 seconds later, the phone automatically shut down. This action caught the courier's attention, the incoming number was marked as his wife's, and he looked at Feng with confusion. "Li Wanjun is your wife, right? Why did you turn off your phone and not answer the call?" The courier clenched his fist with one hand. Without a reasonable answer, he would continue to ask. The audience in the Dragon Country livestream was baffled. The call that was just made was a disconnected number, and there was no further information. How could the courier say there was a call coming in? Were the audience's ears just bad? The viewers continued to watch the livestream. Feng thought up a clumsy explanation, trying to deceive the very easygoing courier in front of him. "It's like this, my phone has a malfunction, when a call comes in, I need to turn it off." The courier nodded, choosing to believe Feng out of guilt. Feng powered the phone back on and dialed his wife's number again. Beep beep beep. A strange ringtone came from the phone, sounding like the dying notes of a death metal song. "Dear, is there something wrong?" "Don't worry, I will definitely be back tonight, I won't make you wait too long." A gentle voice from his wife came through the phone, filled with the thought of not having been home for a long time, and she must try tonight. Just then, the courier in front heard this, and the corner of his mouth slightly lifted, revealing an expression of understanding. Feng quickly covered the phone and whispered, "Wife, did you buy something online? There's a delivery for you." His wife smiled and asked, "Does the package say what the item is?" Feng took the package, the product name was Vitalina's nightgown, and the seller was called Body Shake. Feng looked confused but still told his wife the name of the product. "It's Vitalina's nightgown, it should be a dress." His wife chuckled a few times, her tone a little hurried. "Dear, did you forget I told you about the sexy pajamas yesterday? It's this one." "What's wrong? Are you getting impatient now?" Feng's old face turned red. Any adult man hearing this would find it hard to suppress his impulses. Taking a deep breath, he whispered. "The courier requires you to confirm before signing for it, I'll pass the phone to him." Feng said to the courier, "This is Li Wanjun, you can confirm the delivery over the phone." The courier hastily took the phone, confirmed it was the recipient, and handed the phone back to Feng, saying, "The recipient still has something to say to you." Feng took the phone, his wife's gentle voice said, "I knew you were an impatient guy, don't worry, I will come home early tonight. Just wait for me to wash up nicely." Do. Without waiting for Feng to respond, the call had already ended. It seems bad things will happen tonight unless someone is out of their mind to believe what my wife said on the phone. The package stuffed into Feng's bag, after signing for it with Gu Buxiao's name, the delivery person quickly left with the receipt, as if there were other packages to deliver. Feng picked up the package, casually placed it on the empty dining table, curious about what was inside but still held back his curiosity, and returned to the sofa, munching on a few fries. The little black cat also woke up, licking its paws and fur, curling up in the corner. The TV was turned on without Feng realizing when. Feng hugged the little black cat, watching TV when a news bulletin interrupted. "So far, we have found that 3 people involved in a car accident have gone missing. Their identities are as follows. Female 1, Xie Ailian, 61 years old, residing at Happiness Community Building 4, Unit 444. Female 2, Li Wanjun, 32 years old, lives with Female 1. Female 3, Gu Tiantian, 6 years old, lives with Female 1. If any relatives see this news, please call 114****514. Li Wanjun is exactly my wife's name. Plus, the surveillance footage looks somewhat similar to my wife's profile, it can't be wrong. Before, I was 80% sure, and after seeing this news, Feng is completely sure that the 3 missing persons mentioned in the news are indeed his family." Feng still does not call the number provided by the news and continues watching the TV series. Until evening, nothing extra happened. The little black cat got tired of watching TV and lay down on Feng's lap to rest. Feng dialed the pork trotter rice uncle, still ordered the usual takeout, waiting for it to arrive. Just thinking about how his wife would wear the Victoria's Secret nightgown tonight made his heart race. He hoped his wife wouldn't come back tonight, letting him spend a peaceful night. Feng clasped his hands together, silently praying that his wife wouldn't come back. Knock knock knock. Just then, a knock at the door sounded. Yi Feng froze for a moment. The takeout he just ordered arrived so quickly, even the pork trotter rice uncle couldn't deliver it in 30 seconds, could he? Yi Feng hurriedly turned off the TV, keeping quiet. Knock knock knock. Darling, it's me. Aren't you impatient? Why are you locking yourself in the house? It's his wife's gentle voice. Yi Feng had no choice but to lean on his cane and slowly open the door for his wife. His wife was still in her energetic work clothes after entering. Feeling a bit hot, she instinctively unbuttoned the first and second buttons, half sitting on the dining table, waving her hand to fan herself. She caught sight of the package on the dining table and picked it up. Darling, are you hungry? There are 2 pieces of prime beef in the fridge, let's fry them and eat, so we can sleep well after. His wife opened the refrigerator and took out 2 pieces of tender beef, the blood scent wafting through as if freshly slaughtered from the cow. Yi Feng smelled this odor and felt something was off, rejecting his wife's kindness. No, thanks. I ordered takeout. Do you want me to add a spicy pork trotter's rice for you? His wife seemed uninterested in the pork trotter's rice, shook her head, and put back 1 piece of beef. I can't eat spicy food, and I don't like pork trotter's rice. Then, darling, I'll make my own steak. Do you want me to make something else for you? Yi Feng could not eat the food from the refrigerator and shook his head, turning on the TV to continue watching. Soon, the aroma of beef wafted from the kitchen. Originally hungry, Yi Feng's stomach started grumbling. The little black cat woke up from the aroma, meowing angrily towards the kitchen, as if the sound of metal clashing stopped it, curling up in Yi Feng's lap. In a little while, his wife brought a plate of fragrant steak, placing it on the dining table and waving at Yi Feng. If you want to eat, come over. Chapter 63. Tonight I must enter the master bedroom. The aroma of the steak made it hard for Yi Feng to refuse. Rationality told him. Food taken out of the fridge must never be eaten, even if it's delicious, it's a trap. Yi Feng shook his head, struggling to resist the desire in his heart. I ordered takeout, I can eat with the little black cat, we can't waste food. After Yi Feng gave his reasonable explanation, his wife no longer invited him, sitting at the dining table and eating slowly, with a slightly ladylike manner. If it weren't for the world of strange tales, Yi Feng might have thought he was dining in a high-end Western restaurant. After his wife finished her steak, she opened a delivery package. Inside was a white, semi-transparent pattern nightgown, accompanied by the scent of perfume. Walking in front of Yi Feng, she lifted the nightgown, her gentle tone unable to hide her emotions. Dear, look at this nightgown, isn't it beautiful? It must be beautiful, right? The nightgown was indeed beautiful, it should also be very breezy. However, this kind of dress is usually only suitable to wear at home alone or when only the husband is present. Seeing Yi Feng dazed for a moment, his wife smiled. I knew you would like this nightgown. Come into the master bedroom to sleep, otherwise, I'll be angry. Holding the nightgown, his wife directly walked into the master bedroom's bathroom to freshen up, only holding the nightgown. Yi Feng swallowed hard. It was definitely not just because his wife was going to wear a beautiful nightgown. As long as I don't go into the master bedroom tonight, danger won't happen. Yi Feng made up his mind. Tonight, he still wouldn't go into the master bedroom, spending a safe night in the living room. Soon, the pig trotter rice uncle's takeout arrived. Smelling the shower gel scent coming from the master bedroom, he immediately understood, laughing and patting Yi Feng, who was standing a bit unsteady. You're in for a treat tonight, I brought you a serving of pig's trotters. I even specially ordered 5 lamb kidneys and 2 each for you, just right to use. The pig trotter rice uncle sighed. Young people's lives are truly rich. Before Yi Feng could argue, the uncle waved his hand. I won't disturb you too then, no wonder I saw my niece going to summer camp today. Turns out she was busy with work. Yi Feng didn't know what to say, thoughts were there, but reason completely suppressed desire. He had to stay calm right now. Entering the master bedroom tonight would be very dangerous, it might even cost lives. Yi Feng sat on the sofa, patting his face and self-comforting. As long as he didn't go into the master bedroom, everything would be just fine. The little black cat ate the pig trotter rice, wagging its tail to show it was tasty. The smell of grilled lamb kidneys filled Yi Feng's nose. He reluctantly took a bite, the barbecue and unique flavors merging together. Yi Feng began to eat heartily. 2 servings of lamb kidneys, 1 serving of raw sausages, and 1 serving of pig trotters filled Yi Feng's stomach. His body felt warm, even in -10 degrees, wearing a short sleeve would be fine. Until the little black cat let out a satisfied burp and tidied up the trash on the coffee table. Yi Feng continued sitting on the sofa, watching entertaining variety shows. Watching variety shows was safer than going into the master bedroom. Time flew by. Just when Yi Feng thought nothing would happen, a reminder appeared in his mind. Tonight you must enter the master bedroom, cleanse yourself, the wife is a pale woman, different from the news. After receiving this reminder, Yi Feng hugged the little black cat and, with heavy steps, walked toward the master bedroom. That was his wife in the Victorian nightgown, waiting for him in the master bedroom, perhaps wearing only that nightgown. The high levels of Dragon Country prompted Yifeng because they just saw the live stream of Maple Leaf Country, leading to this decision. The chosen one of Maple Leaf Country shared Yifeng's thoughts, deciding to spend the night in the living room. Finishing the pig trotter rice and the spicy raw sausage, he couldn't take any more of the strong flavors of the grilled lamb kidneys, and gave up. At this moment, he sat holding the little black cat, watching the hit drama from Maple Leaf Country. By 9 o'clock at night, the little black cat unknowingly fell asleep. The sound of dripping water echoed from the kitchen, and the chosen one, Maple Leaf, remained calm, continuing to watch the television program. This chosen one was among the more stable types during this period, managing to survive for 5 days in this strange tale, and it was also his first time entering the world of the supernatural. His wife was in the master bedroom, her gentle voice floating through the air. "Dear, are you full? Hurry up and come to sleep, but before that, take off the bandages and have a good wash. It's not good to smell bad." Maple Leaf Chosen One still sat quietly on the sofa. After half an hour, there was no sound from the master bedroom, and Maple Leaf Chosen One let out a sigh of relief. It seemed staying in the living room was definitely safe. Just as he relaxed, the voice of his wife came again from the master bedroom, this time with less tenderness and more urgency. "Dear, are you not ready yet? I've been waiting for you a long time. If you don't come in soon, I might get angry." Maple Leaf Chosen One's heart skipped a beat, cold sweat pouring down his body. He kept telling himself to remain calm, continuously petting the little black cat to ease his inner anxiety. Could it be that staying in the living room was not safe after all? The doubt began to form in Maple Leaf Chosen One's mind. He had studied the rules of the first two supernatural worlds, which mentioned safe places, but this one did not mention safety at all. Would there be danger in the living room? Doubts about his decision to stay in the living room began to creep in, considering whether he should check on the situation in the master bedroom. Maybe going to the master bedroom was the right choice. Tap. At that moment, his wife walked out of the master bedroom, dressed in a nightgown she bought online, her hair unkempt as she approached Maple Leaf Chosen One. Maple Leaf Chosen One could not see her face clearly, he only felt the temperature around him suddenly drop by 10 degrees. What was even stranger was that along with the drop in temperature came dampness, making Maple Leaf Chosen One's clothes wet and cold. Something was wrong. Absolutely wrong. Suppressing the unease in his heart, he asked, "Honey, what are you doing?" His wife slowly lifted her head, and beneath the hair that covered her face was a pale visage, looking as if it had soaked in water for too long, smiling at Maple Leaf Chosen One. "You've been in the living room for so long, it's not like you." Her tone shifted, becoming creepy. "Or do you already know I'm not your wife?" "Right, you saw my pale face, didn't you?" Maple Leaf Chosen One's sweat flowed down as he fearfully shook his head. "No, you misunderstood. I just wanted to wait until you fell asleep before entering the bedroom." His wife cupped Maple Leaf Chosen One's face with her hands, their eyes locking, and he saw her pale face in his own reflection, her lips curling slightly upwards. "Your eyes have betrayed your lies." She released her hands and returned to the master bedroom. Was that the end? Maple Leaf Chosen One let out a breath of relief and continued watching television. But, unbeknownst to him, water began to seep up from the living room floor. Thick, black, and foul-smelling liquid quickly spread upwards. Before Maple Leaf Chosen One could react, the liquid had already risen to the height of the sofa, and the moment his right leg touched the liquid, he felt paralyzed, unable to move. As the liquid touched the little black cat, its body gradually became transparent until it disappeared completely. He let the liquid continue to rise, eventually submerging his mouth, nostrils, and eyes. At this moment, Yifeng had already removed the bandage from his right leg and stood before the master bedroom door, knocking softly, saying, "Honey, may I come in?" Gentle laughter drifted from the master bedroom. "Of course, you can." Continuously hinting to himself, the horror before him, daring to make any special move, would definitely lead to death without a burial. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom live broadcast room clearly saw a pale-faced woman, drenched all over, as if she had been soaked in the river for several days. That's terrifying. It's hard to imagine the Chosen One could take action. Maybe the Chosen One sees a beautiful wife like a flower. I think putting her in a burlap sack wouldn't be a bad idea. Blush.jpg. This cherry blossom friend, please calm down. At that moment, Yifeng looked at his wife, who was washed clean, and his steps became heavy. Saying he had no thoughts would be lying, but he absolutely could not have those thoughts. His wife extended her clean right hand, waved at Yifeng, and smiled gently. "Dear, come here, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Yifeng's body could not control itself, continually moving towards his wife, silently repeating in his heart. The word of desire is a knife, to dare to act rashly will cause the terrifying knife to drop. The wife before him was terrifying, perhaps her true appearance was a skeleton or a pitiful creature full of snot. Yifeng came to his wife's side. She sniffed him, waved her hand, trying to sweep away the smell on him. "Dear, why haven't you showered yet? You smell so strong. How many days has it been since you washed?" Let me think. It's been a whole month since you last showered, go wash yourself clean. I've already prepared your clothes in the bathroom, give me half an hour. His wife pushed Feng away, not allowing him to get close to her. Only then did Feng breathe a sigh of relief and walk towards the bathroom, forcing a smile as he said, "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten. Wait for me, wife." Feng entered the bathroom, conveniently locking the door behind him. On the washstand lay a set of silky pajamas, feeling icy to the touch, with a very good texture. His wife gave him half an hour to freshen up, surely it would be safe to stay in here for that long. Feng took off a damp, moldy piece of clothing and tossed it into the washing machine, blasting himself with cold water in the shower. The cold water violently hit Feng's soul, extinguishing the tiny spark of impulse within him. Now, the only way was to figure out how to survive tonight in the master bedroom. If he stepped out later and his body was still out of control, it would be tragic, with no chance of resistance at all. But thinking about this being only a level 2 horror story, easier than K Hospital, surely there must be a way to break it. There was indeed an unpleasant smell on him. It was hard to imagine that the little black cat in the living room had stayed by his side for so long. Not knowing how long he had been in there, his wife seemed to grow impatient and came to the bathroom door. Through the frosted glass, he could vaguely see his wife staring into the bathroom. "Dear, there are still 15 minutes left, don't be too slow, otherwise, I will get angry. You said you feel the worst when I cry." His wife left the bathroom door. Feng silently counted the time in his heart, analyzing the tools available in the bathroom. Besides a set of clean pajamas, there were only toiletries in the bathroom, nothing particularly special. The grime on his body was washed away with the cold water, accompanied by a bright red liquid seeping from his skin, flowing onto the floor. The bloody smell became intense at first, gradually fading away. As time passed, he had already stayed in the bathroom for nearly 30 minutes. Should he just walk out like this? Feng's heart pounded violently. He could only put on a fresh set of pajamas and step out of the bathroom. The lights in the master bedroom suddenly dimmed, and heart-shaped rose petals adorned the bed. His wife lay sideways on the bed, propping her left cheek with her left hand and slightly raising her right foot, waving at Feng. "Dear, hurry up and come up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Today is our 10th wedding anniversary." The fragrance of the roses made Feng unable to resist rushing over. Gazing at the hazy presence that was drifting, belonging to rationality told Feng. "In front of me is clearly a trap, as long as I dare to act, the horror can be dealt with." Feng deeply understood this feeling, sitting on the other side of the bed, observing his wife from head to toe, undeniably charming. Gulp. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, leaning against the headboard, he forcibly suppressed the fire in his heart and pretended that nothing had happened. "I'm so tired, let's just leave it at that today, I'll sleep first." Feng lay down on the bed, closed his eyes, but the restlessness in his heart made it impossible for him to fall asleep immediately. At the same time, he could feel an intense heat coming from the next room. Besides being tired, there seemed to be no solution. His wife looked at Feng with his eyes closed, wanting to fall asleep, and bit her teeth. Sitting in front of Feng, she pinched his nose, and smiled wickedly. "Dear, stop pretending, I know you're not tired at all, you want me to." Feng let his wife pinch his nose, unable to breathe, and instantly exhaled a breath. The taste of the pig intestines from dinner surged into his wife's nostrils. His wife smelled the odor of pig intestines, covered her mouth and nose in pain, and started coughing non-stop. With her hands on her hips, she started to get a little emotional. "Dear, you didn't eat pig intestines tonight, did you? This smell is too terrible, how about we do that another day? Let's just sleep well tonight." His wife climbed over Feng, found her slippers, and took an air freshener from a drawer, spraying it in every corner of the master bedroom, including on Feng. His wife turned off the light, lay on the left side of the bed, covered Feng with a blanket, and began to fall asleep. Actually, during the contact just now, Feng had already reacted. That soft touch was irresistible for any man. Especially for Feng, who had never done such things, it was an overwhelming impact that lingered for a long time. The only thing he could do was nothing at all, lying on the bed like a dead body, which was simple. After thinking for a while in his mind, he finally fell asleep. Feng truly entered dreamland. His wife was lying sideways, watching Feng, sometimes showing a gentle smile, sometimes staring at Feng viciously. This scene, apart from Feng, was clear to the Dragon Kingdom audience, who had watched every move just now. Especially when Feng walked out of the bathroom, his wife became normal in the livestream. Now not only did they admire Feng's ability to face the horror stories, but they also admired his composure. Brother Feng is a real man. He can handle that. If it were me, I would give up in 3 seconds. The difficulty is certainly easy, but for a young man full of blood and vigor, it is hell mode. Foreign audiences, you chosen ones are really strong, our chosen ones can't handle it and directly died. Don't be sad upstairs, now there are only more than 20 chosen ones left, holding on for so long against the horror stories means they can easily pass, success rate at least 1%. The next morning, his wife left home early for work. Feng woke up to the sound of meowing, with his bones feeling a bit cold and damp, possibly because he had slept in the master bedroom last night. Returning to the living room sofa, he hugged the little black cat. The fluffy, gentle feeling gradually warmed him up. There were no more strange occurrences during the day, until the evening. Chapter 65, The Incongruous Dinner Table. Knock, knock, knock. Dear, I'm back with Tian, please open the door. A gentle voice sounded from outside. Feng locked the door as always, just in case. Hearing his wife's voice, he hurried to open the door. Pushing the door open, his wife held his daughter's little hand, beaming with joy. His daughter, with dark circles under her eyes, yawned and rushed to Feng, hugging his leg and laughing. Dad, I'm back. Feng played the role of a good father, forced a smile, and patted his daughter's head. Welcome back. Come to the living room to watch TV with Dad. His daughter clapped her hands, beaming with joy. Great. Tian hasn't watched TV with Dad for a long time. I want to watch the cartoon of a foo destroying the parking lot. Feng was a bit stunned. There seemed to be no cartoon with that name in the real world. The name is still a bit flamboyant. However, I still agreed to my daughter's request to show her this animated film. Okay, let's watch it now. Feng wanted to ask his daughter some questions that puzzled him. His wife pulled their daughter, making her stand behind her, smiling at Feng. Tian has been tired from the summer camp for 2 days, so I'll make a nice meal for her, and after she's full, she can rest well. Now let's go take a hot bath first. The daughter really wanted to watch TV with her father, pulling her mother's pants like a child, pleadingly saying, Mom! Tian hasn't watched TV with Dad in a long time. When Feng was about to say something, his wife became stern, pulling their daughter toward her room, saying, I told you to take a bath, why don't you listen? Do you want to be a bad daughter or a good daughter for your mom? The daughter pouted, looking down, and could only obediently listen to her mother, taking her clothes into the bathroom to wash. His wife took out 3 vacuum-packed lamb chops from the fridge, placing them on the sink, rinsing the ice off the chops with clean water. The unique smell of the lamb chops spread throughout the house. At the same time, his wife also began to fry rice noodles with eggs in a non-stick pan, the aroma mixing with the smell of raw lamb chops, making Feng unable to help but swallow. It must smell delicious. After his wife handled the lamb chops, she waved the spatula at Feng, gently saying, Dear, later we will have a big meal as a family of 3, it's a pity that your mother-in-law is still traveling, or we would be a family of 4. Feng remembered he could only eat takeout from the coffee table or from Uncle Pig's trotter rice, refusing his wife's kind offer. I've already ordered takeout, tonight I'll still eat takeout, we can't waste food. The little black cat woke up while Feng and his wife were talking, jumping onto Feng's shoulder, instantly puffing up its fur. His wife ignored the little black cat's anger and didn't pressure Feng, continuing to cook in the kitchen. Just then, Uncle Pig's trotter rice arrived at the door, carrying 3 big bags of food, 1 bag of trotter rice takeout and 2 bags of snacks. Uncle Pig's trotter rice said with a smile, These foods total 514 yuan. Eating so many snacks, isn't your sister-in-law going to scold you? The little black cat had somehow disappeared from his shoulder. Feng paid the money, easily lifting the 3 bags of food. Don't worry, my wife is really gentle. In the kitchen, the sound of frying vegetables was heard, and his wife seemed to hear the commotion at the door, unhappily saying, So it was you who delivered takeout to my dear, making my dear not eat my cooking. Uncle Pig's trotter rice shrugged helplessly, clearly it was not his fault but that guy who ordered takeout, who could he blame? Aha, I have to hurry back to the shop, so I won't disturb you. Watching Uncle Pig's trotter rice hastily leave, as if hearing the most terrifying thing in the world. Maybe, Uncle also realized that the current wife was not his true wife. Feng locked the door and placed the food on the coffee table. The little black cat came out from under the coffee table, sniffing the steaming trotter rice, happily meowing a few times. His wife brought out fragrant pan-fried lamb chops, cheese egg fried rice, sea salt charcoal grilled lobster, spicy fried shrimp, corn carrot pork bone soup. There were 8 dishes and 1 soup on the dining table, each dish emitting a unique aroma. This is so fragrant. Feng couldn't resist the smell, wanting to try the taste. With this thought, he quickly shook his head, looking at the not-so-fragrant trotter rice and spicy sausage. His wife untied her apron, sat down at the side, and poured a bowl of soup for herself on the opposite side. The daughter also finished her bath and came out, sitting opposite her mother, almost unable to hold back her knife and fork. Mom's lamb chops smell so good, they are delicious. His wife smiled and served the daughter a big bowl of fried rice, cutting the whole lamb chop into a dozen small pieces for her to eat easily. After doing all this, Zhao Yifeng waved his hand. Dear, you don't have to eat at the coffee table, let's put the takeaway on the dining table. It's been a long time since the 3 of us have eaten together. Yifeng thought for a moment, eating together as a family was quite normal, and his wife's request was not unreasonable at all. The raw intestines were already finished, and he had merely eaten pig trotter rice, so it wasn't a big deal. Feng carried 2 servings of pig trotter rice and placed them on the dining table, between the main seat and his daughter's seat, then sat down in the main seat. The little black cat jumped next to his daughter and started eating the pig trotter rice with big bites. His wife served him a bowl of steaming hot soup, definitely a top-notch treat for summer. "Don't eat the food on the table, just drink some soup." His daughter took a sip of the soup and praised, "Mom's soup is delicious, I want another bowl after I finish this one." On the lavish dining table, amid the steaming dishes, the 2 servings of pig trotter rice stood out especially. Like 2 rusty black iron pieces among gold. Feng took a can of soda from the coffee table and took a big gulp, apologizing. "Eating spicy pig trotters and drinking icy soda is the best, the soup is too hot." Feng casually found a reason to brush it off, as long as it wasn't the snacks that were originally placed on the coffee table, or the takeaway from the pig trotter uncle, he absolutely couldn't eat. He couldn't eat his wife's food either. His wife didn't insist too much and occasionally helped their daughter with food, or cut the lamb chop smaller so their daughter could take one piece at a time. While eating his wife's food, the daughter occasionally patted the little black cat's head, and the little black cat would stop eating and affectionately lean its head against her hand. As time passed, the spiciness of the pig trotter rice wafted over to his wife, who patted the air around her and covered her mouth while bowing her head to eat the food on the table. His wife didn't eat spicy food and didn't like pig trotters. Until Feng and the little black cat were full, cleaned up the takeaway packaging, and sat on the sofa. His wife stiffly lifted her head, glared hard at Feng, then quickly showed a gentle smile, wiping the residue from their daughter's mouth. "Look at how eagerly you're eating, slow down, no one at home is going to steal your food." "Fine, you don't seem too tired, let's watch TV together later." His daughter happily raised her head, "Yay! You must be back in your own room by 9 o'clock, his wife added. "Okay." The daughter sped up her eating, wanting to quickly watch cartoons with her father. His wife placed the dishes in the dishwasher and pulled their daughter to sit on the sofa. Feng sat on the right, his wife on the left, and their daughter in the middle. The daughter picked up the remote and started playing a fun cartoon. Feng was a bit curious about what kind of cartoon Afyu Destroys the Parking Lot was. Chapter 66, A Cheerful Family. "Dad, look quickly, Afyu is making his entrance." His daughter hugged Feng's arm with one hand and pointed at the TV with the other, shouting excitedly. Feng nodded, allowing his daughter to cling to his arm. Afyu Destroys the Parking Lot turned out to be a comedic cartoon from the 2000s, where Afyu's every move was filled with witty remarks. Feng was now holding his breath, afraid to laugh out loud, almost forgetting that they were in the world of strange tales. His wife started to giggle. Without Feng and his daughter noticing, she had already taken a shower, changed into a refreshing nightdress, and taken out sour plum juice from the fridge. "This cartoon is so funny, even someone of my age finds it enjoyable. Especially the little fish, the cute and brave little girl, just like our Tian Sweet." Perhaps the cartoon was too captivating, or the TV had some special charm. Feng remained absorbed in watching the cartoon, not reacting to his wife's words. His daughter tugged at Feng's shirt, gave him a wink, and playfully said, "Tian Sweet will always be Mommy's brave daughter, but Mommy isn't old at all, she is very young, right, Dad?" His daughter's reminder calmed Feng a bit, lessening the cartoon's allure, and he responded to his wife and daughter's words. "Of course, my wife is always 18, forever young." The wife was not amused, especially in front of their daughter, her face slightly flushed, speaking in a reproachful tone. "Dear, I'm 32, how can I still be young?" The daughter was still tugging at Feng's shirt, which in the real world was a deadly question. Answer poorly and you'd miss a meal. Feng forced a smile, trying hard to pretend he was having a warm conversation with his wife. "Isn't the only thing a man is dedicated to is forever liking an 18-year-old girl?" The wife nodded, anyone could know this just by browsing online. Feng asked again, "Then do I forever like you?" The wife nodded again, if her beloved didn't like her, she would be able to tell. Feng spread his hands, looking seriously at his wife. "So what I say is true, I will forever like you, I am a man, and men forever like 18 years old." "So are you only 18? The wife lightly clicked her tongue, playfully slapped Feng's arm, her ears turning slightly red. Hearing this made it sound right, yet somehow felt strange, but she couldn't think of a rebuttal, so she said, "Our daughter is still small, don't say such things in front of her." The daughter pretended to watch TV, allowing her parents to chat peacefully. Feng noticed the change in his wife's expression, he didn't quite understand it, thinking it was just normal cheesy lines. A normal person should just awkwardly laugh them off. Single male viewers from Long Country's livestream all pulled out their notepads, jotting down what Feng just said. Even a long-married couple could make the wife blush, this might be very useful later when pursuing girls. "Brother Feng knows how to sweet-talk women." Cough, 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 is there a possibility that the other side likes Brother Feng, and no matter what he says, they'll blush? I want to report the guy above, my friend's name is Xia Ergo, and he's currently reciting Brother Feng's love lines. Don't let me find out who you are? Yi Feng didn't dare to continue, he truly feared it would be like last night. Who could handle this every night? Especially that Vidorna nightgown. In the cartoon, Athu yelled, "The black tiger catches the little lamb." Causing their daughter to burst into laughter, seizing the moment while the wife wasn't paying attention, she opened a pack of chips on the coffee table, munching as she watched the cartoon. An episode passed. The wife finally noticed their daughter had eaten 2 bags of chips, snatching the 3rd bag from her hands, pinching her nose, and scolding her. "What time is it? Still eating snacks? It's too heating. It's 8:30, we can still watch an episode. For your punishment, you need to drink water now, and only after drinking water can you watch TV." Hearing the word water, the daughter reluctantly turned to Yi Feng, acting cute. Tian doesn't like drinking water, can you tell mommy to let me only have half a cup? The wife looked sternly at their daughter, who dashed out of the living room, running to the kitchen to drink water. "Dear, what happened to you just now? You usually don't sweet-talk people?" The wife leaned towards Yi Feng, wrapping her arm around his, her soft touch brushing against his arm and side. The wife poked Yi Feng's waist, smiling sweetly against his profile. Due to being so close, the scent of flowers wafted, and a wave of drowsiness hit him. The little black cat sharpened its claws, glaring at the wife, letting out a low meow. Could it be? Such cheesy words could actually make the wife blush? Last time he heard this was from a chubby, short man in the real world, and the woman left him with a parting remark, turning away. The meaning was roughly, fat, oily, and cheesy, saying such cheesy words made one feel nauseous. That man sadly drank alone all night. Yi Feng was fortunate enough to witness the scene in a convenience store. Yi Feng patted his wife's shoulder with his right hand, explaining. "I learned this by watching TV dramas every day, do you want to hear more?" The wife turned slightly, as if truly responding to what Yi Feng had just said. Yi Feng's left side felt even more warmth and softness. The daughter finished drinking water and came back, looking at her parents' affectionate actions, tilting her head, she whispered. "Dad, Mom, Tian is a bit sleepy, I will go back to the room to sleep, you two chat slowly." The daughter tightly clenched her small fists and jogged back to her room, locking the door. She thought, maybe there will be a little brother or sister in 10 months. With the daughter gone, the wife's hand wandered in the back, the warmth and coldness overlapping each other. The little black cat reacted even more violently, almost scratching the wife. Yi Feng grabbed his wife's warm hand, yawned, the taste of raw sausage lingering in his mouth flowing towards his wife. The wife hurriedly retreated to the other side of the sofa, covering her mouth. "Dear, does the takeaway downstairs deliver raw sausage to you every day?" Yi Feng nodded, not only is it delicious, but now it seems it can also keep his wife away from him. Although he still didn't know what might cause death while doing that with his wife, he still followed the hints given by the higher-ups in China, keeping himself pure. The wife stood up, tidying her pajamas, leaving a sentence before returning to the master bedroom. "Dear, I will also sleep in the room tonight, otherwise the living room will be very cold." Yi Feng noted this sentence, and when night fell at 11 o'clock, he headed to the master bedroom. The wife had already fallen asleep early, her breathing somewhat uneven. Just before locking the master bedroom door, the little black cat sneakily slipped in, hiding in a corner, not letting Yi Feng discover it. Yi Feng didn't disturb his wife, stealthily crawled to the other side of the bed in the dark, turning his back to her and beginning to fall asleep. After a long time, Yi Feng fell asleep, breathing steadily. The wife's body remained still, but her head turned 180 degrees, facing Yi Feng with a strange smile. Chapter 67, Scarred. He. The wife began to laugh, a foul-smelling liquid spreading from her body, gradually filling the entire bed. The foul-smelling liquid that couldn't fit on the bed spilled onto the floor by the bedside, the floor tiles of poor quality, unable to absorb the stench. The little black cat stepped on the foul-smelling liquid, slowly walking toward Yi Feng. In his dream, Yi Feng heard heavy snores and a warm temperature. Had the heating been turned on? It seemed like summer here, it shouldn't be. Yi Feng kept his eyes closed, because rules 11 and 12 were wrong. Now, hearing the strange snoring, the best and safest way was to keep his eyes closed and pretend not to notice. The foul-smelling liquid gradually spread to Yi Feng's nostrils, his breathing began to struggle, and he smelled the scent of river water. What is the horror going to do? Having followed the safest way according to the rules, this must be a false alarm, it must be. Yi Feng kept his eyes closed, even if it became almost impossible to breathe. Suddenly, a furious meow rang out, sometimes distant, sometimes near, accompanied by strong snores, sometimes fast, sometimes slow. It lasted a full half hour. The meowing went silent, the snores disappeared, and breathing became smooth again. Finally over. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief, falling back into dreamland. Compared to Yi Feng's steadiness, several chosen ones still opened their eyes that night. A woman with a 180-degree twisted head, disheveled hair, with a pale face appeared opposite the bed, smiling at the chosen ones. The little black cat seemed to be somehow restricted, disappearing in the master bedroom. This woman oozed black, foul-smelling liquid from her entire body, spreading to these awake chosen ones, wearing a sinister smile. He. Before these chosen ones could react, the foul-smelling liquid covered their entire bodies, leaving no strength to resist. The viewers in the live broadcast room could only watch helplessly as these chosen ones died. A night passed. Feng suddenly woke up, his shirt soaked. An indescribable feeling of suffocation, as if there wasn't enough oxygen around. It was so unbearable. Feng struggled to sit up, gasping for air, still feeling the lack of oxygen around. In the corner of the bed lay neat pajamas, with a crooked note on top. "Dear, you sweated a lot while sleeping last night, take a wash." After reading the note, Feng's gaze softened and he noticed his shirt was covered in black dirt, plus he hadn't showered yesterday, it smelled terribly foul. Just as Feng picked up the pajamas, he saw the little black cat leaning against the edge of the bed, its body trembling constantly, visible wounds on its black fur showing some exposed bones. "Little black cat, what happened to you?" Feng worried that the dirt on him might infect the little black cat's wounds, only daring to observe from a distance. The little black cat emitted a weak whimper, licking its wounds and rubbing its body against Feng's feet. Feng vaguely remembered the sound of snoring and meowing from last night. Could it be that the little black cat was protecting itself? "Did she hurt you?" The little black cat seemed to understand this question, nodding slightly, a wound on its neck cracking and oozing black blood. "Meow. Alright, you stay here and don't move. After I wash up and get rid of this dirt, I'll find you some bandages to heal." Feng was worried the little black cat might move and open other wounds. The little black cat remained curled on the ground, motionless, the trembling of its abdomen proving it was still alive. Feng hurriedly ran to the bathroom to wash up, the foul smell fell away with the cold water, and he changed into a clean pair of pajamas. Feng began searching the wardrobe in the master bedroom. Inside, there were only cosmetics, special supplies, clothes, a safe, and documents, nothing else. The little black cat's trembling frequency increased, he had to find the bandages quickly to stop the bleeding. Feng left the master bedroom, the doors to his daughter's and mother's rooms were closed. Clang! A metallic sound fell to the floor from his mother's room, accompanied by a phone call. "Hello, Fei, it turns out things are in my house, I'll go downstairs and drive back to the resort later." Feng stopped in his tracks, glancing towards his mother's room, thinking, has mother come back? Should I ask mother where the bandages are? Mother knows this place better, she should be familiar with where the bandages and healing supplies are. Just before his mother's room, Feng froze, a thought jumped into his mind about the final rule, paired with last night's experience. Could mother's room be a trap? What if I open the door, and the person inside isn't mother, but I still open the door, indicating I discovered someone else? Feng shook his head, deciding to check in the living room first. The television was placed on a low long mahogany cabinet, which had 6 drawers, perhaps the bandages were inside. Feng opened the first drawer on the left. It was filled with CDs from the 1990s, along with several cartoon discs. The second drawer held tape, double-sided tape, scissors, and other daily tools. The third drawer contained a small wooden box, which held an old key. The lock was round, somewhat resembling a safe key. The fourth drawer had a first aid box, inside were bandages and gauze, along with other hemostatic supplies. Feng picked up the entire box and swiftly returned to the master bedroom, locking the door behind him. 30 seconds later. The door to his mother's room creaked open, and someone stepped out, looking around the other rooms, only the storeroom was ajar, knocking on it. Then they sat on the couch in the living room, watching television. Until the phone rang, this person answered the call as they walked out of Unit 444. Feng gently cradled the little black cat, placing it on the vanity, carefully inspecting its wounds. He could see 3 wounds where bones were exposed, and 12 other wounds. Following the instructions in the box, Feng carefully bandaged the little black cat's wounds. Each time the bandage touched a wound, the little black cat couldn't help but tremble, but it would never fight back. First, the wound where the bone was seen was bandaged, and the blood finally stopped flowing. Next came the small wounds. The gauze and bandages were used up, and the little black cat's wounds were all wrapped up. Meow. The little black cat affectionately nudged Feng's arm with its head, showing trust in him. Alright, let's go to the living room and watch TV. But I just realized, you are a female little black cat. While bandaging the wounds, Feng vaguely noticed that the little black cat wasn't pale. The little black cat got angry and bit towards Feng's palm, seeming to be afraid of hurting him. It bit gently without any strength. The little black cat jumped to the ground, approached the safe, and scratched at it with its paws. "Do you want to open the safe?" Feng asked. When looking for medical supplies earlier, Feng happened to find a key that looked like it belonged to a safe. The little black cat nearly died from its serious injuries to save itself. If it were terrifying, there would be no need to save itself. Feng chose to trust the little black cat, brought the key from the living room, and inserted it into the safe's keyhole. Chapter 68, Wife's Diary, Part 1. The key slowly turned in the safe. Each time it touched a lock mechanism, Feng's fingers trembled slightly. What could be inside? Why would the little black cat insist on opening it? Could the safe hold the key to the secret? Feng turned the key faster, hoping for the secret to be revealed inside. However, as the safe slowly opened, there was a notebook inside. The cover of the notebook read Wanjuan's diary, the cover stiff, and the pages inside yellowed, indicating it must be quite old. It's my wife's diary. Feng blew on the cover, a bit of dust settled on it, showing it hadn't been used for some time. Should he take a look? Maybe it holds the key to the secret. The little black cat bit the cover, flipping to the first page, which contained a piece of writing. Dear, when you see me writing this diary, perhaps I am already dead. What I write here is just for our memories, unique to you and me. .. Feng turned to the second page. The handwriting was a bit smudged. It must have been written some years ago, so he began to read the diary carefully. January 1st, 2011, cold. Today is my 21st birthday, and I am already a junior. But I still haven't confessed to my crush. He's a senior, and if I don't act now, he will graduate and leave the school forever. Poor me, a girl who has been single for 21 years. TFS. I don't even have my crush's contact information. No matter, I'll ask the girls in his class today. If I'm single, I must take action. I have to get his number. January 2nd, 2011, slightly cold. I finally got my crush's phone number. But the girls in his class said he is very aloof. One enthusiastic roommate said he has never dated anyone since he was born, suspecting he's not straight. But whatever. At least I have a boy's number. Tonight, never mind, I'll just contact him tomorrow. That's right. He's in the same major as me, I can ask to borrow a book. I'm really clever. January 3rd, 2011, very cold. Today I finally gathered enough courage to call my crush for the first time. It was my first time chatting with someone I like, but he refused to lend me the book, saying he was saving it for his sister. The sister he mentioned, could it be the person he likes? Should I find out? Doing so would be too obvious. If he doesn't have feelings for me, knowing that I'm asking about his sister might make him dislike me. Feng saw this and thought the girl in the diary was a bit of a silly romantic, yet also timid, just like the girls in those popular romance dramas of that time. It was hard to imagine that such a young girl would become. Feng recalled what happened in the past 2 nights, shook his head, and continued to read carefully. After January 3rd, it wasn't until January 15th that the diary resumed. January 15th, 2011, not too cold. With the comfort of my roommate, I regained my courage. Strategy? I just want to get to know him, even if we can't be together as lovers. It's okay to just be ordinary friends. At noon, I had lunch in the cafeteria, planning to eat my fill and then make friends. I didn't expect, my dream guy actually took the initiative to sit next to me. My roommate took her plate full of food and said she was full, but actually slipped to the corner, as expected of my solid roommate. He sat down, his slightly hoarse yet magnetic voice spoke to me, saying, "My sister decided not to choose my major, this book is useless to me, I'll give it to you so you can save some money." I stammered for a long while, I kind of wanted to punch my past self, trembling hands accepted the textbook. "Thank you." We ate in silence, he seemed not to want to talk to me, probably doesn't like talking? I gathered my courage and asked him who his sister was. He frowned a little but still told me. His sister is his biological sister, she is a senior in high school this year, preparing for college, and decided to choose the major of finance. From classmates, he found out I was a bit poor? So he gave me this textbook and said for the other textbooks in the second semester of junior year, I could also ask him for them if needed. He said that senior and junior students should help each other if they can. I felt a bit moved, but I'm a guy, even though I cut my hair short, and my voice was deep because my throat was not well. That's okay, it seems he isn't so cold after all. March 19th, 2011, slightly warm. It's been 63 days since I last saw him. Since he gave me the book, it was the winter vacation, and by the time school started again, he was already out interning. Today, he came back to tidy up his dorm. He took the initiative to find me, and I was very happy. Could it be my birthday wish came true? Unfortunately, he had a purpose in finding me. The moment he saw me, he said he wanted my help to choose a birthday gift suitable for a girl. My face went from a blossom of peach blossom smiles to a cake burnt to charcoal. I asked him why he didn't ask someone else for help. He said besides me, the other girls in school hadn't talked to him much, mainly he didn't want to owe any favors to other girls. As for the female teacher, she was a bit older, it's better to choose a girl around the same age. I was about to cry. Why choose me to help pick a gift for a girl of the same age? I felt like a defeated little hen. No. I was a coward who hadn't even started fighting before I lost. I held my last bit of courage and asked him, "What's your relationship with that girl?" Not daring to let him suspect anything, I quickly explained, picking gifts based on the relationship would be better. He directly said it was for his sister, and also said she was a top student like me. It was this very reason that made him choose me for help. I sighed in relief and helped him choose a nice gift. That night, he called me for the first time, saying his sister really liked the gift. So happy. March 23, 2011, a bit warmer. He called me for the first time, and it made me happy for several days. I finally had a good sleep last night. Today he invited me to participate in a part-time activity at his company, saying he was responsible for setting up the scene, $50 for 4 hours. He explained that I was poor, and this kind of decent-paying part-time job would be great for me. Help me. I shouldn't be considered poor, but I really appreciated that senior who told him I was poor, otherwise, I wouldn't have had the chance to meet him. In the afternoon, I went to set up the venue. He was in charge of the setting, and I listened to his arrangements. When putting water bottles on the table, I and he both reached for a bottle of water at the same time, just touching his fingertip. He. His index finger felt cold yet a bit warm, a bit bony yet a bit soft, very strange, yet it excited me. At that moment, my heart raced faster than when I sprinted 100 meters. After setting up the venue, he and I stood aside, waiting for the meeting to start. During a break, I chatted with him for a while, feeling I used all the vocabulary and brainpower I had in my life. Now back in the dorm, feeling a bit tired, I won't say more, going to sleep now. The diary entries from March 24 to June 15 are all about the wife working part-time at the company where he was. Or the wife pretending to encounter unfamiliar professional knowledge. Consulting him, he always patiently explained to my wife. Over time, he and my wife became friends. Feng flipped to the diary dated June 16, 2011, and continued reading. June 17, 2011, it was very hot. P.S. For a newbie with zero love experience, this chapter is a bit tough to write. I hope readers like it. Please give me a 5-star review. Abba. Chapter 69 Wife's Diary, Part 2. Today, not only is the weather hot, but my heart is also very hot. Because today is your graduation ceremony, after today, you will leave school forever. We are friends. But after you leave school, our contact should decrease, right? At least it won't be as frequent as before. I gathered my courage and personally made pig's trotter rice. Smiling, I told you, after you take your graduation certificate photo and finish taking pictures with classmates and friends, let's go enjoy the fragrant and spicy pig's trotter rice I made. To be honest, at first, I didn't like spicy food, nor did I like pig's trotter rice. To chat with you about your favorite food, I learned to like spicy food and pig's trotter rice. But the pig's intestines were really hard to swallow. Both you and I are from Nanuet, yet we both love spicy food. You smiled and nodded, agreeing to my invitation, saying you just borrowed your cousin's car to take a drive and find a scenic place to eat. After you finished taking the class graduation photo, the first person you looked for was me. Your friends may be a bit few. After taking photos with the boys in the class, a group of aggressive 10 or 20 girls came over, saying they wanted to take a photo with you. You said it was too much time wasted, grabbed my hand, and took a small path out of the school, speeding away in the borrowed car. I turned on the air conditioning, set it to the lowest temperature, but still couldn't hide the restlessness in my heart. We arrived at a camping area. You brought me to a tent that was set up, decorated with red roses inside. You held my hand and gave me a gentle kiss on my lips, slowly saying, "I like you." What you said afterward, I forgot a lot, but I remember rushing to say after you said, "I like you. I also like you so much." And there was one thing you said, 3 years ago, during the interdepartmental sports meet, "I already liked you, Li Wanjun." Also, we swore to each other that we would never lie to one another. We didn't eat the pig's trotter rice, instead, you drove me to watch a movie. While driving and watching the movie, I could feel your heart racing, and mine was too. Then we returned to that camping site, set up the table and chairs, and heated the pig's trotter rice. While eating, both of us were searching for topics to talk about. Maybe it was both our first times, and the topics were quite awkward. I feel like laughing now, but my face is still very hot. Watching the people coming and going to camp here, we played a game about what our relationship was. Until late at night, you realized it was getting late, and took me back to the dormitory. Though we hadn't done that kind of thing, we said we would wait until after marriage, still thinking you were calm. But I still discovered that whenever I bent down, your eyes would always focus on me. Of course, I also took a peek at you. Alright. I admit that at the beginning, I was tempted by your body, now I'm also craving your heart. You're the same, don't explain, explanations are just covers. Feng breathed a sigh of relief after reading this day's diary. It turned out both fell in love at first sight but were too shy, which made it drag on for so long. If they had contacted each other on the first day they met, they probably would have had a child before the wife's graduation. Yifeng saw a line in the diary and frowned slightly, continuing to read. The following days were almost filled with sweet love diaries, truly too sweet, quickly skimming through them. Until July 2012, 1 month after the wife's graduation, they got married. On the wedding day, they gave their first time to each other, and then it was a promotion and salary increase. The wife became an elite employee at a big company, while Gu Buxiu became a manager at a big company, becoming the envy of others. The diary continued with beautiful developments until May 2021. May 16, 2021, heavy rain. I found out I have terminal cancer. Since Sweet Sweet turned 3, our communication has decreased. It's not that you have to work overtime, or take Sweet Sweet to school, or take Grandma to see the doctor, it's that I have to work overtime, or go out on business with my female boss. For a while, I always felt unwell. But for the chance to get promoted, I had to endure the pain and go to work, and unexpectedly, after a few days, the discomfort disappeared. I thought it was just a minor issue, after all, I'm only 32, still young. Until today, you dragged me to the hospital for an examination. The result was terminal cancer, basically untreatable. With medication, I might live for another 6 months. The best medications cost 200,000 for a small bottle, all imported from abroad. Over the years of savings, which I originally wanted to use to buy a bigger house, you spent all on medication. I told you that domestic medicine would suffice, and it would be hundreds of times cheaper, but you immediately denied my idea. You said we must use the best medicine, money was not a problem. July 15, 2022, slightly warm. Today, I told you my first lie. I said I was taking Grandma and our daughter to soak in hot springs tomorrow. In reality, I'm going to see Dr. Xia. Grandma heard about this skilled doctor and decided to give it a try. If we keep this up, we'll lose our current house, and I don't want you, our daughter, and Grandma to sleep on the streets. For this, I even argued with you a few times. Your leg was injured in an accident because of my illness, you should just rest at home. You should take care of yourself and heal properly. Maybe that skilled Dr. Xia can solve my illness. I believe it can and must happen. The diary ends here. Yifeng slowly closed the diary, put it back in the safe, and returned the key to its original place. Holding the little black cat, he returned to the living room sofa, contemplating the contents of the diary. In the Dragon Country live broadcast room, many viewers' eyes grew moist. What happened? How could it just be gone? No need to watch anymore. The current wife is definitely fake. The wife in the diary had a terminal illness. How could she still be like she was 2 nights ago? So where is the real wife? This strange world has gentle wives, but no actual family? Everyone, I'll leave first, I need to calm down. The first 4/5 of the content seem like a sci-fi youth drama, but the last fifth suddenly turns real. It's like enjoying a sweet ice cream, only to discover a spicy surprise hidden inside. It's quite unpleasant. Everyone hopes the female lead in the diary will have a good outcome. But based on the current situation, the female lead in the diary is likely to face misfortune, and the wife appearing now isn't the real family. Some viewers who are more hard-hearted think it's just a strange world. As long as they can finish the game, extra feelings will only cloud their judgment. At this moment, Yifeng kept telling himself on the sofa that this was not reality. But the content of the diary, although sci-fi, felt very real, and his wife was definitely dead. Yifeng pondered for half an hour in his mind before calming down and quietly said, "The diary says my wife ate spicy food for me, also ate pig trotter rice, but she absolutely couldn't eat raw intestines. The current wife is definitely fake." Yifeng remembered his wife saying she couldn't eat spicy food. This made all the previous events and rules make complete sense. Yifeng fully understood why he couldn't open his eyes when he heard snoring. At that moment, the little black cat affectionately licked Yifeng's hand, and its stomach let out a rumbling sound, signaling Yifeng it was time to order takeout. Yifeng looked at the time, it was already 1 p.m, hunger struck, and he dialed the uncle's number for pig trotter rice. Chapter 70, The Uncle Drowned. Beep beep beep. Hello? Are you cousin Gu Buxiao? On the other end of the phone was a female voice, with a hint of magnetism, likely from an older woman. Not the pig trotter rice uncle? Yifeng furrowed his brow cautiously and asked. Who are you? The woman on the phone sounded like she was crying, as if she had found someone to confide in, speaking in a halting manner. Your cousin died a terrible death. Usually, he goes to pick up goods in the morning, and he would be back at the store by 9. But today, it was already past 11, and he still hadn't returned. I panicked and went to look for your cousin. In the end, I found your cousin's body by the river, woo-woo. Your cousin, even after he died, he kept smiling, as if he willingly drowned. Is your leg better now? You should come to send your cousin off for the last time. You and your cousin often argued, but I know you were the closest relative to him before he died. Wow, whoa. On the phone, there was only crying, and no other words. Yifeng slowly hung up the phone, and when he heard that the uncle who sold pig's feet rice drowned, his first reaction was that it must be the work of his fake wife. After a few encounters, Yifeng confirmed that the fake wife couldn't stand the smell of fresh pig intestines. Killing the uncle was meant to prevent the delivery of fresh pig intestines. This was a way to keep the fake wife at bay. It could also be the doing of this strange world, losing the last day of protection from fresh pig intestines. No matter what the reason is, meeting the fake wife again tonight wouldn't be as easy as before. The smell that the fake wife can't stand is gone, tonight. Yifeng held the little black cat, staring at the TV, his eyes vacant, pondering every possible way to handle what might happen. What was being shown on TV at this moment didn't matter anymore, he couldn't even remember it. The viewers from Longwa looked at their chosen one with vacant eyes, silently watching the drama, feeling a bit worried. Even though the difficulty of the gentle wife scenario was only 2, currently there were 21 chosen ones alive, which was much better than the previous 2 times. But now, they had lost the scent that kept the fake wife away. What if the fake wife broke free on the last night? No one could withstand that. To want to face the unlocked horrors in this strange world. Absolutely impossible. 10 lives wouldn't be enough. Now, I'm a bit worried that Feng might drown in the shallow waters. I'm not worried at all, I just believe in Feng. The uncle drowning is not a good omen, I hope Feng can stay alert. Many viewers from Longwa were getting scared just by watching the livestream. If they were to be thrown into this strange world, even with a 100% strategy, the survival rate would be nowhere near 5%. Many foreign viewers began to mock. Lighthouse viewers, selfish chosen ones, wait for your retribution, our chosen ones are still stable, even the hint cards haven't been used. Sakura viewers, you should also try the taste of the strange world. Kimchi viewers, you all have this day too, we have an old saying, good begets good, evil begets evil. The viewers from Longwa noted down the faces of these foreign viewers. Many viewers wrote articles, requesting the higher-ups to ensure that next time they used hints, it must target these countries. The higher-ups immediately responded, stating that Longwa is a land of friendship, and they do not advocate or incite actions that destroy friendships. This instantly caused discontent among many viewers, but they believed that as long as Feng encounters the chosen ones from these places, he would definitely not show them any mercy. Foreign higher-ups treated the matter of Yifeng with disdain and ignored it. Some even wrote that it was all a just act that should be supported and affirmed. This made some viewers from Longwa spit out old blood. At this time, Yifeng held the little black cat, thinking for almost 2 hours. In the end, it was a meow from the little black cat that brought Yifeng back to reality. Goo goo goo. The little black cat's stomach made an embarrassing noise. Yifeng then realized it was already 3 p.m., and he hadn't had breakfast or lunch, so he could only rely on snacks on the coffee table to fill himself. He opened a bag of ham sausages made from real meat, there were a total of 6 sausages, and he tore one open for the little black cat. I'm sorry, the delivery uncle is dead, so for the last day, I can only feed you this. This should have been the uncle's personal delivery. Yifeng remembered that when he called for takeout, he didn't include the packaging for the ham sausages. Meow. The little black cat licked the sausage and started to nibble away, seeming not to mind the sausage at all. Yifeng opened 2 packets of ham sausage and soaked them in cold bottled water along with 2 buckets of instant noodles. The only thing to be thankful for was that he had the uncle help buy 5 buckets of instant noodles. 1 bucket for the little black cat, 1 for himself. They devoured them noisily, licking up every last drop, leaving no trace of the noodles behind. Burp. Yifeng and the little black cat both let out satisfied burps, cleaned up the trash, and continued to sit on the sofa watching TV. He stroked the little black cat's soft belly, feeling a bit shaky. The wound had stopped bleeding, but it still needed time to heal. Thank you, little black cat. If it weren't for you last night, I probably would have been finished. Yifeng fed the little black cat some French fries, watching as the food destroyed the parking lot in an animated show, momentarily forgetting about his current troubles. The little black cat enjoyed Yifeng's embrace, becoming even more clingy in the afternoon, its little head constantly rubbing against Yifeng's arm, even though the wound was aching slightly. Until the last episode finished airing. Yifeng rubbed his dry eyes. It was now 6:12 p.m., and the pseudo-wife would be back soon. With less than 6 hours left, they could leave this place. 6 more hours, let's have one last meal. Yifeng continued to soak the noodles in cold water, splitting the ham sausage, and they quickly started eating. The little black cat comfortably lay on Yifeng's lap, sleeping soundly. As time got closer, Yifeng's heart began to feel uneasy, replaying all the possible situations in his mind. Click. At that moment, the wife walked in holding their daughter's little hand. The daughter ran to Yifeng, grinning from ear to ear. Dad, today a sister gave me a hairpin, isn't it pretty? As the daughter showed off the hairpin on her head, her little hand sneakily stroked the little black cat's back. The little black cat trembled, perhaps having touched its wound. Meow. The little black cat let out a quiet meow, its eyes filled with affection. Watching his daughter being so fond, her touch gentle, still, any contact with the injured area would hurt badly. Feng grabbed his daughter's hands, unable to help but remind her. Don't touch it, the little black cat is hurt all over, doing this will make it very painful. The daughter could only pet the little black cat's head. I'm sorry, tomorrow I'll buy you some fish treats, okay? Meow. The little black cat nodded, seemingly understanding the daughter's apology. The pseudo-wife held their daughter's hand and gently said, Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Didn't you say you were very sleepy? After eating, you can read your fairy tale book and then go to sleep. The daughter looked pitiful, but the little black cat. It's hurt all over, just let it rest properly. Once it's better, you can play with it, be good and don't disturb the little black cat's rest. The pseudo-wife half urged, half pulled, making the daughter reluctantly go wash up. The wife faced Feng, gently massaging his shoulders and saying softly, Dear, tonight I'll let Tian go to sleep early, we can continue what we started 2 nights ago, right? The nightgown hasn't served its purpose yet. Chapter 71 Latest News. The pseudo-wife's face turned rosy. Whether intentionally or not, when she came in, she wore a neat work outfit, but now 3 buttons were undone. The atmosphere was completely charged. Feng took a deep breath, thinking of a reasonable response. I'm most afraid that if I make too much noise, I'll wake Tian up. How about this, I'll go in after 12, and you can wait in the master bedroom for me. The pseudo-wife found Feng's explanation very reasonable. After pinching his cheek playfully, she spoke softly. Alright, I'll go make dinner now. Do you need a boost? Your leg is just recovering, it needs some extra nutrition for energy. I'll make sure you get plenty of nutrients. The pseudo-wife spoke to herself and quickly walked to the kitchen. Soon. The pseudo-wife prepared a table full of steaming dishes, among which was spicy pig's trotter, waving at Feng. Just brought back the pig trotter rice you love, the spicy pork trotter combo. Come try it. Your cousin praised you for being healthy, your leg is healing so fast. The pseudo-wife's smile. In Feng's eyes, there is endless hypocrisy. The uncle who sells pig trotter rice died in the morning, how could one praise him and still pack pig trotter rice? In the moment of Feng's shock, he struggled to squeeze out a smile and replied. No need, I thought you were working late, I've already had dinner. You and Tian can eat. The fake wife's face instantly looked bad, but quickly returned to normal, starting to blame him. Ordering takeout again? Eating too much is bad for your health. Starting tomorrow, I'll make you 3 meals a day. If you dare eat takeout again, don't even think about coming into the room to sleep. The fake wife seemed to realize this would indirectly benefit her husband and hurriedly added. If you dare promise me that. I'll. Mom, what's wrong? Why is your face so red? Are you having a fever? The daughter just walked out of the bathroom, changed into cartoon pajamas, and asked curiously when she saw the fake wife's face and ears turning red. The fake wife sat down, served a bowl of rice and seaweed soup for her daughter, and stared intensely at Feng, as if warning him not to eat takeout again. The daughter noticed something, made a makeshift horn with her small hands, and whispered to Feng. Dad, come eat quickly, Mom is angry. Feng still refused, letting the fake wife be angry, hoping she wouldn't pay attention to him tonight because of her anger. The fake wife picked up a piece of sweet and sour ribs, which her daughter loved, and stuffed it into her daughter's mouth. Is it delicious, what Mom made? The daughter nodded vigorously, trying to give her dad some points in front of her mom. It's delicious. Dad has also said that Mom's sweet and sour ribs are delicious. The fake wife snorted. But some people only love takeout. Tian, be good, don't learn bad habits, okay? The daughter, got it. Since you know, eat more. Finish your dad's portion too, let him go to bed hungry tonight. The fake wife kept serving her daughter dishes, and the daughter obediently ate. After the daughter was full, she rubbed her round belly, wanting to sneak up like a kitten towards the sofa. The fake wife noticed immediately and pulled her daughter by the collar, sending her to brush her teeth before returning to her room to read fairy tales. Feng continued watching TV, his heart beating wildly, becoming more cautious as the final moment approached. The audience from Long Country also began to feel nervous. By reasoning, it was almost over, shouldn't something scary happen? The last day and yet nothing happens. It's too easy. If you think you can do better, go ahead. Don't just criticize here. Honestly, the difficulty is simpler than the last 2 horror stories. Just keep calm, that's all. Oh no, I heard the sound of a door opening. Me too. Why isn't Feng reacting? Can he not hear? At this moment, the fake wife, wearing a nightgown, holding a glass cup, walked out from the main bedroom in slippers. The fake wife's face was very red, anyone who didn't know might think there would be a fierce battle tonight. Yi Feng couldn't hear any sounds made by the fake wife and didn't see her walk past him, coming up behind him. Yi Feng petted the little black cat, thinking, in 10 minutes, I'll be leaving this place. After these days together, I feel you are a good cat. I hope you can survive well in this world. The fake wife came back, uncertain if she would eavesdrop on what was said, so he could only wish the little black cat well in his heart. Without the little black cat, Yi Feng might have died last night. Suddenly, the TV automatically switched to a modern idol variety show. Just as Yi Feng was about to pick up the remote to change the channel, a gentle voice came from behind him. Dear, why are you still watching TV? It's almost 12 o'clock. Yi Feng's body trembled and instantly returned to normal. Wife, you scared me from behind. Yi Feng pretended to pat his chest and continued speaking. I was just watching an exciting part, wait a second, and I'll go exercise well. The fake wife did not want to let Yi Feng go, sitting closely beside him. Both were wearing thin silk pajamas, feeling each other's warmth and softness. That's perfect, I will watch this episode with you, and also. The fake wife blew into Yi Feng's ear and continued softly. So you won't fall asleep while watching and forget the important matters to handle. Yi Feng's ears tingled slightly, and he twisted his thighs hard to keep awake. The fake wife hugged Yi Feng, watching the TV program together. Just as they were at the most exciting part, the variety show suddenly turned into an emergency news report with the serious host. Now entering breaking news. Tonight at 10:22, there were reports from the public of a suspected floating corpse in a nearby river. Our staff went immediately to investigate. Yi Feng quickly realized the news was off and grabbed the remote to change the channel. He switched several channels, but each one was broadcasting this news, so he immediately pressed to turn off the TV. The TV still kept working. This is a female corpse, identified as one of the women reported missing after a car fell into the river a few days ago, named Li Wanjun. The corpse is in a hugging position. Experts analyze that Li Wanjun must have been protecting something in life and maintained this pose after death. We are still investigating the other two missing women. The news disappeared, and the variety show resumed playing. The fake wife released her hold, her face flushed, slowly walking towards the kitchen. Wife, where are you going? Yi Feng tried to stall for time, but the fake wife ignored him and continued on. The fake wife still found me, knowing she's not my family. Yi Feng stood up. He had 2 more minutes to leave this place, just 2 minutes to survive. As the sound of metal clashing rang out, Yi Feng's body froze in place, unable to move. Until a woman with disheveled hair, dripping black liquid, holding a rusty knife, stepped out of the kitchen. Yi Feng's body could finally move. There was still 1 minute until midnight. Chapter 72, A Dead End. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of a leaking faucet echoed in the kitchen. The footsteps of the woman covered in black liquid warned Yi Feng. It's finally coming. Yi Feng quickly glanced. The woman was slowly approaching him. The seemingly rusty knife in her hand could definitely cut through the chosen one's body. There was no luck to speak of. The target was himself. Yi Feng slowly put down the little black cat, letting it sleep peacefully on the sofa, while he ran to the master bedroom door. The fake wife came out from the master bedroom. She should not have locked the door. And behind the living room was the balcony, a definite dead end, especially not knowing what might lurk there at night. Boom! Yi Feng easily opened the master bedroom door, hid inside, and locked the door. 3 seconds. Bang, bang, bang. The master bedroom door echoed 3 times and then fell silent. The terror outside was so easily dismissed? Yi Feng couldn't be sure if the horror outside was deceiving the chosen one to come out or searching for another entrance. Suddenly, a chilling wind blew from behind. It was cold and filled with moisture, penetrating Yi Feng's bones. Not good. Behind me. Yi Feng quickly glanced back. The black liquid was seeping in from the window crevice, gradually forming into a woman's shape. Boom! Yi Feng pushed hard or kicked to force the door open, hastily closed it, and ran towards apartment 444. He kept counting down the time in his heart. There were 40 seconds left until the end. Maybe the abyss train was waiting outside. But from the peephole, outside was a pale-faced man, clearly seen as the uncle from downstairs selling pigfoot rice. Not yet. I can't go out. But apartment 444 was only this big. The terrifying flower that breaks all shackles can capture the chosen one within seconds. Oh right, I still have the invisibility charm. Yi Feng remembered that he still had an invisibility charm obtained from the last haunted world, which could make him invisible for 10 seconds. At the same moment, the black liquid woman walked out of the master bedroom, slowly approaching Yi Feng with a knife in hand. While her terrifying speed seemed slow, Yi Feng's body felt like it was stuck in mud, making his movements slow as well. I can only use the invisibility charm. Yi Feng used all his strength to tear the invisibility charm apart, his whole body becoming transparent, and he couldn't see himself, including his clothes. The black liquid woman seemed unable to see Yi Feng, letting out a gloomy laugh that turned into a heavy rumble in Yi Feng's ears. His body's speed was still as slow as usual, running towards the living room. There was a coffee table in the living room. Yi Feng planned to wait until the invisibility charm wore off so he could use the coffee table to buy himself some time for cover. 15 seconds left. As the invisibility charm's effect disappeared, Yi Feng's vision appeared in the black liquid woman's eyes. Roar! The black liquid woman raised the knife and charged at Yi Feng, her speed faster than an ordinary person's. Is there no time to react? Yi Feng exerted all his strength to run in the opposite direction of the black liquid woman. Unfortunately, his speed was still the same sluggish pace, unable to hold out for long. 10 seconds remaining. The black liquid woman appeared right in front of Yi Feng, and he could feel the terrifyingly cold breath in the air. The corner of the woman's mouth curved up, drawing close to her eyes and ears, the knife gripped in front of her, stabbing towards the position of Yi Feng's heart. At this moment, Yi Feng's only thought was to use his hand to block it, hoping there might still be a chance of survival. When the time was up, he would return to the Abyss train and be able to recover from his injuries. In the live broadcast room of the Dragon Country, all the viewers held their breath, watching as there were just 10 seconds left. These 10 seconds must be endured no matter what. Many viewers noticed Yi Feng's intention to use his hands to block the knife, trying to save his life and evade the strike. This is bad, there were 15 chosen ones alive just now, and now there are only 7 left, no, 6. Explosive, that knife is fierce, it could chop off the chosen one's hands. There's only one chance. After chopping off the hands, the next strike will be aimed at the heart. Why is Feng Ji's knife rusty, while the other chosen ones have shiny white knives? Feng Ge won't die. I believe in him. What just happened? Why is it that for 10 seconds the horror couldn't see Feng Ge? I willingly trade my roommate's 10 years of being single for Feng Ge to make it through this time. Many viewers from the Dragon Country quickly typed on their keyboards, expressing their feelings, all hoping Yi Feng could pass smoothly. Some viewers, whose chosen ones had died, came to watch the livestream, all expressing that the selfish chosen one should experience death for themselves. Let these arrogant fellows truly feel the fun brought by the haunted world. In the dark living room, the television was still playing a variety show, reaching the joke moment, filling the air with laughter that interfered with Yi Feng's reason. Yi Feng raised his hand to block, feeling an illusion in an instant. The rusty knife before him could not only chop off his hands but also had enough sharpness to sever his body. At the same time, he observed the black liquid woman maintaining her eerie smile, further confirming his thoughts. Was it a dead end? The terrifying speed was unavoidable, the coffee table couldn't block the horrendous time. No. There is still a chance. Just as Yi Feng grasped the rusty knife, a black shadow lunged in front of him. The rusty knife instantly pierced through the shadow's body. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Only 3 seconds left. The black liquid woman wanted to make her last strike, but her body slowed down, along with the rusted knife, which was slowly raised. 2 seconds left. Meow. The small shadow emitted a piercing sound. The little dark shadow turned out to be a small black cat. Wasn't it already asleep? Its entire body was hurt, how could it suddenly jump in front of me and block this knife? Before Yi Feng could think, the black liquid woman moved even more slowly, slower than before. Only 1 second left. The rusty knife was still 2 fists away from his hands, and the little black cat desperately grabbed the pale hand once. Time's up. The black liquid woman turned into a puddle of black liquid, seeping into the cracks of the floor. Clang. The rusty knife lost the support of the black liquid woman and fell to the ground along with the little black cat. Yi Feng couldn't help but squat down, gently lifting the little black cat in his arms. At that moment, the little black cat trembled, foaming at the mouth, mixing white foam and blood, looking like it wouldn't last long. Thank you, little black cat, without you, I would be dead. The little black cat suddenly opened its eyes wide, licked Yi Feng's palm, and its head affectionately touched his hand. Sticky, furry, warm, and chubby feelings filled Yi Feng's entire body from his palm. What a clever little cat. If it weren't a product of this bizarre world, Yi Feng felt an impulse to take this black cat back to the Abyss train, to have a companion when one day he returned to the real world. Meow. The little black cat's voice was much weaker, and its dark eyes slowly closed. A gentle woman's voice came from behind Yi Feng. Dear. Chapter 73 The Last Farewell. Dear, this should be the last time I see you. A semi-transparent figure appeared behind Yi Feng. Yi Feng held the little black cat and turned around to see the woman from the photo in his wallet. It was his real wife. His wife raised her right hand and gently stroked Yi Feng's cheek, but her hand passed through his cheek, and she smiled helplessly. Still not possible. Yi Feng thought about the little black cat and the semi-transparent figure in front of him. Could it be that the little black cat was transformed by his wife? This thought was quickly dismissed. I can't become a little black cat, I just encountered an injured cat on the way and saved it, but unexpectedly, it led to this accident. His wife kept smiling, softly speaking as if they were chatting about daily life. The cat died, and I died too, but I still wanted to see you, so I possessed the cat. You silly guy, usually curious about what's in the safe, always asking me for the key. Today, you're not curious and almost missed our memories. His wife sat on the sofa, now wearing a silky nightgown, like a normal couple chatting at night. Feng held the little black cat and sat on the sofa, listening to his wife's story. Why are you not talking? I'm leaving here soon, don't you have anything to say to me? His wife laughed lightly, her words about leaving sounding like she was just going on a trip. But this trip would never bring her back. Feng's throat was dry, possibly because of Gu Buxiao's emotion. Unable to say too much, he unconsciously said. Take care of yourself there, don't be such a workaholic, protect yourself. Remember not to hold on. His wife laughed twice, but then cried, tears flowing uncontrollably. Crying and laughing. Continuously wiping away tears from the corners of her eyes, the more she tried to wipe them, the more tears flowed, like a dam about to break. Didn't we agree not to say sad things when parting? You promise-breaking guy. Feng's body moved uncontrollably, slowly raising his right hand to wipe away the tear stains on his face, but they were already worlds apart. They could only look at each other, but have no connection. Gee, if you want to cry, then cry, after all, I've never seen you with such a cute expression. Feng kept uncontrollably saying these words. His wife gently hit Feng, but her hand passed through, unable to touch him. He. This will be my last expression, don't think about ordering takeout, eat more home-cooked meals. Tian and your mother-in-law are still alive, it must be very tiring for you alone, if you meet a woman you like. Just go ahead and marry her. I fully support you, I don't want to see you alone without a partner. Feng shook his head, cupping his wife's face with his hands, and said seriously. In this life, I only like you, the only woman without blood ties. I will take care of Tian and your mother, I will also take Tian to visit your parents every weekend. His wife wanted to say more, but her body became more transparent, knowing she had little time left. She held Feng's face and their lips touched. A warm, soft feeling brushed against his lips. His wife slowly closed her eyes, feeling the last warmth between husband and wife. Although they were apart, as long as there was love, the final thread connecting them would never break. Thump, thump. Feng clearly heard his wife's intense heartbeat, as if she were engaging in something thrilling that could excite the adrenal glands. After a long time, his wife slowly released her hands and smiled contentedly. When we confessed, it was our first time, you kissed me forcefully. Now that I am about to journey far away, this is our last time. I want to kiss you forcefully so I won't be at a loss. His wife's body began to vanish from her feet up, gently speaking her last words. Goodbye, my dear. I hope one day, in another place, we will meet again. His wife transformed into black light and disappeared in the living room, leaving no trace behind. Their daughter came out, sleepily asking. Dad, what are you doing? Did you wake up Tian? Mom must have been woken up too. Feng half-heartedly urged Tian to return to her bedroom to sleep, not wanting her to know that her mother had died. Creak. The door of Unit 444 slowly opened. Outside was the entrance to the Abyss train, where a little girl stood. Wearing a black hat, pressing down her sleek black hair, her soft white face expressionlessly looked at Feng as she reached out her small white hand. Come here, enter the Abyss train, and you will truly complete the tale of the gentle wife. Feng glanced at the dead little black cat, quietly thinking, thank you for accompanying me these past few days, I hope you find a good resting place. This was a blessing for the little black cat and also a blessing for Li Wanjun. What's wrong? Do you miss this world? The little girl looked at Feng with confusion, not understanding why the chosen one didn't leave like the others. The little black cat quivered and meowed once, as if responding to Feng. Not missing it, just saying goodbye. Feng walked to the little girl, took her small hand, and everything went black as they vanished. The Dragon Kingdom's livestream instantly turned black, and the audience finally breathed a sigh of relief. They hadn't expected that the key to clearing the level was the little black cat. As long as it survived the ordeal, the chosen one would be safe. This meant the chosen one had to treat the little black cat well, otherwise, it could end like the other two chosen ones. In a moment of crisis, the little black cat remained in a sleepy state, taking 2 hits and collapsing immediately. As expected of Feng, no wonder he always treated the little black cat well, it turned out to be for the final moment. At first, I was puzzled. The rules only mentioned feeding stray cats, but didn't say to treat them like a girlfriend. Laughing and crying. JPG. Is it possible that Feng simply likes cats, unexpectedly leading to such an effect? It doesn't matter, anyway, Feng cleared the level, so the tail won't come to us. Not good, the Lighthouse Chosen One has also cleared the level, and there's the Burrito Chosen One. It's said that the burrito person has moved here from somewhere else. Oh no! The Happy Cinema also had one Chosen One survive, looks like it's not that easy. Going into the tale after reading the strategy and entering it without having seen the strategy are two entirely different matters. It's like the former copying homework while the latter doesn't know the answers at all and has to figure it out by themselves. The difficulty level presented a hundredfold difference. The Dragon Kingdom audience regarded these surviving chosen ones as enemies to varying degrees. They were somewhat dissatisfied with Feng, especially the chosen one of the lighthouse, the horror novelist David. This made the audience in Dragon Country worry, praying that the next supernatural world would still be an independent world and would not intersect with other chosen ones. Feng returned to the Abyss train, and the little girl with black eyes in front of him was Z. Z gave a thumbs up and coldly said, "The scoring standard for the gentle wife is to come back alive, with a basic score of D level. No injuries to the body raise the score by 2 levels. If the wife in the supernatural tale can finally chat with you, and for your last kiss goodbye, raise it by 1 level. Looking through the diary in the supernatural tale and going through it carefully raises it by 1 level. P.S. The main text has over 2,000 words. Though the rookie is feeling nervous, their mind is much slower than before, and their breathing has become heavy, panting after climbing a flight of stairs, something they would never have done before. The speed of typing has also slowed down considerably. I don't really dare to look at reviews and comments because I'm afraid of being criticized and can't help but want to type back. It's absolutely not that the rookie is high and mighty and not replying to you, actually, I can be quite talkative. It affects my mood for writing, and I'm afraid of mental exhaustion from negative reviews. I just pretend all reviews are good and all comments are to liven up the atmosphere. When I fully recover later, when my mind is sharp again, and I've written a considerable number of words, I will take the time to look back and humbly revise any shortcomings. This is the first horror story I've written after 6 years, hopefully, it will achieve some success. Additionally, if you have something to say, you can leave a message in the latest chapter's discussion of this chapter. BABA? Underscore? Chapter 74, There are other chosen ones surviving. You have completed all the requirements to raise the score in the supernatural tales, reaching the highest score of A in the simple supernatural world. Z held up 2 fingers. You are the first chosen one to complete the gentle wife supernatural tale, and you have received an A score. You can ask me 2 questions or exchange a question for the next item you can carry into the supernatural tale. Feng really wanted to know what would happen to Gubushio and the gentle wife afterward. But since it's a supernatural tale world, it's destined to be unrelated to him, knowing or not knowing is not important. Feng asked his only question at the moment. Among the 3 supernatural tales I have experienced, who else has cleared them besides me? From Z, he realized that besides him, there must be other chosen ones who have passed the gentle wife. Z's innocent eyes frowned slightly, holding up 1 finger. According to the rules of the train, this type of question counts as asking 3 times. Are you clear now? Feng nodded to show he understood. Z continued, not knowing counts as 1 question opportunity. Besides you, there is 1 chosen one who has passed the Happiness Cinema supernatural tale, from the country of Italy. 2 chosen ones have passed the gentle wife, coming from the lighthouse chosen one and the burrito chosen one. Currently in K Hospital, besides you, no one has survived. After listening, Feng felt a bit of pressure. Not all chosen ones were fools. Among billions of people, there are always some talented individuals. To clear the supernatural tales without any guides takes some skill. Even luck is a form of skill. Especially since not all chosen ones had complaints against him, they simply didn't help the ungrateful. For the second question, what is the name of the next supernatural tale world? Feng asked. If it involves teaming up with several chosen ones, he needs to pay attention to the chosen ones who have cleared 1 supernatural tale. He needs to be fully prepared. Z shook her head, looking outside at the pitch-black scenery, and replied. Currently, it is not possible to know what supernatural world the Abyss train will arrive at next. Please ask other questions or choose another item to carry. Feng thought for a moment, having no other good questions to ask, so he chose to exchange the remaining question opportunity for another item to carry. I choose to turn the remaining question opportunity into an additional item to carry. Z took Feng to a carriage, where 5 items were placed on a table in front of a certain seat. They are 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, a flashlight, and 3 hint tokens. 2 other items are the limit score from the previous round, and the items received by consuming question times. They are a power bank and 10 sheets of blank paper. The power bank can charge a phone by 50%, while the blank paper cannot be damaged and only the owner can see it. Feng thought for a moment. The first 3 items were too simple, while the power bank and the paper were more special. The power bank can charge a phone, tablet, or laptop, but it can only charge the phone's battery by 50%. Moreover, once it's charged, the power bank cannot be recharged again, making it equivalent to half use. The blank paper is useful for recording, especially since it cannot be damaged or peeked at by others. This made Feng ponder. The addition of being undamageable suggests that the blank paper has a special use. In the end, Feng chose the blank paper. 10 sheets of A4 paper were stacked and pressed together, forming a rectangular shape. After passing through the food car and snack car, he arrived at the second car of his residence, opened room 202, and walked inside. Feng planned to stay in the room for the next few days. At least he wouldn't let other chosen ones know that he had smoothly passed the Gentle Wife ghost story. Dragon Country Chosen One successfully passed the ghost story, Gentle Wife, difficulty mode 2. This ghost story will not descend upon Dragon Country. Dragon Country Chosen One Feng, as the first successful passer, grants Dragon Country additional fortune. The probability of favorable weather increases by 0.5%, capped at 100%, desert area decreases by 0.2%, flood probability decreases by 2%. Upon receiving this good news, the entire Dragon Country decided to celebrate for a day tomorrow. Z next welcomed the Lighthouse Chosen One and the Burrito Chosen One. They passed the Gentle Wife ghost story 2 minutes later than Feng, except for some unexpected events. Z looked at the crippled hands of Lighthouse David with a blank expression and coldly said, "The standard for the Gentle Wife ghost story is to return alive. The base score is grade D. Review the diary in the ghost story and read it carefully to advance one level. The score is grade C. You can choose the following items to bring into the next ghost story world." David chose a flashlight. At the same time, Burrito Yang Yensheng entered the Abyss train, with a score of grade C as well, and saw David there. To prevent David from suspecting him, he quickly explained. "Hello, I am Yang Yensheng from Burrito. I have no relation to Dragon Country. Can we form an alliance? More friends mean more help." David's deep gaze seemed to see through Yang Yensheng, a keen perception belonging to horror writers, recognizing that Yang Yensheng was not lying, and extended his right hand with a smile. "Congratulations on passing the Gentle Wife ghost story, you are now my friend." Yang Yensheng excitedly reached out his hand, and they shook hands. David introduced himself. "I am David from the Lighthouse. In the real world, I am a horror novelist." Yang Yensheng had a habit of reading horror novels. He had previously seen David quickly dissociate himself from Dragon Country and suspected this chosen one was the horror novelist David. Unexpectedly, it really was him. Yang Yensheng smiled and said, "So you are really the horror novelist David. I have read your famous work 3:30 at night." David found out the other party was still his book fan and smiled brightly. "I didn't expect to meet a fan of my books here." Z interrupted David and Yang Yensheng's conversation and explained the matters of the Abyss train, then led them to rooms 313 and 314 before turning to leave. That night, the two men, David and Yang Yensheng, talked for a long time. Time flew by quickly. Feng rested in room 202 for 2 days, restoring his mind and body. In the following days, he watched horror movies and TV shows for 12 hours a day. The level of horror felt from videos is more than 100 times less than experiencing the real fear, especially without a strategy. Feng did this to maintain his sense of touch, ensuring he could remain calm when entering the ghost story world again. Knock, knock, knock. At this moment, Z said coldly outside the door. "The next ghost story world is about to arrive, please prepare yourself." Feng put the blank paper into his pants pocket and slowly pushed open the door to room 202. When he opened the door, the world went dark, and when his vision returned, he found himself standing in a crowd. People stood on both sides, wearing light yellow clothes, with smiling faces printed on the back of their outfits. I roughly counted the number of people. There were 25, arranged in 5 rows and 5 columns. Each person had a different hair color, some brown, some black, some golden, and some light blue. They seemed like chosen ones from different countries. Feng stood still, unmoving, waiting for the event to happen. Tap tap tap. The sound of leather shoes hitting the ground came from a distance, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Feng looked over as well, but his body was under some special force, unable to move away. He couldn't see the figure responsible for the footsteps, but he heard a calm, slightly hoarse male voice. "Welcome to your arrival, work hard here, and I promise I won't treat you poorly." Chapter 75, The Smiling Courier. You, numbered 01-25, are our smiling couriers for the Southeast Station. After the annual leave, it's time to get to work. The top 3 performers will receive an extra 10% commission. A man of medium build appeared in front of the team, holding a string of work IDs and keys. This man looked about 40 years old, standing around 1.7 meters tall, neither too short nor too tall. His limbs were thin, but he had a round, big belly, dressed in red clothes with the words "Smiling Courier." His right arm sported a high-tech sports wristband, and a towel hung around his neck, his body sweaty as if he had just exercised. The man coughed twice and began to introduce himself. "Have you forgotten me after a half-month holiday?" Everyone present, including Feng, who could not control his body, shouted at the man. "Hello, old Gu, you are the head of our station." Old Gu smiled at everyone, walked up to each person, and selected specific work IDs and keys to give them, muttering as he did so. "Remember, in the new year, work hard to become the best courier. This is your ID and key, number 02. The person receiving the ID immediately hung the badge around their neck. One side read Smiling Courier Southeast Station, accompanied by a smiling emoji, with a complaint number at the bottom. The other side was blank. The ID was covered with a transparent plastic sleeve, with a strap running through it, allowing it to be worn around the neck. Soon, old Gu reached Feng and handed him the work ID labeled with number 04 and a key engraved with the same number, smiling as he spoke. Number 04, you did well last year, earning the title of Best Smiling Courier for 3 consecutive months. Keep it up this year. Feng accepted the ID and the key, smiling, but did not respond. Old Gu didn't mind and continued to distribute the IDs and keys to the other couriers. After distributing, Old Gu returned to his original position, smiling at the couriers. Look at my memory, 2 new employees joined this year. Let's introduce our work and daily routine at Smiling Courier. When we deliver any package, we must smile at the recipient. This is our station's motto. Whoever violates this motto will be immediately dismissed, even without complaints. Old Gu looked at the attentive employees and continued. Your work ID is your identification, the only proof of being our station's employee, so don't lose it. The key can open your assigned vehicle and dorm room. Remember to keep it safe. Now check your IDs and keys to see if there are any defects. If there are, mention them now, and I will replace them immediately. Many couriers checked their IDs, finding no damage. They still felt warm, as if freshly printed. The keys even had tiny metal shavings along the seams, giving a grainy feeling, as if they had just been polished. Meanwhile, Feng discovered a note slipped inside the transparent sleeve of his ID. He pulled it out and found a set of rules written inside. Welcome to becoming a smiling courier at the station. Gizmo is the delivery man of Smile Express Station, only needing to follow the delivery assignments arranged by the station manager. His working hours are quite flexible, but remember that all deliveries must be completed on the same day. When facing the recipient, always maintain a smile. If the recipient notices you're not smiling, they may file a complaint about your attitude. Receiving 3 complaints will lead to punishment from the station manager. During the day, recipients are likely to be at the delivery address. You can call in advance to confirm, but remember to be polite. You can use the map app on your phone to locate the delivery address, but it will drain a lot of battery. Recipients have the contact number of the delivery man corresponding to their package. When the phone rings, answer it. Not answering might result in the recipient filing a complaint. Your job is just to deliver packages. You can refuse any other requests from recipients and don't need to do any tasks unrelated to delivering the package. But remember to record the audio on your phone. The express station needs you to provide evidence. Your transportation is a 3-wheeled motorcycle, so keep your key safe. You may use the motorcycle after 6 a.m., and please return it to the designated spot before 8 p.m. Don't miscall anyone's name in the station or greet anyone there. If necessary, use their number to call them. Never let anyone discover your real name, or the manager will know that you're not a real delivery man, and you'll face consequences. The station provides employee dorms. Please use your employee number to enter your own dorm and rest. The staff canteen provides meals and drinking water for employees, all free of charge. The station manager has the right to fire you at any time, so always be sure to please your manager. Feng quickly browsed through the Smile Express delivery rules, where the 1st, 6th, 8th, and 12th rules were highlighted in red. These 4 rules were partially incorrect or completely wrong. Rule 1 is easy to understand, the first half is correct, but the second half is wrong. Perhaps some other people might also be able to assign delivery work. Rule 8 is also wrong, likely related to the usage time of the vehicle. Rule 6 and 8 can't be fully confirmed as wrong until later events unfold. The rules all seem simple, yet Feng had an instinct that every single rule was filled with traps. This ghost story seems at least of ordinary difficulty, with a difficulty level not lower than that of the Happy Cinema. Many chosen ones read what seemed like simple rules and started laughing. They thought it was a simple difficulty ghost story, like the last one about the gentle wife. Based on the analysis of the live broadcast, they thought they could easily pass it by not letting desire break their will. The chosen ones began to fantasize about the wealth their families would gain if they succeeded. The chosen ones in Southeast Station realized Feng was there, and noticed that this ghost story seemed simple. They planned to use the rules to eliminate Feng in the game. The seemingly clever chosen one noticed Rule 10, and a slight smile appeared on their face. David from the lighthouse also noticed Rule 10, thinking if he could use this rule to immediately kick out the Dragon Kingdom chosen one. Taking advantage of the first few minutes before the ghost story started, it would be easiest to deal with the strongest enemy now. David observed the other delivery men around him, only identifying Feng and his new book fan, Yang Yansheng. It was hard to distinguish who were the chosen ones and who were the original delivery men. Feng noticed a delivery man smiling at him, but the smile carried a hidden cruelty, as if there were deep blood feuds. This one must be a chosen one. Feng noticed Rule 10 and his face changed. Was this a situation where his life was in someone else's hands? Absolutely not, I won't be so careless. He instantly calmed down, smiling back at the Chosen One. The Chosen One's face darkened, thinking Yi Feng's smile was a provocation. I raised my hand and shouted at Old Gu. Old Gu, I found someone who doesn't belong here, trying to mix in with the couriers. As soon as the words fell, Old Gu and the couriers present looked towards this courier. Chapter 76, Say the Name. Who? Old Gu looked sharply at the courier, then scanned the other couriers. All the couriers maintained their smiles, and Yi Feng, under some strange force, also kept smiling. This Chosen One pointed at Yi Feng and said viciously. This person's real name is Yi Feng, and he is definitely not a courier here. Please handle him immediately, Old Gu. The Chosen One couldn't bear Yi Feng's smile, facing death. How could he still find joy in smiling? Just wait to die. Old Gu was taken aback and frowned, once again asking. Who is it? The Chosen One thought Old Gu didn't hear clearly and shouted loudly. It's him. He is Yi Feng, not a courier here. Many viewers in the livestream watched the Chosen One's actions. Their expressions changed dramatically, especially in the Dragon Country livestream. Many viewers started talking politely with other viewers. Hu Koban is only one page. Damn it, this is nonsense. Fool. Nonsense. I will use my 20 years of singlehood to wish, Brother Feng will definitely be fine. The one above, didn't your roommate beat you up when you made your wish last time? The high-up stated that the Chosen One's actions were personal and asked the Dragon Country audience not to overthink it. They also scolded the Dragon Country audience for being rude in their livestream, expressing strong protest. If it were not for tacit approval, they could have easily used warning cards to stop the Chosen One's actions. Instantly, the Dragon Country audience became even angrier. At Smiling Express, Southeast Station. Yi Feng kept his smile directed at the Chosen One who spoke his name. The Strange Talk world wouldn't let the Chosen One just kill other Chosen Ones so easily. Old Gu held a pen in his hand, approached the Chosen One, and spoke in an exceptionally cold tone, a stark contrast to the earlier smile. Like a gentle spring breeze, suddenly plunged into endless ice mountains. The Chosen One smiled, ready to take credit. No need to reward me, just deal with Yi Feng first. Of course, if you want to reward me now, that would be best. The pen suddenly stabbed into the Chosen One's heart and quickly pulled out again. A massive amount of blood gushed from the wound, soaking the Chosen One's entire outfit. The Chosen One looked at Old Gu in horror, dying without understanding why Old Gu chose to deal with him instead of Yi Feng. His body slowly fell to the ground. Thud. The blood from the pen dripped to the ground. It was a black fountain pen, engraved with the words, responsible person. Old Gu wiped the pen tip, capped it, and put it in his chest pocket. He is not an employee of our courier station. The parcel sorter is off today. You all wait for me to deal with him before I distribute today's parcels. Free to move about. Old Gu dragged the corpse inside until it disappeared. The Chosen One from the Kangaroo Country is dead. Smiling Express Horror Talk has descended on the Kangaroo Country, and 1% of the people immediately entered the Smiling Express Horror Talk, minimum number of people 5 million. Kangaroo Country viewers originally entertained expressions turned twisted and grim. Dragon Country viewers instantly felt a surge of joy, expressing their blessings. Those who do evil will perish. Congratulations to the Kangaroo Chosen One for once a guy. This is the true information about Yi Feng in the world of horror stories, and Xiebu Sun is Yi Feng's real name here. Yi Feng recalled the 9th rule. The deceased Chosen One had violated the 9th rule. Thinking of this, Yi Feng's smile became even brighter. He brought his own demise, no one else to blame. Before long, Lao Gu emerged from around the corner, maintaining a smile. Just ran into some material for tonight's midnight snack, had to handle it before coming back, delayed you all a little, now distributing your packages. You all should go to the front desk to collect your work phones. Each phone has your respective numbers affixed on them. While Lao Gu spoke, one could clearly see a half finger in his mouth, the severed end still smeared with blood, seeping onto his teeth, turning his rows of teeth crimson. Lao Gu distributed different packages to each courier. The couriers couldn't see the other couriers, needed to deliver the information of the package recipients, only seeing the package info written on a blank piece of paper. The couriers who received their packages picked them up, went to the front desk to collect their work phones, and headed to the parking lot to ride their tricycle motorcycles away from the delivery station. Lighthouse David led 2 packages, glancing at Yi Feng from the corner of his eye, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly, thinking. The Chosen One from the Dragon Kingdom, Yi Feng, has some skill, maintaining a smile in danger, showing no fear at all. This character fits well to become the male lead. What a pity. He won't survive this horror tale, otherwise, he could delve deeper into it and likely write a successful novel after getting out. Yi Feng felt someone cast a malicious glance in his direction and looked towards the source. 2 or 3 couriers carrying their packages quickly walked to the front desk to collect their work phones. Was I being paranoid? Among the 3 blonde couriers earlier, I sensed ill intentions. Yifeng frowned slightly. This was definitely not an illusion. Among these 3, at least one was a chosen one, and they were targeting me. Lao Go walked up to Yifeng, smiling as he spoke. What's wrong with you, number 04? Our motto at Smile Express is to maintain a smile while delivering packages. Frowning can easily lead to complaints from the recipients. Lao Go handed Yifeng 2 packages. One was thin yet quite hard, likely a certificate or something similar. The other was a square box, small enough to fit comfortably in one hand, feeling somewhat heavy with space inside. Go grab your work phone at the front desk, start delivering the packages. If you're quick, you might not have to eat boxed lunch. Lao Go continued to distribute packages to the other couriers. Yifeng went to the front desk, where there were more than 10 phones, 7 of them had numbers exceeding 25. He picked up the phone labeled with the number 04, opened it, and took a look. The phone only had 5 scattered apps. Smile Map, Smile Phone, Smile SMS, Smile Recorder, and Smile Timer. The phone still had 100% battery, fully charged. Yifeng gathered his things and walked out of the delivery station. The tricycle motorcycle was parked in the adjacent warehouse. The warehouse seemed to have not been cleaned for a long time, cobwebs covered the walls, and there were several puddles of black liquid dirt on the floor. Yifeng did not think much of it and went to the tricycle motorcycle marked with the number 04, placing the package in the pocket in front of the seat for easy access. Vroom vroom. Twisting the throttle, the tricycle emitted a low humming sound, and releasing the handbrake, it slowly started moving. Chapter 77 The First Delivery, Happy Community. As the tricycle motorcycle drove out of the warehouse, a message appeared in his mind. The current horror story world is Smile Express, difficulty level 5, normal. You are now a courier for Smile Express, please complete 4 days of delivery work. After completing the work, it will be regarded as meeting the clearance condition. Yifeng analyzed this message. Normally, it would provide clearance content rather than conditions. Could there be other conditions? Yifeng couldn't help but think seriously, maybe besides this condition, there were additional requirements. To reach the Abyss train. All of this may wait until the last day arrives. Yifeng drove a 3-wheeled motorcycle, leaving the warehouse, and passed by the express delivery station, where Old Go was sucking on food, pulling a bone out of his mouth and throwing it on the ground. Since it was his first time riding a 3-wheeler, Yifeng awkwardly operated the handlebars and parked not far from the express station. He opened his phone map to check how far 2 delivery locations were from here. The happy community was relatively close, just about 3 kilometers away, while the amusement park was farther away, almost 10 kilometers. Yifeng decided to deliver the first package to the happy community. There was a place in front of the motorcycle for a phone navigation tool. He placed his phone on it and chose the optimal route to the happy community. A hoarse voice came from the phone. I have chosen the best route for you. The distance to your destination is 3.2 kilometers, passing through 0 traffic lights. It is expected to take 60 minutes to arrive. In 100 meters, turn right at the second intersection. Yifeng listened to the phone navigation, his expression darkened. For a 3-wheeled motorcycle, taking 60 minutes to cover 3 kilometers seemed a bit unreasonable. Walking there wouldn't even take 60 minutes. Walking over? Yifeng shook his head. Since he needed to use the 3-wheeled motorcycle for delivery, there must be a reason for it. It was unwise to rashly walk over. The audience in the Long Country livestream saw that 3 kilometers took an hour on a motorcycle and thought there must be a trap. Maybe riding the motorcycle is a ruse, walking over would be faster. Is it possible that distances in the ghostly world are different from the real world? Look, someone in front has abandoned their motorcycle and is walking over. Yifeng turned the corner and saw a delivery person giving up their 3-wheeler to walk over instead. This person should be a chosen one, with thick black hair, and upon seeing Yifeng, disdainfully said, "Ah, really? What a foolish guy, walking 3 kilometers is faster than your motorcycle. When I'm done with today's deliveries and team up with David from the lighthouse at the express station, you'll see who ends up dead." The one speaking was a chosen one from Pickled Cabbage, who had seen David's live stream, so he recognized the chosen one from the lighthouse. The other was also a horror novelist. Teaming up with this big shot was definitely not a mistake. Yifeng responded with a smile. I hope you can live to return to the express station. The Pickled Cabbage chosen one took no heed, believing that selecting the fastest route for deliveries was the optimal solution. The phone navigation also showed that walking over would only take 30 minutes. The 3-wheeled motorcycle belonging to the Pickled Cabbage chosen one slowly backed away, automatically returning to the warehouse. The Pickled Cabbage chosen one looked at Yifeng's disappearing back, sneering. I thought the chosen ones from the Long Country were strong, but turns out they are just ordinary cowards. When I threatened him just now, he didn't even react. I reckon others from the Long Country are the same way, like little eggs. The Pickled Cabbage audience burst into laughter, finally scoring a point for themselves. Pickled Cabbage audience, well said. Weak to the core. Pickled Cabbage audience, still smiling, what a coward. Pickled cabbage audience, when our chosen one joins forces with David, it will be the end for you, Yi Feng. The Long Country audience was furious. It wasn't Yi Feng's actions that angered them, it was the pickled cabbage chosen one and their people. Many cultured citizens from the Long Country came to the pickled cabbage livestream for a heartfelt discussion. Your chosen ones are really impressive, they probably won't last an hour. Dog. I think I insulted an animal, still can't stop eating shit, old habits die hard. Young people, have a bigger mindset, don't just have this level of thinking fingerworld.jpg. Many pickled cabbage people were hurt in their pride and couldn't counter the other side. The source of the livestream wasn't from pickled cabbage, they couldn't pull the plug, so they could only flood the screen, trying to drown out the Long Country audience's heartfelt words. However, at that moment, in the pickled cabbage livestream, the pickled cabbage chosen one had an unexpected incident. The chosen one of pickled vegetables found himself having his first showdown with Yi Feng, occupying the upper hand, raising his chest like a victorious rooster. He was holding a delivery package, quickly following the navigation to walk. The place he was to deliver to was called Warm Apartment, only 2.9 kilometers away from here. After walking for a short distance, he felt weak all over, his legs were sore, and he almost couldn't hold on to the delivery package. Just then, two delivery men drove by side, they should know each other, and stopped when passing by the chosen one of pickled vegetables. Where's your vehicle? You need it to deliver packages, why aren't you using it? The chosen one of pickled vegetables thought he understood the rules well, the rules only mentioned using the vehicle at certain times, not that one must use a vehicle, forcing out a smile to reply. I think walking is faster than delivering with a vehicle, it improves my work efficiency. The two delivery men exchanged glances, made a phone call, speaking words the chosen one of pickled vegetables couldn't understand, and a few minutes later, the two delivery men drove off on a motorcycle. The chosen one of pickled vegetables felt proud. It seems my judgment was correct, I'll give this message to David as a gesture of sincerity. Just as he stepped out with his right foot, a hot, powerful hand landed on the chosen one of pickled vegetables' shoulder, emitting a deep voice. Delivery man 14, where's your vehicle? The chosen one of pickled vegetables was about to get angry, the sound already escaping his lips, and turned to see Lao Gu, the person in charge of the delivery station, immediately forcing a smile. Just as he wanted to explain with his earlier words, Lao Gu interrupted him. Our principle is to smile. If you walk without a vehicle, you will definitely be tired. How can you maintain a smile? You are not even an employee of my station. We emphasized multiple times 2 years ago that you must use a vehicle to deliver packages. The chosen one of pickled vegetables broke out in a cold sweat, thinking that a retreat should still be possible. Lao Gu took out a pen, removed the cap, and stabbed it into the chest of the chosen one of pickled vegetables, who slowly fell to the ground. The pickled vegetable livestream instantly went black. Chosen one of pickled vegetables has died. The Smile Delivery Ghost Story descends onto Kai Kai country, 1% of the population immediately enters the Smile Delivery Ghost Story, minimum number 5 million. The viewers of pickled vegetables were confused, there was no mention of needing to use a vehicle, can this still count as a violation? Some viewers realized that seemingly simple deliveries hid many traps. In Dragon Country's livestream, Yi Feng was currently driving a tricycle motorcycle. After an hour of driving, following the navigation, he finally arrived at an apartment complex. The entrance read 4 large characters, Happy Community. The gas handle transmitted a hot temperature. Looking over, he held a piece of paper that wrote the rules. 13. Vehicles are equipped with pens, users may use them freely and have the recipient sign the delivery form to confirm receipt, taking the signed form back. Besides that, do not lend it to others. After reading this rule, the security guard of the apartment complex suddenly appeared before Yi Feng. Delivering packages? Place the package in the bird's nest, residents of the apartment complex will come to collect the package. The security guard was used to it and simply explained to Yi Feng that the package should be placed in the bird's nest. If Rule 13 hadn't appeared, Yi Feng would have considered placing it in the bird's nest. However, Rule 13 clearly stated that the recipient must sign for the package, and the delivery note required personal signature. No. I am from Smile Delivery Company, the recipient must sign for it in person. Yi Feng refused the security guard's kindness. The security guard didn't want Yi Feng and his tricycle motorcycle to block the entrance of the community, as it would affect the community's appearance. He had to continue asking. Which resident are you delivering the package to? I can contact them to come down and get the package. The security guard was doing this to confirm whether the package Yi Feng delivered was indeed for Happy Community. Yi Feng began to read the delivery note. Unit 443, Building 4, named Gonro Ro. Upon hearing the name Gonro Ro, the security guard frowned, flipping through the contact book, pointing at the note for Building 4, Unit 443. This household has already moved out. It is said that not long ago, Gonro indirectly caused the death of her kind sister, and the body has still not been found. This vicious person is still running free. The security guard was a bit angry as he faced Yi Feng and said, "She no longer lives here, you can contact her. Please move the motorcycle tricycle aside and do not affect the environment at the community entrance." Yi Feng moved the motorcycle aside, and just as he did, the drawer loosened up, revealing a greasy pen, which he placed into his pocket. He dialed the phone number noted on the list. The first attempt showed it was busy and could not be answered. After a few minutes, he tried again, but it indicated that the line was currently in use, so he would call back later. On the third attempt, after a few seconds, the recipient finally answered the phone, sounding quite impatient. "Why do you keep calling me? Is it annoying? Who do you think you are?" Yi Feng connected the call and was immediately met with a string of curses. He took a few deep breaths to suppress the anger within. Forcing out a smile that did not truly belong to him, Yi Feng responded. "I am the Smile Courier number 04, I have your package here, please come to the main entrance of Happiness Community to collect your parcel." Gan Roro, on the other end of the line, frowned, realizing she had written the wrong address, still her tone was sharp. "I wrote the address wrong, you need to wait for me at the entrance of Silent Community, it's not far, just a few kilometers away." Yi Feng casually searched for Silent Community, and the nearest distance from there was still over 10 kilometers. Silent Community, just its name sounded like not a good place. At least 3 hours of travel for a massage round trip would mean 6 hours. An unreasonable request was directly refused. "I'm very sorry, dear customer, I have other packages to deliver. Please sign for your package at Happiness Community. The expected delivery time you wrote here was between 10 a.m. and 10:30 a.m. If overdue, I will deliver other packages first." Yi Feng tried to soften his tone, speaking to this customer in the most gentle manner possible. Gan Roro's tone turned cold. "This package is very important to me, you must deliver it to me immediately, right now." Yi Feng replied with a smile. "I'm sorry, that is not within the service range of Smile Courier." He casually pressed the hang-up button, cutting off Gan Roro's call. When Gan Roro called back, Yi Feng directly blocked this number, turning his back to the security guard with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. "If the package is so important to you, you can come and pick it up or not." After the expected time had passed, he would first go to deliver other packages without staying here for even half a second longer. This decision was not based on Yi Feng's emotions, but rather a thought-out response. The package was important to the other person, so they should come to sign for it now. If it were not important, he would deliver another package first and only handle this one later. As long as the expected time had passed, Yi Feng had a reason to wait, everything depended on whether the other party would come for it before proceeding to the next step. While waiting, Yi Feng observed the surroundings. Outside Happiness Community, across the street was a food street, with various dining establishments. The most prominent was a pig trotter restaurant, which had not opened yet, but already had 7 or 8 customers lining up outside, while no one was at other food stores. On both sides of the community were also residential areas. The gates did not display their names, so he had no idea what those communities were called. The entire street was empty and very quiet. It felt a bit like the New Year in a 3rd or 4th tier city. Half an hour later, a woman in a plain dress walked towards the entrance of Happiness Community, muttering curses under her breath. "Damn Courier, don't let me find out your complaint number, I will definitely report this person." Forcing me to rush over from the nearby apartment. If it weren't for needing the documents by noon, I absolutely wouldn't come. Gan Roro saw the vehicle labeled with the words Happiness Express and approached Yi Feng, angrily asking, "Are you the one from Happiness Express? Do you know how precious my time is? Making me come over here and waste half an hour, what's your phone number?" Yi Feng squeezed out a smile and maintained it as he replied. "Hello, I am the Smiling Courier, number 04. Our station's phone number is 2414414. From the moment Gan Roro started questioning him, she was already recording with her phone. Gan Roro grabbed her notebook, held her hand out towards Yi Feng, and shouted, "Where's your pen? I need to write down the phone number and your work ID. I want to complain about you." Yi Feng covered the signature pen in his pocket, and before he could respond, the community security guard quickly handed over a pen. "Don't argue with him, use my pen." Gan Roro looked at the smiling security guard with disdain, wiped the pen, and started recording in her notebook, whispering, "Happy delivery Southeast Station, work ID 04, phone 2414414, attitude terrible, contradicts the recipient's wishes." After writing, she handed the pen back to the security guard, still maintaining an aggressive stance. "Where's my package?" Yi Feng took out the receipt and pen, handed them to Gan Roro, and smiled as he said, "Please sign the receipt so that I can give you the package." Worried that this unreasonable recipient would take the package without signing, he could only ask her to sign first. Gan Roro snatched the pen, signed her name Gan Roro in bold letters, and shoved it into Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng continued to keep his smile, leisurely taking the package out of the vehicle. The security guard casually handed a bottle of mineral water to Gon Ro Ro, saying, "Drink some water, don't get angry over these people, it's not worth it." Gon Ro Ro glanced down at the security guard and scoffed. "Bad attitude, slow actions. If the delivery catches you, it's like giving away money." While ranting, her mouth felt a bit dry, and as she twisted open the bottle, she gulped down a few sips of water, wanting to continue her insults. Yi Feng handed the package to Gon Ro Ro with both hands. "This is your package." With the receipt in hand, the first package successfully delivered. Before Gon Ro Ro could continue her tirade, Yi Feng started up his tricycle and headed off to deliver the next package. Chapter 79, Directly Wanting to Complain. Is there no more politeness? Just walk away? Gon Ro Ro started scolding, holding the package while hurriedly dialing the delivery station's phone number, leaving the place in a rush. "Hello, is this Happy Delivery Southeast Station? I want to complain about your courier number 04. A calm yet hoarse voice came from the other end of the line. "Please explain the situation in detail." Gon Ro Ro responded, "It's like this." Gon Ro Ro was heading in the opposite direction of Yi Feng. The security guard twisted open the signature pen, and the ink cartridge was stained with blood. He looked at Gon Ro Ro's back and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His eyes, mouth, and ears seemed to merge together in a smirk. The audience from Dragon Country saw this moment, and many young people were filled with excitement, wanting to rush into the strange talk world and slap the other person a few times. In the live broadcast room, viewers expressed their rational discussions about Gon Ro Ro. "What's this?" Brother Feng clearly kept smiling. How was his attitude bad? Only Brother Feng could hold back. "I would have acted first. Arguing with someone like this is simply an insult to intelligence. If the complaint succeeds, this delivery station is too disgusting." "Don't rush, didn't you see the security guard looking at Gon Ro Ro?" The corners of his mouth nearly reached his ears. It's a pity Brother Feng was facing away, otherwise, he could have seen it. "There's such an exciting scene? I want to see." "It's too late, I can't see the security guard's face anymore." QAQ. Yi Feng opened the navigation app and saw that his phone only had 38% battery left, not enough to lead him to the amusement park. At this moment, he thought of 10 special white sheets. One A4 sheet was filled on both sides, barely recording the path. Following the directions on the paper would surely be fine. Yi Feng followed the recorded path and headed to the amusement park. At the same time, the chosen one from the fallen country arrived at Happy Community and called the recipient. "Hello, I have your package here." The recipient immediately began to curse, and the chosen one from the fallen country dared not argue back, fearing a complaint. The leaders of the fallen country approved that as long as one survives a strange talk, their family can receive a high reward. As long as the chosen one comes back alive, they can also have substantial power. Having used one hint already, now it was up to the chosen one to rely on themselves. The chosen one from the fallen country didn't want to die and still desired the generous reward. Let the recipient curse, never reply back. In the end, the recipient started to threaten. "Deliver it to silent apartment immediately, or I will complain about you." The recipient bluntly stated they would complain, leaving the chosen one no choice but to agree and ride his motorcycle to silent apartment. Silent apartment was a 7-story-old building, its outer walls covered in moss, with several pieces of wall peeling off and falling to the ground. Every window was locked, with curtains drawn, making it impossible to see what was inside. In several windows, it seemed there were shadows of people watching the courier outside the apartment. There was only one entrance on the first floor, where a young guard sat at a rusted black iron gate, writing something under the glow of an old desk lamp. Looking through the iron gate, the first floor of the apartment had no residents. A warm wind blew from silent apartment. The chosen one lifted his work uniform, noticing his phone had run out of battery, complaining about the heat. "It's so hot here, hurry up and deliver the package, this place feels really strange." The chosen one arrived at the iron gate, which had no doorbell, and could only ask the guard for help. "Hello, I'm here to deliver a package, please open the door." The guard continued to write with his head down, his hoarse voice contrasting with his young appearance. "Which floor and unit are you looking for, and what's the name?" The chosen one vaguely remembered what the recipient had said on the phone. "It's Unit 701 on the 7th floor, the recipient's name is Gon Ro Ro." The guard slowly lifted his head. In the next moment, the screen in the live broadcast went black instantly, with a notification of a horror story arriving. "The chosen one has died. The Smile Delivery horror story has arrived in the Unchosen Nation. 1% of people immediately entered the Smile Delivery horror story, minimum number 5 million. All the Unchosen viewers were dumbfounded. The young guard merely lifted his head, and the chosen one was gone? No response or resistance was possible. Some viewers began to blame Yi Feng, accusing him of not arriving at Happiness Community sooner. Such words could be added as a tip in the prompt card. The Dragon Country viewers were also confused. Clearly, it was your chosen one who faltered, and he was not on the same site as Yi Feng, with no connections at all. How could this be blamed on Yi Feng? It was truly unexplainable unless they used twisted logic to interpret it. This time, the higher-ups in Dragon Country couldn't sit still, quickly speaking out to criticize the foolish actions of unchosen viewers, condemning them. Yi Feng was documenting the content on a blank sheet of paper when he realized the road conditions were different from his notes, so he reopened the phone map. He found that the location was shifted from what the original map displayed. The densely written A4 paper couldn't erase its content. He had to take out a new A4 sheet to rewrite the navigation. After finishing, he compared again and found the subsequent navigation positions were quite different, ultimately differing by 1 kilometer. Without checking midway, it was quite likely he would not reach the recipient's address. Yi Feng frowned. Using navigation would consume a lot of battery, not enough to last to the second recipient's destination, let alone navigate back to the delivery station. He could only rely on the A4 paper for navigation, though detours might occur, and he needed to frequently check his phone map for confirmation. This was incredibly time-consuming. But he had no choice but to do so, so Yi Feng continued driving his motorcycle, following the navigation written on the paper. There were 3 kilometers left to the destination. Yi Feng opened the phone map again. The distance from his paper navigation was 300 meters away from the phone map, so he noted down the new navigation on the back of the A4 paper. By the time he finished, it was already noon, and his phone battery was only at 15%. Under the scorching sun, his work uniform was soaked with sweat. His phone had gotten sticky with his sweat, almost making it impossible to click on the map app. Today is the last delivery. Once I finish it, I can go back to the station and rest. Yi Feng was hungry and thirsty, but the thing he wanted the most was to return to the dormitory and rest. Just as he started the 3-wheeled motorcycle, shouts from both a man and a woman came from behind. "Hey, delivery guy in front. Please stop. I have a package that needs you to deliver it. Unreasonable requests can be refused." Yi Feng ignored the voices behind him and continued to start, while also beginning to record on his phone. However, the 3-wheeled motorcycle seemed to be held back by a strong force, unable to move forward. The throttle was pushed all the way down, and besides the roaring sound and the shaking of the motorcycle, it still could not move forward. What's going on? Is the vehicle malfunctioning? Yi Feng turned around and saw a slender woman holding onto the back of the motorcycle with one hand, not allowing it to start. The man, holding something wrapped in cloth, strode toward Yi Feng, angrily cursing. "Didn't I tell you to stop? Are you deaf?" Chapter 80, Blocking the Way. "I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear?" The man, clutching the cloth-wrapped bundle, questioned Yi Feng. Yi Feng maintained a smile and answered the unreasonable man's question. "I'm from Smile Delivery. If you have a package that needs to be delivered, please take it to the delivery station so it can be assigned to us." To hand something directly to Yi Feng without going through the delivery station is simply unreasonable. He had no idea what was inside the bundle wrapped in cloth. The unreasonable man held the bundle in his left arm and clenched his right fist tightly, threateningly saying, "I'm asking you, will you help me deliver this package?" The unreasonable man was very angry and seemed ready to start a fight. The unreasonable woman walked to the front of the 3-wheeled motorcycle, pressed her hands against the steering wheel, and coldly said, "Hurry up and agree. Otherwise, I will complain about you." "You must agree." "It won't last much longer," the unreasonable man insisted. Yi Feng kept smiling and once again firmly refused the unreasonable couple's demands. "I'm sorry, this is not within my job scope, I cannot agree to your request." The unreasonable man frowned, tore open the cloth, revealing a black dog inside. The dog had a visible wound on its back, 20 centimeters long, which extended to its abdomen. The black dog looked at Yi Feng, breathing roughly, as if pleading for help. The item that needed to be delivered was an injured black dog. "You have to look at it, it's dying, help me get it to the hospital, we will give you extra payment, $500. That's like extra cash, it's all yours if you earn it. We absolutely will not report this to the delivery station, as long as you get it to the hospital within half an hour. Money as a reward holds little importance in this world." Yi Feng still refused, smiling as he replied, "I refuse." The unreasonable man raised his fist, swinging it at Yi Feng, barely half a fist's distance away. As Yi Feng felt the wind from the punch, the unreasonable woman pulled the unreasonable man back, signaling him with her eyes and shaking her head. "Forget it, if he won't take this money, it doesn't mean other delivery guys won't. Let's go. We'll find another delivery person." The unreasonable woman dragged the unreasonable man away, disappearing from Yi Feng's view. Yi Feng saved the phone recording and drove the 3-wheeled motorcycle toward the address of the second pickup. The audience in Dragon Country expressed their outrage, feeling that they were taking advantage of the rules of Smile Delivery to act unjustly. Viewers from other countries, upon seeing this, began to mock. The most intense were the Cherry Blossom viewers, expressing their inner thoughts in the Dragon Country livestream. Cherry Blossom viewers, who did you think was so humble? Turns out it's your chosen one, now it all makes sense. Cherry Blossom viewers, ha ha ha, not resisting this? Is this still a man? Cherry Blossom viewers, turns out your chosen one is groveling to get through. The Dragon Country audience quickly provided a cultured explanation. What about the dog? You would have urinated your pants a long time ago. We are waiting for your chosen one to resist. If your eyes are blind, please go see an eye doctor. When has my brother Feng ever knelt down? The Dragon Country audience felt this explanation was not profound enough and rushed to the Cherry Blossom livestream to clarify, only to see the Cherry Blossom chosen one confronting the unreasonable couple. The Cherry Blossom chosen one initially firmly rejected the other side's demands. At the moment the unreasonable man threw a punch, the chosen one of the Cherry Blossoms, accustomed to taking action, looked at the opponent who seemed weak and shouted, "Get lost!" The higher-ups of the Cherry Blossoms watched the scene, and their faces darkened. The quality of this chosen one was very low, just a jobless bum. He had already used his hint card, which wouldn't tell him he couldn't strike back. The instant the Cherry Blossom chosen one struck, an invisible force immobilized his whole body, and the unreasonable man's punch smashed into his face. The Cherry Blossom chosen one was still yelling, "Even if you beat me to death, I won't help you. You bastard!" The unreasonable man continued to pummel the Cherry Blossom chosen one, aiming at his face. He smashed 3 or 4 of his teeth, caused blood to flow from his left eye, and left a bruise on his forehead. The Cherry Blossom chosen one weakly raised a hand, pleading with a tone. "Please stop hitting me, it's my fault. I'll deliver your package, just don't hit me anymore. At most, I won't take any reward." Only then did the unreasonable man let go, allowing the Cherry Blossom chosen one to fall to the ground, as he slowly placed the injured black dog into the trailer's trunk. The Cherry Blossom chosen one braced himself on the ground, barely standing up, and sat in the driver's seat, ready to leave this place. The unreasonable man hit the gas, and the Cherry Blossom chosen one covering his head with both hands, fearing another beating. The unreasonable man snorted coldly, pulling out 500 yuan and a map, stuffing them into the Cherry Blossom chosen one's pocket. "This is your reward and destination, go to this hospital for treatment, we will hurry back." The Cherry Blossom chosen one nodded vigorously, not daring to oppose the unreasonable man's wishes. The unreasonable man took the unreasonable woman and left this place. Some Cherry Blossom audience members sighed in relief, thinking it wasn't a big deal to deliver one more package. Others became wary, believing it could never be that simple. The Cherry Blossom chosen one followed the map, arriving at a hospital named Desire. The hospital was very calm, even the security guard at the entrance was slumped over, sleeping at the desk, seemingly aware that no customers would come. The Cherry Blossom chosen one drove the tricycle into the hospital. The moment he entered the hospital door, the sky turned blood red. Rows and rows of corpses hung from ropes, with 2 bodies closest to the Cherry Blossom chosen one. They were none other than the unreasonable couple. The commotion made by the Cherry Blossom chosen one had already attracted attention inside, and shadows slowly emerged from the blood-red hues. The Cherry Blossom livestream instantly went black. Cherry Blossom chosen one dead. The Smile Delivery horror tale descends upon the Cherry Blossom nation. 1% of people immediately enter the Smile Delivery horror tale, minimum number 5 million. The Cherry Blossom audience instantly fractured, unable to see the shadow clearly before dying. The audience from the Dragon Nation didn't forget to encourage them a bit. "Congratulations, congratulations, your chosen one's brave performance rewards you with the Smile Delivery horror tale. The upstairs are blind, please go see an eye doctor," clearly turned into a pig's head from being beaten, and then surrendered to agree to deliver a package. "Sorry, turns out to be a coward." Not bad, at least they avoided the trap on the first delivery, unlike the old, established players who fell flat. The Cherry Blossom audience became timid at this moment, praying not to draw the short straw, having no time to pay attention to the live stream's bullet comments. After Yifeng rejected the unreasonable couple, he drove for over an hour and finally arrived at the amusement park. At the entrance of the amusement park, several people in suits stood, visibly zippers at the back of their necks. Some looked like mice, some like tigers, and others like snakes. They seemed to be out to lure customers with what they considered very cute appearances. As 2 siblings, about 6 or 7 years old, passed by holding hands. The tiger-masked person blocked the way of the siblings, speaking in a lively tone. "Welcome to Joy Amusement Park, there are many fun rides here, today is free, just come in to play, and we will give you plush toys." Hearing about the gifts, the siblings became excited and followed the suited person into the amusement park. Yifeng parked the tricycle aside and dialed the recipient's phone number. Chapter 81, Second Delivery, Amusement Park. The recipient of the second package is a staff member in the amusement park. The delivery location is at the entrance of Joy Amusement Park. It is now 1 p.m., and I should call the recipient to come to the door to collect the delivery. Quickly. Feng dialed the recipient's phone number. Hello, this is Smiling Express. I am the delivery person with employee number 04. I have your package here. Please come to the entrance of the amusement park to sign for it. On the phone was a lazy female voice, as if she had just woken up. Who are you? Feng repeated what he just said, and the person on the other end yawned, responding in a weak tone. Just leave it at the security booth at the entrance. I will pick it up when I wake up. The Smiling Express package needs to be signed for. Feng refused the recipient's suggestion and smiled as he explained. We at Smiling Express require the recipient to sign, please. Beep, beep, beep. The recipient hung up the phone. When Feng dialed again, the recipient's phone was already turned off. He could only continue to wait at the amusement park for the recipient to come out and sign, not going anywhere. While waiting, he observed the amusement park. Outside the amusement park was a fenced-off area made of bricks. Every 8 meters was a post, with vertical iron rods standing 30 centimeters apart between the posts. At the top of the fence hung square posts, covered in glass shards, with faint traces of blood visible among the shards, as if they had just been smeared on. Apart from the staff at the entrance, there was also a ticket inspector checking if entering visitors had purchased tickets. Next to the entrance was a security booth, which was empty. Inside, a small desk had a lamp and a fan on, along with a partially visible amusement park guide. Strangely, there was no ticket counter around the entrance. Looking through the fence, the amusement park didn't seem much different from the real world, with giant swings, vertical roller coasters, and merry-go-rounds. There were also gentler attractions, like the kind-hearted haunted house and the 4D cinema. The amusement park was crowded, with at least 100 people waiting to ride the giant swing, both adults and children. It seemed like a pretty nice place. Feng waited outside for the recipient, attempting to call again. The audience in Long Nation was waiting and focusing their attention on the amusement park's attractions. That giant swing looks pretty good, flying back and forth. I still prefer the roller coaster. I rode it several times last time, and it cured my motion sickness. Is there a chance that once you enter the amusement park, it could be a completely different scene? No way, the kids who went in just came out, holding 2 stuffed toys. It should be safe inside. Feng also saw a brother and sister walking out of the amusement park, holding cute stuffed toys as they left. How much longer do I have to wait? Feng's expression turned slightly unpleasant. He had been waiting outside for an hour, and the recipient still hadn't come out to sign. If he continued to wait, he might not get back until evening. At some point, a security guard appeared in the booth and walked up to Feng, pointing at the package in his hand. Pa just contacted me and said the manager called him away for work, so he won't be able to pick up the package for another half an hour. How about this, you leave the package here, and I'll sign for you. The security guard had a smile on his face and looked to be in his 40s or 50s, giving off a gentle uncle vibe. The rules did not mention allowing someone else to sign on behalf of the recipient, so he continued to make phone calls. The call still did not connect. Until 2:30 p.m. Finally, the recipient's phone connected, and Feng held back his dissatisfaction, keeping a smile as he spoke. Hello, I am Smiling Express, employee number 04, I have your package. On the other end, a drowsy female voice responded. I'm sorry, I just woke up from a nap. The manager called me to work, which is why I'm only available now. A woman dressed in cheerful amusement park attire approached the entrance, waving her phone at Feng. She hurried over to Feng and pointed at the package, saying, That's my package, please give it to me. The woman's voice was very similar to that on the phone, but she was full of energy, not confused at all. The woman saw that Feng didn't hand her the delivery receipt, and she became puzzled. What's wrong? Give me the delivery receipt so I can sign it, and you can deliver your next package. Feng became alert, suspecting that the woman in front of him was not the recipient. He took out his phone with his right hand, hiding it behind his back, pressed the redial button, and called the recipient's phone. The woman in front stood still, waiting for Feng. After a moment, the phone on his back still had a hoarse voice on the line. I'm sorry to keep you waiting so long, I'm about 50 meters away. The woman's face changed slightly, and she smiled awkwardly. I'm sorry, I remembered wrong, my package should be delivered in the evening. A security guard came up next to the woman and tied her hands with a rope, speaking sternly. Impersonating a theme park employee, I'm taking you for processing, young man, you wait here. The security guard pulled the woman into the theme park, and soon they disappeared from sight. After a while, the recipient walked out of the theme park, feeling secure, and dialed the phone again. The recipient answered. Feng smiled. I finally waited for you, your package is here. He hung up the phone. The woman who just came out was the real recipient. The recipient's name was Zhang Yuyu, and she approached with a smile, but her words felt a bit dazed. I'm so sorry, I was busy with work and kept you waiting. Feng still pressed the recording button, just in case. After the recipient signed her name on the receipt, Feng took the receipt and handed her the square package. After receiving the package, the recipient didn't show any intention of leaving but stayed and smiled, saying, "I'm so sorry for keeping you waiting so long. I invite you to come into the theme park and have fun. All the facilities inside are the latest and most thrilling. Please don't refuse my invitation." The recipient looked at Feng sincerely, her eyes without any impurities. Feng felt a momentary illusion that this person genuinely wanted to invite him into the theme park. Just as he was about to agree, reason told him he must not let the current things blind his eyes. He could refuse the recipient's unreasonable request. From the outside, the theme park looked normal, but once inside, it was hard to say. Experiences from reading many horror stories told Feng that he must not agree. "I'm sorry, I need to hurry back to the delivery station to return the vehicle, maybe next time." Feng kept smiling, refusing the recipient's invitation, sitting in the driver's seat, ready to leave. The recipient blocked his way, seeming a bit angry but still deliberately showing a smile. "Don't refuse my kindness, please come into the theme park to have fun. Otherwise, I will complain about you." Feng ignored the recipient's obstruction, pressed the accelerator, and the tricycle slowly moved forward. Angry, the recipient dialed the complaint phone. At the same time, a chosen one drove the tricycle over, watching Feng's departing back and the recipient's complaint call, laughing. Looks like the chosen one from Dragon Country is about to face a complaint. Let's see who the recipient is. Zhang Yuyu. Chapter 82, the most thrilling theme park. "Hello, is this the southeast branch of Smile Express? I want to complain about delivery person number 04. He didn't deliver the package to me at the front gate as I requested, and he didn't even maintain a smile. If you don't handle this, I will keep complaining." The recipient hung up the phone, not waiting for a response from the other side. At this moment, the chosen one from Asan called the recipient's phone. Zhang Yuyu saw a number she had never seen before and responded kindly. "Hello." The chosen one from Asan didn't expect Zhang Yuyu to be the woman in front of him, looking at her in the professional outfit hugging her figure perfectly. Her face was exquisite, not wearing any makeup, a true beauty. While the chosen one from Asan was in a daze, Zhang Yuyu came up to him, hung up the phone, and smiled, asking, "Is the recipient of the package you're delivering Zhang Yuyu?" "That would be me." The chosen one from Asan finally came back to his senses and smiled as he replied, "Yes, here's your package, please sign for it." The Asan people had been trained to remain as composed as possible. At least in the world of horror stories. Asan took out a pen and a delivery receipt, asking Zhang Yuyu to sign for it. As Zhang Yuyu signed the package slip, she inquired in the most familiar tone, "Do you have other packages to deliver today?" Asan, the chosen one, instinctively shook his head. He had just used up his hint chances and successfully delivered a package to the happy community. This was the last delivery of the day. Zhang Yuyu's smile became even brighter. "Since you've finished your deliveries today, why not come in and have some fun at the amusement park? There are many new attractions inside." And, noticing that he was staring at a certain part of her, Zhang Yuyu confidently straightened up and whispered near Asan's mouth. Asan, the chosen one, felt exhilarated, wondering if she was. His eyes were glued to her. Some of Asan's viewers were also watching intently, forgetting for a moment that this was a horror livestream. Zhang Yuyu chuckled and continued. "The amusement park has many beautiful girls, especially at the water park. Not only that, but the facilities in the amusement park are the most advanced and thrilling." Asan, the chosen one, felt troubled. According to the rules, he had to return to the delivery station by 8 o'clock. His phone's battery was down to just 1%. "Come on, just take a look. If it's not fun, you can leave any time, it won't waste much of your time." Zhang Yuyu held onto Asan's arm, making him feel ecstatic. He had never had such a beautiful woman interact with him. Not sure if it was his own will or if he was being controlled, he couldn't help but respond to Zhang Yuyu's invitation. "Okay. I'll just go in and take a look." Zhang Yuyu pulled Asan into the amusement park. From the outside, it looked incredibly high-tech. The vertical roller coaster was at least 200 meters high, the free fall ride was visually around 500 meters, and the swinging pendulum must have been at least 50 meters. The rides were more advanced than in the real world. However, outside, it was eerily quiet. Asan's audience watched the livestream, hoping to see many beautiful girls in the amusement park, waiting for them to observe. Many Dragon Kingdom viewers jumped from their own streams to Asan's live broadcast. They mainly wanted to check the situation in the amusement park, definitely not because of what Zhang Yuyu said about how many girls were inside. As Asan stepped through the amusement park's entrance, two children, looking only 6 or 7 years old, were slowly walking behind the gate, pale-faced, hugging plush toys. Their eyes were vacant, like walking corpses. Asan had never seen these siblings, but the audience in the Dragon Kingdom recognized them. They were the brother and sister who had been invited in earlier. Asan felt that something was wrong and wanted to leave this place. Zhang Yuyu became very forceful, dragging Asan deeper inside. Inside the amusement park, it was pitch dark, illuminated only by dim, yellow lights. The 500-meter free fall ride had customers who, after a quick drop, vomited their organs out of their mouths. In the 50-meter swinging pendulum, guests had their brain matter oozing from their ears. The staff, with rosy complexions, wore uniforms that showcased nearly perfect figures, but their eyes were pitch black, perfectly blending with the color of the sky. What could be considered beautiful? Asan lost control, his pants became yellow, and he desperately tried to retreat, shouting, "I want to leave, I want to leave, I want to leave." Zhang Yuyu's eyes were filled with darkness. Ignoring his pleas, she continued to pull him towards the attractions. Behind them, the original entrance had disappeared. It was still a pitch-black void, with faint laughter echoing in the distance. Zhang Yuyu dragged Asan to the map of the attractions and asked, "Which ride do you want to try? You have to choose at least one." Her eerie eyes, paired with a cute and gentle tone, sent a shiver down Asan's spine. Trembling, he looked at the rides, but only 3 were available for choice, the rest were marked with question marks. After thinking for a moment, he pointed to the seemingly less scary vertical roller coaster. "This one. After this, I want to leave." Zhang Yuyu pulled Asan, the chosen one, to choose a seat. He chose the last one. In the blink of an eye, the seats were filled with guests. The vertical roller coaster slowly started. The next moment, Asan's livestream screen went black, and a message about a spooky tale appeared. Asan's audience was instantly confused. Asan's audience, foolish guy, the spooky tales have come again. Asan's audience, we strongly demand normal people to be sent out. This guy forgets his name when he sees a woman. The Dragon Country audience kindly comforted them. Don't forget, you didn't even spare the giant lizard. This time you can control beyond many people. At least you have 2 delivery strategies. Good luck to you. This time, 30% of the chosen ones exceeded. There is improvement. Only 70% of the chosen ones successfully delivered 2 packages, and this was after a month of training. The main issue is that the chosen ones are chosen randomly. It doesn't guarantee picking a strong one. In the Dragon Country live stream room, on Yifeng's way back to the delivery station, he checked the phone map several times, but there was no change. When he arrived at the warehouse, 15 3-wheeled motorcycles were parked inside. The phone was locked, with only 3% battery left before it locked. It seems the map and the actual address won't change on the way back. The 3-wheeled motorcycles were parked in their original spots. He pulled out the keys, placed them and the signature pen in his pocket, and walked to the delivery station. Are you guys kidding me? It's the first day back to work after the new year, and you hit me with so many complaints? Especially you. 2 deliveries with 2 complaints, how do you explain that? Even through the wall, old GE's scolding could be heard. The one being scolded was the burrito chosen one, Yang Yansheng, who had received 2 complaints today mainly for not agreeing to the recipient's extra requests. Why aren't you responding when I'm asking you? Yang Yansheng quietly replied, sounding like a beaten chicken. It was the recipient's unreasonable requests that made me refuse, leading to the complaints. Where's the evidence? Old Gu questioned. My phone died halfway through, I only have 1 recording. Yang Yansheng played the recording, and after listening, old GE's expression softened a little. You can get rid of 1 complaint, but today you'll have 1 complaint. Immediately, old Gu looked sternly at everyone. Do well tomorrow, and don't give me more complaints. Where's Courier 04? He received 3 complaints today, deal with him when he comes back. The 4 couriers present burst into laughter. Just then, Yifeng arrived at the delivery station, just in time to see the 4 laughing couriers. They were numbers 01, 11, 12, and 18. Old Gu saw Yifeng and shouted sternly. Halt! 04. I'm talking about you, stop where you are. Old Gu blocked Yifeng's path and ordered him to stand in the line of 6 being lectured. Courier 04, you received 3 complaints today, how do you explain? If you can't explain, deal with it immediately. The 4 chosen ones being scolded couldn't suppress their inner joy, almost laughing out loud. Great! The seemingly powerful Dragon Country chosen ones fell flat on their first day. 3 complaints, and it's a total disaster. Yang Yansheng smiled and said. Old Gu, calm down, Courier 04 might be new on the job and unfamiliar, so mistakes happen. Just forgive him. Yang Yansheng's words carried a hidden meaning. As long as he took the delivery, it would easily mislead into thinking he was a newcomer on his first day. Even if Yifeng countered, Yang Yansheng could say it was the first day back after the new year. Sly and cunning. Yifeng furrowed his brows, and the anger inside him was quickly suppressed. Now, thinking about revenge was very unwise, it didn't help his spirit. Unless in a critical moment, he'd wait for a chance to stab Yang Yanqing in the back. The Dragon Country audience watched, gritting their teeth. Someone dug up Yang Yanqing's background. Born in a small town in Dragon Country, he secretly went to the Burrito Country after committing a crime, and became a burrito man. People who know Yang Yanqing in Dragon Country all have poor opinions of him. The most notable comment is, he has been a petty thief since childhood, bullying the weak and fearing the strong. He's a traitor. If Brother Feng is a newbie, this situation will definitely be disastrous. This opponent is something, can we kill him first? Hard to say, in The Gentle Wife, this guy behaves normally, he has some skills. Yi Feng ignored Yang Yanqing's question and replied with a smile. I refused their unreasonable demands, so they complained about me, and I have relevant evidence to prove it. Yang Yanqing didn't believe it, just navigating consumed a lot of electricity, how could he record? Yang Yanqing relied entirely on memory, stumbling back here. Yi Feng took out his phone, the battery at 10%, opened the recording app, and played 3 recorded messages. The recordings perfectly matched the 3 reasons for the complaints. Old Go listened and his face darkened. Did these recipients have the audacity? Inviting my delivery guy for matters that are irrelevant? And to complain with a bad attitude, it disgusts me. Old Go patted Yi Feng's shoulder, apologizing for his earlier outburst. I'm sorry, your approach is correct, I will erase all your complaints right now, you can go back and rest. Old Go let Yi Feng leave the scolding line. Seeing this, Yang Yanqing wanted to follow Yi Feng out of here. Old Go shouted angrily, did I let you leave? Keep being lectured. Old Go continued to scold the delivery staff who had received complaints that day. Saliva sprayed everywhere, hitting every face of those being scolded. The spit mixed with a liquid that resembled blood, smelling foul and a blend of rotten blood. One delivery staff member had half a finger stuck to his face. Those being scolded lowered their heads, daring not to rebut Old Ge's words. During the scolding process, Yang Yanqing flipped over his work ID. The originally white back suddenly showed faint black, and in the top left corner, it seemed to write 2 characters for a name. Yi Feng happened to see this scene, his expression changed slightly. The information on the back of the work ID that can only be seen by oneself would, over time, be visible to others? Yi Feng couldn't judge this and had to ensure that his information was not known to others, so he had to cover it. Used white paper. Yi Feng thought that the used white paper could perfectly cover the information on the back of the work ID and that he would deal with it after getting home. The delivery station's floor was 50 square meters, opposite the manager's office, with the staff cafeteria on the left and a turning point on the right. Inside the turning point was the staff accommodation area. At this moment, besides the scolded delivery staff, 6 more were sitting on one side, chatting and laughing. They seemed to be old co-workers who have known each other for a long time. Yi Feng sat on the side, listening to their conversation, preparing to insert himself into the topic and blend in with these delivery staff. Talking for so long, your mouths are dry, here, drink this ice water to moisten your throat. Delivery staff number 7 handed everyone cold water, the label read Eternal Ice. Yi Feng took the bottled water, thanked the other delivery staff, but did not open the bottle cap to drink. At the same time, Yi Feng noticed that among the 7 chatting delivery staff, 3 did not open their bottles but set them aside. The other 4 opened the caps and began to gulp down the water. It was clear that the 4 drinking were definitely real employees, while the other 3 were still uncertain. Watching the actions of these 4 employees, it would basically leave no room for doubt. After chatting for a while, delivery staff number 7 noticed that Yi Feng hadn't drunk his water and began to wonder. Why aren't you drinking water? Aren't you thirsty? This is all ice water, the cafeteria doesn't have water as good as this. I remember you love drinking ice water. The sudden question threw Yi Feng into a dilemma. It seemed simple, he could just brush it off by saying he drank a lot outside. But his intuition told him it wouldn't be that simple. If he was simply asked to drink water, one line would have sufficed. The latter sentence was testing me? What if delivery staff number 4 originally didn't like drinking ice water? Whether he answered thirsty or not, he would fall into this trap. And if delivery staff number 4 loved ice water, it would be a mistake to say he didn't. The senior leaders of Long Country did not expect the sudden question that contained a trap. Previous experiences had given no hints at all. They immediately sent people to other live broadcasts to investigate the answers of other chosen ones. As a result, both answers of like and dislike were wrong. Originally, the former Courier 04 couldn't say he liked ice water, nor could he say he hated it. The senior leaders of Long Country slapped their foreheads, it was only the first afternoon, and they had to use the hint card, afterward, they would have to rely on Yi Feng himself. Looking at Yi Feng in the live broadcast room, he was pondering the answer. The senior leaders of Long Country could only use the hint card. A set of information entered Yi Feng's mind. No hate or love for ice water, 21 strong enemy David, 18 traitor Yang Yanqing, 11 and 23 are former employees. The senior leaders of Long Country expressed a lot with the simplest words. After getting the hint, Feng did not expect that 11 and 23 were also former couriers. 11 was the courier who got scolded. Seeing Feng being scolded, he laughed, probably because the original courier 04 had a bad relationship with him. 23 was chatting, he also didn't drink any water. 21 was chatting with Feng, but he didn't drink water. I'm asking you a question? Courier 07 was a bit impatient and continued to ask Feng. Feng looked at Courier 07 with a puzzled expression. I never said I liked drinking ice water, you must be mistaken. Courier 07 slapped the back of his head and quickly confirmed. Ah, right. It was my mistake, you don't like drinking ice water. Feng shook his head, no. I don't dislike ice water either. Courier 07's expression changed slightly, he pinched his chin and thought for a moment before beginning to chat about other topics. Half an hour passed. The scolded courier left the meeting. Old Gu opened the door to the dormitory area and walked into the first room. Many couriers walked into the dormitory one after another. Courier 07 dusted off his pants and smiled at Feng. Go in and rest, dinner won't start until 4:30. Feng ignored Courier 07, pretending not to hear, and quickly headed for the 7th room, where the doorplate read 04. Courier 07 frowned and looked at the back of Courier 01. Chapter 84, Single Dormitory. At the Happiness Express Southeast Station, there are 50 employee dormitories. Walk in from the corner on the right side of the Express Station building. The first room is the manager Old GE's room, followed by 2 locked rooms. The room next to Old GE's exudes a bloody smell, while the other room is silent, the doorknob covered in dust, as if it has been vacant for a long time. Starting from the 4th room is the employee dormitory, with each room marked with a doorplate number. Feng's employee number is 04, he arrived at the 7th room, slowly turning the motorcycle key in the keyhole. The employee dormitory is furnished with beds, desks, chairs, charging wires, sockets for charging, and a private bathroom. On the wall, there hang a ceiling fan and an air conditioner. On the table, there are manuals for these 2 items. Each of the manuals is palm-sized, with 6 or 7 pages. Operating them is very simple, just use the height of the chair to press the switch on the air conditioner and fan. Perhaps due to the single page, the last page of the manual is blank. The text in the manual is very faint, making it easy to write on. After reading the manual, Feng's lips curled up slightly, it seems like it's not unsolvable. The table has 3 drawers. Feng opened them one by one, finding nothing else inside. In the top drawer, there was a note that displayed the rules. Below are the rules of Smiling Express. 14 items in the employee dormitory must not be taken out, as these items are the assets of Smiling Express. 15 all items in the dormitory can be used freely, as long as they are not damaged. 16 dormitory access hours, from 1 p.m. to midnight, from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. At other times, the dormitory is locked, and even with a key, it cannot be opened. Feng carefully observed these 3 rules. Rule 14 is basically correct, Rule 16 is likely correct, the mistake may be in the access times. As for Rule 15, there is no need to emphasize freedom, it is a bit strange. Then, I opened the next 2 drawers, and in the middle drawer were 2 tickets for the amusement park and the zoo. In the bottom drawer, there was a set of clean pajamas and a hairdryer. Closing the drawers, the sudden wave of sleepiness made Feng yawn repeatedly. After confirming the charging cable was charging the phone, he lay down on the floor. I have to say, the clean floor was very warm, perfect for sleeping. Before long, Feng fell into a deep sleep on the floor. At this moment, the delivery man also walked into his dormitory. Seeing the manual placed on the table, he became very interested and started to read. He is a romantic chosen one and, after relying on David, he felt confident, thinking that with David around, at least he could get through this strange tale. Using the appliances is very simple, it shouldn't take 6 or 7 pages, right? Forget it, let me check the other drawers first. The romantic chosen one opened other drawers and saw new rules, quickly glancing through them, the content was the same as what Feng had seen. It looks like all the rules are correct, yawn. Why did I suddenly get so sleepy? I'll just lay down on the bed to rest for a bit, I'll head out for the gathering around 5. David made a quiet agreement with his allies to leave the dormitory at 5 in the afternoon. The romantic chosen one believed that the key role of the smiling courier was to deliver packages, and there shouldn't be any tricks in the dormitory. Lying on the bed, he fell into a deep sleep in less than half a minute. At this time, the romantic high levels were considering whether to use the hint card. They saw Feng and David the lighthouse both choosing to sleep on the floor, thinking it wasn't safe to sleep in the beds. Among the chosen ones in the same station, apart from these 2, others were either sleeping on the table or staying awake. Everyone was safe and sound. Just as the romantic high levels sighed in relief, a phantom appeared on the bed, identical to the romantic chosen one. It gradually moved closer until it merged together. The romantic chosen one suddenly opened his eyes, took the key and phone from the table, and left the dormitory. Outside the dormitory, the delivery man was waiting and smiled when he saw the romantic chosen one appear. 01 delivery man is out so early. Is there still a delivery not finished? Just right, I have a package, can you help me? Viewers who watched this strange tale live would know. The first rule clearly states that, apart from the person in charge, no one else needs to deliver packages given by others. It should be a direct refusal. However, the romantic chosen one nodded and slowly accepted the package, started the tricycle, and left the delivery station. The 07 delivery man instantly turned into the 01 delivery man, slowly entering the 01 employee dormitory. The viewers in the live broadcast room were stunned at this moment. Why did their chosen one make such a silly mistake? The 07 delivery man turning into the 01 delivery man would definitely ruin David and the others. The audience instantly felt the unprecedented difficulty of the smiling courier. A delivery man was actually impersonating a chosen one. Not only at Feng's station, but similar situations also occurred at other stations. The romantic high levels felt they had to use the hint card. The hint card was consumed. The romantic chosen one continued to drive towards the address of the package. Or rather, the romantic chosen one's body was now out of control, driving the tricycle to a park. The park looked very normal, with vegetation, children's play equipment, and fitness facilities. However, it was very deserted, there wasn't a single shadow. The romantic chosen one's body was out of control, but he could see what was ahead, and the desire to cry had arisen. Clearly receiving the hint from the high levels, yet unable to resist, he let some inexplicable force control his body. Dialing the phone number 444444444, a hoarse voice came through that couldn't be distinguished between male and female. Hello, is my package here? Oh, I see you, looks like my package has arrived. At the park, apart from the romantic chosen one, there was no one else. The next moment, the romantic livestream went black, and strange tales arrived. The romantic audience, filled with expletives, closed their eyes, hoping the strange tales wouldn't fall upon them. The audience from Dragon Country saw this and flooded their own livestream with comments. I thought Feng wasn't used to sleeping in a bed, but I didn't expect this trap. Feng is still as fierce as ever. Lighthouse David does the same thing, what a tough competitor. The reason Feng slept on the floor was a reminder of the 15th rule. Typically, he could freely use his dormitory. However, adding this rule felt a bit unnecessary. He touched nothing but his charger. Until 5 in the afternoon. Feng woke from his dream, his phone fully charged. He unplugged it and put his phone and keys in his pocket. Now, he needed to check the opening hours of the staff canteen. Normally, it was about time, and it was safest to enter with the other couriers. He arrived outside the dormitory door. David came out of room 21 and smiled at Feng. 01, 12, 18, Yang Yansheng, and 21, David, were the chosen ones, at least confirmed chosen ones. David approached room 01 and greeted the 01 courier. The 01 courier looked at David with a puzzled expression, leaving David stunned. Chapter 85, Confirming Canteen Hours. After 10 seconds of staring at each other, the 01 courier smiled and asked, "Is there something?" David snapped back to reality, shook his head, and kept smiling. Nothing. David turned and left, approaching the 12th courier, smiling again. The 12th courier maintained a smile and whispered, "So hungry, want to eat?" David replied, "If you're hungry, eat more." Then he stepped up to Yang Yansheng and whispered, "Is it ready?" Yang Yansheng replied, "Yes, almost ready, but still a quarter of fatigue to go." Feng listened carefully to David's conversation with the other chosen ones. At first, he thought it was just small talk, but when they talked about Yang Yansheng, he realized it was a code. This was nothing unfamiliar to Feng. Recalling the name of the Dragon Country people Yang Yansheng mentioned in the label of traitor, he confirmed this person was from Dragon Country and then defected. Was David using this code to confirm that his people were still alive? It seemed the 01 courier had shown no reaction. It appeared the 01 chosen one had died and was replaced by someone else. Feng grew wary of the 01 courier. Minutes passed, and all the couriers walked out of the dormitory and headed for the canteen. One courier passed by Feng and smiled, asking, "What are you standing there for? Go eat." Feng shook his head, signaling that he had forgotten something in the dormitory and needed to go back to get it. It was only after all the couriers had gathered on the ground floor that Feng stepped out of the dormitory. 12 couriers waited on the ground floor, with no one walking in. Creak. The head, Old Go, walked out, and upon seeing Feng, possibly felt guilty for his previous harsh tone. He smiled and patted Feng on the shoulder. "I apologize for my earlier tone, those who complained about you have all been dealt with." I won't allow my employees to make mistakes, nor will I tolerate slander against me. You work hard and strive to be number one this month. Old Go handed Yifeng 2 paper towels, stuffing them into Yifeng's pocket. Look at you, sweating all over, wipe your face. After speaking, Old Gu entered the staff canteen and opened the door, and the couriers all filed in. Yifeng followed them inside. The staff canteen had 10 rectangular tables and chairs, capable of accommodating 40 people at once. In the aisle were buckets of drinking water and soda. At the very back, there was only one window, responsible for serving meals to the staff. Old Go put on an apron, donned a chef's hat and gloves, and clinked his spoon against a steel plate a few times. Hurry up and line up, one at a time. Today's meals are quite nice, with soup and pea tips, braised pork strips, spicy fried fish cakes, and minced spicy tofu. Old Go served meals to the couriers. The couriers neatly lined up, waiting for Old Go to serve their meals. For each courier in front, Old Go served 2 scoops of soup and pea tips, 1 scoop of braised pork strips, for spicy fried fish cakes, and half a scoop of minced spicy tofu. Add 6 liang of rice. The delivery person is not picky and asks Lao Gu to serve this amount. In reality, there are only 13 people in line, and soon it will be Yifeng's turn. Lao Gu smiles and asks Yifeng, "What do you want to eat today? I can give you as much as you want." Yifeng feels Lao Ji's kindness and tells himself not to let the present confuse him, smiling as he says, "Just like everyone else." Yifeng receives a large plate of food. Perfectly, he hasn't eaten anything for lunch, and his stomach is growling. This amount is just enough to fill him up. He chose a seat with no one sitting at it, lowered his head, and prepared to eat. A few lines of text appeared on the table. "Congratulations, you have survived to the staff canteen, please follow the rules below." 17. The canteen opening hours are irregular, as it requires someone in charge to open the door. Approximate hours are: breakfast 6 to 7:30, lunch 11:30 to 1300 hours, dinner 17 to 18:30, late night snack 2100 hours to 2400 hours. 18. Once the person in charge serves you food, you must finish it, the juice can be left. 19. Drinking water and beverages in the corridor can be taken to drink. Yifeng barely remembers these 3 rules. In just one day, there are already 19 rules, more than the previous 3 strange talks. After memorizing it, he continues to eat. In the canteen, the only sounds are of eating and drinking. It's very quiet. Lao Gu also joins the meal, sitting opposite Yifeng, and personally gives him a piece of chicken leg. "You usually love this, specially reserved for you." Yifeng lowers his head and keeps eating, not responding to Lao Ji's words. Mainly because he doesn't know the original delivery person 04's attitude towards chicken legs. When Lao Gu sees Yifeng eat the chicken leg, the smile on his face blooms like a flower in spring, and he eats heartily. The large, tasty dinner takes half an hour to finish. After stacking the empty plates in a certain place, he takes 4 bottles of drinking water from the corridor and leaves the canteen. Before leaving, Lao Gu says to Yifeng, "After eating so much, you probably don't need to eat a late-night snack tonight." Yifeng's stomach is full of food, and he estimates he might not need breakfast tomorrow at all. Outside the door, David and his 2 allies are waiting to see if Yifeng can come out alive. If he can, it proves that entering the canteen is safe. Seeing Yifeng come out safely, his visibly bulging belly is noticed. David smiles and says, "Full, and still getting drinks inside, refreshing." Yifeng ignores David and goes straight to his dormitory, never giving David a chance to spy for information about the canteen. David watches Yifeng's back, and their 3 stomachs growl in unison, gritting their teeth. They just need to get inside the canteen. Push open the door. Only 3 delivery personnel and the person in charge remain in the canteen. David stands at the window first in line, Yan Yanqing is second. Lao Gu, still wearing an apron and chef's hat, speaks heavily. "There is enough food for only 2 people, there isn't enough for a third." The plate is half empty and getting interrupted while eating makes him a little unhappy, he adds. "No smaller portions allowed, you should go back." David and Yan Yanqing smile at the 12th delivery person. In terms of relationships, Yan Yanqing is close to David, and through one bizarre talk, his strength is stronger than the 12th delivery person. David will think of Yan Yanqing. The 12th delivery person leaves in embarrassment, seeing the rules on the table. Besides breakfast, lunch, and dinner, there are also late-night snacks. Thinking, you can't eat a late-night snack without dinner? Humph. David and Yan Yanqing's plates are full of energy. David, the portions are a bit much, no wonder he took half an hour. Yan Yanqing, should we call him in to eat together? David shakes his head. The person in charge only allows 2 servings, and this is a clear refusal to share food. After seeing the rules on the table, he becomes even more certain of this idea. While the 12th delivery person is feeling pleased, Yifeng opens a bottle of drinking water, downing more than half the bottle, recalling the navigation errors from the 2 deliveries during the day. Taking advantage of this time, he opens his phone, entering the addresses of the 2 deliveries into the phone map. Choosing the route mode, Each delivery address changes slightly every 10 minutes. Chapter 86, Hungry at Night 12. On the phone map. Every 10 minutes, the route would have slight changes, with an error of about 2 or 3 meters, and the final distance could be off by dozens of meters. Every hour, there would be a significant change, with at least a 500-meter difference in the final distance. While working, I kept my phone's navigation on, allowing me to ignore these errors. The key problem was that navigation consumed a lot of battery power. Just navigating 3 kilometers left me with only 35% battery. Fortunately, I had white paper, allowing me to record the detailed route, otherwise, getting back to the express station would be a problem. I thought to myself, today, I used 2 sheets of white paper, successfully recording all the routes for the next 3 days of deliveries, relying on the white paper for navigation. Besides navigation, my phone also needed to record audio for the package recipient's signature, and it couldn't run out of battery halfway. Suddenly, there was a sound of footsteps outside, mixed with noisy conversations. The language was strange. I could only hear a series of jabbering sounds. I checked the time on my phone. It was just after 9 in the evening, the time for late-night snacks at the staff cafeteria. Old Gu gave me more food than the other delivery workers, and at this moment, I didn't feel hungry at all. Still hearing the strange voices outside, I decided it was safest not to go out during snack time. Since I wasn't tired yet, I reflected on today's experiences. I made 2 deliveries and encountered 3 groups of people. For the first delivery, the recipient had a very high and mighty attitude, treating the delivery like it was worth millions. In the middle, I met a man and a woman. The man seemed very impatient and unreasonable and got angry at a simple rejection. For the second delivery, the recipient spoke in a lazy manner, as if they hadn't woken up yet. Each of the 3 groups had different personalities, all distinct from each other. It seemed there was no connection between them. But my intuition told me that what appeared to have no connection must have some link. Could it be, finding the connection among them was the key to unlocking the next step? Maybe tomorrow there would be hints. During my analysis, I relied solely on my mind, without any other actions from my body. The viewers in the live stream watched me, as if I was meditating with my eyes wide open. I placed my phone on the table and was about to lie down on the clean floor to sleep when I heard the creaking sound of a door opening outside. A somewhat familiar voice rang out. I'm starving because I didn't eat dinner. I just heard the noise outside. It must be snack time. But I just saw the name on the back of David's work badge. Will it reveal itself as time goes on? The last line was said very softly, only barely audible when pressed against the door. The back of the work badge? I remembered returning to the express station in the afternoon, seeing Yang Yanshang's, 18, badge with a dark blur on the back. Perhaps the information on the back would show itself as time went on. The A4 paper was a bit large and thick after being folded, making it easy for others to notice. Using the faint light from my phone screen, I focused on the instruction manual. The last page of the manual was blank and very thin, essentially undetectable. Using the edge of the phone as a ruler, I neatly tore off a palm-sized sheet of white paper from the last page and tucked it into my work badge. The work badge and the white paper fit together neatly. I observed closely, but couldn't see any information on the back. After doing all this, I lay down on the floor, feeling relieved, and quickly fell asleep. However, the other 4 chosen ones at the same station couldn't sleep peacefully. Jian Bing's Yang Yansheng discovered the name on the back of David's work badge had appeared. It might soon be seen by others. He also realized that staying awake with this drowsiness was not a solution. The higher-ups at Jian Bing couldn't take it anymore and had to give him a hint card, using the last page of the manual to cover the back. Feeling anxious, he then lay down on the floor and fell asleep. Lighthouse David had discovered the use of the manual early. He tore off the last page, tucked it into his work badge, and kept the leftover paper in his pocket. What puzzled him was, what is the connection between the delivered packages? Based on David's experience. In every strange tale world, events should subtly be related. As for the chosen one of the pasta, who entered the dormitory in the afternoon and had never come out, he gnawed on half a compressed biscuit, desperately trying to close his eyes, yet found no sleepiness. Only the courier of number 12, the chosen one from the Forest Kingdom, secretly slipped out of the dormitory. He had clung to David, but at dinner in the evening, there were only 2 portions. Aside from David, Yang Yansheng, through a strange tale, knew that the Forest Chosen One was not someone to offend and had to willingly give up his meal share. However, there were still late-night snacks in the cafeteria, and the Forest Chosen One had already planned to feast during late-night snacks, making up for the dinner he missed. Click. The moment the Forest Chosen One walked out of the dormitory door slowly closed. Unsure if it was locked or not, he didn't notice. Outside the dormitory, the corridor was lit with warm-colored lights, with a dark red carpet on the floor, and the scent of lavender intermittently wafted through the air. The Forest Chosen One felt comfortable, like in the corridor of a hotel next door to his home. It seemed that even strange tales had a human touch. The cafeteria's door is open. They should have started eating. Outside the courier station, the rolling shutter doors were locked, and through the corridor's light, he saw blurry shapes. More than 20 meters away, the cafeteria door was open, likely because they couldn't find the switch and it was pitch dark inside. Perhaps there were no lights in the cafeteria, which is why it was completely dark. The Forest Chosen One whispered. Since they had dinner inside and nothing went wrong, it means the other mealtimes in the cafeteria are also safe. The Forest Chosen One analyzed the 17th rule, stating that as long as the person in charge opened the door, they could go in to eat. There wouldn't be any mistakes. The Forest Chosen One followed David for half an hour. David shared some important tips with him, and he felt very confident about his analysis. The 17th rule was undoubtedly completely correct. Amidst the confidence of the Forest Chosen One, the forest spectators felt a bit insecure. The floors in the cafeteria were so dark, was it really safe? Moreover, the door to dormitory number 12 locked automatically, not by the Chosen One. Forest spectators, it feels like it should be fine. The Chosen One had dinner without incident, which proves the food in the cafeteria is safe. Forest spectators, David, the horror novelist, really lives up to his name, making our Chosen One so much stronger in less than an hour. It seems normal, but is filled with many strange occurrences. A certain horror novelist from Dragon Country, after seeing Feng asleep, went to check the live streams of other Chosen Ones at the station. At this moment, only the Forest Chosen One was still awake. The forest spectators were about to argue but saw their Chosen One stepping into the pitch-dark floor. The Forest Chosen One continued walking towards the cafeteria, hunger driving him to eat a hearty late-night snack at all costs. His eyes only held the impulse to fill his stomach. Halfway through the corridor's light, a shadow resembling a pig seemed to hang on the left side. Suddenly looking over, he saw multiple corpses. Each corpse wore the uniform of Happy Courier, totaling 8 bodies. The faces of the corpses were pale, making it impossible to identify them. Only the corpse nearest to him, the Forest Chosen One, recognized. It was the Chosen One who, like him, had clung to David's leg earlier. Courier number 01. Chapter 87, a little extra. Ugh. The Forest Chosen One looked at the corpses, covering his mouth tightly. He recalled when he left the dormitory in the afternoon, David had an exchange with number 01, but there was no response from the other side. Perhaps it was at that moment, the Chosen One impersonating number 01 was already dead, a terrifying masquerade. Just thinking about it sent chills down his spine. If David hadn't discovered this, they would have been doomed long ago. The Forest Chosen One wanted to retreat. Going hungry was far better than losing his life. Turning around, he saw the corridor stretching infinitely. Aside from the warm lights, there were no dormitory doors. The warm light gradually dimmed, darkness starting to seep in from the end. In the dark, there seemed to be a figure approaching with a pig slaughtering knife. The Forest Chosen One could only continue moving forward, his vision returning to what it was before. The corpse on the left side disappeared without a trace. It must be my eyes playing tricks on me, there is no corpse at all. The Forest Chosen One clenched his fists tightly, thinking he was just seeing things. After all, it was still snack time, and he was safe. He quickly walked to the employee cafeteria. Old Go was still wearing his apron, chef hat, and gloves, serving food to the delivery man. The cafeteria was indeed too dark, he couldn't see what food was on the counter, and the Forest Chosen One was focused on lining up. Halfway through the line, the delivery man at the front expressed his dissatisfaction. Why is it that my favorite part is missing? After working so hard today, I should at least have my favorite part as a reward. Old Go, this isn't fair, there should be 6 pieces, did you hide some? Old Go scratched his head, feeling embarrassed, and smiled as he explained. I might have taken a bit too much, I've only managed to get 6 of your favorite parts, but one of them is rotten and inedible. Maybe tomorrow, perhaps within 3 days, you'll be able to eat it. Old Go picked up an item and held it to the delivery man's nose to let him smell it. The delivery man quickly waved away the smell, covering his nose, and helplessly said, "It stinks. Looks like tonight's snack won't be tasty." The Forest Chosen One also saw it. It was a piece about 5 centimeters long and a bit slippery. His first reaction was that it was still too little, only 5 pieces. Old Go smiled, and the Forest Chosen One leaned forward, making Old Go notice. Looks like you're very lucky, your favorite part is here, and it's fresh enough. The delivery man grew confused. If 5 pieces have been distributed, how can there still be fresh ones? Old Go pointed his spoon at the Forest Chosen One and continued to smile. Isn't this perfect? He isn't one of our delivery station employees. He's an imposter. Even the delivery men who were already snacking turned to look at the Forest Chosen One, their eyes glowing with darkness. The Forest Chosen One broke out in a cold sweat. How could they possibly discover his identity? No. It must not be discovered. The Forest Chosen One deliberately kept smiling and replied. I am certainly an employee of the delivery station, how could I be an imposter? You guys must be mistaken. If they learned his true name, and the person in charge realized he was not a real delivery man, there would be serious consequences. This rule flashed in the Forest Chosen One's mind. Old Gu knows the real name? While the Forest Chosen One was still thinking of a way to argue, Old Gu began to recite a series of information with a smile. Name, Dong Shuishan, age, 27, gender, male, loves basketball and street dancing, work experience, 1 year. The text on the back of your work permit has already shown. The 12th delivery man I registered is named Dong Shuishan. The Forest Chosen One looked down to see his work permit facing out, the black text gleaming with a blood-red shine. It's over. The real name has been discovered. The Forest Chosen One bolted out the door, thinking. David once said, when in trouble, don't panic, first leave the dangerous place. The normal difficulty of the horror world would provide a chance to breathe. However, as the Forest Chosen One turned around, a figure 3 meters tall walked into the cafeteria. He could vaguely see that it was a man in a chef's outfit. In his right hand, he held a kitchen knife, and in his left, a hammer. The man's corpulent body blocked the way, leaving the Forest Chosen One with no escape. Old Gu introduced the 3-meter-tall guy. This is the chef of our employee cafeteria, who also helps distribute packages to the staff. He returned to the dormitory this afternoon. The cook behind smiled, causing the fat on his body to jiggle. The kitchen knife slid against the whetstone, making a hissing sound as he sharpened the blade. The Forest Chosen One had studied the first 3 horror tales and thought he understood them deeply. But now, seeing the man covered in fat and red sores, he collapsed to the ground, warmth seeping from his pants. No, don't kill me. I can. The Forest Chosen One thought about useful things. The only way to avoid being killed by terror was. It reveals the Chosen One's employee number at the delivery station. In an instant, an invisible force squeezed the mouth shut, preventing any sound from escaping. Old Gus smiled and said. We have fresh ingredients, let's prepare a special meal for everyone. It's been years since we've had sashimi. The courier standing at the front responded with a smile. Make sure to save the lips for me. I'll definitely save it for you. Old Gu replied. The 3-meter man appeared before the Forest's Chosen One. The live broadcast abruptly went black, and a message popped up announcing the arrival of horror tales. The Forest audience gritted their teeth, cursing at this guy who would risk his life just for food, which brought horror upon them. A big shot in the horror novel scene from the Dragon Kingdom sent a message in the chat before logging off. After seeing the corpse, step back into your room, maybe there's still a chance. That night, the Chosen Ones, choosing to either sleep in beds or lay on tables, wondered if they could go out after 9 for a midnight snack. No one escaped. The number of Chosen Ones was reduced to 88, there were still 3 more days of deliveries ahead. Those who remained alive felt the tension spike, praying to make it through safely. Among them, the 2 most stable, Feng and David, fell into a deep sleep. Lying on the bed were their identical shadows, slowly solidifying, their appearances seemingly changing. Until dawn, they gradually dissipated. Morning. Feng suddenly woke up, it was bright, and he hurriedly checked his phone, which showed 100% battery. It was now 7 in the morning, time for breakfast. Feng walked out of the dormitory, heading to the cafeteria. David and Yang Yansheng also came out. Seeing that dormitory 12 was tightly locked, they shook their heads. It's over for them, it's just you and me left. Yang Yansheng looked sharply at Feng's back, suspecting the death of the Forest's Chosen Ones was caused by him. Should we target Feng? In the Happiness movie theater, they had seen Feng's methods. David shook his head. If he really has skills, we need to be more careful. For now, let's ensure we survive. Feng felt the hostile gaze behind him. Without thinking, he knew it was David and the others. If they want to play, I'm Feng, and I'm more than willing to join. Feng entered the cafeteria, where Old Gu had reserved a lavish breakfast for him, smiling as he said. Eat well, you'll need it for work later. Chapter 88, Abnormality. Feng maintained his smiling courier principle, forcing a smile. Thanks, Old Gu, this is more than enough, I might burst if I eat any more. A big bowl of pig offal porridge, 2 deep-fried dough sticks, 3 meat buns, plus a plate of spicy egg stir-fried noodles, that was enough breakfast for 2 people. Old Gu had given all of this to Feng. The steaming breakfast opened Feng's appetite, and he couldn't wait to dig in. If he were to get any more, he truly wouldn't be able to finish it, so he had to call it off. Old Gu chuckled, I can only give you this, I haven't had breakfast yet myself. Feng sighed in relief, carrying a large plate of food to the dining table. The portion for the other couriers was only half of Feng's, and they looked at him with envy. But it was just envy. It's no wonder he was one of the top 3 couriers last year, it's normal to get more food than us. We need to work hard this year. The couriers whispered. Feng remembered these words, unsure if they were true or false, he just listened and said nothing in reply. Bam! David walked into the cafeteria with Yang Yansheng, leading the way. Perhaps it was David's high and mighty expression that made Old Gu dislike him, he said unhappily. You're early, there are 4 more portions left, here, this is yours. David and Yang Yansheng received a medium bowl of pig offal porridge, 1 deep-fried dough stick, and 2 vegetable buns. Yang Yansheng glanced at Yifeng's food, wanting to ask old Gu for more. David raised a hand to stop Yang Yansheng, shaking his head, signaling him not to act rashly. Old Gu noticed and questioned Yang Yansheng. What's wrong? Do you have a problem? Don't forget you received a complaint yesterday, just having food is already good enough, are you still complaining? Yang Yansheng forced a smile, recalling that he considered himself a small businessman in the real world. How can one be angry at such a person? Anger and reason collided, stammering out. No. Opinions. David covered for Yang Yansheng, explaining with a smile. I'm sorry, he's just hungry, no other thoughts, please don't take it to heart. Old Gu snorted, and the two quietly approached Yifeng's table, sharing a table with him. Yifeng sensed the hostility and kept silent, continuing to eat. David was not going to let the chance to get close to Yifeng go, smiling as he spoke. We are all the same people, how about helping each other? Stacking together, maybe we can work well together, at least we won't make mistakes. There were other couriers in the cafeteria, so David couldn't express his thoughts openly. In David's smile, Yifeng saw not only a hint of sincerity but more hypocrisy. The other party couldn't genuinely want to cooperate with him. Yifeng didn't like working with others either. I refuse. Working alone avoids mistakes, even if mistakes happen, I'll bear it all. No need to care about others' faces. On the surface talking about refusing to deliver packages together, but in fact, he was rejecting cooperation with David. David was from the lighthouse, a born and bred lighthouse person, definitely not kindly helping him. At least in Yifeng's understanding, not many lighthouse people would sincerely help their Longwa people. David's expression darkened. He didn't expect the other party to refuse so decisively, without hesitation. Yang Yansheng didn't expect his thigh to be met with a cold rejection, and began to refute Yifeng's words. David shook his head, signaling not to say more. The other party's straightforward rejection left no room for more discussion, for fear that other couriers or old Gu would catch on. Yang Yansheng finished his breakfast early, waiting for David in place. David ate slowly, observing Yifeng's every move, trying to find clues from the unfathomable tales he'd heard, things he didn't know. However, Yifeng remained silent, his eating movements mechanical, similar to the other couriers. Until the end. Yifeng finished eating, stood up, placed his plate in a designated spot, and took a bottle of drinking water in the aisle. Out of the corner of his eye, he counted the number of people in the cafeteria. 1, 2, 3. 17. Including the manager Old Gu, there were 17 people, consistent with yesterday's 12 couriers, 1 manager, and 4 chosen ones. No, wrong. David should have 2 little brothers, but today there was only 1, aside from the traitor, the other little brother should be. Yifeng quickly recalled yesterday's experience. David's other little brother didn't get dinner, had the lowest status. The work ID was 12. No doubt, his employee number was 12. Yifeng's gaze swept quickly across the cafeteria, finding no ID badge numbered 12. Originally, which courier had the employee number? Yifeng quickly recalled once more, unable to remember all the employee numbers of the couriers who had dinner yesterday. Without lingering, he left the cafeteria. David watched Yifeng's back. From Yifeng staying for 3 seconds in the cafeteria, he figured that the other had discovered something, and whispered. A sharp guy, seems to have noticed the abnormality. Yang Yansheng didn't think so. A self-important person noticed something amiss after just 3 seconds? That's too strong, right? To continue holding on to a strong support, Yang Yansheng nodded in agreement. David's lips lifted slightly as he looked around the cafeteria. All the couriers were eating their breakfast with their heads down, everything seemed normal. David found no abnormalities, yet his lips curled up slightly, thinking. A good opponent, it should be quite tricky to compete against. Of course, also a very useful tool. Soon. David and Yang Yansheng finished eating, placed their plates down, took a bottle of drinking water, and quickly left the cafeteria. In a corner, a courier was looking down, eating breakfast, while glancing at David's back, firmly remembering it in his mind. When Yifeng left the cafeteria, he also recorded this. Yifeng was waiting on the floor for today's delivery assignments. David saw Yifeng and temporarily didn't want to talk to him, avoiding further dislike from him. He brought Yang Yansheng to the corner to wait. After a long time. The second room on the left at the corner slowly opened. A 3-meter-tall fat man walked out, wearing specially made oversized clothes, exuding a strong smell of sweat, as if he hadn't showered in half a year. The fat man saw Yifeng and the others and laughed. You finished breakfast so quickly, are you eager to work? His laughter shook his entire body of fat. He didn't look much like a person. Yifeng managed to keep a smile and nodded to the fat man. The fat man pulled out a work ID from the front desk drawer. It said sorter, number 00. Here, this is the package your delivery person number 04 has to deliver today. The fat man handed a package to Yifeng, and today's workload was just one item. Yifeng stared at the package, remembering the first rule, only obey the delivery tasks assigned by the site manager. But the whole rule was in red, partially or completely wrong. The key point was what Lao Gu said yesterday, the sorter was off today. Putting the pieces together, the number 00 in front of him should be responsible for assigning today's delivery tasks to the delivery workers. Is there a problem? The fat man asked with a smile. His smiling flesh was twisted, looking inhuman. Chapter 89 The Third Order, Zoo. No problem, thank you. Yifeng received the package and checked the map on his phone. It was 15 kilometers away, the distance was far. After checking that he had everything, he rode off on a tricycle. David saw Yifeng decisively take the package from the fat man, realizing that the first rule was wrong. It didn't have to be only the manager assigning them packages. The fat man walked up to David, took out 2 packages, and handed them to him. This is your workload for today. David, imitating Yifeng, took the package and started the tricycle, leaving with his stiff driving skills. Yang Yanqing did the same. The fat man watched the 3 leave, feeling a bit dejected as he sighed. It's still the food that excites, especially making sashimi for supper. I hope other outsiders mix in at the delivery station. Slurp. The fat man licked his tongue, savoring last night's smile, that tender and juicy pig's eye, crisp and juicy. Half an hour passed. The delivery workers in the canteen finished eating one after another, looking for the fat man to collect their packages for delivery. Lao Gu was washing dishes in the canteen. Yifeng had already traveled 2 kilometers on the tricycle. Today, Yifeng changed tactics, opening the phone map every kilometer, only recording the route for the most recent kilometer each time. This greatly reduced paper waste. Every street was laid out exactly the same, and even if he looked carefully, he couldn't find any clues. Perhaps it was because the new year had just passed, it wasn't work time yet, the streets were very quiet, and hardly any pedestrians passed by. Even if there were pedestrians, their movements were stiff, every second they would make a motion, as if there were lines pulling them along. Yifeng ignored these and drove according to the route. Around noon, there were 3 kilometers left to the destination. The white paper was densely written with routes, with 1/5 still blank for writing. The sun was exceptionally bright at noon, making it hard for Yifeng to open his eyes, sweat uncontrollably dripping down. At 1 p.m. Following the route, he arrived at the front gate of a zoo. At the entrance, there were pictures of gorillas holding signs, and the sign said, "Beautiful Zoo." From the name, the animals inside must be very beautiful. It probably housed animals with high looks. Next to the zoo entrance, there was a man wearing a leather coat and down jacket, sitting in a pavilion, likely a security guard at the zoo. It was a hot noon, yet he was dressed so heavily, looking very cold. Looking from outside the zoo. Across a patch of woods, the situation inside is unclear. From time to time, the cries of animals and the sound of whips can be heard. Yifeng parked the 3-wheeled motorcycle beside the zoo entrance and began to dial the recipient's phone number. He originally planned to call in advance to confirm if the package could be received. Today, there was only one delivery to make. To save some battery, he had the recipient sign for the package over the phone. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Yifeng dialed the recipient's phone 3 times in a row, but the other side hung up directly, and he couldn't get through at all. The recipient's name is Tu Chanshan. Besides her number, there is also a relative's number. The relative's name is Shiruru, a feminine name, likely a sister. Yifeng tried calling the relative's phone number. 233114514. The other side answered the phone, emitting a gentle female voice. Hello, who is this? Yifeng smiled and replied. Hello, this is Smile Express, I'm the courier with employee number 04. Your relative Tu Chanshan has a package that needs to be signed for. Could you contact Tu Chanshan to come sign for it? The delivery has a relative's phone number, so the recipient can be found through the relative. After a moment of silence, the gentle voice on the other end spoke. I'm sorry, Chanshan is still eating. How about I take it for her? It's just one package. The package must be signed for by the person themselves. I'm very sorry, but the package must be signed for by the recipient. Please have Tu Chanshan come to sign for it. Yifeng firmly refused the relative's proxy signature. Okay then, please wait about 30 minutes, Chanshan should be done eating and will come out to sign for the package. The gentle female voice sounded again. Where do I need to tell Chanshan to go to sign for it? Yifeng became alert. What sounds like a casual question takes on a different meaning when it comes from a non-recipient. Would the recipient forget where to sign for the package? The rules do not mention this. Let's assume the recipient doesn't know the pickup address, but it should be the recipient asking the question. If a relative asks, it could be a trap. Ruru's tone on the phone became even gentler. Come on, just tell me. Yi Feng's body felt uncontrollable, wanting to blurt out the delivery address, but reason held back that impulse. He smiled and replied, I'm sorry, if the recipient forgets the address, please have her call to consult, I will definitely answer. Without waiting for the other side to continue asking, Yi Feng simply hung up the phone. The inner impulse he felt earlier increasingly confirmed that it was a trap. This could be considered an unreasonable request. Looking at the entrance of the zoo, everything seemed normal, nothing strange happened nearby, so he continued to wait in place. After half an hour, he would call again to remind them. As Yi Feng waited, a bone was thrown out of the security booth, probably a sheep's leg bone, along with some dissatisfied voices. The quality of the staff meals is getting lower and lower. It's so hard to eat, not like it used to be, so tender and delicious. I have to report it to the higher-ups after getting off work. Eating this kind of meat every day, how can I have the energy to work? A security guard in the booth leaned outside and asked curiously. Is there someone outside? Hey! Why are you here? To visit the zoo, daytime tickets are 100, nighttime tickets are 50, and if you want to stay all night, it's an extra 20. Yi Feng happened to see the security guard's front, his face covered in thick dark hair, his features retro, looking like a gorilla's face. No. He is a gorilla. The security guard is a gorilla, or maybe like in an amusement park, a person in an animal costume. Wearing an animal costume would better attract visitors to come in. Hey! I'm asking you a question. The security guard, a bit impatient, let his anger from the unsatisfying lunch vent onto Yi Feng. Yi Feng's mouth twitched and he replied with a smile. I won't go in to visit, thank you. He just needed to deliver the package to the signing address. The security guard became a bit angry, mumbling quietly while sitting on the chair. It's still working hours, I can't leave the security booth. If you don't let me in, you may regret denying me without reason. The security guard grabbed a piece of roasted lamb chop sprinkled with cumin and chili powder. A rich fragrance filled the air, yet my mouth continued to complain about the bad taste. It's absolutely awful. Could it be that they used meat that's been dead for a long time to get by? The security guard glanced at Yi Feng's body. With a slurping sound. Perhaps it was because the lamb chop's meat quality was poor, but it was grilled quite nicely, so he began to eat heartily. As he ate, he spoke. As long as I don't chase you away, you can stay here. Half an hour passed. The recipient still had not appeared, and Yi Feng continued to dial the recipient's number, finally connecting this time. Chapter 90, The Recipient is a Rabbit? Hello, this is Smile Express, delivery person number 04. I have your package here, please come out to sign for it. Yi Feng spoke with a smile on the phone. The recipient finally answered the call. Munch, munch, munch. Chewing sounds came from the phone. After a few seconds, it seemed she swallowed the food and replied to Yi Feng. Oh, so my package has arrived, wait for me at the front door for 5 minutes, I will be right there. Rabbit Shanshan spoke casually, this time, she should be an ordinary recipient. Yi Feng waited for the recipient. In the security booth, the security guard in a gorilla suit sized up Yi Feng, occasionally nodding in appreciation. Muscles are a bit firm, somewhat thin, should be not bad. Hey, kid. Come over and let me see you clearly. As the security guard spoke, his crescent-shaped teeth revealed themselves, yellowed, and the foul smell could be detected from over 20 meters away. Yi Feng ignored this annoying security guard and continued to wait for Rabbit Shanshan. The guard grew a bit angry, twisting the door of the booth, using all his strength to turn it, but the door still wouldn't open. Conceited guy, I'm talking to you, respond to me. The guard unleashed a tirade at Yi Feng, but Yi Feng remained unresponsive, eager to finish the delivery and leave. The guard noticed that threats weren't working, and then he smiled, revealing 2 rows of sharp teeth. You haven't eaten anything today, have you? How about this, come over here, and I'll share some food with you. I still have half a grilled lamb chop. Saying this, the guard waved the roasted meat outside the booth, with the smell of cumin and chili powder wafting through the air. Yi Feng's body felt a strange pull, wanting to taste the grilled meat. His feet moved towards the booth, but his hands clutched the handle of the tricycle, preventing himself from getting closer. He absolutely could not eat that meat. Just as the strength in his legs overcame the strength in his arms, a gentle female voice came from the gate. Is delivery person 04 here? I'm very sorry to have kept you waiting. When Yi Feng heard it, he recognized Rabbit Shanshan's voice. The strange allure of the grilled meat gradually faded away, and control of his legs returned to Yi Feng. Though he couldn't see Rabbit Shanshan behind the gate, he politely waved his hand towards the entrance and smiled. Hello, I'm delivery person 04, your package has arrived, please sign for it. Rabbit Shanshan stepped out from behind the gate, still donned in an animal skin suit. Her suit had 2 long ears standing upright, a rabbit's head, while her limbs and torso shared traits of both human and rabbit. If the zoo guard could hide his appearance with thick clothes, the rabbit Chanshan in front of him looked like a person wearing rabbit skin. It should be. Not too certain. Yi Feng maintained a stiff smile, waiting for Rabbit Chanshan to come over. Rabbit Chanshan was still chewing on meat, her mouth greasy, and her sleeves stained with oil, holding a fine hemp rope that bound a package shaped like a summer medicine pouch. Rabbit Chanshan quickly approached Yi Feng, not giving him time to react. Her oily right hand brushed against Yi Feng's face. "You're too thin, you probably don't eat well usually, and your clothes smell terrible." Rabbit Chanshan came right up to him with a familiar gesture, speaking in a tone almost like that of a close relative. Yi Feng was momentarily at a loss for words, stepping back 2 paces, smiling. "Hello, please sign for the package." Rabbit Chanshan pouted, showing her discontent with Yi Feng's cold response. Such a handsome man. Eating poorly and being thin shouldn't be too good. Tu Chanshan spread her hands, helplessly said. "Shouldn't you provide a pen and a receipt for me to sign?" Yi Feng finally reacted, handing the pen and receipt to Tu Chanshan. Tu Chanshan signed her name, oil from her hand smeared on the pen and receipt, handing it back to Yi Feng. Both the pen and the receipt felt greasy, making it uncomfortable to touch. Yi Feng looked at Tu Chanshan with indifference, not caring about the grease, putting the pen and receipt down casually. A series of careless actions were all visible in Tu Chanshan's eyes. Tu Chanshan's pupils flashed a hint of blood red, lifting the oiled paper wrapped item, placing it in front of Yi Feng. "Since you waited for me for 30 minutes, my snacks are for you. Eat well, don't go hungry, next time try to get more meat." The recipient's relatives had never even told Tu Chanshan the package was at the front door. Yi Feng ignored the gift Tu Chanshan offered, knowing the oiled paper wrapped was definitely not a good thing. He stuffed the package back into Tu Chanshan's hands, smiling as he said, "This is your package, please accept it." The package was only palm-sized but heavy, needing both hands to lift it. "Am I the one hungry and weak?" Yi Feng remembered that the package he picked up in the morning was also heavy, but could at least be lifted with one hand. "No matter what, as long as I get the receipt, deliver the item, and keep smiling, that's enough." Tu Chanshan pinched the package with one hand, her human-like eyes blinking, asking again. "Do you want it? You look so pitifully thin." At this moment, the food wrapped in oiled paper emitted a delicious aroma never before smelled. It seemed like the taste of heaven on earth. A surge of desire filled his heart, accepting the food Tu Chanshan offered. This food must be the most delicious thing in the world. Besides, curiosity gradually sprouted. What could the most delicious food in the world possibly be? Even if I don't eat, should I at least open it to take a look? Absolutely not. Rationality in the horror novel experience in Yi Feng's mind told him he shouldn't even touch it. Yi Feng stepped back half a step, fighting against his desire, and sat on the tricycle to leave the zoo immediately. Tu Chanshan watched Yi Feng's back, smiling and saying words that even the live stream couldn't hear. Tu Chanshan's relative, Ro, came out, looking displeased at the tricycle's back. "Chanshan, hurry up and complain about this guy. I told you to tell me where to pick up, you shouldn't have to rush over while eating half." "You still want to give him good food?" Ro looked at Tu Chanshan, baffled, as if seeing the sunrise from the west. Tu Chanshan shrugged, helplessly saying. He didn't accept it, and his attitude was pretty good. "He waited for me for 30 minutes, there's no need to complain about him." "Too bad." Tu Chanshan dragged Ro back into the zoo, and the zoo security finally left the security booth, reluctantly watching the tricycle's back. Yi Feng successfully delivered today's package, and the viewers from Longhua also breathed a sigh of relief. After a long time of waiting, Yi Feng felt a bit anxious, and the viewers from Longhua were very worried, fearing the recipient would drag it out until night. At that time, even if they successfully delivered the package, it would exceed the time to return the transportation. "I told you, this package is definitely safe and sound." Who was spamming comments just now, freaking out so much their hands couldn't stop? Brother Feng doesn't have anything exciting to watch for now, let's switch to the Maple Leaf livestream, there's something good there. Received. Switching channels immediately. Some viewers from Longhua switched to the Maple Leaf livestream. At this moment, the chosen one of Feng drove the tricycle to the zoo entrance, starting to complain. "The phone map consumes too much battery, the route is too hard to remember, it's already 2 in the afternoon, and I finally got to the pickup point." Seeing the time tight to return, the chosen one of Feng dialed the recipient's phone. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. Beep beep beep. The chosen one of Feng dialed 3 times in a row, but the recipient's phone still went unanswered. Feeling a bit anxious. It took 6 hours to get here, and even if the road is familiar on the way back, it will take at least 4 or 5 hours. Now, it's estimated that we won't get back until nearly 7 o'clock. This is still assuming the route doesn't change. I can't wait here any longer. The chosen one of the Maple Leaf decided to call the recipient's relative. 233114514. After pressing the series of numbers, the call connected, and a gentle female voice came through. Hello, who's this? Hearing the gentle voice, the chosen one of the maple leaf felt that the person on the other end was probably a nice woman, a key to delivering this package. Hello, Shiro, I'm from Smile Delivery, employee number 24. I have a package for 2 Chanchan, please inform her to come and collect it. The gentle female voice sounded again. No problem, can you tell me the delivery address? I'll inform her. The chosen one of the maple leaf thought it was possible the recipient forgot the address. It wasn't unreasonable, so he replied honestly. It's here at the main entrance of the zoo, please tell her. Alright, I got it. Shiro hung up the phone. The chosen one of the maple leaf sat in the driver's seat, a smile on his face, looking hopeful to make it back to the delivery station on time. The security guard poked his head out of the guard booth, eyeing the chosen one of the maple leaf with satisfaction. Muscles are well filled, fur is a bit much, handling might be a bit of a hassle, but overall, not bad. The chosen one of the maple leaf also noticed the guard in the booth. The guard's face was covered in fur, looking a bit like a non-human. Hey there, I'm the security guard of the zoo, do you need to go in and visit the zoo? The animals inside are really good looking, I guarantee you'll like them. The chosen one of the maple leaf then breathed a sigh of relief. So it was just the zoo's security guard, he must be dressed in an animal costume like those in the amusement parks to attract visitors. The costume looks too real. There's not a hint of a suit feel to it, it must be high-end quality. Gradually, the security guard at the zoo seems less human, a bit like a gorilla and a bit like a person. Still, he needed to let the recipient sign for the package and leave immediately. Staying longer might lead to other dangers. The chosen one of the maple leaf called the recipient's phone again, but it still went unanswered, so he had to call the relative Shiro. Hello, did you inform 2 Rong to come pick up the package? Before the chosen one of the maple leaf could finish, Shiro interrupted him, smiling. She's not feeling well, so I'm here to sign for the package on her behalf. The chosen one of the maple leaf felt a tremor in his heart. The package must be signed for by the recipient, other signatures don't count. He quickly explained to Shiro. I can wait for her, the package needs to be signed for by the person themselves. The zoo's main gate made a sound, catching the chosen one of the maple leaf's attention. Wearing a lion's head, with a body and limbs displaying both human and lion features, a lion's tail lifted, swaying back and forth. In its clawed hand was a freshly roasted leg of lamb, sizzling and bubbling with oil, the smell of oil wafting delightfully. Shiro? The chosen one of the maple leaf felt puzzled. Are all the staff in the zoo like this? Wearing incredibly realistic animal costumes. Shiro took a bite of the meat and walked up to the chosen one of the maple leaf, mumbling. Chanchan is not convenient right now, I'll sign for the package. Where is the receipt? Shiro took another bite of the roasted meat, waiting for the chosen one of the maple leaf's reply. The chosen one of the maple leaf refused to sign on behalf, it must be signed by the recipient. I'm really sorry, but at Smile Delivery, we have a rule, the recipient must sign in person. Shiro opened her mouth wide enough to fit half a grown man inside, and swallowed the entire leg of lamb. Burp. Shiro let out a satisfied burp, rubbed her slightly bloated belly and said gently. Since you want to find Chanchan to sign, you can only go inside the zoo to find her, come, I'll lead the way. The chosen one of the maple leaf felt something was off and quickly retreated, sitting in the driver's seat, wanting to leave. The pickup location is outside the main gate of the zoo, not inside the zoo. Lion Ro has terrifying strength, dragging the maple leaf chosen one down to the ground with one hand, while lifting the package with the other, heading towards the zoo entrance. The maple leaf chosen one cursed silently, knowing things were bad. There must be something terrible inside the zoo, entering would definitely mean doom. The maple leaf chosen one struggled fiercely, trying to break free from Lion Ro's grip. Unfortunately, no matter how hard they tried, they could not resist Lion Ro's strength. Passing the security booth, the zoo security licked his lips and laughed. Remember to save some for me, the meat at lunch was too unappetizing. Lion Ro burped and glanced at the security guard. This is a benefit from our beast taming department, why should you get a share? Get lost. Roar. A roar belonging to a lion erupted, shaking the security booth. The guard raised his arms defensively, barely holding up. Lion Ro dragged the maple leaf chosen one into the zoo, gently introducing it. This is the zoo, and these are all the employees of the zoo. The animal park in the ghost stories was no different from the real zoo. There's grass, an artificial sea, and deserts, different areas suitable for different animals to survive. Blue skies and white clouds, apart from the staff and animal costumes, there's no difference at all. From beginning to end, there were no animals seen in these manufactured environments. Dragged for 300 meters, they arrived at the self-service barbecue area. There were several grills smoking, roasting what looked like an entire sheep. Lion Ro slammed the maple leaf chosen one in front of Rabbit Chanchan. Rabbit Shanshan was eating roasted meat, her greasy hand accidentally touching the maple leaf chosen one's face. The maple leaf chosen one was instantly surprised and hurriedly wiped the grease off their face. Rabbit Shanshan pressed against the opponent forcefully. Who are you? The maple leaf's live stream instantly went black, bursting with a message of a smiling delivery reward. The audience for Maple Leaf was in complete despair. Maple Leaf audience, stupid fool, if only you had half of the composure and alertness of the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones, this delivery would have been an easy task. Maple Leaf audience, why can't we have strong characters? There are beings in horror stories that rival Lighthouse David. Maple Leaf audience, this is unfair. Why only choose our chosen ones? Only the weak? We are just lucky, please don't be jealous. Actually, in our Dragon Kingdom, Maple Brother can only be considered average. If a top-tier horror novelist came, they would eliminate the horrors in ghost stories right from the start. With the gentle comfort from the Dragon Kingdom audience. The Maple Leaf audience still couldn't stay calm, cursing their foolish chosen one while hating the Dragon Kingdom audience for comforting them. At 5 in the afternoon, Yi Feng rode his three-wheeled motorcycle back to the warehouse, parked his vehicle, and headed to the delivery station. Old Go was, as always, scolding the delivery personnel who had received complaints. Yi Feng had already clicked the recording app in advance. When he saw the zoo security, he started recording. Old Go noticed Yi Feng returning and glared at him in anger. You're back? Old Go let out an angry voice, realizing his tone was off, cleared his throat, and smiled. You're back, you all stand here for now, I'll go get dinner for delivery personnel 04. Old Go shot a fierce glance at the standing delivery personnel. Today there were only 3 receiving scoldings. David and Yan Yansheng were not among them. It was the 01, 19, and 23 numbered delivery personnel. The 3 delivery personnel lowered their heads, waiting for Old Go to continue his scolding. Guliolu. Having not eaten lunch, Yi Feng was starving on the way back. Under Old Ji's lead, Yi Feng came to the staff canteen. Yi Feng felt puzzled. Were there no complaints today? Clearly, he had refused extra requests from the recipient, so according to yesterday's script, he should have received a complaint. Seeing Old Ji's gentle attitude towards him, it seemed there were no complaints against him today. Since Old Go didn't speak, Yi Feng could only put his phone back in his pocket and approach the cafeteria window, waiting for Old Go to finish putting on the clothes for portioning out the meat. There are probably still 3 people's worth of food at the cafeteria window. Old Go smiled and said, Courier 04, you did well today, the recipient called to praise you, keep smiling during work. Very good, our motto at Smile Express is to treat every recipient with a smile. I'll give you a little extra since you love this food. Old Ji's face was adorned with a smile, like flowers in spring. Courier 04 truly deserved to be one of the best at their station, not only without complaints but also receiving appreciation from recipients. Yi Feng shook his head. Thank you, Old Go, just give me 1 portion. Old Go didn't think too much, nodded, and served a large plate of food for Yi Feng, letting him eat well. Yi Feng carried the food and casually found an empty spot to sit down. As he ate heartily, he also observed the cafeteria situation. It was only 5:03, the cafeteria had just opened, with 9 people eating dinner, including Yi Feng. Adding the 3 couriers outside, there were a total of 12 people. The cafeteria now had enough food for only 2 portions. It seemed that there was an unwritten rule, not enough meals for all couriers. Arriving late meant only having water to drink. The couriers present were bowing their heads, mechanically eating meat and rice, each movement nearly identical. Yi Feng mimicked the courier's actions, mechanically eating the food. Old Go took off his cafeteria uniform and continued to reprimand the courier who received complaints on the floor above. Old Ji's voice could also be heard from the cafeteria. Don't forget our station's requirement, keep smiling. Look at Courier 04, he did well and even received a call of praise from the recipient. What about you? Our station is not to hire grandfathers, we must keep smiling. Where's your smile? Show me a smile. After a moment of silence, Old Go continued his reprimand. Courier 01 and 23 are fine, you should face the recipients with this kind of smile. 19, what's wrong with you? Your smile is so stiff, keep practicing until I say it's acceptable. Couriers 01 and 23 left the line of those being scolded and returned to their dorms to rest. Old Go continued to train Courier 19. Half an hour passed. Yi Feng finally finished the delicious meal and, having come back hungry, was now so full that he couldn't even drink water. He grabbed a bottle of drinking water from the aisle and passed by the floor above. Courier 19 was still practicing his smile. Whenever there was something Old Go was dissatisfied with, he would hit hard. Courier 19's mouth turned red, his lips twitching uncontrollably. What a poor guy. After receiving so many slaps, it must hurt a lot, but he was a character in this strange world, no need for excessive pity. Who knows, the next moment, he might be the one to end your life. Old Gu noticed Yifeng coming out, smiled at Yifeng, and said helplessly. There's no other way, if I don't teach him a lesson, he'll forget the purpose of our station. Of course, you are our excellent courier, you won't face such punishment, don't worry. Yifeng didn't linger, heading straight back to dormitory 04, charging his phone and reflecting on today's experiences. He wrote down the recent route for the last kilometer on white paper. The recipients had only signed for and received packages, without doing anything extra. All these were done correctly. But he still felt there was something he could improve on. After thinking for a while, he realized that every time he picked up a package, he delivered it without contacting the recipient in advance. If he had contacted the recipient beforehand, perhaps he wouldn't have encountered so many troubles. Thinking of this, Yifeng decided to try contacting the recipients before delivery tomorrow. Maybe it would be much easier. Yawn. A heavy drowsiness surged over him, his eyelids uncontrollably closed, and he lay on the floor, fast asleep. On the employee's bed, a shadow that looked exactly like Yifeng appeared again, gradually becoming more solid over time. Under the bed, a shadow the size of a palm appeared, or rather, the floor changed from its original bright white to black. The blackness gradually spread outwards, until it reached the edge of the bed, where the spread of black stopped. While Yifeng was deep in sleep, David and Yang Yansheng almost arrived at the delivery station one after the other. Inside the building, Old Gu was still training the 19th delivery personnel. David, feeling weak, came to the cafeteria, thinking, to be well-fed is the most important motivation for horror novelists. There was still a lot of food left at the cafeteria window. David looked at it with drooling lips, wishing he could clear the entire plate without leaving any for the person behind him. Yang Yansheng stood behind David, also staring intensely at the food in the window. There was no one else in the cafeteria except for the two of them. David quietly said, in the world of horror, eating and drinking must be guaranteed, not only to avoid dying but also to keep the mind sharp. Yang Yansheng nodded, he just had to agree with whatever David said now. After a while, Old Gu finished instructing the 19th delivery personnel and sent him back to the dormitory for rest before coming to the cafeteria, smiling at David and Yang. You both did very well today, there were no complaints against you. But it would be even better if, like 04, we received a compliment call from the recipient. There are still 2 servings left, remember to close the cafeteria door after you finish eating and leave. After Old Gu finished distributing the food, he left the cafeteria. The cafeteria lights flickered as the two of them wolfed down their meals, then quickly left the cafeteria to return to their dormitory to rest. At this moment, the audience in the Long Nation live broadcast room was somewhat surprised. They never expected that none of the 4 chosen at the delivery station where Yifeng was located had any accidents today, they were all alive and well. Other delivery stations had tragically few survivors among the chosen ones. At most, there were 3, relying on luck to survive, but they had still received 2 complaints. Basically, each station had only 1 or 2 chosen ones still alive, and 1 delivery station had completely fallen. There are still 36 alive. That's already good, it's better than the happy cinema, the difficulty is higher, and so many are still alive after 2 days. Still, the quality of the chosen at Feng GE station is higher, 2-0 complaints, 2-1 complaint, the success rate is very high. Facepalm.jpg Master Area. After waking up from a nap, Yifeng stretched his body, preparing for the 3rd day of deliveries. Today, no matter what, he had to try contacting the recipient in advance. Walking out of the dormitory, he happened to see David and Yang Yansheng also leaving their dormitory, heading to the floor to collect today's deliveries. It was still the same fat man who handed Yifeng 2 packages today. These are your assignments for today. Yifeng took the packages and went to the warehouse, sitting on a tricycle, searching for the nearest delivery address. Chapter 93, The 4th Order, Restaurant. This is it. Among the 2 packages the fat man gave Yifeng, the one nearest to the delivery station was from a restaurant. It was less than a kilometer away from the delivery station, while the other package was 5 kilometers away. Yifeng quickly dialed the recipient's number. Beep, beep, beep. The user you are calling is busy, please try again later. After several attempts, he still received the busy response. He could only go to the restaurant first, which was called the Affordable Restaurant, it shouldn't be too large. In the blind spot of the live broadcast, Yifeng noted down the route. The route to the restaurant was very simple, so he didn't bother writing it down and softly said, "Go straight for 500 meters, then turn right for 432 meters to reach the destination." Yifeng started the tricycle, leaving the warehouse, passing by David and Yang. David smiled at Yifeng. "Looks like I'm lucky today, only 1 package to deliver, it's been light work these 2 days." As David said this, he lifted 1 package in front of Yifeng. David secretly scoffed, no matter if it's useless or not, he would first affect your mood. As long as there is a negative emotion, delivering packages will become easier to mess up. Receiving complaints is fine, it would be best if it led to a loss of life. David's abacus clinked loudly. This trick had no effect in Yifeng's eyes, and he responded with a smile. It's nice to take it easy, at least we can die easily. David's expression froze, his words hinted that the chosen one from the dragon country had discovered some key to the bizarre tale. His smile faded, and he asked seriously. Did you discover something? If we cooperate, we might easily pass this bizarre tale. Yifeng left a sentence and started the tricycle, leaving the warehouse. David watched the back of the tricycle, his face growing dark. It seems the other party knows, or has sensed something. He's truly a selfish guy. Knowing the secret of the bizarre tale and still willing to share it with us is too kind for him. Yang Yanqing was unhappy with Yifeng's smug smile just now and quietly reminded David. David, don't forget, we need to stay calm here. That selfish guy might be trying to confuse us, and he might not know anything. David wanted to believe Yang Yanqing's words, but the other party's eyes, which had no hint of lying, suggested the truth. Yifeng rode the tricycle, moving slowly. The conversation with David had indeed been truthful. He had realized something. To confirm this thought, he needed to go through today's delivery to verify again. David is a tough opponent. He is different from other chosen ones I've encountered. His eyes seem to be able to see through my words. Is it true, or false? Yifeng told himself that lying to David was definitely a foolish thing to do. It was better to tell the truth, hiding crucial content within the truth. Letting the other party remain curious and suspicious, yet not thinking about the key point. In this round of confrontation, Yifeng was in the lead. After delivering today's 2 parcels, he could basically confirm his thoughts from the first night. The tricycle had reached the intersection, about 500 meters away. Turning right at 432 meters would reach the destination. Yifeng glanced at the phone map, and the route was changed to turning right at 444 meters. The tricycle drove about 444 meters, and the phone navigation showed it was on the left side. On the left was a whole row of restaurants, with no signboards or door numbers. The closest restaurant to the tricycle was a pig trotter rice shop, which was cold and quiet, with only 2 diners. The boss was bored looking at the phone, and when a fly approached, he waved the fly swatter on the table. The 2 neighboring restaurants were bustling with business. Outside, there were more than 20 tables, barely accommodating the customers coming into the shop. The staff inside were too busy. Even the boss personally took orders and served dishes. The navigation showed that the nearest one should be the delivery address. Yifeng dialed the recipient's phone again. It was still unanswered, so it shouldn't be the owner of the restaurant nearby. It should be the 2 thriving neighboring restaurants. Yifeng dialed the phone every 5 minutes until the recipient answered. Meanwhile, the chosen one from the monkey country arrived near the budget restaurant. According to the navigation, the fly-swatting restaurant was very likely the recipient's. But there were no signboards outside the restaurant, making it hard to tell which one it was. The monkey chosen one pulled out the key and dialed the recipient's phone. The other party's phone was still unanswered. Seeing the fly restaurant's boss fiddling with his phone, he thought, it's not this restaurant. The other party couldn't answer, so it must be the people in the 2 busy neighboring restaurants. This chosen one from the monkey country was an employee in the monkey bank office and sometimes watched horror movies. He had managed to survive until now, relying on his experience from horror movies, nearly a month of self-training, and tips from high-level cards. So far, he had only received 1 complaint, and the chances were high that he would pass this bizarre tale. The monkey chosen one dialed the phone 5 times in a row, but the other party was still unable to answer, so he had to give up and go ask. Who's the delivery for? First, go to the restaurant on the left side of the fly restaurant. This restaurant serves porridge-based hot pot, where raw food is cooked in porridge, bringing the food a fragrant taste. The restaurant only uses every part of the pig. Pig eyeballs, pig brains, pig ladders, tenderloin, pork belly, pig intestines, pig kidneys, pig lungs, these are the parts used. There are also various colorful stir-fries. A plate of iron plate pig was served, and the smell could be detected from 10 meters away. The chosen one monkey wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth and hurried over, wanting to taste the delicious food here. Rationality told him that other than the food from the delivery station canteen, he couldn't eat anything else, so he had to suppress his craving. He could only smile at the person carrying the plate. Hello, is Wan Lanzi a person from this shop? As long as he could ask who it was, he could deliver the package. The chosen one monkey didn't think this was a difficult task. The one carrying the plate was the shop owner. Upon hearing Wang Lanzi's name, his face turned gloomy. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and complained, Wan Lanzi is the owner of the restaurant across the street. That guy has stolen quite a few of my customers. Are you sent by him to laugh at me? Seeing that the other party was about to make a move, the chosen one monkey ran away, achieving his purpose toward the shop on the right side of the fly restaurant. The chosen one monkey arrived in front of another busy restaurant, just as someone came out carrying grilled food. This restaurant specializes in grilled skewers, serving various parts of lamb. The chosen one monkey jogged over and smiled, asking the person carrying the skewers. Hello, is Wan Lanzi a person from this restaurant? I have his package here. That person shouted into the restaurant, "Boss, someone outside is looking for you." The restaurant owner came out, still holding the order book from a customer who just placed an order, and said unhappily, "Who is calling me? Don't you know how busy I am right now?" The chosen one monkey walked over with the package and receipt, smiling and saying, "Hello, I am from Smile Express, Courier number 14, I have your package." "Hey boss. Add an order for grilled kidneys, medium well." A rough male voice came from inside the restaurant, probably having enjoyed his meal. The restaurant owner yelled back into the restaurant, "Okay, I'll place the order right now." Then he turned to the chosen one monkey and said, "Don't you see I'm busy? We'll talk later." But the chosen one monkey stepped forward, but saw the restaurant owner shooting a murderous glance, so he had to give up. Chapter 94, Busy Restaurant Owner. Half an hour passed. The grilled skewer restaurant finally slowed down, and the restaurant owner sat at the cash register, waiting for customers to come and pay. Seeing that the time was right, the chosen one monkey approached the entrance of the restaurant and smiled at the owner. "Hello, your package." The restaurant owner immediately interrupted the chosen one monkey, sounding displeased. "I'm still busy, wait a moment." Another half an hour passed, Lai knew. The restaurant owner came out, signed for the package, and received it with a very gloomy expression. Until the chosen one monkey left, he coldly said, "I must complain about this person, always rushing me." Across from a fly restaurant, the restaurant owner also dialed the delivery station's phone, complaining about the courier number 14 for disturbing his work. The chosen one monkey never had the habit of recording. Until noon. "Sorry, I'm busy right now, I'll receive the package later." The bald man looked a bit simple-minded, an honest man in the real world. Wearing a black and white checkered shirt, loose trousers, a cheap watch, and a pair of big black glasses. There was another package to deliver, and since the other party was really busy, he had to wait outside. The recipient, being the store owner, was working hard inside the shop. A few minutes later, one of the staff members gave Feng a table, smiling as he said, "The boss says to sit down and wait for him. Usually, it takes about half an hour for him to get less busy." The recipient was nice enough to offer a place to rest. However, Feng declined the kindness, smiling and saying, "Thank you, I'm fine standing, no need to open another table for me." Feng started recording, waiting for the recipient to finish and come over to receive the package. The bald man's name was Wang Lanzi, and at this moment he was still inside the shop helping customers with their orders or taking payments at the cash register. A drunk customer shouted at Wang Lanzi, wanting to add more orders. "Boss, hurry and get me 10 more skewers, make it quick, or I'll tear your shop down." Wang Lanzi kept smiling, taking the order for the drunken customers, and soon the steaming skewers were served at their table. But the table of customers was not pleased. One of them grabbed Wang Lanzi's shirt, angrily shouting, "We didn't order skewers, did you intentionally add this for us?" Saying this, the customer punched Wang Lanzi in the face, knocking out 2 of his teeth, and he fell heavily to the ground. Wang Lanzi struggled to get up, rubbing his right cheek with blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. 2 staff members rushed over to assist Wang Lanzi, angrily shouting at the drunk man, "You dare to hit our boss, do you want to die? Chef, grab a weapon. Someone's hitting the boss and knocked out 2 teeth." Before long, a 2-meter-tall strong man walked out from the kitchen, holding a skewer fork and a cleaver. Seeing the boss bleeding, he furrowed his brow and shouted to the staff, "Who hurt the boss? I want him dead." The staff pointed at the drunken customer who had attacked Wang Lanzi. "It's him who did it." The strong chef walked over to the attacker, questioning coldly, "Did you hit my boss?" Seeing the 2-meter-tall man, the attacker immediately sobered up, especially when he saw the fork and knife in his hands. He swallowed hard. "I was drunk, out of control, please stay calm, don't do anything foolish. You're still so young, don't let anger cloud your judgment." The store owner's right cheek had already swollen up, the punch from the drunken customer had been heavy. The strong chef glanced at the owner's injury. Ignoring the attacker's words, he slowly raised the cleaver, ready to strike. Wang Lanzi called out to the strong chef, "Don't! He's a customer, he was just drunk, I forgive him." Only then did the strong chef put down his weapon and stand beside the store owner, glaring at the table of customers. The customers at the table quickly sobered up, not daring to linger there any longer. The boss may be weak, but the chef beside him was far from soft. The attacker went to the cash register to settle the bill. The store owner presented the bill for their table, marked 321 yuan, smiling as it was in Yifeng's blind spot. "The total is 912 yuan, cash only." The customers noticed something was off with the bill. Their usual consumption was only about 300 to 400 yuan, so how could it be 900 this time? Did the store owner mix up the bills? The customer tried to negotiate about the bill, thinking it impossible for 5 people to eat that much. "Is there an error with the bill?" The store owner shook his head. The bill was indeed for their table, but the amount had been raised to double. Only charging 321 was too little profit. The customer wanted to say something more, but the sturdy chef became unhappy, snorting, which instantly made the customers quiet down, quickly paying up, without any doubt about the bill. The shop owner politely wiped the bill for the customers, only charging 900. The customers could only stammer a thank you, leaving the restaurant in a very embarrassed manner with the others. The other customers, seeing the sturdy chef, only dared to look down and eat skewers, not daring to speak loudly to the shop owner. Wang Lanji smiled back at the chef. You go ahead and get busy, there are many other customers waiting for your grilled skewers. The sturdy chef glanced at the customers and complained. If you want to eat something delicious, you must be patient. Anyone who can't wait can go eat at the shop next door. We will never bully anyone here. The customers in the restaurant now didn't dare to leave the dining table at all, saying this was one thing, but who knew if a fork might be aimed at them? After the sturdy chef returned to the kitchen, some customers were at the register settling the bill, finding that the bill was twice as expensive as outside. All wanted to reason with the owner. But upon hearing the rough sounds from the kitchen, they could only give up, quickly paying the bill and leaving. Half an hour later, the number of customers in the restaurant had decreased by more than half, only a few scattered tables still occupied by customers. Wang Lanji freed up his hands and came in front of Yi Feng, smiling. Please give me the delivery package. Not knowing whether it was standing for too long or smelling the barbecue for too long, Yi Feng's mind was a bit sluggish. When he handed over the package, he instantly retracted his hand, smiling as he took out a pen and the receipt. Please sign for it first. Chapter 95 must sign first. Please sign for the package first. Yi Feng tapped his forehead, trying to clear his mind a bit. But the aroma from the budget restaurant kept Yi Feng's mind not very sharp. The recipient, Wang Lanji, pointed at the package in Yi Feng's hand and smiled foolishly. Can I check what's inside the package? After confirming, I will sign for it. Wang Lanji's smile looked harmless. If it weren't for Yi Feng discovering he purposely doubled the bill, he might have almost believed it. This greedy guy might take the package and then refuse to sign the receipt, then call the delivery station to complain. Complaining is a small problem. The rule requires signing for it. Not signing would violate the rules. You can't trust this person's words. Yi Feng still maintained his original thought, wanting the recipient to sign before handing over the package. I'm very sorry, sir, our smiling delivery requires a signature before giving the package. Please sign for it first. If you find anything inappropriate, you can let your store's employee verify. Yi Feng still kept smiling, explaining to the recipient. Wang Lanji's face darkened, explaining why he had to do this. He had previously received a wrongly delivered package, but afterward, the delivery service refused to accept responsibility, citing the acceptance confirmation. Yi Feng didn't believe the recipient's words. If you still feel it's unsafe, you can have your store's employee be a witness. If this package is not yours, you can report it immediately. Wang Lanji's corner of his mouth lifted slightly, seemingly waiting for Yi Feng to say this. He yelled towards the kitchen. Chef, come out, keep an eye on this delivery man. The sturdy chef walked out again, standing behind Yi Feng, one hand holding a fork, the other wielding a kitchen knife. Perhaps because of the grilled charcoal, his eyes were bloodshot, constantly rubbing the blade of the knife against the fork, keeping the knife sharp. The other two employees blocked Yi Feng's path, preventing him from escaping. After doing all this, Wang Lanji extended his right hand, smiling. Let me sign the receipt, and then you can give me the package. Yi Feng handed over the pen and receipt to the recipient and awaited the other party to sign and confirm the receipt. The sturdy man said in a deep voice. Boss, if there's a problem, speak up immediately, I need fresh ingredients to grill. The sturdy man kept staring at the back of Yi Feng, saliva involuntarily dripping from the corner of his mouth. Yi Feng felt a chill run down his back, always sensing a strange thing staring at him. The chef was saying that the ingredient shouldn't be me, right? That roasted lamb was actually roasted. Yi Feng shivered, shaking off the chill from his back, and kept a smile on his face. Please confirm if this is your package, addressed to Wang Lanji. Wang Lanji's expression darkened upon hearing this, as if Yi Feng's words had shattered his original plot. Yi Feng noticed the change in the other person's face, proving he was right, and handed the package to him. Wang Lanji could only check the information on the package, nodding in acknowledgement. This is indeed my package, everyone disperse and get back to work. The robust chef was somewhat dissatisfied, still staring at Yi Feng's body while muttering to himself. With a low fat content, extra duck oil is often needed while roasting to bring out more flavor. Yi Feng turned to leave, delivering the next package. The robust chef slowly raised his hand, and Wang Lanji shot him a glare, his tone icy and impossible to refuse. Get back to grilling, don't you have work to do? The customers are pressing for their orders. The robust chef reluctantly gazed at Yi Feng, carrying the grilling fork back to the kitchen. The workers in the shop had no choice but to return to their tasks, and Wang Lanji went back to the cashier to continue charging double for the original bill. Yi Feng sat on his three-wheeled motorcycle, seeking the route for the next delivery address, recording the route for the last kilometer before driving in the opposite direction. What Yi Feng didn't see was the customers in the budget restaurant were drooling as they looked at him, speaking to the shop owner. What they specifically said, Yi Feng couldn't hear, nor could the audience in the live stream. After a while, a new chosen one arrived at this location. Yi Feng rode his three-wheeled motorcycle, stopping every kilometer to record the recent route in the blind spot of the livestream. Then he folded the white paper and hid it in his sleeve. His work uniform had long sleeves, making it easy to check the route. The audience in the livestream could only see a piece of white paper. Halfway through his journey, Yi Feng pondered over the previous recipient. The personality and actions matched. In order to earn a little more money, he reported the bill for the customers at double the amount, fitting that personality perfectly. Yi Feng calculated that the 4 packages he encountered and the couple who blocked his way added up to exactly 5 types. If he could find the corresponding 2 types among the upcoming deliveries, that would completely align with Yi Feng's thoughts. But why would such a situation arise in a smiling delivery? Could it be the key to clearing the game? Yi Feng buried this question in his heart, knowing that once he finished delivering the second package, he could basically confirm his suspicions. Just then, during Yi Feng's drive, the chosen one from the lighthouse, David, was riding his three-wheeled motorcycle, fixated on Yi Feng's confident expression from earlier in the day. The last delivery had inadvertently consumed his hint card, revealing that apart from him, Yang Yansheng, and Yi Feng, there was a 4th chosen one at the delivery station. Besides that, he also received a notification that all the chosen ones at their station had depleted their hint card uses, and that Yi Feng was searching for secrets in a ghost story. Could it be that Yi Feng from Long Country knows the key to clearing the ghost story? But how can I get him to provide the correct information? David dared to say this mainly because their chosen one's hint card uses were exhausted, leaving no fear of the other party receiving any hints. A regular man is usually after only 2 things, money or women. No. This is the world of ghost stories. Those 2 things hold little meaning. Money doesn't work here, safe food is far more useful, and as for women, those services exist on the Abyss train. Moreover, the other person is like me, not only cautious but also very clever. Trying to pry open his mouth for useful information is almost impossible. Unless I choose to cooperate with him from the start, or there's another possibility. After analyzing everything, David realized there was only one way to collaborate with the other party: he must possess equally valuable intelligence as the other person. David believed that such words would not be false information or lies. Yang Yansheng lacks some practical experience. If he survives this time, train him well on the train. Having one more strong helper is a benefit, having one more useless helper is a burden. David had spent some time with Yang Yansheng, who obeyed him and was a good subordinate. Just as David was thinking about how to extract information from Yi Feng rode a tricycle to the back door of a school and dialed the recipient's phone number. After a while, the call connected, and a lethargic male voice came through. Hello, I am Smile Express, employee number 04. Your package has arrived, please come to the delivery address to sign for it. Chapter 96, the 5th delivery, Silent School. Who is it? The recipient on the phone sounded impatient, as if he did not know about the delivery. Yi Feng smiled and confirmed the recipient's information. May I ask if you are Mr. Li Jiahao? The recipient replied briefly. Yi Feng continued. Your package, purchased half a month ago, has arrived, please come out to sign for it. I'll come out to get it after class. Wait a moment. After finishing, the recipient hung up the call directly. Yi Feng put away his phone and looked at the back door of the school. This was a school called Silent School, and there was a security booth near the back door with no one inside. Black fences stood tall with sharp spikes, easily scratching the skin if touched. Every 5 meters, there were sensors installed to prevent anyone from sneaking in or out. Next to the fence was a patch of grass. Even crossing the intervention device would easily expose one's figure. Further in were teaching buildings that were at least 5 stories high. From time to time, men and women in professional attire rushed through the hallways, holding textbooks. At this moment, it was very quiet, possibly because classes were still in session. Yi Feng sat on the tricycle, waiting for the recipient to arrive. A bell rang. There were more people walking in the hallway, all dressed in black and white checkered clothing, with brown trousers, holding books. The covers of the books were all black, with no visible text on them. They stepped forward every 2 seconds, their strides uneven, but the timing was consistent. When they saw a man in professional attire, they would stop, nod at him, and only continue walking forward after he passed. There was no playing or rushing about, like wandering zombies with no purpose. The bell rang again, and the number of people in the hallway decreased significantly, until only the men and women in professional attire were bustling about. Half an hour passed. The bell rang once more, and some of the men and women in checkered clothing came to the grassy area at the back door. Upon closer inspection, they appeared not to be young, at least over 20 years old. A checkered girl approached the fence and softly called out to the delivery worker outside. "That's my delivery, give it to me." The delivery worker quickly took out a red plastic bag, wrapping a box-like object, the bag sealed tight, obscuring its contents. The checkered girl held the red bag and returned to the teaching building. Yi Feng's phone rang. Was it the recipient calling? Yi Feng pretended not to hear the ringing, aimlessly watching the men and women on the open field, some counting the grass on the ground. When the ringing stopped, Yi Feng dialed the recipient's number. The recipient still sounded lazy, but there was noticeable dissatisfaction in his voice. "Hello, why didn't you answer the phone earlier?" "I'm already at the back door, where are you?" Yi Feng looked towards the back door, where 3 checkered men stood, all of them dialing on their phones. To confirm who the recipient was, Yi Feng smiled and said, "Please look to the left, I am bringing the package over now." The checkered man in the middle slowly turned his head, looking at him at a 90-degree angle, his gray-white eyes devoid of any vital energy of a normal person. "This must be the one." Yi Feng picked up the package and the delivery slip, approaching this recipient. The signature pen and delivery slip were handed over with a smile. "Please sign for receipt." The recipient wrote the first character, then paused slightly. At the same time, to the right of the recipient, a man in a checked shirt also came to collect a parcel. The delivery worker, dressed in the Satisfaction Express uniform, smiled and said, "As per your extra request, I have brought you soda and yogurt, and also a set of interesting cards. Please sign for this delivery." The man in the checked shirt received the food and cards, expressionless, signed his name on the delivery slip, and left with his parcel. The satisfied delivery man held the signed slip and smiled as he left the place. The recipient, Li Jiahao, wrote the character Jia again but then paused once more. To his left, another man in a checked shirt was also waiting for a parcel. This time, it was another delivery worker dressed in Satisfaction Express uniform, handing over a birthday cake and home-cooked meal, smiling as he said, "As per your request, I have brought cake and home cooking to your home, please sign the slip." The man on the left hurriedly signed his name and quickly left with his belongings. At this moment, the recipient, Li Jiahao, stopped his pen, looked at Yi Feng with a serious expression, and said, "Their delivery workers can fulfill extra requests from recipients. I also have extra requests that must be met. Otherwise, I won't sign my name on the slip. Anyway, this delivery is no urgency for me, but you, Smile Express, have rules that deliveries must be signed for and completed on the same day." The recipient handed the delivery slip and pen back to Yi Feng, having only signed Li Jia. Yi Feng's expression darkened. The rules did not require them to meet unreasonable requests from the recipient, they only needed to deliver the parcel. Before Yi Feng could refuse, Li Jiahao took out a set of mature clothing and placed it in front of Yi Feng. The clothing was a collared red and white striped shirt, paired with black, comfortable dress pants. He also had on a pair of old-fashioned leather shoes. It looked like a complete set of mature clothing. The recipient pointed at the clothes on the ground, looking at Yi Feng, his face showing no sign of joking. "Wear this outfit." The clothing on the ground seemed perfectly fine, styled like how a man in his 40s would dress in the real world. If he put on this outfit, would the other person write the last character? Yi Feng was skeptical, it couldn't be that simple. Just wearing the outfit might bring further demands. And if Yi Feng's guess was correct, he absolutely could not agree to any extra requests now. With a smile, Yi Feng responded, "If I wear it, will you agree to sign?" Before the recipient could answer, a man dressed in old-fashioned clothing entered through the back door, holding a hand of a girl in checked clothing, smiling as he said, "We're having a parents' meeting today, as per your request, I've worn my father's clothes to attend the meeting for him." The girl in checked clothing said expressionlessly, "Thank you, brother. Father is busy, so only you can attend the parents' meeting." Yi Feng frowned. Wearing this outfit was for a parents' meeting? He absolutely could not wear this outfit. The recipient paused momentarily, still pointing at the clothes on the ground, his tone turning colder. "You must wear this outfit first, or we won't talk. This outfit must not be worn. Once worn, he would enter the school, and the delivery address clearly stated it was outside the back of the school." Yi Feng didn't think that what looked normal from the outside might not be normal on the inside. Risking it was not an option. Yi Feng smiled and replied, "I refuse, please sign for receipt." The recipient glared at Yi Feng and turned to leave with much slower steps than before. Until the recipient's figure disappeared. Yi Feng sat on the tricycle, deciding to wait a bit longer. As long as his guess was correct, the other party would surely appear again later. Chapter 97, agreed. The bell rang again. Strangely, several checked men and women on the grass did not return to the teaching building. In the open space, he continued to count the grass. It was already 4:30 in the afternoon. If he didn't come out to sign, it would exceed the time and be placed at the designated location. Could it be that my guess was wrong? Yifeng continued to wait. Even if the other party didn't sign, perhaps there were other ways to salvage the situation. But once he agreed to the unreasonable demand, he would surely die. Suddenly, the recipient walked out from the teaching building, coldly looking at Yifeng, with no expression on his face. You really won't agree to my additional request? Yifeng nodded vigorously, answering the recipient in a very certain tone, while also turning on his phone's recording, so that when the person in charge asked later, he would have room to refute. The two stood their ground, maintaining a standoff for 30 minutes. The recipient sighed first and pointed at the package. Sign for me, hurry up. Yifeng quickly signed for the other party, and after writing the last character, handed the package over. This package was a bit strange. It was very heavy in the morning, but now it felt light. After delivering the second package, Yifeng drove his tricycle at maximum speed toward the delivery station. The recipient coldly stared at Yifeng's back. The sky darkened quickly at school. As soon as Yifeng left, it became pitch black. On the way, he pondered the situation of this package, which was consistent with his guess, leaving only one possibility ahead. But why did he have to go through all this? Wait. I am a courier. Encountering these things in just 4 days is strange, but what if it isn't just 4 days? Yifeng smiled confidently. Now he understood. The audience in the Long Country livestream saw Yifeng smile and breathed a sigh of relief. They initially thought that Yifeng's tough attitude would lead the other party to refuse the delivery, and this package would fail. Some viewers thought that agreeing to the other party's request was the answer, in which case the seventh rule would be wrong. But that didn't make sense. Yifeng had successfully obtained signatures several times after refusing unreasonable demands. As some viewers grew anxious waiting, the recipient finally signed the last character. So it turns out Brother Feng did nothing wrong. I was so scared. I thought Brother Feng was going to die. To the ones upstairs, almost 30 years old, yet still calling themselves babies? Lighthouse viewers, you selfish chosen ones do have some skill. You've managed to hold on till now, just a bit less than David. Kimchi viewers, oh my. Why can the chosen ones from Long Country always turn danger into safety? This is not scientific. To the ones upstairs, the kimchi brain is out of whack, talking science in a ghost story? Kimchi viewers, believe it or not, we will restrict you from coming to our country to travel, and you won't get to taste our food. Kimchi viewers, I'm going to tell the higher-ups about this right now. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. Your renowned kimchi relies on imports. Our ingredients area becomes your staple food zone. Even our dogs would cry from hunger if they went there. While the Long Country viewers and the kimchi viewers exchanged friendly words, the chosen one from Lightning Country waited for several hours, finally seeing the recipient appear again. Mr. Li Jiahao, please sign on the delivery slip. The Lightning chosen one felt a bit uncomfortable. He had just followed the rules and refused the other party's unreasonable demands, and unexpectedly, the other party left directly. If it happened like this again, even if the other party appeared next time, they would exceed the parking time again after returning. The recipient, Li Jiahao, coldly looked at the Lightning chosen one and threw a set of clothes on the ground. Put on this set of clothes first. The Lightning chosen one, worried that the other party would leave again, timidly asked. As long as I wear this set of clothes, you will sign the last character? The recipient didn't answer, silently watching, with no expression revealing any answer. The Lightning chosen one thought carefully and still chose to change into this set of clothes, just as there was no one at the security booth outside the back door. The work uniform was placed on the security booth table, and after putting on this 40-year-old style outfit, he found that the work uniform at the security booth had disappeared. The Lightning chosen one realized he had fallen into a trap and hastily walked in front of the recipient, handing over the delivery slip. The recipient smiled, pushed open the iron gate of the back door, and pulled the Lightning chosen one inside, saying, You haven't worn the delivery uniform. Why should I accept the package? You are now my father. Please come to my class for the parent meeting, remember. The recipient stiffly turned around, glaring coldly at the Lightning chosen one. Don't make a sound once we get to the teaching building. The Lightning chosen one didn't want to enter. It was the recipient who dragged him into the school, and now he had to be his parent. In the real world, this wasn't unusual. Mischievous or left behind students, not wanting their parents to know, or when their parents weren't around, would find strangers to represent them. The Lightning chosen one had seen similar movies. But this wasn't the real world. And the Lightning chosen one realized that after entering the school, the sky instantly turned to night, and the students who had been counting grass on the lawn vanished. In the pitch-dark tones, each classroom in the teaching building flickered with dim yellow lights, or bright red, or purple, or black. The Lightning chosen one understood he had entered a terrifying place. The only one who could help him was the recipient in front of him, who had also caused him to enter the school. Just as the Lightning chosen one was about to ask a question, the recipient raised a finger, touching the tip to his lips, interrupting the questioner. Shoo! Once inside the teaching building, remember what I said, otherwise the homeroom teacher and the other teachers will find out you are not my father. The recipient pulled the lightning chosen one's arm and walked up the first step of the teaching building. A man in professional attire happened to pass by, stopped, and looked over, saying something the audience and the lightning chosen one couldn't understand. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The lightning chosen one could only follow the recipient's hint, standing still without saying a word. The recipient nodded, and only then did the man in professional attire leave. The lightning chosen one sighed in relief. In this school called silence, it seemed the recipient was the only reliable one. The corridor lights of the school flickered, and in the darkness, it seemed like many students were passing by. The lightning chosen one wanted to ask the recipient what was going on. But he couldn't speak here, so he had to write on his hand, asking the recipient. No matter how he tugged at the recipient, he couldn't get any other reaction from him. They continued down to the stairwell. The lightning chosen one knew resisting was useless, following the recipient's steps, lowering his head down the stairs. There were 33 steps from the first floor to the second floor. There were 35 steps from the second floor to the third floor. But only 14 steps from the third floor to the fourth floor. The recipient pulled the lightning chosen one, arriving at a corridor, heading toward a classroom marked with the number 4, and walked inside. The lightning chosen one raised his head. Half of the classroom was already filled with middle-aged men or women. On the podium, the blackboard was written in bright red chalk. Parent meeting, welcome to attend. Chapter 98, The Silent Parent. Hello, parents. I am the homeroom teacher of Class 4, Weiss. The speaker on the podium was a man in his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, smiling at the more than 50 parents in the audience. The parents below remained silent, waiting for the homeroom teacher on stage to continue speaking. I believe you have received your children's report cards. This report card is from the exam on the first day of the new year. Some made great progress, moving from the bottom ranks to the top 10, while others fell from the top 10 to the bottom. I believe that the students will make progress in this new year at school. Weiss wiped the words off the board and, with chalk stained in blood, wrote a big line on it. Fastest progress in grades, student Li Jiahao. After Weiss finished writing, he put the chalk down on the podium and smiled at the lightning chosen one. Please invite this student's parent to the stage to talk about your child's learning situation at home during the new year. The lightning chosen one's face darkened. Sitting still, afraid to move. This school is called silence, and the recipient has warned him not to speak. No matter what is said on stage, it's death. Wes smiled at the chosen one again, kindly giving a topic for him to talk about. Please have this parent come on stage and share about how the child usually arranges their study time. The chosen one still sat there, not going up to speak. The parent next to him patted his arm, pointed to the podium, signaling him to hurry up and give the speech. In the end, Wes walked up to the chosen one, pulled him onto the stage, and knocked on the blackboard. You don't need to be too nervous, just talk simply. At the same time, a bright red chalk fell to the ground and broke in half. The chosen one also heard the sound of the chalk breaking and thought. Right. I can use the chalk instead of speaking. My clever mind actually came up with such a good idea. The chosen one bent down slightly, getting closer to the broken chalk on the ground. Wes held the chosen one with one hand and pushed up his glasses with the other, smiling as he said. This parent, let go of your fear, don't be scared. The chosen one felt like he wanted to die. He just wanted to pick up the chalk, but instead said he wanted to let go of his courage. He really wanted to tell the homeroom teacher that he was only there to pick up the chalk. More than 50 pairs of eyes stared at the chosen one, their faces smiling, as if they all wanted to know how this student improved his grades. The chosen one stood straight, still not speaking. If he could just hold on, maybe it could be resolved. Wes thoughtfully took out a microphone and placed it near the chosen one's mouth. The chosen one's heart raced, breathing quickened, the sound of breathing amplified countless times through the microphone. The lightning live stream instantaneously went black, and the smiling delivery monster rewards were sent to the land of lightning. Lightning audience, damn, what have those guys done? Lightning audience, this must be fake. Is this chosen one planning to take revenge on us? Lightning audience, how could we have such a foolish chosen one? Lightning audience, strongly request our chosen one to be on the same level as David. The lightning audience was very confused. Despite having changed clothes and the recipient signed, why did their chosen one have to go through the back door? Entering a dark shell room, he arrived at the podium with vacant eyes. Then it was just a black screen. There was absolutely no chance to crack or resist. The Dragon Kingdom audience breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully Feng had clearly refused the recipient's additional request initially. Otherwise, it would be like the lightning chosen one, dying without understanding anything. At this moment, Yi Feng rode a tricycle motorcycle, smoothly returning to the warehouse, with an hour left until night. There was one last day of delivery. I already know the key to this strange tale, as long as I meet the last situation tomorrow. There's a 90% chance of passing this strange tale. After parking the tricycle in the right spot, a figure stepped out of the dark warehouse, speaking in a slightly hushed tone. Ye Feng of the Dragon Kingdom, I've been waiting for you for a long time, thought you had failed. David stepped out from the darkness, looking seriously at Ye Feng. Ye Feng frowned, not wanting to have too much interaction with this person. Even if he wanted to take action, it wasn't the time. David raised his right hand, blocking Ye Feng's path, smiling as he said, "The great chosen one of the Dragon Kingdom, are you afraid and unwilling to communicate with me?" Ye Feng coldly replied, "I don't think there's anything to talk about with you, move aside." Ye Feng didn't believe that Lighthouse David stopping him would lead to anything good happening. It was likely that through hints, he had already detected the passing code. Especially since David had a pair of eyes that seemed able to see through others. David showed no anger at Ye Feng's rebuke but smiled wider, thinking, he definitely knows something and doesn't want to share, it has to be that way. David continued to smile and said, "I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. I have no grudge against you, and I've learned very important information. It's about this strange tale. I hope we can exchange information and ensure that we both get through this strange tale together." Ye Feng looked down to the right corner, speaking with a puzzled tone. "You go first with your information, then I will share mine. There is only one key in this strange tale, at least that's what Ye Feng believes, if the information the other person shares is the same as his. Whether the other person speaks the truth or lies, it can be known at a glance. This way of responding still considers that the other party is a skilled person." In an instant, David's expression darkened, but then he smiled again. "I found that in the cafeteria corridor, one can only get drinking water, not drinks." Ye Feng nodded and returned a smile. "I think so too. A little carelessness can lead to death. I need to go back to the express station." David couldn't say much more and let Ye Feng leave the warehouse. Yang Yanqing came out of the darkness, his face not looking good, just like David's. "This selfish chosen one must have discovered something and deliberately let you go first to test us." David shook his head, thinking not only about what Ye Feng had just said but also about his demeanor, which told David that Ye Feng was not lying. The other party is not an ordinary person. They probably didn't find the key, which is why they said this, trying to test me. It's no wonder, even I didn't discover it, Ye Feng probably couldn't either. But this can't be right. During the day, he clearly sensed that the other party knew something. We should know tomorrow. Let's go back first. The two of them also left the warehouse. The viewers from Dragon Country in the Lighthouse live broadcast room began to curse at this cunning David. They didn't know anything at all, trying to fish for information from Brother Feng, but Brother Feng was not stupid and easily sent him away with a few words. Ye Feng thought the whole time, while the viewers from Dragon Country didn't understand what Ye Feng had realized. Inside the express station, Old Go looked sternly at the 13 couriers in front of him and said, "Recently, staff numbers have decreased, and the number of packages assigned to you has increased. Of course, your rewards will increase accordingly. Any objections?" The 13 couriers below responded in unison. "No." Old Go nodded in satisfaction upon seeing Ye Feng return, smiling and waving at him. "Courier 04, come over here." "All right, Old Go." Ye Feng smiled and nodded, walking over to the line of couriers. David and Yang Yanqing also joined the line, waiting for Old Go to speak. Old Go scanned the present couriers, nodded, and said with satisfaction, "Finally, everyone is here. We just had a short meeting." The main point was that in recent days, some couriers did not meet the requirements of the express station and were dismissed. Recently we have contacted headquarters to hire new people. Until we find new hires, your workload will slightly increase. Of course, the rewards you receive will also increase accordingly. Do any of you three have any objections? Old Gus smiled at Ye Feng and the other two newly arrived chosen ones, inquiring. Ye Feng and David remained silent, while Yang Yancheng quickly responded with no issues. Old Gu took Ye Feng and David's silence as agreement and continued. "As long as you have no problems, then let's disperse. 04, you stay." The employee cafeteria was already closed, and it wouldn't open again until snack time. The couriers returned to their dorms to rest, leaving Ye Feng behind. Old Gu pulled Ye Feng to a corner tea table on the floor, having him sit down. His expression was serious. It was already past 7 o'clock, and in about an hour, it would be snack time. Ye Feng didn't want to appear anywhere outside his dorm during snack time and finally started to ask. "Old Good, did you keep me here to say something?" Old Good gently nodded, remaining silent for a moment before sighing. Gee. 04, some things should be allowed to happen naturally. Holding on to them tightly only harms yourself without any benefits. Your parents called me, saying you had a very rough time during the new year. Your wife died in an accident. Your daughter is seriously ill, with not much time left. Your parents said they've been trying to call for days, but it couldn't get through, asking what was going on. As he spoke, Old Go, with his calloused right hand resting on Yi Feng's shoulder, looked at Yi Feng sincerely. It seemed like because 04 was a capable employee in the store, the manager couldn't let his capable subordinate get into trouble, quietly having a heart-to-heart talk. Why don't you contact your parents tonight to see if something has happened? You need to take care of home while working too. Old Go said, nearly convincing part of the live broadcast audience. A manager who was so considerate of his employees is almost a rare animal. Some even began to cry and curse, wondering why they had never met such a boss. Only Yi Feng sat quietly, silently looking at Old Go. Aside from a slight feeling of emotion, there was more wariness. The rules clearly stated not to let the other party know one's true identity and not to reveal that one was not an original employee of the delivery station. Whether 04 had any family or not. Whether his wife was dead, the cause of death, whether he had children, how many children, and their genders, etc. Yi Feng absolutely didn't know, and now no matter what he said, if Old Go made a mistake with even half a word, it could raise the other person's suspicion. Yi Feng remained silent. Old Go spoke for half an hour of heartfelt words, but seeing that 04 still kept silent, he could only shake his head helplessly. He had no choice but to let 04 leave. Yi Feng returned to his dormitory and finally breathed a sigh of relief. If it were the real world, Old Go would be considered a good person in his position. He retracted his extra emotions. Yi Feng smiled because he had already determined a key to the smiling delivery ghost story, just needing to meet the last one tomorrow. Thinking of this, Yi Feng charged his phone while lying on the floor and quickly fell asleep. On the bed, a physical entity identical to Yi Feng slowly turned its head and smiled at Yi Feng lying on the floor. Compared to Yi Feng's calmness, David was a bit restless, thinking that the chosen one from Longhua must know something. Damn selfish chosen one. He might have predicted that I am different from other useless chosen ones, that's why he spoke to me like that. To confuse me. He must know something. But how can I extract information? David heavily struck the floor once, really unable to figure out what the key of the smiling delivery ghost story was. So far, he had successfully delivered 4 packages. Am I overthinking? The key is actually very simple. David thought for a long time but still had no result, so he could only rest for now, preparing for the final day's challenge. The audience in the live broadcast was curious about the key to the smiling delivery ghost story. Even the lighthouse horror novelist David couldn't figure it out, it seemed quite complex. The next day, which was the last day of the smiling delivery ghost story, Yi Feng got up before 7. Today he felt especially awake, clearly hearing the sound of sparrows outside the window. After a while, a room door opened, and as the footsteps faded, gradually, dormitory doors opened in sequence, heading towards the cafeteria. It was breakfast time. Yi Feng pushed the door open, passing 2 or 3 delivery workers, and walked towards the cafeteria. In the cafeteria, the fragrant smell of meat buns wafted in, making Yi Feng, who hadn't eaten lunch or dinner yesterday, feel even hungrier. He quickly walked to the cafeteria. There were 5 delivery workers in front of Yi Feng, with 3 standing behind, waiting for Old Go to change into his cafeteria uniform. When it was Yi Feng's turn, Old Go specifically gave him a few extra items. Don't be too sad, once we hire someone, I'll approve your paid leave, be strong. Yi Feng remained silent, holding his food tray, and sat down quickly in an empty spot to eat. While eating, he did not forget to observe the situation in the cafeteria. Today, there were 2 or 3 fewer delivery workers in the cafeteria, with only 13 delivery workers coming in for breakfast. Yang Yanqing was last in line, but he could still get a breakfast. David intentionally sat opposite Yi Feng. Smilingly said, "Are you sure you won't say it? It's better to cooperate than to have one more enemy." David naturally excluded Yang Yanqing. This kind of person was simply not on the same level as Yi Feng from Dragon Country. Yi Feng lowered his head and ate breakfast, still maintaining silence. Cooperating with the lighthouse people is far less safe than finding a traitor to work with. Especially someone who looks like a master. Old Go brought food over, his face gloomy as he looked at David and the others. Seeing that Yi Feng still rejected cooperation, plus Old Go was ill-intentioned, David could only fall silent and start eating. Half an hour later, Yi Feng burped from fullness, took a bottle of water, and went to the floor to collect today's packages to deliver. There were over 30 packages on the floor. The fat man still wore an ID badge with the number 00, his face jiggled when he smiled. Upon seeing Yi Feng, he picked up 2 packages and said with a smile, "Old Go specially instructed me to reduce your workload lately. Originally, you only needed to deliver 1 today. 3 other couriers are sick and can't work today, I'm giving you 2, while others have at least 3 packages to start." Yi Feng took the packages and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your care, Old Go, and you, I'll go deliver the packages now." With 2 packages in hand, Yi Feng started the 3-wheeler and left the place. David and Yang Yansheng were quite unlucky. One had to deliver 3 packages, while the other had to deliver 5, leaving the delivery station with sad faces. Chapter 100, the 6th delivery, the funeral home. Finally arrived. Feng carefully looked over the recipient's address, which was written as the living funeral home. Unlike the other 5 packages, this package's address was the funeral home and did not specify where to wait. The 3-wheelers stopped at the entrance. 4 people were carrying a coffin, slowly walking into the funeral home. The coffin was shorter, about a meter shorter than other coffins, suitable for a body under 1.4 meters. Feng lowered his head, waiting for the recipient to appear. Besides the strange address, other information on the delivery note was also odd. The recipient was only marked with the surname Xia, without a first name. The recipient's phone number was left blank, with a note saying, "The recipient will find the courier himself and please wait at the living funeral home. The expected collection time is noon 12 to afternoon 3. Another delivery was closer to the delivery station, but the expected collection time was 7 p.m. Feng had to deliver the package for the living funeral home first. It was only 10:49, with more than an hour until the expected time. Feng parked the 3-wheeler near the delivery cabinet, waiting for the recipient to appear. In the Dragon Country live room, the viewers were watching Feng in a daze, curiously asking, "Are there other chosen ones delivering to the funeral home? I feel so bored, I want some excitement." Boredom is normal, I hope Brother Feng smoothly gets through the last day. Lighthouse viewers, you selfish chosen ones will definitely die in the end. Thank you for the reminder, everyone dies eventually, but at least later than your David. Lighthouse viewers, you foolish guy. Don't mind that, I really saw a chosen one deliver to the living funeral home, they all died on the 2nd or 3rd day, all at 12. In the delivery station where Brother Feng is, only Brother Feng received a package for the living funeral home. Oh no. Does that mean Brother Feng is in danger? As the Dragon Country viewers began to worry for their chosen one, the rolled pancake chosen one, Yang Yansheng, encountered an unexpected situation. The recipients started shouting. "How did you deliver the package? The box has a hole in it, did you peek inside and steal something?" Yang Yansheng kept smiling and responded, "I'm very sorry, when I received this package, the box already had a hole in it. If you have any issues, you can file a complaint with our delivery station." Yang Yansheng received a package, and the box indeed had a small tear. A chubby man with employee ID 00 told him, "The delivery box is like this, don't worry." As the chubby man explained, saliva dripped from his mouth. Inside the room, another person held onto Yang Yansheng and asked everyone to open the package, recording it on a mobile phone. Inside the box were 3 vacuum-packed beef balls. The delivery slip also stated 3 packs of beef balls, and Yang Yansheng let out a sigh of relief, keeping a smile on his face. "Nothing is missing, can I leave now?" he said. The recipient tightly grasped Yang Yansheng's arm, his face darkening. "The seller promised to send me half a pound of beef tripe, where is my extra gift?" At the bottom of the delivery slip, a small line read, "Includes half a pound of beef tripe." Yang Yansheng panicked, hurriedly explaining, "This might be that during the delivery process someone stole the items inside, but I swear it wasn't me." The recipient laughed coldly. "Do you guys always deliberately tear open the delivery boxes to see if there's anything suitable for you to steal? This time, I've finally caught you red-handed, just wait for my complaint." The recipient let go of Yang Yansheng's arm and walked back into the room. Yang Yansheng felt like crying without tears. Even if someone stole things during transit, he should be the one to complain, yet the recipient insisted on complaining about him. Yang Yansheng had no evidence to prove the box was damaged beforehand. With this complaint added, there will be 2 complaints in total. Next time, I have to be more careful. Yang Yansheng delivered the next package. Outside the funeral home, Feng waited by the delivery cabinet for 2 hours. It was almost 1 p.m., and the recipient still hadn't shown up. In those 2 hours, 6 or 7 coffins had already been carried inside. Some coffins were alone and without family, a strong smell of death wafting from afar. Other coffins were surrounded by crying relatives, some even kneeling on the ground, unable to accept the fact that their loved ones were gone. Every time a coffin was delivered, 2 staff members from the funeral home would come out to receive it and arrange its placement. The 2 staff members seemed used to it, remaining calm no matter how heart-wrenching the cries were, ensuring everything was arranged properly. Some relatives of the deceased cursed the funeral home staff as cold-blooded animals, asking why they could not allow them to see their loved ones one last time. Feng continued to wait. He didn't know when, but someone tugged at the corner of his shirt and a young voice said, "Big brother, are you from Smile Express?" Feng turned toward the voice and saw a little girl who looked to be under 8 years old. The little girl wore silver jewelry around her neck, a cute white dress, white tights, and black shoes. Only her hair was disheveled. She tried hard to pull her hair back, aiming to reveal her entire face. Before Feng could answer, the little girl continued to speak. My dad ordered something online for me, he said it was from Smile Express. Yi Feng asked tentatively. Is your last name Xie? The Xie and thanks? The little girl nodded vigorously, smiling as she said. Yes, big brother. My name is Xie Kuei. My dad always loves to call me cute. Worried that Yi Feng wouldn't believe her, the little girl pointed at the package and said. What's inside are all cute things, and my dad didn't know who would be free to sign for it, so the recipient's name just says Xie. The package at the funeral home fit in the palm of his hand, stuffed into his shirt pocket, with the recipient's information pressed against his chest. The little girl's explanation practically confirmed she was the recipient. Yi Feng signed the receipt for the little girl, smiling as he said. Hello? I'm from Smile Express, employee ID 04. Here is your package. The little girl took the receipt and slowly smiled. It's finally here, yay! Cute has a small request and needs Big Brother's help. The little girl tucked away the receipt into her dress pocket and looked at Yi Feng earnestly. Yi Feng declined the little girl. No matter what her request was, he could not agree to anything outside of the delivery. The little girl pursed her lips. She said in a cooing tone. The stuff in the package is hard for me to use. I need Big Brother's help, okay Big Brother? Big Brother. The little girl tugged at Yi Feng's right arm, leading him toward the living funeral home. Yi Feng swung his right arm with force, surprised to find the little girl very strong, vigorously pulling his body toward the funeral home. Upon arriving at the entrance of the funeral home, the two staff members responsible for arranging the casket stood quietly at the door, asking no questions. With a tug, Yi Feng stepped half a foot inside the living funeral home's door. P.S. Finally wrote to Chapter 100. Chapter 101, The Cute Butterfly Clips. Inside the funeral home, it suddenly darkened. The originally bright noon suddenly turned into night. The two employees at the entrance maintained their calm, looking at the situation outside. The little girl spoke in a slightly urging tone. Big Brother, hurry up, it will be too late if we delay. Yi Feng did not understand the little girl's words. She had a lot of strength, easily pulling him into the funeral home. At the front desk of the hall sat a young man, bent over recording the specific details of each corpse. It was too far away to see the words he was writing. On the wall behind the desk hung a round clock, ticking away, showing the time as 1:23. In the hall, there were passageways and doors in three directions. The doors were ajar and the passageways were pitch black, as if the connecting hallway had been forgotten to have its lights turned on. Seeing Yi Feng's silence, the little girl patiently explained. Actually, even cute ones are afraid of the dark, but staying here for 2 or 3 days isn't really scary. The people here are very nice to get along with. When we see other people later, be sure not to lower your head, say hello to them properly, or else you will be taught a lesson. Cute hasn't much time, we need to hurry. The little girl quickened her pace, entering the dark hallway on the right side directly opposite the entrance. The corridor was pitch black, where one could not see their own hand, and an occasional cold wind would blow, chilling to the bone. After walking about 20 steps. Bang! Yi Feng bumped into something hard and flat, like a wooden board, but it lacked a human outline and should still be a female. A gentle female voice came from the other side. Isn't this cute? It's dangerous to be out this late, hurry back. Who is this? The latter sentence was filled with a coldness, as if terror was sizing up its prey. The little girl tugged at Yi Feng's clothing, remembering what she had just said. Yi Feng slowly raised his head and smiled, saying, Hello, I'm a friend of Cute, she has something for me to help with. The woman's voice turned gentle again, and he faintly saw a bony hand touching the little girl's head. So you are a friend of Cute, that's fine, but remember to leave here before 4:44. Consider it a loyal advice from a cute friend. Tap tap tap. The footsteps grew fainter. Phew. Just now, I was scared to death, I thought you forgot what I just told you. Let's keep moving. The little cutie held Yi Feng's arm, her small hand was soft and warm, yet carried a hint of coldness. It was hard to tell if she was human or something terrifying. After walking about 100 steps, the little girl finally stopped and pointed to a lit room on the right, smiling as she said, Big Brother, come in here. Inside the room stood a rectangular bed. The bed was short, probably only about 1 meter 3 or 1 meter 4 long, slightly longer than the little girl. The rectangular bed was right next to a set of tables and chairs. The little girl sat on the chair, kicking her small legs, carefully opening the package, whispering, This is something Dad bought for Cute, I kept begging Dad for it before. Every time Dad heard me, his eyes would turn red, and he would hide away crying, Don't think Cute doesn't know. I tried a few times, Cute didn't dare to bring this request up again. Now it's good, Dad finally bought the hair clips for Cute. The package was small and easily opened. Inside was a pair of cartoon pattern hair clips to hold back hair. Holding them in her hands, she stared at the hair clips with wide, unblinking eyes. The hair clips looked very ordinary. On the street corner, you could buy it for under 5 yuan, but in the little girl's eyes, it was a priceless treasure. Can you help me put on this lovely pair of hairpins? Cute has never worn one before. Please, big brother. The little girl looked earnestly at Feng, her eyes pure and free of any impurities, simply wanting him to help her wear the butterfly clips. Feng stood still, considering whether to put the hairpin on the little girl. The Dragon Country live broadcast room was also debating. In ghost stories, they wouldn't use such a cute little girl as a trap, right? That's just too unlucky. Talking about bad luck in ghost stories? Are you crazy? I think we shouldn't agree to the little girl, the hairpin might be a trap. I believe Feng should put it on her. You upstairs, do you want Feng to die? Lighthouse audience, haha. You guys are really unlucky. You actually got the delivery from the living to the funeral home, unlike our David, who has already successfully completed a delivery and is sure to pass. Sakura audience, no wonder he's a famous horror novelist, not like some people who rely solely on luck to pass ghost stories. Ah, yes. Our Feng just has good luck, unlike your chosen ones, who are always unbelievably unlucky, haha. The little girl gently tapped Feng's hand and continued. Big brother, please. Only you can help me wear this lovely pair of butterfly clips. No one else can do it. Feng thought long and hard. If refusing was the right choice, he could have escaped the recipient long before the funeral home, instead of being dragged there. Now, refusing might lead to more danger than agreeing to put on the butterfly clips. Weighing the pros and cons, Feng decided to help the little girl wear the butterfly clips. The little girl's hair was dark and silky, and he easily put on one butterfly clip, but when it was time for the other clip, the little girl tilted her head to one side, allowing Feng to put on the other butterfly clip perfectly. Big brother, is it on nicely? The little girl asked in a soft, curious voice, afraid that Feng hadn't fixed the hairpin properly yet. Feng nodded slightly. It's on. The little girl wearing the butterfly clips looked much more spirited and cute than before. At least, she wouldn't have to constantly push her hair behind her ear to see her way. The little girl joyfully stood up in front of the mirror on the table, adjusting the pair of clips on her head. Lovely butterfly clips, Dad bought them so beautifully. Big brother, do you think the clips are beautiful? Feng still nodded. Compared to the recipients he had met before, this recipient was simply a pure little girl, completely untainted by the outside world. Wearing the butterfly clips, her purity felt even more innocent. The little girl carefully touched the butterfly clips, feeling their weight on her head, truly sensing their existence. Holding Feng's hand, she happily said. Thank you, big brother. Cute likes them very much. You will always be Cute's friend, and the others here will also treat you as a friend. Feng was lost in thought, fixated on the receipt and pen in the little girl's dress pocket. He smiled and asked, Is there anything else you need help with? The little girl shook her head. No. Feng maintained his smile, pointing to the receipt and pen in the little girl's dress. Then can you sign the receipt for me? The little girl was about to reach for the receipt in her bag when a woman's voice called from outside. Xia Kuei, it's your turn, hurry up. The little girl picked up the pen, wanting to finish writing Xia on the receipt. An invisible force pulled the little girl, her body sliding away in the dark corridor, and she vanished from sight. Oh no! The receipt and pen were still with the little girl. Chapter 102, Customers Here. Da! The lights in the room went out instantly, leaving Feng in complete darkness. Aside from the black void, there was nothing left but darkness. Experience told him that any move now would trigger a deadly trap. Feng wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Waiting for light to appear again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of footsteps became clearer and closer. When the footsteps were nearest, they suddenly stopped, and the lights in the corridor instantly brightened. Familiar with the dark environment, light suddenly burst forth. The piercing brightness made Feng unable to open his eyes. He immediately covered them until he adapted to the intense illumination and then lowered his hands. The room was still dark, and the bed and the chairs seemed to vanish into the shadows. At the doorway stood an open coffin, about 1 meter 30 to 40 in size. Feng moved closer to take a look. Inside the coffin lay a little girl, precisely the recipient from before who had put on the butterfly hairpin. The little girl had a smile on her face, with a pair of butterfly clips prominently displayed on her head, and her pure white dress was spotless. She hugged herself, holding Feng's delivery slip, a pen, and a piece of paper. The little girl was a living guest of the funeral home. Feng pulled away the delivery slip and pen, checking the receipt situation. Written on the slip in a crooked, shaky handwriting was the word thanks, perhaps due to a shaky grip on the pen. In the lower left corner of the big thanks, there was a tiny thank you written, the size of a mosquito. Together it read thank you. Feng couldn't help but smile. This little girl was truly sweet. He put the receipt and pen into his pants pocket, planning to leave the funeral home when an invisible force controlled him, reaching for the paper the little girl was holding. This power did not belong to any human, and it was impossible to resist. He pulled away the white paper from the little girl's embrace. The back was neatly written in a font that appeared to come from a girl's hand. It read, "Thank you, my dear, for being a lively and adorable little girl in life. You spent half your life in the hospital but never experienced the fear and anxiety of a bedridden patient. On the contrary, you befriended many patients and became good friends. After turning 3, you only cried 3 times. The first time was when you learned that your mother had died, crying all night in your father's arms. The second time was when you found out your father wouldn't buy you a pretty hairpin, and you cried pitifully for a few minutes. The third time was when you saw your father cry because of the butterfly clip. You stayed in the bathroom, quietly shedding tears. You vowed that no matter the reason, from then on, you would never mention the hairpin again. Because of your liveliness, many gloomy patients found hope, and several even improved in health. Unfortunately, heaven would not show mercy because of your vivacity, cuteness, or sincerity. You still left this world. Before dying, you weakly told your grandparents, 'Please, grandfather and grandmother, do not tell my father about my departure. And do not come to see me off. I'm afraid that when I see you at farewell, I won't be able to hold back my tears. I promised myself I would never cry in front of my father. I can only smile.' Your grandparents kept their promise, not coming to see you off, genuinely allowing you to leave this world. And your father." The rest of the contents turned into a pool of black ink, obscuring the message. Yifeng slowly placed the paper back into the little girl's arms, his eyes slightly moist. To say there was no sadness would be a lie. Gazing seriously at the little girl, Yifeng noticed glue on her forehead, sticking her hair together. The mismatched hair on the little girl's head looked normal. Such a lovely little girl. Cute cannot be the last situation, it must be the last delivery. Yifeng suppressed the sadness in his heart, striving to maintain calm as a smile slowly appeared. 4 strong young men walked down the corridor, working together to carry the coffin. One of them sighed and said, "What a good little girl." By the time she was discovered, it was already late stage, her hair all shaved off, and her face had changed beyond recognition. Fortunately, the funeral home's makeup artist is skilled. Once the hair was put on and she received minor adjustments, the little girl's appearance was restored perfectly. Another man said, "Enough talk, we need to take her for cremation, keep quiet and don't disturb others." The 4 men quickly left with the coffin, heading to the right. No wonder the lovely father didn't buy her the hairpin. It was because of this. Yifeng walked heavily out of the room, looking at the distant figure of the coffin. What Yifeng couldn't see was that the little girl's smile from the coffin had vanished, and her eyes had become watery. Finally, he got the delivery order. Yifeng patted the delivery order in his pocket, picked up his phone to check the time. It was 2:30 p.m., there was enough time to finish the last delivery. But Yifeng didn't quite understand why this delivery had been assigned. The recipient of this package seemed to have no connection to anything important. And there was no danger at all. This delivery seemed a bit too simple. If there was no danger, there could only be another possibility. Walking slowly down the corridor, remaining alert to the surroundings. The appearance of the little girl didn't mean much, but if combined with other events, perhaps it would make sense. Step by step, step by step. Footsteps gradually slowed, every detail needed to be captured. Less than 10 meters from the hall. Outside, there were sounds of dissatisfied discussions. What's going on? In the last few days, we've received 5 or 6 really awful corpses. Especially this pair of man and woman. I heard they were lovers before death. They angered someone at a delivery station and that person just killed them. It's said to be the staff of Smile Delivery at Southeast Station. Another person spoke with a tone of horror. It's over. Just now there was someone in Smile Delivery uniform who walked into the corridor. Could it be him? The previous person said with a laughing tone. Impossible, his build doesn't match. Let's stop talking about that and hurry to guide them to the right spot. All right, said the other person. Oh, the male's face is completely gone. The makeup artist will have to work overtime again. After the 2 gasped quietly, they directed the movers where to place the bodies. The conversation in the hall ended, and the staff walked toward the corridor facing the hall's entrance. Yifeng planned to leave immediately, but the light in the room on his left turned on. Inside was a coffin, half covered, allowing a glimpse of either the upper body or the lower body of a corpse. Yifeng didn't have the bad habit of peeking at corpses. His footsteps headed towards the hall, but his body moved toward the room. Just as he entered the room, the door slowly locked behind him. The coffin lid slowly pushed open and fell to the ground with a thud, causing Yifeng's heart to skip a beat. In front of the coffin stood a huge mirror, beneath it lay a work uniform. The uniform had 4 large characters printed on it, Smile Delivery. Could it be him? Yifeng wasn't very sure. It was obviously a foolish thing to get closer to observe now. However, his body uncontrollably moved closer to the coffin. The corpse inside came into view. Chapter 103 Familiar Guy. Yi Feng's body was uncontrollable as he arrived by the coffin. Inside the coffin lay the corpse. The corpse's face was stitched together, and on closer examination, one could see nail marks on the face, with the lips sewn together by fine threads. The limbs faintly visible, similarly stitched up. Both hands were holding a small box, a delicate wooden box that might contain something. There was still a bit of color, the corpse must have just died not long ago. Only the smile on the face made Yi Feng feel a bit uneasy, a nagging familiarity. Yi Feng looked at his reflection in the mirror in front of the coffin, seeing his own appearance, then avoiding the sight of the corpse in the coffin. Not to say completely identical, but at least strikingly similar. This corpse used to be a smile delivery employee, ID number 04? Yi Feng found it hard to believe, another version of himself lying in the coffin, smiling at death. Was he called Xiabu Sun? This thought was instantly swallowed, the information on the name tag didn't match the original employee, this name definitely did not belong to the corpse in front of him. Beside the coffin lay a piece of white paper, the paper was filled with words. Yi Feng's body, still out of control, picked up this piece of white paper to read. Xiabu Sun, a strong and responsible man in life. During his school days, he met his lover, and after entering society, they fell in love and grew together until the end. At that time, you were just a naive kid. She was the class flower. A once happy family, in an accident, the wife left you forever. The person responsible for the accident escaped punishment due to some means. Even the financial compensation, the other party kept dragging it out, and eventually moved away to avoid you. You wanted to take revenge, to eradicate the root, and then leave with your wife. Unfortunately, you have your weaknesses, your elderly parents and your seriously ill daughter. As long as they are around, you dare not easily die. In front of your daughter, you always wear a smile, but every time she wants to wear a beautiful butterfly hairclip, it's like the last straw breaking you, and your strength fades. Because your daughter must shave her head for treatment. A bald head cannot wear hair clips. To have enough money for your daughter's treatment and to support your parents, you work tirelessly. You are a courier, and besides normal recipients, you encounter some unusual ones. Some greedily demand benefits, or they threaten you with bad reviews if they don't get them. Some give you bad reviews out of jealousy for others receiving their packages faster. Some, seeing you are easy to talk to, unleash their anger at you from frustrations they faced outside. Yet you still adhere to the principle of smiling while delivering, always facing these unreasonable people with a smile. Your colleagues, especially your supervisor, notice this and secretly help you, always giving you the easier delivery orders. You see all this, but the seeds of hatred buried in your heart seem to fester. However, heaven does not favor the good. The person responsible for the accident that took your wife saw you living well, worried that you would seek revenge after getting better. She decided to use her advantages to take action against you. You ignored her, and her plot could not unfold. On your way back, while on the train, she struck again. Your body fell onto the tracks, and an unfeeling train tore you apart. In your last moment, you prayed, good is rewarded with good, and evil with evil. Unfortunately, while you are alive, you will never see it. Yi Feng looked at the paper, which seemed to recount the life story of this corpse. His wife died in an accident, and the person who caused it received no punishment at all, even wriggling out of compensation. Yi Feng recalled some realities in the world. He didn't think the story of the deceased was absurd, but rather a true account of mishaps and misfortune. There are people with even worse experiences than the original Courier. Yi Feng slowly placed the written paper back beside the coffin, slightly bowing to this unfortunate life. The killer who ruined the original Courier's life was probably still living freely, enjoying life. After all, the enemy is gone, his daughter might give up treatment due to lack of money, and will soon die too. His surname is Xie, his daughter should also be surnamed Xie. Could it be the father of the lovely Xie? Yi Feng suddenly remembered the little girl he met earlier, whose surname was indeed Xie. As soon as the words were spoken, his right hand lost control and opened the small box. Inside the box were the butterfly clips he had just delivered to the little girl. The original Courier still wanted to buy a pair of clips for his daughter. But in the end, he was unable to personally deliver the clips to the little girl. The clips inside the box slowly caught fire, gradually turning to ashes. With the flow of air, the ashes dispersed into the atmosphere. In that moment, Yi Feng felt a surge of impulse to take revenge on Xiabu Sun. Then he let out a self-deprecating smile. This was the world of strange tales, where he couldn't guarantee his own safety, let alone act as a hero for revenge. It was no different from a fish in a pool trying to retaliate against a cat that loves to eat fish. Yi Feng shook his head, casting off the impulse for revenge. What he needed to do now was leave the funeral home alive and deliver the last package. Creak! The door suddenly opened, and the corridor turned pitch black. A small figure emerged. As he passed by Yi Feng, he rushed towards the coffin behind him. A faint voice reached Yi Feng's ears. Daddy, you are just sleeping like mommy, you will wake up, right? Bang, bang, bang. The lights in the entire room dimmed, and the coffin behind him vanished, forming a wall. Every second, the wall pushed out 1 meter. Feng hurriedly left the room and arrived in the hallway. The hallway restored its brightness. The 2 staff members who had just guided the coffin's positioning came to the hall, looking disgusted. So terrible, that tongue needs to be shaved off, tendons cut, and with 1 touch it spurts blood. And also, the bones in the lower body were smashed, soft as meat. Unaware of the situation, someone might think they were discussing how to kick away pig bones. Feng took a deep breath, trying to calm himself as he quickly walked to the hall. Stop right there. One of the staff spotted Feng and shouted at him. The other staff began sizing up Feng, asking in a doubtful tone. Are you from Smile Express? Feng nodded. The Smile Express printed in big letters on his uniform was hard to hide. You don't look like the fierce serial killer that's been causing a stir lately, your build doesn't seem right. But please wait here, I need to contact the relevant personnel to confirm you are not someone else before you leave. The staff blocked Feng's way, while another called someone over. Feng maintained his smile and replied. I'm just an ordinary delivery man, you've mistaken me for someone else. At that moment, the television next to the clock turned on, broadcasting a news report. Chapter 104, Did I Confess to You? Everyone, the series of murders that left people confused is finally solved. The murderer is from Smile Express Southeast Station, Go Hai Mu. May I ask you why you committed these murders? The reporter handed the microphone to the other party, who was the head of the delivery station, Old Gu. At this time, Old Gu calmly smiled. I told my delivery men that they must not violate work rules, but they must never be bullied. The people I killed all deserved it. Unfortunately, there is still one person, she is still alive, if I killed her too, he could rest in peace a little. The personnel beside Old Gu said sternly. Be honest with me. Tell me. What is the reason? Old Gu sat in his regret chair, not showing any remorse on his face, the only regret was not finishing everything. Unhurriedly, he asked the personnel beside him. Do you have a lighter? Never mind, even if you had one, you wouldn't give it to me. Can you get me a cup of hot soup? Normally when dividing soup for the delivery men, by the time it gets to me, it's all gone. The related personnel glared at Old Gu and shouted. You better behave. You are in trouble now, confess for leniency, resist for severity. Old Gu smiled faintly, casually saying. Then what about the murderer who killed the 04 delivery man? Isn't she still at large? Did she confess to you? If there is evidence, convict me. The personnel's expression sank. The other party seemed to be no easy target, a tough character who took them 3 whole days and nights to catch. An older related personnel entered from outside, came before Old Gu, and calmly said. Do you know? The people you killed all have families behind them, you have harmed at least 8 families. You are extremely guilty. As long as you confess everything, perhaps I can plead for you, and you might not have to die. This older personnel saw that Old Gu harbored resentment, did not want to die, and wanted revenge, thus spoke the words Old Gu wanted to hear. Old Gu snorted, his fingers quickly tapped on the table, making a chaotic sound. The younger personnel got angry, it was the first time they saw such an arrogant murderer, wishing they could take him down immediately. The older personnel said calmly. You go out first, I'll talk to him alone. The younger personnel slammed the door and left, while the older personnel had someone brew a cup of hot tea and served it to Old Gu. Smiling, he said. If you continue to hide away. No more action, perhaps you can still be at ease now. Speak, why did you attack her an hour ago? Old Gu took a sip of hot tea, pursed his lips and shook his head. The tea is brewed poorly, not very good to drink. Hearing the irrelevant response, the relevant personnel continued to smile and brought Old Gu milk and sugar. If it tastes bitter, adding some milk and sugar makes it better. Old Gu added 2½ sugar cubes and a little milk, took a sip of the hot tea, and nodded. The taste is alright, but unfortunately my brother will never get to drink such good tea. The relevant personnel sat in their place, waiting for Old Gu to continue speaking. Old Gu spoke slowly. The people I kill are all those who use their ugliness to hurt my deliverers, I am just returning harm for harm, it's very normal. I didn't expect you to discover my target so quickly, that person deserves to die. He caused his wife's death in an accident and pushed her onto the train tracks, letting the train crush her hands and feet. His daughter also died because she couldn't afford treatment. Tell me, does such a person deserve to die? Old Gu took another sip of hot tea, closed his eyes, and stopped speaking. Since they could not get any more answers in a short time, the relevant personnel had to leave. Only Old Gu remained in the room, slowly raising his head and smiling at the camera. Sorry. The television screen instantly went black, and the image disappeared. The staff in the hall watched the television and saw news reporting that the criminal had already been caught. The smiling deliverer in front of them was naturally not the criminal. I'm very sorry, we shouldn't have suspected you. One of the staff members reacted, smiling apologetically at Yi Feng, who, no matter who it was, would be angry now. How about this, you come here to consume, and get an 80% discount. Yi Feng's smile was stiff, and he had to deliberately maintain it. It's alright, I'll pass on the discount. Who has nothing better to do than come to a funeral home for consumption? This discount is better off without it. Coincidentally, another coffin was carried in. Yi Feng caught a glimpse of the corpse in the coffin. It was a woman, somewhat resembling the recipient of the first delivery. She had a hole in her head, her eyes rolled back, and drool dripped from the corners of her mouth. The 4 people carrying her struggled to place her in the hall. One of them complained. This person was unreasonable in life, and now after death, looks like this, she deserves it. Another person whispered. Stop talking, this is a funeral home, it's very eerie. The man who spoke first immediately shut his mouth, waiting for the staff in the hall to direct them on where to place the body. Yi Feng walked out of the living funeral home, shifting from night to day. Under the slightly radiant sunlight, it seemed to wash away all the gloom of the funeral home. A smile appeared on Yi Feng's face as he thought. It turns out what I thought wasn't wrong, this delivery was equivalent to a hint. The last delivery became much simpler. Yi Feng glanced at his phone, it was now 3:49 p.m. The next delivery address was 8 kilometers away, giving him plenty of time. Yi Feng started his 3-wheeled motorcycle and headed toward the last delivery address. The audience in the Dragon Country live stream sighed after watching Yi Feng's experience in the funeral home. It turned out that Courier 04's experience was so tragic. His wife was killed, and he couldn't get justice. Instead, 04 silently endured all of this because he had his own weakness. Didn't expect that person to prevent 04 from taking action, and attacked 04 first. Old Gu sought revenge for 04, but still needed to deal with the final key person. Too bad, if Old Gu also took out the one who killed his wife, it would be perfect. Upstairs, this is a horror livestream, don't bring your childish ideas here. This makes me furious, if I had no weaknesses, I would have acted already. A certain horror novelist from Dragon Country, so this is the breakthrough point of the horror story. I guess Yi Feng has long figured it out, he's truly a chosen one. Breakthrough point? Can the upstairs elaborate? Dragon horror family, you will know soon, just be patient and watch. The bullet screen in the Dragon Country livestream began to heat up, curious about what hint this delivery from the funeral home provided. The Lighthouse livestream was jealous of Yi Feng walking out alive. The Lighthouse audience, the chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom can actually walk out of the living funeral home, it's unreasonable. The Lighthouse audience, great, he will definitely die at David's hands in the end. The viewers in the Burrito live stream room became tense at this moment. If the Burrito chosen one receives one more complaint, it's over for him. They randomly entered the world of eerie tales. The Pasta livestream audience was very relaxed. So far, their chosen one was still alive, and the chance of passing was quite high. Currently, there are 8 chosen ones still alive. At 18:44 in the afternoon, Yi Feng arrived at the address of the last delivery. Chapter 105 The Last Delivery. Finally at the last recipient address. Yi Feng looked at the subway entrance, his expression somewhat serious. According to his guess and the hints from the living funeral home, the last delivery should correspond to the last category. But if it isn't, then he won't be able to pass this eerie tale in the end. Yi Feng took a deep breath, parked the tricycle to the side, took out the small parcel, and walked into the subway D entrance. The subway entrance was out of power, and the originally bright subway entrance became dim. The stairs were stained with gum, saliva or drink traces, and if one steps on the gum carelessly, the shoes would stick to the ground. Sticky green liquid was on the handrail, which should be mucus. The walls were covered with various scribbles. Normally, they looked like children playing house, but from a certain angle, they depicted adults eating children. Yi Feng walked in the middle of the stairs, slowly making his way down. The recipient address was the waiting area of the Happy Subway Line 1. Yi Feng had reached the Happy Subway D entrance, where he needed to go down and check the exact location of Line 1. In the real world, the city where Yi Feng lived had no subway, and he had only ridden the subway 2 or 3 times while hanging out with friends. He remembered that after finishing the entrance stairs, the subway map should appear in the corner of the corridor, at which point he could check where Line 1 was. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Yi Feng descended slowly, taking about 5 seconds for each step, while remaining alert to his surroundings, ready to react immediately upon encountering any situation. The hearts of the Dragon Kingdom's livestream audience were also tightening. There were no lights at the subway D entrance. Their chosen one, Feng, had already walked down over 100 steps yet still had not reached the end. As they saw the darkness increasing, they worried that Feng would encounter something terrifying at the corner. Some Dragon Kingdom viewers who mixed into other live streams hurried back to send bullet comments. Among the 6 other surviving chosen ones, the last delivery is all from Happy Subway. I suspect this is the place to pass. No way. Now there are still 7 living chosen ones. Aside from Feng, and David, there are actually 5 more still alive. The quality this time is quite high. Not just that. Last time, at difficulty level 2, only 3 survived. Without any strategies, entering the eerie tale world is infinitely more challenging than if an eerie tale descended upon a certain country. Everything relies on self-exploration. One mistake could lead to death. Dragon Kingdom viewers continue to watch their live stream. At this moment, Feng counted the steps. There were too many subway stairs here. After reaching the 441st step, he finally saw the floor below. 442, 443, 444. The D entrance stairs had a total of 444 steps. On the left in front of the bottom layer was a wall, with only the right side leading to a corridor. Ziz. In the depths of the corridor, 2 or 3 lights were still running, flickering with dim light. At the corner stood a subway map, detailing the layout. The Happy Subway had 10 lines, with line 1 being the closest to the A entrance and the farthest from the D entrance, about 300 meters apart. Feng used a blank piece of paper to record the routes from the map, including how many steps to take, when to turn, all meticulously recorded. 33 direction changes, need to walk 1032 steps. Feng frowned. Normally, the subway wouldn't require such a long walk, and the map only marked a distance of 300 meters apart. The hallway's light was dim, and it was time for the last delivery. Feng simply stopped pretending, boldly taking out a white paper and counting the steps according to the map. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's livestream stared in surprise at the white paper in Feng's hand. Where did Brother Feng get that white paper? It's A4 white paper, not the instruction paper from the dorm table. Damn. We have all been tricked. It turns out Brother Feng sometimes looks at the big white paper in the blind spot. Why can't we see the content of the white paper? Lighthouse audience, he really is a selfish guy, having such good stuff and not sharing it. Lighthouse audience, we are all chosen ones, why be so selfish? Lighthouse audience, he deserves to be targeted. Is David Brother Feng's son? Lighthouse audience, what do you mean? If David isn't Brother Feng's grandson, then why help? You should let your moral high ground help your David. The Dragon Kingdom audience did not spare the Lighthouse audience. If it weren't for Brother Feng's good luck and strength backing him, he might have died in the arms of other chosen ones, whether directly or indirectly. Now, to say Brother Feng is selfish just feels like the villain crying first. Many Dragon Kingdom viewers internally prayed for the chosen ones from the lighthouse and the curl-edge ones to fail in this bizarre tale. At this moment, Feng walked forward 21 steps, following the route on the map. Now he had to turn right and walk 17 steps. But in the long hallway, Feng was surrounded by walls. Feng turned right, held his breath, and walked toward the wall. The wall felt like a mere illusion, and he stepped across it boldly. Feng slowly opened his eyes, finding himself still in the dim, long hallway, but the light had changed from a dull yellow to a dusky blue. Feng continued walking forward, taking 17 steps, then immediately stopped, turned left, and walked another 33 steps. As Feng followed the map, David had also arrived at the Happy Metro D entrance. David had 2 instruction manuals in his hand, obtained from the original chosen ones. He had already used up his. David checked his phone. It was already 6:30 in the evening. In an hour and a half, the return time for the transportation would be over. Only one last delivery remained. David deliberately kept a calm mindset, ensuring that nothing went wrong at the final moment. He reached the subway bottom at Feng's speed, and at the turning point, the map matched perfectly with what Feng saw, quickly jotting it down. Just in time, he used up the paper from the 2 manuals and noted down the entire route. David reviewed the route once more, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and smiled. Although I don't know what key the Dragon Kingdom chosen ones hold, I don't need to know, I can easily pass this bizarre tale. David quickly walked 21 steps. By the time he finished, Feng had already reached the final route. Turn right, walk 101 steps, and wait for 3 seconds to reach near line 1. Feng gathered the white paper, turned right, and walked 101 steps as quickly as he could, then waited 3 seconds in place. In the next moment, the originally dark hallway became bright. Ahead were 10 tracks, with the nearest track to Feng empty, while others had subways. Nearby was the platform. Each platform was deserted. Finally, he arrived at the delivery address. Feng approached line 1, waiting for the recipient to arrive. On the empty platform, there was no one in sight except for Feng himself. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from the platform. Line 1 will arrive in 30 minutes, please pay attention to the time. There will be a 10-minute stop after arriving. Passengers should board the subway on time. Those who are late will have to wait for the next line 1 subway or will need to wait 10 days. Chapter 106, Leave with Peace of Mind. There is still 1 hour left. Feng opened his phone to check the time. It was now 6:56 p.m. The last delivery also had no recipient's phone number, so he could only wait idly. After a while, a sweet and beautiful woman's voice came from behind, and from her voice, one could tell she was a charming girl. "Excuse me, are you the person from Smile Express? I have a package here with you." Feng turned around, and the girl was wearing a sports shirt and shorts, carrying tennis equipment, and a smile was on her face. The sports shirt was very breathable, and she was only wearing that on her upper body. Her shorts were very short, only about 5 centimeters long. This outfit was eye-catching. If one had a slightly weak will, it would be hard to resist such temptation. Fortunately, Feng had experienced the strange tales of a gentle wife, and he cared not at all for this kind of temptation. Feng looked at the recipient's name, which had been artificially worn away, making it unclear what it was. "What is your package?" Feng asked her, as the recipient information only had the address, with a note stating the package contained fragile crystals, please handle with care. While he was asking, he covered that line of information. The girl poked her chin with her index finger, thought for a while, and answered. "It's a crystal my boyfriend sent me. I heard it cost a lot. Hurry and get me to sign so I can go home." The girl extended her right hand, asking Feng for the signing sheet. Since she could answer about the item, he handed the signing sheet to the girl, who wrote her name on it, Tang Hao Hao. Feng glanced at the name, handed the package to the girl, and smiled. "Here's your package, thank you for choosing Smile Express." The girl received the package, casually picked up the work ID around Feng's neck, and her smile vanished, turning into a grim look. A knife appeared in her hand as she said coldly. "So it's you, die." The girl drew the knife and was about to stab it into Feng's heart. The sudden change caught Feng off guard, and his body froze in place, unresponsive. "Watch out." With a shout, someone hugged the girl and threw her onto the number 1 line tracks. The girl fell onto the tracks, her shorts getting caught in the gap between the tracks, desperately struggling and cursing. "As long as I kill you, everything will belong to me. As long as I kill you." The sweet girl turned monstrous in just an instant. Feng recalled his experiences at the living funeral home. This girl in front of him was the one who caused the deaths of the original number 04 Courier and his wife, and indirectly the death of their daughter. Feng's expression darkened. A person like this could only be erased from this world in the subway. Who saved him? Feng looked over in confusion. It was the battered old Gu. At that moment, old Gu had injuries all over his face, hands, and legs, with fresh blood still oozing from them, wounds from just a short while ago. Old Gu was panting heavily but maintained a smile towards Feng. "You're not bad, finishing your last package, it's time to leave this place." Feng couldn't understand what old Gu meant. It seemed like he already knew Feng was not the original number 04 Courier. Old Gu pointed at the girl on the tracks, his tone darkening as he spat at her. "It's because of her that your whole family is dead. I knew you came to seek revenge when you appeared at the courier station 4 days ago. If you don't kill this harmful thing, you can't return to that world. Unfortunately, your heart is too kind. If you don't take action, I will have to. I said I won't allow anyone to bully my people." Old Gu stepped closer to Feng, patting his shoulder, waiting for the train to arrive. Woo woo woo. From afar on the tracks came a booming sound. A train, wrapped in black mist, came speeding at 60 miles per hour. The train ruthlessly crushed the wicked girl on the tracks, slowly stopping at the number 1 line. The black mist did not disperse. The cold announcement echoed again. "The number 1 line has arrived and is under maintenance. Please, passengers, wait 20 minutes before entering the number 1 subway." It was now 7:30 in the evening, and returning to the courier station to return the transportation was too late. Old Gu shook his head. "You no longer belong to the courier station. I guess your body is about to enter the furnace. Your parents have arranged for you 3 to be buried in the same place. I want to go back. Those useless guys only know how to treat law-abiding people harshly. Get on this train and leave in peace." In the next moment, 3 related personnel rushed over, grabbing old Gu tightly, a silver-white bracelet locking onto old Gu, dragging him away forcefully. The 3 people who burst out seemed not to see Feng and shouted angrily at old Gu. "You sneaked out again. Killing another person, are you even human? You're simply a devil. Go." Before old Gu left, he smiled at Feng, forming words with his lips. "When you died in the subway, I said I would avenge you. It's finally done." The personnel pressed old G's head down and shouted angrily. "What are you laughing at? Hurry up and leave this place." After old Gu left, the platform returned to calm. The girl crushed under the subway probably couldn't even have her body pieced together. Why did they want to kill the original courier, labeled 04? Feng couldn't understand, and there was no need to investigate. He just wanted to return to the path of the Abyss train. The train emitting black mist in front of him looked very much like the Abyss train he had seen before. What he saw before was just a part, now he was looking at the whole train, with no end in sight. Old Go had just said to leave on this train. Was the way to pass through by boarding this train? Yi Feng stood still, waiting for the train doors to open. The lighthouse David, the chosen one of Pasta, and 3 other chosen ones appeared on the adjacent platform. It seemed that the Abyss train only had one entrance. David was the second chosen one to appear on the platform and said coldly. The chosen ones from Long Nation arrived here first. Old Go from the Courier station even talked to him. He probably knows how to get out of this strange tale. The Pasta chosen one said curiously. Shall we ask him? Although I don't really like selfish guys. The other 3 chosen ones glanced at David. Among the 5, David was the most powerful. David shot a glance at the Pasta chosen one and said coldly. Would a selfish guy tell us anything? Even if he does, will it be the truth? It's actually very simple. We just need to cross the platform from the front of the subway and follow his every move. David looked at the subway, which had no visible end at the back, and realized he could only cross the platform from the front of the subway. The 4 chosen ones exchanged glances, but it was the Rap Yang Yencheng who first voiced his opinion. I agree with David's statement. No need to ask, just follow our own Long Nation chosen one. Yang Yencheng was the first to cross the platform from the front of the subway. Just as he jumped onto the tracks, the subway suddenly lurched forward a few meters. In an instant, Yang Yencheng's body was crushed. The Rap streaming room instantly went black, and a message popped up stating, "Smiling Courier has arrived in Rap country." The viewers in the Rap were cursing, wishing they could jump into the strange tale and beat Yang Yencheng to death. This action caught Yi Feng's attention, and he calmly said. The broadcast said the train is under maintenance, so accidents are normal. We just need to wait until it's repaired. The 4 chosen ones on the opposite platform looked toward David, 3 of them. David said solemnly. I hadn't even said to go yet, and he charged ahead. No wonder it's my fault. The broadcast just mentioned that the subway needs maintenance, we should wait until it's done. David didn't stop Yang Yencheng earlier actually because he wanted to let the sacrificial bird do the experiment, but unexpectedly, Yang Yencheng rushed ahead first. 20 minutes passed. The broadcast rang out, Line 1 metro maintenance is complete, please board in an orderly manner. Chapter 107, The Disguised Ticket Inspector. On Line 1 of the subway. A certain train door slowly opened, revealing a bright yet soft light. Inside, Z poked out half his head, expressionless, and waved at Yi Feng. Yi Feng confirmed that this train, emitting black mist and with no end in sight, was the Abyss train. As long as he reached inside the Abyss train, he could pass this strange tale. Yi Feng had just taken half a step. A person wearing a subway work uniform came towards him, wearing a name tag and holding a recording board and ticket machine. The name tag read Joyful Subway, with a small number 01 ticket inspector behind the subway. The ticket inspector walked in front of Yi Feng, blocking his path. Calmly said. Please show your ticket to board the subway, otherwise, you will need to go to the front desk to purchase a ticket. The ticket supplementing time requires a 30-minute wait. The ticket inspector pointed at the ticket supplementing area not far away. It served as the subway's front desk, where a worker with decaying skin showed half of his body and waved at Yi Feng. Ticket. Yi Feng had never seen something like this. His pocket was stuffed with a pile of receipts, and the rules didn't mention to whom the receipts should be given, so they had remained in his pocket. The once bulging receipts instantly deflated. Yi Feng paused for a moment, thinking, all these receipts can't be the tickets for the Abyss train, right? To verify his thoughts, he hurriedly took out the paper from his pocket. A pile of receipts transformed into the ticket for Line 1 of the subway. It had no name, only the words Line 1 Subway, 8 p.m. class written on it. No wonder every recipient needed to sign the receipt, only after all signatures could they be converted into tickets for the Abyss train. He handed the ticket to the ticket inspector. The ticket inspector picked up the ticket, placed it on the verification machine, and soon the machine emitted a mechanical sound. 8 p.m. class, Line 1 Subway, name information cannot be read, please have the ticket inspector personally record the information of the ticket holder. The ticket inspector returned the ticket to Yi Feng and took out a recording board and a pen, smiling as he asked. May I ask your name, gender, and age? This information is required by the Joyful Subway, please provide it. The ticket inspector's smile made Yi Feng shiver. This was somewhat like the smile of the delivery man in Smile Express. No way. The ticket inspector in front of him couldn't be disguising as a delivery man. Yi Feng's mind raced. The delivery man with employee number 01 was once the chosen one but later was not. The ticket inspector in front had an employee number of 01 as well, could he also be disguised? The ticket inspector shoved the recording board into Yi Feng's arms, urging him to fill it out himself. The recording board displayed name, gender, age. Is this mandatory? Yi Feng looked up, needing a reassuring answer from the ticket inspector. Do I have to write down this information to enter Line 01 of the subway? The ticket inspector nodded vigorously, still wearing a smile on his face. Yes, sir, you must write down this information. What seemed like a very ordinary matter was a matter of life and death in Yifeng's eyes. The other party could be someone from the delivery station in disguise. Gender and age information could be discussed easily. As for the name, should he write the name on the badge, the name of the original delivery man, or his own name, Yifeng? What if it was the Abyss train that required the name of the chosen one? With 3 choices, there was only a 33.33% chance of passing. This probability felt almost like 0% to Yifeng. Yifeng couldn't gamble, he had to come up with the perfect solution. The viewers in the Long Country livestream grew tense at the same time. Whichever name he wrote could fail to meet the requirements, the lightest consequence was having to return to supplement the ticket, and the worst could be death. Just as the Long Country audience didn't know what to do, Yifeng faintly smiled and quickly wrote down his information, including his name, gender, and age, out of the view of the live stream camera. The ticket inspector smiled as he pulled away the recording board. After checking the board, his expression darkened slightly, though he intentionally kept smiling. Your identity information is correct, please board line 1 of the subway. Yifeng smiled and walked into the Abyss train. The Long Country livestream instantaneously went black and displayed a line of subtitles. The chosen one from the Long Country has successfully passed the Smile Express processing assessment, please wait a moment dash. The viewers in the Long Country breathed a sigh of relief while being curious about what Yifeng had written in the name section of the recording board. Which of the 3 names did Brother Feng choose in the end? Aren't there still 3 other chosen ones alive? We'll see what they wrote later. That's a good point. Look, David and the others have crossed the track. Among David's 4 companions, the other 3 all looked at David. They learned to be smart, they waited for David to move first before they followed. Lighthouse David, well aware of their intentions, grew dissatisfied and said, "Alright, I will cross over the subway tracks first, you just follow me. Your foolish doubts are not worth having as my allies." With just 2 sentences, David made the 3 who were initially suspicious of him feel deeply ashamed. As David crossed the tracks, the 2 chosen ones, except for the pasta chosen one, quickly followed him. The pasta chosen one was the last to catch up. He knew Lighthouse David's action was deliberate, letting someone go first to act as a test subject to confirm his suspicions. However, this subway emanating dark energy could very well be the Abyss train. The pasta chosen one could only follow to see what happened. David arrived at the opposite platform and saw a ticket inspector standing ahead, purposefully slowing his pace. The other 2 quickened their steps, fearing they would fall behind and suffer consequences. One of the chosen ones from the elephant tribe was lucky to have survived until now. Similarly, he stuffed a record board into his pocket. The elephant chosen one thought for a moment, remembering that he couldn't leak the information behind the badge, so he had to write down his name in the real world. In the next moment, the elephant chosen one disappeared on the spot, the elephant livestream went black, and the words "elephant chosen one failed, horror story has descended upon the elephant kingdom" popped up. The other chosen one's hand trembled a bit, unsure of what to write. David snatched the signature pen and record board, writing the number 21 in the name section. The ticket inspector's expression wasn't good, but he still allowed David to pass. Before leaving, David calmly said, "Just write down your employee number." The other chosen one was deeply grateful, writing down his employee number in the name section and smoothly passing the inspection. The pasta chosen one maintained a calm expression but was increasingly convinced of his thoughts. Lighthouse David, appearing steady on the surface, was actually a cunning and devious guy, using other chosen ones to test the waters. Alliancing with him would lead to misery. Going alone was at least a way to take responsibility for his own mistakes. Being allied with David could just mean dying as a stepping stone for him. The pasta chosen one remembered Yifeng from Dragon Country, who had good strength and was on par with David. Unfortunately, his vigilance was very high, he would never cooperate with foreigners and could only rely on himself. The pasta chosen one sighed, wrote down his employee number on the record board, and quickly walked towards the Abyss train's gate. Chapter 108, safely arrived. Yifeng was the first person to enter the Abyss train. Z waited at the door and said coldly, "Come on up." Yifeng stepped into the Abyss train. His work uniform, A for white paper, employee badge, and signature pen all disappeared, reverting back to his casual clothes. Z stood in front of Yifeng, sizing him up. The Smile delivery scoring criteria is to complete 4 days of delivery work, with a base score of D grade. A delivery without a valid complaint raises the score by 2 levels. Experiencing the unreasonable recipients that the original courier faced raises the score by 1 level. Learning about the experiences of the original courier in fulfilling his last wish, delivering a butterfly clip to his daughter and activating hidden plotlines, raises the score by 1 level. Killing the murderer who caused the original courier's death raises the score by 2 levels. Z held up 4 fingers, indicating that Yifeng had simultaneously completed 4 scoring requirements. Your score has reached the limit, an S-grade score. Z held up 2 fingers. You are the first to complete the smile delivery horror story and achieve an S grade, maximum, score. You may ask me 2 questions or exchange a question for an item you can carry for the next horror story. After experiencing this smile delivery horror story, Yifeng had a doubt in his heart upon seeing the pig trotter rice restaurant across during the first happy delivery. Now he had a chance to ask. Other than the lower level horror story worlds, do the other horror story worlds have connections with each other? Z stood still for a moment. Then, nodded coldly, and replied. The world of ghost stories beyond the lower levels has some connections between parts. Yifeng continued to ask. Can you list the connected ghost story worlds? Z fell silent for half a minute, shaking his head. With your current identity, I cannot answer that question. Yifeng had no other questions to ask, turning the remaining opportunity for questioning into an opportunity for items. I have no other questions. I will convert the last opportunity for questioning into the next carryable item of the ghost story. Z led Yifeng to another compartment, where 5 items were laid out on the table. They were 4 pieces of compressed biscuits, a flashlight, and 3 other clues. The additional 2 items were those that scored the highest in the last round, and the options gained by consuming questioning chances. They were a disguise charm and a rigid pill. The disguise charm, when used, allows the chosen one to disguise themselves as an item fitting the corresponding scene in the ghost story, lasting for 12 hours. The rigid pill, when taken, can keep the body rigid and unmoving for 3 days within ghost story time, while losing all 6 senses. After taking it, one can choose whether the body remains rigid and whether the 6 senses are lost, with a 30-minute vacuum period during which the state cannot be switched. Yifeng directly skipped the 3 clues, intending to choose the disguise charm. However, the duration of the disguise charm was too much shorter than the rigid pill. When it came to durability, the rigid pill was better. Yifeng pointed at the rigid pill. I choose the pill. Z handed the rigid pill to Yifeng, coldly saying. Remember, you can only take it after descending to the next ghost story, do not take it in advance. After saying that, Z turned and left to greet the other chosen ones who had successfully passed. Yifeng came to his room 202, half closing the door, peeking through the crack to see the chosen ones who had just passed. David was the second to enter the Abyss train, earning a B rating. The shortcoming was not activating the hidden storyline, thus unable to take revenge for the original Courier. David saw the 3 clues, pondering for a moment. There are more compressed biscuits than last time, perhaps the biscuits are more useful. David chose the compressed biscuits and waited for the other chosen ones to come up. The chosen one from the windmill passed the ghost story smoothly and, after selecting items, shook David's hand. Thank you very much for your help in the end, Mr. David. In the future, in the ghost stories, I want to form an alliance with you to fight against the external ghost stories and the selfish chosen ones from the Dragon Country. Seeing his trusted henchman die, David worried about not having another piece of life-saving stone. Now that one was delivered to him, a smile covered his face as he also shook the other's hand. Your decision is a wise choice. Having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. To avoid the tragedy of Yuan Jianyang, I need to train you well in the next few days, at least to have the ability to protect yourself in the ghost story. The windmill chosen one, Ottavan, was moved to the brink of tears. Z led Ottavan to the corresponding room, welcoming the next chosen one. After confirming his place, Ottavan, guided by David, went to a place to drink, beginning to briefly explain the main points to pay attention to in the ghost story. Z welcomed the last chosen one, Ricardo, from the pasta chosen ones, who received a C rating and also chose compressed biscuits. In fact, he had arrived at the train door long ago but hesitated to enter, just to avoid David finding him. Ricardo had seen David, he dared not meet his sharp gaze, knowing David was a formidable character. If possible, it was best to avoid meeting. Ricardo held the compressed biscuits, whispering. David is lucky, another chosen one becomes his stepping stone. If he is lucky, he may survive the next ghost story. Ricardo hurriedly walked to his room, avoiding being exposed. The doors of the Abyss train closed and slowly started moving. Yifeng closed the door to his room, completely isolating the sounds outside, and the room was quiet enough to hear his heartbeat. David found another scapegoat. What luck he has. The pasta chosen one looks quite ordinary. It seems there is a hidden ability. Successfully passing through one ghost story can be explained by sheer luck. Passing through 2 ghost stories without any strength is simply impossible. More cunning than David, Ricardo is a true enemy. Yifeng lay on the sofa in his room, taking a moment to rest, washing away the fatigue and negative feelings from the smiling delivery ghost story. After resting well, he would continue his self-practice. Audiences from the 4 countries of Long Kingdom, Lighthouse, Windmill, and Pasta all breathed a sigh of relief. The ghost story would not come to their neighborhood. People who previously didn't want to learn in the real world began to study fervently, hoping that the ghost story would not choose them. Even if it did, they wanted to have the ability to pass through. At least on paper. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, Yifeng had spent 7 days on the Abyss train, his energy and spirit restored to perfection. At this moment, Yifeng stretched lazily and yawned. The last day to sleep well, it's time to head to the next ghost story world. Bang, bang, bang. A knocking sound came, with Z outside speaking coldly. The next ghost story has arrived at the station, please wait outside, chosen one. Yifeng opened the door, and his vision disappeared. When his vision returned, he found himself in a dark space, with a beam of light shining through a small crack. He could barely see that he was in a confined, tiny space. He lay on a hard wooden board, and the cramped space swayed a bit, causing Yifeng's body to bump around, which was somewhat painful. Yifeng hurriedly took a stiffening pill and swallowed it, his body gradually stiffened, while he silently recited, the pain and the body stiffened. Volume End. Chapter 109, Welcome to the Funeral Home. Boom. A loud noise caused the entire small space to roll around. Yifeng's body fell down, flipping over, with his nose almost touching the board, making it difficult to breathe. After taking the stiffening pill, the bumps and pain vanished. Outside, a woman's voice scolded. How careless are you two? This is disrespectful to the deceased. Where is your employer? I will tell him how you carelessly placed the coffin. The cramped space flipped around, with Yifeng's face now facing up, and breathing suddenly became smooth. From the content of the scolding, Yifeng realized he was in a coffin. Two people spoke in a very contemptuous tone, seemingly looking down on the woman scolding them. What does it matter to you? The boss only gives us half the pay, so we can just toss it around. Where do you get off whining? Just put things down, and we're leaving. You can contact that stingy boss for details. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A few chaotic footsteps faded away, leaving behind the woman's dissatisfied voice. Their employer invited someone to come and move the coffin, offering more than double the pay outside. It's really strange. The coffin is too heavy, we need to call someone to open it together. As the sound of high heels walked away, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes and saw dark green text appear on the inside of the coffin, trying to read it in the dim light. Here are the rules of the living funeral home. The difficulty of this ghost story world is relatively high, so please collect more rules to increase your chances of passing through. 1. In this world, there are no ghostly beings, everything you see moving in the funeral home, including bodies, is alive. 2. The working hours of the funeral home are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and from 12:30 p.m. to 6 p.m., all employees will arrive on time. During this time, every place a body is stored will have employees guarding it. 3. If employees in the funeral home see a moving body, they will immediately send it to the incinerator for burning, ensuring that the body was already dead. 4. The incinerator can burn any body and is extremely dangerous, please try to stay away. 5. The owner of the funeral home is resting and will not appear these days. Please do not do anything too outrageous, otherwise, the owner will come back to work overtime at the funeral home. Once the owner appears, there will be no living bodies in this funeral home. 6. When alone with a body, be cautious. No matter what happens, absolutely do not respond to any questions, otherwise you will bear the consequences. Some bodies are not truly dead, please do not touch them, because doing so will anger them. All food placed near the coffin is safe, you can take and use it freely, but be careful not to make any noise, disturbing them may have bad consequences. Try not to use unowned coffins, as it will bring you misfortune. The bodies stored on the second floor of the mortuary are not ordinary, employees without special qualifications are prohibited from going up to the second floor. If you hear any sounds from the second floor, please be careful to make loud noise to cover the sounds from above. There are guards outside the mortuary and at the main entrance, please do not leave the mortuary from these places, nor appear in the open space outside the mortuary. After Yifeng read all 11 rules, the 5th, 6th, and 10th rules turned red. These 3 rules are partially or completely wrong. The 6th rule is the easiest to recognize: when alone with a real body, some questions among any inquiries must be answered. As for the 5th and 10th rules, the overall content is long and unrelated to the other rules, it is impossible to determine which point is wrong. The safest approach for now is to quietly stay in the coffin, completely still. After Yifeng confirmed he had noted the 11 rules, he blinked, and the rules on the coffin disappeared. The rules are clear, but what about the conditions for passing? Yifeng frowned. Before, the passing requirements were marked first, and then the first rule appeared. The following rules are meant to be discovered on one's own, but this time, the rules appeared first. Welcome to the living mortuary, difficulty level 6, normal. You are now a body in the living mortuary, please leave the living mortuary alive within 3 days, 72 hours. Yifeng looked at the requirement to pass, to leave the mortuary alive. The rules state that the doors and windows are guarded, making it impossible to leave from these places. But the requirement for passing is to leave the mortuary alive. Yifeng thought for a moment, the first thing to do is survive, then find the correct way to leave the mortuary. Yifeng took a stiffening pill. As long as he wants, his body can remain completely still, and he can control his senses. This pill works wonders here, it can help avoid many dangers. The working hours of the mortuary are from 8 a.m. to 12 p.m., and from 12:30 p.m. to 6 p.m. Looking at the situation outside, it should still be night. Yi Feng remembered the last strange tale world, where a package was delivered to the living mortuary. Outside it was still broad daylight, but inside it had turned to night. Looking out from the mortuary was still like night. There is a possibility. The time inside the living mortuary is different from the time outside. Day is turned to night, and night to day. So it is actually daytime now, and the mortuary staff are still on duty. During this time, there are people guarding the coffins. Yi Feng thought carefully and decided to remain still, waiting for the mortuary staff to finish their shifts. After 4 experiences with strange tales and learning from the Abyss Train, Yi Feng's understanding of strange tales reached new heights. The safest course of action now is to stay completely still. However, the coffin is tightly closed now, and the oxygen around is gradually decreasing. Gradually, Yi Feng enters a state of oxygen deficiency. Losing the sense of pain, Yi Feng feels no distress from lack of oxygen. His mind gradually loses the ability to think. There is no oxygen inside the coffin. Yi Feng suddenly has the impulse to push the coffin board aside, but the rules say someone will be guarding the coffin. Any movement now will alert the guards outside the coffin. At the same time, Yi Feng hears footsteps outside, accompanied by voices of dissatisfaction. Today is so unfortunate, 12 coffins arrived within 10 minutes, usually it's about 2 hours worth, someone complained. Isn't that right? Someone chimed in and continued speaking. The guards in the hall are going to die of exhaustion, forcing us to be on duty without rest. I stayed up all night gaming, I'm so tired. The one who had voiced their displeasure earlier spoke up again. Shoo! Don't say the word tired in the funeral home, it's not auspicious. And don't let the director hear your second sentence, or he will get angry. The person being criticized grew even more discontent but fell silent, choosing not to argue back. Only the hurried footsteps remained, fading away. In the Dragon Country livestream, they watched Yi Feng's operation. His face was extremely calm. These were simply Feng Ji's basic moves, while in other livestreams, the chosen ones were behaving strangely. Chapter 110 Muscle Memory. Woo woo. In the live funeral home, a certain coffin trembled slightly. Some Dragon Country viewers felt that Yi Feng would not encounter any accidents and decided to check out the Pickle livestream. The chosen one from the Kangaroo Country might have something unexpected happen. At this moment, the Pickle chosen one opened his eyes wide, realizing he was in a dark and narrow space, and the oxygen inside was running low. He pounded on the coffin lid with all his might, shouting loudly. Oh no, let me out. You're trapping me and I can't repay my debt, let me go. I'll get a job and pay you back every month. The Pickle chosen one kept banging on the coffin. He had borrowed money from a certain force to support his spending on girls. He never expected that they were only interested in his money. Once they spent it all, they would just walk away. And this morning, the lending force found him, demanding repayment and interest. He had no money, and had to flee when they weren't paying attention, which ended up costing him his right leg. He found a place to rest, but when he woke up, he was trapped in this sealed space, thinking it was a tactic from them to force him to repay the debt. The Pickle chosen one kicked again, not believing they would dare to kill him, otherwise, they wouldn't get their principal back. As time passed, the Pickle chosen one felt the lack of oxygen, banging on the coffin repeatedly. The Pickle live stream viewers could only see darkness, having no idea what was happening outside. Pickle viewers, what is he doing? Pickle viewers, oh my, feels like he's entered the spooky world. Pickle viewers, it's been over a month since the spooky event started, how does he still not know about it? Looks like someone is about to be trapped. Shut up upstairs, everyone pay attention, the coffin lid is slowly opening. The Pickle chosen one's actions finally got a reaction from outside. The previously almost sealed space now had a gap letting air in. The Pickle chosen one sighed in relief. He just owed money, not his life, so he wouldn't die. Just as he considered how to escape, a spooky prompt appeared in his mind. The Pickle chosen one was instantly confused. How did he foolishly become a chosen one? He was just a broke bum. Entering the spooky world meant he would wait to die. And moreover, he had even heard of difficulty level 6, the highest. The Pickle chosen one silently thought, this is not a spooky event, this is just a trick by the debtor trying to deceive him. It's definitely not a spooky event. The coffin lid continued to be pushed outward until it was fully opened. Only then did the Pickle chosen one realize he was sleeping in a coffin, beside which stood a man in a work uniform, calmly looking at him. The Pickle chosen one questioned. Who are you? As long as you let me go, I'll go work and pay you back immediately. The man in the work uniform watched his actions, frowning. The body that was sent shouldn't be alive, is it a zombie? Not very likely, it should be post-mortem muscle reactions. Hurry up and take it to the incinerator to burn it, so the director won't find out or it'll be a big problem. The man in the work uniform muttered to himself, then nodded firmly, confirming his thoughts. Before the Pickle chosen one could react, The man in the work uniform grabbed his neck, as if lifting a little chick. Pickled vegetable chosen one is lifted up, constantly weaving through the dark environment, until in front of a furnace with burning flames. The pickled vegetable chosen one finally understands, in front of him is indeed the haunting world. Please let me go, I still don't know this is the haunting world, I need to start over. The pickled vegetable chosen one panics. The haunting world is even more ruthless than those who came to collect debts from him. The man in work clothes seems to not hear the pleas, throwing him onto an iron bed and binding his whole body with iron chains. At the same time, he mutters to himself again. This corpse's muscle memory is quite strong, seeing his tattered clothing, he must have had a high-intensity job in life. I hope he can find a good family in his next life. The pickled vegetable chosen one keeps shouting. I am not dead. I am not dead. I am not dead. The iron bed, heated by the long contact with fire, still holds a trace of burning warmth, causing the pickled vegetable chosen one to nearly cry out in pain. The man's face returns to calm, slowly pushing the iron bed towards the furnace. The temperature exceeding 1000 degrees instantly makes the pickled vegetable chosen one truly lose his life. The pickled vegetable live stream suddenly goes black, resulting in the first place. Death of the pickled vegetable nation's chosen one. Haunting of the living funeral home descends upon the pickled vegetable nation. 1% of people immediately enter the living funeral home haunting, minimum number 5 million. This time the high-ups didn't have time to use the hint card, and the fate of the pickled vegetable chosen one was already doomed. The high-ups of the pickled vegetable nation couldn't calm down and started cursing. Every time the haunting starts, we fail, we have millions of us arriving at the haunting without enough hints, and there are very few who come back alive. Even when sending people to steal teaching videos from the Dragon Nation, the survival rate gradually rises but still can't exceed 10% of those who pass. What they steal are the Dragon Nation's common teaching materials, while the core videos are held by the Dragon Nation's high-ups and top horror writers. Pickled vegetable audience, damn, my friend has been coming down since the second haunting, hopefully, he can survive this time, he owes me 100,000. Pickled vegetable audience, my son too, he was involved in the last haunting, and he's in this one as well, hope he returns safely. You guys are too miserable, I sympathize with you, let's have hot pot tonight to celebrate. The person upstairs used the wrong words, it should be morning. Pickled vegetable audience, selfish guys, you wait for Lighthouse David to deal with your chosen ones. As some Dragon Nation audience comfort the pickled vegetable audience, something strange happens in the Dragon Nation livestream. Feng's coffin slowly opens, the head, neck, and waist positions stop corresponding to the lid being pushed down. Dazzling light pierces through Feng's eyes, as if staring directly at the sun. Feng simultaneously blocks all visuals, smells, and touches. Under the effect of a stiffening pill, his heartbeat also becomes rigid, but still maintains blood supply. Feng hears voices of conversation. This coffin lid is so heavy, it took 3 people to push it open, so that the body stays well ventilated for the makeup artist to do makeup tomorrow, then send it to the furnace for cremation. The earlier voice scolding the careless placement of the coffin is from a woman. Knock knock knock. Someone taps on the coffin, producing a heavy sound. No wonder they give double pay, the raw materials for this coffin are quite expensive, seems like it belongs to a wealthy family. The deceased is still a child. A third voice chimes in. This type of wood is heavy, so it's no wonder that even 4 strong men find it hard to lift, poor child. It's now 3:15 in the afternoon, let's go have afternoon tea and come back to work. There are 2 men and 1 woman among them. The woman's voice sounds again. Sounds good, since the curator isn't here, it's nice to take a little break, shall we go to the newly opened milk tea shop nearby? Their tofu milk is fantastic. Sure, I'm in. The other 2 men reply in unison. As the 3 footsteps fade away, Feng breathes a sigh of relief, everything is normal for now. Chapter 111, The Clever Chosen One. I am a child. From the dialogue just now, I received favorable news. In this haunting, I am the corpse of a child. In a normal funeral home, the most common bodies are of the elderly, followed by middle-aged men and women, while the young are extremely rare. And children. Unless seriously ill with an incurable disease or due to an accident, they simply do not appear in cold coffins. Finding a body that matches one's own age is even more difficult. If one is a middle-aged corpse, being in a coffin like the elderly is fine, but a child would easily give it away. Feng doesn't believe that the workers wouldn't notice. Still, he remains motionless, gradually sinking into drowsiness. Suddenly, outside, there are faint footsteps, instantly waking Feng up, as the person smugly whispers. I am so clever, since I can't leave through the doors and windows, why not exit through the furnace? Anyway, I am alive and cannot be treated as a corpse. The speaker is the selected one for the burrito challenge. This time, it's a local man, a worker from a food truck who enjoys physically demanding sports. For him to stay in the coffin without moving, it'd be better to just kill him. After reading the rules, he concludes that the furnace is the only escape. He steps out of the coffin and quickly walks toward the end of the fiery corridor. Feng recognizes that this voice belongs to another chosen one from the same funeral home. In his heart, Feng sneers. With the existence of the burrito man, Feng is not very interested in burritos. Instead, there's a hint of hatred in him. He continues to lie in the coffin, maintaining his corpse-like state. The burrito chosen one keeps moving towards the end of the corridor. The audience in the Dragon Country's livestream also hears the sounds from outside, and they begin to rise. Every word heard in each live stream automatically translates into the native language of the respective country. The Dragon Country audience instantly grows curious, wanting to see where this self-proclaimed clever chosen one comes from. Soon, some enthusiastic viewers say it's from the burrito livestream, and part of the audience switches to that channel, mainly to see the structure of the funeral home. The burrito chosen one is walking down a long corridor. It's pitch black, just barely illuminated by the flames from the furnace nearby. Every 7 steps between the doors, some doors are locked, some are half open, and a few are wide open. The locked doors in fully opened rooms are utterly silent, without any sound. Occasionally, voices that can't be understood come from the half-open doors. Whenever the burrito chosen one sees a fully open room ahead, he quickens his pace. Perhaps it is because they were summoned to the world of strange tales in the dead of night. The burrito chosen one's physical condition is unstable, and his legs feel a bit weak, but he musters all his strength to get through this bizarre situation. Observant viewers in the Dragon Country notice. Whenever the burrito passes by a half-open door, a pair of pitch-black eyes stares intently at him, moving as he moves. Someone just finished carrying a coffin and stepped out from the room, frozen in place, watching the shadow of the burrito chosen one moving. Some Dragon Country viewers picked up on this and shared their thoughts in their expert groups. The group is named Feng Bro's Wise Wolf Squad, and in the blink of an eye, the messages reach 99+. I have a bold idea surprise.jpg. Me too. I think I have the same thought as you. Can you not be cryptic? Just say what the idea is. I believe that the living in the funeral home are experiencing daytime, while the corpses are in nighttime. This idea continues. In other words, the staff, as we see, are in the black night, but in reality, it's daytime, making it easy for them to see the chosen ones, who cannot see the staff in the distance. This idea erupts a lot of discussion in the chatting groups across the Dragon Country. Everyone talks about this helpful clue regarding the living funeral home. The safest way is to become a real corpse during the working hours in the funeral home, remaining completely still. After reaching this conclusion, the audience from Dragon Country gave a thumbs up to Feng. The seemingly laid-back approach was actually the most reliable. More than half of the chosen ones shared Feng's thoughts. The quality of the chosen ones from each country varied. This time, more than half were elites from various fields. They had a certain level of mental resilience. After reading the rules, they all chose to lie in the coffin as corpses, waiting for the others to finish their work before acting. As for the chosen one from the Pancake Country, last time, they picked a good candidate, Yang Yansheng. This time, to be fair, the strange tale selected a less capable chosen one for the pancake. At this moment, the chosen one from the Pancake Country was less than 20 meters from the incinerator, pushing open the door to the room with great force. Inside were a row of neatly arranged coffins, each containing a corpse. The burning flames in the incinerator raised the room's temperature by 20 to 30 degrees. A staff member in the corner of the room waved a fan, trying to circulate the air and make it less hot, waiting for the incinerator to completely burn the bodies. Just as he was about to say something, he heard a noise at the door and saw a corpse slowly approaching the incinerator. It was unclear whether it was falling in fear or moving closer to the incinerator. The personnel guarding the incinerator broke into a sweat, which soaked his shirt, revealing the flesh color beneath. He whispered softly, "I must be seeing things, I must be seeing things, I must be seeing things." What he saw was a corpse with countless wounds, its neck barely stitched up, dragging bloodstains as it walked toward the incinerator. The chosen one from the Pancake Country heard strange noises around him and wore a satisfied smile, thinking, "It seems my idea is correct. The incinerator is the right way to leave here, and also the most correct way." The chosen one from the Pancake Country quickened his pace. Having worked in catering for years, this temperature was nothing to him. He picked up a white cloth with some red stains and pressed the button to open. The glowing red iron slowly pushed open from the incinerator. Inside, half-cooked corpses sizzled as fat oozed out, creating a foul smell. The chosen one from the Pancake Country covered his nose with both hands, complaining about the stinky corpse, and leaped into the incinerator. Ah! A sharp scream erupted, and then there was no more sound from the chosen one from the Pancake Country. The chosen one from the Pancake Country went instantly dark. Chosen one from the Pancake Country is dead. The strange tale of the living mortuary has descended upon the Pancake Country. 1% of the population immediately enters the living mortuary strange tale, minimum number, 5 million. Many viewers from Dragon Country began to offer their comforts. A difficulty level 6 strange tale, how could it possibly be so easy to pass? TSK, the chosen one from the pancake country is not up to par this time, living even shorter than those from kangaroo. Geez, so tragic. Do they not even look at the rules? It's obvious the incinerator is for burning bodies, and yet they jumped right in, how foolish. The screams echoed throughout the hallways of the room. Feng also heard the screams, and his thoughts became even more certain. During the time indicated by the rules, the safest method is to remain completely still in the coffin. Tap tap tap. Tap tap tap. Suddenly, 2 footsteps gradually approached. I returned to the main hall to fetch the coffin, let's talk later. The man replied gently, okay, let's talk later. Feng couldn't help but smile inside. This chosen one for the burrito is too weak, they actually think that the cremation furnace is the way out of the funeral home? If it's that simple, this bizarre tale wouldn't have a difficulty rating of 6. Difficulty 6 is the maximum for a normal scenario, while difficulty 7 is considered hard. If it were true, the high-ups in Long Country would have given him hints. In a stiff state, Feng began to drift back into dreamland. From start to finish, Feng remained completely still in the living funeral home, his concentration exceeding that of ordinary people. Even David, who was exceptionally steady, trembled a bit at several sounds. The audience from Long Country all gave a thumbs up for Feng's focus. Brother Feng is too amazing. The lighthouse audience commented, TSK, David told us that to successfully pass through and enter the train, one must choose from 3 rewards. I guess it must be related to the rewards. The Sakura audience replied, I guess so too. How could a normal person have such focus? Some people feeling sour? Haven't seen your chosen one with any focus? The Sakura audience shot back, it's just relying on external forces, this time our chosen one is for horror novelists, their fame is only slightly less than David's. The Sakura audience added, your chosen one is doomed, he is in the same group as your chosen one. Only a few viewers in the Sakura live room returned, hearing the words of the burrito choser from outside coming into the Long Country livestream. It can be confirmed that they are in the same group, with the coffins very close together. The Long Country audience immediately went to check on this Sakura chosen one's background. After checking, they let out a sigh of relief, and in the Sakura livestream, they began to express admiration for their chosen one. A third-rate failed writer daring to compete with Lighthouse's David? Not even qualified to carry Brother Feng's shoes. Published 2 horror novels, one pushed back by the publisher before sale, the other has so far sold 301 copies. Just a 6 solo. The Sakura audience saw their boasting being seen through and began friendly exchanges with the Long Country audience. The pickled cabbage audience, who initially wanted to watch the excitement, were now feeling uneasy and worried about their family entering the bizarre tale world. Knock knock knock. Suddenly, footsteps approached the room, producing a hoarse voice. I just saw a dead person who actually jumped into the cremation furnace. It scared me awake. This person should be the one they just mentioned, guarding at the cremation furnace. Feng began to listen carefully. The young man's tone reflected disbelief. How could a living funeral home have living dead people? They are all dead, are you hallucinating? Don't scare me. The hoarse man's voice continued. I'm not lying. The body that was about to be cremated halfway through just jumped into the furnace. I even heard a scream of awe. Did you guys hear it? The young man, accompanying the female staff from the hall for afternoon tea, did not hear the so-called scream. However, in the following tone, the young man was half convinced. Are you sure you saw a living corpse? It's a pity the surveillance on the first floor of the funeral home is broken, otherwise, we could verify what you said. The horseman seemed unsatisfied, exchanging a few casual words with the young man before mentioning it again in the next room, repeating his earlier words. The young man moved a stool, the creaking sound echoing as he sat down. Gee, how could living dead exist? If the director finds out, we'll be in big trouble. Let's try seeing if the corpse we guard has muscle memory. The young man stood up, cautiously walking to Feng's coffin, mumbling. No blame if there are monsters, I've been working here for 2 years and 5 months, and haven't heard of living dead. I'm just here to see if you're alive. If you are dead, please forgive me. No blame if there are monsters, no blame if there are monsters. The young man turned on the light, and the dazzling light shone into Feng's eyes. Feng had long sealed off his vision, only feeling a beam of light in the darkness. A young man poked Feng's face with his index finger and whispered. The face is cold and a bit stiff, he must have been dead for several days. This kid is really unlucky, clearly able to live but caught in family disputes. At this point, the young man stopped speaking, or perhaps hesitated to continue. The young man kept touching the corpse. He lifted Feng's hands and then let go. Feng's hands fell heavily onto the coffin, making a loud thud. The impact made Feng a bit deafened in the ears. He tapped Feng's kneecap, his legs were stiff and unable to move. 10 minutes later. The young man nodded in satisfaction, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It seems I was overly suspicious. This body is perfectly normal, without any muscle memory. Maybe old Gua drank fake liquor. Not only is he seeing things, but his mind is muddled too. The young man turned off the light and sat back on the stool, guarding Feng's coffin. The room returned to darkness once again. The Dragon Country live stream exploded, the lights turned on, and the viewers could finally see clearly. Brother Feng has turned into a child's corpse. The guy guarding the corpse looks a bit like my brother. Hold on, Brother Feng. Don't move. Feng lay in the coffin, looking like a 7 or 8-year-old child, his face pale, but thick lipstick smeared on his lips. A young man, who appeared no different from the real world, was probing to see whether the corpse was truly dead or alive. Unfortunately, the live stream's view could only see around the coffin, unclear about what the room looked like. At this moment, Feng nearly went deaf until the guy guarding the corpse sat down and settled, reflecting on the earlier conversation. He could clearly tell that he had pale lips, a white face, and looked like a 7 or 8-year-old child. The cause of death of this body was being caught in family disputes. Could it be like in the previous eerie tales, that the deceased's memories might provide crucial hints? There should be a white paper on the corpse, perhaps it would be written on it. Feng remembered that in a living funeral home, there would be a paper on the body in the coffin, recording its past experiences roughly. Once the guard finished work, he would go back and browse through it. Feng wondered if this would be too simple? Crucial hints shouldn't appear so obviously. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of dripping water interrupted Feng's thoughts. Chapter 113, The Sensation of Water Leakage. Tick, tick, tick. Feng heard the sound of water dripping, disturbing his mind. This water seemed to be dripping onto his head. For Feng, who had lost pain sensation and touch, this wasn't a big problem. As he heard the continuous sound of dripping, he wanted to seal off even his hearing, but doing so would mean losing all senses. Feng felt that at least keeping one sense was beneficial to him. A person who completely lost their senses would become a vegetable, making awakening difficult later. Feng continued to keep his hearing. The intermittent dripping not only disturbed his mind but also prevented him from sleeping. It had been 5 minutes already. All the viewers in the Dragon Country livestream flooded the screen, expressing that if they had to endure water dripping in the same spot for 5 minutes, they would have collapsed long ago. Not just Feng. Other chosen ones, as long as they were still alive, lying in the coffins, would also feel the persistent dripping of water. The kangaroo chosen one cursed the eerie tale 1,000 times in his heart. Originally, the number of people in the kangaroo had decreased. For this businessman, it was a significant blow. Fewer people meant reduced purchasing power, which would decrease his profits. Fortunately, the whole family of the kangaroo chosen one had not been chosen to descend into the eerie tale world. Unexpectedly, this time he was directly picked, becoming a chosen one. With no strategy at all, it was undoubtedly a double blow for the kangaroo chosen one. Especially now, as water continuously dripped down onto his forehead. At first, it was fine. Besides the annoying sound, there was nothing else. But gradually, a sharp pain began to emanate from his forehead, reminding him of an ancient punishment method. It involved dripping water onto the same spot on the forehead of those who committed serious mistakes. At first, there was nothing, but in the end, even the skull would be pierced. It would be better to just take a stab and finish it easily. 10 minutes passed. The chosen one from the kangaroo felt a bit overwhelmed. Anyway, the guard by the coffin sat down. With the coffin blocking the view, moving a bit shouldn't be a problem. The chosen kangaroo wanted to shift his body to let the water drop somewhere else. However, just as the chosen one moved, the room's light suddenly brightened up. Above the coffin, the guard stared at the body, noticing the chosen one's movement, and expressed his discontent. Another corpse with muscle memory, let's move it to be burned first, so the curator doesn't find out. The chosen kangaroo suddenly opened his eyes. A man above was staring at him, his expression dark. The chosen one felt a shiver in his heart. How could the guard by the coffin be sitting down and suddenly appear above the coffin? Another face appeared in front of the chosen one, speaking in a deep voice. Even the eyes have muscle memory. Hurry up and take this body to be burned, or who knows if it will attract the curator's attention. You are so attentive, always staying in the corner. Hey, why aren't you wearing shoes? The first guard smiled. I forgot to wear shoes to work. Let's hurry and hand the body over to Old Gua. The two funeral home workers each grabbed the chosen kangaroo's arms, dragging him across the floor towards the crematorium. The chosen kangaroo wanted to resist. Strangely, the moment his shoulders were pinned, the chosen one lost the ability to move. He could see, hear, and touch, but just couldn't move. The chosen kangaroo was placed on a somewhat warm iron bed. After explaining everything, the man in his 40s slowly pushed the iron bed towards the crematorium. Ah! A scream echoed throughout the living funeral home on the first floor. Scared, the other chosen ones in the same group didn't dare to move, letting the pain of the water droplets hit their foreheads. The kangaroo's live broadcast immediately blacked out, showing a message announcing the arrival of ghost stories. 5 million people instantly vanished, entering the ghost story of the living funeral home. The kangaroo's higher-ups slammed their fists on the table, scolding. Foolish people, dying without even getting a hint. This time, let's pray that half of them return alive. In another part of the living funeral home, David endured the sensation of water droplets. Each drop made him feel uneasy and irritated. The guard by the coffin had already sat down, moving within the coffin's height was no problem. However, David felt that this was risky. With the personality of the chosen ones from the dragon country, staying completely still was the safest approach. But the dripping sensation above made his forehead ache more and more. Pain is still more important than life. David quickly found an answer, letting the water droplets fall on his forehead, refusing to move no matter what. Those with a bit of strength as chosen ones remained still. As long as it wasn't quitting time, they absolutely wouldn't open their eyes. Yet, some chosen ones thought they were smart. Hearing that the guard had sat down and couldn't see them, they tried to move a bit. Frightened, the corresponding higher-ups quickly used hint cards. They warned their restless chosen ones not to move. There were 2 guards near the coffin. Only then did these chosen ones stop their impulse to shift. But their foreheads continuously endured the painful sensation of the dripping water, which was quite uncomfortable. A few still couldn't bear the feeling of the dripping water. Moving their bodies a few centimeters immediately attracted attention, and they were sent off to be burned. Half an hour passed. The coffin's guard noticed water leaking from the ceiling, complaining. What are those guys on the second floor doing? They've made the ceiling leak. We need to move the coffin quickly. A low male voice came near Feng. This corpse died quite peacefully. Let's drag it to another corner. The 2 of them pushed the coffin together. Where the leak was, water dripped onto the floor tiles. The pain in the forehead faded away. The chosen one who had endured the water droplets finally breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, I can get a good night's sleep. In less than an hour, more than 20 chosen ones have failed. And this is a difficulty level 6 horror tale. Many viewers feel terror for their ordinary chosen ones. Even if they are not experts like Feng, who has mastered the horror tales multiple times, they should at least possess the skills of a horror novelist like David. At the very least, they should have a Sakura chosen one with some experience in horror stories. Instead of just being a wage slave who only works and sleeps at home. Many viewers envy Long Country, jealous that they have never failed, hoping they could fail this time. Let the selfish chosen ones from Long Country be replaced. Kangaroo viewers, ugly Long Country people, shouldn't be alive. Lighthouse viewers, why aren't they dead yet? Do they want us to make David take action? Kimchi viewers, selfish dogs. Hurry up and die. Many foreign viewers launch vicious comments in Long Country's live stream, with management not held by any country. Naturally, Long Country viewers uphold the virtue of reciprocation, providing elegant teachings to these malicious viewers. You have this kind of free time, you might as well learn from the knowledge you've stolen from us. When the horror tale descends on you, it'll be too late. Don't waste your breath with them upstairs. Can these wastes survive the horror tale? I can poop while upside down. Let's not get angry. Dogs bark, and should we bark back? No. I will beat the dog to death. Real dog, please do not insult us. In the real world, Long Country viewers cheer for Feng. In the horror tale, Feng suddenly hears the sound of metal being cut from upstairs. His previously relaxed heart becomes alert. P.S. The night before last, the 4th night, there was a fight, and my mood was a bit off. My current state is still not great. A Cute Hand Weekly asks, is there a single girl for a blind date? I am a male, love females, 28 years old, 175 centimeters, Guangdong, bachelor's degree, writing web novels as a hobby/part-time, have a stable job and income. Weighing 135 Gene in high school, graduated from university at 160, then shot up to 200, and after a year of exercise brought it down to 160. After the mask issue, I stopped exercising and went back up to 200, starting to lose weight now. Mainly, I like staying at home, not fond of wandering around, making it hard to find a girlfriend. As long as the person has the right values, and likes living a simple life, choosing me won't go wrong. If there are any sisters interested, leave a message in this comment section. Chapter 114, Move and You Die. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of a saw cutting wood comes from the ceiling. It's different from the usual sound of cutting wood. The one upstairs seems to be louder. Crack, crack, crack. Another sound of a saw cutting something echoes. Gradually. From upstairs come 5 or 6 chaotic noises. Roughly speaking, it sounds like each is playing their own solo, but upon closer inspection, each piece of music is half a beat off, forming a noise that bothers Feng's ears. The 10th rule is wrong. I don't know if what is stored upstairs is a corpse or something else, nor do I know if the people upstairs have special qualifications. All I know is, making loud noises now means death. It seems only 2 people are guarding their coffins, making it easy to resist. Yi Feng is different, he lets these noises crash over him, refusing to move even if beaten to death. Other chosen ones, even if their bodies want to move, will receive high-level alerts before moving. Now, no matter what, they cannot move. Because there are 2 people guarding the coffin in the room. One is far away, while the other is directly above the coffin, staring straight at the corpse. The chosen ones who used the hints before have held back their inner impulses, constantly reminding themselves that they absolutely cannot move now. Moving means death. All sounds heard in the live stream play simultaneously. Long country viewers turn the volume down to the lowest, allowing their ears some peace. These noises not only disturb the chosen ones but also annoy Long country's viewers. Many viewers turn the volume up to over half. After listening for a while, their ears start bleeding from the pain before realizing to mute the live stream. Noise is an indiscriminate attack, damn. My ears are bleeding. I'm going deaf, on my way to the hospital. Be careful, don't fall into K hospital. Don't worry. With Feng Ji's guide, there's really no fear of falling in. In the Dragon Kingdom livestream, the bullet comments show nothing, but in the Feng the Smart Wolf Team chat group, everyone starts to express their doubts. The highest difficulty Ghost Tales currently is level 6, which can affect our audience's physical health. Will the ones above this be even stronger? It could just be a coincidence. Right now it's still ordinary difficulty. Coming in at peak difficulty level 2, how hard will it be going higher? I can't bear to imagine. I've always had a guess, did Feng go get some really good items, at least not the usual 3? I also think so. This time it should be an item that can make the body stiff, otherwise, like David, there would still be slight movements on his face or skin. I suspect that Feng Go, as the only one to clear K Hospital, which is the first ghost tale, has gained enough of an edge. I think so too. According to my observation and analysis, the quality of those in the same group as Yi Feng isn't low. The chosen Sakura belonged to the top few in skill. That failed novelist? Yes, I've read one of his novels. He has skill, but the content doesn't appeal to the Sakura side. Compared to the lively chat, the place where Yi Feng is, inside the coffin, also hears the noise. The noise continues for half an hour. The person sitting beside the coffin can't help but stand up, pat their stiff legs, and complains. What on earth are those guys upstairs doing? They're making so much noise that I don't even have a chance to slack off. This person found watching over the coffin boring. They had already downloaded a movie to watch, putting on headphones, relaxing for the day. Unexpectedly, the noise from upstairs kept coming, non-stop. At this rate, not only would there be no slacking off, but the noise would keep circling in their mind on the way home after work. No way. I have to go up and talk to them. Just because those guys think they have special qualifications, they can act however they want? Staring at the person looking at Yi Feng's face, they quickly walked over, pulling back the person who was about to rush upstairs to reason with them. Smack! It seemed like they pushed the other person against the wall, not allowing them to go up, speaking in a steady tone. Going upstairs requires passing a test, you don't have a certificate to go up. Are you trying to get fired by the funeral home? Doing this will only increase my workload. The other party, lacking in strength, couldn't resist, so they could only nod and say. Fine, I won't go up, but the noise upstairs has to be stopped. I can endure, the body can endure, but the family of the deceased will definitely complain. If it reaches the director, it will be a hassle. Suddenly, the sound of high heels clicking against the floor came from the hallway, getting closer and then stopping right in front. A slightly angry female voice rang out. Don't worry about it, I've already yelled at the guys upstairs. The noisy sound slowly faded away. The female voice became slightly calmer. Those guys, just for their twisted fun, actually went to saw off the limbs and heads of the bodies, then tried to piece them back together. Only the guys upstairs have such hobbies. Yi Feng heard the slight sounds, and the 2 people watching his coffin couldn't help but tremble, their teeth chattering. One man asked doubtfully. Aren't those guys afraid of the director finding out and getting them fired? With the director's temper, not only would he fire them, but he'd also teach them a lesson. The female voice responded. Did you forget? The director can only. Other than the intermittent laughter and chatter, there was nothing unusual. Yi Feng took note of what they said. Especially the director of the funeral home, their tone shifted slightly when discussing this person. There seemed to be a hint of awe, or perhaps fear. However, it could be a mistake that the director won't show up these days. According to them, the director is a terrifying guy. He should appear and consume some of the chosen ones. Gulyolu. Hunger gradually surged in his heart. The sound of his stomach grumbling was loud enough for Yi Feng to hear. Perhaps the staff guarding the coffin wore headphones and couldn't hear his stomach's rumbling. But Yi Feng noted this down. After the funeral home closed, he would have to go out and find food, The person guarding him would not have their headphones on at all times. The audience in Long Country also heard Feng's stomach rumbling. He wasn't alone, other chosen ones heard their own stomachs rumbling too. Some chosen ones decided that when they could move, they must find a lot of food. After an unknown amount of time passed, 2 staff members stood up, pounded their lower backs, stretched lazily, and laughed. Another easy day. No surprises, and now it's 6 in the afternoon, let's go to your house to play games, I'll buy some snacks. The other person, sounding a bit unhappy, asked. Just the 2 of us? Of course not, don't you like one of the girls in the lobby? I've invited them too, whether you can succeed depends on you. Okay. I'll go to the market and buy some ingredients. Let's go. As their footsteps faded away, the corridor was filled with the sounds of employees passing by, accompanied by cheerful discussions. Gradually, it quieted down. Chapter 115, The Unresistible Hunger. Until the corridor quieted down. All the senses were released, and the pain in his body rushed in. Feng gritted his teeth, covering his mouth, as this pain barely subsided after 5 minutes. Slowly, he opened his eyes and saw a piece of white paper placed beside the coffin, likely recording the life experiences of the deceased. Feng picked up the white paper, flipping over the written side to take a look. The originally densely written white paper had become a messy black ball due to dripping water, with the text blurred. The name of the corpse was completely covered. Feng didn't know the information of this corpse, but he felt relieved nonetheless. So far, he had only heard one scream. This indicated that the quality of the chosen ones in this group wasn't bad, they had some strength. He couldn't see the information, and neither could the livestream. The other chosen ones also didn't know what his name was. However, this joy quickly washed away. He was a child's corpse, which was easier to recognize compared to an adult. Those countries that considered themselves superior harbored some hostility towards him, their chosen ones at least in part. Even to cater to weaknesses in certain areas, they had joined the ranks targeting him. The higher the quality of the enemies, the more troublesome they became. Feng clapped his hands and feet, waiting for his limbs to be able to move, before jumping out of the coffin. Barefoot landing with a slight sound. His hungry stomach made Feng weak, unable to stand, and he fell to the ground. Just then, he noticed a line of small blood-red words written at the bottom of the coffin. This corpse was harmed to death, please arrange for cremation to ashes soon. The corpse will likely be burned when the funeral home opens tonight. Gulyolu. The feeling of hunger surged in. First, he needed to find a large amount of food to fill his stomach. Feng glanced around the room. It was about 15 square meters, empty, and words echoed when spoken. In the room was a coffin, and in front of the coffin stacked a plate, which was greasy and still warm. It had likely held cooked meat before. The walls were covered with spider webs, suggesting it hadn't been cleaned in a long time. His feet were sticky with fresh blood, the blood hadn't dried yet, probably left by the 2 staff members. Strangely enough, Feng couldn't smell the blood on his feet, he recognized it as blood only by sight. Feng stepped out of the room and into the corridor. In the daylight, the corridor was clearly visible. At the end, there flickered tiny sparks, likely from a furnace. There were about 8 rooms away. Approximately 36 rooms separated him from the hall. Feng walked in the opposite direction, with every room's door left ajar. Some rooms had coffins placed, while others were completely empty. He had just taken a few steps. A certain room creaked, as someone walked out from within. Feng hurried into an empty room, peering through the crack in the door. What emerged was a plump fellow. This guy's face was extremely pale, with obvious stitching marks on his neck, dressed in plain white clothes. At first glance, he looked like a corpse, one just like Feng, a chosen one. The corpse looked around, and after seeing no one, quickly walked toward the hall. Feng quietly stayed behind the door until the corpse entered another room, then he stepped out. He peered into each room, passing through 3 or 4 rooms. Finally, he saw a platter of food placed before a coffin in one room, and walked in. Little did he know. Several corpses behind had already awakened, peering through the door's gap to watch the hallway. Seeing a big and a small one in the hallway, they confirmed the others were chosen ones, their mouths curling up. Especially the cherry blossom chosen one. He noted down each chosen one, for a key moment, they might just serve as his scapegoats. Feng arrived at the coffin. Inside, the corpse was of a mature woman, with exquisite features and a slender figure, a beauty in the real world. This woman, who looked only 28, had just died. Conveniently, she was holding a white paper in her arms, with the words written on it. Tang Jiejia, 35 years old, unmarried. A girl who dedicated her life to her family's business, never had a love life, with only one younger brother. She was a strong and brave girl. To protect her brother, she turned down all the blind dates arranged by the family, especially from her uncle's family, who introduced over 30 suitors in a year. But you knew well, once married, all of her family's affairs would no longer concern her. Her younger brother would be bullied by them. At least she wanted to wait until he was of age before considering leaving the family. But her uncle's family couldn't hold back. In a hotel during a business trip, she met with an accident, the circuit aged and short-circuited, and she suffocated from electrocution. The only one she worried about before dying was her brother, and the only one she hated was her uncle's family. When the corpse was discovered, the internal organs had decayed. The relevant personnel found out this was not an accident at all, it was due to old wiring intentionally tampered with, but those involved were unexpectedly reassigned elsewhere. Soon after, this case was deemed an accidental death, and the hotel paid the victim's family $1 million. Later, her uncle's family bought the hotel, left it empty, and dismissed all employees. Remarkably, the employees that night all said the same thing. Investigations into their accounts showed normal income, except for the severance pay, which was 3 times higher. The family claimed it was to care for these long-serving employees. On the back of the white paper, there was a long section of text, the handwriting blurred, making it hard to read the content. Feng bowed 3 times to the coffin and sincerely whispered, "I'm very sorry to disturb you, I'm truly sorry. If you refuse, please tap the coffin." This was not out of politeness but rather to test the corpse inside the coffin. If there was any movement, Feng would turn and leave. Minutes passed, and the corpse in the coffin remained quiet. Feng squatted down, grabbed a white roasted chicken, and took big bites. The hunger made him forget he was still a child. He devoured the entire roasted chicken. Burp. Feng contentedly patted his slightly bulging belly and thanked the corpse in the coffin. "Thank you for the chicken, goodbye." Feng left the room, and the corpse in the coffin's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a gentle smile. Feng was oblivious to this scene. The audience from the Dragon Country gasped, rubbing their eyes, thinking they were seeing things. The female corpse's smile inside the coffin vanished, returning to its original icy demeanor. Feng returned to the hallway. Only his body remained in the corridor. A gust of wind blew out from the room, where the female corpse's coffin was placed, and the door slowly closed. Feng continued to walk forward. At the same moment, the Sakura Chosen One recorded that, besides himself, there were 10 Chosen Ones in the funeral home. The characteristics of these Chosen Ones were etched in his mind. The only thing that puzzled the Sakura Chosen One was, among the 10 corpses, only one was a child, the rest were all adults. The child moved cautiously, he was a good kid. If he weren't a selfish Dragon Kingdom Chosen One, he would definitely want to recruit him to their side, so that when they met David on the train, he could gain an additional bargaining chip. The premise was that the child's corpse was not the selfish Dragon Kingdom Chosen One, Feng. At this moment, Feng tiptoed, gradually approaching the hall position. Chapter 116, he is the Dragon Kingdom Chosen One. Feng looked ahead. The corridor he was in crossed the hall, and in front was an endless corridor. To the left, he faintly saw the entrance of the corridor, but he couldn't see the situation inside from where he stood. To clarify the situation on the first floor, Feng tiptoed towards the hall, peeking into the rooms he passed. Almost every room with a coffin had a plate of food. Quietly, gradually approaching the hall position, the Sakura Chosen One took 2 steps forward, reaching the nearest Chosen One, and whispered, "Where are you from, Chosen One?" The other person was taken aback, worried that the stranger was a hostile Chosen One, and dared not respond. The reason the Sakura Chosen One approached to ask was that he noticed the other person's hostility towards the child's corpse in the corridor, which might mean they knew the child's identity. To dispel the other's concerns, the Sakura Chosen One continued, "I am a Chosen One from Sakura." Upon hearing from Sakura, the other person breathed a sigh of relief, pointing at the child's corpse in the corridor and speaking softly. "I am a Chosen One from the Unfading. This little boy in front is a Chosen One from the Dragon Kingdom, Feng." The information comes from a hint card and is absolutely correct. The Sakura Chosen One still had hints left. As long as the other was a Dragon Kingdom Chosen One, after revealing his identity, the higher-ups would definitely use the hint card. Half a minute passed without a hint from the higher-ups, proving what he said was correct. The Sakura Chosen One's lips curled slightly upward. Since the other is a selfish Dragon Kingdom Chosen One, no need to be polite. The Sakura Chosen One plotted his scheme. As long as Feng was dead, and 1% of the Dragon Kingdom arrived alive in the funeral home monster tale, even if the success rate was high, many would still die. Doing this would earn him some admiration from certain people in Sakura, and perhaps his younger sister could enjoy better treatment. Eliminate the opponent for David and smoothly join David's team. For the Sakura Chosen One, it was beneficial with no harm. The Sakura Chosen One smiled sinisterly, his smile revealing cruelty. The Unfading Chosen One's eyes widened, unsure of what the Sakura behind him intended to do, but it would definitely not be good. The Unfading Chosen One whispered in a sound almost inaudible in the livestream. Targeting him openly is not good, after all, the Dragon Kingdom is very strong now. The Sakura chosen one looked at the unfading like an idiot, offering no reply, waiting for Yifeng to walk into the trap. The audience in the Dragon Kingdom's live stream suddenly began to curse. Those dogs, we don't need to guess they want to harm Brother Feng. Sakura still has traditional tricks. What bad idea can he come up with? Anyway, he is definitely not up to any good. It grinds my teeth with anger. While the audience in the Dragon Kingdom worried about Yifeng, he was only 2 rooms away from the hall. At this time, Yifeng advanced slowly, stopping to confirm there were no abnormalities before taking each step forward. The daylight shone freely in the hall. The hall ahead, according to the layout of the last monster tale, had 2 people guiding the coffin's placement, with a front desk receiving the family members of the corpses. Following the rules of this monster tale, there should be someone guarding the entrance. In front of the hall, there was a shiny silver iron plate, just enough to see the situation at the door roughly. Stealthily, I approached the corner and looked towards the iron plate. At the entrance of the funeral home stood 2 people, their bodies seemed to be fat, looking outside, with very little movement. As long as I didn't make any noise, those guarding should maintain their current stance. I tiptoed, with my heels last touching the ground, trying to be as quiet as possible while passing through the hall and heading to the corridor on the opposite side. Yifeng considered walking into the left corridor, but there were people guarding the entrance, which was very risky. I poked my head out and quickly pulled it back, suddenly seeing the situation in the hall with my right eye. 2 fat men were sitting on the steps, smoking a strong-smelling thing, speaking in a mumble that Yifeng couldn't understand. Only 2 people should be guarding the entrance. While they were chatting, I would sneak into the front corridor to see if there was an exit. Yifeng continued moving forward, having traveled halfway through the hall. Outside the hall, it was a white haze, and at the end of my vision was still an empty space. Amidst the white fog, there seemed to be many figures, moving stiffly towards the funeral home. Walking and walking, the distance to the funeral home still felt so far, as if I was just treading in place. Yifeng shook his head and continued to walk forward. The 2 fat men squatting at the door took a deep breath from their cigarettes and started chatting. We've had to work day and night shifts for 2 days in a row, how unlucky is that? You got that right, I'm so tired my ears are not working, and my eyes are almost hallucinating. You're exaggerating, but it's good, we can take 4 days off continuously. It's okay, those guys upstairs are sulking, dealing with those bodies after work. TSK, I don't understand their twisted hobbies. Yifeng took 3 steps forward, and a noise came from the corridor behind him. Bang! Ah! It hurts so much, the door is too hard. Yifeng's heart trembled. Aside from the duty guards, everyone else should be off work now. The sound must have come from a chosen one. Such a careless chosen one definitely wouldn't make it to now. The only explanation is that it was on purpose. The audience from Long Country felt their hearts tremble when they heard the sound. Which dog made such a loud noise while Brother Feng was in the hall? Definitely on purpose, there's no doubt. If the guards find out, it's definitely over. The Long Country audience checked every live streaming room and finally found that the sound came from the Sakura chosen one. When the Sakura chosen one walked out of the room, their foot heavily slammed against the door, causing them to stomp back inside in pain. On the surface, it looked like an accident. But as long as one isn't blind, it's clear that the Sakura chosen one did it on purpose, intentionally making a noise to attract the guards' attention. Sakura viewers, so careless, lol. Sakura viewers, the disbelief looks too cute. The Long Country audience rushed to send their comfort in the Sakura live room. This person is so careless, their eyes must be blind. So pitiful, blind at such a young age, their parents passed away early and couldn't afford treatment. So sad, being an orphan and living alone like this, they must be so lonely. As the Long Country audience and Sakura audience exchanged caring messages, the 2 fat men squatting at the door heard the noise and kept their bodies still. Not good. I heard that noise very clearly, they should have heard it too. Yifeng quickly lay down on the ground, using the effect of the stiffening pill to make his body stiff. The next second, the fat man's upper body remained still, while his head rotated 180 degrees clockwise, keeping his whole face aligned with his back. He stared at the corpse on the hall floor, his face is fat shaking. Who worked so carelessly, leaving the corpse here and just walking away? Old 3, did you see it when you came? No, the last one in charge seemed to be Ahua, that girl is used to leaving work on time, it was probably her. Forget it, it doesn't matter, tomorrow Ahua comes back to work, she can direct someone to carry it. How about we have a drink? I brought 2 strong bottles, since we have 4 days off, let's drink while working today. Okay. The fat man's head slowly turned back, taking out his cup. Pouring a colorless liquid into the cup, they clinked it together and downed it in one go. Cheers. Cheers. Chapter 117, Hostility from Cherry Blossom. Damn it. The Cherry Blossom chosen stared intently at the situation in the hall. The child's lifeless body lay on the ground, motionless. This caused the Cherry Blossom chosen's plan to fail. The cherry blossom chosen couldn't believe that Feng could lie there for a whole day. As long as he dared to move, he would be killed. 15 minutes later. Feng turned his back to the fat man, opened one eye slightly to peek through the metal piece, confirming that the other party was chatting happily. He relaxed his stiff body, stood up, and quietly walked down the corridor ahead. The cherry blossom chosen was about to create more noise when the not falling chosen held him back and shook his head. Once is an accident, twice is intentional. Although the not falling chosen hated the selfish dragon country chosen, the dragon country was very powerful now. If they angered them, they would surely suffer. The cherry blossom would absolutely be in deep trouble, and the not falling would also follow suit. Being discreet would have someone to cover them, being too obvious would be bad. The cherry blossom chosen understood some truths through the eyes of the not falling chosen. By then, the cherry blossom would definitely use personal actions to make accusations, and he would become a pawn. In the end, the cherry blossom chosen chose to quietly watch, with a vicious gaze praying for Feng to make a mistake and be discovered by the guard at the door. After taking 5 more steps, Feng finally crossed the hall and suddenly felt a chill behind him, turning to look. Several doors were half closed. The distance was too far to see how many pairs of eyes were staring at him through the gaps. These eyes, filled with hostility, were hiding behind one of the doors. Is it David? Feng frowned and quickly dismissed that thought. The arrogant David would never allow himself to do such a thing. His helpful tips for Feng's quest would not harm his own interests. At least he wouldn't use such underhanded tactics before clearing the quest. The ones bold enough to use dirty tricks now would undoubtedly come from those few places of chosen. Feng first thought of kimchi, followed by cherry blossom. No matter where the chosen came from, they would not let him go. Feng's expression darkened for a moment before returning to calm. The Dragon Country audience rarely saw Feng's composed expression now. Last time in the cinema, he was still able to remain calm. In the cinema where Feng was, besides him, there were no other living chosen. The audience felt that the vile chosen deserved it. Tap tap tap. The sound of leather shoes echoed from the doorway, loud enough to be heard from 10 meters away. A hoarse voice rang out. Old San, Old Lou, you guys are still on duty today, drinking that little thing, really bold, huh? The slightly thinner fat man complained. Old Gua, didn't you also buy life water to drink? It's just a child's play for me and Old Lou. Another fat man nodded in agreement. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid the director will know? The director only allows purchases of 40 degrees or below. Old Gua shook his finger and laughed, not putting the director in his eyes. In the whole funeral home, I'm the only one who completely knows how to use the cremator. What can the director do to me? Fire me? The bodies in the funeral home can't even burn. I'm not like you guys, why don't you join me? Fat Old San refused Old Gua's kindness, recalling the painful cries he had just heard from the corridor connected to the cremator, looking curiously at Old Gua. When did you go buy the drinks? Old Gua took a sip of life water and sighed with relief. Ah, so refreshing. You guys aren't drinking fake stuff, are you? I only went to buy it after work, chatting with the beautiful lady at the counter for a few moments before coming back. Probably about half an hour, I guess. Saying this, Old Gua took another sip of life water and started to complain. The director is too stingy. Why not hire another person who knows how to use the cremator? When working, I can't dare to drink such strong stuff, I'm afraid I might end up in there too. Old San and Old Lou ignored Old Gua's complaints, feeling a bit sober from the alcohol. If the one who screamed in pain earlier wasn't Old Gua, who could it be? On duty tonight, there were only the 3 of them on the first floor of the funeral home. No overworked employees would return to work, nor could they return to work, who would work overtime with a corpse. Old 6, did you just hear the sound of the door banging over there, and then someone painfully shouted in agony? Old 3 was not too sure and called for help from his companion. Old 6 thought for a moment. Indeed, someone had shouted in pain in the corridor just now. Old 3, could it be that our funeral home is haunted? Old Gua had already drunk half a bottle of life water, his steps a bit unsteady. He tapped Old 6 on the back of the head and complained. Are you stupid? It's been 2 or 3 years, does anyone still believe in that? It's probably some thief coming to steal a body. Don't forget that last week, on the 2nd floor, 2 were caught and turned into corpses. I guess they're here to steal a woman's body to sell it for a good price. Old Gua slumped to the ground, leaning against the front desk, continuing to drink. Old 3 and Old 6 swallowed hard. The 2 hoped it was just a body snatcher, and they could just hand it over to the guys on the 2nd floor. But if a dirty body mixed in, that would be disastrous. If it reached the director, they would all be in trouble. Old Gua, if we run into a not quite dead body, can we get you to work overtime? I guarantee you life water will be enough. Old 3 could only spend some money to let Old Gua work overtime to burn more bodies, using wealth to fend off disaster. Old Gua nodded, who let me have a good heart. Just to be clear, at least 10 bottles of life water. Alright, both old 3 and old 6 said in unison. The two fat men walked side by side, reached the first room at the corner, and slowly pushed the door open. Inside, a corpse lay in the coffin. Old 3 poked the fat corpse but got no reaction, then walked to the next room. Inside were several chosen ones among the cherry blossom candidates. Upon seeing this, they cursed the noise behind them, waiting for the chance to return to their original coffins. Yi Feng had long been lying on the ground, waiting for the other party to discover him before immediately going stiff. The other side's eyes after the fire stove in the corridor showed no indication of noticing the child's corpse in the opposite direction. Yi Feng stood up and continued forward. The left side of the corridor was lined with rooms, while the right was a wall. It should be the same further back. One must say this part of the corridor had very poor lighting, one could barely see within 10 meters. Yi Feng passed by the first room, which contained dolls made in the production series, just missing the eyes that hadn't been painted on. Next to the doll was a coffin, which was completely open and placed on the ground. Strange laughter and cries emanated from inside. Yi Feng pondered for a moment, deciding to bypass this room and head for the second room. Meanwhile, the on-duty staff, old 3 and old 6, had already checked the bodies in 2 coffins. Feeling their efficiency was a bit slow, they decided to poke the bottom of the feet with sticks. As long as it's an evil thief, they would definitely show flaws. To ensure the thief had nowhere to hide, they locked the checked rooms from the inside. Plop, plop. The hearts of 7 or 8 chosen ones beat violently. Even if they returned to their coffins, they probably would still have to be checked. They continuously cursed the deceitful chosen ones, and to their misfortune, they were in the same group as that kind of con artist. At this moment, Yi Feng walked into the second room. This room also had a coffin, which was completely open and laid on the ground. Chapter 118, The Anger of the On-Duty Staff. Inside the coffin, a corpse lay flat, its face rosy, with a cherry-red mouth smeared with lipstick. A long black dress covered the white skin. A slight rise and fall like a faint breath seemed to indicate this corpse was not dead. Beside the corpse, there was no white paper recording her life. This corpse was strange. Yi Feng glanced a few times, feeling more and more that this corpse was alive. He immediately withdrew his gaze and observed the surroundings. The light was extraordinarily shiny, the walls were a bit damp, and several patches of dirt could use some cleaning. The floor seemed freshly mopped, with leftover moisture in the gaps. It felt incompatible compared to the other rooms with coffins. This is not the place to leave the funeral home. Yi Feng felt this was not a spot to linger. His body leaned against the door, checking to see if the 2 duty personnel were in the corridor. Tap. The 2 duty personnel, Lao San and Lao Lu, locked the room door. Lao San was somewhat angry and said fiercely, "How outrageous! The corpse thieves even left no food on the ground alone. I remembered there was a roast chicken placed in front of this beautiful corpse. There must be corpse thieves on the first floor." Lao Lu, curious about his somewhat drunk friend, wondered how someone drunk could remember the roast chicken placed in front of a coffin. He thought Lao San was just being silly and teased him. "You can't be taken by this girl, can you? After being single for over 40 years, could you not resist?" Lao San gave him a punch, cursing profusely. "Don't talk nonsense. The corpse has a background. Not long ago, she was a famous wealthy beauty in the city who, with her own 2 hands, pulled her family back from the brink of collapse. Unfortunately, her relatives are malicious. When she was brought in, the boss personally spoke to me, telling me to keep a close watch. Nothing can go wrong. That's all I can say. Moreover, I'm a normal person. I wouldn't be perverted enough to like a corpse." Lao San spread his hands, making his reasoning clear. What normal person would like a corpse? It's only because his superior wanted him to pay special attention to this corpse, or else he wouldn't need to be here. Lao Lu understood Lao San's character. He wouldn't develop feelings for a corpse. At this moment, Lao San was still very angry. The food placed by the coffin was especially prohibited by the boss for the guards to eat. Now that the roast chicken was gone, it meant someone who wasn't from the funeral home was here. And Lao Lu, stop joking, there really are corpse thieves here. We need to keep searching. Lao San and Lao Lu entered another room, while Yi Feng walked out of his room and headed for another room. The rooms along this corridor were relatively far apart. The distance to the third room was more than 20 steps. Upon entering, he saw. Inside, there was still a corpse lying there. Strangely, the floor near the coffin was covered in bloodstains, and through the light of the corridor, he could barely make out which part of the floor was clean. Yi Feng walked in to check the coffin. The coffin was made of bright red wood, exuding a floral fragrance, yet it couldn't mask the bloody stench inside the coffin. Yi Feng held his breath, tightly enduring the overwhelming smell, and looked into the coffin. Inside lay a corpse stitched together from countless pieces of flesh, with signs of needle and thread on every inch of skin. It was clear that the makeup artist worked very hard. But the stitched parts barely allowed one to recognize that it was a female corpse. Aside from that, there were no other identifiable features. The female corpse was dressed in casual clothes. She should be a young woman. Suddenly, the female corpse's half an eyeball slowly moved. It shifted its gaze from the ceiling to Yifeng's direction. Black liquid, tinged with a bit of red, flowed from her lips. It seemed like it had been stored for a long time, emitting a strong stench of decay that even the coffin's floral scent couldn't cover. Yifeng gasped, focusing on every corner of the coffin. This coffin also didn't have a passage leading out of the funeral home. Yifeng turned around and could only look for other rooms. As he turned, the corpse in the coffin slowly raised its right hand. The stitched right hand came apart into pieces and fell into the coffin. Thud, thud, thud. Yifeng heard the noise behind him, his heart racing uncontrollably, nearly vomited from his throat. What was happening behind him? His instinct told him that looking back now would lead to something terrible. He had planned to search these rooms first to see if there was an exit, then return to check the corridor rooms he had just come from. Yifeng walked quickly out of the room. Lao San and Lao Lu also came out of their room, and Lao San said, angrier than before. 2 more food items from the coffins are gone. It's absolutely the work of corpse thieves. It makes me furious. If the curator finds out that a corpse thief has snuck in, he will definitely peel off my skin. Lao Lu, half drunk and half awake, really didn't understand why Lao San was so angry. He had eaten the food placed near the coffin, and the staff guarding the body had also done the same. Apart from the order the boss specifically gave, the other 2 corpses were not specially instructed. The third one pointed at the footprints on the floor, his angry voice loud enough for everyone on the floor to hear, including the chosen one hiding in the coffin. Are you blind? Can't you see the footprints on the floor? We all wear shoes while working. The 6th one pointed at the corpse in the coffin, speaking softly. Could it be that the corpse in the museum is hungry? The 3rd one slapped the 6th one, angrily saying. Humph. We must believe in science. Besides, if a corpse is hungry and eats its own food, would it walk out? Haven't you seen the corpse in the coffin still lying there? The 6th one, slapped on the back of his head and hearing the 3rd one's explanation, immediately came to his senses. He punched the wall and cursed, saying. There really is a corpse thief. We've been working 2 days and nights in a row. Could the thief be hiding in the coffin? How about we stab every corpse with a knife? Let's see where the corpse thief is hiding. The 6th one pulled out a folding fruit knife from his waist, glaring fiercely at the 20 or so rooms. The 3rd one had considered this idea. But doing so would damage the corpses, and reporting it to the curator would lead to more than just being fired. The 3rd one stopped the 6th one, telling him not to do something stupid. Don't damage the corpses, we need to spend more time, but we must find the thief. As they spoke, the 3rd and 6th ones walked into another room. Yifeng seized the opportunity and entered the 4th room. Dragon Kingdom viewers in the Sakura live stream room sent friendly condolences. Look at what your Sakura chosen ones have done. Interesting, do you think your chosen ones can survive? Always the same style, harming others and themselves. Sakura viewers responded with their own blessings. Sakura viewers, looks like your chosen ones can't go back. Wait until the mortuary starts working. What do you think will happen? Sakura viewers, very well, this time our chosen one's mistake will finally remove the selfish ones. Sakura viewers, mistake, no one wanted it, but I hope the Dragon Kingdom chosen ones can survive these few hours. The rest of the viewers from the same group of chosen ones countries were eating carbonated food and drinking carbonated drinks while watching the show in the Sakura live stream room. Meanwhile, creak. Yifeng stepped into the 4th room. The smell of food filled the room, making Yifeng, who was already stuffed to the point of nausea, feel a little hungry. Chapter 119, Sakura's Scheme. Into the 4th room. Yifeng carefully stepped inside. The room was empty, but the scent of food floated in the air. The room was cleaned very well, and faintly, the walls and floor tiles reflected light. Yifeng stepped carefully on each tile, thinking. Could there be a mechanism in the mortuary where stepping on a certain tile opens a secret passage to escape from here? Yifeng could only think in this direction. Even with a 1 in 1,000 chance, he still had to try. Yifeng carefully stepped on each tile. The 3rd and 6th ones had already walked out of the room, locking the door behind them. The 6th one cursed. Damn corpse thieves, they don't even spare children's corpses. I heard this child was tortured quite a lot in life, and even after death, they won't let his body rest in peace. Don't let me catch him, otherwise, those guys on the 2nd floor will teach him a good lesson. The 3rd one opened the next room door, while the Sakura chosen one pressed against the door, listening carefully to the conversation in the corridor. His face darkened. There were probably 11 chosen ones in the mortuary he was in. Apart from Yifeng, who was safe for now, there were 10 chosen ones in the rooms on this side of the corridor, and their only option was to lie in the coffins and pretend to be dead. As long as there was any movement, the 2 guards outside would notice and assume it was a corpse thief. The Sakura chosen one was in the 3rd to last room, and the further back they went, the harder it would be to find the thief, and the more thorough the inspection would become. Normal people, even if they could endure pain, would still react when. Even a slight expression can appear on the face, depending on how carefully the other person observes. Thinking of this, the chosen one of Cherry Blossoms thought of a plan, and the corner of their mouth slightly curled up. Yosh, this method is good. The Cherry Blossom Chosen One walked into the room where the unfalling Chosen One was, took a few steps inside, and glanced at the coffin where the unfalling Chosen One lay. In their heart, they thought, I'm sorry, I want to cooperate with you, for my safety, I can only make things difficult for you. But don't worry, you are just a backup, in case you are not lucky. After confirming that there was no one else in the corridor, they gently closed the door. The Cherry Blossom Chosen One randomly selected a few more rooms, confirmed that there were corpses lying in the coffins, took a few glances, and gently closed the doors again. They, the Chosen Ones, were all corpses. It was hard to distinguish with the naked eye who was the real corpse, only able to rely on luck. This was the mercy of the Cherry Blossom Chosen One. The Cherry Blossom Chosen One returned to their own room, lay on the coffin, and whispered. It's hard to tell which are the chosen ones and which are the real corpses. The other party should not be able to check well. The audiences from 3 countries saw this scene and cursed the Cherry Blossom Chosen One for being unethical. Including the unfalling audience who had just praised the Cherry Blossom Chosen One, it was only right to rely on their own abilities to dodge the others' checks. But here comes the Cherry Blossom Chosen One, pretending to distinguish who were the chosen ones, to play dirty. Those chosen ones who closed the doors all opened their eyes and sat on the clean floor. The unfalling Chosen One breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, I almost burped out loud just now. The security guard at the door should have left. I need to go to other places on the first floor to search for the exit from the funeral home. Just as the unfalling Chosen One was about to step out the door, they suddenly heard dissatisfied conversations coming from the left outside the door. Cunning body snatcher, it must be in the last few rooms. The unfalling Chosen One remembered that the 2 security guards had started checking from the left. There was no way that the sounds could come from that direction. The noises were very close, less than 3 rooms apart. The unfalling Chosen One quickly lay back in the coffin, naturally closing their eyes, wondering which treacherous Chosen One was plotting against them. If only they could know by opening their eyes just then. Was it the selfish Chosen One from Dragon Country? That guy was in the corridor across. Unless he was seeking death, he wouldn't return here. Who could it be? Just as the unfalling Chosen One was contemplating the possible names, a loud scream rang out from the next room. Ah! Haven't you checked here already? Why are you back? Don't come near. Sounds of extreme panic echoed from the other side, dragging someone out of the room. Old 3 questioned in a stern tone. Where did you hide the child's corpse? There's only one entrance in the whole funeral home, you can't possibly move the body. The Chosen One who had been discovered came from a small place, feeling terrified upon being caught. Not long ago, they had used a hint card while dropping water, now they had no hints and were just like an ordinary person. This Chosen One had no idea whose child's corpse it was or where it was moved, they could only plead desperately. I'm sorry, I don't know. Old 3's face darkened as he heard a series of garbled responses. Old 6 frowned, kicked the Chosen One 3 times, and cursed. Speak clearly. Don't think you can act dumb, we treat every body snatcher the same. If you reveal your accomplice and tell where the body is hidden, we might let you go. Otherwise, you'll be handed over to the guys on the 2nd floor. This Chosen One had no clue about any of this, only crying and saying they didn't know. They just sought a way to stay alive. In the real world, there might be a way out, but in the living funeral home, kneeling 1,000 times wouldn't help. Seeing the Chosen One wailing, Old 6 kicked them 2 more times and shouted angrily. So stubborn, huh? Let's leave you to the 2nd floor folks, they love to play with body snatchers. Old 3 looked at the burning furnace not far away, wanting this detestable body snatcher to feel the heat of the flames. Let's see if his mouth is still so tough. Old Lou grabbed Old San's arm and shook his head. Old Guay is still drunk, leave it to the guys on the 2nd floor, maybe they can get something out of him. Old San kicked the Chosen One on the head, tied him up with hemp ropes, and walked into another room. This room was just a cover. Old San used his earlier experience to forcefully open the door. The Chosen One was using all his strength, lying in the coffin. Unfortunately, Old San still discovered him and coldly said. Another corpse thief pretending to be a corpse. I ask you, where is the child's body hidden? The 2nd Chosen One was similarly begging for mercy. In Old San and Old Lou's ears, it was still a series of incomprehensible sounds. Old San and Old Lou were completely furious. They swung their iron rods at the 2 Chosen Ones, then tied them up. Old San said. We'll drag them to the 2nd floor, I don't believe they can keep pretending. Old Lou looked at the 10 or so remaining rooms that hadn't been checked and quietly said. What about the remaining rooms? Old San, anyway, only the curator, the boss, and the people guarding the coffins have keys, the corpse thieves don't have them, and they can't get into the check rooms. Okay, hurry up and drag them to the 2nd floor to interrogate them well. Old Lu dragged one chosen one, while Old San dragged another towards the hall. Arriving at the hall, Old Guo was still babbling drunkenly. Old San patted Old Guo's shoulder and said seriously, "Keep a good eye, if you see the corpse thief, don't let him get away." Old Guo patted his chest, finished every last drop of the life water, and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely watch closely." The two chosen ones realized they might not survive, even in death. They wanted the chosen ones of Dragon Country to taste the bitterness of failure. Woo woo. Ga gaga. The two chosen ones pointed simultaneously toward the corridor where Yi Feng was. Old San and Old Lu looked over slowly and solemnly said, "Maybe there are still corpse thieves hiding over there. Old San, you take them to the second floor, I'll go check." "Okay." Old San took the other chosen one, dragging him like a dead dog, toward the corridor directly in front of the door. Chapter 120, Prizing Open Their Mouths. Woo woo. Ga gaga. Old San dragged the two chosen ones like dead dogs into the pitch-black corridor. Perhaps due to lighting issues, in the corridor directly opposite the funeral home entrance, one could barely see 5 fingers when reaching out. Aside from that, it was difficult to see objects 2 meters ahead. The two chosen ones struggled fiercely, trying to break free from this seemingly over 40, yet immensely strong man. Unfortunately, no matter how they resisted, in Old San's eyes, they were soft little babies. Old San walked about 10 steps before stopping, coldly questioning the two chosen ones. "This is your last chance. Where is the child's body hidden? Are there any other corpse thieves?" Old San suspected the 2 cold corpse thieves in his hands were not fully dead yet. However, an empty coffin for an adult was one thing, but an empty coffin for a child signified it had definitely been stolen. He was certain that the 2 of them were corpse thieves. One chosen one was breathing hastily, his mind racing, not letting any details slip. If that child's body was the one they were looking for, they could be saved. In fact, they both didn't know that the agile child's body was Yi Feng's. They could only apologize silently to that child's body's chosen one. "I know. It's in the room in the left corridor." The other chosen one also reacted quickly, hurriedly pointing left and shouting, "Right this way, I'll take you there." But in Old San's ears, what he heard was a series of wooga sounds. The chosen one pointed toward the left direction, which happened to lead to one of the stairs to the second floor. Old San thought the damn corpse thieves were provoking him, so he kicked both chosen ones again. "Refusing to drink the toast and asking for the penalty wine? Alright, you can explain to the guys on the second floor later. They really like to ask people like you. Let's go." The two chosen ones bumped against each other, only 1 step away from the second floor. The third one stopped and shouted loudly towards the second floor. "Is anyone up there looking at the bodies? I'm at the door on the first floor. I caught 2 guys stealing bodies. Please pry their mouths open and ask where they hid the stolen bodies." The third one heard the echo of his own voice. The second floor was pitch black, darker than the corridor before, and he couldn't even see his own fingers. The third one stood still, waited for 3 or 4 minutes, and muttered softly, "Could they have gone slacking off? Who are you talking about slacking off?" Suddenly, a dark figure appeared at the top of the stairs, draped in a black cloak, roughly 2 meters tall and very fat. The two chosen ones vaguely saw the shadow and felt their legs weaken. One of them even leaked brown liquid from his pants. The third one pointed to the 2 body thieves on the ground and said, "I didn't say anyone was slacking off, these 2 thieves." The 2-meter-tall fat man in the black cloak interrupted the third one, lifting the 2 chosen ones like they were little chicks. "I heard it clearly. These 2 are body thieves, right? Don't worry, no body thief ever lives to keep their secrets. You go down first. I'll ask them properly." A cold wind blew out from the second floor, making the third one's body shiver thrice as he hurriedly left. In the darkness, the fat man took the 2 chosen ones to a closed room. The room was lit by red candles, and through the flickering light, various sharp tools were reflected on the walls. Handsaws, foot-long steel needles, hammers stained with black streaks of blood. The fat man made the chosen ones sit on chairs, tying their hands and feet to the chair arms, and their waists to the backrest. Woo woo. The 2 chosen ones sensed that something terrible was about to happen and began to resist. The fat man blew out the red candles and smiled. "I hate body thieves the most. If you want to be sensible, tell me what you know now, or I can pry your mouths open here." The fat man's cheeks shook as he went to the wall to get tools to pry open their mouths. The audience from the chosen one's country had pale faces. Currently, the live broadcast screen was black, but they could hear the fat man's laughter and their own chosen ones begging for mercy. "Ah." Sounds similar to slaughtering a pig occasionally echoed in the live broadcast room. The cries lasted for half an hour, gradually become hoarse. The fat man put the tools back on the wall and relit the red candles. New bloodstains appeared among 3 or 4 tools on the wall. The fat man sighed helplessly. "You 2 are the toughest mouths I've ever seen, I really admire you. Even prying your mouths open won't get me any answers. Having said this, the fat man left the room. The lips of the two chosen ones, along with their tongues, fell to the ground. Their mouths were wide open, greedily gasping for the surrounding air. Their bodies trembled continuously, likely due to the pain of losing their lips and tongues, trying to reduce the pain through shaking. Blood poured from their wounds, dripping onto the ground. Half a minute later, the live broadcast screen went black, and a warning about the arrival of a strange tale appeared. The audience in these two countries immediately broke down. Everything had been just fine, and they blamed the cherry blossom chosen one. Whether or not they could kill Feng was beside the point. Their own chosen ones were already suffering. Due to face-saving issues, the higher-ups of the Cherry Blossom group immediately clarified on their official account that this was an accidental act by the chosen ones and absolutely not intentional. And it was definitely not targeting any specific chosen one. After going downstairs, the third one met up with the sixth one. As the two chosen ones were dying, the third and sixth ones carefully checked 3 rooms, even turning over the coffins for bodies. The sixth one came to the fourth room, glanced at the empty room, and spoke in a deep voice. Perhaps we were tricked by those 2 body thieves. The body is definitely not hidden here, let's go. We need to quickly check all the rooms down the other corridor. The third brother also felt that he could not fully trust the words of the grave robber and followed the sixth brother to check the next room. Feng poked his head out, confirming that the on-duty staff had returned to the original corridor to check the remaining rooms, and then he let out a sigh of relief. There was only a wall between Feng and the fourth room. If they checked one more room, they would discover Feng, that is, the child's corpse. The third brother and the sixth brother returned and continued to check. The audience in the Dragon Country live broadcast room, who had been highly tense, finally relaxed. They were just one step away from discovering Brother Feng. He. Finally, it's the turn of the Cherry Blossom Chosen One's room. Hopefully, we can find that he is also a grave robber. It's hard to say, using the lives of other Chosen Ones to reduce their own danger is really sinister. Look! They have started checking. The third brother looked at the corpse in the coffin and cursed, "This corpse is ugly and has a terrible smell of rotten flesh, it shouldn't be a grave robber." The sixth brother frowned. Logically, this should not be a grave robber, but the appearance of 4 or 5 exceptionally clean floor tiles made him suspicious. The other floor tiles were still covered in dust. Could it be that they were intentionally disguising it like this to eliminate suspicion? The sixth brother picked up a fruit knife and aimed it at the arm, stabbing it in. He whispered, "I'm very sorry for finding out who the grave robber is." The knife stabbed in and withdrew, leaving only a cut on the corpse. The Cherry Blossom Chosen One endured the severe pain, not daring to move. The sixth brother shook his head. "Not a grave robber, let's check the next room. But this corpse needs to be taken to the second floor, it seems to have some identity." The third brother and the sixth brother left the room, locked it behind them, and headed toward the remaining 4 or 5 rooms for inspection. Chapter 121, the corpse to be sent to the second floor. They would eventually check the rooms in this corridor. They must find a coffin suitable for themselves. The room that originally contained Feng's coffin was no longer reliable, they could only search this direction for a suitable coffin. Feng checked 3 rooms, all of which were vacant, the only thing inside was fragrance after fragrance. Feng deliberately glanced at the on-duty staff in the distance. After the third brother and the sixth brother finished checking the last room, they came to the place where the corpses were burned, and after checking that place, they would inevitably come to check here. Feng passed through 2 rooms consecutively until he reached the third room. The room was filled with the unique fragrance of wood. The lights flickered, and in the darkness, it seemed a shadow was hanging on the wall. There was a coffin inside, similar in size to Feng's coffin, and both the floor and walls were cleaned well. Feng tiptoed inside to check the appearance of the corpse. The coffin was empty. Inside was only a sheet of white paper filled with dense and illegible writing. Yet another coffin suitable for a child. Feng took note of this room, planning to decide after searching the other rooms. Angry discussions echoed from the opposite corridor. "Damn it! We couldn't even find the burning place for the corpses. It seems to be hidden in the rooms on the opposite corridor." The third brother and the sixth brother happened to walk out from the cremation room, looking very gloomy. A child's corpse had gone missing without a trace. If the curator found out, being fired would be the least of their punishments. "I think we should let old Gua." The sixth brother walked to the hall, looking at old Gua, who was half drunk and leaning against the front desk, forcing a smile. "Old Gua, you've worked in the funeral home for more than 10 years, you have no achievements but also hard work, so you are considered our senior." Old Gua grabbed a bottle of life water, took a few sips only to realize it was empty, and said drunkenly, "Don't talk nonsense, remember you owe 10 bottles of life water, don't go back on your word." The third brother felt a bit restless, since they hadn't found a live corpse, they didn't need the cremation furnace, and the payment for the life water didn't count. Old Gua's face was a bit thick-skinned. The sixth brother stopped the third brother and smiled at Old Gua. The reward is definitely not less. We can also buy you 24 bottles of life water, but we have something we want to ask you for help. Old Guo opened his right eye and, glancing at Lao Lu, he slowly said, "This task is quite big. Let's hear what you have to say. I'll help if I can." Lao Lu continued talking. "The child's body hasn't been found yet. When you report it, just say that the body was burned. If the family wants the ashes, just find some lime for them." Lao Lu dared to speak like this with Lao Guo mainly because their private relationship was decent. Even if he didn't help, it wouldn't be disclosed to the director. Lao Guo stood up and pointed towards the crematorium. "Nothing can be found over here?" I can help you cover it up, but you need to add another dozen of life water, or we'll talk face to face." Throwing away an ordinary corpse might mean losing a job, but losing a child's corpse, for some reason, the director would not let them off. Lao San thought it was too expensive, while Lao Lu felt that Lao Guo's offer was fair. 3 dozen life water, as if nothing happened. "Deal. I'll buy it for you as soon as my shift is over. Keep it in your dormitory. After all, you still have to work for 3 more days before you can rest." Lao Guo raised 2 fingers, smilingly said, "It's nice to be friends with you, but you have to bring 2 bottles over here. I want to drink secretly. You guys won't report me, right?" Lao Guo extended his right hand, waiting for a response. Lao Lu shook Lao Guo's right hand and whispered, "Okay. It's a deal." With Lao Guo sorted out, no matter whether they could find the little boy's corpse or not, they could continue working at the funeral home. Just then, while Lao Lu and the others checked the remaining rooms, the phone at the front desk rang. Lao Lu answered the call. It was a somber male voice. "The other party is tight-lipped, pry open their mouths, and still got no useful information. Has the child's body been found?" Lao Lu squeezed out a smile and replied, "Found it." "Good, you guys continue working, I'll go look for some interesting corpses on the 2nd floor." Hanging up the phone, Lao Lu and the others continued searching for the child's body. After finishing 3 rooms, Lao San remembered the little boy's body lying in the hall not long ago and whispered, "Lao Lu, could that child's body be a living corpse? Wasn't there one lying in the hall? Did we forget about him?" Strangely, both Lao San and Lao Lu had forgotten what the little boy's corpse looked like in the hall. They arrived at the room where Yi Feng was hiding at that moment. Lao Lu walked to the coffin, took a glance, and discovered a little boy's corpse lying inside, his face slightly surprised, mixed with excitement. The little boy's corpse was found back, everything was secure. There was a white paper placed in the coffin, and Lao Lu quickly read it. This corpse was a little boy before his death, entered here a few days ago. Slap. Lao Lu slapped Yi Feng's calf. The calf muscle was hard, indicating that this corpse had been dead for several days. "The corpse is so stiff, it definitely wasn't sent here a few hours ago. It looks like this isn't the body." Lao Lu shook his head, his excited expression sinking. He placed the white paper beneath Yi Feng's hands, bowed 3 times, apologetically saying, "I'm really sorry for disturbing you. I hope you'll have a comfortable life on the 2nd floor." Lao Lu pulled Lao San, leaving the room and locking the door behind him. With their footsteps fading away, Yi Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide. The last sentence from the on-duty staff echoed in his mind. "This coffin's owner is to be sent to the 2nd floor. The 10th rule states that the bodies stored on the 2nd floor are not ordinary corpses. Increase the difficulty?" Now that the room was locked, Yi Feng could only stay inside, waiting for the funeral home staff to open the door and send him to the 2nd floor. Yi Feng urged the pill's effects, maintaining a stiff state while the pain disappeared. Lao San and Lao Lu checked again but still couldn't find the child's corpse, so they could only continue squatting at the funeral home door, waiting for the end of their shift. Lao Guo slept in the hall for 3 hours, floated back to the crematorium, controlling the fire, waiting to continue burning corpses as soon as work resumed. Time passed second by second. Many viewers in the tense live broadcast room gradually felt heavy eyelids. All the chosen ones were checked by the on-duty staff. The funeral home where David was had the most surviving chosen ones. There are 11 people, mainly with David, who keeps the other chosen ones stable as the lighthouse keeper. The other chosen ones listen to David's orders, yet those who die still refuse to obey him. Next, at the funeral home where Yi Feng is, there are 9 survivors among the chosen ones. The number of survivors in other funeral homes ranges from 2 to 7. Next, each chosen one's situation is very calm, no surprises are expected before the funeral home opens. So sleepy, it's 3 a.m., almost 6 hours without any exciting scenes. Brothers, I'm logging off first. I also need to log off. I have to get up at 8 to continue watching the live broadcast. Other viewers also log off one after another to save their energy. Time quickly passes. There are 3 minutes left until the funeral home's opening time. The 3rd and 6th brothers say goodbye to Old Gua, and after handing over their work, they hurry to buy life water. Chapter 122, 2nd floor of the funeral home. Ha! Colleagues said it was sent to the 2nd floor yesterday, why is it still here? The funeral home staff walks in and sees a small boy's corpse in the coffin, scratching his head in confusion. He picks up the white paper from the coffin and sees the first line written, Fanshurja, once a naive and lovely little boy. Indeed, there is a small boy's corpse in the coffin. The funeral staff puts down the white paper, speaking in a somewhat dissatisfied tone, seemingly unhappy because of the previous shift's leftover work. Damn colleagues, they just increased my workload for no reason. I need to report this to the boss. Later at 9, there will be a new corpse that needs to be placed in this room. The funeral staff leaves the room and calls the boss from the front desk, informing about this situation and arranging for someone to quickly carry the corpse upstairs. The funeral staff returns to the room, pinches Yifeng's cheek, and nods. The boss also said it was already moved to the second floor, but it is clearly still here. The little boy's corpse has a very stiff face. It's spring now, he must have died at least 4 or 5 days ago. This staff member has worked at the funeral home for 5 or 6 years, and has a general sense of judgment about the time of death. I can't be wrong, yesterday's colleague didn't move the corpse upstairs. Not long after. There is a knocking sound from outside, followed by a rough voice. I'm here to move the corpses, open the door quickly. Outside stands a tall man, around 1.8 meters, muscular all over, somewhat puzzled. He clearly moved the corpse upstairs yesterday, so why is it still here? Because of this, the funeral home even docked his commission by 20 yuan. The personnel in the room opens the door, pointing at the corpse in the coffin. The corpse is inside, please hurry and move it to the second floor, there will be new corpses that need this coffin. The strong man glances at the staff member, approaching the coffin with dissatisfaction. I brought the corpses from the funeral home just yesterday, personally handed over to those guys on the second floor, how come there's still one? The strong man arrives in front of the coffin, looking at the little boy's corpse, furrowing his brow. There is indeed a child's corpse in the coffin, could it be the one that was newly delivered yesterday afternoon? Alright. I'll carry this corpse to the second floor, you witness it this time. The strong man folds a white cloth over his back, placing the corpse on his back, and before leaving, looks at the staff member. Did you remember? Witness for me. I'll carry the corpse upstairs. The staff member nods, indicating he will vouch for him. The strong man holds Yifeng's corresponding left and right hands as he carries Yifeng facing upward down the corridor. Yifeng uses the effect of the stiffening pill, his entire body is rigid, with only his head and neck pressed against the strong man's back, while the rest of his body is suspended. In the corridor. Many funeral home staff hurry to their workstations. Perhaps because the director is not on the first floor, these staff members are a few minutes late, more or less. The strong man happens to meet a familiar colleague and greets him. Old gang. Good morning. I just received last year's year-end bonus, why do you still look so gloomy? The colleague known as Old Gang, also a 1.8 meter tall strong man, glances at the small boy's corpse and helplessly says. Today's task is heavier, I need to move over 30 corpses to the second floor. Old Lee and Old Fa are on leave, only the two of us here. Old Fei, we need to work harder today. Old Gang continued walking down the hallway, and Old Fei's expression darkened. More than 30 corpses, which means more than $600 in commission, only the two of us are moving them today, so it will be over $300 each. Usually, a day's commission is only about 70 or 80, but today it's about 300, far exceeding the usual amount. But Old Fei swallowed, arriving at the stairs leading to the second floor, and quickly walked up. He silently counted the steps to the second floor. 1, 2, 3, 33. Stepping onto the last step, he could reach the second floor. Old Fei felt a little anxious and shouted into the second floor. Is anyone there? I'm here to carry a body upstairs, one body of a little boy. According to the rules of the second floor, when carrying a body upstairs, you must shout loudly so that the people inside can hear. After a while, a 2-meter-tall, overweight man wearing a black cloak appeared, pointing at the corpse of Yifeng, ominously saying, Isn't it too early today? Usually, we only start moving bodies at noon. Old Gang, seeing the overweight man, changed his tone to be respectful, lowering his voice in response. There's no way around it, we need to move more than 30 bodies today, the sooner we finish, the sooner we can leave. Then your commission today isn't bad, follow me. The overweight man led the way. The second floor of the funeral home is where the bodies are stored. The exact placement of the bodies must be guided by someone from the second floor, if placed incorrectly, it will deduct from the commission. As Old Gang walked, his body began to tremble. The temperature on the second floor was below zero, and the employees moving bodies could not dress too warmly to avoid stealing bodies from the second floor. After turning a few corners and passing through 20 or 30 rooms, they arrived at a corner. Yifeng roughly noted the route they were taking. The overweight man pointed to a room, his chubby face shaking. Put the body here. According to the rules, the bodies must be stored for at least 24 hours before being placed in the cold storage. This way, it will save trouble later, all the bodies to be moved will be placed in these two rooms, no need to shout at the door today. Old Fei trembled to keep warm against the frigid temperature on the second floor. He exhaled, forming fog, and spoke through chattering teeth. This is a bit against the rules. The overweight man opened the room door and motioned for Old Fei to place the body inside, shrugging helplessly. There's no choice, last night I caught something interesting and they all died. I need to dissect them to make beautiful specimens. Old Fei was not interested in the overweight man's morbid hobby, since it was confirmed that he did not need to shout, he could directly move the body, which also saved him a lot of trouble. At least it meant he would endure less of the cold temperature here. Alright then, if there's nothing else, I'll continue moving the bodies. Old Fei quickly left the second floor of the funeral home, yawning, and returned to a certain room where various tools were placed on the walls. Old Fei went back upstairs, planning to walk to the room in the right corridor to move the bodies. By chance, he ran into the guards at the door, Lao San and Lao Lu, both hiding a bottle of something as they hurried past the hall. Old Fei was familiar with Lao Lu and greeted him. Good morning, Lao Lu, you've been working 2 days and 2 nights straight, hurry back to rest, don't wear yourself out. Lao Lu forced out a stiff smile, casually replied, and hurried toward the cremation room. I forgot to grab something, coming back to get it, I'll leave once I finish. Old Fei brushed off the ice fragments from his body and arrived at the third room on the right, where the body needed to be moved upstairs. At this moment, Old Gang was also in the room, waiting for Old Fei to help carry the body. The guard pointed at the coffin's body and warned. Take it easy, the family of this body is paying double the price, signing for a 50-year lease, offering you $500 for the moving commission, be careful. Upon hearing this, Old Fei and Old Gang looked at the body in the coffin, which was stitched together with countless pieces of flesh, and their faces darkened. A body at this level would take at least 10 seconds for each step. But staying an extra second on the second floor would be torment for both Old Fei and Old Gang. However, the rules of the funeral home prevented them from choosing clients, forcing the corpses onto the stretcher. They began to lift it to the second floor. Chapter 123, The Unlucky Chosen One. Hoo. The cold air descended from the ceiling. Yi Feng lay in the corner of the room, confirming that everyone had left, and slowly opened his eyes. The room was 100 square meters in size, and the wall behind him was stacked with 1 meter by 1 meter boxes. I had seen them in some films, these were used for preserving corpses. It was currently working hours at the funeral home, and he decided to stay still, waiting for the end of the workday to act. Having made up his mind, Yi Feng slowly closed his eyes, waiting for the time to come. From a room on the second floor, sounds of cutting could be heard now and then, making Yi Feng more vigilant about his surroundings. Compared to Yi Feng's corpse getting carried upstairs, some chosen ones were just that lucky. The viewers from Longwood discovered that Yi Feng was safe for now and jumped to other live streams to watch. At this moment, the elephant live stream had reached an exciting segment. The elephant chosen one was in the same funeral home as Yi Feng, having heard 2 heartbreaking pleas for mercy earlier. He lay in the coffin, not daring to make a sound. At this moment, the person watching the coffin stared at the front of the coffin and said softly, "The cremation is scheduled for this morning. It seems the family of the corpse has little money and can only take it for cremation early rather than send it to the second floor to preserve the body." Old Fei knocked on the door and walked into the room where the elephant chosen was. Is this body going to the cremation furnace? Old Fei and Old Gang had just moved 4 corpses to the second floor and could no longer withstand the cold air there, so they decided to take a few corpses to the cremation furnace and warm themselves up a bit. While asking, he yawned, possibly because the cold air on the second floor made both of them want to go home and crawl under the covers. The watchman nodded in response. Yeah, the corpse needs to be taken to Old Gua for cremation today. The family of this corpse is very poor, the commission is only a standard $10, so you can just take it over. Old Fei and his partner nodded, agreeing with what the watchman said. How much money you get, that's the work you do. If the pay is standard, they could only do standard work, which was simply to lift the corpse to the cremation furnace room. Some viewers in the elephant live stream began to panic. Everything was following the ghost story rules, how could they take it to the cremation furnace? To them, being taken to the cremation furnace only had one outcome, death. The sharp-eyed elephant viewers noticed a white paper stuck to the front of the coffin, which read, "Take to the cremation tomorrow morning." The viewers who discovered this clue felt dizzy, something must occur later during a specific time. Unless the chosen one discovered this before work started after checking, they could avoid being taken to the flames. But by then, the door would have been locked, and that wouldn't work. There were also a very few viewers who noticed this, but unfortunately, the hint card had already been used, making it impossible to provide a prompt. The cherry blossom chosen also noticed this point. However, he saw it take to the second floor for storage, so he continued to lie peacefully in the coffin. Old Fei and Old Gang carried the elephant chosen one forward toward the cremation furnace. The elephant chosen's heart was racing, this was truly a trap. Before long, Old Fei and his partner passed by the room where Yi Feng had once been, the watchman inside helplessly said. Old Gui is quite eager today, burning the boy's body right after starting work. I remember the child's relatives are quite rich, but they demanded immediate cremation. Gee, Old Fei and Old Gang, you two are really making a killing today. I heard there are over 30 bodies moved to the second floor. How about treating yourselves to a good meal after work, split the bill? Old Fei frowned. Was this guy here to pick a fight? Didn't he see their trembling bodies? Old Gang lightly punched the man's chest, laughing as he scolded. Don't mock us, it's freezing cold on the second floor. I don't know if it's on purpose or by accident, but a bunch of corpses concentrated today sent to the second floor to be preserved. No more chatting, we have tons of corpses waiting for us to carry. Old Fei and Old Gang casually grabbed the corpses by the arms and legs and quickly walked away. The elephant chosen one remained quiet, hoping for a way to save himself. Bang! The body was casually thrown on the ground. Old Fei muttered. Old Gua, this body comes with standard payment, you should cremate it according to the standard. Ha! Old Gua, did you drink on the job? Old Fei sniffed the air, the foul smell of decay mixed with the scent of alcohol. There was only one cremation furnace in the funeral home. If Old Gua messed up and broke it, everyone would suffer. Old Gua waved his hand. Don't wrong me. I drank before work, but not after. Old Gua still had some of the water of life lingering in his teeth. Unfortunately, there were no bottles of alcohol in the room, so Old Fei had to leave and continue moving other bodies in. Old Gua blinked and slapped his forehead, speaking to himself. I drank 2 bottles of life water in one go, the aftereffects are too strong, I'm a bit dizzy, I should lie down and sleep for a while. Snore, snore, snore. Old Gua quickly fell into a deep sleep, his snoring echoing throughout the cremation room. During this time, the chosen elephant could easily escape from the furnace and head to the empty, unguarded room. Elephant audience, now's the chance, hurry up and leave. Elephant audience, they're really asleep, stop pretending and get up to escape. Elephant audience, this is the final opportunity. The elephant audience was anxious for their chosen one, but the chosen elephant remained completely still, remembering the third rule. Moments later. Old Fei had just moved in the second body when he saw Old Gua was drunkenly asleep. He shook Old Gua awake, shouting. What are you sleeping for? Get up and cremate the body. He himself would still have to go to the freezing second floor, yet Old Gua could waste time at work, making him feel unfair. Old Fei's call interrupted Old Gua's sleep, and Old Gua suddenly woke up, shouting. Drink, keep drinking. Huh, what is this? Old Fei pointed at the 8 bodies in the cremation room, urging Old Gua. Hurry and cremate the bodies, or there won't be enough room for them, and we'll have to work overtime at noon. Old Gua was a bit angry but didn't dare to vent. If it reached the director's ears, he would be the one suffering. Old Gua could only vent his frustration on a certain body. He saw the body that Old Fei and Old Gang had carried over before and kicked the chosen elephant 3 times, dissatisfied. Just my luck, decided to die yesterday and make me work hard today. As he spoke, Old Gua pushed aside the iron bed of the cremation furnace, finding it completely clean with not a speck of ash. Old Fei couldn't help but doubt, Old Gua must have just been drinking and hadn't done any work at all. The single-bodied chosen elephant was tossed into the iron bed. The scorching heat from the iron bed made the chosen elephant unable to hold back a shout. Ah! It hurts so much. I'm not a corpse. Let me go. The chosen elephant began to plead for mercy, begging Old Gua and Old Fei to let him go. A small part of the elephant audience watched their chosen one's actions, furious enough to almost spit blood. Why not learn from the Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones? At the very least, they could learn from the Sakura chosen ones. There was clearly a chance to escape. Most of the chosen elephants self-consciously reviewed all the survival strategies in the funeral home up to now. Old Gua punched the chosen elephant in the mouth, 2 teeth flying out, and spat. Damn it, the second body to be cremated today isn't even fully dead yet. The iron bed was slowly pushed towards the cremation furnace. The chosen elephant endured the pain in its mouth and shouted. Please don't kill me. Chapter 124, The Wretched Cries. Ah! As long as you don't kill me, I can help you find other living corpses, shouted the chosen elephant. In this funeral home, there might still be 8 living chosen ones. To save his own life, the chosen elephant had only to expose the secrets of others. Old Gua, Old Fei, and Old Gang heard nothing but the woo-woo-woo of cries. In their eyes, it was a sight of provocation. Fueled by alcohol, Old Gua threw 5 punches at the chosen elephant, swearing. What bad luck! Be quiet. The cries of the chosen elephant made the half-drunk Old Gua slightly distracted. Operating the cremation furnace required full concentration, with no room for carelessness. Seeing the chosen elephant yelling non-stop. It's not easy to operate the cremation furnace, said Lao Fei. Please bring me some wooden pieces that can fit into the mouth. He's been yelling all the time, I can't operate the cremation furnace. Lao Gua kicked the chosen elephant 2 more times. Anyway, the family of this corpse paid the standard fee, not a dime extra, so Lao Guo was naturally rude. Lao Fei understood Lao Guo's intention and brought back a few wooden pieces from outside that fit perfectly in the mouth. Lao Guo quickly severed the elephant chosen's tongue and stuffed the oddly shaped wood into the trachea. The chosen elephant finally fell silent. The entire cremation room was filled only with the burning heat of the flames. Lao Guo skillfully tied up the chosen elephant's limbs and torso, smiling. Very good, finally quiet down. You can go now. Farewell. Lao Guo slowly pushed the iron bed forward. He had to control the speed of the push for the first few corpses being cremated every day. If he went too fast, the iron bed would crack. If he went too slow, he might hurt his hands. Seeing himself push into the cremation furnace, the chosen elephant completely quieted down, his face pale as he awaited the outcome of failure. Failure meant death. After 20 seconds, the iron bed was halfway in. The chosen elephant began to feel an unbearable pain in his head, as if his brain was about to explode. Gradually, the upper body, the arms, then the lower body, until the toes. Pushing the iron bed to the point where the chosen elephant was completely dead took 30 seconds, which felt like 3 days of waiting in the eyes of the chosen one. The elephant's live stream room immediately went black, and the unfortunate elephant viewers entered the strange tales of the living funeral home. Viewers from Dragon Country began discussing how to leave the funeral home. I think the cremation furnace is definitely not the exit to leave the funeral home. Anyone who's not a fool basically knows this. According to all the chosen ones in the exploration on the first floor, almost every room has been searched, there's no exit. It can't be the second floor, after all, the second floor is very dangerous. It's possible. Just as the Dragon Country audience was discussing the exit, the phone rang in the hall of the funeral home where Yi Feng was. The front desk staff answered the phone, and a voice, neither male nor female, came through. I heard from a relative that there are living corpses appearing in the hall. The front desk staff identified the voice as that of the director. They had indeed heard tragic screams coming from the cremation room just now, but weren't sure if it was a living corpse. In order to continue working in the hall, the staff had to report exactly what they had heard. This is what happened. I only heard tragic cries coming from the cremation room. It's probably a living corpse. After all, he was just responsible for registering the corpses to either be refrigerated or cremated, and nothing else concerned him. Hearing the front desk staff's account, the director's tone darkened a bit. Have Lao Guo come over and take this call. Seeing that no one was bringing a corpse over at the moment, and there were still 10 minutes until the scheduled delivery, the staff hurriedly called Lao Guo from the cremation room. Lao Guo quickly walked to the front desk, and upon hearing it was the director on the line, he immediately became serious, trying to appear completely alert to the director. Director, is there something urgent to call so early? The director's tone softened a bit, considering that Lao Guo was the only one in the funeral home who could use the cremation furnace. Someone said you had a living corpse over there? Upon hearing this, Lao Guo slowly let out a breath. Fortunately, it wasn't a reprimand about drinking on the job. Originally, Lao Guo and Lao Fei planned to keep this matter under wraps to lighten the workload of those guarding the corpses. Now it seemed that wouldn't work. With the director's people in the funeral home, Lao Guo became cautious and vowed never to bring any life-giving liquid into the funeral home again, even after work hours. Anyway, if there was a living corpse, it would only be the unfortunate staff on the first floor that would be affected, and it had little to do with him. Lao Guo kept a smiling face and said, "Yes, today when I cremated the second corpse, it moved, and even let out woo-woo sounds." While pushing the iron bed, it was discovered that it couldn't be stopped, otherwise, the entire cremation furnace would be ruined. Old Guo exaggeratedly stated it seriously. The curator believed Old Guo's words, his tone becoming colder. This is the failure of the guards, it has nothing to do with you, Old Guo. Alright, continue incinerating the bodies, there's quite a lot of work today, don't slack off. The curator hung up the phone, and Old Guo gently placed the receiver down. The front desk staff smelled the alcohol on Old Guo and asked curiously, "Old Guo, have you been drinking?" "Of course." Old Guo initially wanted to say the word of course, but remembered the conversation with the curator. There were people in the museum. Everything had to be cautious. "No, it might be that before work, I chatted with that group of alcoholics, and that's how I got the smell." "No more talking, I still have to work." Old Guo quickly walked to the cremation furnace, waiting for the bodies to come out. On the second floor of the funeral home, Yi Feng lay surrounded by 3 bodies, one of which was sewn together with countless pieces of flesh. The other 2 bodies were dressed in gorgeous clothing, but there were no visible wounds, they likely died from illness. Creak, creak, creak. Not far away, the sound of scraping continued, a hoarse voice rang out. "Those blind fools, Lao San and Lao Lu, their hearts have stopped beating, it's clear they're living corpses. Making specimens out of living corpses, the curator shouldn't get angry, right?" "Probably not, if he dares to be harsh on me, my grandmother will definitely not let him go." Not bad, the living corpse still has blood flowing through its veins, it's much easier to handle. The owner of this body was inside the specimen room, cutting the body of a 2-meter chosen one. Limbs, torso, and head were placed in different containers, organs extracted and placed in various fluids to maintain activity. At this moment, a fat man wore a mask and was cleaning debris from the large intestine. There were green granules as well as brown ones. The fat man frowned, determined to carefully handle the first and second living corpses, leaving no impurities. Half an hour passed. The large intestine was cleaned, soaked in pale yellow liquid to maintain moisture without rotting. After organizing the organs, the fat man wiped his sweat and looked at his proud masterpiece with satisfaction. It looks great. If I could get a female and a baby corpse, it would be perfect. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed throughout the funeral home, startling the fat man into jumping up. P.S. I can't hold on anymore. It's been very little all along, like squeezing toothpaste. In a few days, I'll check the situation after the book exam. I'll turn my fate around, I promise to finish this volume. I'm mentally drained, and the output is low, maybe I'm not writing well enough to attract readers. Chapter 125, A Knife Added to the Delivered Corpse. All staff in the museum, please pay attention. Just now, I received definite answers from certain personnel that living corpses have appeared in the museum. According to the museum's regulations, this needs to be reported. However, the guards were careless and didn't notice the living corpses. Especially since living corpses cannot be directly thrown into the cremation furnace. Room 12, the staff guarding the corpses today is immediately dismissed. Other guards must check thoroughly, incinerating 30 living corpses in the furnace each month will completely ruin it. Get to work immediately. The broadcast inside the museum turned off. The fat man heard it clearly, the announcement wasn't aimed at him, and he snickered disdainfully. A bunch of fools, the curator has long placed his people on the first floor, did they really think everyone in the museum was unhappy with the curator? Naive. The fat man knew the styles of some people on the first floor and scoffed. Then, the fat man carefully carried the container and placed it on the transparent shelf, admiring his trophies. Only 2 spots were left on the shelf. Once it's full, I'll wait until night to transport everything at once to my villa, especially this peculiar thing which requires a magnifying glass to see clearly. The fat man pushed open the door, picked up a stool, and walked towards the entrance on the second floor. Wait for the bodies that Lao Fei and Lao Gang are bringing up. Yi Feng also heard the broadcast and couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Although he didn't know who made the noise in his hall, which led to his first crisis. He also didn't know who revealed his position before dying, causing Yi Feng to fall into his second crisis. None of this matters, what matters is to eliminate all these vicious chosen ones. After that, things will be much easier. Yi Feng knew very well the relationship between Long Country and the world. The bottom line is, watching you get rich is more painful than losing money oneself. This was also one of the reasons Yi Feng chose to go alone. At this moment, he was sent to the second floor, which helped him avoid the danger of being checked by the guards. The people on the first floor heard the broadcast. The guards' faces darkened, but there was a hint of joy on their faces. At least it wasn't the director personally coming to inspect the body, giving them a chance to self-check. At most, they would find a little more money deducted from their bonus, unlike the unlucky employee who was guarding room 12 today. Lao Guo and a few other non-guard personnel continued working. Lao Guo thought to himself, don't blame me, if I lie and the director finds out, it won't be as simple as being fired. The guards' faces looked like they had eaten something filthy, knocking on the body they were guarding. Clap, clap, clap. They knocked a few times, and the body didn't respond. The guard sighed with relief, glad the body was normal. Just then, Lao Fei and Lao Gang arrived to move the body. It was still the body being taken for cremation. Lao Fei pointed at the body in the coffin and asked the guards, "Is this a normal body?" The guard nodded. He had heard that a living body would react if knocked a few times, but this body didn't respond at all. Absolutely normal. Normal. This body is handled according to the standard, there isn't much commission to be made. Lao Fei glanced at the body, thought for a moment, and decided that knocking a few times to rule out a living body was too childish. He took out a fruit knife from his waist and handed it to the guard. Cut the body once, if it doesn't react, then it's a normal body. Anyway, the fee is standard, being scolded is better than being fired. The guard thought for a moment, took the fruit knife, and stabbed the body's lower leg inside the coffin. Inside the coffin. The body, which was originally with its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes. This body was a chosen one. Ah! The guard pulled out the fruit knife, handed it back to Lao Fei with both hands, his heart still trembling. Thank you, you saved my job. Normally, Lao Fei and Lao Gang would act as if nothing had happened. If the director noticed, everything would follow the rules and regulations. Lao Fei exchanged a glance with Lao Gang, and they each grabbed one arm of the body. The chosen one began to cry out. Spare me. If you let me go, I will give you lots and lots of money. This money is enough for you to buy an apartment, and I will give you pocket money every year. He was the third son of a certain wealthy family. After the strange event, his family sent experts to teach each family member, making sure everyone had at least some skill. Things were fine, but now he was being sent to the cremation furnace. He had hoped to stay quiet and wait for death to come. He wanted to ensure his family wouldn't be targeted by certain countries. But this one cut, like the last straw that broke the camel's back, made him cry out in pain. To Lao Fei and Lao Gang, this was just another body making strange noises. They passed through the hall, turned right, and entered a dark corridor, at the end of which was a wall. Lao Fei and Lao Gang threw the body with force. The chosen one passed through the wall and was thrown into a world of darkness. The bloody smell came rushing in. When the chosen one and the livestream regained their sight, the screen immediately went black, and the strange event began. Lao Fei slapped the dust off his hands and swung his arm. It's grown another 10 meters, what's the use of throwing it into the wall? Lao Fei, who had been working here for 10 years, looked seriously at the wall behind him and whispered. Don't try to know what's behind the wall, just focus on doing your own job. Lao Fei and Lao Gang continued moving the bodies. With their method of checking the bodies for normalcy, things would be much simpler in the future. The bodies sent for cremation. A knife pierced into their 4 limbs, no reaction means it's normal. Fortunately. Afterwards, the bodies sent for cremation were all normal. After lifting the number to be cremated this morning, Lao Fei and Lao Gang, full of reluctance, carefully placed the corpse dressed in a dark black dress onto the stretcher. This corpse was significant, they didn't dare confirm it with a fruit knife. Even the guards didn't dare to touch it, fearing they might anger the person behind her. Have you checked if it's alive or normal? Lao Fei asked the guards according to regulation. The guard was sweating nervously, nodding vigorously. Normal, very normal. Lao Gang looked at the greasy plate on the floor, remembering that just yesterday before getting off work, there was still roasted chicken on it. You didn't steal the roasted chicken from here, did you? The guard shook his head vigorously. No way. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare touch her food. Lao Fei and Lao Gang carried the corpse to the second floor. The fat man, seeing the newly delivered body, perked up, hoping it was a living corpse. Ever since they turned 2 living corpses into specimens, the fat man had seen many others turned into specimens. When the fat man saw the woman's face, he stepped back in fright, hurriedly letting Lao Fei and Lao Gang inside. This person is dead? Forget it, I wouldn't dare touch her, otherwise the curator wouldn't act, and some people would kill me. The fat man felt unprecedented pressure, waiting for Lao Fei and Lao Gang to come out. Yi Feng heard a noise and immediately closed his eyes. Lao Fei and Lao Gang entered carefully, laying down the stretcher, worried the floor would dirty the woman's dress, making sure the stretcher stayed here. Yi Feng opened his eyes and saw the corpse of a woman in a dark black dress. This corpse was a bit familiar. It was the roasted chicken before her coffin. The woman in the long dress had a slender figure, well shaped in all the right places. Yi Feng looked a few more times, a sense of familiarity surged in his heart, and he turned his head away to look no more. As Yi Feng closed his eyes, waiting for the time to act. However, the audience in the Dragon Country live stream saw. As Yi Feng closed his eyes, the woman in the dark black dress slightly smiled. Chapter 126, The Living Corpse. The woman in the dark black dress slowly opened her eyes. Stiffly turning her head, she saw the little boy's corpse, then turned her head back and closed her eyes. A strange smile appeared on her lips. The Dragon Country livestream instantly exploded. What the hell? Did you see that? The black dress female corpse moved. Not just moved, she even smiled at Brother Feng. I won't say more, I need to find 2 blankets to cover up. A living corpse? Could she be the chosen one? Absolutely not. Among the current living chosen ones, no other livestream has this scene. The audience analyzed the smile of the black dress corpse. One viewer took a photo, looking at it made them feel creeped out, even a second longer was torture. In the chat group of Brother Feng's wolf pack, there was a heated discussion. The members of the group were all specialists in ghost stories or horror, with a certain understanding of this kind of thing, and were quite famous. There were currently 43 members, all carefully selected by the group leader, ensuring they were 100% from Dragon Country and had some strength to enter. Suddenly, the group owner, who hadn't been online for a long time, suddenly showed up. Group leader, the female corpse has a half chance to harm Brother Feng, and another half not to. That can't be right. That female corpse smiled at Brother Feng. The smile was extremely eerie. Group leader, did you guys notice that this ghost story has a reverse timeline? Yes. The live stream is dark while the funeral home is open. During the day, the funeral home is closed. Group leader, is there a possibility that what we see is exactly the opposite of what the funeral home employees see? Group leader, don't you find the prefix of the funeral home using living to be two contradictory words? Group leader, and a living corpse? Group leader, living and corpse don't originally connect, could this be a hint? The members felt a shiver after reading the group leader's message, and the group leader said it so only he could speak. 10 minutes passed, the group leader slowly typed out a line of text. Release the ban. Group owner, what have you discovered now? Opposite things? The essence is different from what's seen in Strange Tales. The two upstairs are right. The essence and what we see are not necessarily the same. We hear everyone inside, while the staff can't hear what the chosen ones are saying, that's the basis. Group owner, about right.jpg. So the female corpse smiling eerily at Brother Feng doesn't necessarily mean she intends to harm him. Many group members began to realize, consistently ignoring the most obvious living funeral home. Difficulty 6, and above that, difficulty 7 is hard. They didn't expect that the difficulty 6 Strange Tale would be a bit tricky. Without the group owner's hints, it's hard to discover this key point. Brother Feng's endurance until now without hints is also a sort of strength. They can also see that the overall quality of chosen ones from other countries is steadily rising. After each group member spoke, they assumed the key information was confidential. 2 group members received this news and conveyed the discussion conclusions to the higher-ups in Dragon Country. While Yi Feng was at ease. The cherry blossom chosen one at this moment was enduring the knife slicing through his bones. He too was to be sent to the second floor for long-term freezing, only lacking the background of the woman in the black dress. Old Fei had to check. Old Fei stabbed into the thigh bone of the cherry blossom chosen one. At first, he felt no pain. But gradually, excruciating pain like scraping the bone came from his leg. The thigh is connected to many nerves, the pain was much more severe than that of stabbing the calf. The cherry blossom chosen one remained stiff, not a trace of pain on his face, cursing the one wielding the knife in his heart. Damn it! Using such a despicable method to check if we are alive. The cherry blossom chosen one hated these people to the core, even as corpses, they still had to be treated this way. Aren't they afraid of the deceased's family taking action against them? After stabbing once, Old Fei looked at the blood flowing from the corpse's thigh, the blood dark red, and said solemnly. When was this corpse sent over? Isn't his blood dark red? Old Fei frowned, looking towards the guards. The guard picked up Old Fei's fruit knife, stabbing into the arm of the cherry blossom chosen one. The wound no longer oozed blood. It was sent over yesterday afternoon, he might have just died, the blood hasn't completely coagulated yet. Living corpses would have reacted long ago. The guard slapped the cherry blossom chosen one's face, the rigidness of his face further confirming his claim. Old Fei punched twice, calming his tense emotions. This corpse is indeed dead. Please don't blame me, there are people from the curator on the second floor today, we must check carefully. Old Fei and Old Gang lifted the corpse, sending it to the second floor of the funeral home. Arriving at the door on the second floor, a fat man was swatting mosquitoes that were stealing his blood. Slap! The fat man cursed. It's so cold on the second floor, and there are still mosquitoes. Which expert invented this thing? Don't make me turn it into a specimen. The fat man waited for an hour until he finally saw Old Fei and Old Gang carrying the corpse upstairs, standing up to block the entrance. You two finally brought the corpse up. Why does this man look so sinister? Only 1.50 meters, short and ugly. The fat man had seen many corpses, even those that were mangled. But this one, at 1.50 meters and ugly, made him particularly disgusted. He wished to make it a specimen to perfectly highlight a beautiful finished product. Old Fei helplessly said. He is ugly, but step aside so we can place the corpse, today's workload is large, no time for idle chatter. Only then did the fat man move aside, allowing Old Fei and Old Gang to enter. Old Fei specifically carried the corpse to the adjacent room, whispering. Today's corpses will be placed in these 2 rooms, this room is empty to avoid mistakes later, let's first place one corpse. That man is no good. Old Fei had heard from a colleague that a guy moving corpses last time placed the corpses in the wrong position, resulting in the fat man throwing it against the wall at the far end. Old Fei and Old Gang both released their grip. The body fell in the room. The cherry blossom chosen one felt a headache but remained still. Old Fei passed by another room, saw several bodies inside, stopped, and whispered. Should we check the bodies inside? Like the other bodies, should we stab it with a knife to see? If a living body appears inside, someone is going to be unlucky. Old Gang shook his head, even if a living body appeared, the unlucky ones wouldn't be the 2 of them, so it was best not to meddle. Old Fei and Old Gang quickly left and continued to move the bodies. Yi Feng listened to the 2 talking about moving the bodies, feeling extremely pleased. Including the chosen one who plotted against him, would have to endure the pain of the knife. Maybe they couldn't bear the pain of the knife and were already sent to the incinerator. Without lifting a finger, the enemies suffer more pain than he does. Yi Feng now looked forward to when the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom would give him hints, while also listing the chosen ones who harmed him. As Old Fei and Old Gang quickly moved the bodies, there were more and more bodies in the two rooms. 3 hours passed. Old Fei and Old Gang leaned against the wall behind Yifeng, gasping for air. If we finish our work at noon, let's go eat some barbecue in the afternoon. Old Gang raised 2 fingers. We're so tired today, we need 2 skewers of kidneys to make up for it. As the footsteps faded away, Yifeng slightly opened his eyes, only to see. Chapter 127, The Smiling Woman. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. Lying in front of him was a woman in a gorgeous black long dress, her skin pale yet rosy, without any makeup. Her delicate body trembled, with one part being particularly curvy. The woman smiled at Yifeng with her eyes closed. The woman is smiling at me? Yifeng frowned slightly, the once dead body now appeared full of life under the dim light. It didn't look dead but seemed to be in a deep sleep. Impossible. It might be some kind of dangerous sign. Could it be that I angered her by eating the roast chicken in front of her coffin? Yifeng slowly closed his eyes, sinking into various possibilities. At the moment Yifeng closed his eyes, the woman lying in front of him slowly opened her eyes, her smile even more radiant. However, in the Dragon Kingdom live stream, the viewers saw that lying in front of Yifeng was an ugly female corpse. Her skin was corroded by liquid, her hands and feet covered in blisters, and her face bore scorch marks. Even through the live stream, a strong smell of decay could be smelled. The ugly corpse had a corner of her mouth raised, roughly appearing to smile, but upon closer inspection seemed to be observing her prey. Unlucky. Brother Feng is facing this terrifying corpse. Not fair. Among the chosen ones in Brother Feng's group, only Brother Feng is in the same room with the female corpse. Sakura viewers, who let your chosen ones be selfish? Lighthouse viewers, the world of strange tales is finally fair. Kimchi viewers, Aish, finally let the arrogant chosen ones from the Dragon Kingdom taste fear. Humph. Are you blind? Our Brother Feng has ever been afraid? The female corpse finally turned her head. Yifeng pondered many possibilities, each of which could happen. Everything follows nature, although there are traps everywhere in the rules of strange tales, there are also chances of survival. Yifeng opened his eyes. At this moment, the female corpse had her back to him, and on the back of her black dress, several lines of bright red text appeared. Congratulations, you have found the rules of the second part of the living funeral home. 12. On the second floor of the living funeral home, do not laugh or make any sounds, or you will be discovered by the terrifying beings on the second floor. 13. You can return to the first floor along the original path, but do not open the rooms on the second floor at will, because there may not only be corpses inside. 14. You can choose to trust the corpse that speaks to you, she will not harm you. 15. In the cold refrigerator, you will not survive more than 3 hours. 16. If you encounter the staff stationed on the second floor, run quickly, you cannot resist these people. Yifeng carefully read the rules on the back of the female corpse. The one that first made Yifeng sure it was correct was the 12th rule. The 6th rule is wrong and the 14th rule is correct. No matter if the 15th rule is right or wrong, sending a frozen body to the cold storage is definitely not a good thing. As for the 13th and 16th rules, we cannot determine their truth for now. The second group of rules appears on the back of the female corpse, nowhere else is it displayed. Currently, only Yifeng, David, and 5 other chosen ones can see this group of rules, the other chosen ones cannot see it. Unless the seen chosen ones inform the chosen ones in the same funeral home. Most of the audience realized this and were all stunned. Only one chosen one in the funeral home can see the second group of rules. The audience from the same funeral home country as Yifeng hurried to the Dragon Country live broadcast room to express their opinions. Sakura audience, I think the Dragon Country chosen one should cooperate. Foreign audience, that's right, I think your Yifeng should share the rules. Foreign audience, hurry up and let the higher-ups use hints and cooperate. Is this an attitude of begging? Who are you? Especially those who are doing well, don't forget your chosen ones want to kill Brother Feng. Not only in the live broadcast room, but several countries' higher-ups also sent requests to Dragon Country. As long as Dragon Country agrees, they can consider giving many benefits. The response from Dragon Country's higher-ups is, everything is up to the chosen ones, outsiders cannot interfere. Anyone with a discerning eye knows that considering is just considering, it doesn't mean it has to be fulfilled. Even if it's written in black and white, it doesn't exclude the other party being unreasonable and not keeping promises. The response from Dragon Country's higher-ups instantly increased the goodwill of the audience in Dragon Country. In the living funeral home on the second floor, Yifeng realizes that the only place in the entire funeral home where the second group of rules can be seen is possibly on the back of the female corpse in front of him. From the beginning until now, only he and the female corpse have moved in the room he is in, he should be the only chosen one. He doesn't need to think, outside must be in chaos, putting pressure on Dragon Country to make the higher-ups give him hints, demanding the second group of rules information be shared with others. Half an hour passed, and Dragon Country's higher-ups still did not use the hint card, which should be a rejection of the other party's request. Yi Feng's mouth slightly curled up. Thankfully, it didn't break my heart. The woman in the black dress twitched her muscles and slowly lay down, covering the rules on her back. Creak, creak. Noisy sounds came from outside the door, disturbing Yi Feng's mind. A fat man brought a long bench, placed it in the middle of the two rooms, slowly opened the two doors, took out his phone, and made a loud click in each room, strong light shining down. The fat man smiled gloomily and said, "I'm taking pictures with my phone. If the positioning is different later, it means we have a living corpse. At that time, I can. Kick. The fat man drooled from the corner of his mouth, wiped it hard, and continued, "Tonight, I'm the only one on duty. If I catch a living corpse, I might make a lovely specimen. I hope this ugly corpse is alive." The fat man looked at the Sakura chosen ones, yawned, and slowly closed the door, his footsteps fading away. Yi Feng opened his eyes again. Outside the door were second-floor staff members, seemingly very interested in the specimen. From what he heard, the fat man wanted to make a specimen from the corpse. Now the fat man should leave here and be free to move, but he would come back to check. The corpse must be returned to its original position and previous action. Yi Feng lay flat on the ground, the heel of his right foot perfectly pressed against the floor's cross-seam, forming a straight line to his head, the back of his head also touching the cross-seam of the floor tiles. The position is easy to remember, and the action is also easy to remember. An inexplicable attraction drew Yi Feng, making him unable to resist turning his head to look at the woman in the black dress. At this moment, the woman in the black dress was kneeling on the ground, her legs naturally tilted, still with her eyes closed. From the front view, the woman's face was even redder than before, and fine blood vessels were clearly visible on her skin. What does she want to do? Yi Feng's heart tightened, but soon he relaxed. The woman in the black dress awkwardly raised her right hand, slowly placing it on Yi Feng's head, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Knowing that the other person was a corpse, it wasn't a good sign to smile at oneself. Yet in Yi Feng's heart, a warmth began to rise, the originally stiff body gradually gaining warmth. Images appeared in Yi Feng's mind, his heartbeat quickening. This black dress corpse. I've seen her twice on the first floor? The black dress corpse seemed to sense Yi Feng's fear, withdrawing her pale hand, and the room filled with the voice of an older woman. Chapter 128, Must Answer. Are you Xiaoran, Tang Jiaran? The black dress corpse spoke in a slightly hoarse voice like a girl next door. Tang Jiaran? Tang Jiaran? Yi Feng's mind kept repeating these four words, recalling the rules. Yes, I am Tang Jiaran. Without thinking too much, Yi Feng's coffin originally recording the deeds of his corpse had become blurred, only able to answer with a stiff resolve. The black dress corpse wouldn't ask for no reason, she must have had enough confidence. An incorrect answer, or any other response, had a higher probability of danger than answering directly. Upon hearing Yi Feng's answer, the black dress corpse spread her arms wide, pulling Yi Feng into her embrace, her smile growing more apparent. Brother, what's wrong? Are you angry? Just because sister broke her promise once, you don't call me sister anymore? A scene appeared in Yi Feng's mind. In the scene, a little boy held a crooked cake in his hands, his face flushed as he walked up to the black dress woman and whispered. Sister, happy birthday. This is the birthday cake I made for you, you must finish it. The black dress woman caught the cake with both hands, took a big bite, and smiled saying. Delicious. Brother's cake is indeed tasty. Behind the black dress woman stood her trusted aide, never having seen her miss eating cake so heartily. Usually, to maintain her figure, she would refuse all cakes, milk tea, ice cream, and other foods that girls love. Unexpectedly, she was now eating the cake her brother brought with such enjoyment, and it didn't really, well, it looked quite unappetizing. Gulp. The little boy's cheeks turned even redder, and the black dress woman signaled her aide to bring over some steaming chicken legs, which were the little boy's favorite. The black dress woman stroked the little boy's head, smiling as she said. You've been so good, tomorrow I'll take you to the amusement park, just you and me, no one else. The aide was shocked, wanting to stop her from this terrifying idea because the uncles in the family had always wanted to eliminate her, just waiting for her to be alone. The black dress woman looked at her brother with indulgence. This time, just listen to me, brother hasn't gone out for 3 years, it's time to walk outside. Don't worry, in these 3 years, I've learned a lot of skills, ordinary people can't deal with me. However, the images in his mind disappeared. Yi Feng felt the softness and warmth belonging to the black dress woman, a pure love of familial affection. The black dress woman poked Yi Feng's face, pursing her lips. Call me sister, or else sister will be angry. Yi Feng stammered and stiffly replied, Sister. The black dress woman held him tighter, fearing that they might be separated at any moment. Gradually, the black dress woman's warmth turned cold. I have already died, brother, you also died. Those damned people, they didn't even spare my brother, damn it. Humph. But they won't live long either. The temperature around the black dress woman suddenly plummeted, droplets forming outside the door. Yi Feng worried that the black dress woman's actions would attract the attention of the staff on the second floor and quickly said, "Sister, who are they? Did they hurt sister? I want to avenge you." Yi Feng rolled up his fists, looking ready to fight at any moment. The black dress woman's chill disappeared, and she chuckled, stroking Yi Feng's head. "You are still young, these things shouldn't be for you to do. Moreover, all the bad people have been eliminated. But, there is indeed something that you must do." The black dress woman smiled brightly. The 30-something woman bore no resemblance to her age, perhaps she had never dated, still possessing the charm of a girl. Yi Feng's body was out of control as he questioned, "What do you want to do?" "Can I?" The woman in the black dress pinched Yi Feng's cheek and spoke with a hint of authority. "First, promise me, or I won't tell you." Yi Feng thought for a moment, perhaps this was the key to his mission, and answered tentatively, "I promise. What exactly do you want me to do?" "Just tell me, sister." The woman in the black dress maintained her smile and continued, "Make sure all the bodies of those who hurt us are burned clean, and their souls will vanish. Or take them to the endless abyss of hell, where they will suffer the same pain each time. Or break their bodies apart, making them feel the pain of separation forever." Yi Feng was dazed, needing time to digest this information. The woman in the black dress slapped her forehead and made a self-deprecating remark, "I forgot my little brother is only 8, he won't understand any of this. Let's put it this way, we need my brother to kill those bad guys again so they can never bully me, or our mom and dad." Yi Feng finally understood completely and nodded vigorously. "Sister, don't worry. I will definitely make the bad guys die again." As soon as he finished speaking, another image appeared in Yi Feng's mind. In the image, 3 men and 1 woman kept approaching Yi Feng. One middle-aged man held a fruit knife, smiling as he said, "Tang Jiarun, come here, I brought your favorite chicken leg." Nearby, there was a desk with a photo on it. In the photo, a pair of elderly people sat in the middle. To the right stood the sister, a little boy, and 2 middle-aged people resembling the boy and his sister. To the left of the elderly couple stood 4 people, just like the 4 who were advancing towards him. The image in his mind faded away, but the faces of those 4 people remained etched in Yi Feng's brain. The woman in the black dress smiled and nodded, then looked towards the door. "If you encounter danger later, don't run outside, I will guide you." The woman in black slowly lay down on the ground, and Yi Feng's body, no longer under his control, lay down in the original position. A harsh sound echoed in the room, followed by a hoarse voice. "At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, aside from the on-duty personnel, please leave the funeral home within 15 minutes. On-duty personnel, please work diligently and ensure security." It was already time for the funeral home staff to get off work. The second floor remained dimly lit, barely allowing a view of the surroundings. A fat figure appeared outside the door, seemingly dragging something metallic, sitting in a chair and grinning. "I hope a grave robber shows up, or something else, my side is thirsty. In 18 hours, the bodies inside will be sent to the refrigerator for freezing. That place is like a vault." Although it sounded casual, it was intended for the bodies in the room to hear. The fat man was determined, as long as there was a living body inside, there would definitely be action. The fat man took out his phone, started a game, and turned up the game volume, making it clear for the chosen one in the room to hear. Yi Feng stayed calm, while the room next door couldn't keep calm, and neither could the audience. In Long Country's live broadcast, the audience saw Yi Feng sitting facing the corpse in the black dress, which opened its eyes and silently stared at Yi Feng for a full 3 hours. Not only Yi Feng, but David in the lighthouse stream was experiencing the same situation. David looked a bit pale while Yi Feng remained calm. What had happened that made David look bad, while Yi Feng could stay calm? Many viewers felt that Yi Feng had received extremely important information. Only David, with his bad expression, knew that killing the enemy's corpse could elevate the assessment level. Chapter 129, The Conspiracy of the Cherry Blossom Chosen One. Outside the door, the fat man sat on a bench playing games, waiting for the grave robber to appear. Half of the door was made of semi-transparent frosted material, allowing a blurred view of the outside situation. Yi Feng remained calm, quietly lying on the ground. The fat man's earlier words revealed important information to the chosen ones. These bodies would be sent to the cold storage, and there would be no way out later. They must leave the second floor within the time limit. But outside the door, the fat man seemed to show no signs of leaving. 6 hours passed. Outside, the loud sounds of the game continued, as the fat man shouted, "Are you kidding? Can't even jump? Hurry back and fight the bots. Defend, defend. Don't you want your defense tower?" After a while, the sound of game failure echoed, and the fat man grumbled. "Only 15% battery left, go change your phone and keep playing, don't log off before hitting the top 1,000. Pat pat pat. The footsteps walked away. Many chosen ones heard the fat man's departing steps and wanted to leave the room and return to the first floor. Maybe now was the only chance. Yi Feng had the same thought, but upon further consideration, it was likely a trap. A difficulty level 6 monster would not let the chosen ones go so easily. Feng continued to lie on the ground, waiting for some impulsive chosen one from the adjacent room to take action. The chosen ones in the next room waited for 3 minutes without hearing the door open. One chosen one could not hold back and quietly asked the cherry blossom chosen one. The selfish chosen one from Dragon Country is right next door, and he hasn't made a move yet. Should we wait a bit longer? While the fat man played the game, the cherry blossom chosen one had already contacted the chosen ones in the same room, and there were 7 chosen ones total. The other 6 looked at the cherry blossom chosen one in agreement. The cherry blossom chosen one furrowed his brows but soon smiled. Feng is not only selfish but also timid. He probably doesn't dare to go out now. I think it has been over 3 minutes, and the guard outside hasn't returned. This might be the best time. What do you all think? The cherry blossom chosen one smiled, looking towards the other chosen ones, waiting for their response. One chosen one raised his head and looked at the cherry blossom chosen one's nearly calm face, unable to see any hint of trickery. And this was now the only chance to be alive. Hesitantly, he spoke. I think going out now is the safest. If we wait for the guard to return, we might never have the chance to leave. The fat man said his phone was out of battery and went to change it. God knows if he would bring 2 phones back, in which case there would be no chance to escape. The cherry blossom chosen one gave a thumbs up to the chosen one who shared his opinion. Well said. I will leave the room with you now. Does anyone else want to leave? Please raise your hand. The cherry blossom chosen one kept a smile on his face, and the other chosen ones, including the audience, thought it was a sign of confidence. However, in the eyes of the Dragon Country audience, this cherry blossom chosen one was being malicious, not reminding the audiences and higher-ups from other countries. While Feng, good brother Feng, was still lying down, the computer screen shifted to the cherry blossom livestream room. The cherry blossom chosen one gently pushed open the door. Outside was pitch dark, and with the sunlight coming through some gaps, he barely saw the outside path. The cherry blossom chosen one was the first to step out, and the other chosen ones looked at each other before following him out. Feng heard the faint footsteps outside from the adjacent room, knowing that the cherry blossom chosen ones were unable to hold back and wanted to leave. But a difficulty level 6 monster, how could it be so simple? Feng closed his eyes and continued to wait. As soon as the 7 cherry blossom chosen ones stepped out, there was no end to the left and right corridors outside, and one chosen one whispered inquiringly. Which direction should we go? The cherry blossom chosen one frowned tightly, seemingly not having thought of this, and helplessly said. Split into 2 paths, you 3 form a group and go in opposite directions. I'll randomly join one group. If we hit a dead end, we'll return the way we came. What do you think? The first chosen one to agree was the non-destructive chosen one, who nodded in agreement. It's the only way. Don't overthink it, if we delay, that guy will come back. The non-destructive chosen one chose to take the left corridor. The windmill and the romantic chosen one were in a group with not falling, while the other 3 chose the right side. Without waiting for the cherry blossom chosen one to speak, the not falling chosen one pulled cherry blossom aside and whispered. I'm the most familiar with you here, let's be in the same group. The cherry blossom chosen one's smile became even brighter as he nodded vigorously. Alright, I have a good relationship with you. I'll join your group, but you all need to pay attention and hide immediately if you spot that guy. The other group that failed to latch onto a strong ally had a bad expression, forcing out a stiff smile. Thanks for the reminder, we'll be careful. The 7 chosen ones quickly left, and the cherry blossom chosen one fully adapted to the light here, holding a sharp stone he took from a corpse's pocket. The 3 from not falling, trusting the cherry blossom chosen one, walked in front while the cherry blossom chosen one followed behind. Clang! A loud noise disturbed everyone's focus. In the distance, a fat man screamed in pain. Ouch! That really hurts. Finally found the 3rd phone, I'll have enough for tonight's shift. The 3 from not falling turned back, seeing the cherry blossom chosen one stabilize them, feeling a sense of retreat. Should we go back? The cherry blossom chosen one shook his head, there was no way back. Returning would likely draw the attention of the fat man. Moreover, the fat man was taking pictures of their positions. The cherry blossom remembered his location, but the others couldn't possibly remember it all. Just as Not Falling was about to step back, a barefoot stepped on something sharp, causing him to cry out. Ah! Not Falling wanted to call for help from the cherry blossom chosen one but found that the cherry blossom chosen one had long vanished. The scream instantly attracted the fat man's attention in the distance. Hearing the painful cries, the fat man put away his phone, grabbed a sickle, and walked out of the room, shining a flashlight down the corridor. The corridor was empty with no one in sight. The fat man suddenly recalled the announcements from work during the day and smirked. Maybe it's a living corpse, just what I need for specimens. Clang, clang, clang. The fat man dragged the rusty chain sickle forward slowly. Without the help of strong allies and with the sounds of footsteps and metal clanging getting closer, the three from not falling were nearly terrified. What do we do? The not falling chosen one cursed himself for being so unlucky to step on something sharp. The two chosen ones, Windmill and Romantic, looked at each other and nodded. You're injured now, the wound will leave blood, you need to run. These two chosen ones understood why Cherry Blossom disappeared. It was because he didn't want to carry this burden. After saying that, Windmill and Romantic dashed off, leaving the not falling chosen one behind. At that moment, the Cherry Blossom chosen one ran back to the original room, lay in his original position, and made a fearful expression. The sharp stone actually came from him, thrown down deliberately. The not falling chosen one hurried back, dragging his painful right leg. Chapter 130, Staying Still is Safety. As long as I'm not caught, I still have a chance. The not falling chosen one painstakingly made his way back, originally thinking he could easily pass through the strange tales by latching onto a strong ally. Unexpectedly, encountering danger, everyone took care of themselves, which was not much different from the selfish Dragon Kingdom chosen ones. The not falling chosen one thought, as long as I survive this time, I will definitely seek revenge on those three. He realized that Sharp Thing might have been thrown down by one of those three to attract the guy on the second floor. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. A cold hand rested on the not falling chosen one's shoulder, emitting a creepy, hoarse laugh. Alive, the body stealer, where do you want to go? In a hurry to become my specimen? Just in time, I need a specimen, let me lead you. The not falling chosen one turned around, and the 2-meter-tall fat man grabbed his shoulder. With his injured leg, he couldn't escape at all. The more the not falling chosen one thought about it, the angrier and more terrified he became, pointing into the distance and shouting. There are more over there. There are more over there. Catch them too. But to the fat man's ears, it sounded like a garbled noise. The fat man slapped the unyielding chosen one on the mouth, still recalling the murmuring sounds, and slapped again until the unyielding chosen one quieted down. The fat man said in a hoarse voice. It seems you are very interested in my specimens, I will take you there now. As for the other bodies, since there is one, there had better be a few more. The fat man lifted the unyielding chosen one like a small chicken, turned a few times, and arrived at the specimen making room. 2 of the chosen ones from the same room had the fortune of staying here before. The fat man, with great care, gently placed the unyielding chosen one on the long bench, binding his hands and feet with iron chains, and securing his waist with a belt. To prevent your body from convulsing, I am securing you in place. After the fat man kindly reminded him, he bit down on a flashlight, and the beam of light illuminated the wall, which was lined with various tools. The fat man glanced at the unyielding chosen one. This corpse was that of a slender man. Using a saw would be too wasteful, a small knife should do. The fat man took a small knife and a spoon from the wall, placed the flashlight under the bench, and pointed to the switch. Recently, the second floor of the mortuary lost power, and the lights won't turn on. There are more than one of you body thieves, right? I don't have time to take you to see the complete specimen room, I'm sorry. The fat man made an apologetic gesture. The unyielding chosen one let out a weak whimper, as the earlier slaps had wrecked his throat. The unyielding live stream room was immediately filled with viewers. The audience, seeing their chosen one bound to the bench, turned pale. As long as one isn't a fool, everyone knows the chosen one's leg injury was caused by the Cherry Blossom chosen one's doing. They hated the Cherry Blossom chosen one for what they did to their chosen one. The Dragon Kingdom's chosen ones were merely selfish, while the Cherry Blossom chosen ones were bad, purely evil. The higher-ups of the Unyielding even spoke out, calling for resistance against the Cherry Blossoms. The Cherry Blossom higher-ups also responded, stating they had no right to interfere with their chosen ones, causing the Unyielding higher-ups to bleed in anger. At this moment, the Unyielding chosen one had lost all retreat, only able to endure as the fat man before him cut his flesh piece by piece with a knife. The small knife was used to slice the meat, while the spoon was employed to scoop out the tendons and bones. After a delicate process, the fat man was drenched in sweat, his arm muscles twitching uncontrollably. Gradually, the Unyielding chosen one lost all sensation and unknowingly slipped away into death. The Unyielding livestream went black, and a horror story descended upon the audience. The fat man placed the chunks of meat, entrails, bones, and head on a long table, the table covered in paper towels to soak up the excess moisture from the specimens. After the fat man finished all this, he walked out of the room, murmuring softly. Let's go back and take a look there, I hope there is more than one. Creak. The fat man gently pushed the door open, and a faint light fell on Yifeng's face. Since hearing the chosen one's screams, Yifeng had remained lying flat, waiting for the fat man to arrive. So far, everything was within Yifeng's expectations. The fat man compared it to the photos on his phone, somewhat dissatisfied, but still closed the door, moving on to the next room. The fat man counted the bodies on the ground. 1, 2, 3, 8, 5 bodies missing. What the heck did the guys on the first floor do? How did so many get in here? But, tonight I'm the only one on duty, I can get more specimens. The fat man slowly closed the door. The cherry blossom chosen one returned to the outside of their original room, while the windmill chosen one also returned to their previous room. Windmill Owen, as the chosen one who successfully cleared the smiling Courier horror story last time, had gained considerable strength under David's guidance in the Abyss train. When cooperating with other chosen ones, one must remain vigilant, even if the other party is a family member. When Windmill Owen heard the screams of the unyielding chosen one, he had long determined it was a deliberate trick by someone to distract the fat man's attention. When Windmill Owen returned to the room, he saw the cherry blossom chosen one, instantly understanding everything. Owen made up his mind that no matter what, he could never cooperate with the Sakura chosen one again. The Sakura chosen one let out a sigh of relief and remained still. The danger had only just begun. After losing contact with the Windmill Owen, the romantic chosen one's heartbeat quickened, unsure of where to run. He randomly opened a door, and the temperature inside dropped by 30 degrees. 3 walls were lined with snow cabinets. The romantic chosen one shuddered, hearing the sound of metal hitting the floor slowly approaching. Without thinking, he hid in the room and closed the door behind him. The sound of metal grew louder. The romantic chosen one covered his mouth and nose, trying to keep silent. As the metal sound reached its loudest, the romantic chosen one's heart nearly fell, fearing that any move he made would give him away. The sound of metal gradually faded away. The romantic chosen one let out a long sigh, feeling that the danger had finally passed. However, the fat man picked up a flashlight and shined it on the semi-transparent glass door, noticing a few droplets of water forming outside. The fat man walked back and slowly pushed open the door. The romantic chosen one saw the fat man in a black cloak, his body continuously retreating. Perhaps the temperature here was too low, but the romantic chosen one's movements were stiff, like an elderly person about to lie in a coffin. The fat man grabbed the romantic chosen one by the neck, smiling as he spoke. "Don't waste your effort. I've worked here for so long, and never has a corpse thief escaped my grasp. Let me take you to meet your partners. Such delicate and tender skin." The fat man did not forget to touch a certain part of the body, confirming that it was a female corpse before lifting it up and carrying it away, chuckling as he said, "Nice texture, it'll look great as a specimen. Don't move." The fat man struck the romantic chosen one's body with a sickle, and the intense pain made the romantic chosen one go silent. They soon arrived at the specimen room. The specimen room was filled with the smell of blood, and the romantic chosen one was so scared that brownish yellow liquid leaked from his pants. Chapter 131, Beautiful Specimens. Really unlucky, a cowardly corpse thief. The fat man noticed the liquid leaking from the romantic chosen one's pants, dissatisfied as he said. A corpse thief had sneaked into the second floor and stolen bodies for the fat man to make into specimens. Many had wet their pants. This meant the specimens needed to be properly handled, or else they would develop a foul smell over time. The romantic chosen one trembled, letting out a female voice. "Please spare me, I can show you the way." The romantic chosen one, in this place as a female corpse, was a man in the real world. At this moment, he only wished for the fat man to spare him. The fat man furrowed his brows, only hearing whoa-whoa sounds. He slowly raised his right hand. He really wanted to slap the person's mouth, but seeing that the other was young and beautiful, he thought if he struck and disfigured them, the specimen wouldn't look good, so he lowered his hand. "You thief of corpses, now tell me which bodies you stole. I know you thieves keep your mouths shut, but those tools on the wall should be able to pry open your mouth." The fat man opened his phone's flashlight and shined it at the various tools on the wall, all used for making specimens. The fat man looked at the tools on the wall with satisfaction. To let the specimen see the tools he had personally made before they were turned into specimens felt like a kind of pride. Then, the flashlight shone onto a long rectangular table, illuminating the body parts of the unfallen chosen one made into specimens. The head was specially cleaned, with the scalp carefully peeled off, the brain's maggots removed, the hair neatly arranged, and then sewn back together with fine thread. The entire process took the fat man a lot of time. The romantic chosen one looked at the 48 pieces of meat, and the urge to vomit surged from his stomach. Even in death, no one should be made into a specimen. The romantic chosen one held back the urge to vomit, continuing to struggle. "Don't look, he has 48 pieces, and you only have 47. You're one short." The fat man grabbed the romantic chosen one's left arm. On the bench, the iron chain locked the left arm, then locked the right arm. The chosen one of romance lifted his right leg with all his strength, kicking a certain part of the fat man. However, the fat man was as solid as iron, and the one who felt the pain was the chosen one's foot. The fat man grabbed the right leg, took a sniff, and sighed with relief. "If it weren't for wetting my pants, it might have been my most beautiful specimen. Seeing you look so beautiful, I'll give you a privilege, choose a tool from the wall." The fat man looked at the chosen one with anticipation, while the chosen one stared hard at the fat man. If there were a choice, it would definitely be to choose a tool from the wall to kill the fat man in front of him. 5 minutes of silence passed. The fat man sighed. It seems you don't know which tool to choose to keep your specimen intact. Forget it, I'll help you pick. The fat man picked a serrated knife, pliers, and a magnifying glass from the wall. Such a good specimen must not have any mistakes. With the tools ready, the only thing left was to clear away the smell of urine, so he brought a large hose and washed the chosen one for 5 minutes. The fat man picked up the knife and magnifying glass, letting out an eerie laugh. Hurry and tell me, where is the body hidden? I will count to 3, and if you don't speak after 3, you will accept my punishment. 3. The fat man moved, starting to cut into the chosen one's most tender parts. In the morgue, painful screams echoed from time to time. On the second floor, 3 chosen ones were trying to escape. Upon hearing the screams, their bodies gave in to exhaustion and collapsed to the ground. One of the chosen ones gasped for breath and said haltingly, "We have been running for 3 hours, why can't we find the way to the first floor?" The other 2 chosen ones also felt puzzled, sensing they were going in circles. Running for 3 hours was their limit. "We should go back. If we encounter the cherry blossom chosen one, there might be a way out." The 3 chosen ones nodded in agreement, feeling this suggestion was the safest, and all turned back. The lightning chosen one walked at the front, and after an unknown amount of time, the 2 chosen ones behind him disappeared. Glancing down the hallway, the walls lined both sides, leaving no choice but to keep moving forward. The screams gradually weakened, the lightning chosen one felt somewhat braver. Until the screams ceased. After a while, the lightning chosen one noticed a room to the right. The door was open, and there was a dim light inside. Could it be the stairs leading to the first floor? The hint opportunity had long been used, so the lightning chosen one could only try to see the situation inside. After resting for half an hour, the lightning chosen one felt sure he could escape if faced with something terrifying. He entered the room. The room was filled with strange smells, and the deeper he went, the stronger the smell became. Bang! The door closed, and the lightning chosen one realized it might be a trap. He tried to retreat, but the door had locked, leaving him no choice but to move forward. After walking about 10 steps, in the faint light, 2 transparent bookshelves lined the sides of the room, with jars displayed on the shelves. He could only vaguely see that the jars contained chunks of meat. Driven by an inexplicable curiosity, the lightning chosen one approached one of the bookshelves and looked closely at a jar. The lightning chosen one clearly saw what was inside, covering his mouth tightly, trying not to let out a gasp. Inside the jar were actually human eyes. A pair of eyes filled with hatred stared ahead, seemingly still alive. His heart raced, and he looked at another jar, which contained a heart, beating away. Still alive? The lightning chosen one cursed himself for coming in here. It was clearly a trap. Now that he was inside, he could only search for another way out. Just as the chosen one turned around to continue deeper inside, a cold, white hand rested on his shoulder. "Is the specimen beautiful?" A hoarse and eerie voice came from behind him. The lightning chosen one jumped in shock. Moving his legs, he continued to walk forward. But the immense force behind him prevented him from taking a single step. "You rude corpse thief, is the specimen beautiful here?" The lightning chosen one turned pale, knowing he had encountered a creature that made other chosen ones scream in terror. Whether in agreement or disagreement, the result would be the same. The lightning chosen one's mind went blank as he nodded. These specimens were indeed so lifelike. As his thoughts returned, he realized he was in a horror-themed funeral home. The specimens in front of him were all made from corpses. The lightning chosen one shook his head hard. These specimens were too horrifying to be called beautiful. The fat man nodded slightly in agreement. "Indeed, the specimens I created are quite good, but there is still one more type of specimen missing, which you will complete. Come with me to finish my final specimen." Passing the specimen room, they arrived at the place where specimens were made. The lightning chosen one felt like crying. Had he known, he would have just kept walking. At least he wouldn't have been caught by this terrifying creature. Moments later. The sound of screams continued from a direction down the corridor. Chapter 132, Lovely Corpse Thief, Don't Pretend Anymore. Are we safe now? Dear Sakura Chosen One? The Maple Leaf and Monkey Chosen Ones, who were originally with the Lightning Chosen One, fell behind and found the original corpse room. According to his memory, he lay on the ground, waiting for the Sakura Chosen One's guidance. The Sakura Chosen One closed her eyes, listening to the waves of screams. Doing nothing now was the right choice. Seeing that the other party didn't respond, the Maple Leaf Chosen One knew it was boring and lay down on the ground as well. Time passed without him noticing, and finally, the screams quieted down. However, the viewers in the Maple Leaf and Windmill livestreams could not stay quiet, constantly spamming in the Sakura livestream. Windmill audience, sure enough, dogs can't change their habit of eating retorts. Maple Leaf audience, if you cheat us again, the next time we see you Sakura people, we'll hit one on sight. You finally see the true faces of Sakura people? Ha ha ha. Do you think our maple brother doesn't want to cooperate? It's just that you are more ruthless when being selfish. Sakura audience, don't slander without evidence. Sakura audience, go watch the playbacks. Which of our chosen ones has harmed your people? The counter question from the Sakura audience pushed many viewers into a passive situation. It had no effect on the Dragon Country audience, who were purely there to watch the excitement. It also allowed other viewers to experience the disgusting taste of Sakura people. Tap, tap, tap. At this moment, heavy, slow footsteps were heard in the Sakura livestream. All the viewers fell silent, continuing to watch the livestream. The fat man returned to the room where the corpses were arranged during the day, slowly pushed the door open, and counted the bodies on the ground. 1, 2, 3. The fat man finished counting the bodies on the ground and jumped up happily, like an 8-year-old child. There's actually one more. It seems there's a living corpse thief hiding inside. What a fruitful night. Let me see who it is. The fat man took out his phone, opened the photos he had taken here before, and immediately noticed the extra corpse. The fat man crouched down and slapped the maple leaf chosen one's face. Lovely corpse thief, stop pretending, get up. The maple leaf chosen one tightly closed his eyes, silently thinking, as long as I don't move, he can't do anything to me. However, what the Sakura chosen one did not tell him was that the fat man had returned once before and had specially taken photos. Chosen ones who were not present at that time must not return here. The Sakura chosen one did this in hopes that this terrifying creature would be so busy making enough specimens that he might become careless. The Sakura chosen one knew very well that to return to the first floor, one must pass through the specimen room. The maple leaf chosen one remained motionless. The fat man stopped playing. He took out a scythe and swung it towards the other's legs, separating his feet from his body. Ah! The maple leaf chosen one could no longer hold back, his eyes wide open as H. Finally, no more pretending. I'll cut off your feet to stop you from escaping. Time is running out, I need to finish with you and find another specimen. Follow me. The fat man lifted the chosen one like a chick and left this place. In the hallway, screams echoed again. The windmill chosen one felt a bit anxious and, afraid to speak, said, "It's been a long time. It's time to leave. If we don't go soon, when that terrifying guy comes back to guard, we'll have no chance." The cherry blossom chosen one frowned. The other one seemed very scared when speaking. Maybe they ran back here midway, so their mind was at least normal. This made the cherry blossom chosen one feel anxious. No rush, let's wait a bit longer. There's always a way out in a horror tale, unless we've already fallen into a trap set by the story. No matter how the windmill chosen one asked, the cherry blossom chosen one remained silent. Next door. Yi Feng listened to the continuous screams in the hallway and thought to himself. This is the fourth one. Not bad, dear butcher. Inside there might be a black dress corpse, a body needing to be killed again, which saves Yi Feng from acting. Yi Feng is confident to let a specific chosen one die without the audience having proof. Such a tiring job should wait until there's a 99% certainty of clearing it before acting. While lying on the ground, Yi Feng didn't slack off, counting every second. It's probably been 8 hours now. The funeral home has 6 hours left before it opens. The black dress corpse seems to have completely died, now lying flat, it hasn't moved at all. Yi Feng chose to remain lying here for an important reason. On the way back, he has to pass by the direction where the screams come from. When the butcher finishes killing enough bodies, perhaps he will leave. He can only keep waiting for the chance to leave this place. In other rooms of the funeral home, some have been completely wiped out, while a few just have 1 or 2 struggling to survive. Only in the funeral home where David is, the number of living chosen ones is the highest. A total of 8. All are chosen ones who have collaborated with David. David looked at the chosen ones who trust him with satisfaction. Keeping these people alive is not only about cooperation but also serves as a shield for his life. Since the last horror tale, David confirmed he could use chosen ones from the same group as a shield to verify the rule's accuracy. David made a quiet gesture and whispered. According to the terrifying guy's words on the second floor, we can know that he still needs a female corpse as a specimen. Among our group of chosen ones, only you are a female corpse. Do you understand what I mean? David looked at a certain chosen one, the others all turned to look, some with threats, others with pleas. That chosen one turned pale but still wanted to fight for herself. Maybe there are other ways. David shook his head. He had waited for 6 hours, and the terrifying guy outside still hadn't left. He must be waiting to meet the requirement for the specimen before he'll have a chance to leave. You can rest assured, I will ask the lighthouse to treat your family well and build a good relationship with you. Soon, a senior from the lighthouse spoke and agreed with David's statement, promising to build a good relationship with the opposing force. The opposing party side stood up and slowly pushed the door open to escape. Run, perhaps there's still a chance. The fat man noticed the escaping corpse. Upon seeing it was a female corpse, a smile spread across his face. Finally met the perfect corpse, I'm here. Many audience members couldn't withstand the early morning drowsiness and went to rest. In the funeral home where Feng was, only 4 chosen ones remained alive, one of whom was walking swiftly, trying to leave this place. Unfortunately, this corpse was only 1 meter 30, and after walking quickly for 3 hours, it still couldn't find the way to leave the second floor. Passing by a room with a faint light source, the chosen one stopped and wanted to go in to take a look, but reason told her that she absolutely could not go in. Her body, however, was out of control and walked inside. Where is this? The short chosen one looked curiously at the transparent bookshelves on both sides, where many large glass jars were placed. Curiosity battled fear, but in the end, fear won. The chosen one slowly stepped back, wanting to leave this place. When he retreated to the doorway, he bumped into a hard object blocking his path. Hello, little corpse thief, my work still needs you. The chosen one strained to lift his head and saw a 2-meter-tall fat man, his stiff face barely visible under a black cloak. The chosen one was scared and crouched down, trying to crawl under the fat man's legs. The fat man grabbed the chosen one's head with one hand, laughing with a creaking sound. I didn't expect you to be quite active, don't rush to leave yet, I have something nice to show you, but you're still too young to appreciate it, let's get straight to business. The fat man lifted the chosen one and walked toward a bench. Ah! Another scream echoed in the corridor. Feng's eyes snapped open, 2 more hours had passed, and 5 chosen ones had died on the second floor. Including those who failed before, there weren't many chosen ones still alive. If he didn't leave soon, the fat man might stay guarding the entrance indefinitely. The late-night viewers from Long Nation glanced at the time, it was already 5:30 a.m., and in 2 or 3 hours, they would almost need to send Brother Feng to the cold storage. Suddenly, a cold yet gentle voice echoed. My dear brother, hurry and leave this place, return to the first floor, please kill our enemy. Next, I will guide you in the right direction. Feng turned his head to look, the corpse in the black dress had vanished, leaving only the sunken stretcher as proof of its existence. Feng didn't think much and slowly pushed the door open, confirming that there were no people outside, then quickly walked to the left. According to his memory, Feng had been brought in from the left, so the way back should also be to the left. An invisible hand appeared on Feng's right palm, gently squeezing and lifting it up, as if an adult was guiding a child. Soft and warm. The invisible hand pulled Feng, leading him to the right, against the direction of his memory. Feng weighed the rules of the spooky tale against his own memories and ultimately chose to trust the guidance of the invisible hand. He walked to the right. In the next room, the cherry blossom chosen one suddenly opened his eyes, glanced at the pinwheel chosen one lying next door, acted as if he didn't see him, and snuck past to leave the room. In an instant, the pinwheel live stream erupted. The cherry blossom chosen one clearly noticed the presence of the pinwheel chosen one but did not wake him. Hypocritical. As the pinwheel livestream burst into accusations, the pinwheel chosen one slowly opened his eyes, watching the cherry blossom chosen one leave the room, and gently stood up, stealthily following behind. The pinwheel chosen one, Owen, had memorized David's teachings. The cherry blossom chosen one appeared kind on the surface but had an evil beast within. Unless your strength is several times greater than his, there's a chance to take him down. Owen wouldn't be foolish enough to eliminate him within the spooky tale, doing so would lead the outside cherry blossom to deal with the pinwheel, merely using each other, and the outside cherry blossom wouldn't dare to retaliate. Sure enough. As Owen followed the footsteps of the cherry blossom chosen one, the pinwheel people sighed in relief, all giving Owen a thumbs up. Pinwheel viewers, as expected of a master who has passed through the spooky tales, impressive. Pinwheel viewers, awesome, now I dislike cherry blossom people more than Dragon Nation people. Pinwheel viewers, that's right. Dragon Nation chosen ones are simply selfish, while cherry blossom chosen ones are purely vicious. Cherry blossom viewers, that is a misunderstanding. Cherry blossom viewers, you've misread, our chosen one is a good person. Cherry blossom viewers, no evidence, don't say reckless things. Amidst the arguments in the livestream, Feng had already reached the end of the corridor, where a wall blocked the way. The screams had vanished, and at the end of the corridor, there seemed to be a faint light approaching this way. Going back is definitely not an option, but there's no road ahead, how should I proceed? Just as Feng was taking a chance to see if there was a way through the wall ahead, an invisible hand pulled him, dragging him in the opposite direction. Whether moving to the left or the right, the invisible hand was still tugging at Feng. Half a minute passed. The wall ahead vanished, revealing a room where bookshelves stood on either side. Gulp. Under the dim light in the room, glass jars filled with chunks of meat lined the shelves. They were likely the specimens the frightening creature on the second floor had mentioned. Feng did not look any longer and continued to walk forward. At the end of the bookshelf shone a dim oil lamp. Beneath its glow lay a long bench stained with fresh blood and a rectangular table covered with various meat pieces. The smell of blood mixed with a pungent odor. A 2-meter-tall, overweight man stood there, holding tweezers, carefully placing prepared chunks of meat into transparent glass jars, smiling as he spoke. What luck! I've got all the specimens I wanted. After my shift, I can take them home. Mom and dad, brother and sister will surely like them. But that guy on the first floor is too careless. Should I inform the curator? Never mind, I only saw a body snatcher. Perhaps due to the heat here. The overweight man took off his jacket, sweat pouring down, and continued to prepare his specimens. Yi Feng slowly passed by from behind, daring not to make a sound. Halfway through, the wall was lined with tools for making specimens, humming softly as the breeze blew through. The invisible hands signaled him to crouch down. Yi Feng immediately covered his mouth with his hands and crouched down, looking up at the overweight man. The overweight man stopped his work suddenly, slowly turning his body to look at the tools on the wall that were slightly moving. Don't rush, I'll continue looking for suitable specimens for you in a week. Then, the overweight man turned back and continued preparing specimens. Yi Feng clearly saw that when the overweight man spoke, his eyes, mouth, and face did not move at all. The fine line between his neck and head was stitched up, perfectly visible under the dim oil lamplight in Yi Feng's eyes. His head is a specimen. Having experienced 4 strange tales, Yi Feng's heart was stronger than most. The urge to vomit came suddenly but quickly faded away. He continued to move quietly through the specimen room until he finally exited. Yi Feng slowly exhaled a breath of relief and continued following the invisible hand forward. The Cherry Blossom Chosen One watched Yi Feng's every move not far away, imitating him as he exited the specimen room, feeling quite pleased. To his surprise, he could still utilize the Chosen Ones of the Dragon Kingdom. The Windmill Chosen One followed suit, successfully escaping the terrifying specimen room. At this moment, the overweight man was focused completely on packing the specimens, oblivious to the fact that 3 chosen ones had slipped away. Guided by the invisible hand, Yi Feng arrived at the stairs to the 2nd floor. Going down led to the 1st floor of the funeral home. The invisible hand disappeared at this moment. Yi Feng walked down the stairs. The spectators from the Dragon Kingdom finally relaxed their tense hearts as they watched the scene unfold. Seeing the overweight man with the specimen head nearly scared them to death, fearing that he would discover Yi Feng's presence. To their surprise, the overweight man was completely focused on the newly acquired specimens. Damn it! Let the 2 behind take a free ride. As long as Cherry Blossom doesn't die, I think Brother Feng has already lost. Don't rush, it's only 6 in the morning. Before noon tomorrow is within 3 days, and there's still time to take care of the opponent. Audience of Cherry Blossom, you are too bullying. Yi Feng successfully returned to the 1st floor. Half an hour later, David also managed to return to the 1st floor, but not long after, a scream like that of a pig being slaughtered echoed from the 2nd floor of David's funeral home. Chapter 134, The Invader is Here. The living funeral home of David. It was already the 5th chosen one who had passed behind the overweight man. Until the 6th chosen one passed through. The overweight man looked back once again, but this time it was not just a simple turn. The head slightly lowered. Looking at the chosen one who squatted down, his mouth stiffly curled upwards, letting out a hoarse voice. To think there are still corpse thieves, you have some nerve. The fat man instantly appeared in front of the 6th chosen one, his massive palm struck down, knocking the other out. Then he picked up a large knife from the wall, swinging it down, and separated the head. The fat man turned his gaze towards the specimen room, moving forward slowly, smiling. Damn corpse thieves, accept my punishment. The 2 live streams then went dark. Only then did the audience understand, even if they satisfied the fat man's specimen needs, they could only pass through 5 chosen ones, and the later chosen ones faced a dead end. This result only occurred at the funeral home where David was, and no more than 5 chosen ones were alive in other funeral homes. Those 2 chosen ones could only be considered unlucky. After all, the power of the place they were in was too small, being allowed to join was entirely out of regard for David. The audience could do nothing but accept it. In the Dragon Country live stream, Yi Feng had already arrived at the end of the 1st floor corridor. Just 1 step ahead was the lobby of the funeral home. After yesterday's experience, today's duty staff were especially serious, standing at the door looking outside. Tick-tock. The clock hanging on the wall of the lobby ticked once every second, and unknowingly, Yi Feng's heartbeat matched it. 60 beats. The 2 duty staff at the door turned their heads 180 degrees clockwise, looking towards the lobby. After pausing for 5 seconds, they turned back 180 degrees clockwise, confirming no one was following behind. Yi Feng quickly walked towards the corridor on his left, where there were more corpses in the rooms, making it easier to find suitable coffins. After passing through the lobby, the duty staff at the door turned their heads every 30 seconds to check the situation in the lobby. Yi Feng quickly glanced into each room. Halfway through, he saw 2 coffins in one room, one large and one small. The small coffin looked like it could only fit a body of 1 meter 3. Between the 2 coffins were some cakes and some hot roasted meat. Walking into the room, he looked into the coffins. Both coffins were empty, and he could easily lie directly inside. Goo goo. Yi Feng's stomach rumbled, hunger hitting him, and he casually picked up 2 pieces of cake and a piece of roasted meat, eating them heartily. After eating his fill, he lay down in the shorter coffin and closed his eyes. The Sakura Chosen One arrived on the first floor, noticing the 2 duty staff at the door looking into the lobby every 30 seconds for 10 seconds each time. Along the way, the high-ranking member of Sakura used a hint card to indicate that Ji-Feng was lying in the 16th room down the left corridor, where there was also a large coffin. The Sakura Chosen One calculated the time and crossed the lobby, reaching the left corridor, finding the room where Ji-Feng was, discovering him lying in the large coffin. This action displeased the many Dragon Country viewers. Shameless Sakura people taking advantage of Brother Feng. Clearly, they had secretly harmed Brother Feng before. Ji-Feng sensed a corpse entering, quickly analyzing in his mind. The other party directly entered this room. Besides following him, it meant they were using a hint card, showing this place was safe. Ji-Feng still did not know who they were. It could be a chosen one who had harmed him before, or maybe not. But the other party definitely knew about Yi Feng's identity. Knowing yet not coming forward to explain the situation. It must mean their relationship with him was not good. They very likely targeted him before, or dared not reveal their true identity. Thinking of this, Yi Feng had a rough idea of the other party's identity. Not wanting to waste the hint opportunity, he wrote in the air in dragon language. I know that the one who entered is an enemy, please do not use the hint. The high-ranking member of Dragon Country originally wanted to use the hint opportunity, but upon seeing Yi Feng's writing in the air, quickly put away the hint card, satisfied. Our chosen one's insight is pretty good. Soon, we discovered the other party was an enemy. If the Sakura Chosen One hadn't walked in, perhaps we would have had to specially remind Yi Feng. The old man sitting next to the hint card agreed. We still underestimated him. Yi Feng was determined that no matter where the Chosen One lying in the next coffin came from, they must not leave the funeral home alive. The Sakura Chosen One lying next door was scheming how to use Yi Feng, maximizing the other's value while ruthlessly killing them. Meanwhile, Windmill Owen had arrived at the end of the corridor, observing the 2 duty personnel at the door, who looked toward the hall every 7.5 seconds for 40 seconds. Owen quietly moved left, arriving at the left corridor in 15 seconds. After that, the door personnel stared into the hall, no longer looking outside. The remaining 2 hours passed swiftly. The announcement at the funeral home rang out. Ding ding ding. Good morning to all colleagues at the funeral home. Today is another new day, tomorrow is Friday, and the day after is a day off. Our director hopes everyone works well and promptly handles any living corpses found. Some may find it troublesome, but to ensure the normal operation of the funeral home, please don't be lazy. Now, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. The duty personnel of the funeral home changed out of their work clothes and left. The overweight man on the second floor was packing up the specimens he had prepared, reminding the next shift worker. You must be careful, there have been many body snatchers appearing at the funeral home recently. Guard the frozen burial guests well, handle the others carelessly. The next shift worker was a tall, slim woman, who also wore a black cloak and coldly replied. You can rest assured, I'm not deaf, I know every sound from the second floor. The overweight man only casually reminded her, after all, she was the person in charge on the second floor, and even a fly buzzing from 100 meters away could be heard clearly. If body snatchers dared to mix in on the second floor, it would undoubtedly expose their position. The overweight man had to return to arrange beautiful specimens, and after a simple explanation, he pulled a cart of specimens away. The tall, slim woman closed her eyes, carefully listening to the situation on the second floor, suddenly opening her eyes wide. She had just heard a heartbeat sound, which then disappeared. The funeral home has become even stranger recently. The tall, slim woman frowned and said. On the first floor of the funeral home, every room had staff guarding the corpses, only leaving after confirming there were no corpses placed today. The staff in charge of guarding the room where Yi Feng was saw 2 coffins and their face darkened. Unlucky, I have to guard 2 coffins today, one big and one small. A colleague passing by stopped to comfort. Isn't watching one different from watching 2? The guard shook his head, pointing at the coffin of the Sakura Chosen One. This corpse is just too ugly, it's disgusting to look at. Don't be picky. Chapter 135, Unexpected News. Safe and sound, it's already 3 in the afternoon. The staff guarding Yi Feng's coffin stretched and smiled at their colleague. I'm going to buy afternoon tea, what do you want to drink? The work of guarding coffins was dull and boring, with generally low pay, but it was stable, with simple relationships and no need to deal with complex interpersonal issues. The 2 coffins in the room emanated a special wood fragrance, covering the smell of the corpses, and the stomach felt a little hungry. The other person thought for a moment, licked their lips, and replied. Spicy chicken leg plus a supersized soda, I'll pay you back later. During work hours, at least one person had to guard the coffin to prevent living corpses from going unnoticed. The guard waved and left the room, saying, all right, no problem. Before long, the aroma of fried chicken legs and soda wafted in. Originally not hungry, Yifeng started feeling a bit hungry, and his body couldn't help but want to move to grab a chicken leg to eat. Yifeng hurriedly used the stiffening effect on himself to make his body stiff, thus unable to move. The Sakura chosen one next door, smelling the aroma of fried chicken legs, began to feel hungry. The heart kept telling itself, "To survive, I must remain still. If I want to die, I should just rush in and grab some food." During afternoon tea, 2 staff members in the room started chatting. Tomorrow noon, Old Guo will shut down the crematorium, clear out the impurities inside, and in the afternoon, he can rest for 2.5 days. So enviable. The other staff member, a woman, took a big sip of soda and laughed. There's nothing to be done, Old Guo is the only one in the funeral home who knows how to use the cremator. If you had his skills, you wouldn't just get 10 days off a month, but also double the pay. According to Old Guo's burning speed, he only burns 10 to 15 corpses in a morning. These 2 should be done by next week. The male staff member shrugged helplessly, indicating he would have to look at ugly corpses for a few more days. The female staff member took a sip of milk tea and smiled. The only good news is that the director got into a car accident. He won't be coming to the funeral home this week, so we can leave on Friday. The male staff member finally received some good news, a smile appearing on his face as he took a big gulp of soda. Finally, some good news, not bad. The female staff member walked up to him, her finger hooking under his chin, making him look up at her. Since we don't have to work overtime on Friday, shouldn't we plan to watch a movie together? After all, you're single and have no one to accompany you over the weekend. The sudden change of topic made the male staff member a bit uncomfortable. Her interest in him was not new. But he had no idea what this invisible rich beauty wanted from him. The male staff member still nodded and agreed. Let's watch that movie, the latest horror film, The Forbidden Boy, is quite popular. The female staff member wasn't particularly interested in horror films, but it was a good idea to take the opportunity to get closer to him. Okay, don't go back on your word. The cherry blossom chosen one listened to their conversation, feeling that there were hidden meanings behind their words, possibly hints for the next stage. But he decided to follow Longgui Yifeng. Whatever Yifeng did, he would do too. He thought to himself, "Hoof. It seems I need to use Long's Yifeng well and have him continue to work for me." The cherry blossom chosen one's lips curved slightly upward. To Yifeng, this was definitely the most crucial piece of information. He mumbled to himself, tomorrow noon, almost coinciding with the time limit for the next stage. Yifeng continued to stay in a rigid state, waiting for the funeral home to close. Tonight, he must change locations. The night owls from Longgua felt temporarily safe and went back to catch up on sleep for 3 to 4 hours, planning to watch Feng Ji's moves later at night. Many sharp-eyed Longgua viewers noticed the cherry blossom chosen one's sinister smile and began to worry for Feng Gu. This cherry blossom person has ill intentions. Meanwhile, the viewers from the country of the chosen one who was harmed by the cherry blossom chosen one last night began protesting, demanding that the higher-ups impose sanctions against the cherry blossom people. However, the cherry blossom's strength was not weak, and they could only verbally restrict them. In reality, trade continued as normal. Moreover, it was reported that the cherry blossom people had done nothing wrong, and it was all due to clumsiness that the chosen one had accidentally stepped on a stone. As for the selfish Longgui Yifeng, in order to save his own life, he selfishly left the second floor without caring about the safety of his fellow chosen ones. This behavior was what should be condemned. As for the families of those who died in the ghost stories, they would receive a month's salary as compensation. Many viewers expressed agreement. Originally seeking to attack the cherry blossom chosen one, they suddenly shifted their hatred towards selfish Yifeng. There were also a few rational viewers who thought this was all a diversion, fearing the cherry blossom people themselves. They were preparing for collective action. The Longgua viewers were naturally indignant, blaming the cherry blossom people for harming their chosen one, and turned around to send kind greetings and blessings to Feng Gu. The black dog does evil, and Feng Gu suffers the disaster? Have you all had enough to eat? Our Feng Gu just doesn't believe you disgusting guys. Is it wrong to choose to act alone? What does it have to do with my brother Feng? If something happens to my brother Feng, your chosen one will help, and if he doesn't die, I'll thank heaven and earth. Under the friendly exchanges of the Dragon Kingdom audience, these brainless spectators slowly regained their senses, cursing themselves for falling into the trap and turning to blame their higher-ups. In the blink of an eye, it was time for the funeral home to close. The 2 staff members guarding Yifeng's coffin left the funeral home, leaving only 2 duty personnel stationed at the entrance and the people guarding the frozen bodies on the second floor. There were no others in the funeral home. Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes wide and, trying not to make a sound, left the room. In the adjacent room, he watched the original coffin, waiting for the enemy to wake up. The cherry blossom chosen one woke from a dream and felt a tremor in his heart when he noticed Yifeng had left the coffin next door. Damn it, that guy actually woke up early. He hadn't tracked the selfish guy from the Dragon Kingdom and found a way to leave this place yet. The cherry blossom chosen one believed that Yifeng must have found a way to leave in some room down another corridor. As long as he kept an eye on the other corridor, maybe he could see Yi Feng's traces. Yi Feng waited for half an hour, seeing that the other party still hadn't appeared, his mouth twitched. The other party could hold back, and he would have to rely on himself to lure him into a trap. Yi Feng suspected the other party was David from the lighthouse, but the style of doing things didn't seem quite right. If it really was David, he would flaunt his identity arrogantly and demand cooperation. If it was a new chosen one, they might have the strength to pass through. Yi Feng walked out of the room and headed toward the incinerator room. The cherry blossom chosen one watched the direction Yi Feng was moving, thinking, is there a way to leave the horror story here? The selfish Yi Feng clearly hadn't explored here before. After thinking it over, the cherry blossom chosen one decided to follow him. If the other party played tricks, he wouldn't mind going down with him. Chapter 136, Signs of Tremor. In the incinerator room. The incinerator burned with orange flames, the sparks crackling inside the stove. Without a doubt, being sent into this incinerator would mean death, if not instant, then surely inevitable. Next to the incinerator, various corpses were piled up, some elderly, some young, and 3 or 4 bodies around 8 years old. Number tags were clamped onto the heads of the corpses, with the one closest to the incinerator marked with the number 1. It should be the first body taken for cremation. In the entire incinerator room, there were 20 corpses. According to the information revealed by the 2 guards, the bodies numbered 16 to 20 were the safest. Yi Feng glanced at the corpses numbered 16 to 20 and noticed only one little boy, of similar height to him, with a huge scar on his face, stretching from his left temple to the right corner of his mouth. This corpse seemed tailor-made for him. Yi Feng bowed to this corpse and whispered, I'm sorry, can I cut in line and go into the incinerator before you? If you agree, please nod. If you mind, please shake your head. I beg you, I have a reason to go in first. Yi Feng learned from the earlier conversation with the staff that the only possible way to leave the funeral home was here. It seemed this corpse understood Yi Feng's words and slowly nodded. Yi Feng breathed a sigh of relief. The corpses in front were dangerous, it must be one of the bodies numbered 16 to 20. He had thought about swapping numbers, but to do so, he still needed the corpse's consent. Ever since encountering the black-skirted corpse, Yi Feng felt that corpses weren't completely dead, some part of them should still be alive. Yi Feng took hold of the little boy's hand, the body was light and easily lifted, and he carried the corpse away from the incinerator. On his way back to the short coffin he had been previously at, Yi Feng quietly said, Thank you for your help, don't worry, if there's a chance in the future, I'll become your good friend. The corpse behind him trembled slightly, seemingly displeased with Yi Feng's words. Yi Feng quickly added, Of course, you are already my friend now. It takes time to become good friends in the future. The corpse behind him calmed down, satisfied with Yi Feng's statement. Soon. Yi Feng carried the body to the small coffin, gently placing the body inside, and looked at the scars on the face of the corpse. This little boy must have endured great suffering in life, yet there was not a trace of twisted pain on his face, his spirit was much stronger than that of ordinary people. If I get the chance, I will come to play with you. Yi Feng glanced at the coffin next door, it was empty, and the enemy had slipped away. Yi Feng returned to the cremation room and found that body number 16 was missing, frowning slightly. One of the chosen ones had discovered his trace and, following suit, had moved one of the corpses from the cremation furnace. Furthermore, the number was placed after 15, likely having heard the same words, knowing that bodies 16 to 20 were safe. It should be, no. It is definitely a chosen one targeting me. Yi Feng had seen the appearance of the corpses in the large coffin, this body resembled body number 16 very closely, and also had some similarities with body number 20. Among the corpses numbered from 16 to 20, only body number 17 was a child. Could it be? Yi Feng suddenly thought of something, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly, and returned to the cremation room, lying in the spot where body number 16 had been, pressing his head tightly against the nameplate. The viewers in the Dragon Country livestream saw Yi Feng smile. The viewers in Dragon Country, originally so angry they gritted their teeth, wishing they could crush the cherry blossom chosen one who stole the fruit of victory, now began to laugh along. Ahaha, looks like I was overthinking it. Does Brother Feng have a way to eliminate the enemy? When Brother Feng smiles, life and death are hard to predict. Don't forget that in the movie theater, Brother Feng smiled, and in the end, he was the only one left alive. Don't talk nonsense upstairs, that time, it was obvious that the others were simply too weak. Yes, not everyone has David's strength. The Cherry Blossom viewers immediately grew alert, the last time they saw that terrifying smile was in the movie theater. In that spooky tale, everyone in the theater except Yi Feng had died. Even if it seemed unrelated to Yi Feng on the surface, a closer look would show that the deaths of the chosen ones were somewhat linked to him. Now, this smile appeared in the mortuary horror story, could he mean to? The Cherry Blossom finally drew a chosen one with decent strength, he absolutely could not die. The Cherry Blossom upper management quickly issued a demand to the Dragon Country higher-ups. They requested that the Dragon Country higher-ups immediately use the hint opportunity, so he would not target the Cherry Blossom chosen one. The Dragon Country higher-ups also issued a lengthy statement in reply, with a simple summary. Get lost. The Cherry Blossom upper management was both furious and helpless. The powerful Dragon Country made the Cherry Blossom dare not overtly push too far against them. They could only threaten a little, testing the other party's bottom line. Now, the Cherry Blossom upper management could only pray that their chosen one would be extra cautious, and never allow the selfish Feng to trap them unknowingly. Feng lay in the spot of body number 17, activating his body stiffening effect, eliminating most senses while maintaining sight and hearing. The Cherry Blossom chosen one moved body number 16 into the coffin, smiling as he spoke. Red bean paste, for the sake of survival, I have no choice but to do this. The Cherry Blossom chosen one bowed for 3 seconds, then stood up straight, returning to the cremation room. Seeing Feng, a fleeting expression of cruelty crossed his face. Then he maintained his smile. As long as he had not obtained a way to leave the mortuary, his life still had value. The Cherry Blossom chosen one lay beside Feng, the nameplate resting on his head, slowly closing his eyes. The Windmill chosen one also entered the cremation room. Seeing Feng and the Cherry Blossom chosen one, he chose the corpse that resembled him the most, carrying body number 11 as he left the cremation room. Owen lay in the spot of body number 11, although he did not know the reason, he followed suit and lay down on the ground. The 3 chosen ones who survived in this mortuary chose their positions well. The Cherry Blossom and Owen waited for Feng's next action. Compared to this calm mortuary, the one where David was located was far from safe. When a certain chosen one left the room, he made some noise, alerting the 2 guards at the door. Check each room once. After checking, feeling uneasy, patrol the first floor every 10 minutes. David led 4 chosen ones to the furnace room, pointing at the corpses on the ground, he whispered. There are 20 corpses here, pick the one that resembles you the most, then move the other person's corpse into the empty coffin where you were lying. Remember, ask for the other person's opinion before the swap. Also, try not to touch other corpses. David clearly understood the situation on the first floor, other rooms were closed, and the coffins were identical except for the materials. Only the furnace room. Based on years of writing horror novels, David recalled a conversation between 2 friends at the funeral home who hadn't confirmed their relationship, hinting at something special here. On the floor lay 20 corpses, each chosen to resemble oneself. That drunkard old goo should confuse matters a bit. Thank you for the reminder. The 5 chosen ones started selecting the corpses most similar to them. However, David still kept one crucial piece of information, looking at 2 chosen ones and coldly smiling inside, thinking. Don't blame me, completing extra conditions can improve your score. Chapter 137, The Woman in Black Dress. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The funeral home where Feng was located fell into silence, not sensing anything unusual. Only the clock hanging on the wall in the hall ticked every second. Many funeral homes with only 1 or 2 chosen ones left were in the same situation. In some funeral homes, all chosen ones died, turning into darkness. Only in the funeral home where David was, 5 chosen ones still lived. Following David's words, they moved the corpses that resembled them back into the empty coffins to replace themselves. David did not explain the reason. Out of trust in him, the other 4 chosen ones complied. Among them, the chosen one closest to the furnace was number 4, whose corpse resembled him the most. He had come to the castle, called Robin. In the real world, he was an extreme sports enthusiast, usually going with a few friends to engage in very dangerous activities. Facing the selection to become a chosen one in the horror world, he seemed calmer than the others, despite having no experience. He didn't fully believe David and aimed to do what was most beneficial for himself at all times. David lay in the position of corpse number 17, whispering. We just need to lie here. Unless we encounter danger, do not leave this room. David's words implied that the furnace room was relatively safe, at least safer than lying in the coffins outside. The 4 chosen ones nodded in agreement, indicating their understanding. Some nodded sincerely, while others were just putting on a show. Robin remained cautious of David. He had carefully watched David's video in the Smile Express last time. David liked to find others to collaborate with, seemingly under the banner of mutual aid, but secretly exploiting. On the second floor, Robin's thoughts were validated. It was just an obvious exploitation, with the other party willingly accepting. After all, the other party was a chosen one from the lighthouse. Robin was different. As long as something was disadvantageous to him, regardless of who it was, he would never let them succeed. Robin glanced coldly at David, lying flat on the ground, always paying attention to David's movements. Suddenly, Robin's hand accidentally touched the corpse of number 3, feeling like hitting a steel plate. The corpse emitted a chilling coldness, and the moment he touched it, his hand began to freeze. Robin quickly withdrew his hand, looking in surprise at the corpse on his right. It was a woman in a black long dress, looking around 30, with a stunning face and figure. If David were awake, he would definitely recognize that this woman in black was identical to one on the second floor. Robin felt a bit confused. He remembered corpse number 3 should be an ordinary man, so why had it suddenly turned into a black-dressed woman? Robin closed his eyes, secretly cursing that maybe he had seen it wrong. The body in the black dress was originally body number 3. However, body number 3's black dress corpse seemed to have no intention of letting Robin go. A cold voice echoed in Robin's ear. One of the ones who killed him, you cannot escape, even if you have become a corpse. Robin suddenly opened his eyes, warily looking at the body on his right. The voice came from that direction. However, bodies number 1 to 3 on the right still lay flat, showing no signs of movement. This sentence was not only heard by Robin. David, who was separated by dozens of corpses, also heard it, maintaining a calm expression, but his heart was filled with joy. It seemed he wouldn't need to take action himself, the corpses would act. David slightly controlled his body, looking towards the source of the sound. Suddenly, his eyes widened. How could the black dress corpse, which had been sent to the second floor for preservation, appear in the crematorium? David thought for a moment, realizing a certain possibility, and slowly closed his eyes, letting his ears enjoy the joyful moments of the chosen ones. Seeing that the corpses showed no abnormality, Robin let out a sigh of relief. After all, this was the world of strange tales. If he truly violated the rules and got caught by the beings inside, he would most likely die. It had nothing to do with his physical strength. Just as Robin turned his head around in that instant, body number 3's black dress corpse slowly opened her eyes, her eyeballs completely white, hiding a murderous hatred in the emptiness. Her head twisted to the left while her body remained motionless. In those white eyes, a threat of death was revealed. A cold hand gently rested on Robin's face, the nails pressing painfully into his right eyeball. Woo-woo. In pain, Robin wanted to scream, but he could only cover his mouth and nose with his hands to prevent any sound from escaping. Fearing that the guards outside would hear him, the corners of the black dress corpse's mouth curled slightly upward, chillingly stating, "Stop pretending, you are still alive, my enemy." Robin knew he couldn't pretend to sleep any longer. Ignoring the grip on his eyeball, he suddenly sprang up and rushed outside. The black dress corpse watched Robin's retreating figure, dropping the eyeball, licking her tongue towards another chosen one. "And you, the one who killed them, should not be alive in this world." The black dress corpse had a belt tied to her thigh, inside it hid a sharp knife. The black dress corpse slowly drew out the knife and walked towards body number 13, raising the knife to stab towards the head of body number 13. Body number 13 had already been replaced by a chosen one. Chosen one number 13 suddenly opened his eyes, facing a black dress corpse holding a knife, realizing that something was wrong, and whispered, "Not good, a corpse really has revived, hurry and run." Chosen one number 13 saw the black dress corpse targeting him, not the others, wanting to pull everyone else into the chaos. The other 3 chosen ones. David still lay on the ground with his eyes closed, seemingly unable to hear number 13's shouting. The other 2 chosen ones slightly opened their eyes, confirming they saw the black dress corpse, and suddenly rushed outside. Chosen one number 13 glanced at David, gritted his teeth, and ran outside. The black dress corpse watched the chosen ones running outside, coldly saying, "There are 2 helpers for the enemy, it seems I need to move more." As the black dress corpse moved away, the original corpse appeared back in the position of body number 3. David looked at the dimly lit corridor, at the 4 fleeing chosen ones, and sighed. Foolish beings. These 2 chosen ones could have survived, but now, it seems neither will make it. David was just puzzled. How could the black dress corpse, which was originally preserved on the second floor, appear here on the first floor? If she could kill her enemies, why would she need David, her brother, to act? It was really puzzling, utterly puzzling. Perhaps somewhere in the funeral home, there was already an answer. The black dress corpse casually locked the door of the crematorium behind her, ran outside, and slowly pushed open the nearest room, saying coldly, "Stop hiding, since I see you again, I cannot let you live. Come out." The room was empty, except for the cold wind from the air conditioning on the ceiling. Nothing else was in there. The black dress corpse sniffed the air. "Strange, I can clearly smell the scent of my enemy, but where are they?" The woman in the black dress slowly closed the door. Behind the door, the 13th chosen one took a deep breath, thinking, "So close. Luckily, I hid behind the door." The 13th chosen one slowly pushed the door open, planning to sneak back into the furnace room. Chapter 138, Hunting Time, Part 1. Whoosh. A cold wind blew towards the 13th chosen one. The chosen one's face froze, and his head turned stiffly to the right. A stunning face appeared in front of him, with fair skin and a hint of rosy cheeks. But in the eyes of the 13th chosen one, the woman in the black dress was a terrifying figure here to claim his life. He couldn't help but take a step back, shaking, trembling with fear. "You? I haven't harmed you, why are you relentlessly pursuing me? Please, let me go." The 13th chosen one wanted to cooperate with the woman in the black dress. However, he didn't dare offend David in the furnace room, and he didn't know the whereabouts of the other chosen ones, making cooperation pointless. The corners of the black-dressed woman's mouth curled up slightly, revealing her dark teeth, emanating a foul odor. Let you go? Then who will let me go? Die. If you die again, they won't be able to bully you anymore. The black-dressed woman pulled out a knife and stabbed it into the 13th chosen one's heart. As the knife plunged in, black blood flowed from the wound, running down the blade. Drip, drip. The blood fell onto the floor, seeping into the cracks of the tiles. The chosen one looked in shock at the black-dressed woman, a pain surged in his stomach, and he crouched down, unable to move his feet. The black-dressed woman slowly withdrew the knife but, seeing that he wasn't dead yet, stabbed him in the back again. Wah! The chosen one wanted to scream, but he knew this would draw the attention of the guards at the door, and he would only face death. Continuing to stab the chosen one with the knife. The black-dressed woman skillfully avoided the vital parts of the chosen one's body, causing him to bite his tongue in pain, barely holding back his screams. The hearts of the viewers in the livestream room tightened. What kind of grudge and hatred leads an ugly corpse to stab, yet avoid the vital spots every time? The 12th stab went in. The chosen one lost all strength, slowly collapsing to the ground. The black-dressed woman looked down at the chosen one and coldly said, "When you plotted to kill him back then, he pleaded with you desperately, but you didn't care? You killed him more cruelly. Dying so quickly, really can't enjoy the game, it's time for the next one." At the same time, the two guards at the door saw that time was up, each walked down a side of the corridor. The black-dressed woman heard footsteps coming from the hall, retreated into the furnace room, lying down in position 3. The other 3 chosen ones saw this scene through the door crack, their hearts racing wildly. Usually, they could tolerate the visuals from the livestream, but seeing it happen in reality pushed their fear to the limit. They absolutely could not let the black-dressed woman catch them. The chosen ones chose to hide behind the door, waiting for the guards to check before changing positions. The further they were from the furnace room, the safer they felt. The guards walked in front of the 13th chosen one, their clothes stained with black blood, frowning. Why is this corpse lying here? Could there be a body thief? There are no signs of body thieves around, it could be. The guards recalled yesterday's broadcast, speculating that it might be a living corpse and called for another guard to come over to discuss how to deal with it. He's covered in knife wounds, he's truly dead. The other guard kicked the 13th chosen one twice, and when he saw no reaction, suggested, "Let's drag him to the end of the corridor. Since he's neither in a coffin nor in the furnace room, maybe he's a family member trying to dodge the fee for burning the body." The other guard agreed with this idea, each grabbed an arm and dragged him towards the end of the corridor through the stairs to the second floor. They threw the body against the wall, and the wall automatically absorbed the body. Until the body completely disappeared. The duty staff patrolled once more, finding nothing unusual, before standing at the entrance of the hall. 3 chosen ones seized this moment, silently praying that the girl in the black dress wouldn't harm them as they inched toward the hall's room. But in the next instant, the 3 chosen ones saw darkness engulf them, and when their vision returned, they found themselves lying in the furnace room. The corners of the 3 chosen ones' mouths twitched. How did they end up back in the furnace room, where the girl in the black dress was also lying inside? The chosen ones fled in panic, wanting to escape the girl in the black dress's pursuit, for being caught by her meant only one outcome. David clearly sensed the activity in the room but remained still, waiting for the right moment. Robin was the first to dart out of the room, summoning all his strength to silently rush to the room closest to the hall. The other 2 chosen ones followed, seeking a suitable hiding spot. Half a minute after the duty staff returned to the door, the girl in the black dress opened her eyes, staring at the bodies on the floor. Cunning little guys, thinking they can escape? How ridiculous. The grudge isn't settled yet, not one of you will survive. As the girl in the black dress passed by David, she gave him a warm smile. David felt the warmth of her smile, resembling the sister he met on the second floor, yet somehow different. The nearby girl in the black dress's smile felt eerily calm. You just sleep here quietly, when you wake up, no bad people will harm you, the bad people must die. The girl in the black dress left the furnace room, the warmth of her smile fading, replaced by a chilling coldness. The 3 chosen ones had already hidden well, whoever the girl in the black dress found next would be out of luck. Each time the girl in the black dress checked a room, she would slam the door shut after a quick glance inside. She inspected each room every 2 minutes. If she encountered the duty staff while patrolling, the girl in the black dress would return to the furnace room, and the chosen ones would lay in the coffin, no matter if there was a body inside or not. Once the duty staff passed, the girl in the black dress would come out and continue her search for bodies. Back and forth, after 2 hours. The girl in the black dress arrived at the door of one chosen one's room, finding it locked, leaning down to look, seeing the door securely fastened. She gently knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. I know you're in there, come out, I'll make it quick for you. Knock, knock, knock. Inside, the chosen one was drenched in cold sweat, hiding in a corner, too afraid to approach the door. Knock, knock, knock. Open the door. The girl in the black dress pounded on the door, but the chosen one remained curled up in the corner. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps of the girl in the black dress faded away. The chosen one sighed in relief. The terrifying body had finally left, wiping the sweat from his forehead, slightly panting, and smiled. Looks like there's still a chance to survive. As long as the door is locked, the girl in the black dress can't come in. The audience in the livestream relaxed as well. At least they had avoided the chase of the girl in the black dress. How long they could last depended on how many escape strategies they could gather. The more they had, the higher the chance of survival. Just when the audience thought locking the door was effective, footsteps echoed once more, growing closer to the room. Thud, thud, thud. The chosen one had just touched the doorknob when he heard the footsteps outside and immediately recoiled. Not good. This chosen one had carefully watched the recordings of Feng from the first 4 strange tales. As the footsteps drew nearer, he knew he couldn't open the door now. Outside, the duty staff's voices resounded. The knocking sound just now came from here, right? One of the duty staff spoke up while twisting the doorknob, but found the door locked and couldn't open it. Ha! The room's locked. We'll need to go get the key from the break room. Following the incidents from the past few days, the curator instructed the management to have the staff guarding the coffins place the keys in a fixed spot in the break room after their shifts, for easier access for the night staff to check. The chosen ones remained in the room, and hearing what the duty officer said, a smile appeared. Taking advantage of the duty officer going to the tea room for the keys, I could completely go to another room to hide. However, another duty officer spoke in a deep voice. Worried that there are grave robbers inside, how about this, you go get the keys, and I'll keep watch here. We absolutely cannot let those despicable grave robbers steal another body. The tone of this duty officer was a bit heavy, as if the body stolen was a family member's. The chosen one's expression instantly darkened. With someone guarding outside, discovery was just a matter of time. What should I do? The chosen one looked at the coffin in the corner. Glancing at it, it was a woman of average appearance, but her figure was of the top existence. I'm very sorry, for my safety, I can only trouble you a bit, please don't blame me. The chosen one turned his back to the coffin, quietly lying in the coffin. What the chosen one didn't see was that the corpse in the coffin was shaking its head the whole time. 5 minutes passed. The duty officer came rushing back, panting, carrying a large bunch of keys, finding the key that matched the room number, and slowly opening the door. I brought the keys for the first floor, to make inspections easier, so we don't have to run to the tea room again when we encounter a locked room. Another duty officer nodded in agreement, and as the door opened, he was the first to rush into the room. The duty officer shined a flashlight around the room. In the corner stood a pitch-black coffin. In front of the coffin was a porcelain bowl, with a pair of chopsticks standing in the middle of it. The bowl was filled with rice, and on the rice were an oily chicken leg, char siu, a fried egg, and a roast goose leg. Perhaps this bowl of rice was a bit bland, as 2 big spoonfuls of chili sauce were smeared on the bowl's edge. It looked like a lavish meal, but in the eyes of the duty officers, it was chilling. Why don't we leave? The grave robbers wouldn't dare to steal the body in the coffin. One of the duty officers spoke, and the other officer shook his head vigorously. Compared to this, the curator is even scarier. It's better to check the body in the coffin. After discussing, the two decided to check the body in the coffin. The person holding the flashlight turned it off voluntarily, and in the almost dark light was a corpse lying inside. Ha! I told you, how could the grave robbers possibly steal this body? We were too worried. Another replied. Better to be overly cautious than to make a mistake. Let's check the room again. The 2 duty officers half closed the door, until they returned to the entrance of the hall. The chosen one in the coffin let out a sigh of relief. Such a thrilling and dangerous scene, I would never want to experience it again. Those 2 chosen ones must still be hiding in the room. I need to buy time and cross the hall to another corridor's room. This chosen one made up his mind, just like that, to linger with the woman in the black dress, not believing that she could keep moving indefinitely. Just as the chosen one was about to leave the coffin, a chilling laugh echoed from inside the coffin. You've been pressing on me for so long, aren't you going to pay a price? The chosen one's heart trembled, not expecting the corpse in the coffin to be alive, jumping out of the coffin. Creak. At the same time, the room door slowly closed. The corpse inside the coffin continued ominously. Don't be in such a hurry to leave, come on, what price do you want to pay? The corpse slowly crawled out of the coffin, a foul smell wafting in the air, slowly approaching the chosen one. The chosen one covered his nose, struggling to squeeze out a smile. With an apologetic tone he asked. May I ask what price I'd have to pay? I will definitely fulfill it. The corpse raised a finger, the corners of its mouth curling up at an unnatural angle, revealing sharp teeth. I have only one request. The audience watched the corpse intently, hoping the price would just be a severed hand or foot. Seeing there was still room for negotiation, the chosen one smiled and continued. Please say it. The corpse continued. I demand your life to stay, but your body can leave here. The chosen one's streaming room immediately went black, and strange tales descended upon the country. The audience was completely at a loss. Suddenly, just like that, it was gone? This corpse gave the chosen one no chance to resist. Some skilled experts in horror stories immediately understood the reason. Didn't they notice that when the chosen one wanted to lie down, the corpse kept shaking its head? Actually, after the black dress female corpse left, there was a 30-second gap before the staff arrived, giving a chance to escape. It was probably the first time their mindset affected their actions. The audience had no time to watch the barrage in the livestream, desperately recalling various traps in the funeral home to avoid falling into them. But the most crucial way to clear the level had yet to be figured out, making many chosen audience members furious. They cursed their cowardly chosen one and the selfish chosen one from the Dragon Kingdom, Foam. That damned chosen one must know the key to clearing the level. In an instant, the black dress female corpse walked out of the cremation room, inspecting the closest room again, whispering. The ones who harmed them cannot be spared. Absolutely. Robin had arrived at the room closest to the hall, peering through the crack in the door to check on the black dress female corpse's condition. Another chosen one was not so lucky. After entering a certain room, he stepped on a nail, covering his mouth in pain, too afraid to make a sound. Blood flowed from his foot, and he had to wait for the blood to congeal before he could leave. At present, he couldn't leave the room. Bang, bang, bang. The black dress female corpse stood in front of this chosen one's door, gently knocking. The doorknob was broken, and as she knocked, the door slowly opened, and the black dress female corpse walked in, smiling at the chosen one inside. Seems you are very unlucky. I'll have to take your life myself. The black dress female corpse glanced toward the hallway, her knife falling on the chosen one's body, making him instantly lose the ability to make a sound. The chosen one clenched his fists, banging them on the floor tiles. The black dress female corpse's knife slid across the chosen one's arm, the tendons rising, and he instantly lost strength. Following that, she also sliced his leg tendons. The cold knife tapped the chosen one's cheek, smiling. Don't worry, you only have 5 minutes of painful time, it will pass soon. Then, the knife avoided the vital parts of the chosen one and stabbed into his stomach. Chapter 140, Hunting Time, Part 2. Bang, bang, bang. The chosen one made the biggest reaction, producing just a tiny bit of noise. At this moment, he just wanted to attract the attention of the hall staff, hoping to end this quickly. Unfortunately, this little sound could not attract the hall at the door. The black dress female corpse's actions became quicker. With every stab, she avoided the chosen one's blood vessels and cut into the nerves. With a series of actions, the chosen one was convulsing all over, blood starting to pour out of his body. The black dress female corpse wiped the blood off her knife and left the room. Until the staff conducted a new round of inspections, they discovered the corpse lying on the ground, puzzled. I remember there was only one corpse in this room. What's going on with this corpse? Just like the previous room, there's a corpse on the ground. This corpse is a bit warm, just died? The staff became increasingly angry as they spoke. They initially thought the third and sixth were just drunk talk, but didn't expect there to be a corpse thief, and not just one. Couldn't there be more? The staff took out a wooden stick from their waist, eager to beat up the corpse thief, then throw them to those terrifying folks on the second floor for a good interrogation. To be safe, let's check each room, lock the doors after checking, and we mustn't miss any corpse thieves. Okay. Then, 2 staff members began to check each room one by one. Robin's heart raced. Upon seeing the staff leave for other rooms, he quickly left and ran towards the hallway opposite the main hall door. When the staff reached the next room to inspect, they heard sounds coming from the hallway, their expression darkening. Could it be that he has already run away? He can't escape. I just had the second one come to guard outside. If he dares to go out, he definitely can't escape the second one's eyes. You let the second one come too. That guy only talks about money, you shouldn't? I promised to give him my payment for tonight. Spending some money is better than losing a body. Including my part, with the second one watching, it shouldn't be a big problem. The duty personnel continued to check the room, and surprisingly, after sweeping through the rooms, no other body thieves were found. Then, the duty personnel returned to the door of the hall and asked their colleague if anyone had left the funeral home. The colleague shook their head, indicating that no one had left. The duty personnel put back the keys, standing outside the hall door, glancing into the hall from time to time. In their eyes, under the moonlight, they vaguely saw a dark corridor, as if it led to nowhere. Did we forget? The body thieves might be hiding here? The duty personnel pointed at the corridor facing the hall door, puzzled. From beginning to end, they had never checked this corridor. Another duty personnel shook their head. It's unlikely. But let's check it out anyway. The 2 duty personnel cautiously walked into the corridor. Seeing this, Robin looked up at the stairs, which led to the second floor. Once they went in, they would have to return to the second floor. The terrifying fat man on the second floor, he didn't want to encounter again at all. But the duty personnel were gradually getting closer. If they didn't go upstairs, they could only continue down the corridor. What was in the corridor was uncertain, whether it was safe or dangerous, that was equally uncertain. After contemplating for a long time, Robin decided to go upstairs. At least he knew the danger on the second floor was that fat man. Robin arrived at the entrance of the second floor, staring intently at the situation below. The duty personnel diligently ascended the stairs, worrying that the body thieves might be hiding there. Robin continued moving inside, hiding behind the wall. The duty personnel glanced at the stairs, confirming there were no body thieves before going downstairs to continue checking. Robin slumped to the ground, gasping for fresh air. Really lucky, he had just avoided the sight of the duty personnel. He would stay here a bit longer, then return to the crematory when the time was right. Robin was thinking in his mind about how to return to the crematory when the funeral home started work. Suddenly, a dry hand landed on Robin's shoulder, making a hoarse and sharp sound. "Body thief, how long are you planning to stay here? Why not come in for a cup of tea with me? It's been a while since I saw a living person outside the funeral home, it's a bit dull." Robin trembled and turned around to see a person draped in a cloak. The difference was that the person behind him was tall and thin, no longer fat. Sweat soaked Robin's whole outfit, his mind raced with words, giving a stiff response. "Can I say no?" The woman in the black cloak pressed her finger against Robin's lips, shaking her head, and said with a smile. "You can refuse me, but please leave the second floor immediately. Of course, I will call the duty personnel on the first floor to deal with you. Isn't it a lovely thing to drink tea and chat with a beautiful woman like me?" Robin swallowed hard, feeling that agreeing to the woman in the black cloak seemed to offer a glimmer of hope to survive. "All right, I agree to follow you." The woman in the black cloak shook her head, standing in place, continuing to speak. "I don't like forcing. Do you really want to have tea and chat with me?" Robin's heart was close to crying. It was clear he had to agree. He had no choice but to comply. "No pressure, please lead the way." Robin didn't dare have any hint of reluctance. The woman in the black cloak smiled and pulled Robin's arm, winding for who knows how long, until they arrived at a delicately decorated room right next to the specimen room. Inside, there was a wooden table carved with strange patterns, adorned with exquisite tea sets and 3 stone stools. The tea set contained a liquid that was hard to see clearly, emitting a strong smell of blood. Robin knew the liquid in the tea set was related to blood. "Please take a seat." The woman in the black cloak pulled out a stone stool for Robin to sit on, and she sat across from him, smiling as she continued to speak. "It's been a long time since I've seen a young and handsome man. Those men on the second floor. Either a fat wooden figure, or 1 meter 2, or all patched up. Unlike you, you look quite young." Robin scratched the back of his head, feeling shy about the compliment. It had been a long time since anyone praised him like this, and his original suspicion faded a bit. "Thank you for the compliment." The woman in the black cloak took off her black cloak, revealing a strange face. 3 eyes side by side, half a lip, a short horn on the right side of her forehead, with blue veins faintly visible on her face. Robin froze for a moment. It was more of a monster than a human before him. The expression on the woman's face suddenly darkened. "It seems you dislike my appearance. Your face is telling the truth." Robin shook his head vigorously, his previous relaxation tensing up immediately. "No. I don't dislike it." The woman in the black cloak brought over a teacup filled with a liquid that looked like tea. "As long as you drink it, I will believe you are not lying." A smile reappeared on the black-cloaked woman's face. But the liquid in the teacup was definitely not tea. Drinking it would not lead to good things. But now, if he didn't drink, he would die immediately. Robin thought for a moment and decided to gulp down the liquid in the teacup. Suddenly, the live stream room where Robin was located went black, and the strange tales descended upon the viewers. Chapter 141, Burning Corpses. Robin's death instilled fear in many viewers. Perhaps if he had rejected the woman in the black cloak, there was still a chance of life. Agreeing to her request was a path to death. Only 9 chosen ones remained alive, and many were tightly closing their eyes, hoping everything would soon end. David's funeral home went from having the most chosen ones alive in one room to only 1 person remaining. While in the funeral home where Feng was, 3 people were still alive, becoming the most remaining alive at the moment. Feng lay on the ground, waiting for the time to come. If his predictions were right, the only way to leave there was during that time. No one knew how long it had been. Drunk and staggering, Old Gu stood with a nearly empty bottle in hand, laughing as he took the last sip. "Indeed, the water of life is delicious, and in 10 minutes, we will start burning corpses. At least 10 corpses need to be burned today, otherwise, the work can't be completed next week." Old Gu sat in the corner, pouring himself strong drunken tea to wake up as much as possible. The smell of alcohol filled the entire burning room. Yi Feng heard old Gu's words, further confirming that his thoughts were correct. There was only one way to leave the funeral home, which was... The cherry blossom chosen one, sleeping next door, heard this and quickly thought it through, finally realizing the reason why the dragon countries. Deducting the bonus will still leave some behind. Old Gu didn't want to lose the bonus, that money was to buy the water of life. The temperature of the furnace gradually increased, and the heat in the room continued to rise. An hour passed. Old Gu endured the furnace's high temperature, sweating all over, and as the temperature reached the burning requirement, he pushed out the iron bed and placed corpse number 1 on it. Old Gu picked up the number wedged under corpse number 1's head, looking at the information inside, which still included a photocopy of the accompanying photo. The information on the paper matches the condition of the corpse. We can start the burning. After confirming the corpse was accurate, corpse number 1 began to endure the scorching heat, gradually emitting a burnt smell. Then, corpse number 1, along with the iron bed, was slowly pushed into the incinerator. The viewers in the live broadcast room felt their hearts pounding. This is too risky. Many detail-oriented viewers from Dragon Country still remembered the conversation between the couple staff members. According to this statement, corpse number 1 to number 10 must be burned without question, while number 11 to number 15 depended on luck. In the funeral home where Yi Feng was, the most dangerous was the windmill chosen one, Owen, whose position was corpse number 11. If luck were good, it wouldn't be burned here. If luck were poor, it would be. As for Yi Feng's position number 15, if the luck were extremely bad, it might get burned too. Originally, viewers from Dragon Country thought Yi Feng was not very careful and could choose corpse number 20, but seeing Old Gu's actions, they felt Yi Feng could only choose position 15. After position 15, all were adults, there were no children, making it impossible to find a suitable corpse. As long as luck wasn't too bad, it shouldn't burn to Yi Feng's spot. Our brother Feng tried his best, but the cherry blossoms are just so lucky, actually choosing corpse number 16. Looks like this time he can only survive. Unlucky, unlucky, unlucky. Cherry blossom viewers, our chosen one, so clever, unlike yours. Humph. I don't think so. Do you really think cherry blossom is safe? As soon as this was said, many viewers from Dragon Country cheered, harboring hatred towards cherry blossom people, and this time the cherry blossom individuals had several times used or harmed brother Feng, establishing hostility long ago. But everyone thought this was just talk. According to the current situation, the corpses after number 15 were the safest. In Brother Feng's Wise Wolf team, several sharp-eyed friends noticed that the positions after corpse number 15 were also dangerous. In fact, corpses number 11 to number 15, the higher the number, the safer it was. Ideally, it was positions for corpses number 13 to number 15. Position number 15 was extremely dangerous, any mistake could lead to death. While corpses number 1 to number 10 were almost impossible to survive. After a thorough analysis in the group, all group members laughed loudly. For now, Brother Feng was the safest. Worried that the cherry blossoms chosen one still hadn't received hints, the group leader requested group members to keep it confidential and not leak the information. Group members assured they would not let the information reach the cherry blossom people. After corpse number 1 was burned, it was corpse number 2's turn. After corpse number 2 was burned, it was corpse number 3's turn. Time passed second by second. Old Gu checked his phone. It had already been several hours since burning the 2 corpses, and looking at the corpses on the ground, he said. So far, 9 corpses have been burned, at least 1 more corpse must be burned to complete today's task. Old Gu lifted the 10th corpse and placed it on the iron bed. Some of the residue left from burning previous corpses stuck to this corpse, but Old Gu didn't care. After confirming its identity, he pushed the iron bed in. The 11th corpse was the windmill's Owen. Thump, thump. Owen's heart beat violently, fear and anxiety erupting from within. Next, it would be his turn. Suddenly, a malicious thought arose in Owen's mind. If he were to die, could he take down Dragon Country's chosen one? Would his real family get the benefits? Owen quickly dismissed this thought. Even if the windmill higher-ups provided generous rewards to Owen's family, the viewers from Dragon Country would not spare his family. Anyway, having survived until now, he had all the strategies, unlike those selected who fell flat. After the 10th corpse was burned, when it was time for the 11th corpse, 2 staff members walked in from outside. The director will come to the funeral home later. Lagua, hurry up and turn off the cremation furnace. The director specifically mentioned checking the furnace. Lagua looked at the 11th corpse and had no choice but to shut off the fire, letting the furnace cool down quickly. Alright, I'll do it right now. Gee, next week's workload won't be small. Chapter 142, the answer is in the right time, end. The iron bed was pushed out of the furnace, the temperature dropping even faster. As the temperature of the furnace decreased, Lagua went outside, took a breath of fresh air, licked his lips, and waited for the director's arrival. Yi Feng felt a deep vigilance in his heart upon hearing the word director. The director of the funeral home seemed to be anything but ordinary, perhaps he could see at a glance whether the corpse was alive or dead. Just a little longer. Thump, thump. Yi Feng was still waiting for the chance to leave the funeral home, his only opportunity. The audience from Long Country stared intently at the livestream, hoping Feng would successfully clear the challenge. Other living Chosen Ones fans also focused on their respective livestreams. All accounts of the Chosen Ones summarized that the second floor of the funeral home was extremely dangerous, impossible to be the exit. Only the first floor of the funeral home remained. And there was only one place on the first floor that hadn't been carefully checked and couldn't be checked. Many viewers suddenly reacted, pointing at an item in the cremation room, looking at Yi Feng in disbelief. Because Yi Feng was the first Chosen One to choose to enter the cremation room. Wow! Feng is amazing. He actually found the exit. He might have known on the first day. It seems like we're safe this time, as long as we wait until 12 o'clock, it's the only opportunity to clear the challenge. All viewers waited quietly. Inside the funeral home where Yi Feng was located, the windmill Chosen One, Owen, couldn't help but realize that the furnace could be the way out as well. As time flew by, Owen felt he couldn't wait any longer, he had to enter the furnace now. Owen stood up and rushed into the cremation furnace. At this moment, the temperature of the furnace reached over 200 degrees, and as he entered, Owen screamed in terror. The furnace isolated Owen's cries, muffling them from the outside, including the Chosen Ones, who couldn't hear him inside. The audience watching this scene turned grim, the timing of leaving the strange tales was critical. Leaving too early wouldn't work. Yi Feng saw the scene and became even more certain of his idea, there was only one opportunity. Tap, tap, tap. In the distance, countless chaotic footsteps sounded, and many employees shouted. It's the director. The director is back. Quick, go out to greet the director and let him know that if he doesn't show respect, he won't be able to stay in the funeral home. Laogua hurried out to the corridor to welcome the director. The director wore a black baseball cap, a mask, and a long black coat. Apart from a small portion of his fair skin, his appearance was hidden. The director coldly asked Laogua, "How's the temperature in the cremation furnace?" Laogua scratched his head and smiled. "It's about ready, how about you come over and take a look first?" Facing the director, Laogua could only lower his voice, afraid of losing his bonus. The director nodded and followed Laogua, quickly walking towards the cremation room. Halfway down the corridor, the off-work broadcast bell rang. Yi Feng suddenly opened his eyes wide, walking toward the furnace while noticing the corpse next door was the black-dress female corpse. However, the appearance of the black-dress female corpse gradually turned from the original sister look to that of another woman. This person was... Yi Feng remembered she was often the close bodyguard standing behind the sister. At that moment, the black-dress female corpse's mouth curled slightly upward, seemingly smiling at Yi Feng. Yi Feng thought little of it and hastily walked into the cremation furnace. The key to clearing the challenge is at the crucial moment. The moment Yi Feng stepped into the furnace, the Long Country livestream was flooded with successful clearance messages. Immediately after, the Cherry Blossom Chosen One got up and rushed toward the cremation furnace. However, the director in the corridor saw everything clearly. Inside was a living corpse, instantly appearing in front of the Cherry Blossom Chosen One. In the next moment, the live stream for the Cherry Blossom went completely black. The curator looked at the furnace and said in a deep voice, "Coming late means you can only wait for the next time." Yi Feng entered the furnace, and inside was a dark corridor. After walking for about half an hour, he saw a glimmer of light ahead. This glimmer gradually grew larger, until Z reached out a hand towards Yi Feng from the light. "Congratulations, you are the first to clear this level." Yi Feng stepped into the abyss train, and Z gave a thumbs up in praise. "You are amazing, achieving the maximum evaluation of the ghost stories 5 times in a row, activating hidden rewards. You can choose to stay here and continue clearing ghost stories for Dragon Country. Or you can return to your original world and continue living your life." Yi Feng thought for a moment, who would take the risk to come here when they could live normally? Especially since this was not Yi Feng's original world at all. "I choose to return to my original world and continue living my life." Z nodded, opened the skylight of the abyss train, and the skylight slowly lowered a staircase, expressionless as he said, "As long as you step on this staircase, you will return to your original world." Yi Feng thought no more and stepped onto the staircase. Z stood behind Yi Feng, the corners of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a meaningful smile. Yi Feng reached the end of the staircase, and his vision suddenly went dark. When his vision restored again, he found himself lying on the bed, with his phone screen frozen on the ending of a terrifying novel. So it was just a dream I had. However, in the world where Yi Feng resided, a building that originally did not exist rose up, weaving countless connections towards the selected individuals. The end. P.S. Poor results, I can only finish the story, sorry. The newbie will write about rule-based ghost stories in the future, but in a short story form, so please be patient, dear fans.